Lu Ying was reborn, returning to 3 months before the apocalypse, unaware that Meng Nanxing had also been reincarnated. Chapter 1. Before the rebirth in the apocalypse. Senior brother, a warm, sweet voice whispered in Lu Ying's ear, pulling him from a haze. Suddenly sitting up in bed, Lu Ying gasped for air, akin to a fish struggling for breath out of water. His hands swiftly sought his lower back, finding only a chill and no other sensation. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled slowly. It's all right, it's all right. What's wrong? Did you have a nightmare? A familiar voice inquired again. Turning to his side, he beheld a figure draped in delicate silk sleepwear, youthful and alluring. Lu Ying quickly moved aside as the soft, tender form embraced him, offering gentle reassurance. Senior brother, what's the matter? Why are you so hot? Meng Nanxing's gaze was soft, her enchanting eyes radiating warmth and affection. What is happening? Lu Ying pondered, perplexed. The familiar surroundings, the comfortable ambience, and the embrace of his junior sister, Meng Nanxing, enveloped Lu Ying in an otherworldly sensation. It seemed to indicate that the horrifying apocalypse he had endured was merely a dream. For a moment, he felt as if he had traversed time. Before awakening, he had struggled for survival alongside his junior sister Meng Nanxing and several friends in the frigid, zombie-ravaged world. But why am I here? An endless stream of questions surged within Lu Ying. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He broke free from the warm embrace and dashed towards the tea room. He rummaged through a wooden cabinet and retrieved a dark red wooden box, extracting a bound volume from within. The book was a deep, inky black, devoid of a title. Upon opening the first page, he was confronted by a vividly colored, grotesque figure gnawing on a human arm. The second page depicted a silhouette shrouded in dark mist, indistinct and unclear. The subsequent pages were blank. I have been reborn, Lu Ying murmured to himself. At that moment, a sharp pain pierced his mind, as scenes flashed before his eyes like a revolving lantern. He felt a sudden chill at his lower back, followed by an intense wave of pain and then numbness. Gasping, he turned to see his junior sister Meng Nanxing, her expression cold and disbelieving, struggling to speak. Why? With a steady grip on a dagger behind him, Meng Nanxing's eyes were devoid of warmth. Without a word, she twisted the dagger embedded in Lu Ying's lower back, amplifying the agony that coursed through him. He could not escape, his body convulsed, and he found himself unable to utter a single word. Hot blood flowed from the dagger's blade, staining Meng Nanxing's pale, cold hand crimson. Unfazed, she withdrew the dagger only to plunge it back in. The floor quickly became soaked in blood. Nearby, Li Ling and Lu Chinching, two of Lu Ying's friends, bore fierce, frenzied expressions. They suddenly lunged, severing Lu Ying's arms, after which Meng Nanxing appeared, stabbing through Lu Ying's lower back with a single thrust. Lu Ying was perplexed as to why his beloved junior sister, whom he had nurtured since childhood, would suddenly turn against him. An indescribable agony gnawed at Lu Ying's nerves. As he lay in a pool of blood, teetering on the brink of death, he witnessed Meng Nanxing, with a cold and expressionless gaze, remove the bound book from his chest. Senior brother, why couldn't you have given it to me willingly? Meng Nanxing whispered icily in his ear. Ah, I see. With an impassive demeanor, Meng Nanxing ruthlessly slit Lu Ying's throat, blood gushing forth and staining the ground crimson. His vision began to fade, eventually losing all glimmer of life. As the scene concluded, Lu Ying realized that it must have been the power of this mysterious tome that allowed him to be reborn before the apocalypse. The first page depicted a grotesque figure devouring a human arm, a harbinger of the zombies that would emerge after the end of the world. Upon slaying a zombie, there was a chance to retrieve a spherical crystal core from its head, each core containing unique abilities. The illustrations in the book required these cores to manifest, and Lu Ying had used 10 of them to bring the contents to life. The manifestation of the zombie on the first page would significantly enhance his physical attribute strength, speed, reflexes far beyond that of an ordinary person. It was precisely this knowledge that led Meng Nanxing to conspire with 2 friends to end his life. The electronic clock on the wall displayed the time, November 9th, Saturday. There were still 3 months remaining before the apocalypse descended. Lu Ying felt a surge of excitement, but thoughts of Meng Nanxing in the bedroom stirred feelings of animosity and hatred within him. Taking a deep breath, he sought to calm himself. He could not act rashly with 3 months still ahead. Returning to the room, Meng Nanxing lay gracefully against the bedpost, her silk nightgown failing to conceal her alluring curves. Her peach blossom eyes gazed at Lu Ying with profound emotion. While Lu Ying's heart remained tranquil, Meng Nanxing suddenly leaned closer, her breath sweet as she murmured, "Senior brother." Hatred and fury transformed into motivation. The intensity of their emotions was intoxicating, a fragrant sweat dampening the delicate fabric. When Meng Nanxing left at noon, she appeared somewhat awkward, yet a smile adorned her face. "The bound book has changed after the apocalypse. I wonder if my junior sister's ring has also transformed?" Lu Ying pondered aloud. Years ago, their master had gifted a silver, antiquated ring to Meng Nanxing. After the apocalypse struck, the ring revealed its extraordinary capabilities, housing a space vast enough to contain an entire city. Thinking of this ignited a fervor within Lu Ying at this moment. Meng Nanxing remained unaware that the ring was, in fact, a spatial artifact. Securing this ring before the arrival of the apocalypse would prove invaluable. Lu Ying scoured the house meticulously but could not locate the ring, resigning himself to waiting for Meng Nanxing's return. By evening, Meng Nanxing returned once more, now clad in a different outfit, carrying a shopping bag. She wore a cream-colored knitted dress paired with a long, knee-length coat, her figure tall and graceful. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, and her face, delicately adorned with a hint of makeup, appeared exquisite. As he beheld Meng Nanxing stepping through the doorway, Lu Ying adjusted his mindset and managed to smile. Meng Nanxing approached directly and seated herself upon Lu Ying's lap, her watery, peach blossom eyes fixed on him. "Please take me to the airport tomorrow." Embracing her soft and fragrant form, Lu Ying suppressed his inner disdain and chuckled lightly. "By the way, what happened to the ring that Master gave you?" Do you want it, senior brother?" Meng Nanxing exhaled softly, her breath fragrant. "You never cared for that ring. Perhaps I could find you a finer one in the future?" Meng Nanxing's enchanting eyes twinkled as she leaned closer to Lu Ying's ear and whispered, "Senior brother, about the promise you made. I merely wish to understand your intentions." Before their master, Lu Xuanji, went missing, he seemed to have a premonition, bequeathing a 6-story storefront to Lu Ying and a spacious residence of over 300 square meters to Meng Nanxing. In her previous life, Meng Nanxing had always desired that very storefront. Lu Ying, unsuspecting of her motives, transferred the property to her on her birthday 2.5 months later. However, Meng Nanxing's demeanor toward Lu Ying became somewhat distant thereafter, especially when she unexpectedly turned against him. Lu Ying comprehended that Meng Nanxing had never intended to forge a lasting bond with him. Everything had merely been a means to acquire that storefront. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Lu Ying instinctively tightened his embrace, causing Meng Nanxing to wince in discomfort. "Senior brother, what troubles you?" Regaining his composure, Lu Ying relaxed his grip. "It's nothing, junior sister. I'll transfer the storefront to you on your birthday this year. After all, when the apocalypse arrives in 3 months, that storefront will be rendered worthless," Lu Ying mused inwardly. "Senior brother?" Meng Nanxing gazed at him with her large, expressive eyes, filled with affection, prompting Lu Ying to lift her into the room, their garments scattering across the floor. With delicate arms entwined and lips slightly parted, her voice resonated melodiously, akin to the haunting notes of a flute. It was a sound fraught with longing, yearning, and lament. Outside the window, the wind began to howl, soon followed by the patter of rain, gradually intensifying until the red clay stove in the tea room began to bubble over. After a prolonged moment, the storm outside subsided, restoring tranquility. The next morning, Lu Ying escorted Meng Nanxing to the airport, now adorned with the precious spatial ring. Meng Nanxing was to embark on a 2-month business trip to a nearby province, a timely opportunity for Lu Ying to finalize his preparations before the impending apocalypse. On the plane, Meng Nanxing quickly succumbed to slumber, her dreams haunted by the wildness of the previous night, her body still aching as if it were disassembled. In her dreams, vivid images flashed. She slashed Lu Ying's throat to seize that mysterious tome, yet before she could utilize it to elevate her power, a horde of mutated zombies invaded their sanctuary, devouring everyone within, transforming them into bloodthirsty aberrations. Meng Nanxing herself was savagely devoured by one of the creatures, the stench of decay and the sharp pain of her flesh being torn from her body, jolting her awake on the plane. Drenched in cold sweat, she frantically touched her body. It was merely a dream, she sighed in relief. But then, a sudden realization struck her. No, this isn't a dream. All memories of her past life flooded back into her consciousness. In the next moment, Meng Nanxing gritted her teeth, her heart convulsing with fury. The spatial ring had been taken from her by Lu Ying. Chapter 2. The spatial ring, Meng Nanxing's rebirth in the post-apocalyptic world, survival and living are entirely distinct concepts, while Lu Ying and others grappled with the struggle for existence. Many affluent elites sought refuge in lavish shelters, maintaining their opulent lifestyles from before the cataclysm. This disparity persisted even in the survivor enclaves established amidst the ruins. The privileged thrived while the common folk toiled desperately, reduced to the status of beasts of burden, or even worse. To lead a comfortable existence, one must possess formidable strength, extensive reserves of resources, and a secure sanctuary. The ring, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, contained an independent space within, where any food placed inside would remain unspoiled regardless of time. Within this realm, it seemed as though time ceased to pass, though living creatures could not be accommodated. Upon returning home, Lu Ying pricked her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the ring, which absorbed it entirely through its ancient silver patterns. Subsequently, images of the ring's inner space manifested in her mind, vast enough to resemble a provincial capital. As her consciousness withdrew from the space, the spatial ring vanished from her finger, transforming into shimmering silver light that melded into her digit. With a mere thought, the vision of the inner space reappeared in her mind. Elated, Lu Ying stored the mysterious tome within the space, ensuring that she would not need to worry about losing the ring or having it seized by others. In Yun City, numerous large supermarkets thrived, and the southern suburbs boasted extensive warehouses and freight train stations. Among these were several overseas supermarket supply depots, which, amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, could be plundered to secure enough provisions for a lifetime. Lu Ying recalled that in her previous life, due to torrential rains and blizzards, over a dozen freight trains laden with refined oil, coal, and grain were stranded at the southern freight station. These resources were destined for export to Japan, a fact she learned from survivors at several freight stations after the world had changed. The numbers of these trains had been relayed to her, and she had intended to gather these supplies from the freight station, but before she could embark, Meng Nanxing had betrayed her. In her past existence, due to her evolved nature, her memory far surpassed that of ordinary individuals, and she still retained the numbers of those trains, diligently writing them down. Dear junior sister, I shall collect a bit of interest. When the apocalypse arrives, we shall settle the accounts, Lu Ying mused inwardly. In her previous life, on February 8th, 3 months later, a joint scientific expedition stationed at the Antarctic glaciers pierced the polar ice layer, discovering an ancient female corpse beneath. Scientists extracted the body from the ice and commenced their research at the base. As they breached the frigid ice, ancient viruses and mysterious substances capable of altering the planet were released. On the morning of February 9th, a heavy cloud cover enveloped the entire blue planet, and torrential rain swept across the globe, inundating numerous regions. After nearly a week of relentless downpours, the world began its post-disaster reconstruction, though the floods had not yet receded. As temperatures plummeted once more, a blizzard swept across the land, and within less than half a month, the global temperature descended to over 60 degrees below zero, with the earth blanketed by snowstorms. All the survivors eagerly awaited the heavy clouds in the sky to recede, allowing the warm sunlight to once again illuminate the earth. Yet, that day had not arrived before Lu Ying was slain. Following this, a more horrifying catastrophe descended upon the world. The ancient virus, long frozen in time, was unleashed, causing the deceased, both human and animal, who perished in the calamity to rise again, transformed into flesh-eating zombies. The remaining humans not only had to struggle for survival in this frigid apocalypse, but also defend themselves against the infected zombies and the treachery of their fellow beings. Lu Ying was an orphan, abandoned at the doorstep of an orphanage shortly after birth. She was later taken in by her master, Lu Xuanqi, who raised her as his disciple. When Lu Ying turned 8, her master also accepted Meng Nanxing, the disciple of his fellow apprentice, as a student. From a young age, Lu Ying had taken great care of Meng Nanxing, and after their master disappeared 3 years ago, the two became each other's sole support. Lu Ying, along with Meng Nanxing and several friends, struggled for over 3 months in this desolate world, only to be betrayed and killed by her own sister disciple, Meng Nanxing, in collusion with 2 friends, after the exposure of a linear book. Though the exact force that granted her a second chance remained unclear, Lu Ying resolved to live well in this life, determined to reclaim the lives owed to her by her so-called good friends of her sister disciple once the apocalypse struck. A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind. With 3 months remaining before the end of the world, she needed to prepare adequately. As for the sanctuary, Lu Ying had a plan in mind. Approximately 10 kilometers from Yun City, there lay a mountain range. Within it, halfway up one mountain, there existed an abandoned tunnel constructed in the last century, surrounded by 5 kilometers of desolation, ideal for a shelter. Even after the military survivors base was established post-apocalypse, it remained largely overlooked. The mountain range surrounding Yun City contained numerous tunnels and underground works. In her previous life, there were 7 official refuges in Yun City, one of which was located in the heart of the city, the Yunming Tower, standing at 599 meters with 118 floors. The others were situated within the tunnels and underground constructions surrounding Yun City, which were already fully equipped and ready for use. After the tunnel was abandoned, the Yun City government had continually sought to lease it out, but its half-finished state and remote location rendered it undesirable. After securing the tunnel, Lu Ying planned to hire a professional team to reinforce and renovate it, transforming it into a fortified stronghold. Contemplating this, she began to assess her current financial standing. Over the years, by offering feng shui consultations and relocating graves for wealthy clients, she had amassed a considerable fortune. Even after her master's disappearance, Lu Ying had not abandoned this lucrative endeavor, and now her 3 bank cards held over 7 million Xiaogua coins. In addition to her cash, she also possessed a fixed asset, the 6-story commercial building she currently occupied. 2 decades ago, when Yun City was yet to undergo extensive development, Lu Xuanqi had purchased 2 properties in that area. Over the ensuing 20 years, the location had been developed twice, yielding significant profits. Later, Lu Xuanqi acquired a 6-story commercial building adjacent to Yunming Huafu, a prime location rumored to undergo further planning in a few years, with property values skyrocketing. Before her disappearance, Lu Xuanqi transferred ownership of the shop to Lu Ying, while a spacious residence of over 300 square meters in the community was bequeathed to Meng Nanxing. Regrettably, the property remains under Meng Nanxing's name, leaving Lu Ying with a twinge of disappointment in her heart. Lu Ying intends to leverage this shop for a bank loan, as the current market for selling commercial properties is sluggish, while the process for securing a mortgage is notably swift. The completion of the shelter's renovation and construction will require additional time. Armed with her identification and the lease agreement, she heads to the garage to drive her black Yuhuang.D towards Yunshi Commercial Bank. Although she is behind the wheel of the luxurious vehicle, she has yet to attain the status befitting its grandeur. She ponders how much of a loan this shop might yield. Chapter 3. The Weapon Acquisition Plan. After Meng Nanxing submitted all the requisite documents and the lease agreement, several bank employees accompanied Lu Ying to inspect the storefront. They worked tirelessly until after 3 in the afternoon, and the final verdict was that Lu Ying could use the first-floor shop as collateral for a loan. The bank appraised the property at a total of 200 square meters, priced at 72,000 per square meter, amounting to a total of 86,400,000. The bank was willing to grant a mortgage loan of 51,840,000. The funds would be disbursed within 7 working days. Upon leaving the bank, a wave of intense hunger swept over Lu Ying. In Yun City, there was a restaurant brimming with exotic charm from the western regions, renowned for its delectable cuisine. Lu Ying had frequented this establishment in the past, and the thought of succulent lamb and beef made him hasten to the restaurant. After placing his order, Lu Ying observed the bustling patrons and felt a profound sense of nostalgia. Such vibrancy would no longer be witnessed in the face of impending doom. Since his physical capabilities had significantly improved, his appetite had also increased. For lunch, he ordered a roasted leg of lamb, 3 pounds of beef, a plate of seasoned spinach, and 2 servings of hand-pulled rice. While waiting for his meal, Lu Ying contemplated his forthcoming plans. Now that he had acquired a spatial ring, the preparation for vast supplies and the selection of a sanctuary were confirmed. As he organized these matters, he also needed to find ways to enhance his own strength. His first thought turned to firearms. Given the lack of channels and means to acquire such items domestically, he resolved to look abroad. After meticulous research into several nations known for their weaponry, he ultimately decided to pursue the opportunity in the land renowned for its firearms. Lu Ying had several university classmates who had ventured to America after graduation. During a previous video chat, they had shown off their respective firearms, which left Lu Ying envious. With the right connections, one could procure any weaponry desired. He also possessed multiple entry visas. However, he would address this matter after confirming the sanctuary arrangements. In the meantime, he could contact his classmates to gather preliminary insights. Additionally, there was a need to enhance his close combat abilities. Before the apocalypse, he had diligently trained under his master in martial arts, and after the first evolution brought on by the cataclysm, his strength, endurance, explosive power, speed, as well as vision and hearing had all seen remarkable improvements. The birds perched on the power lines hundreds of meters away were vividly visible to Lu Ying, their feather colors strikingly clear. His hearing had sharpened to the extent that he could discern hushed conversations from distant diners. Previously, while testing at home, he had left a deep imprint in a concrete wall with a single punch, proving that these abilities had not faded with his rebirth. The only weapons he could procure domestically were cold weapons, which he could have custom-made at a forging workshop. He would then sharpen them himself, as post-apocalypse. Most tasks would require personal effort. After devouring every morsel on his table and enjoying a pot of brewed tea, he took a moment to rest. Satisfied, he activated the Emperor of Baths and made his way to the Yinling Hall in Yun City. Yinling Hall was renowned throughout Xia country for its craftsmanship in various cold weapons and held a prestigious position among collectors of such armaments. The interior boasted walls adorned with an array of swords, spears, and halberds, with swords being the most abundant. A young and beautiful lady welcomed Lu Ying, expressing her thoughts on the desired length. She then retrieved a long blade from the glass counter to present to him. Sir, according to your specifications, this Yinling knife is quite suitable for you. It measures approximately 3 feet and 8 inches in length and 3 fingers in width. The blade is relatively straight, with a slightly upward curved tip, equipped with a reverse edge and a blood groove. She continued, the Yinling knife is a short-handled combat weapon, resembling a goose feather, which is also the inspiration behind our establishment's name, Yinling Hall. Lu Ying took the Yinling knife, admiring its gleaming blade, exquisitely forged yet unsharpened. The lady then produced another knife from the glass cabinet. Sir, this is a Tang horizontal knife, approximately 3 feet long and 2 fingers wide. The blade is narrow and straight, designed for dual-handed use. Please take a look. Lu Ying examined the Tang horizontal knife, noting its stark contrast from the Yinling knife. Each possessed its own unique attributes. Is customization available? He inquired. Which type would you like to customize, and do you have any additional requirements? The lady asked. Lu Ying was quite fond of both knives, pondering which to choose. Choosing is for children, he mused. I'll take both, but they must possess exceptional strength and resilience. Additionally, please lengthen the handles slightly for a comfortable two-handed grip. Upon hearing Lu Ying's requests, the lady led him through a lengthy corridor to a workshop. Inside, various forging tools were in operation, the temperature soaring as the rhythmic sounds of hammering resonated. Bang, bang, bang. A middle-aged man, seemingly in his 50s, approached. After the lady relayed Lu Ying's custom order, the man nodded with a smile. Sir, as per your requirements, we can forge the blades using layered pattern steel and some special materials. With our forging techniques and materials, these knives will undoubtedly meet your expectations. Lu Ying nodded, then inquired, could you also sharpen the blades? The middle-aged man shook his head, his tone resolute. That is not possible, sir. Very well, Lu Ying replied. They negotiated a price, 3 of each type, totaling 6 knives, with each priced at 60,000, amounting to 360,000. Lu Ying paid a deposit of 72,000 on the spot, agreeing to return in a month for the finished pieces. Back in his car, his phone rang. It was a call from Meng Nanxing, junior sister. Upon hearing Lu Ying's voice, Meng Nanxing felt a wave of irritation wash over her but suppressed her feelings. Testing the waters softly. Senior brother, I'm returning tomorrow. Could you pick me up from the airport? Junior sister. Didn't you mention you would be away for some time? He asked. The company's plans changed unexpectedly. I'll be landing at 7 in the morning. She replied before hanging up abruptly. Perplexed, Lu Ying felt somewhat speechless. The following morning, at 7, he picked Meng Nanxing up from the airport. Upon arriving home, she leaped into his arms, her voice soft and sweet, exuding an enticing fragrance. After a fervent hour of passion, Meng Nanxing noticed that Lu Ying was not wearing the spatial ring. Frustration bubbled up within her, though she chose not to reveal it. Upon confirming his reincarnation yesterday, Meng Nanxing quickly deduced that Lu Ying must also have undergone the same fate. If Lu Ying had not been reborn, she would have had no reason to inquire about the ring. This thought filled him with resentment. Lu Ying's memories had returned yesterday, and had his own memories resurfaced earlier. The coveted mystical tome would have rightfully belonged to him. He realized he must conceal his own rebirth, for given his senior brother's temperament, it was likely that he would act against him on the spot. Meng Nanxing pondered incessantly on how to discreetly reclaim the spatial ring and the mystical book. Sister, is something troubling you? Lu Ying questioned, gazing curiously at the lovely figure in his arms. Startled, Meng Nanxing returned to the present and looked up at Lu Ying, offering a gentle smile. It's nothing. How wonderful it would be if we could remain together forever. A cold smirk crept into Lu Ying's heart, though his expression remained impassive. Indeed, we shall always be together. By the way, sister, I have an appointment with a client today and must step out shortly. Meng Nanxing nodded obediently. Lu Ying then turned and lifted Meng Nanxing, settling her in his embrace. Startled, she felt the chill of the air against her soft, pale skin as she left the warmth of the bedding. Brother, aren't you supposed to meet your client? She asked, puzzled, while draping the blanket around herself. No rush. There is still time. After a considerable while, Lu Ying dressed and drove towards the Civil Defense Office to inquire about leasing the abandoned air raid shelter in the eastern suburbs. Meng Nanxing lay on the bed, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She shifted gently, furrowing her brow, and after a while, she began to calm herself. She quickly rummaged through the tea room. But the box that once held the mystical tome was empty. She searched elsewhere, yet found nothing. Frustration welled within her. Could the two items be hidden in a particularly secretive location? She contemplated the possible places Lu Ying might conceal them. She needed to devise a plan to locate those two treasures. After informing the staff about leasing the abandoned tunnel, two employees accompanied Lu Ying as they drove to the eastern suburbs. Leaving the city, they turned off the main road onto a side cement path. The tunnel was approximately 6 kilometers from the main road, surrounded by mountains. A gravel road wound its way up the hillside to an earlier platform, obscured by a dense thicket of trees, rendering it nearly undetectable from the outside. Upon arrival, the three exited the vehicle, and the staff used a key to unlock the iron gate. Inside the tunnel, darkness and dampness enveloped them, and the employees, unwilling to enter, handed their flashlights to Lu Ying. With no other option, Lu Ying ventured inside alone. Although only half of the tunnel had been excavated, it branched out extensively, with a main path wide enough for a vehicle leading deep into the mountains. On either side of the main route, numerous chambers had been carved out, varying in size. Two of the largest equated to the dimensions of a basketball court, while the smallest resembled that of a family restroom. Walking along the main road, one reaches a fork where two paths diverge. The right path leads into the mountains, while the other, narrow enough to accommodate only 3 individuals side by side, remains shrouded in mystery. Lu Ying ventured into the narrower path, and after a short distance and a gentle turn, a glimmer of light emerged, revealing that this passage was, in fact, another exit. This exit was situated halfway up the mountain, concealed by dense foliage, thus providing a means of retreat. Continuing along the main road for merely a dozen meters, Lu Ying arrived at its terminus, where remnants of past excavations were still visible. After exploring the entire tunnel, Lu Ying reached the exit, where 2 staff members presented a folder detailing that the tunnel comprised 12 rooms of various sizes, totaling 765 square meters. Based on the current rental rates of 0.2 yuan per square meter per day, the monthly rent amounted to over 23,000 yuan, with a minimum 6-month lease. Upon returning to the Civil Defense Office, the contract was drafted, and Lu Ying immediately opted for a 6-month rental, paying over 138,000 yuan on the spot. With the keys in hand, Lu Ying once again visited a restaurant featuring exotic Western cuisine and promptly ordered a 100-kilowatt diesel generator via his smartphone. The tunnel lacked water and electricity connections, and even if they were established, it would not be long before both were cut off post-apocalypse. The diesel generator cost over 90,000 yuan and was scheduled for delivery to the designated location the following morning. With this generator, Lu Ying would no longer have to worry about electricity. Once the shelter's construction was completed, he planned to purchase 2 additional backup generators, as well as some gasoline-powered units, given their quieter operation. Furthermore, he anticipated the need for additional equipment once the apocalypse unfolded, as finding someone to repair the generators would be nearly impossible. After dining, Lu Ying traveled to the Villa district in the northern suburbs of Yunmeng City, where affluent individuals from his previous life had constructed shelters. Seeking the expertise of professional design and construction teams, he had arranged to meet with General Zhang, one of his clients, who shared a profound friendship with Lu Ying's mentor, Lu Xuanji. In his previous life, General Zhang had been one of the owners who sought refuge in a shelter. Lu Ying intended to leverage Zhang's connections to enlist a professional team to transform the tunnel. Chapter 4. The Rock-Solid Company, practicing firearm shooting upon ringing the doorbell. A middle-aged man in his 50s, slightly portly and sporting a slick-back hairstyle, greeted with a warm smile as he opened the door. "Uncle Zhang, it has been a while. Xiao Lu, please come in." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly moved on to the main topic. Boss Zhang, with a cheerful demeanor, readily agreed to reconvene the following day for further discussions. "Uncle Zhang, I wish to purchase some diesel and gasoline from you," inquired Lu Ying. "In Xia country, individuals without the requisite qualifications are prohibited from storing fuel, and even gas stations no longer sell fuel in bulk." After a moment of contemplation, Boss Zhang responded, "Xiao Lu, how much do you require?" Lu Ying pondered for a moment. "Perhaps 100 tons of diesel and 100 tons of gasoline." Zhang nodded. A total of 200 tons was a trivial matter for him, and he agreed. As for the price, they would determine it after Lu Ying took possession of the fuel. This fuel was merely for preliminary use. When the apocalypse ultimately arrived, he would retrieve it from the Yun City freight train station. Securing a few tanker cars of fuel would suffice for a lifetime, especially with numerous gas stations in Yun City that could be accessed even after the world changed. The spatial ring he possessed rendered such concerns trivial. Upon returning home, Lu Ying noticed a notification on his phone indicating that the bank loan had been credited, which relieved him. Observing Meng Nanxing bustling in the kitchen, he felt a twinge of curiosity. It was unusual for her to cook, as she typically either prepared meals herself or ordered takeout. Shaking his head, he chose to disregard it and continued to contemplate his upcoming plans. The next afternoon, in Boss Zhang's villa, a man clad in a deep blue striped suit presented himself with an air of refinement, akin to an elite from the financial sector. Xiao Lu, allow me to introduce you to Mr. Lu from our company. They shook hands, and another individual, an engineer responsible for the specific design proposals, was also present. Prior to their arrival, Boss Zhang had briefed them about Lu Ying's intention to construct a safe haven. However, upon seeing Lu Ying's youthful appearance, both men were taken aback, speculating that he might be the scion of a wealthy family. Designing a sanctuary for the apocalypse was not a venture that just anyone could afford. Lu Ying briefly articulated his vision, while the rock-solid company engineer produced a tablet, unveiling a series of design proposals complete with detailed descriptions. These included the materials required for the apocalypse safe house, the types of disasters or weaponry it could withstand, as well as provisions for water, electricity, and communication. Naturally, their core technological secrets and essential materials were all substituted with various codes. Lu Ying nodded in satisfaction, apart from the professional presentations. Many affluent individual shelters throughout Yun City and the nation were designed and constructed by the rock-solid company. Mr. Lu, would it be possible for you to take me to the site? Rest assured, we will protect your privacy and will not disclose any information, including a confidentiality agreement for any future collaborations, Mr. Lu remarked with a smile. The trio bid farewell to Boss Zhang, with the two representatives of the rock-solid company following Lu Ying in a black SUV. Upon arriving at the tunnel site, Lu Ying retrieved a flashlight he had prepared in advance, and the three ventured into the tunnel to inspect it. The two representatives from the rock company exhibited little surprise, as they had previously dealt with such tunnels. Mr. Lu, aside from safety concerns, do you have any other requirements that we should incorporate into the design plan? The engineer inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ying responded, the echo within the tunnel is quite pronounced. This must be addressed. Additionally, I wish for the two largest rooms to be expanded outward, preferably with windows installed. Aside from the two entrances at either end of the tunnel, there are only a few discrete ventilation openings that have been pre-reserved in concealed locations, which will later be connected to a ventilation system. A shelter without windows can foster a sense of despair and prolonged survival. After documenting Lu Ying's requests and opinions, the three of them departed, awaiting the arrival of the design team for data measurements. Lu Ying proceeded to the Yun City Civil Shooting Range, taking advantage of this time to hone her marksmanship. Under the guidance of the staff, Lu Ying presented her identification for registration and was subsequently led to the shooting area. After traversing the bulletproof passage, she arrived at the range, where a safety officer instructed her on the use of firearms. However, at the Yun shooting range, both pistols and rifles were secured on a rotating chain, and the selection of firearms was limited, with ammunition costs being rather steep. A Glock pistol's ammunition cost 15 per round, while the AKM assault rifle and a few foreign assault rifles, though limited in variety, were primarily chambered in 5.6, with rifle ammunition priced at 20 per round. Additionally, there were bolt-action sniper rifles, also costing 20 per round. After some consideration, Lu Ying purchased 300 rounds of pistol ammunition, 300 rounds of rifle ammunition, and 50 rounds of sniper bullets. Following the safety officer's instructions, Lu Ying began her practice. The sound of gunfire echoed as she fired 17 rounds, feeling a surge of confidence as all her shots found the target. The safety officer announced her shooting results. Bang, bang, bang. Once the pistol ammunition was expended, she transitioned to the rifle. Adhering to the safety officer's guidance, Lu Ying assumed a standard shooting stance, resting the rifle against her shoulder, aligning the front sight and rear aperture to aim at the upper two-thirds of the target, stabilizing her breath before squeezing the trigger. With a bang, the gun discharged, and as she gradually finished the 30 rounds, her results were revealed. Although she did not achieve a perfect score of 10, every shot was on target. The safety officer was somewhat astonished. While her shooting performance did not rival theirs, it was commendable for someone experiencing firearms for the first time. As the gunfire continued, Lu Ying expended all her ammunition from the 3 types of firearms, feeling satisfied as she paid and prepared to leave. Before departing, she signed up for a membership card, vowing to return every morning for practice. After exiting the shooting range, Lu Ying made her way to the Yun City Knife Technique Research Club. The proprietor and instructor here possesses extensive knowledge of traditional martial arts and knife techniques, enjoying a notable reputation throughout Yun City and the broader Midwest region. Coach Wang, who had trained in martial arts since childhood, excelled in weaponry, particularly in knife techniques, having won various martial arts awards. At approximately 40 years of age, Coach Wang maintained a well-proportioned physique, a resolute countenance, and bright, piercing eyes, displaying none of the typical midlife punch. In addition to participating in a variety of activities, Coach Wang has numerous disciples who manage to dedicate one day each week for discussions. After careful deliberation, it was determined that Lu Ying would practice alongside Coach Wang's disciples, while Coach Wang would allocate one afternoon each week for personalized instruction with Lu Ying. The total fee for private lessons, combined with regular practice sessions over 3 months, amounted to 30,000 yuan. Once all formalities were completed, and seizing the opportunity of Coach Wang's availability that day, Lu Ying swiftly donned her training attire and began her studies with a wooden sword. "Little Lu, do you have a desire to learn sword techniques?" Coach Wang inquired. In recent years, with the resurgence of traditional culture and the influence of films and television, many young people have developed an interest in such practices. Nearly half of the disciples at the club fall into this category. However, the majority are drawn to more performative styles of swordsmanship. In today's lawful society, even if one masters these techniques, opportunities to apply them are scant. Furthermore, once a sword is sharpened, it is classified as a controlled weapon. Coach Wang presumed that Lu Ying shared this inclination, likely seeking to learn merely for show, perhaps to purchase a costume or armor, and to capture photographs or videos. "Coach, I wish to learn practical sword techniques, preferably those that are easy to grasp," Lu Ying expressed. Chapter 5. Swordsmanship and Archery. Coach Wang raised an eyebrow in surprise. Taking a thorough look at Lu Ying, the young man displayed a robust physique, vibrancy in his spirit, and a pair of keen eyes that exuded an extraordinary aura. It was evident that he had previously trained in martial arts. With his extensive background in combat, Coach Wang could discern Lu Ying's prior experience at a mere glance. Nodding thoughtfully, Coach Wang remarked, "There are practical sword techniques that are relatively easy to grasp. However, prior to that, you must first practice the fundamental knife skills." He proceeded to instruct Lu Ying on 4 essential movements: the chop, the lift, the slash, and the thrust. "Pay close attention," he added, demonstrating the techniques while elucidating the importance of precise force application, particularly focusing on the elbow, hip, and core. After completing his demonstration, Lu Ying practiced the chopping motion, coordinating it with footwork under Coach Wang's guidance. Once Lu Ying had a solid grasp of the chopping technique and applied the correct force, they moved on to the remaining 3 foundational knife skills. Over the course of the afternoon, Lu Ying successfully mastered these 4 movements, a testament to both Coach Wang's high level of expertise and his dedicated instruction, as well as Lu Ying's early training in martial arts, which had ingrained in him an instinctive understanding of proper force application. After mastering these movements, they transitioned into fluid practice. Coach Wang nodded in approval, silently commending Lu Ying's speed of learning and perceptiveness. "Little Lu, we shall conclude today's training here. Practice these introductory movements for a week, and after that, I will impart a complete set of advanced sword techniques to you." "Understood, Coach," Lu Ying replied, nodding before changing clothes and taking a shower before departing. That evening, Lu Ying opened a shopping application on his phone and navigated to the Extreme Cold store, selecting cold-resistant garments. The products developed by Extreme Cold Company are primarily supplied to polar expedition teams and those valiant enough to conquer the highest peaks of snow-capped mountains. However, for bulk purchases, one must contact their customer service. Upon reaching them, he arranged for a complete set of cold-resistant gear suitable for temperatures of -70 degrees, including thermal underwear, gloves, scarves, goggles, earmuffs, and hoods, among other essentials. Additionally, he ordered sleeping bags and insulated tents. The total expenditure amounted to over 2 million, with delivery expected within a week. At the Yunming City Archery Club, the only self-defense equipment available for purchase, aside from cold weapons, was archery gear. However, the use of bows and arrows posed significant challenges and required extensive practice. As for future supplies, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, not only would humanity evolve, but so too would flora and fauna. In due course, one could forge bows and arrows from these evolved organisms. Moreover, as evolution progresses, aside from certain special abilities that could enhance firearm potency, the efficacy of conventional weapons would diminish. Nevertheless, firearms would remain the most effective means of dealing with malevolent individuals of one's own kind. The shelter served as a sanctuary, and with the spatial ring, he had amassed a considerable stockpile of resources, which would ensure a comfortable existence in the post-apocalyptic world. However, to safeguard these provisions, one must possess formidable strength. Having endured betrayal in a previous life and witnessed the grim realities thereof, Lu Ying momentarily refrained from entertaining thoughts of aligning with any factions or establishing her own. Human nature is notoriously inscrutable. Upon entering the Chinching Archery Club, she found the venue sparsely populated. Approaching the counter, a young woman, seemingly in her early 20s, promptly rose to greet her. "Hello, may I inquire if you offer personal coaching sessions?" Lu Ying asked. The attendant behind the counter paused, taken aback. Most patrons frequenting the club were merely there for casual enjoyment, with few capable of purchasing personal training sessions. Good day, sir. Our club offers monthly, quarterly, annual, and biennial memberships for professional courses. Which would you like to know more about? Quarterly course, please. Subsequently, another staff member led Lu Ying to the lounge area, where a robust middle-aged man descended from the upper level of the club. This instructor bore no resemblance to the muscular trainers often seen in gyms. Instead, he exuded a rugged demeanor reminiscent of a man from the steppes. This is Coach Mori-jin. You may discuss the details of the professional course with him, the attendant said before returning to the counter. Have you practiced archery before? Coach Mori-jin inquired. Lu Ying shook her head. Not to worry. I shall teach you from the ground up. Follow me, and let us take a look, he replied, standing up and guiding Lu Ying to the second floor. The second floor was even less crowded, yet the individuals present appeared more skilled, with the targets set at greater distances than those below. Coach Mori-jin retrieved a glossy traditional bow from the wall and slung a quiver over his shoulder. He leaned in to whisper a few words to another instructor. At the sound of a whistle, all ongoing shooters paused, while staff members swiftly approached the targets to retrieve the arrows, with one preparing for a new setup. Once the area was cleared, Coach Mori-jin drew his bow and released arrows with remarkable precision. Whoosh, 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 10 arrows flew in succession, all striking the bullseye. The venue erupted in gasps and applause. Lu Ying swiftly resolved to enroll in a quarterly professional course, for the impending apocalypse loomed just 3 months away. The program consisted of 78 lessons, totaling 12,000 yuan. Coach Mori-jin selected a traditional bow from the wall to guide Lu Ying in her practice. As she attempted to draw the string, she found it remarkably effortless. Coach, this bow feels too light, she remarked. Raising an eyebrow, Coach Mori-jin explained. This bow has a draw weight of 35 pounds. Given your tall and strong physique, I chose this one for you. Typically, beginners use bows with a draw weight of around 25 pounds. He then retrieved another bow from the wall, which Lu Ying again drew with ease. After slowly relaxing the string, she shook her head, stating, this one is still too light. This bow has a draw weight of 60 pounds. My dear student, a bow cannot merely be drawn. It must be controlled with stability to suit you, Coach Mori-jin advised earnestly. Lu Ying shook his head nonchalantly and once again drew the bowstring, executing the motion smoothly numerous times. The coach's equipment is still too light, he remarked. This action drew the attention of nearby trainees and the other 3 coaches. That bow must be 60 pounds. Does he still think it's light? Commented one coach. Given his physique, he must have trained before, but he could only add about 10 more pounds at most, another trainee replied, shaking his head. The group paused their activities, whispering among themselves as they observed Lu Ying. Noticing how effortlessly Lu Ying was drawing the 60-pound bow, Coach Mo suggested, how about this? Choose a bow for yourself from the wall. Lu Ying nodded and walked directly toward the largest bow. The spectators in the venue began to murmur about this scene. I can't be mistaken, that bow has the heaviest draw weight in the entire club, a staggering 180 pounds. Even Coach Mo can barely shoot a few arrows with it, one coach remarked, clearly believing Lu Ying was overestimating himself. As Lu Ying retrieved the sleek, dark bow, another coach scoffed. He really thinks of himself as a strong man. Let us see how he handles it when he turns red in the face and can't draw it back. Coach Mo sighed and shook his head, lamenting. Today's youth truly do not know their limits. I must intervene promptly to prevent any injuries. Although the voices of discussion were hushed, Lu Ying possessed hearing far beyond the ordinary, and the words of the crowd stirred no ripples within him. Chapter 6. Design Proposal for the Doomsday Fortress. Lu Ying stood firm, testing the bowstring, which felt significantly heavier than the previous one, yet it still lacked the desired weight. Unfortunately, there were no larger or heavier bows available here. He then nocked an arrow, and with a swift release, although his aim was somewhat lacking. The entire process was remarkably smooth, devoid of the blushing embarrassment others had anticipated. Coach Mo's gaze sharpened, a sense of astonishment welled within him, being closest to Lu Ying. He perceived the nuances most clearly. Lu Ying retrieved another arrow, executing the motion as fluidly as before, his control over the bow steady and unwavering. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He released 10 arrows in succession, showing no signs of fatigue, his complexion normal and breathing steady. The shooting range fell into a profound silence. Everyone captivated by an overwhelming sense of awe. This 180-pound traditional bow is rarely managed with such stability by any archer, and given Lu Ying's composure, it was evident he possessed an innate strength, akin to a formidable warrior of ancient times. This thought burgeoned in the minds of the onlookers, particularly among several coaches, who shifted from mere spectators to admirers. Although Lu Ying's accuracy needed refinement, something that could be achieved through diligent practice, his ability to draw and maintain control of a 180-pound bow was beyond what mere training could accomplish. Coach Mo approached Lu Ying, regarding him with the fascination one might reserve for a curiosity. "Lu, what have you been nourished with?" The crowd collectively rolled their eyes. Subsequently, Coach Mo elaborated on the intricacies of archery, demonstrating techniques and imparting wisdom. As arrows flew from Lu Ying's bow, his accuracy improved, and he began to hit the target, occasionally striking the bullseye. Mastery in archery necessitates extensive practice over time. That night, the sound of Meng Nanxing's weeping echoed through the room, soon followed by a tempest of chaos. Lu Ying, however, displayed no compassion towards the enchanting figure before him. Meng Nanxing, enduring her pain, cautiously searched through Lu Ying's garments once he fell into a deep slumber, yet she found no trace of the ring. Tears welled in her eyes. Mingled with a surge of indignation, she understood that Lu Ying had transformed into a beast out of vengeance, but until she recovered the ring and the sacred tome, she could only endure in silence. Bitten lip, she dared not make any sudden movements and eventually drifted into a troubled sleep. The following morning, a call came from the team delivering the generator units, announcing their arrival at the eastern outskirts of Yun City. Lu Ying promptly drove over, guiding the truck carrying the generator to a clearing halfway up the mountain. The truck was equipped with hoisting apparatus, which placed a gray container onto the platform near the cave's entrance. Originally, Lu Ying had considered arranging for a simple rain shelter for the construction team today, but the outer container of the generator equipment alleviated that concern. In the morning, Lu Ying proceeded to the Jingxian Club and the shooting range to continue his practice, including learning about firearm maintenance and disassembly. In the afternoon, he visited various independent pharmacies in Yunmeng City to inquire about procurement matters, traversing every major pharmacy in the Eastern District, yet none were willing to part with their supplies. After the apocalypse, due to the enhancements made to the body, common ailments such as fevers and colds have become exceedingly rare. Despite their low probability, one must remain vigilant. Besides the threat posed by zombies and mutated flora and fauna, one must also guard against fellow humans, especially fellow humans who, driven by the instinct for survival, may resort to anything, often leading to violent confrontations. In addition to possessing significant strength, should one sustain injuries, it is imperative to have access to medicines and disinfectants for timely treatment. It seems prudent to seek out smaller pharmacies for discussions, thought Lu Ying. The following morning, Lu, the head of Pancher Company, called to inform Lu Ying that the design plan had been completed. They arranged to meet at the tunnel at 2 o'clock that afternoon. After finishing his training and having a meal, Lu Ying hurried to the tunnel platform, where Lu and the engineers were already waiting. The engineer opened a laptop to present the design plan, showcasing the rendered images and videos they had prepared. The trio activated their flashlights and entered the tunnel, where the engineer elaborated on the details, beginning with the tunnel's entrance. "Mr. Lu, the entrance features a protective airtight door, 60 centimeters thick, made entirely of composite armored material, reinforced with lead on the inner side, as well as other special materials. This door weighs a staggering 9 tons, capable of withstanding explosions and effectively preventing the ingress of harmful gases into the tunnel. The materials used for the door had been tested by Pancher Company, proving impervious even to armor-piercing projectiles of 155 millimeters in caliber. Upon passing through the entrance, to the left lies a decontamination chamber, located 10 meters from the door, which will also be fitted with a 30-centimeter thick blast door, employing the same airtight technology. Both doors are embedded in the mountainside and further reinforced. Each door utilizes distinct opening mechanisms. One is controlled by an electric system, requiring only an unlock and a press of a button for automatic operation, while the other is a manual mechanism, allowing for operation in the event of an electrical failure. Though somewhat laborious, it is manageable by an adult. Beyond these 2 doors lies the living quarters. The walls within the entire tunnel are fortified with a special alloy to ensure the safety of the shelter. Additionally, soundproofing materials have been employed to mitigate echo within the tunnel. 2 sets of air filtration and ventilation systems have been installed to purify smoke and toxic gases, with the conduits leading to the outside strategically concealed within the mountainside. The water and electrical systems are meticulously planned. At a bend in the tunnel, there exists a culvert teeming with mountain spring water, adjacent to which a filtration and electric heating system has been established. The power system is housed in a room located at another bend in the tunnel, where a high-capacity generator is installed to supply electricity for the entire tunnel. Furthermore, dehumidifiers have been installed every 20 meters within the cavern, and a sewage pipeline leads to the rear of the mountain, with plans for camouflage and protection in place for the future. At the end of the tunnel lies another exit to the outside, also secured with a 30-centimeter thick blast door. This exit is positioned on a hillside, serving as an evacuation route, with the exterior similarly disguised. Upon entering the master bedroom, the engineer, adhering to Lu Ying's specifications, proceeded to install a window, Given the bedroom's proximity to the mountainous region, the engineer created an opening on the mountainside and fitted it with shatterproof and bulletproof glass. This window can be opened from both the interior and exterior, each equipped with a protective mechanism made of the same material as the blast-proof door, allowing for immediate closure or opening. The same configuration applies to another room. Furthermore, the entire tunnel is equipped with over 70 discrete high-definition infrared cameras, ensuring comprehensive surveillance of both the external environment and the internal areas. An independent monitoring system has been established within the tunnel, which will not be connected to the internet. Additionally, a communication-based station exists within a 5-kilometer radius of the nearby village, which will be integrated into the communication system post-construction. However, it is important to note that the external communication system remains entirely segregated from the tunnel's internal system, which is a self-contained unit designed to thwart any external breaches. In accordance with Lu Ying's requests, the tunnel is fitted with a heating and air conditioning system, and both the master bedroom and other rooms have been enhanced with fireplaces and electric heating devices. All designs align seamlessly with Lu Ying's psychological expectations. The Pancher Company has committed to completing the entire shelter within 2.5 months. The total cost for the tunnel's renovation and fortification amounts to 112 million. The contract was signed on the spot. Lu Ying paid a deposit of 22,400,000, with the remaining balance to be settled within 6 months of the project's completion. The agreement reached brought satisfaction to both parties. After the deposit was paid, Lu Ying retained over 30 million in her account. Chapter 7. Acquiring the pharmacy and purchasing firearms. Upon returning to the exotic cuisine restaurant in the western region of Yun City, Lu Ying approached the owner directly, ordering 200 jin of braised beef and 2 whole roasted lambs daily for a consecutive span of 2.5 months. Were it not for the limited staff and the need to cater to other patrons, Lu Ying would have preferred to reserve the entire establishment solely for his own culinary indulgence. This endeavor cost him over 1.5 million yuan, however. The quality of the cuisine justified the expenditure. In addition to this restaurant, Lu Ying planned to dine at various eateries each day, with the intention of sourcing bulk purchases from those that met his culinary standards, thereby enriching his existence in the impending apocalypse. He perused an online shopping platform, locating jet skis, and after a thorough search, placed an order for 2 at a total cost of 80,000 yuan. Lu Ying intended to gather supplies at the southern suburb freight station and storage area on the night the apocalypse struck, avoiding all surveillance by navigating a rural waterway. A torrential downpour was anticipated on that day, with citywide power outages commencing after 7 p.m. The jet skis were vital for ensuring Lu Ying could safely return to his mountain sanctuary after collecting all necessary provisions. Recently, he had come across an advertisement for the transfer of a pharmacy. The establishment, known as Xiaotang, a hybrid of Western and traditional Chinese medicine, was located in the western district of Yun City. Driving swiftly to Xiaotang, Lu Ying met with the owner, Mr. Zhang, and began a tour of the pharmacy. The establishment spanned over 100 square meters, with the left side dedicated entirely to Western pharmaceuticals, boasting a comprehensive range, particularly in the areas of antibiotics, antiseptics, and consumables that piqued Lu Ying's interest. The right side was lined with various Chinese medicinal herbs, filling the entire wall, along with a small storage room for additional herbs. Mr. Lu, the lease for the pharmacy expires at the end of December this year. We have completed an inventory of all medications for the entire pharmacy, including the stock. I can offer it to you for 2.7 million, Mr. Zhang proposed. Lu Ying shook his head. Mr. Zhang, 2.7 million is exorbitant. I urge you to reconsider. Mr. Zhang was taken aback. Although he had encountered several potential buyers recently, he had never before encountered such a negotiating tactic. Mr. Lu, an hour later, Lu Ying departed the pharmacy with a smile, having successfully negotiated the final price down to 2.55 million, saving himself 150,000. Once he returned in a few days to finalize the paperwork, Lu Ying planned to transfer all the medications into his storage ring. The pharmacy's documentation was complete, and he intended to contact his pharmaceutical partners to procure additional medications, especially specialty drugs and supplies for treating injuries. With these matters resolved, particularly with the impending construction of the Doomsday fortress, Lu Ying felt a sense of reassurance. In the following week, he planned to travel to America to acquire a stock of light weapons and ammunition. All necessary procedures had been completed, and he had consulted a well-connected classmate who had identified a seller. As long as Lu Ying brought sufficient funds, a diverse array of weapons would be available. Junior sister, I must step out for a while. I anticipate being away for about a week, Lu Ying stated, perspiration glistening on his brow. Meng Nanxing clutched the pillow tightly, biting down on one corner while tears brimmed in her eyes, offering no response to Lu Ying. After a considerable period, Meng Nanxing regained his composure and, with a hint of tears in his voice, inquired, "What is so important?" "There is a significant project. The client has offered a generous sum, but the circumstances are somewhat complex, necessitating a trip to another province." "I see." That afternoon, Lu Ying boarded a flight bound for Niuyao, with a layover in a coastal city, taking a total of 26 hours to reach her destination. After seeing Lu Ying off, Meng Nanxing settled into a tea room and poured himself a glass of red wine. Yet his mind was preoccupied with the whereabouts of the ring and the books that Lu Ying had concealed. During this time, Meng Nanxing had searched every conceivable location, including Lu Ying's grand vehicle, but to no avail. "Where on earth have you hidden these items?" he murmured to himself, quickly analyzing the current situation. Meng Nanxing deduced that having been reborn, Lu Ying, possessing her spatial ring, would undoubtedly keep the ring and the books on her person or conceal them in an exceedingly secretive location. Recently, Lu Ying had been acting mysteriously, and Meng Nanxing was aware that she was likely preparing for the impending apocalypse. Through Mr. Zhang, he had learned of Lu Ying's efforts in constructing a sanctuary. With the establishment of the sanctuary, the next logical step would be the accumulation of supplies. Meng Nanxing recalled a conversation he had with a worker at the Nanjiao freight station in his previous life, who mentioned a batch of grain and various energy supplies purchased by the Japanese. "Brother, once the apocalypse descends, you will certainly go to the Nanjiao freight station to retrieve those items, won't you?" Meng Nanxing speculated that Lu Ying would prepare everything, including the sanctuary and a vast array of supplies, before the impending snowstorm. If he could seize these provisions after she completed her preparations, it would be a remarkable twofold gain. Meng Nanxing took a sip of red wine, a smile gracing his lips, as his earlier concerns and gloom dissipated entirely. Exiting the terminal, he was greeted by his classmate, Yang Xian, with whom he had previously made arrangements. They shared a warm embrace, then took a car to a restaurant for a meal before returning to the apartment that Yang Xian had rented in advance for him. "Yingzi, here's the list, detailing all the light weapons the seller can provide." Yang Xian presented a stack of translated colored photographs and descriptions of firearms, featuring an array of handguns, rifles, sniper rifles, shotguns, grenades, and even individual rocket launchers. Among the many well-known firearms in America, such as the AR-15, M4, and 416 Hong Kong dollars, the AK series was also prominently featured, showcasing an impressive selection. Lu Ying, astonished, reviewed all the types of weapons and then turned to Yang Xian, asking, "Brother, is this seller reliable?" Yang Xian chuckled lightly and replied, "Yingzi, legitimate gun shops require background checks, green cards, and firearm permits. Do you possess any of these? If I were to act as your purchasing agent, it would take over 10 days to complete the background checks. To meet your urgent needs, we can only turn to these professionals. You need not worry about their credibility. As long as you have the funds, they will cater to your every demand, treating you as if you were a deity." Lu Ying nodded after careful consideration, ultimately opting for a handgun, an assault rifle, a sniper rifle, and fragmentation grenades, in addition to 2 rocket launchers and their respective ammunition. He selected 2 Glock G17s and 2 HK416s, complete with a full set of tactical accessories, as well as 2 Barrett M82A1 50 caliber sniper rifles. Evaluating the prices of the firearms, he noted that a Barrett M82A1, including a scope, cost 20,000, with each round priced at 7 and each shot costing at least 2 more. The 416 Hong Kong dollars was surprisingly priced at 15,000, with bullets costing 1 each. The 2 handguns totaled 3,000, with bullets at 0.70 each. Lu Ying decided to purchase 10,000 rounds for the Barrett M82A1, 20,000 rounds for the 416 Hong Kong dollars, and 5,000 rounds for the handguns. The M67 fragmentation grenades were 200 each, and he ordered 100, summing to 20,000. Additionally, he acquired 2 RPG-7 rocket launchers, each priced at 2,000, totaling 4,000, with each rocket costing 700. He ordered 100 anti-tank rockets and 100 high-explosive rounds. The entire arsenal of weapons and ammunition amounted to over 160,000, prompting Lu Ying to prepare 200,000, equivalent to more than 1 per million. He decided to convert the remaining funds entirely into ammunition. The following day, after Yang Xian departed, Lu Ying enjoyed a restful sleep, and by the afternoon, Yang Xian took him to a multinational bank to withdraw 200,000. The next morning, a tall, bald Caucasian wearing sunglasses arrived at the house Lu Ying rented, accompanied by 2 bodyguards in black suits and sunglasses, driving a luxurious vehicle and a cargo van. Upon meeting, the bald man warmly embraced Lu Ying, exclaiming, "Greetings, esteemed guest from the mysterious Orient." After a round of trivial pleasantries, Lu Ying produced the prepared cash, prompting a broad smile from the bald man, who then led Lu Ying to the cargo van parked at the entrance. Inside, all the weapons and ammunition prepared for Lu Ying were neatly organized in boxes. After a brief count, Lu Ying nodded in satisfaction, and the bald man instructed his two subordinates to transport all the weapons and ammunition into the room. As they were leaving, the bald man embraced Lu Ying once more, saying, "Oh, my esteemed guest, should you have such an order in the future, please inform me in advance. We shall provide the warmest service." He winked at Lu Ying, placing particular emphasis on the word warm. Lu Ying, understanding that he was being treated as a lamb to the slaughter, cursed the unscrupulous merchants of the West inwardly, thinking, "Thank you and your entire family." Yet, upon reflection, he realized that in the post-apocalyptic world, the digits in his account held little significance. Cash was worth less than toilet paper. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Once Yang Xian departed, Lu Ying stored all the weapons and ammunition in his space. On the following day, Lu Ying rented a car and hired a driver to leave for the outdoor shooting range, citing a desire for experience. In the afternoon, he informed Yang Xian that he had pressing matters that required his return to his homeland. While regarding the firearms, Lu Ying indicated he would store them at the shooting range. The day after his return, Meng Nanxing appeared transformed, regaining his previous brightness. Leaning against Lu Ying, he felt as if he were a mere rag doll, utterly sore all over, for during this time, there was no moment of peace as long as Lu Ying was present. After taking a shower, he made his way to the tea room. Just as Lu Ying brewed the tea, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, anger and hatred surged within him, but he took a deep breath to calm himself. "Hello, you foolish son. Why did it take you so long to answer?" Came a light-hearted teasing voice from the other end. It was Li Ling. "What's the matter?" Lu Ying replied, his tone level. At 8 p.m., in room 307 of the East Zhou banquet in Yun City University Town, Chinching and a few classmates are having dinner together. "Really?" Lu Ying instinctively exclaimed in surprise, glancing at the time. Today was November 15th, a Friday, marking 1 week since his rebirth. He recalled that on this very night in his previous life, the gathering included 3 girls alongside the 2 lads, whose intentions were to indulge in frivolity, but Lu Ying had outright declined. After their meal concluded at 10:30 p.m., he returned directly home. Later, Li Ling and Lu Qianji accompanied those 3 girls to Li Ling's nearby rented apartment. Eventually, Lu Ying learned that 2 of those girls had boyfriends studying at Yunming University. Contemplating this, Lu Ying made a decision. "All right, I shall see you at 8. Lu Ying texted back to Li Ling, checking the time. It was only 5 p.m. Lu Ying drove his luxurious vehicle to a men's clothing store, where he purchased a black long trench coat with a hood and placed it in the trunk. He recalled that Zhang Zong's daughter, Zhang Jinshu, also attended Yunming University and should be able to provide the phone numbers of the 2 girls' boyfriends. Previously, Lu Ying's master, Lu Xuanji, shared a close bond with Zhang Zong, who had been quite accommodating towards Lu Ying and Meng Nanxing. Furthermore, during his university years, apart from working with his master, Lu Ying often assisted Zhang Zong's daughter with her studies during weekends and holidays. Thus, he had developed a cordial relationship with Zhang Jinshu. He opened his phone's contact list and dialed her number. "Hello, little Lu. What brings you to seek this fairy?" came Zhang Jinshu's languid voice. "Zhang, I get lost." Before Lu Ying could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Jinshu's somewhat irate tone. "Fairy Zhang, I wish to inquire about 2 individuals. Now that's more like it. Go ahead, little Lu." Lu Ying relayed the names Lu Xiao and Zui Yaoyao and asked who their boyfriends were, hoping to acquire their phone numbers. "Little Lu, confess honestly. Are you planning to poach?" "My goodness, you're quite the ambitious one, aiming for 2 at once." "Jinshu, I am not jesting. These 2 young women have grown close to my junior apprentice, and recently I have heard some unsettling news. I wish to ascertain the truth." Lu Ying offered a rather clumsy excuse. Zhang Jinshu, however, remained unfazed, her heart ignited with the flames of gossip. "Little Lu, do share any juicy tidbits with this fairy. Rest assured, I shall merely inquire about this information without revealing your identity," Lu Ying replied earnestly. "Enough chatter. I will provide you with the information in half an hour." With that, the call ended. Lu Ying shook her head. Zhang Jinshu, with her vibrant and lively disposition, had entered the sanctuary alongside Zhang after the apocalypse struck, and it was later rumored that she was thriving. With a swift press of the accelerator, Lu Ying made her way to Yunming University Town, finding a relatively secluded spot to park and rest for a moment. During her journey, Zhang Jinshu had already sent over the names and phone numbers of those 2 young women's boyfriends. By 7:50 p.m., Lu Ying had arrived at the private room 307 of Dongzhou banquet. Li Ling and Lu Qianji had been waiting. Li Ling, with his refined and handsome appearance, tall and striking in a casual suit, exuded an aura of a stoic, unattainable idol, though Lu Ying understood that he was merely a facade. Lu Qianji, on the other hand, was a muscular figure, devoted to fitness, with a rugged and resolute visage, clad in a black tank top that showcased his physique. Upon seeing the two, despite having mentally prepared herself, Lu Ying was overwhelmed by a surge of intense hatred and murderous intent. "Hey, are you constipated?" Lu Qianji asked, puzzled. Hearing his voice, Lu Ying took a deep breath and forced a stiff smile. "Silly boy." Chapter 8. Madness 607. 3 young ladies entered, each adorned in distinct styles, yet all exhibiting exquisite makeup. Their attire, bags, and watches exuded an air of luxury. Each girl possessed her own charm. Lu Xiao was gentle and graceful, Zui Yao Yao was petite and adorable, while the third embodied the aloof elegance of a sophisticated woman. The atmosphere at the table was lively, with Lu Ying occasionally interjecting a comment before lapsing into silence, listening to the mundane chatter that rendered the meal rather tedious. However, her mind was preoccupied with anticipation for the unfolding drama that awaited after dinner. Throughout the evening, the cool and composed woman across from her cast flirtatious glances in Lu Ying's direction, yet Lu Ying remained oblivious, her thoughts consumed by her forthcoming plans. "What are you daydreaming about?" Lu Qianji inquired softly. Regaining her focus, Lu Ying replied, "Oh, it's nothing. I just have a bit of a headache. Perhaps from a restless night." She deflected. "Come on, spill it. What were you really up to last night?" Lu Qianji pressed playfully, emphasizing the word up to. Li Ling wore a knowing smile, while the 3 girls exchanged furtive glances toward Lu Yu. "Is it the Emperor of Bathing? He must be quite busy with matters at night," Li Ling remarked with a grin. As the playful laughter echoed around her, Lu Ying chuckled and thought to herself, "I hope you are still able to laugh later." Glancing at her watch, she noted it was already 10:15 p.m. With a smile, she announced, "It's getting late, and my headache is becoming quite severe. Please, continue without me." Despite their attempts to persuade her to stay, Lu Ying politely declined and departed. She made her way directly to the residence of the Emperor of Bathing, donning a trench coat, hat, and mask to conceal her identity, remaining hidden in the vicinity of the establishment. As time slipped away, it soon reached 10:30 p.m., and Li Ling, Lu Qianji, and the 3 young ladies descended the stairs to the entrance of the building. Lu Ying retrieved a second phone, switched off the supplementary light, adjusted the camera settings, and zoomed in to capture images of Li Ling and her companions in the brightly lit area outside the establishment. They were all laughing merrily as they headed towards an apartment on another street. Li Ling's residence was located on the 6th floor, apartment 607. Watching as they entered the elevator, Lu Ying swiftly dashed to the adjacent stairwell and ascended rapidly. As she gently pushed open the stairwell door, she found them gathered at the entrance of 607, attempting to unlock the door. Once they all entered, Lu Ying stealthily approached the doorway. Faint sounds of water could be discerned from within, indicating someone was showering. After a short while, Lu Ying began to hear indistinct sounds emanating from the room, which left her both astonished and somewhat speechless. She had assumed that the two would be engaging separately, yet the noises suggested they were clearly together. Goodness, she thought. I never anticipated they would be so audacious. Subsequently, Lu Ying retreated to the stairwell and sent the photos via text to the boyfriends of the 2 girls, accompanied by a message detailing the apartment address, floor, room number, and the door lock code. In a previous life, during the onset of the apocalypse, Lu Ying and her companions had resided here for a time, thus she was familiar with the code. However, she was uncertain whether it had been changed in this life. Even if the code did not match, she knew that law enforcement would arrive shortly thereafter. After 5 minutes, Lu Ying dialed the phone number of the Public Security Bureau, reporting the gathering of individuals engaged in lewd activities and the potential for ensuing violent conflicts. However, this mobile phone card was not Lu Ying's. It was obtained years ago by Master Lu Xuanji, who had acquired someone else's registered card along with their personal information. Having completed this task, Lu Ying concealed herself in the stairwell, attentively monitoring the movements of the elevator. About 10 minutes later, the elevator doors opened, and 6 aggressive young men emerged, striding directly towards room 607. After entering the passcode, they rushed inside, and cries of anguish and shouts erupted from within, followed by the sounds of bodies colliding with the walls and chairs being dragged. The passcode still works. The commotion drew the attention of other residents, who opened their doors to investigate, quickly gathering at the entrance. Lu Ying removed her hat but kept her mask on, peering into the room from the back of the crowd. Inside, 4 individuals were mercilessly beating the exposed Li Ling and Lu Qianji, who were huddled against the wall, their bodies being assaulted by fists, feet, and even chairs. The 2 men curled up, protecting their vital areas, emitting cries for help. Yet none of the onlookers dared to intervene. Entering that fray could lead to unwarranted suffering. Meanwhile, the boyfriends of the 2 girls were each yanking their girlfriend's hair, hurling insults and slaps, clearly intoxicated with rage, having likely invested heavily in the girl's attire. Shaking her head, Lu Ying made her way to the elevator entrance just as a team of 7 security personnel emerged, heading straight for room 607. Upon entering, the security officers shouted commands, and the individuals inside immediately ceased their assault upon seeing the uniformed officers. Lu Ying waited in a corner downstairs as the security team escorted the occupants of the room down. She observed Li Ling and Lu Qianji, their faces bloodied and limping, and couldn't help but chuckle at the sight. As the Bath Emperor made its way, Lu Ying, halfway through, discarded the phone card into the river, contemplating throwing the phone in as well. Back home, she brewed a pot of tea, savoring its fragrant warmth. This was merely the beginning. When the apocalypse arrived, she would exact her revenge, Lu Ying mused. Upon returning home, Meng Nanxing had already fallen asleep, her breathing steady yet her brow slightly furrowed. After a hot shower, Lu Ying cast a cold smile at the sight of the slumbering Meng Nanxing. How could she allow you to sleep so peacefully? Waking her, Lu Ying whispered softly in Meng Nanxing's ear. Junior sister. Senior brother, I feel a bit unwell, Meng Nanxing replied, her tearful face expressing a pitiful plea for mercy. As she lifted the covers, Lu Ying's gaze traveled downwards, noticing the exquisite beauty of Meng Nanxing's flushed face, glistening with a fine sheen of sweat under the light. Her delicate neck was pale and supple, with a remarkable curve that was striking. The elongated and voluptuous lines of her legs led down to her perfectly formed, dainty feet, with elegant, slender toes that resembled precious jade. With tears glistening in her eyes, Meng Nanxing's figure exuded a blend of trepidation and reluctant desire, evoking a sense of sympathy and longing. Lu Ying smiled gently, reassuring, do not be afraid. The small stove on the tea table continued to emit wisps of steam, accompanied by a soft hissing sound as the lid of the pot was pushed open by the bubbling steam. The water within had reached its boiling point, leaving droplets scattered across the table. 2 days later, Lu Ying learned that those 2 individuals had been criminally detained and were likely facing imprisonment. A thought that secretly delighted her. Should they indeed be sentenced to prison, she would merely need to inquire about their parents' respective addresses under the guise of a visit. Even if they received probation, it would suffice, as this period of detention would likely prove quite tormenting. Regardless, as long as she obtained their addresses. Once the apocalypse descended and the zombie virus erupted, she could simply pay them a visit to exact her vengeance. At the Maya Xiaotang pharmacy, Mr. Zhang bid farewell to Lu Ying with a cheerful expression, having completed all procedures, and she readily made her payment on the spot. The pharmacy was stocked with a comprehensive array of medications, primarily consisting of common remedies for colds, fevers, headaches, and the like. There were even some specialized medications, though the quantities of essential items such as alcohol, iodine, and gauze for disinfection and dressing were somewhat lacking. She resolved to procure more of these supplies from the pharmaceutical company on her next visit. After securing the roll-up doors at the pharmacy's entrance and windows, Lu Ying meticulously gathered all the medications from the shelves and the small storage room into her storage ring. Upon completing the collection of medicines, bandages, and alcohol, she glanced at the traditional Chinese medicine cabinet on the opposite wall. After a moment's contemplation, she waved her hand and decided to include it in her storage ring as well. She printed out the herbal prescriptions that Mr. Zhang had organized before his departure and stored them away. With the roll-up door raised a third of the way, she bent down and departed. Chapter 9. Procuring the blade and purchasing the bow in approximately 10 to 15 days. I shall contact the pharmaceutical company with which I previously collaborated to procure another batch of medicines sufficient for our needs. Once these tasks are completed, my daily routine will consist of practicing martial arts each morning, followed by archery at the club, and then firearms training at the shooting range. After a week of daily practice, I have progressed from indoor shooting to outdoor, where I began training on moving targets. To facilitate this, I invested an additional 5,000 yuan to hire a coach at the shooting range. During lunchtime, I make it a point to explore a different restaurant each day to savor the flavors of various dishes. If I find a particularly delightful fare, I take note of it for future bulk procurement to store in my supply space. In the afternoon, I drive to the warehouse district in the southern suburbs, where I locate the management department responsible for the area and rent a spacious 300 square meter warehouse situated at the far end of the complex. The rental cost is 18 yuan per square meter, totaling 32,400 yuan for a 6-month lease, with utilities billed monthly. This warehouse district is conveniently located near the southern suburbs freight train station, which facilitates the daily arrival of diverse goods from all corners of the country. Furthermore, it houses numerous logistics warehouses for major supermarkets, particularly those from overseas, each boasting storage areas of no less than 10,000 square meters, offering a plethora of goods to supply supermarkets across the Midwest region. In addition to supermarket logistics, the area also encompasses a variety of essential commodities, including coal, timber, automobiles, clothing, fruits, grains, and oils, addressing the diverse daily needs of the populace. Notably, the southern suburbs freight station sees a constant influx of freight trains, delivering an array of materials. The purpose of renting this warehouse is twofold: to facilitate observation and reconnaissance for resource scavenging once the apocalypse descends, and to serve as a receiving hub for delectable dishes from various restaurants, as the location of the shelter is unsuitable for such operations. After finalizing these arrangements, I drove the Emperor of Bath to the shelter, where a substantial amount of construction materials lay stacked on the hillside platform. The diesel generator was operational, and workers had commenced construction in the tunnel according to the design plan. I donned a hard hat provided by the foreman and entered the tunnel. Temporary electrical wiring had been installed overhead, illuminating the space as brightly as day. Currently, all various circulation systems and pipelines have been laid out, and the tunnel is undergoing reinforcement. The project manager assured me emphatically that everything would be completed within the contractual timeframe. After my visit, I departed in satisfaction. That same day, the cold weather gear I had ordered arrived. I unwrapped a set to try on. It proved not too bulky, and I stored all equipment in my spatial ring. Over the course of the week, I have thoroughly mastered the fundamentals of blade techniques. After observing my seamless execution, Coach Wong proceeded to teach me the formal blade technique known as the Wijideo. This technique, a synthesis of traditional Ryoha blade methods, was created by Elderly, embodying the philosophy that a blade is primarily a tool for cutting, yet it can also serve as a sword for thrusting. During times of war, this technique instilled fear in invading foes, compelling them to don iron collars, which significantly hampered their combat agility and led to even greater casualties among them. After introducing the knife techniques, Coach Wong personally demonstrated each move, showcasing their simplicity and practicality. Following the demonstration, Lu Ying picked up a wooden knife and practiced diligently under Coach Wong's guidance. Each move was executed with great care, while not difficult to master. Harnessing its full power required considerable effort. This set of knife techniques perfectly suited Lu Ying's needs, devoid of any complex maneuvers, focusing instead on straightforward actions such as slashing, chopping, and intercepting, with a strong emphasis on adaptability. At a rustic restaurant near the Chinching Club, they feasted on 2 roasted lamb legs, a pot of handheld meat, a generous platter of barbecued meats, and a colorful array of fruits and vegetables, complemented by strong liquor and horse milk wine. Lu Ying and Coach Mo indulged heartily, exchanging toasts at the table. Seizing the opportune moment, Lu Ying smiled and remarked, "Coach, I heard that the 180-pound hornbow in our club was brought over by you from your hometown?" Slightly inebriated, Coach Mo became alert, arching an eyebrow in curiosity at Lu Ying. "Ah, yes, what of it?" With a chuckle, Lu Ying inquired, "Coach, why not sell me that bow? The price is negotiable. After all, I am currently the only one in the club who can use it." Coach Mo shook his head resolutely. "Impossible, that bow is a family heirloom. I wouldn't sell it for any price." Realizing the true purpose of the meal, Coach Mo appreciated Lu Ying but was unwilling to part with the bow. After pondering, he suggested, "If you desire a high-poundage traditional bow, I can reach out to a few friends back home who might have some, though regarding the price." Lu Ying's heart leaped with joy, and he nodded without hesitation. "No problem, Coach, the price is negotiable, but I require a minimum of 180 pounds, with no upper limit. And the more, the better, preferably with arrows." "Ah, little Lu, I must ask you a serious question," Coach Mo said, sizing him up. "What on earth did you grow up eating?" Less than a week later, Coach Mo had results. They could procure 3 high-poundage horn bows, one at 180 pounds, another at 200 pounds, and a third at 240 pounds. Each bow would come with 12 arrows. The total for the 3 bows and 36 arrows amounted to 520,000. However, the number of arrows was still somewhat lacking, so Lu Ying inquired further. Ultimately, each bow was paired with 200 industrial arrows, bringing the total to 600 arrows for 240,000. This was merely the cost of the shafts. The arrowheads, willow leaf, spiral 3-blade, and plum needle would require an additional 48,000. Including all accessories such as finger tabs and quivers, the entire archery setup amounted to over $1 million. Upon returning home, Meng Nanxing looked at Lu Ying with a mix of fear and evasion. Lu Ying embraced him, saying, "Brother, I have to go on a business trip. My flight is tomorrow morning. Let us rest well today. We need to hurry to the airport tomorrow." Meng Nanxing's voice held a plea. "Rest assured, leave it to me." "Junior sister, let us rest well," he replied. Meng Nanxing bit her lip, a choked sound escaping her throat as tears streamed down her cheeks, her body trembling uncontrollably. Before long, the sound of weeping reverberated throughout the entire floor. The next morning, Meng Nanxing, burdened with an aching body, gingerly boarded the plane. He had already secured a hotel in a distant province, determined to leave for a while and return only when the apocalypse approached. In his mind, a plan had begun to take shape. In his previous life, Zhang's family had sought refuge in an opulent Doomsday stronghold, living quite comfortably. Meng Nanxing was aware that within that fortress resided many affluent individuals, and he intended to leverage his connection with Zhang to gain access to the stronghold after the cataclysm. Seeking allies therein. In his former existence, in pursuit of Liu Ying's enigmatic tome, he had prematurely engaged with the leader of a rival faction. Through their interactions, he learned that this faction served a gentleman of the Gao family, who resided within the fortress. It was said that this Gao scion wielded considerable influence and could provide various weapons and firearms during the apocalypse. Should he manage to collaborate with this gentleman? Utilizing his power to eliminate Liu Ying and reclaim the spatial ring, all resources, sanctuary, and the coveted tome would rightfully belong to him. In this scenario, all of Liu Ying's arduous endeavors would merely serve to adorn Meng Nanxing's ascent. Of course, this plan hinged upon the concealment of the spatial ring and the tome's existence. As for how to secure the Gao gentleman's cooperation, Meng Nanxing had already devised a strategy. A month slipped by in the blink of an eye, and on a particular day, he received a call informing him that the 6 blades crafted for Liu Ying by Yinling Hall were complete. In the afternoon, Liu Ying entered a designated room within the hall. Upon the table lay 6 blades arranged side by side, 3 Yinling swords, and 3 Tang horizontal knives. The middle-aged craftsman from the workshop stood nearby, lifting one of the Yinling swords and presenting it to Liu Ying. He weighed it in his hand, swinging it with ease. The sword measured approximately 3 feet 8 inches in length, roughly 127 centimeters, and 3 fingers in width. The blade was relatively straight, with a slight upward curve at the tip, featuring a false edge and a blood groove. The grip, made of a black composite material, was designed for comfort and non-slip handling, slightly elongated for two-handed use. The scabbard was crafted from sandalwood, partially wrapped in copper, adorned with exquisite engravings. The entire blade displayed intricate patterns, and none of the 6 swords were sharpened. The 3 Tang horizontal knives measured about 3 feet in length and were 2 fingers wide, characterized by a narrow and straight blade, also exhibiting complex designs. The material of the grip was identical to that of the Yinling swords, and the scabbard was similarly constructed from sandalwood, covered in brass. Mr. Liu, the middle-aged man, explained, "These 6 blades have been forged using techniques passed down through our Yinling Hall, combined with modern craftsmanship. The materials used for the blades are exceptional, with each one meticulously forged to achieve unparalleled hardness and resilience." He then produced 2 sheets of paper detailing the measurements of the 6 blades taken with modern instruments. Liu Ying nodded and addressed the middle-aged man. "Excellent, I would like to test them. Please, lead the way." Without hesitation, the craftsman, confident in his work, summoned an apprentice to carry the 6 blades, and they proceeded to the workshop. Once there, the apprentices retrieved a steel bar for stabilization and stepped aside. The 6 blades were forged by their master, the middle-aged man, who was quite renowned in the industry. Surprisingly, this young man requested to test the knives, but they were equally eager to witness the demonstration, given that nowadays, cold weapons are predominantly used for collection and display. Liu Ying drew forth a geese-wing saber. Gripping the hilt with both hands, and with a powerful swing, struck down upon a steel bar, producing a resounding thud. Neither the steel nor the saber was fractured. Several apprentices gathered around, their gazes fixated on the saber in Liu Ying's grasp, where the point of contact with the steel bar bore only a slight mark. One apprentice offered a pristine tissue, which, when applied to the mark, rendered it utterly invisible, leaving the blade unscathed and pristine. After testing all 6 knives, Liu Ying nodded in satisfaction. He then proceeded to the front hall, eyeing the display of daggers and short swords. Selecting 2 ordinary long swords for the purpose of honing his skills, each priced at 1,000. Additionally, he chose 5 outdoor short knives, each costing 13,000, and 5 short swords, each priced at 18,000. Combining these purchases with the remaining 200,000, he made a total payment of 357,000. On his way home, he also acquired a grinding machine, various grits of sandpaper, sharpening stones, and a belt sander, placing them in his storage space within the vehicle. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to research the techniques of blade sharpening and honing, recognizing that in the wake of the impending apocalypse, he would need to rely on his own resourcefulness to accomplish such tasks. Chapter 10. The 8 Styles of Swordsmanship Upon Returning Home. Coach Mo's custom-made 600 arrows for Liu Ying had arrived. After a day of diligent practice, aside from sharpening his blade, Liu Ying devoted himself to meticulously replacing and installing each of these arrows onto their shafts. Throughout this period, he had remained steadfast in his training of marksmanship, archery, and sword techniques, dedicating himself earnestly to each session. Particularly with firearms, he discharged several hundred rounds daily, and his unwavering focus yielded commendable results in fixed-target shooting, much to the satisfaction of his coach. However, his progress in archery was not as rapid. Coach Imo had set targets at distances of 20, 50, and 100 meters. After more than a month of practice, Lu Ying had commenced precision shooting from 100 meters. According to Coach Imo, aside from those exceptionally gifted individuals, the average person requires extensive, uninterrupted practice to achieve an instinctual level of accuracy. In comparison to these two disciplines, Lu Ying's advancement in swordsmanship was the swiftest. Today marked the evaluation of his practice with the Wuji sword technique. In the training hall of the club, all disciples donned their practice uniforms while Lu Ying, equipped with protective gear, wielded a wooden two-handed sword. His opponent was Li Lin, the youngest and most recently initiated disciple under Coach Wang, who brandished a Miao sword exceeding 1.6 meters in length. The two exchanged respectful salutes before Coach Wang issued the command to commence. Li Lin assumed a firm stance, both hands poised with his sword, while Lu Ying charged forward with great force, his wooden sword aimed directly at Li Lin's neck. As Lu Ying thrust his blade, Li Lin expertly deflected the strike, leveraging the momentum to counter. Lu Ying pivoted, his sword slicing towards Li Lin's throat, yet Li Lin adeptly blocked the blow. The two exchanged positions. With his longer sword, Li Lin launched a series of powerful downward strikes. Despite Lu Ying's defensive efforts, he was compelled to retreat under the relentless assault. After successfully blocking 3 consecutive strikes, Lu Ying summoned his strength to parry a fierce blow from Li Lin, then executed a powerful downward chop. Though Li Lin's swordsmanship surpassed Lu Ying's, having trained for several years, Lu Ying's enhanced physique and strength were remarkable. He leaped, his sword descending with tremendous force towards Li Lin's neck. In a thunderous clash, Li Lin's wooden Miao sword was shattered by Lu Ying's strike. And though Lu Ying's sword also broke, its edge rested against Li Lin's throat. In this bout, Lu Ying emerged victorious, not solely due to his swordsmanship, but rather his superior strength. Had the battle been judged solely on technique, Lu Ying would have found it impossible to breach Li Lin's defenses. Given that a month's practice cannot rival years of dedicated training, the spectators were astounded, particularly those who had recently joined, as the others understood the implications but were unprepared for the extent of Lu Ying's strength. The two fighters bowed respectfully before retreating. At this juncture, Coach Wang remarked, "Well done. Although your victory was achieved through strength, your adaptability and response during the fight, as well as those few strikes, clearly demonstrate significant progress over the past month. Moving forward, I will teach you the foundational sword techniques, which are, nonetheless, the most practical of basic skills. Pay close attention." As Coach Wang demonstrated with fluidity, executing intricate movements of swift strikes and defensive transitions, he articulated the essence of the technique, an interplay of offense and defense, with the blade rising from below and swiftly shifting to integrate defensive maneuvers. The artistry of the knife techniques lay in their rapid execution, precision, and the ability to catch opponents off guard. The stabbing motion, while an efficient offensive maneuver, was laden with risk, necessitating careful preparation before deployment. The horizontal slashes targeted the waist, arms, and legs, requiring a keen sense of timing and adaptability, as one must not be confined to mere forms but rather seize the moment with cunning. Lu Ying, wielding a wooden sword, meticulously mimicked Coach Wang's slow-motion demonstrations, receiving guidance throughout the afternoon, and managed to master the entirety of the techniques. The swordplay emphasized ferocity and speed, exuding an imposing presence, characterized by robust strength and grand gestures, essentially swift, precise, stable, and fierce. As they concluded the session, Coach Wang imparted his final instructions. In the southern suburb warehouse, 10 delivery trucks bore the banquet orders placed by Lu Ying into the designated area, where over 20 individuals disembarked to carry basket after basket of meticulously packaged dishes into the rented space. Once all the deliveries were completed, a middle-aged man approached Lu Ying with a completed checklist for his signature before departing. Lu Ying parked the Emperor bathing vehicle at the warehouse entrance, loaded 3 baskets of dishes onto the vehicle, and subsequently secured the warehouse door before leaving. In accordance with Lu Ying's original request, the warehouse was devoid of surveillance cameras, though the entire external area was under monitoring. During this period, Lu Ying regularly ordered a substantial quantity of prepared dishes, approximately equivalent to 10 delivery trucks, every week. After thoroughly inspecting the warehouse to ensure the absence of surveillance, he confidently stored the dishes within a storage ring, frequently visiting to feign transporting a load of blue baskets to divert attention. These culinary delights were sourced from various restaurants and even included dishes crafted by a renowned mobile food truck from nearby villages, which had spent an entire day preparing meals in the warehouse. During this time, Lu Ying dined at different establishments across the city and occasionally ventured into villages, spending a few hundred yuan on celebratory meals. If the food proved delectable, he would request a business card from the kitchen. After settling the payment for two 100-kilowatt diesel generators, totaling 194,000 yuan, Lu Ying contacted the individual responsible for the tunnel to arrange the installation of both generators alongside another 100-kilowatt unit in the same room. As for the remaining portable generator sets, they were also located within the southern suburb warehouse area. During this period, Lu Ying conducted a thorough inspection of the entire warehouse district, gaining a general understanding of the contents within, despite not being permitted to enter the warehouses themselves. Chapter 11. The completion of the mountain stronghold. The freight station's vicinity has been meticulously surveyed, with all surveillance cameras around the station, including the areas occupied by its staff, being accounted for. During this time, Lu Ying acquired a safety vest and helmet akin to those worn by railway maintenance workers, which he now stored within his ring of holding. As the days passed, it had been 2 months and 12 days since Lu Ying's rebirth, and the apocalyptic refuge crafted for him by the Panshur Group was now complete. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, after finishing training, he made his way to the refuge. Driving along the road leading into the mountains, he noticed that the path ascending the slope had been densely planted with trees and shrubs, rendering it nearly invisible from a distance. The platform at the mountainside entrance to the tunnel, once barren on one side, was now also cloaked in vegetation, completely concealing the area. Awaiting him were General Lu of Panshur Company and 2 engineers. Upon Lu Ying's arrival, the trio approached the entrance of the tunnel, which was currently closed. One of the engineers walked to the left side of the gate and removed a stone the size of a fist, revealing a larger hidden compartment behind it containing a biometric palm print recognition device. "Sir, please register your palm print," he instructed. Lu Ying complied, entering his palm print into the refuge's independent system. On the right side, there was another hidden compartment housing an iris scanning system, into which he also registered his iris biometrics. The gate opened with surprising ease, contrary to expectations. The hinges were crafted from a specialized alloy by Panshur Company, designed to be both sturdy and effortless to operate for the refuge's owner. As the second gate swung open, it revealed a modest room serving as a decontamination area prior to entering the living quarters, primarily intended for disinfecting contaminated personnel and equipment. Approximately 10 meters further stood the final blast door, a formidable 30 centimeters thick, secured by both mechanical and electronic locks, requiring palm print and iris verification. As this blast door opened, Lu Ying was greeted by a brilliant sight. The tunnel's ceiling was adorned with a row of bright lights, and the walls and ceiling had been reinforced and refurbished, with the floors similarly fortified using specialized materials. The tunnel boasted formidable protection from the mountain, augmented by these unique materials, rendering it extraordinarily robust. To the left were 4 rooms in succession, a storage room, a restroom, and the third room housed an indoor vegetable planting system installed by Panshur Company, which already exhibited several tender sprouts. "Sir, this system requires only weekly watering and nutrient addition, and the varieties of vegetables suitable for indoor cultivation are readily available," the engineer explained. The leftmost rear room was currently vacant, intended for future planning according to Lu Ying's needs. Proceeding another 15 meters led to the back exit of the mountain, featuring 2 blast doors, with a decontamination area positioned in between, where Lu Ying's biometric information was recorded once more. After turning a corner, he found a room connected to the water storage tank, already equipped with 2 water purification systems, with pipes extending to various rooms. The final room housed the air filtration system equipment. The room is equipped with a filtration and ventilation system that effectively purges harmful radiative substances and biological viruses, even if the electrical system is compromised. The centrifugal pump can be manually operated, and an external portable generator can be connected to ensure the air within the entire shelter remains fresh and safe. Most of the 7 rooms on the right side are vacant, with one of the 2 largest designated as Lu Ying's bedroom. In this bedroom, Lu Ying simply needs to procure and install necessary furnishings. Additionally, the bedroom is adjacent to a section of the rear mountain that has been breached, where a thick bulletproof glass has been installed. Both the inner and outer sides of the glass are reinforced with 2 layers of 20-centimeter alloy panels. Once the windows and the alloy panels are installed, the breached area is reinforced and embedded into the mountainside. By merely pressing a button, the heavy alloy panels can be raised. The entire window stands over a person's height and can also be opened, serving as an emergency escape route if necessary. This window faces the mountains behind, where there are no roads and no human presence, thus eliminating any concerns of exposure. The room features a separate bathroom and is furnished with a bookshelf and a tea table. In one corner, numerous cables are present, allowing Lu Ying to simply purchase a computer and monitor for the installation of a comprehensive surveillance system that covers the entire shelter without any blind spots. Within the tunnel, a separate room houses switches and other equipment, facilitating the monitoring and operation of the main entrance, independent of the internet. Moreover, an optical cable has been laid from 5 kilometers away to establish internet connectivity. The two networks are not interconnected, thus preventing any information leakage from within the tunnel. Adjacent to the bedroom is a room designated as a fitness and training area. The entire electrical system of the tunnel is powered by a 50-kilowatt diesel generator, supplemented by another 50-kilowatt generator. The several generator sets previously purchased by Lu Ying are kept in the room as backups. Various large rooms and passageways within the tunnel are equipped with silent dehumidifiers to counteract future rainfall and the inherent humidity of the tunnel. After the entire shelter has been thoroughly inspected and approved, Lu Ying signs off on the completion. Upon returning to Yin City, Lu Ying heads straight to the home goods store, where he purchases a 2-4-meter genuine leather bed, a mattress, and all necessary bedroom items, which are delivered to the top floor of his current residence. With only half a month remaining before the impending apocalypse, Lu Ying focuses on receiving the fuel purchased from Mr. Zhang. He then visits the computer market, acquiring 3 65-inch monitors, 10 high-performance computer towers, 2 laptops, and 5 hard drive cabinets, each capable of accommodating 5 mechanical hard drives with a total capacity of 100 terabytes. After brewing a pot of tea, Lu Ying contacts his regular tea supplier to order a variety of teas, including the 6 major types, particularly green tea, floral tea, and single bush tea, along with dried tangerine peel, among others, envisioning these as indulgences for future enjoyment. As for the teas procured from supermarkets later, they will serve merely as a change of flavor. After purchasing the tea leaves, I retrieved 2 laptops and connected them to an external hard drive enclosure. One laptop was dedicated to downloading various television shows and films, particularly those classic masterpieces that can no longer be remade with the same level of excellence. The other laptop, also connected to the external hard drive enclosure, was configured with a folder titled Study Materials. I then conducted a thorough search online, downloading a plethora of films and anime from Japan, as well as numerous classic works from other regions. Chapter 12. Meng Nanxing's return in the post-apocalyptic world heralds the rarity of certain items, which are likely to become obsolete. Although certain nations evoke revulsion and arguably deserve obliteration, it must be acknowledged that their film industry stands tall on the world stage. Is 100 terabytes sufficient? Lu Ying pondered to herself. After 3 days at home, all her purchases arrived, which she promptly stored within her spatial ring before heading to Coach Wang's martial arts club. Through diligent practice during this period, Lu Ying had mastered the Wuji sword technique and foundational swordsmanship imparted by Coach Wang. She had also acquired 2 sets of detailed instructional videos on sword techniques produced by him, intending to continue her training in the practice room after the apocalypse. As for the advanced sword techniques unique to Coach Wang's lineage, they could only be passed down to disciples formally accepted under his tutelage, whose ages were generally quite young, with some being orphans adopted from a children's home. Upon returning to her cave sanctuary, Lu Ying retrieved a large bed, mattress, and bedding from her spatial ring, positioning them in the center of the bedroom against the wall. A solid wood tea table was placed by the window, where she arranged her beloved tea set, along with various teas and books on a wooden shelf behind it. On the opposite side of the window, she installed 2 larger monitors displaying footage from nearly 100 surveillance cameras placed throughout the tunnels, equipped with alarm functions that would sound if anyone entered their view, allowing her to monitor the area instantly. The tea table was spacious, and on one side, she set up a desktop computer connected to the internet to download various large single-player games, particularly popular shooting and role-playing games from recent years, as entertainment options would be scarce in the impending apocalypse. She also retrieved 3 additional pre-configured desktop computers and 2 laptops, connecting them to external hard drive cabinets. The previous 100 terabytes seemed insufficient, so she purchased 10 more hard drive cabinets. All 5 computers were activated simultaneously for downloading. Previously, the tedious process of clicking to download each game had been burdensome and mentally taxing, so she had enlisted someone to procure an automated downloading program, alleviating much of the hassle and, most importantly, providing peace of mind. Checking her account balance, she noted that only over 8 million remained. She secured the final batch of assorted medications in her storage space, locking the doors and windows of the pharmacy. In the coming days, she awaited the delivery of 200 tons of fuel ordered from General Zhang, planning to venture to the southern suburbs for resource collection once the apocalypse arrived. The following evening at 7 p.m., 12 box trucks delivered 100 tons of barreled gasoline, accompanied by 2 vehicles transporting 6 forklifts equipped with Eagle beak grabbers. The 6 forklifts worked in unison, neatly arranging the barrels of gasoline on the hillside platform. 11 more trucks subsequently returned with the remaining 100 tons of barreled diesel. Once the transport vehicles departed, all fuel was stored in the spatial space. Ying then returned to the generator room to refill the fuel tank of the generator, switching to another generator for operation, and transferred the remaining balance to General Zhang before indulging in a hot shower and drifting into a deep slumber. Today, matters concerning Li Ling and Lu Qianji reached a conclusion, resulting in probation, allowing them to return home for community correction. A gentle vibration emanated from the mobile phone. Upon unlocking the screen, several prominent platforms displayed an alarming message. The content foretold the imminent arrival of an apocalyptic event in just a few days, articulated with remarkable clarity. As Ying perused the entirety of the post, a stirring sensation filled her. Much of the information presented was erroneous, even ludicrous. Yet the timing of the apocalypse was strikingly accurate. Ying promptly captured a screenshot of the post and opened the group chat established by Coach Mo and Coach Wang, only to find that someone had already shared the screenshot, igniting a lively discussion. A knowing smile crept across Ying's face. As this spared her the effort of initiating the conversation herself, she forwarded the screenshot to General Zhang and subsequently dialed his number. "Hello, Xiaolu. Where did you encounter this information?" Zhang asked. "Uncle Zhang, have you heard any whispers of impending doom? This post seems alarmingly credible," Ying replied. "Xiaolu, I suspect these rumors are akin to those from previous Doomsday predictions, merely a source of amusement," Zhang responded with a chuckle. "If there were any genuine threats, I would certainly be informed, but for now, all remains tranquil." Feeling somewhat exasperated, Ying insisted, "Uncle Zhang, it is prudent to remain vigilant. Should anything prove amiss, we must hasten to the shelter. Rest assured, Xiaolu, I will keep my wits about me," he reassured her before ending the call. Ying then reached out to Zhang Jishu. "Xiaoluzi, what brings you to call today?" Zhang inquired. With a roll of her eyes, Ying responded, "Fairy. Have you seen the posts circulating online?" "What posts?" Zhang asked, puzzled. Ying promptly sent the screenshot to her. "Xiaoluzi, have you ever heard the expression, a eunuch convening a meeting?" Zhang teased. "Where did you learn such phrases? Be careful, or I shall inform your father," Ying retorted, exasperated. All right. Is this the sole purpose of your call?" Zhang replied, somewhat speechless. "I find the post to be quite detailed. Without delving into specifics, if the events unfold as described and torrential rains commence, you must return home at once. Do you understand?" Yes, this fairy comprehends," Zhang affirmed before hanging up. Ying shook her head, resigned to await the restoration of communication post-storm to reconnect with them. In the following days, Ying planned to remain within the confines of the shelter, preparing for the night the apocalypse would descend, anticipating the disruption of the power grid to set her plans into motion. On that day, Meng Nanxing returned to Yun City, only to find that Ying's presence had vanished from the shops, including the tea house, where many of her belongings had disappeared. A soft chuckle escaped Meng Nanxing, recognizing that Ying had retreated into the constructed shelter. Meanwhile, within the shelter, Ying plotted her next move, knowing the apocalypse loomed near. She resolved to devise a means to lure Meng Nanxing back, for if he remained in another province post-apocalypse, avenging herself would become exceedingly complicated. With this thought in mind, Ying dialed Meng Nanxing's phone. "Senior brother?" came Meng Nanxing's voice from the other end. "Junior sister, when do you plan to return? I recall your business trip is nearing its conclusion," he inquired, testing the waters. There was a brief silence on the line. "I will return in a few days." "Are you missing me?" Meng Nanxing teased. Ying chuckled coldly, yet spoke softly. "Please let me know the exact date of your return, and I shall come to fetch you." "No need, senior brother. I will return alongside the company. Arrangements have already been made." "Very well then. Do inform me upon your arrival in Yun City." With that, the two ended the call. Meng Nanxing smirked inwardly. "The apocalypse is imminent, and should I notify you? It is likely that upon my return, I shall merely be a lifeless corpse. I must ensure that my whereabouts remain concealed from Ying until I enter that bunker." Chapter 13. Southern Suburb Freight Station. Time swiftly passed, and on the morning of February 9th at 10 o'clock, Ying awoke. Through the surveillance system and the bedroom window, she observed that a torrential downpour had commenced outside, with the tunnel already showing signs of dampness. Activating all the silent dehumidifiers within the tunnel, Ying turned on her phone to check the latest news. As she scrolled through the short video platform, she encountered page after page filled with information regarding the deluge in various regions. In areas that had not witnessed substantial rainfall for over a decade, many citizens reveled in the rain, akin to the excitement of southern residents who had rarely seen snow. Their laughter and joy resonated throughout the platform. Conversely, those residing in regions with distinct seasons felt a sense of unease, Logically, this time of year should herald snowfall, and the unprecedented deluge was quite abnormal. Drawing from experiences of her past life, Ying recalled that such rainstorms typically lasted about a week, and that on the first night of the downpour, at 7 o'clock, the entire Ying city would experience a blackout, with sporadic power restoration in the following days until the rain ceased. The internet would similarly falter, as many base stations were inundated by the sudden flood, leading to abrupt disconnections. Fortunately, the freight train station and storage area in the southern suburbs of Ying City were situated on elevated terrain. Although they too faced power and internet outages, they had not suffered any flooding disasters. Ying had meticulously crafted a plan, having already familiarized herself with every detail concerning the freight station and storage area, including the number of personnel in each warehouse and the duty booths. That night, after the power outage at 7 o'clock, she would set her plan into motion. In preparation for her endeavor, Ying had preemptively ordered 2 jet skis from the south, ensuring that even if the entirety of Ying City were submerged, she could navigate the waters. For the areas that remained dry, she possessed an off-road vehicle registered under Meng Nanxing's name, which had its license plates removed and been repainted black. She intended to avoid entering Ying City proper, instead opting for an alternate production road that meandered through vast farmlands surrounding Yiming City, where surveillance was sparse. As for Ying's Doomsday fortress nestled in the mountains, there were no cameras within a 5-kilometer radius apart from her own. During this period, she had meticulously scouted the routes, marking all locations with surveillance and determining where to switch vehicles and stash them for foot travel. Irritation brewed within Ying as she noted the absence of a call from Meng Nanxing. If he did not return soon, would she truly have to seek vengeance across provincial lines in a world fraught with peril? After a moment's contemplation, she dialed Meng Nanxing's number once more, inquiring about his return time. He assured her that he would be back in Ying City that afternoon and that everything was arranged, urging her not to worry. Upon receiving this news, Ying felt a surge of joy. He would return, and that was all that mattered. With a cold gaze, she repeated the affirmation. Seizing the moment while the rain had only just begun, Ying ventured to the platform outside the shelter, securing the main entrance before retrieving Meng Nanxing's unlicensed off-road vehicle. Now with its new coat of paint, from her storage space, she drove down the mountain for approximately 2 kilometers before turning onto another concrete road, which twisted for 12 kilometers before leading her to a small river, where she would switch to the jet skis. Ying, clad in a camouflaged raincoat, donned leather gloves and a black racing helmet that left only her eyes visible, was thoroughly enveloped in her attire. The rural cement road was deserted, save for Ying's solitary vehicle. Upon reaching the riverbank, she retrieved a jet ski, donned a life jacket, stowed her off-road vehicle in the storage compartment, and sped away on the black watercraft amidst the torrential downpour. This river, a tributary of an ancient canal connecting Yiming City to the southeastern region, was vital for irrigation, especially given Yiming's central location and scarce water resources. Several tributaries had been excavated to facilitate the irrigation of surrounding farmland, allowing passage southward to circumvent Yiming City and reach the southern suburbs. Arriving at the end of a cement road in the southern suburbs, Ying switched to her off-road vehicle and continued towards the station. Nearby, a few half-constructed, abandoned buildings, remnants of a developer's failed project, offered a temporary refuge. Ascending to the top floor via the staircase, Ying changed into attire similar to that of the station workers and retrieved a sofa and a telescope from her storage space. As time passed, the city's drainage system collapsed, and by afternoon, the water level had risen past waist height, plunging the city into a state of semi-paralysis. Yet, the residents remained unfazed. Based on past experiences, such intense downpours rarely lasted long, and it was hoped that the rain would cease by evening. Through the telescope, Ying discerned numerous freight trains had already arrived, with dispatching and unloading operations ceasing around 1 o'clock. Having previously studied the cargo capacities of freight trains, she recognized the specific tankers used for transporting fuel and the types of cars for carrying rice and other essentials. The telescope revealed 2 trains laden with diesel and gasoline, along with others carrying coal and various supplies. Some of these freight trains were no longer unloading here, but due to the downpour, had temporarily halted at the southern freight station, with drivers and crew seeking shelter from the rain. At that moment, only a handful of staff remained inside the station. As time progressed, Ying retrieved a pound of sliced beef, 2 large steamed buns, a plate of spicy stir-fried meat, and some purified water from her storage space. After consuming her meal, she intermittently observed the station's situation through the telescope. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a call from Meng Nanxing interrupted her thoughts. "Senior brother, where have you gone? The room is completely empty." Meng Nanxing feigned surprise while sipping red wine in a 5-star hotel in Ying City, relieved to hear Meng Nanxing's voice. Lu Ying quickly fabricated an excuse about traveling to another province to cover her absence. After ending the call, Meng Nanxing chuckled softly, calculating the time. He anticipated that communication would soon be interrupted, and when it resumed, it would be just days before the impending blizzard. He planned to contact General Zhang then. To venture to the underground fortress. Watching the clock's hands incessantly tick, Lu Ying noted that shortly after 7 o'clock, all the lights around the station extinguished. Donning a safety vest akin to that of the station staff, she swiftly descended the stairs, clutching her wire cutters. Without hesitation, he made his way toward the protective fence situated far from the station along the outer side of the tracks. Using wire cutters to carve out a passage sufficient for a single person. The torrential rain pelted against his helmet as Lu Ying traversed through the downpour. Scrutinizing the identification numbers of the freight trains, ultimately pinpointing a dozen or so cargo trains destined for Japan. The closest of these was a train transporting diesel. Approaching the locomotive's front, Lu Ying confirmed the absence of a driver within, and with a thought, he summoned the entire train into his storage ring. Next, he focused on the gasoline-laden train, and upon ensuring its capture, he similarly stored it away. Following this, he continued with trains carrying diesel, coal, fruits, vegetables, rice, meat, and flour, methodically collecting each one. After securing a train loaded with heavy oil, Lu Ying hurried back to the spot where he had previously cut the fence. However, as he rounded a corner, he unexpectedly collided with 2 station workers who were dashing toward the station, braving the deluge. One of the workers exclaimed, "Brother, the rain is too intense. Hurry back to the station." Chapter 14. Stockpiling. Just now, the leader instructed me to conduct a round of inspection. "I will return as soon as I finish," Lu Ying proclaimed, casting a glance at the train's locomotive. 2 staff members nodded in acknowledgement as they passed each other. In that instant, Lu Ying pivoted, swiftly incapacitating both personnel with a precise strike. For heavy zip ties materialized in Lu Ying's hands as he expertly secured their wrists and ankles. He then produced a large pair of pliers and forcefully shattered the cabin's glass. Upon entering, he opened the cabin door and unceremoniously tossed the 2 staff members inside. He then sprinted toward the previously severed passageway. Gratitude to the funds provided by the Japanese. After a considerable interval, the 2 finally regained consciousness, but found their hands and feet tightly bound, with rags stuffed in their mouths, rendering them incapable of coherent speech. Lu Ying utilized the space to commandeer the freight train. This scene was undoubtedly captured by the monitoring room within the station. Although the power was currently down, given the significance of a freight station, the surveillance system would certainly possess a backup power source for an additional 2 to 3 hours, and the station must have a high-capacity generator on standby. The delay until 7 o'clock was strategic, as darkness had fully enveloped the surroundings. Post-power outage, apart from emergency lights in certain areas, most of the vicinity was shrouded in darkness. Even if captured on camera, it posed no concern. Firstly, Lu Ying was clad in a raincoat that obscured his figure, complete with a mask and hat, rendering his visage unidentifiable. Secondly, with the onset of the apocalypse, the subsequent chaos would render any investigation into these matters a low priority. Thus, Lu Ying opted not to eliminate the 2 station staff members. Upon departing the station, he retrieved the garments of the station personnel and donned attire identical to that of the warehouse staff. He similarly cut through the isolation fence to gain access to the storage area. At this juncture, the storage area mirrored the station, with duty personnel and individuals in various warehouses seeking refuge from the rain. Lu Ying cleverly chose a corner to avoid detection from the duty room, ensuring no one noticed him. This location was adjacent to the emergency power distribution area of the entire storage facility, where a large diesel generator had already been activated. After knocking on the door, he found 2 personnel on duty inside. Before they could react, Lu Ying subdued them, swiftly binding their hands and feet and stuffing towels into their mouths. He then shut down the diesel generator and sabotaged all the wiring before moving on to a smaller equipment room, where he similarly incapacitated and restrained another staff member. In the toolbox nearby, he retrieved a pair of pliers and severed all fiber optic and network cables leading into the equipment room. Finding no splicing equipment or similar devices, he made his exit. Subsequently, he arrived at a large foreign logistics transit warehouse, where the main entrance was closed. Lu Ying knocked on the side door, and a staff member scrutinized him from head to toe, noting his attire as a warehouse worker and the mask covering his face. "What is the matter?" the staff member inquired. "The higher-ups have issued a notice to inspect all warehouses for any leaks," Lu Ying replied. The staff member waved dismissively. "No worries, we just checked. Everything is fine." "Good," Lu Ying responded. As Lu Ying's voice faded, she swiftly executed a chokehold, subduing the staff member. Simultaneously, a sharp dagger was pressed against the staff member's throat. "Do not scream. Take me inside." Lu Ying deliberately lowered her voice. feeling the cold steel against his neck. The staff member cast a pleading glance at Lu Yu and cautiously nodded. She closed the side door of the warehouse, where faint murmurs of other staff could be heard in the distance. Do not shout. I seek only wealth, not your life. If you cooperate, I shall not harm you. If you resist, Lu Ying tightened her grip on the dagger slightly. The staff member nodded vigorously, desperation evident in his eyes. How many people are inside the warehouse? Where are they located? He stammered in reply. Including me, there are a total of 12 people, 3 in the monitoring room. 4 on patrol, and the rest should be in the office. The staff member then pointed out the locations of the monitoring room and office to Lu Ying. With a swift motion, Lu Ying knocked the staff member unconscious and gently laid him on the ground. She then retrieved zip ties from her belongings, binding his hands and feet, and stuffed a towel into his mouth. Donning his outer jacket, she made her way toward the monitoring room. The warehouse was vast, filled with shelves stacked with various supplies, and the floor was organized with an assortment of materials. Before reaching the monitoring room, for internal security personnel, armed with riot shields and batons, charged towards Lu Ying. Witnessing this, she grinned, sheathed her dagger at her waist, and accelerated toward the nearest assailant. She deftly dodged his descending baton, seized his wrist, and disarmed him. The other 3 approached swiftly, one wielding a riot baton, although untrained in martial arts. The security personnel had undergone appropriate training for handling riot situations. 2 of them, equipped with riot shields, closed in on Lu Ying, while the one with the baton waited for an opportunity to strike. In the distance, hurried footsteps echoed, signaling the imminent arrival of reinforcements. Lu Ying used the baton to incapacitate the subdued security guard and charge at the 2 shield bearers. The duo, visibly tense, fixated on her. But just as she was within 2 steps of them, Lu Ying suddenly pivoted, slipping behind them and swinging the baton. The baton struck the hand of the security guard wielding the riot baton, knocking it away, and in quick succession, she delivered 2 blows that toppled the shield bearers, swiftly following up with another strike to render all 3 unconscious. Just then, 4 more personnel equipped with riot gear surged forward. The sounds of thuds echoed as they were dispatched, and Lu Ying promptly rushed toward the monitoring room, only to find the door locked from the inside. The occupants, having presumably witnessed Lu Ying's actions via surveillance, likely realized their disadvantage and secured the door, awaiting rescue. Lu Ying smirked, disregarding them, and dashed towards a smart balance scooter, locking all the warehouse doors behind her. She glided over to the room housing the power system, shutting down the already operational diesel generator and sabotaging all the wiring. Subsequently, she retrieved a powerful flashlight and began to collect supplies. Before me lies the food section, a veritable cornucopia of various puffed snacks, an array of canned goods, convenient ready-to-eat meals, and vacuum-sealed delicacies such as beef, roasted chicken, and fish preserves. An abundance of culinary delights is present. After gathering these provisions, I proceed to the beverage section, where one can find an extensive selection of spirits, beers, wines, and an assortment of both premium and commonplace options. Furthermore, there is a variety of beverages, including purified water, among others. With a mere thought, everything within sight is seamlessly absorbed into my space. Chapter 15. Inventory of supplies. Next came an array of household items, including bedding, mattresses, pillows, and an assortment of daily necessities such as toothpaste, toothbrushes, towels, and much more. The collection of supplies was incessant, encompassing home appliances, hardware products, cookware, clothing, various toys, grains, oils, seasonings, and an assortment of frozen foods from the cold storage. The entirety of this warehouse's inventory comprehensively covered every aspect of daily life, sufficient for Lu Ying to last a lifetime, if not longer. Every item within sight could be effortlessly summoned into the storage space with a mere thought, thus expediting the process significantly. Calculating the time, it was evident that individuals were already dispatched to the distribution room and machine room for repairs. However, it would be impossible to complete these repairs in the short term, particularly in the machine room. Subsequently, Lu Ying swiftly proceeded to a smaller warehouse, entirely dedicated to snow-related equipment. Several ski resorts surround Yin City, attracting numerous visitors during holidays to enjoy the snow. This storage area contained a warehouse filled with various snow gear, including not only cold-resistant apparel but also snowmobiles, sleds, and a comprehensive range of equipment. Upon forcefully opening the warehouse door, a smile crept across Lu Ying's lips beneath his mask. As it was time to gather the snow gear, the sight of diverse thermal clothing, sleeping bags, and tents for cold weather was overwhelming, without regard for sizes. He collected everything into the storage space, intending to sort through them upon his return. The warehouse housed over 30 snowmobiles, along with seated snow toys for children and 5 tracked snow vehicles. After completing the collection of snow gear, only one last warehouse remained, designated for small and large diesel and gasoline generator sets. Currently, Only 5 generators existed within the tunnels, and no one knew how many years the apocalypse would last. If 4 of the generators were to malfunction, finding someone to repair them would be impossible. Entering the generator storage, rows of pristine generators were neatly arranged, encompassing everything from small household generators to large industrial units. He gathered all the generators into the storage space. Before departing, Ying also collected supplies from a small hardware tools warehouse, filled with a plethora of commonly used tools and accessories, as he would need to undertake many tasks himself in the future. After acquiring these items, he made his way out. As he descended through the storage area, the terrain gradually lowered and puddles began to appear. He continued until the water reached knee level, from which he retrieved a jet ski from his storage space and sped away along the route he had come. Upon reaching the tributary of the canal, the water level had risen significantly. By now, it was deep into the night, and faint glimmers of light could be seen in the distance. Likely the relevant departments conducting inspections, as prolonged rainfall could easily lead to flooding disasters. Returning to the tunnels, it was just past midnight. He indulged in a comforting hot shower. At this moment, both mobile signals and internet connectivity were entirely disrupted. The dehumidifiers in the tunnels were operational, rendering the bedroom pleasantly dry as he sank into the soft embrace of his bed and drifted into slumber. When he awoke, it was already 11 the following morning. Ying donned a robe and finished his morning routine, opening the 2 metal-framed windows to discover that the rain outside showed no signs of abating. Seated beside the tea table, after boiling water and savoring tea, Ying retrieved from the storage space the previously procured delicacies: braised meat buns, vegetable and tofu buns, fried dough sticks, lean meat porridge, and crisp pickled vegetables. These breakfast items retained their original state, rendering reheating unnecessary. After enjoying a delightful breakfast, Ying's consciousness drifted into the storage space. Within the confines of this space, a silent freight train lay, transporting diesel and gasoline, with each tank capable of holding 60 tons. The diesel train consisted of 6 carriages, each containing 50 tanks, totaling 300 tanks, amounting to 18,000 tons of diesel. The gasoline train, comprising a single carriage with 50 tanks, held 3,000 tons of gasoline. All electrical equipment within the tunnel was powered by a 50-kilowatt diesel generator, consuming approximately 10 liters of diesel per hour, ensuring that the 18,000 tons would suffice for the foreseeable future. The gasoline was reserved for snowmobiles. And even in the post-apocalyptic world, various gas stations could continue to dispense fuel. Additionally, there was a train transporting heavy oil, consisting of 50 carriages primarily filled with engine oil, sufficient for the generator and various machinery. A coal train comprising 120 carriages, each loaded with 80 tons of coal, yielded a staggering total of 9,600 tons, enough to last a lifetime. Furthermore, the supermarket housed an array of water-circulating electric heaters and other types of heating devices. During the tunnel's construction, every room had been equipped with independent electric heating systems. On the opposite side of the storage space were stacked various cold-resistant and warming gear, including inner and outer garments, gloves, scarves, earmuffs, hats, boots, and more. Ying meticulously extracted every size, amassing over 100 complete sets. As for the snowmobiles and tracked snow vehicles, they would be utilized once the blizzards encased the landscape, enhancing strength and seeking firearms for mobility. There were over 200 generators in total, both diesel and gasoline powered. More than 50 were 100-kilowatt diesel generators, alongside large diesel generators of 1,000 kilowatts, and a considerable number of small gasoline generators. The remainder consisted of fruits, vegetables, frozen meats, and an abundance of frozen foods, filling an entire train, complemented by various supplies from the 2 warehouses, including ordinary clothing and everyday necessities. Ying felt a profound sense of satisfaction with these provisions. There would be no need to toil for survival, and life could be comfortably sustained even amidst the apocalypse. Proceeding to the gym, Ying carefully installed the fitness equipment, transforming the space into a room for physical conditioning and practicing martial arts. Even in a world undone, martial skills remained essential, in anticipation of future biological mutations and evolutions. It was imperative to enhance one's strength to safeguard the sanctuary and continue enjoying life. Drawing out the Yingling knife, Ying diligently practiced each movement for over 4 hours. A pang of hunger arose, prompting the retrieval of a roasted leg of lamb, a plate of stir-fried greens, and 2 scallion pancakes, ensuring a balanced and nutritious meal. After a rejuvenating afternoon nap, Ying arranged another room as a workshop for sharpening blades, subsequently visiting the modern indoor vegetable cultivation area, diligently checking each section with nutrient solution and water. At this moment, the various vegetables are thriving, particularly the chives, which will soon be ready for harvest. When the time comes, a delightful meal of chive and pork dumplings will offer a refreshing change of flavor. Much like surveying a territory, Ying meticulously inspects the entire tunnel, intending to replace the generator before retiring for the night. After brewing a fine pot of tea, Ying opens his computer to enjoy the pre-downloaded fantasy animation from the world before the apocalypse. After a while, he engages in some gaming, and time passes swiftly. At midnight, he activates another diesel generator to switch the power source. Chapter 16. The onslaught of the blizzard at noon. At 12 o'clock, Ying awoke languidly, switching the power supply of the generator. After tidying up, she turned on the news channel, where the anchor was reporting on the torrential rain affecting various regions across the nation. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the communication and power restoration teams over the past 2 days, services had finally been restored. Various government departments were intensifying their efforts to ensure the normalcy of civilian life, and rescue operations had commenced in multiple locations. The screen frequently shifted to scenes of dedicated personnel from the power and communication sectors braving the downpour to carry out repairs. Additionally, volunteers from both the military and civilian sectors were seen reinforcing levees amidst the relentless rain. Witnessing this, Ying felt a profound sense of respect. Regardless of the perilous circumstances, these individuals consistently bore the weight of responsibility. Turning back to the news in Ying City, the situation mirrored that of the rest of the country. Floodwaters had risen to waist height, and the local government was engaged in the evacuation of residents from lower floors. The anchor cautioned the public that heavy rain would persist for the next 3 days, advising against unnecessary outings. The city had organized resources to begin delivering various essential supplies to neighborhoods starting tomorrow. After turning off the television, Ying dialed General Zhang's number, uncertain if they had reached the shelter. The call took a while to connect, and she could hear a cacophony on the other end. "Hello, Xiao Lu," came Zhang's voice. "Uncle Zhang, have you made it to the shelter?" Ying inquired directly. "Jishu and I packed a few things and left with the shelter's personnel. You should find a safe place as well. If you have nowhere to go, bring Nanxing to my place." "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, I am perfectly fine," Ying replied, warmth blossoming in her heart. After hanging up, she felt relieved. As long as General Zhang and the others were safely sheltered, their subsequent lives and concerns would be manageable. In the training room, Ying retrieved her Yanling knife and diligently practiced each technique, the sound of the blade slicing through the air resonating within the space. After completing her swordplay, she set up a target at the end of the tunnel. She then fetched her hornbow from the entrance, nocked an arrow, and continued her archery practice. The entire passageway stretched approximately 100 meters from the entrance to the corner, necessitating a lower placement of the target to avoid hitting the tunnel ceiling. Days passed by, and Ying devoted a significant portion of her time in the tunnel to honing her swordsmanship and archery skills, while the remaining hours were spent indulging in video games, reading, and watching the news. At the onset of the torrential rains, many individuals expressed excitement, with communication restored. The internet was rife with short videos of people finally able to relax, listening to the soothing sound of rain outside, perfect for slumber. However, as 6 days elapsed, the incessant downpour showed no signs of abating, and many households had depleted their food supplies. This was particularly challenging for young individuals living alone in urban areas, who relied heavily on takeout for their daily meals. With the arrival of the storm, all delivery services and restaurants ceased operations, leaving them in dire straits, with little more than snacks and fruits available in their homes. Authorities had delivered a 3-day supply of provisions, but these consisted mainly of instant noodles and bread, convenient, yet insufficient sustenance. Online, many voiced their grievances, and within the community group behind Ying's shop, numerous individuals lamented the lack of foresight in stockpiling supplies. There were even complaints about the insufficient supplies, expressing disdain for the convenience food provided. However, such remarks were swiftly rebuffed by numerous members of the group. Finally, on the 7th day, the rain began to lessen in the morning, and by around 3 p.m., the torrential downpour that had persisted for a week finally ceased. Yet, the heavy cloud cover remained unbroken, and extensive disaster relief efforts commenced across various regions, dominating the trending topics on all major short video platforms. Witnessing this scene, Ying felt a deep admiration for these remarkable individuals, while simultaneously lamenting the circumstances. For come midnight, a fierce snowstorm was set to sweep across the entire world for over a fortnight. Setting aside her phone, Ying resumed her sword practice. After enjoying dinner and taking a warm shower in the evening, she sat at the tea table, sipping tea while watching her favorite series, eagerly awaiting the snowfall outside. At 1 o'clock in the morning, snowflakes began to drift down, and as time went on, the snowfall intensified, with the cold wind howling outside, biting and frigid. Closing the window's protective layer, Ying fell into a deep slumber, comforted by the warmth of her home. Upon waking again, Ying promptly opened the 2 layers of protective panels on the window. The wind and snow outside were fierce, blanketing the entire mountain in a glistening coat of white, as if the world had transformed into a snowy wonderland. Retrieving firewood from her storage, she placed it into the fireplace, igniting a lively blaze that soon crackled with the sounds of burning timber. After boiling water, she brewed a pot of duck shit aroma oolong tea and took out 2 exquisite platters of pastries. Enjoying the delightful snow scene outside while savoring the delicate and fluffy treats, the fragrance of the tea wafted pleasantly in the air. Once the pastries were consumed, she relished a cup of oolong, feeling a profound sense of satisfaction. Through the glass of the fireplace, she watched the flames dance, bringing her a sense of tranquility and warmth. After finishing her early tea, Ying ventured into her indoor vegetable garden, harvesting the thriving produce and planting new seeds. Above the vegetables, LED grow lights provided the necessary light for their growth, and the indoor planting system was programmed to automatically manage the light exposure, only requiring periodic replenishment of water and nutrients. After adding the nutrient solution and water, she noted that other varieties of vegetables would be ready for harvest in just over 10 days. She then continued on to her training room. In the afternoon, Ying activated the large screen to catch the news, listening intently to the reports while scrolling through her phone. The internet was rife with lamentations. The torrential rain had just subsided, and as people struggled to return to normalcy, a snowstorm was already upon them. The temperature plummeted swiftly. Yet the city still maintained heating and electricity, making the situation bearable, especially in this northern city. People grumbled about the unpredictable weather, the sudden downpour catching them off guard just as they were attempting to recuperate from the previous week of rain. The onset of the snowstorm only compounded their woes, and the online community was filled with despair. Nonetheless, some optimistically wished for an extended break until the new year. This, too, sparked a flurry of heated exchanges, as many were second-generation burdens, facing significant impacts from prolonged unemployment. Turning off her phone, Ying opened the Tomato website, browsing through its contents until she discovered a post-apocalyptic narrative. She activated the audiobook feature and then retreated to the bathroom for a soothing hot shower. I have been reborn. In this life, I shall reclaim all that rightfully belongs to me. An awkward AI voice emanated from her phone, prompting Ying to swiftly power it down and succumb to a deep slumber. Chapter 17. The snow ceases. Yun City, located in the northwestern region, experiences distinct seasons, with every household equipped for winter. Each November, heating is provided, and now, a fierce blizzard has just begun, yet the interiors remain relatively warm. Additionally, many homes are equipped with electric heaters and air conditioning. Ying recalls that in her previous life, it was only about 10 days after the blizzard that power and internet services were completely cut off. In such severe weather, the prolonged availability of electricity can be attributed to several thermal power plants surrounding Yun City, coupled with the government's strong emphasis on energy and heating. Furthermore, during the blizzard, local officials tirelessly deployed additional personnel for maintenance and repairs. Initially, local workers were the ones making efforts, but as the snow deepened, the military sent specialized personnel to ensure support. Even after the outbreak of the zombie virus, both the government and the military never abandoned the ordinary citizens. Early the next morning, Ying's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from Mr. Zhang. "Hello, Uncle Zhang. Little Lu, how have you been lately?" Mr. Zhang inquired about various aspects of Ying's life, while also offering to send security personnel from the shelter to bring her over if needed. Ying felt a warmth in her heart. Whether in her past life or this one, Uncle Zhang had always been the most caring person towards her. "I heard from Nanxing that you're still in another province and haven't returned?" Mr. Zhang asked. Ying's heart fluttered. How did Uncle Zhang know she was managing her responses to Meng Nanxing? Could it be that Uncle Zhang had brought Meng Nanxing to their shelter? Just as Ying was about to inquire further, Mr. Zhang continued, "I have brought Nanxing over. He seems somewhat off. Has something happened between you two?" There was a hint of concern in Mr. Zhang's voice. This troubled Ying deeply. After a moment's reflection, she gathered her thoughts and replied, "Uncle Zhang, it's nothing serious, perhaps just because I haven't returned from another province in a while. By the way, Uncle Zhang, once the snow stops, I'll return from the province and come to pick up Nanxing. Could you give me the address?" Mr. Zhang relayed the shelter's address to Ying and added, "Be careful during this time. Hurry back once the snow ceases." They then ended the call. Ying could only wait until the snow stopped to retrieve Meng Nanxing from the bunker before taking action. Feeling a surge of frustration, she grabbed a knife and headed to the training room, each swing of the blade powerful and forceful, as if venting the suppressed anger and hatred within her. Outside, the snow continued to fall, and the temperature had dropped below freezing. The accumulated water in Yun City, which had yet to be cleared, began to freeze. All news media broadcasted advisories urging the public to take precautions against the cold. The government had activated emergency plans, dispatching personnel daily to ensure heating and electricity while maintaining the distribution of supplies. During this period, Military and law enforcement personnel had taken over the storage facilities and freight stations, with all resources in Ying City being centrally coordinated by the authorities. As for the freight trains and warehouses that Ying had robbed, the law enforcement agency had already opened an investigation. However, with the blizzard still ongoing, despite several cameras at the freight station capturing Ying's figure, progress was hindered. However, Ying had donned thicker clothing beneath her raincoat at that time, which gave her the appearance of a corpulent individual. Furthermore, she had wrapped herself so securely that her features were almost indiscernible. Consequently, there remains little clarity regarding her identity. As the days slipped by, the coal reserves at the thermal power plant and in Yunming City were depleting at an alarming rate. The heavy snowfall had brought public transportation to a complete halt, and the power plant was compelled to implement power supply in staggered time periods and regions. As for the heating system, it had been entirely disrupted by the fourth day of the snowstorm. Each morning, Ying would don her attire, and her first task was to step out of the tunnel to clear the snow accumulating at the entrance. Although her efforts were quickly obscured by the relentless snowfall, the pathway remained unburied, preserving access to the tunnel's entrance. On the 10th day, as both electricity and communication systems collapsed, the authorities continued their tireless repair efforts while dispatching teams to deliver supplies and warm clothing. Yet, the extensive snowfall over these 10 days had submerged and destroyed many electrical facilities, severely hampering the restoration efforts. The local military had taken over the supply missions, mobilizing all snow equipment available in Yunming City, including their own military gear. Each member was bundled up tightly as they delivered various supplies from neighborhood to neighborhood, risking their lives in the process. Since the internet had been severed on the 10th day, Ying had been cut off from external news, adhering to her daily routine while awaiting the cessation of the snow. After more than half a month, the blizzard finally relented. Ying opened the tunnel door and cleared the snow from the entrance, fashioning a staircase with a shovel. The snow at the mountainside platform had already accumulated to a height of 3 to 4 meters, completely surpassing the tunnel's entrance. The sky remained overcast, with clouds refusing to disperse. Calculating the time, tomorrow marked the day the virus was expected to erupt fully. Ying had resolved to venture into Yun City the following morning, intending to resolve matters with Lu Qianji and Li Ling amidst the chaos, before addressing Meng Nanxing. Chapter 18. Outbreak of the zombie virus. In the present day, the outdoor temperature has plummeted to over -60 degrees, a stark contrast to the typical winter lows of just below -10 degrees in Cloud City. During this harsh period, numerous individuals, particularly the frail, elderly, children, and those inadequately prepared, have succumbed to the relentless cold and the ancient virus, unable to receive timely medical assistance as hospitals are overwhelmed. Many have not survived the blizzard's wrath. Fortunately, under the prompt response of the Cloud City authorities, the damage has been mitigated to the greatest extent possible. In comparison to foreign nations, the measures taken by the Summer Kingdom have significantly safeguarded its citizens, while many countries abroad have faced dire consequences, suffering heavy casualties. Though the blizzard has ceased, the residents of Cloud City remain confined within their homes, save for official disaster relief personnel. Many families have resorted to burning books and wooden furniture for warmth. Some survivors huddle in their master bedrooms, while those who perished during the disaster are laid to rest in the secondary bedrooms. The storm may have abated, yet the frigid temperatures persist, with the thick clouds overhead showing no signs of dispersing. The entire world is cloaked in ice and snow, making the restoration of power and the resumption of normal life an arduous challenge. Additionally, there lies the pressing concern of how to care for the unfortunate souls who did not withstand the blizzard. Within the eastern suburban tunnel, Ying has just completed a session of sword practice and taken out a newly acquired map of Cloud City, upon which she begins to jot down notes and draw routes. The tunnel is located in the eastern suburbs. After descending the mountain, she rides a snowmobile directly westward into Cloud City. Marking the residences of Lu Qianji and Li Ling on the map, she sketches out various pathways with a pencil. One resides in Wafengli in the western district, while the other is located in Chinching Garden in the northern district. Departing from the tunnel, she plots a course that first leads her to Fengwali in the western district where Lu Qianji resides, and thereafter, she will detour through the outskirts to reach the northern district. Fortunately, the areas where these two individuals live are not situated in the most bustling parts of the city. Amidst the outbreak of the zombie virus, aside from those who managed to escape their residences, many have opted to lock their doors and await rescue. Moreover, at the onset of the outbreak, these zombies have not yet begun to evolve, lacking any extraordinary abilities, rendering them incapable of breaching the sturdy metal or solid wood doors of the current residential complexes. Consequently, in the early days of the apocalypse, a significant number of zombies are unlikely to roam the streets. Drawing from her experiences in her previous life, Ying knows that eliminating these early-stage zombies is not particularly challenging. Severing or shattering their skulls or breaking their spines will incapacitate them. However, severed heads do not die. As long as one avoids extending their limbs into their mouths, there is minimal danger. Zombies possess a keen sense of smell, especially for blood. And it is crucial to avoid making excessive noise, as this too could attract them. Should one be bitten, scratched, or come into contact with zombie blood or decaying flesh, the risk of infection heightens, potentially leading to transformation into a zombie. Yet, the time frame for this transformation remains uncertain, some may endure for several hours, while others could mutate within a mere 10 minutes. In her previous life, Lu Ying witnessed an infected individual who took 2 days to undergo transformation. Conversely, a fortunate few in the future may evolve and awaken certain abilities, becoming what was referred to in her past life as evolvers or chosen ones. As night fell once more, Lu Ying effortlessly switched on the generator and indulged in a warm bath before succumbing to a peaceful slumber. That night, Lu Ying slept soundly. Yet chaos reigned in Yun City. Many who had barely survived the blizzard were startled awake by strange noises emanating from the adjacent room. Those with courage ventured to investigate, only to find the door swing open to reveal a pair of cold, pale hands that seized them violently, pulling them into the darkness, followed by a chilling scream. The remaining family members rushed to investigate, only to be met with a horrific scene. Blood pooled on the floor as a long-deceased relative feasted ravenously upon another. Their neck a gruesome sight, torn to shreds, blood spurting forth in torrents. The victim lay convulsing on the ground, teetering on the brink of death. Screams, roars, weeping, and cries of despair echoed throughout the vicinity. In Building 2101 of Fenghua Lane, Shitu District, Lu Qianji, once a robust figure, had lost considerable weight, disheveled and filthy. He hid in his room, wrapped in 3 layers of thick blankets, trembling uncontrollably, his eyes bloodshot and cheeks stained with tears. Inside the room, a stainless steel basin lay reduced to ashes, while the door was incessantly battered by loud thuds. With each impact, Lu Qianji shuddered involuntarily, gripping the corner of his blanket tightly, striving to stifle any sound. This 3-bedroom apartment belonged to Lu Qianji's parents, with 2 adjoining rooms occupied by Lu Qianji and his sister. Just over 3 hours prior, strange noises had erupted from his sister's room, and in a desperate bid, Lu Qianji's parents had rushed in, only to become prey themselves. Soon after, Lu Qianji entered his sister's room, where his father, still clinging to life, shouted for him to flee. In that moment, he witnessed his sister, drenched in blood, lunging toward him with a ravenous hunger. Panicked, Lu Qianji slammed the door shut, returning to his own room in a frantic rush, locking the door behind him and barricading it with his desk. As the harrowing cries and wails echoed from above and below, his emotions teetered on the edge of collapse. Outside, aside from a few illuminated spots, the vast majority of Yun City lay shrouded in darkness, intermittently pierced by anguished screams. The following morning, Lu Ying awoke refreshed and rejuvenated. After completing his morning routine and savoring a light breakfast, he glanced at the clock, noting it was 10:20 a.m. From his storage space, he retrieved warm winter clothing, layering it meticulously, from the moisture-wicking base layer to the insulating mid-layer, culminating in an extreme heavy-duty winter coat, complemented by warm socks, boots, a hood, a neck gaiter, gloves, and a hat. The outermost heavy-duty coat boasted superior windproof and waterproof properties. This ensemble, crafted from high-quality materials, was designed to withstand the harshest of temperatures without the cumbersome weight one might expect. He also extracted a set of tank-style Mingguang armor from his storage ring, donning the arm guards, shoulder plates, chest and back armor, and shin guards. Although the process was somewhat intricate, standing before the mirror, Lu Ying observed that his physique had expanded twofold compared to before. He donned his helmet and entered the training room, drawing his sword to practice fundamental sword techniques. The entire process flowed seamlessly, devoid of the anticipated constraints and limitations. This suit of armor weighed 60 pounds, and combined with the thermal attire he wore, an ordinary individual would likely struggle merely to wear it, let alone perform any martial arts. However, for Lu Ying, whose body had been enhanced, there were no such hindrances. After practicing his sword techniques in the warm tunnel while adorned in this attire, he found himself lightly perspiring. Sheathing his Yinling sword, he secured the scabbard at his lower back and retrieved a short sword to hang at his right side. Chapter 19. I am a good person. As for the bow and arrows, they would be retrieved from a concealed location in due time. Exiting the tunnel, Lu Ying took out the snowmobile, already filled with fuel, and donned his luminous armor. He rode the snowmobile along a pre-planned route, cutting through the frigid air with remarkable ease. The cold-resistant gear, designed for extreme polar conditions, effectively shielded him from the biting winds. Once outside the refuge, Lu Ying was the sole figure amidst the vast, white expanse of snow. Passing a village, he could faintly discern wisps of smoke rising from the chimneys of several rooftops. Though the use of coal for heating had been banned in the surrounding towns of Yun City for several years, many households still resorted to purchasing coal during winter. Additionally, the common practice of utilizing large stoves meant that almost every home possessed a stockpile of firewood, which fortuitously sustained them through the relentless snowstorm that lasted for half a month. Upon reaching the outskirts of Yun City, Ying refrained from entering the heart of the city and instead opted to navigate around the suburban perimeter. After more than an hour, he arrived at the western suburbs, where he retrieved a 180-pound hornbow and an arrow quiver containing 50 willow leaf arrows from the forest. He then continued his journey toward the city on his snowmobile, where he spotted a figure sprinting frantically down the broad street, pursued by several others. Using his binoculars, Ying clearly observed a gaunt, middle-aged man, his face etched with terror as he ran for his life. Adrenaline surged through him as he was being chased by two transformed zombies, a middle-aged woman and a teenage boy. The woman's neck was gruesomely mutilated, a significant portion of flesh missing, while her coat was stained with congealed blood. The boy, too, bore similar signs of blood, indicating they were likely a family. Ying surmised that the child had succumbed to the extreme cold, and during last night's outbreak, the woman had been bitten, subsequently transforming into a zombie herself. Upon spotting Ying on the snowmobile, the man seemed to have found a glimmer of hope, racing desperately towards him. The binoculars, equipped with a laser rangefinder, indicated a distance of 700 meters. Ying remained still, observing through the lens. 600 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters, as the figure drew within 200 meters. Ying lowered the binoculars, knocked a willow leaf arrow, and aimed at the female zombie with precision. In one fluid motion, he released the bowstring, and the arrow soared in a parabolic arc, narrowly missing the female zombie as it struck the snow. With renewed determination, he drew another arrow, recalibrated his aim, and shot again. This time, the arrow pierced the abdomen of the female zombie, yet she continued her relentless pursuit of the man. A third arrow was loosed, striking her squarely in the head, causing her to collapse in her tracks. Without hesitation, Ying fired once more, this time hitting the other zombie in the head, now less than 100 meters away from him. With the horn bow slung over his shoulder, Ying unsheathed his goosefeather knife, gesturing towards the fleeing middle-aged man. The sight prompted the man to immediately pivot and dash down another street in a frantic escape. Retrieving his knife, Ying rode his snowmobile to the two corpses, collecting the willow leaf arrows and using his goosefeather knife to cleave open the skulls of the zombies. Yet he found nothing of what he sought. Shaking his head, he wiped the droplets of blood from his body and hastened towards the Fenghuoli community where Chinching was located. As he approached the residential area, faint screams and roars, mingled with cries and the sounds of crashing, reached his ears. However, the streets remained devoid of life, evidently. People had chosen to hide in their homes in the face of the undead. As long as the doors were not of poor quality, these early-stage zombies could not break through. Entering a narrow alley, he scanned the surroundings to ensure no one was present, avoiding the line of sight from higher floors, and concealed the snowmobile within his space. Upon reaching building number 2, the first floor was already blanketed in snow. Positioned on the second floor, he noted that several households had installed security grills, while others had not. Cautiously, Ying approached a window to peer inside. Inside the room, a young girl shivered beneath a blanket, trembling with fear, while outside, the sound of pounding on doors echoed intermittently. The girl had evidently spotted Ying, her eyes reflecting sheer terror. Knocking on the window, Ying spoke, "Do not be afraid. I am a good person, sent by the authorities to rescue you. Please open the window and let me in." The young girl, clearly exhausted from days of torment, her eyes red and swollen, wept softly, yet remained reluctant to approach the window. After several attempts to persuade her to open it, Ying, left with no choice, kicked the glass, shattering it and entering the room. The girl screamed in terror, leaping from her blanket toward the door, but Ying swiftly intercepted her. "Are you trying to get yourself killed?" he exclaimed, tossing her back onto the bed and fixing her with a steady gaze. "Do not be afraid. I truly mean you no harm. How many zombies are outside?" Seeing his intent was not to harm her, the girl sobbed. 3. Ying nodded reassuringly. "Do not worry. Once I deal with the zombies, you can move to another room." Without waiting for her reply, he turned towards the door. "Do not open it. They will eat you." The girl whispered fearfully. Ying assured her, "Rest easy." He then unlocked the door, the pounding outside intensifying. The moment he swung the door open, Ying entered the bedroom, where he severed the 3 heads with a heavy heart, sighing as he shook his head in dismay. "Be careful," he cautioned, as he prepared to ascend the stairs. The girl timidly peered at him from the doorway and whispered softly, offering her a reassuring glance. Ying turned and departed. What an innocent girl she is. He then opened the door and climbed the stairs to the 21st floor. Leaning against the wall to catch his breath, Lu Ying made his way toward room 2101. Pressing his ear against the door, he found it eerily quiet. Uncertain of Lu Qianji's condition inside, he knocked loudly, the sound echoing in the stillness. "Qianji, my dear brother, are you there?" Lu Ying called out, raising his voice. Chapter 20. A good brother. Opened the door. The relentless knocking continued, soon accompanied by violent thuds emanating from within. "Qianji, I have come to rescue you. My dear brother. If you are still alive, give a sign," Lu Ying shouted, causing the doors of the other 3 apartments on the floor to rattle in response. Just then, a voice emerged from the room. "Lu Ying, is that you?" Upon hearing Qianji's voice, Lu Ying felt a surge of excitement. He was still alive. How splendid it would be to exact revenge personally. "It is I, Qianji. How are you? What is happening inside?" A faint sound of weeping reached his ears. Qianji was on the verge of collapse, but the sudden sound of Lu Ying's voice provided a release for his pent-up emotions. "What is going on in there? Can you come out and open the door?" Lu Ying inquired. After a brief pause, Qianji's voice quivered as he spoke. "My parents and sister, they have turned into zombies. I am hiding in the room. They are outside, and I dare not venture out. Please, call the security personnel." "Listen, Qianji, I will break the lock open. You need to create some noise to draw them away, and I will come in to save you. The situation outside is dire. The security office cannot come. Qianji, I promise I will rescue you. Please make some noise." Lu Ying coaxed gently. After a moment of internal struggle, Qianji realized that even if he stayed hidden, the zombies would eventually starve him to death. With Lu Ying's arrival, he felt a flicker of hope ignite within him. Qianji began to pound on the door, drawing the attention of the 3 zombies in the living room away. Lu Ying returned to the stairwell, smashed the surveillance camera, and, finding the coast clear, retrieved a hand axe and screwdriver from his belongings before returning to the door. With brute force, he dismantled the door lock, and the sound of Qianji's desperate knocking continued to resonate from within, luring the zombies' focus. Pushing the door open, Lu Ying gripped his weapon tightly, stealthily approaching the 3 zombies from behind, and with a swift motion, he struck. The blade of the Yinling knife sliced into one zombie's neck, sending its head rolling across the floor, its mouth still opening and closing, yet no sound escaping. With 2 more swift strikes, he dispatched all 3 zombies. Holding the knife firmly, Lu Ying rapped on the door. "Qianji, it is done. Open the door." The sound of furniture being dragged came from within, and the door creaked open. The once robust Qianji appeared gaunt, unkempt, and exuding an unpleasant odor. "Lu Ying?" Qianji gazed at Lu Ying, clad in gleaming armor, a wave of relief washing over him as he emerged from the brink of despair. Seeing Qianji's hope for survival rekindled, Lu Ying smiled faintly. "Qianji, my dear brother, you shall no longer endure such suffering and torment." With a sudden thrust, a short sword plunged into Qianji's abdomen, blood soaking his clothing. Qianji's pupils contracted in disbelief as he stared at Lu Ying, the excruciating pain seizing his senses, his hands clutching Lu Ying's wrist. "Why?" Lu Ying offered no response, slowly twisting the blade. "Ah!" Qianji gasped in agony. Revenge must be served. Releasing the hilt of the short sword, he abruptly withdrew his hand and swiftly turned his body. Lu Qianji was toppled by this immense force, landing atop a corpse of a zombie. Grasping the hilt of the Yinling knife, he swung it down, severing Lu Qianji's head from his body. Our grievances are now settled. With Lu Qianji dealt with, the pent-up frustration within Lu Ying began to dissipate. He cleaved the heads of 3 zombies, probing inside with the tip of his blade, from one of which rolled out a pallid, spherical crystal core. Lu Ying's eyes brightened at the sight. He carefully wrapped it in a clean towel and stored it away, then wiped the bloodstains from the Yinling knife and short sword before sheathing them. In such frigid temperatures, failing to cleanse the blades of blood could easily lead to them freezing. After searching the room, he found that all the books and wooden stools had been consumed for warmth, and there was not a single grain of food left in the house. Discovering a large plastic bag, Lu Ying retrieved a hefty supply of bread and a bottle of white liquor from his space, placing them within the bag. Preparing to descend the stairs. Just then, the door across the hall creaked open, revealing a shivering girl who timidly pushed it ajar. "Hello, my family has turned into zombies. Could you possibly help me? I'm so frightened," she sobbed, her voice trembling. Lu Ying narrowed his eyes, his heart brimming with caution. "It is not convenient, miss. You should find a safe place to hide. The troops will likely come to rescue you in a day or 2. With that, he turned to leave. "Could you spare some food? I haven't eaten in 2 days, the girl pleaded, her gaze sorrowful. As soon as she spoke, 2 doors nearby swung open simultaneously, revealing a man and a woman who had evidently been eavesdropping. Lu Ying and the girl turned to regard them. The gaunt man from the left house bore a somewhat menacing countenance, as if villainy were etched upon his face, yet his voice was surprisingly warm and melodic. "Brother, could you spare some food? I've been hungry for 3 days. The middle-aged woman from the other house, her eyes filled with hope, chimed in. please share some with us? I can offer you money. After their pleas, two men emerged from behind the girl, one middle-aged and one young. One wielding a hammer and the other clutching a retracted fishing rod, both of them glaring menacingly at Lu Ying. You, hand over what you have, the middle-aged man demanded. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, setting the plastic bag containing the bread and liquor aside. What if I refuse? You are Lu Ying, and from the sounds I heard inside, it seems you have slain Chinching. If you relinquish your supplies, we will keep your secret. Otherwise, when the authorities arrive, you will be branded a murderer. The young man warned. Indeed, surrender your belongings, and we shall remain silent. Murder is a grave offense, punishable by death, the middle-aged woman added. The fierce-looking man remained silent, merely brandishing the metallic leg of the stool in his grasp. Lu Ying, intrigued, inquired, You know I am a murderer and armed with a knife. How do you dare threaten me? Are you not afraid I might dispatch you all? You are but one, while we are 6. Should we truly fear you? With that, a young man wielding a kitchen knife emerged from the adjacent room. It became evident to Lu Ying that the girl had intended to deceive him, luring him in to rob him. Very well, I shall relinquish my possessions to you. With that, Lu Ying suddenly hurled a bottle of liquor with great force. The bottle struck the middle-aged man squarely on the head, causing him to bleed profusely. Ah! The middle-aged man cried out in agony, clutching his forehead. In that instant, Lu Ying dashed forward and delivered a powerful kick, sending the girl stumbling back into the young man with the knife. They both fell to the ground within the room. Clang! The blade of the Yinling knife was drawn, and with a swift thrust, it pierced the young man's neck, blood gushing forth in an instant. Retracting the blade, Lu Ying executed a diagonal slash, severing the middle-aged man's left arm. The young man lay amidst a pool of blood, his wounds so grievous that even in the pre-apocalyptic world, survival would be improbable. The knife-wielding youth struggled to rise, attempting to shut the door. But Lu Ying had already entered the room, and with a decisive stroke of his blade, a fresh head rolled away. Ah! The girl screamed in terror, weeping, while the middle-aged man continued to wail in pain. With a single stroke, Lu Ying severed the girl's neck, blood spraying forth, and then returned to the doorway to decapitate the middle-aged man. For lives were extinguished in an instant. After a moment's reflection, Lu Ying entered the room once more, dispatching the remaining heads to prevent any from rising as the undead. A thorough search of the premises revealed no other individuals or zombies aside from these 4. Upon exiting the room, Lu Ying noticed that the occupants of the 2 adjacent units had already shut their doors during the fray. Bang! 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 The sound of heavy knocking reverberated. Hey, don't you desire food and drink? Open the door, for I shall deliver it personally. Chapter 21. The just messenger walking amongst humanity. A series of urgent knocks echoed. I'm sorry, brother. I cannot proceed. I do not even know your name. You must leave quickly. A trembling voice emanated from within the door. No, you must. Open the door. Lu Ying continued to pound on the door, then retrieved his axe, preparing to force it open. Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please, just go. If the authorities arrive, you won't escape either. The voice from within pleaded once more. Meanwhile, Lu Ying had successfully picked the lock and pushed against the door, which seemed to be blocked from behind. Stepping back, he gathered momentum and kicked the door open with a resounding crash. The brutish figure that had been barricading the entrance was sent sprawling to the ground, a chair leg tumbling aside. As Lu Ying entered, the man stammered, Brother, listen to me. I speak to Yama, the king of hell. Lu Ying interrupted, swiftly wielding his blade. A menacing head, marked by profound fear and regret, rolled away, apart from the middle-aged man who had met his end. The room held no other souls nor zombies. He pried open another door, revealing a chaotic scene. From one of the rooms, the sound of banging against the door was incessant. Lu Ying opened the door to find 2 zombies lunging at him. He kicked the first one away, causing it to collide with the second, momentarily halting their advance. With both hands gripping his knife, he executed a swift horizontal slash, severing the neck of the foremost zombie. Another strike followed, and the 2 bodies fell apart, yielding a fiery red crystal core. Next, he forced open the door to a secondary bedroom, where a middle-aged woman lay shivering beneath her blankets. Upon seeing Lu Ying, she wept profusely. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have threatened you. I truly regret my actions and swear I won't speak of today's events. Please, spare me. As she spoke, she cowered further back. Ah, you do not truly understand your wrongdoing. It is fear that grips you. Confess your regrets to Yama. I shall escort you to him. Lu Ying sighed, shaking his head, and with a swift motion he ended her suffering. Alas, why must you all choose this path? Being a good person is truly difficult, Lu Ying lamented, wiping the blood from his blade and restowing the bread and wine as he turned to leave. Arriving at the girl's room on the 2nd floor, he knocked gently. Hello, I am the good person from earlier. Please open the door. In a moment, the girl timidly opened the door, quickly distancing herself from him. After locking the door again, Ying handed her the wine and bread. Hold out for another day or two. The military will come to retrieve you. Until then, do not open the door for anyone but the military or officials. The girl grasped the plastic bag tightly, looking up at Ying with a soft voice. Good person. May I accompany you? I am afraid alone. Ying shook his head gently. No, it is not possible. I must continue into the city to gather intelligence for the main forces. For now, stay hidden in the house. Trust no one but the military and officials. After a moment of contemplation, Ying added, these provisions are meant solely for you. Remember not to be overly kind. With that, Ying turned and deftly climbed out of the window, making his way to a secluded spot where he mounted his snowmobile and departed with a flourish. As for delivering a bottle of white liquor and bread to that girl, it was merely a small act of restitution for shattering her window. Alas, what can I say? I am but a spirited youth. Once outside the city, he navigated through the outskirts, continuing towards the northern district. Upon entering the city, the broad streets of the northern district were occasionally interrupted by fleeting figures dashing about, pursued by several zombies. Ying knocked an arrow and released it, skillfully dispatching 7 zombies. The few survivors attempted to flee towards him. He knocked another arrow, shooting a willow leaf arrow that landed just ahead of them, causing their steps to falter. Ying gestured for them not to approach. Upon seeing this, the survivors immediately changed direction and ran away. Approaching the fallen zombies on his snowmobile, he retrieved the willow leaf arrows and continued to crush the skulls of the undead. This time, he collected 2 green orbs, placing them into a small pouch at his waist. He then set off towards the Chinching, where Ying was located. With over 300 meters remaining to Chinching, Ying steered the snowmobile into a hidden alleyway, surrounded by low walls and obscured from the view of the taller buildings. He stored the snowmobile in his spatial pocket. Drawing his Yingling knife, he exited the alleyway and made his way to Building 1, Unit 1 of Chinching, smashing the glass of the stairwell. Ying leapt down and descended to the 16th floor. He knocked on the door vigorously. Hey, bro, are you in there? A faint sound of something hitting the door emanated from within, but Ying did not respond. Could he already be gone? Ying pondered. Retrieving his axe and screwdriver from his waist pouch, he breached the door. Stepping back, he gently kicked it open. The door creaked as it swung wide. The noise inside was much clearer now, seemingly coming from a room nearby. Ying cautiously drew a handgun and began to move inside. The living room was in disarray. Items from the coffee table lay scattered across the floor, and a pool of congealed blood stained the ground, the room entirely vacant. He then proceeded to the master bedroom, where the door was ajar. Pushing it open gently, he discovered 2 headless corpses lying on the bed, with a bloodied kitchen knife resting on the floor. Judging by their attire and physique, they appeared to be Ying's parents. What on earth happened here? Ying was perplexed. The sounds of impact originated from the adjacent secondary bedroom. Pressing his ear against the door, he discerned that the noise was not that of a door being struck, but rather something colliding with the wall. No wonder the sound was not particularly loud. The doorknob was locked. Ying knocked on the door. Hey bro, are you still alive? Upon knocking, the source of the noise seemed to approach the door, resulting in a more forceful thud. It seemed he had already been infected. Tucking his handgun into his waist, he retrieved a large hammer from his storage space and swung it with great force, shattering the door lock. Using the screwdriver, he unlocked the door and kicked it open. With a resounding crash, the zombie behind the door was sent flying. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed Ying. Yet at this moment, his garments were drenched in blood, and a portion of his left face had vanished. Transformed into a zombie, Ying immediately lunged towards Ying. With a manual sledgehammer in hand, Ying struck Ying's chest, producing a resounding crack of shattering bones, followed by 2 more blows that obliterated Ying's knee. Despite collapsing to the ground, Ying continued to crawl toward Ying. Another 2 strikes shattered his arms, prompting Ying to discard the sledgehammer and draw forth the Yingling knife. Alas, you have succumbed to the fate of a zombie. Otherwise, I would have relished in tormenting you. It is time to bring an end to your wretched and agonizing existence. The Yingling knife descended, cleaving Ying's head in twain. After a brief search within the skull, disappointment washed over Ying as he departed. It appeared that Ying's parents had also transformed into zombies, and upon investigation, Ying had been bitten, only to later retaliate and vanquish 2 zombies. Having dispatched Chinching and resolved the matter of the now zombie Ying felt little satisfaction from vengeance. Rather, an unsettling calm enveloped him. Beyond seeking retribution, a more pressing task awaited: the collection of the circular crystal cores nestled within the skulls of the undead. Chapter 22. Yunmeng University. These circular crystal cores are essential for the evolutionists to enhance their strength. The various colors of the crystals harbor different attribute abilities, including power, speed, mental acuity, and defense, among others. Most of the crystals found among the zombies predominantly belong to the categories of power, defense, and speed, regardless of the type. Each can be consumed to bolster one's abilities. Currently, most survivors have taken refuge in their homes, and the zombies have similarly confined themselves, with doors locked tight. The thought of knocking and offering assistance in dealing with the zombies was swiftly dismissed by Ying, who shook his head. Those residing in the same household are often close relatives, and even if they have succumbed to zombification, few could bear to witness Ying eliminate their once loved ones. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Ying unfurled a map of Yiming City for a meticulous examination. His gaze traversed through the residential areas, shopping malls, and office buildings, ultimately resting upon Yiming University. Calculating the timeline, he recalled that the torrential rains began on the 9th, while the university's winter break commenced on the 18th. By that date, a blizzard had already begun to descend, ensuring that, apart from a few students who may have returned home, the majority remained trapped within the university's confines. With the outbreak of the zombie virus, chaos undoubtedly ensued within the institution. The armed forces of the Public Security Bureau, the city's internal security, and the military were likely preoccupied with dealing with those who had already turned. It was certain they would not arrive anytime soon. After returning the map to his spatial storage, Ying swiftly descended the stairs and made his way to a concealed location, where he retrieved a snowmobile and set off towards Yiming University. As he navigated the outskirts, he occasionally encountered unfortunate souls fleeing from pursuing zombies. Ying intervened to aid them, rescuing them from peril. However, one individual, coveting the snowmobile, met his end at Ying's hand, swiftly concluding his nefarious existence. Upon nearing Yiming University, Ying stowed the snowmobile away in a hidden spot before making his way directly to the campus. The guard booth at the entrance was blanketed in snow, and indistinct sounds of chaos echoed faintly from within the campus. Drawing his blade, Ying cautiously ventured deeper into the university grounds. Having visited Yiming University previously, he now found himself in the teaching building area, where the first floor was already covered in snow, while some windows on the second floor appeared to have been opened. At that moment, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps and heavy breathing from the side of the building. Standing alert, he noted the footsteps drawing closer. Around the corner, a boy clad in a down jacket, his face marked by fear, was sprinting towards Ying. Upon catching sight of Ying clad in radiant armor and wielding the Yinling blade, the boy screamed and bolted towards the exit of the campus. "Hey, fellow student, don't run. What is happening?" Ying called out, but the boy did not look back. Just then, two bloodied zombies rounded the corner in pursuit. Ying charged forward, wielding his blade. With a swift strike, he severed the heads of the two zombies. Shaking his head at the fallen foes, Ying continued towards the dormitory area, while the boy had already fled beyond the campus, disappearing from sight. The footprints in the snow were chaotic, indicating that, prior to Ying's arrival, students had evidently fled from the dormitory building. The open window on the second floor of the teaching building suggested that some students had sought refuge inside. Suddenly, 3 terrified girls dashed toward him from the dormitory area, pursued closely by 5 zombies. Ying hurried forward, prompting the girls to swiftly evade his path. With the swift momentum of his Yinling knife, he executed a fierce horizontal slash, toppling the 2 leading zombies. He then pivoted, using both hands to slice through the neck of the outermost zombie. As the blade rose, he delivered a downward strike, severing the creature's head, which rolled away. The remaining 2 zombies turned and charged at Ying. He met them head-on, swiftly decapitating the left zombie with a side strike, then maneuvering behind the other zombie to deliver a powerful diagonal cleave, ultimately bisecting it. All 5 zombies lay vanquished, leaving the 3 girls hesitant to approach. Ying held his Yinling knife aloft, concealing the blade behind his arm. "Do not fear, fellow students. I am an officer from the Public Security Bureau, sent to assess the situation at the school. What is happening here?" One of the braver girls responded, "Uncle, the dormitory area is in chaos, filled with classmates who have turned into zombies. Some students are trapped in their dorms and on the rooftop. Are you alone?" She gestured toward the nearest dormitory building. Following her, Ying caught a glimpse of several figures on the rooftop. He nodded and instructed, "You should hurry to the teaching building and find a classroom to hide in. Remember to lock the door from the inside. Reinforcements will come to rescue you." The 3 girls nodded in understanding and sprinted away. Once they disappeared around the corner, Ying turned his attention back to the 5 zombies, discovering a single crimson crystal core among the remnants. Upon reaching the base of the dormitory, the air was filled with cries, screams, and pleas for mercy. Entering the first floor, he found the corridor eerily empty, stained with blood, while various sounds emanated from the dormitory rooms. Pushing open the nearest dormitory door, he found 2 zombies feasting on a recently deceased body. Upon noticing Ying's presence, the zombies looked up, Before they could charge, he swung his Yingling knife, severing their heads, and then swiftly decapitated. After a brief respite, Luing rose and departed, making her way to the next dormitory, gently pushing open the door. She found the room devoid of life, save for some bloodstains. It appeared the zombie within had wandered elsewhere. At that moment, a door further down the corridor creaked open, and a male student, drenched in blood, emerged, wielding a baseball bat. Strikingly, one of his ears was missing, blood oozing profusely from his wounds, and a portion of his left cheek was absent, revealing a glimpse of his teeth through the gaping injury. Remarkably, the student exhibited no signs of fear, nor did he scream. Instead, he charged directly towards Luing. Chapter 23, The Dormitory Warrior with a Focused Gaze. Luing gripped the hilt of his knife tightly, raising it with a swift motion. The blade of the goose feather knife glided across the neck of the male student before him, blood gushing forth as the baseball bat slipped from the student's grasp. He collapsed against the wall, clutching his throat in agony. Luing approached, observing what seemed to be a smile on the student's face. The boy lowered his head, as if yearning for Luing to accompany him on his final journey. Sighing softly, Luing brought down the knife decisively, blood spraying from the student's neck and splattering against the opposite wall. He then proceeded to the next dormitory. As time elapsed, faint sounds of slicing and the rolling of objects echoed intermittently from the right side of the first floor. After nearly half an hour, the area was cleared, yielding a total of 4 crystal cores. Luing then ventured into the left side, methodically cleaning each dormitory. Upon reaching the 6th dormitory on the left, he discovered the door was locked from within. Taking note of the room number, he continued his task. Approximately half an hour later, the remaining rooms were cleared, bringing in 3 additional crystal cores. He approached the locked dormitory and knocked on the door, but silence met his call. He rapped on the door again. "Hey, students inside. Are you all right? The monsters on the first floor have been dealt with." Yet, no response came. Left with no other choice, Luing resorted to his previous method, skillfully prying open the door. He gently pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. Stepping back, he kicked it forcefully, prompting startled cries from within, followed by the sound of heavy objects hitting the floor. Upon entering the dormitory, he found 4 male students, each wielding a leg from a stool, anxiously regarding Luing's entrance. "Do not be afraid. I am from the security bureau sent to assist you. The zombies on the first floor have been eliminated." Luing reassured them. Despite his words, the students remained hesitant, still gripping their makeshift weapons tightly. "Rest assured, I will not harm you. Quickly, make your way to the teaching building. Help will arrive soon in the form of the military." "Will the military really come?" inquired a slender student wearing glasses. Luing nodded with conviction. "They certainly will. Hurry and gather your things." With that, he stepped back outside, leaving the 4 students exchanging glances. "Have no fear. Had I been a villain, I would have attacked you already," Luing said with a smile. After a moment of contemplation, the students hoisted their bedding and made their way towards the teaching building. Luing grinned and then entered the dormitory of the 4 boys. Although the room was somewhat disheveled, thankfully, no corpses or bloodstains marred the space. He opened the bathroom and took some time to attend to personal matters. Afterward, he retrieved alcohol from his storage to cleanse his hands. Removing his helmet and snow goggles, Luing exhaled deeply and checked his stored meals. Despite having endured many harrowing battles in his past life, he found himself disinclined to eat meat for lunch. Instead, he took out a bowl of oil-splashed noodles and a handful of peeled garlic. The steaming oil-splashed noodles retained their warmth within the confines of the storage ring. The reason for sending those 4 boys to the teaching building was twofold. Firstly, the absence of zombies within the teaching building certainly provided a safer haven. Secondly, Luing needed to find a relatively clean place to have lunch. The situation on the 2nd floor and above remained unknown, but on the 1st floor, aside from this room, the other dormitories were either stained with blood or filled with corpses, making it exceedingly difficult to stomach anything in their presence. After finishing a bowl of noodles, Luing still felt somewhat hungry, and subsequently retrieved 2 donkey meat buns and a bowl of donkey meat soup from his space. Enjoying a comfortable meal that significantly warmed him, he then pulled out a can of energy drink and quickly downed it. After indulging in this mental nourishment, he took a deep breath. How refreshing. Indeed, a cigarette after a meal was akin to a divine experience, as the saying goes. After resting for a brief moment to settle his meal, Luing donned his hood and helmet once more, rising to head towards the corridor. He ascended the stairs as quietly as possible, reaching the stairwell on the 2nd floor. Gently pushing open the small door of the stairwell, he glanced around, noting that a dozen zombies still lingered in the corridor. The left side housed a total of 7, while the right side contained 5. Luing mentally calculated his options. If he were to confront them directly, both groups of zombies would undoubtedly rush towards him, putting him in a precarious position. Unless he could swiftly charge in and eliminate the 5 zombies on the right at the highest speed possible, if he couldn't dispatch them with a single strike, He must incapacitate them before moving behind them and turning to deal with the remaining zombies. He examined his bright armor. Aside from the inner side of his arms being less protected, the rest of his body was adequately shielded, and he was dressed quite heavily. The helmet and neck guard provided substantial protection. This place was indeed suitable for firearms, Liu mused. Previously, he refrained from using guns to conserve ammunition and because the noise would attract zombies. Although equipped with a silencer, the sound indoors was still considerable. However, he was concerned whether the students upstairs would mistake the commotion for the arrival of the security personnel and rush down with zombies in tow. After contemplating, Liu decided to lock the stairwell doors. Even if they surged forward, these two doors would obstruct them, mitigating any threat to him. He retrieved in 416 Hong Kong dollars from his space. Although equipped with a silencer, it still produced a sound that was not as subtle as depicted in films. Bang, bang, bang. Liu utilized the holographic sight on the firearm to target the zombies' heads, firing bullet after bullet to penetrate the skulls of the 5 zombies on the right, then swiftly turning to shoot at the zombies already advancing from the left side. However, 3 zombies had already approached nearby, quickly stowing the gun back in his space. He drew a tang sword and charged towards the remaining 3 zombies. The tang sword, being slightly shorter than the goose feather knife, was more manageable in the not-so-narrow corridor of the building, requiring only careful angle control. Liu moved faster than the zombies on the left, gripping the sword with both hands and slashing upward diagonally with the blade facing outward. The closest zombie met its fate as its neck was severed, while he simultaneously kicked another zombie to the ground. The blade slashed diagonally from top to bottom, severing the neck of the 3rd zombie, and with a swift motion, it decapitated the one that had just been kicked to the ground. Chapter 24. The mysterious tome on the 2nd page. In the left region, the zombies had surged forth, with the nearest one merely 3 or 4 steps away from Liu. With a swift advance, Liu delivered a decisive blow, severing the neck of the approaching zombie. He then continued forward, swiftly beheading a second assailant. 3 more zombies followed closely behind. Liu propelled himself forward, executing a powerful kick that sent them sprawling. He then turned to confront another zombie, slicing off one of its arms, and with another kick, he sent the still recovering creature crashing to the ground. Retreating 2 steps, he beheaded the armless zombie that continued its advance, and pressed on to knock down the 7th zombie with a well-aimed kick, following up with a diagonal slash from his tang broadsword that severed its neck. The 3 zombies he had previously knocked down had risen once more. Liu launched himself into the air, delivering another kick that sent them tumbling to the ground. In a rapid motion, he dashed forward, his blade falling with precision, causing the zombies' head to roll away. With both hands gripping the sword, he plunged it forcefully into the skull of the 2nd zombie. As he raised his left arm in defense, the 3rd zombie seized his arm and attempted to bite him. In response, Liu unsheathed a short sword from his waist, plunging it into the zombie's temple, thus dispatching the last of the undead. Upon inspecting the armor on his left arm, he noted only a faint mark. The commotion in the corridor had attracted several zombies from nearby dormitories. Fortunately, they had lost their human consciousness and did not comprehend how to open doors. Moreover, the dormitory doors swung inward, alleviating any immediate concern of the zombies emerging. He retrieved his short sword, cleaning off the blood before sheathing it, then placed a foot upon the head of a fallen zombie, exerting force to extract the tang broadsword from its skull. After laying waste to the heads of all the zombies in the corridor, he collected 2 pale crystal cores. Liu then proceeded to methodically clear each dormitory, taking about an hour to completely purge the 2nd floor, yielding a total of 6 crystal cores, albeit fewer than those found on the 1st floor. After consuming a bottle of glucose drink and igniting a piece of mental sustenance, Liu ascended the stairs to the 3rd floor. By 5 p.m., he had cleared 4 floors, amassing a total of 36 crystal cores from this dormitory building, including those he had previously obtained, storing the cores in his spatial storage. Liu turned to descend the stairs, intending to return the next day to continue his harvest. Standing on the 4th floor, he retrieved binoculars to survey the path he had traversed, spotting numerous figures 2 kilometers away from Yunming University. Through the lenses, it became apparent that these were zombies, over 30 of them. Alongside the road, several zombies were feasting on a grotesquely mangled corpse. The unfortunate survivor had become their meal. It appeared that some survivors had succumbed to despair throughout the day, fleeing their shelters in search of safety and supplies, only to encounter the released hordes of zombies. It seems I must wait for the tracked all-terrain vehicle, Liu mused, realizing that once zombies populated the streets, riding a snowmobile would be ill-advised, should he be surrounded. Escape would be impossible. Finding a secluded spot away from the bustling high-rise buildings, he procured the tracked all-terrain vehicle, which had been fully fueled with diesel. This all-terrain snowmobile serves either the nearby ski resorts or has been purchased by a wealthy individual for leisurely rides on the snowy slopes. It is presumably manufactured by our northern neighbors, boasting formidable power and a wild, sleek black body that exudes an aura of dominance. The route from Yunming University to the outskirts remains within urban boundaries. After more than 10 minutes of driving, shadows begin to materialize on the city roads. Ahead, there are approximately 30 zombies, presumably drawn out by survivors, while a few others linger at the roadside, feasting on a mangled corpse. The growl of Lu Ying's snowmobile evidently attracts these zombies, who rush toward him in droves. With a sinister grin, Lu Ying accelerates, evading the encroaching horde. The sound of violent collisions echoes as the zombies, not yet gathered in clusters, are sent flying one by one. Lu Ying navigates through the mass of corpses, speeding toward the outskirts. Once out of the city, no zombies remain on the road, and Lu Ying takes a winding route back to the sanctuary. After a thorough inspection at the entrance, finding no other signs of life, he opens the door and returns to the warmth of the refuge. In the decontamination room, he sheds his armor and cleans it with alcohol before retreating to his bedroom. He promptly discards all his thermal clothing and heads straight to the bathroom for a hot shower. After boiling water for tea, he retrieves 36 crystalline cores from his storage. These cores, if consumed by ordinary individuals, possess a certain probability of inducing evolution and granting supernatural abilities, though a higher likelihood exists for them to transform into zombies or meet a fatal end. However, for those already on the path of evolution, ingestion would enhance their abilities. Strength-type cores augment physical power, while defensive cores fortify bodily resilience, depending on the inherent attributes of the cores themselves. The crimson cores enhance strength, the pale ones boost speed. The green ones increase agility, and the earthy ones fortify defense. As for the rumored cores that purportedly enhance mental fortitude, such entities existed only in whispers. Lu Ying's previous sanctuary had never encountered such items. The greatest utility of these 36 cores for Lu Ying lies in their application to that mysterious book. Upon illuminating the first page in his past life, Lu Ying experienced an all-encompassing enhancement in speed, strength, defense, agility, and mental prowess. This method proved far superior to directly consuming the cores to bolster a singular capability. In his previous life, 10 cores were utilized for the first page. He wondered how many would be needed to illuminate the second page. Extracting the enigmatic tome from his space, he opened it to reveal an image of a zombie gnawing on an arm on the first page. Turning to the second page, Lu Ying placed a pale crystalline core upon the book, which swiftly vanished. Yet, the second page remained shrouded in darkness. He continued to place additional cores, second, third, fourth. After absorbing 5 cores, the black mist surrounding the second page began to dissipate, revealing faint outlines. The imagery on the second page appeared to depict another humanoid silhouette. As he continued to insert cores, the content of the second page gradually crystallized, revealing a myriad of densely packed human forms, until the 30th crystal core was completely absorbed. The entire scene was fully manifested. In the painting, a throng of zombies wandered among the towering skyscrapers of the city, a sight strikingly reminiscent of what had been observed on the return journey. The entire image shimmered with vibrant colors, vividly depicting the scene. Gradually, the brilliance of the painting coalesced, forming a colorful orb. Lu Ying reached out to retrieve the orb, which was approximately the size of a thumb, and placed it into his mouth. Upon swallowing this orb, Lu Ying felt invigorated, as if every cell in his body rejoiced, with a faint luminescence flowing over his skin. Chapter 25, The Gift of Slaughter. In this moment, Lu Ying's mind was immersed in a profound state, akin to a fish gliding through the vast ocean or a bird soaring in the azure sky. Yet, in an instant, all comforting and delightful sensations vanished without a trace, replaced by an excruciating pain that pierced every inch of his being, akin to being stabbed by countless needles, followed by the relentless torment of a dull blade slicing through flesh. His eyes widened in shock, the whites of his eyes overtaken by a crimson hue, while veins bulged prominently on his forehead, neck, and every exposed surface of his body. A gasp escaped his lips, followed by a mournful wail. The flesh, meridians, and even bones within Lu Ying were being fortified by the immense energy contained within the pearl he had consumed earlier. This process of enhancement was agonizing and accompanied by a significant expenditure of energy. As time passed, every pore on Lu Ying's body exuded a dark red mist, and the intense pain gradually began to dissipate. After more than 10 minutes, the pallid and weakened Lu Ying shakily propped himself up and made his way to the bathroom. 50 minutes later, having completed his shower, he emerged from the room, feeling an insatiable hunger in his belly, as if he could devour an entire cow. He cleared away the soiled chair and replaced it with a fresh one, retrieving a golden, crispy roasted leg of lamb from his spatial storage, along with a barrel of draft beer. Grasping the lamb leg in both hands, he took large bites. The meat was perfectly roasted, fragrant, and tender. In no time, he devoured the entire leg and downed a large mug of beer, relishing its invigorating chill and refreshing taste. Yet, the hunger persisted, prompting him to retrieve 2 pounds of beef. He continued to feast, consuming 2 roasted legs of lamb, 3 pounds of beef, and 2 racks of lamb, until he finally felt a sense of satisfaction. After tidying up, Ying proceeded to the training room, eager to discover the transformations that awaited him upon illuminating the second page of his progress. Glancing around the training area, he shook his head, realizing that none of the equipment within was suitable for his needs. Donning warm clothing, he exited the tunnel and climbed a mountain, seeking out a pine tree as thick as his arm. With a firm fist, he struck the pine tree, and a resounding crack echoed as it splintered and fell. This punch had easily broken the tree, yet he had not exerted his full strength. He then approached another tree, this one as thick as his thigh, and delivered another powerful blow, resulting in a similar fate as the snow atop the branches cascaded down, enveloping Ying. Emerging from the snow pile, he gazed around, his vision sharper than before, capable of discerning the bark's texture on trees a kilometer away, despite the enveloping darkness of night, which offered no source of light. It was as if he had acquired the ability to see in the dark. The faint whisper of the wind brushed past his ears, clearly audible. Furthermore, after shattering 2 pine trees with his right fist, his hand bore no marks, and the frigid temperature of -60°C felt far less biting than before. With his hands exposed to the elements, Ying had yet to experience any frostbite. He merely felt the chill. Contemplating this, he shed the outermost layer of his extreme cold-resistant attire, and after removing another layer, he felt a slight coldness, though it was far less intense than before. Upon returning to the tunnel's chamber, he carefully stored the remaining 6 crystal cores. This enhancement was a comprehensive augmentation. But what truly delighted Ying was the emergence of a remarkable ability, the talent for slaughter. This power enabled him to pinpoint the weak points of his adversaries in combat, whether they were human, zombie, or mutated creature. Moreover, in dire straits, when on the brink of death, he could unleash his full potential at a certain cost, diminishing bodily pain during the fray and growing stronger, albeit becoming increasingly bloodthirsty. The eruption of power in such desperate circumstances was time-limited. But Ying had yet to experiment, and was unaware of the precise constraints or the sacrifices required. Even if a cost was necessary, Ying felt immense joy. The prospect of turning the tide in the face of despair was exhilarating. Brewing tea and retrieving a map of Yin City, he prepared to visit Uncle Zhang's sanctuary the following morning to rescue Meng Nanxing. It was time for retribution. Uncle Zhang's refuge was situated in a concealed area within the western suburban mountains, but unlike Ying's tunnel, it was buried deep underground. This sanctuary had once been a ballistic missile silo, abandoned for reasons unknown. In recent years, the construction of Doomsday fortresses had gained popularity, with the Rock Company and an unnamed conglomerate astutely recognizing the opportunity, commencing the establishment of such fortifications across the nation. The missile silo was among these locations. Uncle Zhang had mentioned that the underground fortress, built into the mountain and expanded, housed over 100 suites, each capable of accommodating a family. Even 2 years prior to the apocalypse, many affluent individuals had already purchased residences within. The entire underground fortress boasted exceptional security, aided by a security firm associated with the mysterious group collaborating with the Rock Company. These shelters, developed by the Rock Company, relied on the protection provided by this security firm. The journey from the tunnel to the underground fortress spanned over 200 kilometers, necessitating nearly 3 hours of travel. Once I have avenged myself tomorrow, I shall visit the internal armed forces garrison and see if I can procure some firearms and ammunition, Ying mused. The more, the better. The firearms and ammunition I acquired in America are difficult to find domestically, and for long-term use, I must rely on local weaponry. Even the Barrett .50 caliber ammunition was incompatible with the domestic standard of 12.7mm rounds. He nestled into his warm, comfortable bedding and fell into a deep slumber, awakening at 7 in the morning. By 8 o'clock, Ying donned his clothing and the luminous armor from the previous day, strapping on his Yinling knife and short sword. He closed the tunnel's entrance and retrieved the tracked snow vehicle from his storage, setting off towards Uncle Zhang's Doomsday fortress along the pre-planned route. After driving 5 kilometers, he encountered a village buried under snow, from which wisps of smoke still rose from a chimney. Ying's curiosity piqued. Could it be that no one in this village had turned into a zombie? Shaking his head, he pressed on, deciding to explore further when time permitted. After traveling over 60 kilometers, he spotted several figures in the distance. He halted the vehicle and retrieved his binoculars for a closer look. Approximately 5 kilometers away, 2 individuals were sprinting across the snow, pursued by more than 10 zombies. The duo, one male and one female, appeared to be armed. The man wielded a fire axe while the woman clutched a kitchen knife. Through the lenses, it became evident that their protective gear bore stains of blood, indicating they had recently survived a fierce confrontation. Confirming the absence of firearms, he pressed the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle surged towards the two survivors. As he approached, he did not stop but rather maneuvered around the pair, colliding with the zombies trailing behind them, sending several flying. He then sped away. In the rearview mirror, he observed that many of the zombies had lost their ability to move, their forms a gruesome mess in the snow. However, 3 or 4 still managed to rise and continue their pursuit of the survivors. The 2 individuals, consumed by their flight, failed to turn back and counterattack the staggering zombies. Shaking his head, he concluded that even if they escaped this time, their survival would be short-lived. In this apocalyptic world, one must either embark on the path of evolution to strengthen oneself or locate a powerful sanctuary to endure. Mere ordinary existence was a struggle for survival. By around 11 o'clock, he finally arrived at the location mentioned by Mr. Zhang. Along the way, he encountered 3 groups of survivors. Unfortunately, by the time he reached the latter 2 groups, the survivors had already become a feast for the zombies. After dismounting and dispatching over 20 zombies, he collected 3 crystal cores as spoils. Ahead lay a mountainous region, where a winding road had been constructed, leading directly to the fortress of the sanctuary. Chapter 26. The luxurious Doomsday bastion. The road, typically barred to traffic, lay obscured beneath a blanket of snow. Ying reduced his speed and, after a journey of approximately 3 kilometers, finally arrived at the above-ground section of the fortress. This sanctuary had been fortified with remarkable strength, resembling a low mountain, its surface cloaked in layers of earth and densely planted with trees and vegetation. Faintly visible behind the foliage were concealed panes of glass, while a multitude of wind turbines adorned the nearby hills, and wisps of steam rose faintly from beyond the mountains. From a distance, or above, one would certainly mistake it for a mere hill. The entrance to the bastion featured a gate wide enough to comfortably accommodate 2 vehicles side by side. Standing at an impressive height of 5 meters, Ying parked his vehicle approximately 100 meters from the entrance, where a wrought iron gate stood, flanked by 2 sentry booths, each manned by security personnel on duty. From the left booth emerged a robust figure clad in heavy snow camouflage, lacking any visible insignia of rank. This imposing individual bore several holsters at his waist, seemingly containing handguns. Ying felt a twinge of uncertainty. It was unusual for security personnel, even those affiliated with the Rock Company, to be armed in Xia country. While he pondered, the security officer gestured toward a warning sign affixed to the gate, which read, "Restricted area, entry prohibited." Ying stepped out of his vehicle and approached the gate, at which point the guard's hand moved toward his holster. Ying's gaze sharpened. It appeared that the security here was indeed armed, though he was uncertain whether this policy had been instituted before or after the apocalypse. Xia country maintained stringent gun control laws, and prior to the end of the world, no corporation or organization would have been permitted to arm their personnel. Raising his hands to signal his peaceful intentions, Ying greeted, "Hello, I am here to see General Zhang of the Zhang Group. He is within this fortress. You may contact him. My name is Ying." "Please wait a moment," the guard replied, signaling to the personnel inside the booth, who soon emerged. "Hello," the officer began. "Once you enter the fortress, there is a designated parking area. Someone will escort you to the parking lot and then to see General Zhang. However, we must conduct a security check for any dangerous items. Your cooperation is appreciated." "Of course," Ying acknowledged. Subsequently, one of the guards opened the iron gate and stepped outside, immediately noticing the short sword at Ying's waist. "Sir, you are not permitted to carry any knives, firearms, or other hazardous items into the sanctuary." "Understood. Should I temporarily surrender these items to you?" Ying inquired. "Yes, please hand them over to us. They will be returned to you upon your departure," the guard responded. Ying nodded, relinquishing his short sword and then opening his car door to hand over the Yinling knife as well. The officer placed both weapons back in the booth, and after a thorough inspection of Ying and his vehicle, he nodded in approval. "You may proceed, sir." With that, the iron gate was opened wide enough to allow Ying's vehicle to pass through. Upon entering through the iron gates, the first iron barrier slowly closed behind. Before reaching the formidable entrance of the fortress, the heavy black alloy door began to open inward. Even from within the vehicle, Ying could hear the laborious sounds of the mechanical apparatus at work. As the fortress gate swung open, a security personnel stood behind, directing Ying to proceed approximately 10 meters forward before taking a right turn into a passage leading to the underground tunnel. At the end of this passage lay a vast underground space, meticulously arranged with a diverse array of vehicles, ranging from lavish limousines worth tens of millions to administrative sedans costing millions, and even several supercars. Additionally, in a corner area, dozens of tracked off-road vehicles, similar to the one Lu Ying was driving, were parked in an orderly manner. After parking and shutting off the engine, Lu Ying alighted from the vehicle, immediately enveloped by a pleasant warmth. The security personnel who had guided him to the parking area led Lu Ying down another corridor. This passage was as bright as day, its walls seemingly composed of a metallic substance. Following the security officer to the end, they arrived at a closed alloy door. The officer glanced up at a surveillance camera, then retrieved a card to swipe across an electronic device nearby, causing the alloy door to open. Beyond the door lay another corridor, leading to an elevator. After the security personnel entered a password, Lu Ying followed him into the elevator, where the button for the 11th floor was pressed. As the elevator descended, upon reaching the 11th floor, they exited into yet another corridor, which culminated in another alloy door. Upon opening this door, they finally entered the living quarters of the bunker. The entire living area was cylindrical in shape, with a hollow center that featured 8 elevators positioned in various directions. Cascading down from the top was a waterfall, and each level was adorned with lush greenery. Lu Ying plucked a leaf from an unfamiliar plant, marveling at its authenticity. The temperature within was pleasant, however. Aside from the security personnel, there were no other individuals in sight, just a series of closed rooms. Continuing forward for over 30 meters, the security personnel arrived at yet another door. Again, he checked the overhead surveillance camera before entering a password, and upon the door's opening, he gestured for Lu Ying to enter. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Ying stepped through the threshold, and the door gradually closed behind him, with the security personnel remaining outside. What lay before Lu Ying instilled a sense of envy within him. The scene unfolded into a grand expanse, featuring artificial mountains, flowing water, various trees and flowers, and even an enormous swimming pool. A fleeting thought crossed Lu Ying's mind. Could his physical defenses withstand an assault from firearms? At that moment, he noticed several beautiful women in swimsuits frolicking in the pool, resembling carefree fish in water. Just then, one of the swimsuit-clad beauties approached Lu Ying, who stood in a daze, still lost in admiration and jealousy. My, how splendid it is here, Lu Ying mused to himself. Little Lu, what are you staring at? A graceful figure approached, her form accentuated by the swimsuit, with a slender waist, fair skin, a swan-like neck, and flowing black hair cascading down to her delicate waist. Her exquisite, unadorned oval face was framed by captivating large eyes that sparkled with a hint of mischief as they locked onto Lu Ying. Snapping back to reality, Lu Ying broke into a grin. Oh, is that you, Sister Zhang? Lu Ying removed his helmet and held it in his hands, scrutinizing Zhang Jishu from top to bottom. It was surprising to see how much he had grown since his days as a mere shadow. Lu Ying mused to himself. What on earth, little Lu? Are you dressed like this to play a minor role? Zhang Jishu remarked, blinking those charming large eyes as he assessed Lu Ying. Alas, it is a long story. There are perilous creatures lurking outside, and without proper protection, one would hardly dare to venture out. Lu Ying sighed. You are here to fetch Sister Nanxing, are you not? Zhang Jishu inquired. Lu Ying nodded with a smile. Zhang Jishu's expression turned somewhat complex as he glanced around and whispered, I fear you may not be able to take her away. Chapter 27. Meng Nanxing's new endeavor. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow in curiosity as she regarded Zhang Jishu. Let's head home. Allow your father to enlighten you. With that, she donned a bathrobe and followed Zhang towards the elevator. Trailing behind him, Lu Ying traversed a stretch of beach and landscaped area, entering through a large glass door behind the scenery. After a turn, they reached an elevator entrance. Inside, Zhang pressed the button for the second floor. Goodness, your living conditions are quite impressive, Lu Ying remarked with admiration. Would you like to reside here? Zhang Jishu looked up at Lu Ying, then added, Little Lu, beseech this fairy of mine, and I might arrange a security position for you. You could stand guard for me henceforth. Lu Ying removed her gloves and playfully tousled Zhang's damp hair, retorting, You little rascal. Have you forgotten who risked being apprehended by the authorities to defend you during your school escapades? Ouch. You're so strong, Zhang exclaimed, feigning pain as they playfully bantered their way to the third floor. Upon exiting the elevator, they were greeted by a pair of wooden double doors reinforced with metal. Behind them lay the spacious abode of Zhang's family within their underground sanctuary. Lu Ying sighed inwardly, realizing that she had once considered the shelter of a tunnel to be quite remarkable in the apocalypse, only to find this extravagant underground world beyond her expectations. This is not merely a refuge from the end times, it is a celebration of life, she mused. Zhang, clad in casual home attire with his slick-back hair, appeared in excellent spirits. Hearing the commotion from the kitchen, Mrs. Zhang, Lin Jing, emerged. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lin, Lu Ying greeted with a smile. Little Lu is here. Come. Sit and have a good chat with your uncle. I'll prepare dinner for you, Lin Jing said warmly. Thank you, and Lin, Lu Ying replied. Look at you. Dressed as if you're off to a film set. Take off that armor first, teased Uncle Zhang. Lu Ying nodded, proceeding to remove her shining armor piece by piece, placing it in the corner of the living room. As she undid her armor, she remarked, Uncle Zhang, the outside resembles an apocalyptic scene. It's not only unbearably cold, but many have turned into zombies. Yes, the kind that devours anyone in sight, just like in the movies. I had no choice but to don this armor. Thankfully, I did, or I would have ended up like those creatures outside. Uncle Zhang examined his shoulder guard closely, noticing traces of blood between the armor's seams. Despite Lu Ying having wiped it down with alcohol-soaked cotton the previous day, remnants of blood still lingered. He brought the piece to his nose and detected a distinct metallic scent. Without uttering a word, Uncle Zhang led Lu Ying into the tea room, while Zhang Jingshu headed straight to the bathroom. Try this exquisite ginger tea, Lu Ying said, lifting her cup to her nose and savoring the fragrant aroma. The tea was rich and smooth, with a lingering sweetness that tantalized the palate. Uncle Zhang, this is hardly a refuge. It feels more like an indulgence in life. Lu Ying remarked in awe. Zhang chuckled lightly. What do you think? Now that you're here, why don't you stay? There are several vacant rooms in this house. One only needs to input their identity information into the system. Lu Ying neither declined nor nodded but inquired, Uncle Zhang, can someone who is not a direct relative still reside here? As long as there is enough space in the house. It does not matter whether they are direct relatives or not. Uncle Zhang, after I input my identity information, will I still be able to return after going out? Of course, you can, but identity verification is required. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ying said, Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Why be so polite, kid? Zhang was relieved. He was aware of the circumstances outside, having received reports from the management of the fortress earlier that morning about the zombies Lu Ying mentioned. This was why they allowed Lu Ying to stay. Zhang was well aware of the fortress's robustness and security. Welcoming someone new required a substantial fee. Yet Zhang chose not to mention it. Uncle Zhang, what is Meng Nanxing's current situation? Lu Ying asked directly. Zhang shook his head helplessly, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face. After a moment's reflection, he replied, Xiao Lu, you can no longer take Nanxing with you. Oh? Lu Ying raised an eyebrow. Zhang's expression darkened as he explained the reason. After Zhang brought Meng Nanxing over, she seemed to be burdened with worries. After some time, she began frequenting the 15th floor. Just a few days ago, after losing communication with the outside world, Meng Nanxing returned with a young man, claiming he was her boyfriend, and moved to the 15th floor. Zhang was both angry and helpless. After all, Meng Nanxing and Lu Ying were not married or engaged, leaving Zhang with no means to intervene. Since that day, after moving in with her boyfriend, Meng Nanxing had not returned. After the security personnel verified Lu Ying's identity, they contacted Meng Nanxing, who directly declined, stating she was busy attending a banquet with her boyfriend. After finishing his account, Zhang Jingshu entered the tea room dressed in loose casual attire. Pouring himself a cup of tea, he set down the teapot and patted Lu Ying on the shoulder, saying, Xiao Lu, if you wish to cry, just let it out. It is not a sin for a man to weep. Lu Ying rolled her eyes. Zhang noticed that his daughter was now on equal footing with him and increasingly absurd in her responses, causing him some annoyance. He sternly admonished, What nonsense are you spouting? You never act properly. Zhang Jingshu sat down on the chair next to Lu Ying, who playfully tousled his hair into a mess. Why should I cry? What she does is her own business, Lu Ying replied indifferently. Both Zhang and Zhang Jingshu regarded Lu Ying with some suspicion. Zhang Jingshu leaned against the back of Lu Ying's chair, one hand on the solid wooden tea table and one foot resting on the crossbeam beneath her stool. Resembling a rogue, teasing a virtuous woman. Really? It's okay, Xiao Lu, we're all family. It feels better to cry. Lu Ying cast a disdainful glance at Zhang Jingshu, rolling her eyes in exasperation. It must be true, she has found herself a refuge, which is quite splendid. However, I must ask, why do you persist in wanting me to weep? Alas, it is rather tiresome. Zhang Jingshu felt a wave of ennui wash over him. Having anticipated the spectacle of a rugged man shedding tears, sobbing profusely, he even envisioned, should Lu Ying consent, confronting her directly to demand an explanation, vehemently denouncing Meng Nanxing's betrayal and publicly dismantling the unscrupulous mistress. To his dismay, Lu Ying appeared utterly indifferent, suggesting that the bond he had previously observed between her and Meng Nanxing was perhaps merely one of camaraderie among peers. What utter nonsense! Zhang, the father, admonished his cherished daughter, his words growing increasingly absurd. Chapter 28. The Zhang family. Xiao Lu, do not heed her nonsense, Mr. Zhang chided, casting a glance at Zhang Jingshu, who responded with a playful grimace. You, Mr. Zhang exclaimed in exasperation. Oh dear father, do have some tea, Zhang Jingshu said sweetly as she poured tea for Mr. Zhang. At this moment, Lu Ying remained oblivious to the grand scheme brewing in Zhang Jingshu's mind. She felt somewhat speechless. Given the circumstances, she turned to Mr. Zhang and inquired, "Uncle Zhang, what is the situation with the boy's family?" Setting down his teacup, Mr. Zhang replied, "The boy's name is Gao Su. His parents were previously engaged in international trade and are relatively well off. They reside on the 15th floor of the bunker." Mr. Zhang believed Lu Ying was concerned about her junior sister, Meng Nanxing, and thus shared all the information he possessed. Meng Nanxing's actions were driven by two factors: Gao Su's considerable wealth as a second-generation rich kid, and perhaps a desire to secure her own place in this environment. After all, the Zhang family was closer to Lu Ying, and living here might evoke feelings of being a guest. Lu Ying understood this implicitly. "By the way, Uncle Zhang, I noticed the security personnel were armed when I entered. Is the security company here that formidable?" "Yes," Mr. Zhang acknowledged. "Yesterday, due to the chaos outside, they dispatched a helicopter to deliver a batch of firearms to bolster security." "Oh, Uncle Zhang, how many security personnel are stationed in the bunker?" Lu Ying probed again. Mr. Zhang shook his head. "The exact number of security personnel is confidential. I've heard they plan to send more reinforcements soon." It seemed that for the time being, Meng Nanxing was safe. Lu Ying sighed inwardly. If she attempted to act against Meng Nanxing here, there would be no escape for her, possibly even causing trouble for the Zhang family. If only she could withstand gunfire, perhaps she might try something. A vague plan began to form in her mind. "Dinner is ready, come and eat," Lin Jing announced as she pushed open the door to the tea room. The group made their way to the dining area, where a lavish spread of home-style dishes awaited them. At the table, Aunt Lin inquired about Lu Ying's recent experiences, asking if she had endured hardships upon returning from another province. Lu Ying had to fabricate a tale, claiming she returned due to a military relocation. Looking at the warm family before her, Lu Ying felt a surge of warmth and contemplated revealing the matter of the lost crystal cores that could enhance human strength and evolution. Once she finished speaking, the Zhang family was left in stunned silence, their faces a portrait of disbelief. Sensing their reaction, Lu Ying added, "From my shelter to here is over 200 kilometers. I encountered 3 waves of zombies along the way, which I dealt with to arrive safely." With that, she retrieved a cloth pouch containing 3 crystal cores from the corner and handed it to Mr. Zhang. "Hey, Xiao Luzi, have you truly evolved?" Zhang Jinshu poked and prodded, her lovely face betraying her skepticism. Lu Ying flexed her biceps, showcasing her newfound strength, prompting Zhang Jinshu to roll her eyes playfully. After training with Uncle Lu for so many years, a little muscle is hardly surprising. "Sigh, I can't very well split the tea table in half, can I?" Zhang Jinshu pondered for a moment before exclaiming, "Wait here," and dashed out of the tea room. Upon returning, he held 4 egg-sized pebbles in his hands. "Here, give it a try." Lu Ying accepted the 4 pebbles, grasping 2, but was halted by Zhang Jinshu, one at a time. Zhang looked on with a smile at the scene. With one hand, Lu Ying exerted force, and the egg-sized pebble in her grasp was crushed to dust. "Well," Zhang Jinshu was taken aback, only to witness Lu Ying shatter the remaining 3 pebbles beneath her. For a moment, the tea room echoed solely with the sound of boiling water, devoid of any other noise. The expressions of Zhang and his daughter transformed as they regarded Lu Ying with newfound curiosity. Zhang Jinshu eagerly pulled Lu Ying to a wall in the tea room. "Try this wall," he urged, his anticipation palpable. "This is nonsense," Zhang interjected, attempting to halt the proceedings. Lu Ying, with a resigned smile, suddenly launched a punch, driving half her fist into the wall. This act left both Zhang and his daughter profoundly astonished. Zhang Jinshu, unaware of the materials used in the underground fortress, was oblivious to Zhang's knowledge. The walls within the fortress, while not as formidable as those connecting to the outside, were by no means ordinary concrete. They comprised 3 layers of a newly developed high-strength composite material by the Rock Company. Zhang Jinshu's delicate hands grasped Lu Ying's right fist, examining it with wide, astonished eyes. Zhang scrutinized the 3 crystal cores in the cloth bag, one pale white, the other 2 a deep green. "Little Lu, will consuming this truly grant those extraordinary powers?" he inquired with a hint of intrigue. Lu Ying shook her head. "Uncle Zhang, ingesting these crystal cores carries a chance of manifesting abilities, but it also poses the risk of transforming into a zombie or even dying. Currently, we lack understanding of how to increase the likelihood of humans developing such powers, and whether there exists any discernible pattern." A note of regret crossed Zhang's features, followed by a sigh. The world of the future is likely to undergo significant transformation. With Zhang's acumen and years of navigating the business world, he could foresee the considerable alterations in global order brought about by these evolved beings. "Uncle Zhang, please refrain from disclosing this to outsiders for now. I wish to gather more of these crystal cores during this period. It would be ideal if you and the others could also embark on the path of evolution." Lu Ying imparted earnestly. "Rest assured, little Lu, But I believe it would be unwise for you to venture outside for these items. It is far too perilous. You should remain here. It is quite safe. Lu Ying resolutely shook her head. Uncle Zhang, while it may be safe here for the moment, as more evolved beings emerge in the future, will the Rock Company and the other group truly possess the strength to maintain the current order, even though the security personnel within the shelter are armed? What if one day the evolved beings are utterly unfazed by modern firearms? At that point, without sufficient strength, our existing way of life may be unsustainable, and our lives could be at stake. Zhang nodded in solemn agreement, his demeanor equally grave. After a moment's contemplation, he stated, "Little Lu, regardless of the circumstances, your safety is paramount." Lu Ying nodded. "Uncle Zhang, if any unforeseen events arise in the future, you, Auntie, and Jinshu should come to my place." "Are you referring to the sanctuary that the Pancher Corporation constructed for you before the apocalypse?" Lu Ying affirmed, "Although my place cannot compare to the facilities and environment here, it is quite secure and well-stocked with provisions. The power system and other amenities are thoroughly equipped." "Very well." Upon hearing Mr. Zhang's agreement, Lu Ying felt a wave of joy. In both her past life and this one, Mr. Zhang's family had always been among the few individuals she held dear, akin to kin despite the absence of blood ties. In her previous life, she had declined Mr. Zhang's invitation for the sake of Meng Nanxing and Li Linglu, among others. Later, when the zombie virus outbreak occurred, Mr. Zhang had even sent someone to find Lu Ying, hoping to take her to safety. But she had once again turned down the offer for the sake of that group, ultimately meeting a tragic fate of betrayal and death. Chapter 29. The stalwart fortress of the 16th underground level. In this life, aside from striving for his own betterment, Lu Ying also harbored the hope that Mr. Zhang's family would similarly thrive. Subsequently, Mr. Zhang escorted Lu Ying to the elevator, which descended directly to the deepest level, the 16th floor. After passing through numerous stringent security checkpoints, the two arrived at a clandestine chamber, furnished with an array of sophisticated equipment. Both within and outside the room, security personnel, armed with sidearms, stood vigilant. Under the supervision of the fortress's management, Lu Ying underwent facial recognition and subsequently registered his information. Once entered into the system, the management produced a card resembling a bank card, which was then handed to Lu Ying. With this card and his facial recognition, Lu Ying would be granted unrestricted access to the underground fortress in non-emergency situations. Upon returning to the residence, Mr. Zhang instructed Zhang Jinshu to show Lu Ying around the entire underground fortress. The above-ground section comprised 3 levels, while the subterranean portion extended to 16 levels. The above-ground area primarily housed security personnel and various facilities. The uppermost 3rd level featured a spacious dining area and observation zone, offering a respite for the affluent inhabitants of the fortress. The first underground level was designated for security personnel, while the 2nd level was entirely devoted to medical facilities. Equipped with a comprehensive array of medical devices and a stockpile of pharmaceuticals, staffed by doctors across various specialties, rivaling even the most prominent hospitals. The 3rd level boasted a sophisticated ecological self-sustaining system, which included zones for the cultivation of vegetables and fruits, as well as areas for raising livestock and fish. The 4th level was wholly occupied by restaurants, bars, and cinemas. Its kitchens catered to the culinary needs of those residing in the underground fortress, allowing the wealthy either to dine in the restaurant or to pre-order meals for delivery to their quarters, emphasizing a commitment to exceptional service. The 5th level was stocked with an assortment of essential supplies, encompassing grains, oils, fruits, vegetables, canned goods, and convenience foods, among other necessities. Levels 6 through 15 constituted the living quarters of the fortress, each floor featuring various suites for the affluent, complemented by swimming pools, scenic lounges, fitness areas, and entertainment facilities. The deepest level, the 16th, served as the core control room of the entire fortress, capable of monitoring the internal and external environments. The fortress's power supply was derived partially from an external wind power generation system and partially from solar energy. However, the persistent cloud cover hindered the efficacy of the solar panels. Additionally, Zhang Jinshu informed Lu Ying that a thermal power station was located nearby, utilizing fossil fuels for electricity generation. The 16th level was also equipped with high-capacity diesel generators to provide emergency power. Upon reaching the 15th level, Lu Ying expressed a desire to meet Meng Nanxing, yet Zhang Jinshu intervened. "Little Lu, my father has already been in contact. She simply doesn't have the time." And her tone suggested she does not wish to see you, not even for a glance. Lu Ying inquired. Though his mind was preoccupied with discerning the layout of the rooms on the 15th level, pondering future opportunities to make an encounter, Zhang Jinshu shook his head, stating that entry into each zone was strictly regulated. Only those who resided there or had obtained permission from a resident could enter, and they must accompany visitors personally. Very well, let us abandon the idea, he conceded. The two returned to Zhang's residence on the 11th floor. Upon checking the time, they realized it was already 2 p.m. Uncle Zhang, it's about time. I need to take care of a few matters on my way back. Don't return to your shelter just yet. Stay here for now. And when this place becomes uninhabitable, then you can go back, Lu Ying suggested with a smile. My shelter has the generator still running and a cultivation system in place. I can't be away for too long. I will surely drop by occasionally to enjoy a meal and indulge in life, he added. Zhang, resigned, agreed. The Zhang family accompanied Lu Ying to the garage and only returned after they saw him exit the shelter's gate. Earlier, during their visit to the underground bunker, Lu Ying had warned Zhang Jinshu to be cautious of Meng Nanxing and not to disclose the details of their conversation from that day. As the car approached the sentry post, Lu Ying retrieved his Yinling knife and short sword, driving swiftly towards Yin City. His objective was the Public Security Bureau located in the west of the city, a vast metropolis with a resident population surpassing 10 million. Besides the Bureau, there were armed forces affiliated with it, as well as urban defense troops. Acquiring firearms would be most feasible through these three institutions, while shooting clubs possessed some weapons. They were mostly antiquated and their ammunition was limited, differing in caliber from commonly used firearms. The armed forces of the public security system and urban defense troops were numerous and resided in a military-like concentration, leaving Lu Ying uncertain about the conditions within. The most suitable destination at present was the Public Security Bureau in the western suburbs, where he hoped to procure a few handguns before exploring the armed forces of the public security system. As he neared Yin City, Lu Ying observed through the car window that numerous zombies had begun to wander within the urban area, at least a kilometer away. Some survivors had managed to escape their residences, but were now surrounded by the horde, becoming easy prey. He halted the vehicle and took out his binoculars to assess the situation on the necessary route. Approximately a kilometer from his current location, dozens of zombies were feasting on a corpse, while more than 50 were sporadically roaming farther away. The distance to the Public Security Bureau was a daunting 12 kilometers. After some contemplation, Lu Ying maneuvered his vehicle onto another road, opting for streets with fewer zombies, even if it meant taking a longer route. This alternate path was relatively narrower, and as he scanned the street with his binoculars, he noted a reduced number of zombies. He retrieved his 200-pound bow, parking the car about 300 meters from the horde. Drawing the bowstring and nocking an arrow, he aimed at one of the 5 or 6 zombies. The leaf-shaped arrow flew swiftly, striking the zombie squarely in the chest. Adjusting his aim, Lu Ying released another arrow, which pierced the skull of the same zombie. The sounds of arrows being loosed echoed as 5 leaf-shaped arrows were shot, each finding its mark in the heads of the zombies. The snowmobile roared to life as it approached the 6 zombies, yet these wretched creatures yielded not a single crystal core. Lu Ying shook his head in silent disbelief and pressed onward. Along the journey, when confronted by a larger horde of zombies ahead, he would halt the vehicle to dispatch them with his bow and arrows. Conversely, if the numbers were scant, he would simply crush them beneath the wheels of his machine. This stop-and-go continued for over an hour, covering a distance of more than 10 kilometers, until he finally arrived at the West District Public Security Bureau. Along the way, however, he managed to collect 7 crystal cores. Stowing the snowmobile and bow back into his spatial storage, Lu Ying approached the bureau, casting a careful glance around. At the entrance loitered 6 zombies, while further afield, approximately a kilometer away, lay a mass of over 100 undead. Chapter 30. The 92 pistol and the 191 automatic rifle as the blade of the Yinling knife was unsheathed. Lu Ying continued his steady march towards the entrance of the Public Security Bureau, startling the 6 zombies that charged at him. With both hands gripping the knife, he advanced, delivering powerful horizontal slashes. Each strike resulted in the decapitation of a zombie's head. However, the 6 zombies yielded only a single crystal core. Originally, the entrance of the Public Security Bureau was equipped with a guard booth and a retractable gate, but these had been buried beneath a thick layer of snow, leaving only a solitary building. The front door on the ground floor had been completely concealed by the snow. After circling the building in vain, he was compelled to smash a window at the back to gain entry into the bureau. The broken window led to an empty office, and with caution, he opened the office door. The staircase revealed no security personnel or zombies in sight. Typically, the Public Security Bureau is equipped with an armory that is on duty around the clock, so his immediate goal was to locate the specific location of the armory. After thoroughly searching the first and second floors without success, he found the rooms disheveled, indicating a struggle had occurred. This sight filled Lu Ying with anxiety, not from fear of the zombies, but from the concern that if there were individuals within the bureau who had turned into zombies, the unturned security personnel might resort to firearms. He ascended to the 3rd floor with utmost caution and finally discovered the location of the armory. It was situated in the innermost room on the left side, marked by a grayish-white door that was obviously a special blast-proof entrance. Bloodstains had already dried on the door's wheel. To his delight, the armory door was ajar. With care, he pushed open the blast-proof door and scanned the room, where he found a person in a security officer's uniform lying in the corner. Aside from this individual, there were no other people or zombies present. Upon closer inspection, he observed a bullet hole in the person's forehead, suggesting they had been shot after turning into a zombie. After a thorough search, he found no firearms or ammunition. Inside the armory, there was another special door, but fortunately, it was also open. He cautiously entered the inner door and discovered a corpse with a perforated forehead, also possessing a set of keys. Despite searching him, Ying found no firearms or ammunition, but the keys gave him hope as he turned to 3 independent gun cabinets. One of the cabinets was unlocked. Ying opened it to reveal 2 tiers. The upper tier held 3 rows of handguns, 3 of which appeared to have been taken. The lower tier contained 5 assault rifles. He tried the keys, and one fit the locked firearm. Ying retrieved a handgun, examining it closely. It was a 92 style 9mm pistol with a magazine capacity of 15 rounds and an effective range of 50 meters. The remaining 11 handguns were of the same model. He used the keys to secure all the handguns in his storage space and then took out one of the assault rifles from the lower tier. This rifle was a 191 style 5.8mm automatic rifle equipped with a holographic sight. All 5 assault rifles were identical in configuration, though none came with magazines. After toying with the rifle momentarily, Ying contentedly returned all 5 191 automatic rifles to his storage space. The 3 independent gun cabinets remained firmly locked, their backup power sources completely depleted. They could only be accessed with 2 keys. After attempting to insert one of the keys, I found it fit into one of the locks, yet both keys were required to unlock the cabinet simultaneously. Disconnecting the power supply to the cabinets, I waved my hand, and both cabinets vanished into the void. The presence of 2 corpses in the armory, along with the absence of 3 firearms, suggested that there were still living individuals within the building. Henceforth, I would need to exercise greater caution while searching for the ammunition depot. The Security Bureau practiced a policy of separating firearms from ammunition. Logically, one would collect the firearms before proceeding to acquire the ammunition. The first and second floors bore no signs of an ammunition room, leading me to deduce that it must be located in the basement. With this thought in mind, I descended the staircase towards the basement. Upon reaching the first floor, I encountered 2 unlocked doors, both stained with congealed blood. Gently pushing open the stairwell door and glancing around, I found the entire corridor deserted. At the far left of the hallway stood 2 grayish-white specialized doors, which I surmised to be the ammunition depot. Gripping my Yingling knife tightly, I cautiously surveyed each room, ensuring that no one or any undead lurked within before proceeding. Upon reaching the door to the ammunition depot, I discovered it ajar. Inside, a pool of blood marred the floor, and in the corner sat a middle-aged man in uniform, his neck gruesomely bitten, with 3 bullet holes punctuating his forehead. Confirming the absence of others, I approached the fallen officer, who wore a black bulletproof vest and was equipped with a tactical belt brimming with gear. In his right hand, he clutched a Type 92 handgun. I first relieved him of the firearm, pressing the magazine release button to discharge the bullets. There remained 12 rounds within the magazine. The safety was disengaged, and a bullet rested in the chamber. I reinserted the bullet into the magazine and re-engaged the safety before unfastening the tactical belt from the officer's waist. The belt was equipped with an array of tools: a collapsible baton, a tear gas canister, a tactical flashlight, a walkie-talkie, cut-resistant gloves, a holster, rose gold handcuffs, and keys. Adjusting the belt to a suitable length, I secured it around my waist, sheathed the Yingling knife, and hung it at my back. With the safety of the handgun disengaged, I cautiously approached the blast-proof door leading into the armory. Gently pushing it open, I found the room devoid of life, containing 5 independent ammunition cabinets. Of these, 2 were already opened, while one cabinet had been entirely cleared of its 9mm handgun ammunition, leaving only 5 8mm rifle cartridges and 20 magazines. Each individual ammunition drawer contained 30 rounds of rifle ammunition, totaling 600 rounds of 5.8mm ammunition. In the other cabinet, I counted 260 rounds of 9mm handgun ammunition remaining. The other 3 cabinets remained securely locked. I filled 10 magazines with handgun ammunition and 10 with rifle cartridges, storing all the ammunition along with the 3 locked cabinets into the void. I retrieved another handgun, securing it at my left side, and stowed 5 magazines into the document pouch of my belt. Subsequently, he retrieved a Type 191 assault rifle from within the confines of the space, affixing a magazine and securing it to his back. With these domestically produced firearms, replenishing ammunition would become significantly easier. The foreign firearms he had previously acquired would soon deplete, leaving him without a means of resupply. With a Type 191 assault rifle, 2 Type 92 handguns, a Yingling knife, a short sword, and hundreds of rounds of ammunition at his disposal, he resolved to thoroughly cleanse the dormitory building at Yunming University today. A glance at his watch revealed it was already 4 p.m. The journey to Yunming University would take approximately 20 minutes, ample time indeed. The weapons and equipment seized by the Public Security Bureau had far exceeded Liu Ying's expectations, and his objectives had been accomplished. As for the situation inside the Public Security Bureau building, he had little interest in further exploration. He sought a concealed spot to retrieve his snowmobile and made his way toward Yunming University. Armed with the assault rifle, Liu Ying headed straight for yesterday's dormitory building. Along the way, the footprints were chaotic, and the snow bore numerous congealed bloodstains, likely remnants of students who had fled from within, inadvertently bringing the undead along. Casting a glance around, he noted that the zombies that had emerged were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 31. Clearing a dormitory. The lower 4 floors of the dormitory building had been meticulously cleared yesterday. For safety's sake, Liu Ying decided to conduct a thorough inspection of these levels once more. Apart from the corpses of the zombies, there were no new undead or humans to be found. Ascending the staircase to the 5th floor, Liu Ying cautiously pushed open the door to the stairwell, only to be met by a throng of zombies meandering in the corridors on either side. Retreating quietly behind the stairwell door, Liu Ying began to formulate a strategy. To charge out recklessly would result in being surrounded by the horde behind, as the narrow confines of the staircase did not permit the luxury of maneuverability. After some contemplation, a plan began to take shape in Liu Ying's mind. He resolved to secure the stairwell door on the upper floors with chains from his spatial inventory, believing it would hold for a considerable duration. He then ascended the stairs, binding the stairwell doors on the remaining 3 floors in a similar manner. Next, he descended to the 5th floor and similarly secured the door to the corridor with chains. Afterward, he retrieved 10 fully loaded magazines and tucked them into his belt, preparing his firearm. With a swift motion, he smashed open the 2 small windows on the door with the butt of his gun and began to pound on the door vigorously. The resounding thuds immediately attracted the attention of the zombies in the stairwell, and they surged towards Liu Ying's position. In no time, dozens of zombies were charging forward. With steady hands, Liu Ying aimed and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a flurry of bullets. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as 5.8mm rifle rounds accurately penetrated the skulls of the advancing zombies. As the horde swelled, Liu Ying continued to fire, each shot finding its mark as more zombies collapsed to the ground, their heads shattered. Before long, 2 magazines were expended. Switching to a third, he dispatched the remaining 5 zombies with precision. After confirming the area was clear, he unfastened the chains on the door. Securing his weapon, he sheathed his knife and began to collect the zombie cores. Having dispatched 76 zombies with 65 rounds, he methodically collected a total of 14 cores after a prolonged effort. The clearing continued from room to room. In just over half an hour, all rooms on the 5th floor were secured, rescuing 6 students who were instructed to gather their belongings and wait for assistance in the teaching building. A total of 26 zombies were eradicated on this floor, yielding only 3 cores. Ascending to the 6th floor, Liu Ying found a gathering of zombies at the stairway door, the glass pane shattered. With his firearm readied, he unleashed another volley of shots before proceeding to cleanse the 6th floor. As time progressed, the sound of automatic rifle fire echoed through the 10-story dormitory at regular intervals, continuing until after 7 in the evening. Finally, with the last course safely stored, Liu Ying made his way to the rooftop, only to find the passage door locked from the outside. After several moments of knocking met with silence, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the door flying open. In the corner of the rooftop lay a cluster of frozen zombies, their bodies ravaged by gnawing. Hearing the commotion, more zombies surged toward Liu Ying. With his knife drawn, he swung it with precision, severing the heads of the advancing undead. On the rooftop, 6 crystal cores were collected. Observing the lifeless bodies scattered across the roof, it was evident that these students, upon encountering the zombies, had fled in a panic to the rooftop, subsequently locking the door to the stairway. However, the frigid temperatures outside were merciless. Within a single night, many succumbed to the cold and transformed into zombies, who then began to feast upon the remaining students. Shaking his head, Liu Ying approached the edge of the rooftop and surveyed the surroundings. Below, several dormitory buildings had already begun to accumulate clusters of corpses, evidently disturbed by the earlier gunfire. Now that the shots had ceased, the zombies began to wander aimlessly below. Turning to descend, Liu Ying burst through the dormitory's main entrance, sprinting swiftly and leaving the horde far behind. After undergoing a second enhancement, his speed and endurance had significantly increased, running at full speed for 2 kilometers. He remained barely winded, eventually locating a concealed spot to retrieve a snowmobile, its engine roaring as he sped towards the mountain shelter. Unbeknownst to Liu Ying, following the gunfire. The few surviving students in nearby dormitories had turned their gazes toward the windows, hoping that military or law enforcement personnel had come to their rescue. Many pairs of eyes watched as only Lu Ying emerged, their hearts sinking in despair. Clad in gleaming armor, with a modern tactical belt at his waist, a rifle slung over his shoulder, and a knife at his side, he appeared somewhat out of place. The flickering hope in those eyes gradually dimmed into despair as Lu Ying dashed away from the school. Upon reaching the vicinity of the shelter and confirming its safety, he returned inside. After enjoying a hot shower and a dinner, Lu Ying made his way to a large room, roughly the size of half a basketball court. He retrieved the independent gun cabinet and ammunition cabinet from his storage ring, placing them apart. Attempting various keys found at the law enforcement agency, he discovered that neither the 2 gun cabinets nor the 3 ammunition cabinets would open. After searching through his space, he procured a heavy hammer and struck the cabinet door with force, producing a series of loud thuds. The cabinet door dinted under the impact, but Lu Ying ceased his assault to avoid damaging the firearms within. He then retrieved 2 angle grinders, fitted them with cutting discs, and, after ensuring his safety, began to cut through a cylindrical lock. After nearly an hour, he succeeded in severing 4 locking tongues and finally managed to open one of the gun cabinets. Inside, it was neatly stocked with 1592 Type 9mm handguns and 5 191 automatic rifles. He then forcibly opened the second cabinet, acquiring a total of 3092 Type handguns and 10 191 automatic rifles. With little care for the remaining 3 ammunition cabinets, he noted that they contained drawers filled with bullets. The hammer swung again, producing a cacophony of thuds throughout the room. All 3 ammunition cabinets were eventually opened, yielding a total of 900 rounds of 9mm handgun ammunition and 1,800 rounds of 5.8mm rifle ammunition. Lu Ying filled all the handgun and rifle magazines to capacity, storing them in a storage space while leaving behind 2 92 Type handguns and 1 191 automatic rifle. Finally, he took out some books along with the 67 crystal cores he had acquired that day. Placing the crystal core onto the 3rd page yielded no absorption from the book, prompting a switch to a new emerald-hued core, which similarly failed to be assimilated. After attempting various types of crystal cores, it appeared as though none suited the book's preferences. This unexpected turn of events plunged Lu Ying into deep contemplation. Perhaps the 3rd page required a higher-tier mutated zombie crystal core, he mused. In his previous life, prior to Lu Ying's demise, mutations had already begun to occur among zombies, enabling them to evolve similarly to human enhancers, capable of either devouring their kind or consuming human evolvers. Lying back on his bed, Lu Ying reflected upon all he had witnessed that day within the subterranean fortress. Since his rebirth, Meng Nanxing had been like a thorn embedded in Lu Ying's heart. Given Lu Ying's current firepower configuration and the intensity of his 2 evolutionary enhancements, he pondered whether he could directly breach that underground fortress. Chapter 32. The military takes action. Those security personnel equipped with handguns undoubtedly indicate that the mysterious organization behind them wields considerable power. Perhaps they have even acquired automatic rifles or more formidable weaponry. I refuse to believe that one can remain hidden indefinitely, Lu Ying mused. Subsequently, she contemplated several strategies, the most effective of which was to possess sufficient strength to disregard the light arms wielded by the security personnel within the fortress, while also waiting for an upheaval to occur within its confines. After a restful night's sleep, at 8 a.m., Lu Ying donned a layer of white flying fish attire over her armor, still carrying a short sword and a goosefeather knife at her waist. This ensemble bore a striking resemblance to the attire of the Imperial bodyguards. Whether slaying zombies or confronting fellow humans, it was inevitable that blood would splatter onto her armor, and the crevices of the armor plates would prove difficult to clean. By donning the flying fish attire, even if blood were to stain her clothing, she could return to the shelter and cleanse it thoroughly. Before the internet went down, Lu Ying had seen a mysterious figure in a suit and tie, clad in a white lab coat, sharing ingenious methods for removing various bloodstains on a long video platform. The necessary supplies such as alcohol, hydrogen peroxide, toothpaste, and soap were abundantly stored in her supply space. As she approached the southern outskirts of Yin City, Lu Ying heard a series of gunshots and swiftly altered her course. She sought refuge in a tall building, dispatching a few oblivious zombies before positioning herself by the window with a pair of binoculars to survey the scene. In the broad street of Yin City's southern outskirts, a line of military green-tracked snow vehicles stood in the middle of the road, each equipped with 12 7mm caliber heavy machine guns. Scattered nearby were numerous armed personnel, tightly wrapped in protective gear and wielding assault rifles. A row of armored vehicles was positioned horizontally in front of the tracked snow vehicles, blocking the roadway, while the cannons mounted on the armored vehicles belched fire, launching shells that whistled through the air. Behind the armored vehicles, a group of armed personnel used heavy machine guns and assault rifles, taking cover to fire at the advancing horde of zombies. Occasionally, armed personnel descended from the building, escorting survivors downstairs and into the snow vehicles. Once a snow vehicle was filled with survivors, it promptly turned around and set off, while more snow vehicles approached from outside the city, transporting the surviving populace to safety. It appeared that the station troops near Yun City had managed to restore order within the chaos and were now commencing rescue operations for the residents of Yun City. Consequently, in areas yet to be reached by the armed forces, the majority of civilians would likely choose to remain at home, awaiting rescue, while a portion might take the risk of venturing out in search of military assistance. Through the binoculars, it was evident that the number of zombies on the nearby streets had multiplied several times compared to the previous day, with many more rushing toward the sound of gunfire in the distance. Although numerous rescue vehicles and armed personnel were present, they were still inadequate in comparison to the resident population of Yun City. In a short span, the local station troops alone could not evacuate all survivors. Beyond Yun City, nearby towns and villages also required assistance. Even accounting for the internal security forces and armed units, it would be a formidable challenge to evacuate every last survivor. In the previous existence, the official 3 major survivor gathering places comprised the Yunming building located in Yun City, a large military tunnel situated in the western suburbs, and another in the underground fortifications of the northern outskirts. Additionally, there existed numerous smaller gathering spots throughout Yun City, some established by official entities while others formed organically by the survivors congregating in one place. Through a telescope, the departing convoy was observed heading south after exiting Yumeng City, indicating the presence of another military gathering site in that direction. It appeared that the significant official survivor gathering places of the previous life were not limited to just those 3, Lu Ying mused. In the short term, both the Yun City officials and the nearby military forces prioritized the collection of supplies and the relocation of survivors to established gathering sites. Once these tasks were largely accomplished, it was anticipated that higher-level mutated zombies would emerge among the undead. This had been the case in the previous life as well, once these matters were mainly settled. The military had intended to eradicate the zombies. However, with the appearance of mutated zombies and stronger aberrant creatures, the efficacy of firearms was significantly diminished. Caution was imperative in the coming days while collecting crystal cores in Yumeng City. Retracing his steps downstairs, Lu Ying retrieved a snowmobile and set off towards the underground fortress in the western suburbs. Thanks to his enhanced vision, he could spot military armored vehicles from a considerable distance, allowing him to either take a detour or seek temporary refuge in concealed locations. By noon, he finally arrived at the underground fortress in the western suburbs. After presenting his identification card and verifying his identity with the vigilant security personnel, he was still required to surrender his Yinling knife and short sword. Upon parking the vehicle, the security staff escorted Lu Ying to a different elevator, which, after passing through multiple layers of security, ascended directly to the 11th floor, significantly reducing the distance traveled compared to his last visit. Upon entering the building, he coincidentally encountered Zhang's family at mealtime. Noticing Lu Ying clad in a white flying fish suit, Zhang Jinshu exclaimed and tugged at Lu Ying's collar, revealing the gleaming armor beneath. "Little Lu, I'm not criticizing you, but wearing that all day long must be rather cumbersome," Zhang Jishu jested, mimicking Zhang's tone. Zhang and his wife, Lin Jing, shook their heads in resignation. Alas, there's no choice. The outside world is perilous. A moment's inattention could lead to a bite, and then you would only see me in your dreams. Their family had long since grown accustomed to the playful banter between the two. "Uncle Zhang, I noticed that the local garrison has begun operations to relocate the city's residents," Lu Ying remarked. Zhang nodded in acknowledgement. If it weren't for the sudden outbreak of the zombie virus, the garrison would need time to stabilize, analyze, and strategize the deployment of various air raid shelters and fortifications. The speed of their response is already commendable. By the way, Uncle Zhang, how did the Panshir company manage to contact this shelter? The external communication networks have collapsed entirely, Lu Ying inquired. The radio, this fortress was originally designed with the consideration of potential disruptions to external communication networks. Initially, there was a plan to lay optical cables between various shelters. However, utilizing the same conduit as external communication companies proved futile. Constructing a separate communication pipeline connecting all shelters nationwide would incur exorbitant costs. Ultimately, the decision was made to rely on satellite and radio communications. Lu Ying nodded, recognizing that to ensure continued communication in exceptional circumstances, the buried optical cables must be sufficiently deep, and the intermediate base stations must be built to withstand any assault. The very process of acquiring land for this purpose was fraught with complications. Currently, the clouds in the sky are too dense for satellite communication to be effective. leaving only radio communication as a viable option. Fortunately, when the shelters were established, relay stations were erected at elevated locations, allowing for communication through radio signals. Mr. Zhang sighed in resignation. Chapter 33, Out Hunting Zombies. The Internet, which had been widely utilized for many years, abruptly ceased to function following the apocalypse, leaving many, even now, struggling to adapt. Alas, the charming figures online are no longer visible, lamented Zhang Jishu. Lu Ying rolled her eyes and quipped, "You are such a love-struck fool." Before Zhang Jishu could retort, Lu Ying continued, "Uncle Zhang, do you have a way to procure a radio communication device?" Upon hearing her inquiry, Zhang instantly grasped Lu Ying's intentions. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "No problem. I can secure a device for you this afternoon." After their meal, Zhang Jishu insisted on Lu Ying taking her out for a joyride to witness the zombies. However, given the frigid temperatures outside and the inherent danger posed by those creatures, Zhang was deeply concerned. "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, with me around, Jinshu will be perfectly safe. We will simply observe from a distance, and should anything seem amiss, I will bring her back immediately." After a brief silence, Zhang reflected on Lu Ying's extraordinary capabilities and her continued presence in the snow vehicle, ultimately nodding in agreement. Zhang Jinshu erupted in joy and immediately grabbed Lu Ying to head towards the garage. Pulling Zhang Jinshu back, Lu Ying admonished, "You're going outside in a skirt when it's over 60 degrees below zero? Just wait for me." Zhang Jishu retorted as she dashed back to her room to change. Lu Ying thought for a moment and said, "You change your clothes first. I'll fetch you a heavy-duty cold-resistant suit from the car." "All right, be quick. I'll change in no time," Zhang Jinshu called back. Returning to the snow vehicle, Lu Ying surveyed the surroundings. The garage was equipped with surveillance cameras, but from their angles, they could only capture the tops of vehicles, with other cars obstructing the side views. Notably, there were no cameras facing directly in front. Once assured, Lu Ying moved to the back seat, facing away from the window, and retrieved a slightly smaller cold-resistant suit from her storage space. She also extracted 2 Type 191 assault rifles, 2 Type 92 handguns, and a tactical belt, along with a short sword, 10 fully loaded handgun magazines, and 10 rifle magazines, stowing them beneath the car seat. After dressing Zhang Jinshu in the heavy-duty cold suit and checking it thoroughly, Lu Ying nodded, "Let us depart. Be careful, little Lu, and return early." "Jishu, you must listen to little Lu," Zhang and Aunt Lin cautioned. "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang and Lin, there won't be any problems." After more than an hour, Lu Ying parked the vehicle on a slope and took out binoculars to observe the situation in the small town 3 kilometers away. The single-story houses in the town were largely blanketed in snow, with only the taller buildings remaining partially visible. The town featured 3 parallel streets, with zombies wandering about. "Get out, and I will teach you how to use a firearm," Lu Ying instructed, handing a handgun to Zhang Jishu while keeping another firmly in her grasp. Upon pressing this button, the magazine is released, allowing for its reloading. Adjacent to it lies the safety switch. Once a bullet is chambered, it is imperative to engage the safety if a discharge is not imminent. Now, align the front side of the firearm with the center of the aperture, aiming at the tree ahead. Regulate your breathing and fire steadily. Zhang Jinshu was quite exhilarated, following Lu Ying's instructions as he fired round after round, emptying a magazine, and managed to hit the trunk of the tree 3 times from a distance of 20 meters. Chapter 34, Radio Equipment. Lu Ying chuckled softly before retrieving the 191 assault rifle. The principles were fundamentally similar, yet this particular rifle was equipped with a holographic sight. It was imperative that the stock be firmly pressed against the shoulder, otherwise, a misalignment could result in considerable pain at the collarbone. A series of gunshots followed. The magazine emptied once more. Despite the accuracy being somewhat lacking, he had finally mastered the use of both the pistol and the automatic rifle. As they approached the outskirts of the town, Lu Ying instructed, "Remember, aim for the heads of those zombies and remain calm." The snowmobile's engine was still running, pointed towards one of the streets, approximately 300 meters away. The two then opened the car doors, aiming at the wandering zombies on the street, and pulled the triggers. Bang! 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 The sound of shooting echoed continuously. Having undergone prior shooting practice and a comprehensive physical enhancement, Lu Ying exhibited remarkable control over his firearm and breathing. Each 5.8mm rifle round fired resulted in a zombie collapsing in response. In contrast, Zhang Jishu, being a novice to rifle shooting and with a distance exceeding 300 meters, experienced some deviations in his aim despite the 191 rifle's superior performance. The gunfire attracted the attention of the zombies on the street, and after finishing a magazine, the horde was now less than 100 meters away from them. Lu Ying quickly secured the safety and shouted, "Get in the car." He circled back to the street corner. As the distance to the approaching zombies diminished, Zhang Jinshu, feeling anxious, queried, Why do you keep shooting towards the street? Lu Ying smiled and replied, you will understand shortly. When the nearest zombies were less than 100 meters away and alerted by the noise of the snowmobile, they began charging towards it. Lu Ying opened the car door. Drawing the Ying knife with a swift motion, he charged toward the gathering zombies, while Zhang Jinshu sat nervously in the vehicle, gripping the rifle tightly. His eyes filled with apprehension. Lu Ying moved with remarkable speed, swiftly colliding with the oncoming zombies. With each slash, cut, stab, and thrust of the Ying knife, a zombie met its demise, either decapitated or severed in half. His white flying fish suit soon became splattered with blood. His body, enhanced for the second time, now possessed more than double its previous strength, enabling him to cleave a zombie in half with a single-handed strike. In Lu Ying's hands, the Ying knife transformed into a harbinger of death, mercilessly reaping the lives of the undead. He raised his left arm and delivered a powerful blow, scattering the advancing zombies. Before stepping forward with a flash of the blade, splitting one zombie's head in two, he then plunged back into the dwindling horde. Zhang Jishu, witnessing Lu Ying's ferocity, gaped in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. As Lu Ying charged into the throng, he resembled a martial arts master from an epic drama, each move swift and domineering, akin to a wolf among sheep. Over 50 zombies fell, heads severed, halves cleaved, or bodies split in twain, leaving Lu Ying standing alone on the once crowded street. Before Zhang Jinshu could fully comprehend the scene, Lu Ying rapped on the car window. What are you thinking? He inquired, regaining his composure. Lu Ying noticed that his white flying fish suit was stained crimson with blood, the marks having already dried. Zhang Jinshu, with a hint of urgency, inquired if he had sustained any injuries, and then, with evident concern, began to examine Lu Ying, seemingly oblivious to the coagulated blood. I'm fine. Let us proceed to gather the crystal cores, he replied, taking Zhang Jinshu by the hand and leading him into the heap of zombie remains. The sight of the blood-soaked ground and dismembered bodies struck Zhang Jinshu's soul with a visceral shock. He promptly bent over and retched, expelling his stomach's contents onto the ground. Lu Ying gently patted him on the back, murmuring words of comfort. This scene was starkly different from the distant gunfire of an assault rifle for the yet-to-evolve Zhang Jinshu. Through the scope, he could only vaguely perceive the zombies collapsing under bullet fire, but the visceral sensations of blood and brain matter spilling from the pierced skulls, as well as the overwhelming stench of blood, remained beyond his grasp. Lu Ying offered Zhang Jinshu a bottle of purified water, and after rinsing his mouth, Zhang Jinshu, suppressing his nausea, joined Lu Ying in collecting the crystal cores. In the narrow street, amidst 100 zombies, they managed to find a total of 16 cores. As they progressed, Zhang Jinshu appeared somewhat subdued, lacking his usual vivacity, and it was clear he required time to adjust. Upon returning to the bunker, Zhang Jinshu hurried to his room, where the sound of running water suggested he was bathing. Zhang, the commander, led Lu Ying into the tea room, where 2 cardboard boxes rested on the table, likely containing radio communication equipment. Once you take this device back, it must be set up on a mountaintop or an open, elevated area to receive signals. It cannot be utilized inside the cave without an antenna, he explained. Lu Ying opened one of the boxes to reveal 3 devices, while the other contained antennas, along with a printed frequency and operation manual. Zhang demonstrated how to operate the equipment, and Lu Ying mentally recorded each step. The manual was thorough, detailing how to set up the antenna, what type of feed line to use, and instructions for operating the communication devices. Essentially, anyone literate could follow the instructions to use them. After carefully repacking the boxes, Lu Ying reached beneath his armored chest plate and retrieved 292-style pistols from his spatial storage. Chapter 35 Farewell to Meng Nanxing. Upon seeing the 292-style pistols in Lu Ying's hands, Mr. Zhang was momentarily taken aback. He then watched as Lu Ying retrieved 8 fully loaded magazines in quick succession. Xiao Lu, what is this? Mr. Zhang inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Uncle Zhang, with these 292s and the 8 magazines, we have a total of 10 magazines and 150 rounds. You and Jinshu each take one for safety, Lu Ying explained. After a brief contemplation, Mr. Zhang nodded in acceptance, refraining from questioning the origin of the firearms. After a while, Zhang Jinshu, having regained her vitality, noticed the 2 handguns on the tea table. She picked one up and began to toy with it. How does a girl like you have an affinity for such things? Mr. Zhang remarked, a hint of helplessness in his voice. Dad, let me tell you today. Zhang Jinshu animatedly recounted her prowess. Mr. Zhang smiled, yet there was a trace of concern in his eyes. Once the father-daughter duo finished their exchange, Lu Ying inquired, Uncle Zhang, how can I get in touch with Meng Nanxing? I would like to see her. Wait a moment, Mr. Zhang replied before exiting the tea room. After a short while, he returned, stating, Nanxing will arrive with Gao Su in 20 minutes. Humph, that's excessive. Zhang Jinshu exclaimed, slightly agitated. Lu Ying chuckled. Everyone has their own perspective. There's no need to be angry with her. Mr. Zhang carefully stored away the 2 handguns and 8 magazines, and the group engaged in casual conversation while sipping tea, awaiting their guests. After approximately 20 minutes, the doorbell rang, and Zhang Jinshu, albeit reluctantly, accompanied Lu Ying to open the door. Upon the door's opening, Meng Nanxing appeared in an exquisite white gown, adorned with a luxurious blue diamond pendant around her fair neck, exuding an air of elegance akin to a proud swan. Behind her stood a tall, handsome man in a formal suit, his smile as refreshing as a spring breeze. Meng Nanxing's gaze towards Lu Ying was complex, yet she greeted them with a smile, saying, Xixiang, Jinshu. Lu Ying nodded, feeling little more than a resolve to find a suitable moment for retribution. After their meeting with Mr. Zhang's family, the atmosphere in the tea room grew somewhat strange. At that moment, Meng Nanxing turned to Lu Ying and said, Xixiang, I would like to speak with you privately. The man named Gao Su appeared to be already aware of this, displaying no other reaction. Lu Ying nodded, bade farewell to those present, and followed Meng Nanxing to the room where she had been staying. Once the door was closed, Meng Nanxing's expression revealed a mix of complexity and concern as she quietly said, Xixiang, it's all right, I already know, Lu Ying interrupted, fully aware of what Meng Nanxing wished to express, yet disinterested in hearing her out. And Xixiang, about our past. Meng Nanxing's voice trembled slightly, betraying her unease. Rest assured, I will not interfere with you, nor will I spread tales of our previous encounters, Lu Ying assured her. The worry in Meng Nanxing's eyes dissipated, replaced by a smile. I knew you cared for me the most, Xixiao. Feeling a wave of nausea, Lu Ying contemplated for a moment before asking, have you two considered when to get married? Upon hearing Lu Ying's inquiry, Meng Nanxing's gaze dimmed slightly, and Lu Ying instantly comprehended that it was likely due to his parents' disapproval. It was understandable, considering Meng Nanxing lacked a distinguished family background, while his counterpart evidently hailed from a reputable lineage. Despite Mr. Zhang's kindness towards Lu Ying and Meng Nanxing, she was not his biological daughter. Had it been Zhang Jinshu, his parents would likely have acquiesced. The prejudices of social standing persist, unaffected by the passage of time. As for the age-old tales of impoverished scholars and wealthy young ladies, or the narratives of domineering CEOs and common girls, while they exist, they are indeed rare. Nevertheless, there is no rush. The snowfall outside has ceased, and I had not considered a stroll to clear my mind. It feels somewhat suffocating here, Lu Ying remarked casually. Meng Nanxing shook his head. I have heard that the outside is rather perilous. Lu Ying nodded in agreement, as long as we do not venture deep into the city. A little fresh air should pose no danger. Whenever you feel stifled, contact Uncle Zhang, and I shall accompany you then. Meng Nanxing absently nodded, and the two subsequently departed the room, returning to the tea chamber. This exchange was merely an attempt, should Meng Nanxing ever wish to explore the outside world. Lu Ying had numerous strategies to create unforeseen opportunities to alleviate this thorny issue. If Meng Nanxing chose not to go, it was of little consequence. Her own strength was steadily increasing. Should Meng Nanxing remain confined, she could ultimately resort to taking decisive action within the bunker, penetrating its depths. Though Lu Ying was reluctant to resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. In truth, ever since her first encounter with this bunker, a profound adage had surfaced in Lu Ying's mind. While neighbors stockpile grain, I shall stockpile arms. My neighbor is my granary. Yet, this notion was swiftly extinguished as it arose. Chapter 36, Conspiracy. Upon contemplating this, the thought resurfaced, and suppressing the impulse within. He mused, if the opportunity arises in the future, it would not be unwise to consider a more advantageous location. Inside the tea room, Zhang Jishu appeared somewhat displeased as he served tea to the guests, while Gao Su and Mr. Zhang conversed amicably. Upon the arrival of Lu Ying and her companion, Gao Su greeted Lu Ying with a smile and a nod. During this interaction, Gao Su merely offered a brief self-introduction, devoid of any condescending demeanor, maintaining a balanced composure. Yet, Lu Ying discerned that he regarded her with a higher standing, even somewhat akin to Mr. Zhang. Unperturbed, Lu Ying merely contemplated the potential forthcoming opportunities for action. An hour later, Meng Nanxing and Gao Su took their leave. Dressed so formally, are they here to provoke? Zhang Jinshu fumed slightly. Mr. Zhang observed his daughter, resembling a puffed-up kitten, and shook his head in mild exasperation. Xiaolu, we shall connect at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. By the way, here is a list of urgent codes. In circumstances where explicit communication is inconvenient, we can utilize these designations. Receiving the A4 sheet from Mr. Zhang, Lu Ying noted the densely packed numbers, each sequence accompanied by a brief explanation of its significance, such as 7701 indicating an external attack on the fortress and 7709 signifying internal turmoil. After dinner, Lu Ying drove back to the tunnel. while Meng Nanxing and Gao Su returned to the residence of the Gao family on the 15th floor. Contemplating the affable Gao Su, Meng Nanxing inquired, "When shall we act? Let us await my uncle's arrangements. Rest assured, I have already made provisions. Once Lu Ying is eliminated, all her possessions will be entrusted to you. There won't be any unforeseen complications, will there?" Gao Su chuckled. "Within the action team, I have my people. One will retrieve that ring and bring it back to you." At this reassurance, Meng Nanxing beamed, feeling a sense of relief. "Brother, I shall remember your sacrifices," she thought to herself. The following morning, Lu Ying ascended to the mountaintop. Yesterday, Mr. Zhang had mentioned that there was a relay station established by the Panshir Company in the eastern suburbs, and since Lu Ying's location was not surrounded by mountains, it sufficed to set up an external antenna connected to the shelter. After erecting the antenna and linking it to the equipment, she adjusted the external power supply to the frequency band previously requested by the Panshir Company. As communication was established, static and voices emerged. Lu Ying listened attentively without interruption. It was a dialogue regarding the conditions amongst several shelters belonging to Panshir Company. At 8 o'clock, a crackling sound emanated from the device, prompting Lu Ying to swiftly calibrate it to discern the message. "Fairy calling Lu Banban." Lu Ying was momentarily speechless before responding. "Lu the Handsome has received your message, over." After completing the communication with Zhang Jishu, she retracted the device into her space and retrieved a map of Tangnan City. Located in the northern suburbs of Tangnan City was a factory manufacturing various models of cables, which housed radio equipment and feeder pipes necessary for maintaining communication quality over considerable distances. It was just the right time to replenish some ammunition. On the map, Lu Ying marked the locations of the factory and several police stations clearly, planning the course of action meticulously. She changed into a red flying fish suit, as her white one had soaked in various detergents, awaiting her return for cleaning. After securing the entrance of the tunnel, she retrieved a snowmobile from her space and set off towards the cable factory in the northern suburbs of Tangnan City. The journey of over 60 kilometers took less than an hour, and Lu Ying did not enter the city center of Tangnan, opting instead to navigate the outskirts. As she passed various intersections, Lu Ying slowed her speed, observing the streets teeming with wandering zombies. The situation in Tangnan City was not much better than that in Yumeng City. Unfortunately, the military presence near Yun City was sparse, with most troops concentrated along the coastline and border regions of the entire Xia nation. Occasionally encountering a few zombies along the way, Lu Ying chose to circumvent them, prioritizing the retrieval of coaxial cables and ammunition before contemplating a venture into the city for some crystal cores. Arriving at the factory named Hangzhou Cable shortly after 9, she noted that the facility was situated in the suburbs, surrounded by villages close to Tangnan City, most of which were buried under snow. Inside the cable factory, there were fewer than 5 zombies, identifiable by their clothing as 3 security guards and 2 workers. After disembarking, she easily dispatched the zombies but found no crystal cores. Half of the factory was buried in snow, with the main entrance securely shut. Fortunately, the roof had a semicircular structure, preventing excessive snow accumulation. The factory contained production workshops and warehouses, and after a thorough search, Lu Ying discovered a warehouse in the left corner upon entering. She leaped onto the warehouse roof and retrieved an angle grinder along with a high-capacity outdoor power source from her space, cutting a large opening in the roof. Lowering an aluminum alloy telescopic ladder, she entered the dimly lit warehouse, where the only light came from the aperture she had made. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Lu Ying. Inside, she found various models and uses of cables, including those as thick as an arm. After some searching, she finally located the coaxial cables needed to connect the radio and antenna. The warehouse contained over 60 usable rolls. With a sweeping gesture, she took all the cables. Regardless of specification, as her space was sufficiently large, their future utility could be determined later. Exiting the cable factory, she continued towards the police stations. Tangnan City had 3 police substations located in the southern, northern, and central districts. As she approached the entrance to the urban area, Lu Ying parked the vehicle to assess the number of zombies along the route. The police station in the northern district was positioned on the city's edge. Yet the road was densely populated with zombies, accompanied by distant gunfire, likely from military internal security forces relocating survivors. However, the distance was too great. Despite Lu Ying's superior hearing, she could not detect the zombies that were farther away. At this point, she was about a kilometer from the police station. Through her binoculars, she observed scattered zombies wandering along the entire road, numbering around 100. Fortunately, the road was relatively wide, and the zombies were dispersed. Bringing the vehicle to a stop approximately 300 meters from the horde, Lu Ying retrieved her compound bow and over 100 willow leaf arrows from her space. At this moment, Although the bow and arrow may lack the ferocity and convenience of an assault rifle, it possesses the advantage of minimal sound, thus not attracting the attention of the undead horde at this distance. With a deft draw, each slender arrow pierced the skulls of the zombies, resulting in the demise of the more than 10 undead prowling the ground ahead. Continuing deeper, every pause was strategically positioned approximately 300 meters away from the horde. With each flight of feathered arrows, the 100 or so zombies obstructing Ying were dispatched with precision. As the arrows were retrieved, so too were the heads of the fallen zombies, yielding a total of 14 crystal cores. Breaking through the glass of the second floor of the security office, Ying leapt down to discover a lifeless body in the corner of the room, already vanquished. The figure appeared to be a middle-aged security officer, yet his coat had mysteriously vanished. Frowning slightly, Ying drew his .92 pistol, cautiously opening the door and surveying the corridor for any signs of life. He then proceeded to inspect each room on the second floor. The ground bore the remnants of congealed blood and footprints, indicating that someone had sustained injuries. Drawing from past experiences, Ying made his way to the basement, ensuring to thoroughly check the first floor as well. Chapter 37. The Imposter upon descending into the basement. The location of the armory was immediately apparent, yet the entire corridor, walls, and door were smeared with blood. After meticulously inspecting the other rooms and confirming the absence of both individuals and zombies, Ying cautiously approached the armory. He pushed against the door, only to find it locked. Gripping his handgun tightly with his right hand, he knocked firmly on the door with his left. "Who is there?" A faint voice inquired from within. Ying, on high alert, pondered swiftly before responding, "I am a representative from the Yun City Disaster Command Center, sent to assess the situation in Tangnan City. What is the current state of your city?" "The Yun City Disaster Command Center?" The voice inside expressed uncertainty. The Yun City government and military established the Post-Disaster Rescue Command Center yesterday. Troops from various cities and nearby station forces, along with armed units from the public security system, have been mobilized to evacuate and resettle survivors. Communication has been disrupted, which is why 2 task forces were dispatched to your Tangnan City to evaluate the situation. Ying then inquired, "How are you faring?" "The outside is covered in blood." The voice replied once more, "I can hardly hold on. There are 7 colleagues inside this building who have transformed into monsters. You must leave at once. Open the door first. The outside is crawling with those things, and I cannot possibly escape." I reported our location to my superiors via the vehicle's radio upon arrival, and reinforcements will soon come to rescue us. After a moment of contemplation, Ying retrieved a backpack from his inventory, filled with pure water, bread, and a bottle of liquor. The person inside fell silent for a moment, then the sound of a mechanical lock being turned echoed through the air, and the armory door swung open. A dark barrel emerged from within, and a gunshot rang out. However, Ying's reflexes proved swifter. He evaded before the shot was fired, swiftly disarming the shooter and entering the armory. The assailant was a young public security officer, visibly injured, likely not yet 30 years of age. Ying unbuckled the officer's tactical belt and urged him to sit on a stool. The officer, devoid of any weaponry, slumped despondently onto the seat. "Why did you shoot at me?" Ying inquired in a low voice. The officer, gritting his teeth against the pain, responded, "Your earlier statements are riddled with inconsistencies. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that each city is struggling to fend for itself. With a population exceeding 10 million, Yun City cannot rely solely on the limited nearby troops and urban defense forces, along with public security units, to resolve its issues. Even if a command center has been established in Yun City, they would have to communicate with Tangnan City via emergency radio. How could they possibly send personnel to traverse through a horde of corpses in such frigid conditions?" Ying nodded in acknowledgement. The officer continued, "Your presence here suggests you are after weapons and ammunition. Even amidst the chaos outside, I have my duties, and I cannot ascertain whether you are a person of ill intent. In the current situation, should malevolent individuals gain access to weapons and ammunition, the threat posed to ordinary civilians would far exceed that of the zombies. Indeed, I am not a nefarious criminal. My purpose here is solely for weapons and ammunition. Moreover, you are not the sheriff. The middle-aged officer outside was slain by your hand, wasn't he?" At that moment, the young man's expression shifted, and just as he was about to speak, a gunshot rang out, leaving a gaping wound on his forehead. Ying approached, delivering a kick that sent him sprawling, cursing. "Curse you, this T&D officer is clad in uniform yet adorned with earrings. Furthermore, the uniform he wore was ill-fitting. He donned the upper half of a uniform while his lower half was clad in down pants, evidently pilfered from the deceased officer." Within the ammunition depot, 6 independent ammunition cabinets awaited. Ying disconnected the wires and stored them in his spatial inventory. Subsequently, he ascended the stairs to the armory, which was in an open state. However, evidence of a fierce struggle was apparent. with dried blood and fallen zombies scattered about. He collected both gun cabinets into his spatial inventory and stood by the window to survey the surroundings. The path he traversed earlier was devoid of any new zombies, aside from those he had dispatched. Retracing his steps back to the police station, he halted at the crossroads where a comprehensive shopping mall stood adjacent. Shattering the glass, Ying entered the deserted mall. It was evident that since the torrential rain commenced, the mall had remained shuttered. All the crystal roller shutters of the shops were firmly closed. This mall boasted 5 stories. The 4th and 5th floors were designated for dining, while the lower 3 floors housed a mix of clothing, jewelry, and toys, with the ground level dedicated to a supermarket. He seized all that was salvageable, particularly clothing. For the days ahead would be long and abundance was preferable. Breaking through the supermarket's roller shutter, he was greeted by a cornucopia of goods. The entrance area showcased fresh fruits, though many had spoiled, and a considerable amount of seafood had frozen into blocks of ice. Just then, Ying detected a faint sound, as if someone had exhaled quietly. Cocking his handgun, he cautiously approached the source of the sound, navigating through rows of shelves until he neared a corner. The sound grew closer, accompanied by the hurried breath of someone attempting to stifle their noise. As he turned the corner, 2 panicked voices cried out, "Do not kill me. Do not kill me." 2 young men stood before him, hands raised, their eyes filled with fear as they pleaded for mercy. "Who are you?" Ying inquired. "Sir, we are residents from a nearby community. A few days ago, we were so famished that we ventured out in search of food. Rest assured, we will pay for what we have consumed in the supermarket these past few days. Indeed, sir, we would never take anything without compensating for it." The duo, noticing the tactical belt at Ying's waist, mistakenly assumed he was an officer. "Aside from you two, are there any others in this supermarket?" "No, sir. It's just the 2 of us in the entire supermarket." "Is that so?" Ying let out a light laugh, then raised her voice slightly. "Come out. The 3 of you across the way." After a few seconds of silence, she added, "If you don't come out, I will be forced to fire." Soon, 3 young girls emerged from behind a row of shelves, their faces marred with wounds, their eyes filled with terror and trepidation. "Come closer, I assure you. I mean you no harm." The girls cautiously approached Ying, their heads bowed, too frightened to meet her gaze. "Do not be afraid. I am a good person and also the peacekeeper of Yun City," Ying reassured them. Upon hearing her claim of being a peacekeeper, the girls exchanged doubtful glances. Observing her attire, a flight suit complemented by a tactical belt. "Rest assured, I am a harbinger of justice. The streets outside are teeming with zombies, and I am compelled to don this armor to protect myself from being bitten." With that, Ying tugged at her collar, revealing the gleaming armor beneath. Chapter 38. In the next life, be a good person. What is going on? Ying inquired. The 3 young women hesitated, and among them, the youngest timidly replied, "Commander, we are residents of the nearby community. The day before yesterday, we fled here with several others, one of whom works in this mall. We entered through another staff entrance, intending to wait for rescue here, but unexpectedly, they murdered that person last night and then forced us." She pointed towards the shelf from which they had just emerged. The other 2 girls nodded in fear. "Commander, it's not like that. Silence. You two, do not move. If you make any sudden movements, I will shoot immediately." With that, Ying stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of the 3 girls. Glancing back only to confirm that indeed, a decapitated corpse lay behind the shelf. At that very moment, as Ying turned, 2 of the girls lunged towards his right hand wielding the gun, while the 3rd dove at his legs. The 2 young men, crouching on the ground, pulled gleaming knives from their pockets and charged forward. TSK. A smile curled at the corner of Ying's mouth as he reacted swiftly, retreating 2 steps. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire erupted as the 2 knife wielders fell, struck in the chest, while the 3 girls were also hit in the thighs. The supermarket was instantly filled with cries of agony and pleas for mercy. TSK, how did you know I had a gun and planned this in advance? No one responded. Another shot rang out, hitting one of the girls' other calf. Speak, or I'll toss you into the horde of zombies. I'll talk, please don't kill me. It was seen on the camera, and they wanted to seize your gun, and that device that collects items. Woo-woo, please spare me, oh? You saw this on the surveillance? Ying asked, intrigued. By the way, the entire city should be experiencing a blackout. What is powering these cameras? They have backup diesel generators here. They can utilize those. Following the gaze of another girl, Ying noticed a slightly taller boy. Are there any others besides you? No, aside from the one they killed. It's just us. I've told you everything. Please don't kill me. Woo-woo, alas. Be a good person in your next life. Bang, bang, bang. Gunfire echoed as all 5 young individuals were executed with a bullet to the head. Afterward, Ying entered the surveillance room. Confirming that the screens indeed displayed the scenes within the supermarket, he extracted all the equipment from the monitoring room. securing it back into storage to eliminate any possibility of exposure. It was then time to gather supplies. He disregarded the spoiled and moldy fruits and vegetables, immediately starting to collect from the dry goods and grains section, sweeping his hand to gather everything. Next came the beverages, snacks, tea, milk, and more. After collecting these, half of the area still remained. Pots, bowls, and sanitary products, along with daily necessities and garments, were all stored within the confines of the space. Aside from the checkout area, there existed zones for spiritual nourishment and various home appliances. After gathering all the items from the supermarket, Lu Ying's resources received a substantial boost once again. Upon completing her shopping excursion, Lu Ying felt a lift in her spirits. It was no wonder that some chose shopping as a means to vent their emotions. Indeed, it was exhilarating. Strolling along the now empty street felt akin to surveying her domain. Flanking her were numerous shops, predominantly eateries and hair salons, with a pharmacy located at the entrance of a nearby residential complex. Breaking through the pharmacy's shutter, she found it to be larger and stocked with more medications than the one she had acquired previously. Everything within her line of sight was swiftly absorbed into her storage space. After collecting all recyclable materials from the street, Lu Ying turned into another lane, breaking through a window to enter an office building, ascending to the rooftop. This skyscraper boasted over 30 stories. Gazing down from the rooftop provided a panoramic view, and she retrieved her binoculars, focusing on the location from which gunfire was emanating. Over 3 kilometers away, approximately a dozen teams clad in camouflage uniforms of the internal security forces were escorting groups of survivors, numbering from dozens to over 30, heading westward. The survivors were shielded in the center, while each combat team, consisting of more than 10 members, had 4 individuals leading the survivors, with 8 to 9 team members firing upon the encroaching horde of corpses behind. The teams employed not only the 191 automatic rifles but also precision rifles, grenade launchers, and 12 7mm caliber heavy machine guns. The heavy machine guns unleashed a ferocious barrage, shredding rows of zombies into fragments, with crossfire and other supporting fire. And given the street's narrowness, the advancing zombies had yet to breach their defenses. However, through her binoculars, Lu Ying observed a larger mass of zombies gathering behind. And should they remain unable to escape with dwindling ammunition, it would only be a matter of time before the horde caught up to them, along with the dozens of survivors. Sighing softly, Lu Ying reflected on the plight of the rescued survivors who had endured torrential rains followed by a fortnight of blizzards. Compounded by the frigid external temperatures, many were nearing their physical and mental limits. Within the group, most trudged forward with difficulty, while the armed personnel leading them were visibly anxious yet powerless to alter their fate. If reinforcements did not arrive soon, it would be exceedingly challenging for this small team and the survivors to escape unharmed. As time wore on, the ammunition of the rearguard was nearly exhausted. One team member communicated something over the radio, prompting the 4 leading members to shatter a glass pane on the second floor of a nearby shop, facilitating the transfer of survivors inside. The team members in the back quickly withdrew into the establishment as well. Subsequently, the horde followed in pursuit. Yet a significant number of zombies remained outside, blocking the way. The zombies on the adjacent streets were largely drawn towards this commotion, at which point some survivors from nearby complexes seized the opportunity to venture outside, carrying empty bags to scavenge for supplies in the shops. Upon departing from the office building, Lu Ying sought a secluded spot to retrieve the snowmobile, setting off towards the enchanting city of Yunmeng. Chapter 39. The armed squad arrived as they approached the vicinity of Yun City. A procession of illuminated vehicles appeared in the distance. Lu Ying focused intently and discerned that they were modified snow vehicles, seemingly military trucks outfitted with tracks. Each vehicle was equipped with a 12 7mm heavy machine gun mounted atop, which made Lu Ying's heart yearn with desire. He resolved to acquire a few of them sooner or later. In the nocturnal landscape of Yun City's urban area, sporadic gunfire echoed, while powerful beams from searchlights illuminated several streets in the western suburbs. A significant military presence was already engaged in relocating the surviving populace within the city. By the time Lu Ying returned to the shelter, it was well past 9 in the evening. He entered the room where he had previously opened the ammunition cabinet and retrieved all the independent ammunition cabinets he had collected that day from Tangnan City. He had amassed a total of 6 ammunition cabinets and 2 firearms cabinets. The firearms cabinets from the Tangnan City Public Security Bureau appeared to be considerably larger than those from the West District Public Security Bureau of Yun City. With a combination of brute force using a sledgehammer and an angle grinder, Lu Ying managed to unlock the 2 firearms cabinets. A wave of joy surged within him as he beheld the array of firearms inside. The upper tier of the cabinet housed 92 style handguns, while the lower tier featured 191 automatic rifles. However, among the 10 automatic rifles in one cabinet, two stood out as distinct from the others. He extracted one, noting its longer barrel and enhanced scope with higher magnification. This was the 191 precision rifle, albeit in a limited quantity of only 2. Ying sighed, recognizing that the Public Security Bureau's arsenal was markedly inferior in both quantity and variety compared to other armed forces. He harbored great anticipation for the possibility of acquiring a 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle or even a 14.5mm variant, even in his previous life. These calibers of sniper rifles proved to be exceptionally effective against the mutated zombies and creatures. Regrettably, such anti-material sniper rifles were likely only available in military arsenals. He also longed for grenades, grenade launchers, and larger caliber artillery with more formidable firepower. Upon opening all 6 ammunition cabinets, he amassed a total of 2,700 rounds of 9mm handgun ammunition and 5,400 rounds of 5.8mm automatic rifle ammunition. He meticulously filled all the magazines, gathered the firearms, ammunition, and cabinets, and sank into a deep slumber. The following morning, Ying ascended to the platform outside the pit and retrieved the bundle of coaxial cable to connect it to the antenna atop the mountain. Fortunately, the tunnel's design had taken into account the necessity for communication with the outside world in special circumstances, hence it had preemptively reserved conduits for wiring, which also contained a metal wire that could be pulled through directly into Ying's bedroom. After installing the coaxial cable, he secured the antenna on the mountaintop and positioned the radio equipment by the window. Once the radio was powered on, he tuned it to the frequency previously agreed upon with Zhang. Just as the clock struck 8 in the morning, the communication device crackled to life with Zhang Jinshu's somewhat languid voice, clearly indicating he had just risen. Lu, good morning. At 9 a.m., Ying donned another set of Ming Dynasty-style straight fish-scale armor, which was notably more convenient to wear. Over it, she draped a vibrant red flying fish robe. Upon opening the tunnel door, a frown creased Ying's brow. She detected some very subtle sounds nearby, not the gentle rustle of wind through treetops, but rather the unmistakable hum of a snowmobile engine. The sound emanated from approximately 1 kilometer down the mountain. However, Ying's enhanced hearing allowed her to discern these sounds with remarkable clarity. After carefully closing the door again, Ying scrutinized every surveillance feed on the monitor. All the footage revealed no anomalies. After a moment's contemplation, she retrieved her 191 precision handgun and secured 5 additional magazines to her tactical belt, keeping her gaze fixed on the surveillance screens. 2 minutes later, a squad of 7, clad in snow camouflage and fully armed, appeared on the monitor. Ying's heart tightened at the sight. Chapter 40, Gunfire. The armed squad, identifiable by their camouflage attire and the assault and sniper rifles they wielded, did not belong to any domestic military force. The firearms in their possession were likely 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, each equipped with scopes, while a burly man clutched an M249 light machine gun, and another sniper appeared to be armed with an 22 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle. Ying had previously encountered these weapons in short videos and video games. Additionally, 2 individuals bore bulky tactical backpacks on their backs. Judging by their trajectory, they appeared to be advancing towards him. The rear mountain was nestled within a range, devoid of alternative paths, and the cameras showed no sign of the armed squad. Ying activated the explosion-proof door at the back mountain with his precision rifle, ascending to a prominent rock at the summit. He had changed into a white outer garment. Lying beside the rock, he adjusted his scope, focusing on the increasingly close armed squad. 4 snowmobiles had appeared, parked at the base of the mountain, as 7 individuals disembarked and approached uphill. Indeed, they were coming for me, Ying pondered, uncertain of their affiliations. Could it be the Pancher Company and the group backing them? The formation of these 7 did not resemble that of military or armed forces. They approached in a tactical formation that suggested they did not regard Ying as a significant threat. Faint voices reached his ears. The burly man with the M249 machine gun grumbled, "Is it really necessary to dispatch a whole squad for such a kid? Dealing with him is trivial. The challenge lies in ensuring the tunnel remains largely intact." Another, presumably the leader, interjected, This spoiled brat will likely be intimidated into opening the door. Perhaps even greet us politely. If that happens, it would save us considerable time and effort." Listening to their conversation, Ying deduced that these individuals were likely sent by the Pancher Company or the group behind it to seize the shelter. As they progressed halfway, the sniper seemed poised to ascend a neighboring peak adjacent to the mountain housing the tunnel. The 2 peaks were nearly equal in height, once at the vantage point. He could effectively block the main entrance of the tunnel with his sniper rifle. Ying aimed at the sniper wielding the 22 Malawian Quachs, adjusted his breath, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The shot struck the sniper squarely in the face, causing him to topple lifelessly. The remaining 6 armed personnel immediately dropped to the ground. and Lu Ying swiftly targeted another who appeared to be the leader, shooting through his left thigh. "Ah, I've located him. Find a way to enter the mountain and seek cover," the fallen squad commander barked, issuing combat orders. The others retaliated by firing at the origin of the gunfire. Bang! 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 Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat! Seeing one of his comrades fall dead and the leader injured, the burly man with the M249 machine gun let out a furious roar, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the source of the shots. "You bastard! I will kill you." The gunfire erupted abruptly, fierce and relentless, yet the enemy had yet to ascertain Lu Ying's precise location, resorting instead to blanket fire in the direction of the gunshots. Most bullets landed beneath Lu Ying's position. Through the scope, Lu Ying locked onto a robust man sprawled on the ground, continuously firing an M249. A shot rang out, and the machine gunner was struck in the head, blood instantly seeping forth, staining the snow camouflage atop his winter hat. Among the remaining four, two had now disowned Lu Ying's position and commenced a vigorous assault in her direction. The other two were aiding their wounded squad commander, who had been shot in the thigh and was incapacitated, retreating towards the nearby mountains to seek refuge among the trees. Another shot pierced the air, striking the left thigh of one of the men dragging the commander, causing him to collapse. Two more shots rang out, and another soldier aiding the commander was hit in the chest, falling to the ground, wailing in agony. The squad of 7 was reduced to merely 2 operatives still valiantly returning fire with their HK-416s. Lu Ying seized the moment to roll behind a protruding rock, crawling away before leveraging the mountain's terrain for concealment, repositioning herself. Crouching behind a pine tree as thick as a thigh, she steadied her breath and aimed at one of the returning fire. A shot fired, striking the soldier in the neck, blood gushing forth as he fell to his knees, clutching his throat. However, the bullet's entry wound was not merely a puncture. It created a cavity effect, tearing apart muscle, bone, and arteries. Blood flowed freely from his hands until he succumbed. The remaining soldier, now panicking, realized that of the 7, many had either perished or were gravely wounded before they could reach safety. 2 more shots rang out, and the last armed assailant was hit in the chest and fell lifelessly. Reflecting on Lu Ying's resolve, she aimed once more at the fallen bodies, delivering final shots to the heads of the 5 already struck. The echoes of gunfire filled the air as each received a concluding bullet, sealing their fates. Lu Ying then targeted the joint of the commander's right arm and shoulder, firing once more, eliciting a scream as the commander's arm was rendered useless. Another shot incapacitated another soldier's right arm. Reloading her magazine, Lu Ying advanced toward the location of the 7. As she approached, rifle raised and alert, she contemplated delivering additional shots to the already deceased, uncertain if any among them had begun to evolve. With utmost caution, she dispatched the 5 with precise shots to their heads. The commander and 1 soldier lay in agony on the blood-stained snow, groaning in pain. A thorough search revealed one among the 7 carrying a military radio, though it remained powered off. She relieved the 2 of their 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles and retrieved 2 M17 tactical pistols. In the search of the tactical vests and belts of the 2 individuals, 4 M67 defensive fragmentation grenades and 4 MK3A2 offensive grenades were discovered. Subsequently, the first aid kits on their persons were located, and tourniquets were applied to staunch the bleeding from the gunshot wounds on the proximal ends of their thighs. The masks of both individuals were then removed. Both were nationals of the Summer Nation. The commander was a rugged, middle-aged man, while the other team member was considerably younger. Lu Ying turned to the commander and inquired, "What is your name?" The commander, though visibly in pain, remained silent, prompting Lu Ying to direct his question to the younger team member, who also offered no response. With a light chuckle, Lu Ying snapped a twig, roughly the thickness of chopsticks, from a nearby tree and prodded it into the commander's thigh wound, twisting it relentlessly. A piercing scream erupted, and beads of sweat appeared on the commander's brow. Chapter 41. The behind-the-scenes organization and various weapons. A flicker of trepidation crossed the eyes of the fallen team member on the ground. Extracting a branch, Lu Ying inquired once more, "What is your name?" The commander, his teeth clenched tightly, gasped for breath. Observing this, Lu Ying turned to another deceased team member, rummaging through his backpack, where he discovered an abundance of first aid supplies. He procured a syringe of adrenaline and plunged it into the outer thigh of the commander. With a light chuckle, Lu Ying remarked, "Fear not, we have ample time. You brought 7 syringes of adrenaline. If you persist in this obstinacy before your demise, I shall ensure you experience the torturous methods I have gleaned from various videos." He then glanced at another team member, adding, "Oh, rest assured, I will save 3 for you." Lu Ying then reached into his garment, retrieving a small pouch of salt. He tore it open and sprinkled the contents over the commander's wound, eliciting another anguished scream. However, the commander remained resolute, refusing to utter a word. Lu Ying brandished his short sword, twirling it in his hand. In the era of feudal dynasties thousands of years ago, there existed a form of torture known as Ling Chi, which involved inflicting 1,000 cuts upon a person. While I lack such proficiency, I could manage a couple of hundred cuts before your end, each time sprinkling salt into the wounds. What do you think? The commander remained silent, seemingly determined to endure. Contemplating for a moment, Lu Ying continued, "You are not military personnel. I surmise your defiance stems from a fear of divulging information that could endanger your family, correct?" Noticing the two remain mute, he pressed on, "You are from Rock Solid Company, or rather, an organization behind Rock Solid Company sent to seize the shelter. Tell me, if I were to claim I acquired this information from you, would not the forces behind you seek retribution against your family?" As Lu Ying spoke, their expression shifted dramatically, reflecting both madness and fear, clearly aware that he had grasped the very essence of their vulnerability. "Even if you choose silence, I am already aware of the forces backing you. Rest assured, I shall pursue them in due course. However, before that, should I reveal this information, what fate awaits you and your comrades' families?" With that, Lu Ying sheathed his sword, disengaged the safety on his pistol, and aimed it at the commander. "Fear not. In a matter of days, your family shall join you." "Wait." The commander's eyes glistened with tears. "If I speak, how can you guarantee our families will remain unscathed?" Lu Ying scoffed. "I cannot offer such assurances. Yet, if I refrain from disclosing this matter, your backing forces, lacking concrete evidence, are unlikely to harm your families. After all, who would serve them under such circumstances? What I can assure is that I will not disclose to your benefactors that this information was obtained from your lips." After a moment of silence, the commander sighed, saying, "I hope you honor your word." Lu Ying nodded. "My name is Su Yinan, the team leader of the 3rd Squad of the 7th Brigade of Chinching Group's Rock Solid Security Company. We are here on the orders of a director from the group to reclaim your shelter." "Which director?" Lu Ying inquired. "Director Gao Qi," the commander replied. "The detailed information regarding Mr. Gao, including the reasons for his interest in my sanctuary, remains elusive. Besides being a director of Chinching Group, Mr. Gao is affiliated with another group, the specifics of which are unknown to us. Furthermore, we are unaware of the current location of Mr. Gao's underground fortress. Previously, his orders were conveyed directly through a subordinate, and we are uncertain of the exact reasons behind his focus on your sanctuary. We are merely executing orders." Lu Ying felt somewhat exasperated, realizing that they only knew Mr. Gao by name. "How did your security company acquire these weapons and equipment? Moreover, can orders be issued without involving the higher-ups of your security company or the so-called group directors?" Lu Ying inquired with curiosity. "This batch of equipment was procured through our overseas branch after the snow ceased, though I am not privy to the specific methods employed," Commander Su Yinan chuckled lightly. "In reality, there are factions within our security company. We belong to Mr. Gao's faction. Decisions requiring the board's consensus occur only in significant situations." He paused before continuing. "As for you, we have gathered all your information. You are an orphan, previously taken in by your master, Lu Xuanji. After your master's disappearance 3 years ago, you have relied on your junior sister, Meng Nanxing. Neither of you possesses a formidable background, which is why we have been dispatched to reclaim your sanctuary. The precise reasons for Mr. Gao's interest in you are likely known only to him." Lu Ying nodded, then asked, "What is your relationship with the rock company that constructed the sanctuary? Why do the names coincide? We are both subsidiaries under the same group, yet we operate independently. Their responsibility lies solely in constructing the sanctuaries, while ours is in providing security services. From where did you come? Is it the underground fortress in the western suburbs?" Su Yinan shook his head. "We are stationed in another underground fortress in the northern suburbs, which houses some of the group's senior members and families from the Yunshi Rock Security Company's 7 divisions." Subsequently, Lu Ying produced a map to avoid another team member, while Su Yinan indicated a location. Afterward, Lu Ying handed the map to another team member for confirmation, and both pointed to the same spot. Lu Ying committed the location to memory and proceeded to inquire about the general situation and armed forces of that underground fortress. "If I had not set up an ambush in advance and were merely an ordinary person, how would you conduct a forced entry into the sanctuary?" Su Yinan coughed lightly and replied, "The Rock Company has intentionally left a vulnerability within the security systems of each sanctuary, and they have retained your biometric information. By accessing the internal network through fingerprint or iris recognition systems, we can exploit this vulnerability to unlock all the doors of your sanctuary." Lu Ying felt a tightening in her chest and subsequently asked, "How can these vulnerabilities be resolved?" "It is quite simple. One merely needs to disrupt the power supply to the entrance gates and subsequently employ mechanical locks. Is there no alternative solution? For instance, how might the system vulnerabilities be rectified?" Su Yinan pointed to another team member who had already been killed. His tactical backpack contains a device. "Originally, according to General Gao's orders, after we secured your refuge, we were to rectify the vulnerabilities in the security system. You merely need to connect that device to the palm print and iris recognition systems, as the repair program has already been pre-configured. Once the repairs are completed, you can adjust the entrance and exit to utilize both a password and biometric unlocking for access. Lu Ying nodded, already formulating a plan in her mind. She proceeded to ask all the questions she had, some of which they both understood, while others remained beyond their grasp due to their respective ranks. Rest assured, I can fulfill my promise to you, but you must perish, she stated, not allowing either of them a chance to respond. With 2 gunshots, she executed them both. Subsequently, Lu Ying stripped the 7 individuals of all their weapons and equipment, retrieving them into her storage space. She also collected the bodies of the 7, placing them far from the supplies. Descending the mountain, she returned all 4 snowmobiles to her storage space before heading back to the tunnel. She then began to catalog and categorize the weapons and ammunition she had acquired. Among the findings were 4.56 56mm 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, each equipped with silencers and holographic sights. 2 of these rifles were additionally fitted with multifunctional tactical laser boxes and powerful flashlights. Aside from the ammunition expended during fire suppression and counterattacks, Lu Ying discovered 4 magazines from each of the 4 individuals, each containing 30 rounds, totaling 423 remaining 5.56mm rounds. Additionally, there was an 22 Malawian Quach's bolt-action sniper rifle chambered 4.338 Norma Magnum rounds, equivalent to 8.6mm, though only 50 rounds were available. According to Lu Ying's prior knowledge, this sniper rifle could be adapted to utilize 3 different calibers, yet she found no other barrels or accessories during her search. Lastly, she discovered an M249 light machine gun, which had only 2 unused ammunition boxes remaining, each containing 200 rounds. Another box still held 124 rounds, culminating in a total of 524 rounds. There were also 7 Mi-7 tactical pistols accompanied by 21 magazines, each holding 17 rounds, summing up to 357 rounds of pistol ammunition. All of these firearms were adorned with snow camouflage. Additionally, she found 8 M67 defensive fragmentation grenades and 8 Mk3A2 offensive grenades. Chapter 42. Chinching Group. There remained 2 military radio communication devices, along with some combat rations and first aid kits. Regrettably, the differing calibers of ammunition rendered it impossible to procure a substantial supply elsewhere. Lu Ying sighed internally, cradling the 22 Malawian Quach's bolt-action sniper rifle with great affection. Although its caliber did not meet her expectations, the 8.6mm power was still commendable. Unfortunately, finding compatible ammunition for such firearms domestically proved to be quite a challenge. Previously, she had observed 2 bulging tactical backpacks on the surveillance, one of which contained a square black device connected by external cables. This device was the system vulnerability repair apparatus mentioned by Su Yan'an. Lu Ying stored it within her space, then proceeded to the entrance of the tunnel, where she severed the power supply to the entire system, including the 2 biometric devices. She similarly cut the power to the door at the rear of the tunnel. Henceforth, entry and exit would have to be conducted through mechanical unlocking methods. Lu Ying harbored doubts regarding Su Yan'an's earlier statements, opting to refrain from using electronic devices for operations. After all, she had not delved deeply into the intricacies of this field. Returning to her room, Lu Ying retrieved a map of Yun City, which marked the underground strongholds of Chinching Group within the city. The distance from her shelter to the underground stronghold located in the northern suburbs, nestled within the mountains, exceeded 60 kilometers. From Su Yan'an, she learned that the northern suburbs stronghold served as a lair for Chinching Group in Yun City, housing some mid to senior level members of the group, but predominantly armed personnel from a security company. The northern stronghold comprised 7 fully equipped armed teams, and according to Su Yan'an, each armed team was subdivided into 9 squads, with each squad consisting of no fewer than 7 and no more than 11 individuals. In total, the 7 teams amounted to 652 personnel, not accounting for the security staff dispatched to other underground strongholds in Yun City. Fortunately, this matter did not pertain to the western suburbs stronghold. As per Su Yan'an's account, the western suburb served as a refuge for the affluent of Yun City and surrounding areas, and that esteemed General Gao was not among them. Each director of Chinching Group possessed their own distinct shelter, the specific locations of which were known only to the individuals themselves, their armed security personnel, and a select few confidants. Even within Chinching Group, there were no records or documentation regarding these shelters. Although the underground stronghold in the eastern suburb was not as luxurious as its western counterpart, its security measures were notably more robust, constructed with the finest materials from the Pancher Company. Additionally, there were numerous security systems that Lu Ying could not fully comprehend. In any case, the northern stronghold rivaled foreign military underground facilities in terms of sophistication. This is troublesome, Lu Ying muttered to herself. Yet she could not fathom why this enigmatic General Gao had set his sights on her shelter. Did he desire this refuge? Swiftly shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. The mountain stronghold, or rather, the refuge, was undoubtedly incomparable to his apocalyptic fortress. Having organized her equipment, Lu Ying departed the tunnel, heading directly toward the western suburb shelter. Handing over 2 191 assault rifles, a Yinling knife, and a short sword to the guard for safekeeping, Lu Ying made her way directly to the 11th underground level. Aunt Lin opened the door and beckoned Lu Ying into the living room. Inside, Zhang Jinshu, dressed in a slightly loose white dress, sat on the sofa with her smooth, fair thighs crossed, gently swaying her delicate, porcelain-like feet as she idly watched an old palace drama. Upon noticing Lu Ying's arrival, Zhang Jinshu looked up, her eyes glimmering with delight, and patted the space beside her on the sofa. "Little Lu, come sit. Why are you so late today?" Lu Ying nestled into the sofa, seeking a comfortable position, and replied, "I was delayed by some matters." "Oh? Do tell me what it is. I can sort it out with just a word." Lu Ying cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Jinshu and inquired, "Miss, is Uncle Zhang in the tea room?" Zhang Jinshu, slightly disheartened by Lu Ying's lack of enthusiasm, replied, "No, Father went to the 16th floor over half an hour ago for something." "Ah, then I'll wait for Uncle Zhang. I have some questions to ask before we head out to gather crystal nuclei." After a while, Zhang Zong returned with a somewhat grim expression, and upon seeing Lu Ying in the living room, his frown relaxed. "Uncle Zhang," Lu Ying greeted with a smile. The two then followed Zhang Zong back to the tea room. "Has Uncle encountered some troubling matters? You looked rather distressed upon entering," Lu Ying noted. Zhang Zong sighed and said, "Things are about to change in this underground fortress." "Oh." Both Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu were puzzled. After sipping a cup of tea, Zhang Zong continued, "This morning, Panshur Company issued a notice stating that henceforth, supplies within the fortress will be rationed based on the number of residents in each household. Additionally, in the near future, Panshur Company's headquarters will send a management team to replan the fortress's regulations. Panshur Company and the Chinching group behind it have assessed the current situation across the nation and abroad, concluding that this calamity will not end in the short term. The extreme cold outside has rendered all forms of agriculture impossible, and henceforth, survival will largely depend on previous stockpiles and small-scale underground cultivation of food and vegetables. Until official agricultural experts discover new crops that can be cultivated or alternative food sources, the supply of provisions, especially food, within the fortress will shift to a 2-meal-a-day system. Moreover, due to the onset of this apocalyptic era, previous currencies and bank deposits have become worthless. In 3 months, all individuals within the bunker must provide corresponding resources or participate in work assigned by the management team to acquire essential supplies. These supplies encompass a wide array of items, including fuel, coal, medicines, winter clothing, and even weapons and equipment. The affluent residents of the underground fortress, prior to the apocalypse, had engaged in a multitude of industries covering nearly every sector. Certainly, these supplies are stored in various warehouses across the region. By simply providing the address and authorization to the Panstone Company, a team will be dispatched to retrieve the supplies. Based on the type and quantity of the materials provided, an appropriate proportion of living necessities can be allocated. Otherwise, one must wait 3 months to participate in the operations of the bunker in exchange for the corresponding living supplies. In due course, armed personnel will accompany the management team, ostensibly to bolster the bunker's defense, yet in reality, it serves to intimidate the affluent inhabitants within. "The days ahead are becoming increasingly arduous," sighed Mr. Zhang. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ying suggested, "Uncle Zhang, why not accompany me back to my shelter?" Mr. Zhang chuckled and replied, "It's no trouble for the time being. We shall assess the situation later." Lu Ying nodded, not pressing further, yet resolved in her heart that should new circumstances arise at the shelter or after 3 months, she would, if necessary, forcibly bring Mr. Zhang and his family back to her refuge. "By the way, Uncle Zhang, do you know someone named Gao Qi? My shelter has caught the attention of this individual from the Chinching group. I wish to understand the situation better and even locate Gao Qi's shelter. If circumstances permit, I must eliminate this Gao Qi to resolve this predicament." Chapter 43. Learning Materials. Zhang, the general manager, furrowed his brows in contemplation. After a moment, he inquired in a deep voice, "Xiao Lu, what is your interest in this individual named Gao Qi?" Sensing the shift in Zhang's tone, Lu Ying realized that this Gao Qi, a board member of Chinching Group, was known to Zhang. Judging by Zhang's demeanor, it seemed that this person wielded more power than Lu had initially presumed. After some consideration, Lu Ying resolved to be forthright and recounted the events surrounding the attention his shelter had attracted. As Lu Ying's narrative unfolded, Zhang's expression darkened increasingly. Yet soon he appeared to recall something and turned to Lu Ying, saying, "Xiao Lu, I'm acquainted with this Gao Qi of Chinching group. A few years ago, we engaged in some business dealings together. If, as you say, Gao Qi is indeed one of the board members, it is unlikely he would take an interest in your modest shelter. Chinching Group is a multinational conglomerate involved in a myriad of sectors, with domestic operations primarily focused on security and advanced technology, while their international ventures extend to arms and biopharmaceuticals. Their business and industries span the globe. Thus, it is improbable that Gao Qi, as one of their directors and the head of his own corporate entity, would covet such a small refuge. There must be more to this situation." Pausing for a moment, Zhang continued, "Do you remember Nanxing's current boyfriend?" A flicker of realization crossed Lu Ying's mind as he nodded in response. "From what I understand, Nanxing's boyfriend, Gao Su, is the son of Gao Ming, who is Gao Qi's younger brother and one of the current leaders of the Gao family enterprise. The Gao Group primarily operates domestically, and Gao Su holds a significant position within it. He is quite shrewd and possesses considerable insight. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he might well have emerged as one of the future leaders of the Gao Group. Xiao Lu, I am uncertain of the particulars surrounding this matter, but this is all I know about Gao Qi. Whether this incident is linked to Gao Su, Gao Ming, or even Nanxing remains unclear." Zhang regarded Lu Ying intently. "Xiao Lu, I trust that Nanxing is not involved in these affairs." He hesitated, clearly grappling with his thoughts. Lu Ying smiled reassuringly. "Uncle Zhang, I will uncover the truth behind this matter, rest assured." During lunch, the family dined in silence, their minds heavy with concern. After the meal, Lu Ying took Zhang Jishu and set off towards the nearest town. As they approached, Lu Ying spotted several military snow vehicles stationed outside the town, gunfire echoing from various calibers of firearms. "Little Xian Pig, it seems we may not reach the town today," he remarked. In the passenger seat, Zhang Jishu reacted like a cat with ruffled fur, indignantly exclaiming, "Xiao Lu, you're the pig." Lu Ying burst into laughter. "The military must be engaged in clearing out the zombies within the town. It's certainly not a place we can venture into. How about I take you to Yun City instead to observe the situation?" "Very well, Xiao Lu, you make the arrangements," Zhang Jishu replied languidly. Lu Ying turned the vehicle towards the western outskirts of Yun City. The journey proceeded swiftly, and as they drove, Zhang Jishu cracked the window slightly to feel the brisk air rush in, only to hastily close it again. In the western suburbs of Yun City, numerous military vehicles continued to traverse the area, transporting the remaining survivors from the city in a relentless stream. Lu Ying, accompanied by Zhang Jishu, maneuvered through the outskirts, skillfully avoiding the military convoys without venturing into the city itself. They then redirected their course towards the northern suburbs. The access roads in the northern suburbs were similarly busy with military convoys entering and exiting, while more than 10 kilometers away lay the underground stronghold of the Chinching Group. As pointed out by Su Yanan, despite being in the vicinity, Lu Ying chose not to investigate and proceeded towards the eastern suburbs. "Little Lucy, where is your shelter in the eastern suburbs? Could you take me to see it?" Zhang Jishu asked with eager anticipation, gazing at Lu Ying. Nodding in response, Lu Ying pressed the accelerator, heading towards the hillside refuge. After parking the snow vehicle on the platform, they ascended the stairs that Lu Ying had constructed, arriving at the entrance of the shelter. Following a complicated unlocking process, Lu Ying opened the door and led Zhang Jishu inside. Passing through a second airtight blast door, 30 centimeters thick, they reached the main area, where Zhang Jishu, brimming with curiosity, looked around in wonder. Upon entering the vegetable cultivation zone, Zhang Jishu began to touch everything around. "Little Lucy, can you grow vegetables? Why do these plants look so frail?" Lu Ying rolled her eyes, but then took Zhang Jishu to her bedroom. She opened a pair of alloy shutters, revealing a window that showcased a breathtaking view of the snowy mountains. "Wow!" Zhang Jishu exclaimed in awe. Although the underground shelter in the western suburbs was quite luxurious, its only drawback was its depth. There were no windows, and each room featured an electronic screen projecting the external scenery. Despite the daily changes in imagery, it could never replace a genuine window. "Rest for a moment. I will go refuel the diesel generator." Zhang Jishu nodded, and once Lu Ying had left, her inquisitiveness drew her attention towards the computer and the hard drive cabinet on the tea table. The computer was not password protected, allowing Zhang Jishu to access it effortlessly. She found a folder labeled study materials and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, clicked on a video, which was soon accompanied by sounds that were indescribable. Meanwhile, Lu Ying was in another room, retrieving 4 small shelves and filling them with rice, flour, cooking oil, canned food, instant meat, and various snacks. Afterward, she grabbed 2 bottles of drinks and 2 bags of snacks to return. As she neared the door, faint, unidentifiable sounds reached her ears. "Oh, how could I have forgotten this?" she exclaimed, hesitating momentarily, uncertain whether to enter or retreat. At that moment, Lu Ying felt a wave of inner turmoil. After contemplating for a moment, she took 2 steps back and called out, "Little fairy pig." Inside the room, Zhang Jishu, who had been secretly watching the video with her face covered, panicked and hurriedly closed the video, sitting up straight in an attempt to appear composed. Lu Ying entered the room and was met with Zhang Jinshu's serious yet blushing demeanor, finding her both endearing and amusing. "Here, have some snacks," she said, handing the treats and drinks to Zhang Jinshu. With a curious glance, Lu Ying scrutinized Zhang Jinshu. "Hey, are you feeling unwell? Why is your face so red?" She gently touched Zhang Jinshu's forehead. "Is everything all right? Could it be that the temperature inside is too high?" Zhang Jinshu nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grains. Yes, it's just that the warmth is a bit overwhelming." Subsequently, she discreetly cast a glance at Lu Ying, feeling quite embarrassed. Zhang Jinshu's adorable little feet nearly scratched the floor of the cramped space. Lu Ying suppressed a smile, though she found it difficult to contain her amusement. After sipping a couple of drinks, Zhang Jinshu expressed her desire to explore the entire tunnel. Lu Ying, with a blush adorning her cheeks, guided Zhang Jinshu through the dimly lit passage. "Ah, little Luzi, your living conditions are rather modest," Zhang Jinshu remarked, patting Lu Ying on the shoulder. Soon, she recalled the new regulations set to be implemented at the western suburb shelter in 3 months, which brought a frown to her face. Noticing the concern etched on Zhang Jinshu's features, Lu Ying chuckled softly as she tousled her hair. "Don't fret, when the time comes for you to move in. I possess more than just this humble abode. There are ample supplies stored away in another warehouse, sufficient to sustain us." "Oh, where's this other warehouse? Might you take me to see it?" Lu Ying shook her head. "Not for the time being. That area is swarming with zombies. After the military evacuates the survivors from Yun City, we can gradually transport the supplies." "Ah, I see," Zhang Jinshu replied, nodding in understanding. "Well then, it's getting late. We should head back." Lu Ying glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 5 in the afternoon. Exiting the tunnel, the two boarded a vehicle and made their way back to the western suburb bunker. Upon entering the room, they were taken aback to find Meng Nanxing and Gao Su had arrived unbeknownst to them. Upon seeing Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu return, Gao Su's expression subtly shifted. Lu Ying, with her keen eyesight and persistent thoughts of the Gao family's situation, immediately noticed this change as she entered the room. "Senior brother," Meng Nanxing greeted with a smile. Chapter 44, The Plan, The Ambush. Lu Ying nodded, her peripheral vision consistently observing Gao Su. "By the way, Xiaolu, Nanxing mentioned that she and Xiao Su are getting engaged next week and wishes to invite us to join," Zhang Zong announced, causing Zhang Jinshu's expression to darken immediately. Lu Ying subtly pressed her right foot against Zhang Jinshu's left, signaling her to refrain from acting impulsively. "Ah, congratulations. What time and where exactly next week?" Lu Ying inquired with a smile, though a sense of unease stirred within her. So soon? Meng Nanxing and Gao Su were to be engaged. Had they managed to secure their parents' approval? Moreover, how could the Gao family accept Meng Nanxing, a woman devoid of any formidable background? Lu Ying could scarcely believe that the societal norms, long upheld, could be so easily disregarded in the wake of the apocalypse. Additionally, Gao Su did not appear to be a mere sycophant, especially considering Zhang Zong's previous remarks regarding Gao Su and his family. Zhang Zong held a rather high opinion of this Gao Su. These circumstances struck Lu Ying as rather coincidental and contrived. "Brother, it will be next Wednesday at noon. Precisely 7 days from now, in the topmost restaurant," Meng Nanxing declared, her face aglow with happiness. Lu Ying nodded in acknowledgement. After dinner, Meng Nanxing and Gao Su departed, leaving Zhang Jinshu pouting and visibly agitated. "Is she that eager to get married? Why? Are you in a rush to marry as well? Do you wish to compete with her on who gets married first?" Lu Ying teased. Seeing Lu Ying's nonchalant demeanor, Zhang Jinshu's expression softened somewhat, but she shook her head in response. After nurturing such a delicate flower for so many years, "Are you truly unaffected by the thought of it being taken away?" Zhang Jinshu's large eyes fixed intently on Lu Ying. Lu Ying rolled her eyes, internally reflecting, "Well, the peaches have already been plucked." She then looked at Zhang Jinshu earnestly and replied, "I am not bothered in the slightest." After saying this, she affectionately ruffled Zhang Jinshu's hair. With a silent sigh, Lu Ying contemplated that had this been her previous life, she would have felt quite the sting in her heart. After all, having spent so much time together, her feelings for Meng Nanxing ran deep. However, it was precisely due to her past life, where Meng Nanxing conspired with others to bring about her demise, that Lu Ying was granted a second chance. This revelation had unveiled Meng Nanxing's treacherous nature, leaving Lu Ying with only hatred in this life, devoid of any other sentiments, even without the betrayal from her past life. Lu Ying would have experienced discomfort upon witnessing such rapid abandonment in the wake of the apocalypse. Yet, she would eventually come to terms with it all and adjust. That night, upon returning to the tunnel, Lu Ying took a shower and retrieved her map, meticulously marking the locations of the 7 official shelters she had learned of in her previous life. As the military commenced their operations, she resolved to avoid these official and military shelters during her future excursions. Her gaze then shifted to the bunker in the northern suburbs. As she reviewed the circumstances surrounding Gao Qi and the Gao family conglomerate. Gao Su, what role do you play in all of this? Lu Ying mused to herself. With the engagement ceremony between Gao Su and Meng Nanxing set for 7 days hence, Lu Ying contemplated whether an opportunity would arise to control the two and extract some vital information. Lu Ying felt an unsettling premonition that she would likely confront the Chinching group in the future. When that day arrived, the underground stronghold located in the northern suburbs would pose a significant challenge, housing armed forces numbering in the hundreds. If time were to pass, it was probable that some among them would embark on the path of evolution. Currently, the security personnel in the western suburbs were equipped solely with handguns, and Lu Ying had not observed any automatic rifles or similar weaponry in recent days. The thought crossed her mind that if she could seize the stronghold in the western or northern suburbs during this incident, Lu Ying found herself particularly inclined to capture the northern stronghold rather than its western counterpart. Firstly, the northern stronghold boasted superior security measures, and secondly, the management of unrelated personnel in the western stronghold would undoubtedly prove troublesome, while the northern stronghold held fewer concerns in that regard. Given their aggression towards her, Lu Ying felt no psychological burden in eliminating all individuals associated with the Chinching group within the northern stronghold. Furthermore, this situation could not simply be resolved through her concession. She was resolutely unwilling to relinquish her current sanctuary. Additionally, she remained uncertain about any ulterior motives held by her adversaries, but it was evident that they posed a significant threat to her. With a sense of resolve, Lu Ying recognized the advantages her opponents possessed: a fortified underground stronghold, enhanced security measures, a substantial number of armed personnel, and formidable firepower. In contrast, her own strengths lay in her advanced evolutionary state, having reached the second stage of evolution, which endowed her with physical prowess far surpassing that of the armed personnel, as well as extensive combat experience against zombies and similar beings from both her past and present lives. A direct assault on their sanctuary was impractical. However, she could lure their armed forces out. The leverage she held consisted of Gao Su and others. As her plan began to take shape, Lu Ying meticulously rehearsed its feasibility, anticipating potential unforeseen developments until the late hours of the night, refining her strategy to perfection. The following morning, she communicated with Zhang Jinshu as usual. This time, Lu Ying did not hastily proceed to the western stronghold. Instead, she relocated the radio station to the mountain summit and adjusted the frequency to that which Su Yin had indicated for their mutual connection. A crackling sound erupted, followed by a series of calls emanating from the radio. Team 7-3, please respond. Please respond. After listening for a while, she noted that the other party called every 5 minutes, according to the plan established before Su Yinnan's departure. Contact with the northern base should have been made by noon the previous day. They must have realized something was amiss with Su Yinnan's team, yet for reasons unknown, they had not dispatched additional personnel to investigate the situation. From the northern to the eastern suburbs, the city of Yun had descended into chaos. It was likely that the other party was taking a route through the outskirts. Donning a set of snow camouflage from her inventory, Lu Ying exited the tunnel and drove towards the northern underground stronghold. Much like the western stronghold, the northern stronghold was nestled within the mountains. However, it was constructed by tunneling into the mountainside, creating a passage that led deep underground. To reach the northern suburb fortress, one must traverse a winding mountain road, flanked by towering peaks on the right. This location, though remarkably concealed, also provides an advantageous vantage point for the enemy to stage ambushes. The surveillance capabilities of the fortress cover only the areas adjacent to the mountain path. However, Lu Ying refrained from entering the mountain road and instead took refuge on one of the peaks, over 500 meters away from the path. Unfolding a waterproof blanket beneath her, she retrieved a Barrett M82A1 sniper rifle and a laser rangefinder, meticulously focusing on the entrance of the mountain road. Meanwhile, within the subterranean fortress, a contingent of fully armed security personnel assembled neatly at the entrance of the tunnel. A total of 3 teams, comprising 27 individuals, prepared as 6 tracked snow vehicles emerged from the tunnel, ferrying the teams as they set out into the outside world. Chapter 45. Fierce gunfire. These 3 squads also belonged to the 7th Brigade. Throughout the entirety of yesterday, the 3rd Squad failed to relay any messages at the designated times, and by nightfall, not a single member had returned. However, the third squad was dispatched directly by Gao Chi's command, without the involvement of the security company. Consequently, no follow-up teams were immediately sent to investigate the situation. It was not until the afternoon, upon realizing the absence of both personnel and radio communication, that the base's security company reported the matter. After a lengthy deliberation, 3 squads were finally dispatched this morning to ascertain the circumstances. The primary objective of these 3 squads was to locate the missing third squad. They were well-equipped, armed with 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, 3 M249 light machine guns, and 3 marksmen wielding 22 Malawian Quatches bolt-action sniper rifles. Additionally, there were 3 teams equipped with recoilless rifles, each carrying an M4 Carl Gustave, while the loaders each bore 4 rounds and in 416 Hong Kong dollars. 6 snowmobiles formed a convoy as they ventured into the mountain roads. The mountains in this region were neither particularly high nor steep. Although there was snow atop the peaks, they were abundant with coniferous trees, allowing for a clear line of sight towards the entrance of the mountain path from the high ground. Before the enemy vehicles arrived, Ying, lying in wait atop the summit, could already hear the roar of engines. As time passed, a convoy of 6 snowmobiles came into view. The laser rangefinder in his binoculars indicated that the adversaries were still a kilometer away. As the vehicles entered an 800-meter range, Ying promptly employed his M82A1 sniper rifle. Locking onto the driver of the lead vehicle through the scope, steadying his breath, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! The gunfire echoed as the bullet pierced through the windshield and into the driver's chest. The driver collapsed onto the steering wheel, causing the vehicle to veer and crash into the mountainside, coming to a halt. Bang! A second shot rang out. The driver of the last vehicle struck in the head. His skull shattered, blood erupting forth as the entire convoy came to an abrupt stop. All armed personnel disembarked, seeking cover behind their snowmobiles while searching for the shooter's position. Through the scope, Ying discerned 3 snipers and 3 armed personnel equipped with recoilless re. Before the adversary's recoilless cannon could unleash its wrath, Ying had already repositioned, deftly shifting 30 meters to the left. The thunderous explosion of the high explosive shell rang in his ears, leaving him momentarily beset by a ringing sensation. While a tremor coursed beneath him, gritting his teeth against the cacophony and tremors, he steadied his aim once more, squeezing the trigger at another sniper. The crack of gunfire echoed as a 12.7mm round tore through the chest of the second marksman, creating a gaping wound from which flesh and shattered bone were expelled, sending him crashing to the ground lifelessly. In swift succession, he fired 2 more shots, one dispatching the last sniper and the other neutralizing an armed individual bearing an M4 recoilless rifle. The squad commander, witnessing this carnage, seethed with rage, demanding, "Locate that bastard's exact position and bombard him." The second team immediately contacted base support, calling for heavy artillery. Another squad commander, sheltered behind a tire, reported the current situation via radio, urgently requesting reinforcements. The enemy's M249 light machine guns blazed continuously, masking the sound of Ying's shots. And thanks to the cover of the trees, they failed to realize he had moved. After the 2 armed personnel fell to his precision, 3 others, seeking to pinpoint Ying's location from behind a snow vehicle with binoculars, quickly directed their machine gunners and 2 soldiers with recoilless rifles to adjust their positions. Grasping his sniper rifle, Ying once again relocated, narrowly escaping as 2 high-explosive shells detonated at his previous location. The ensuing blast reverberated fiercely, prompting him to shake his head to regain focus. Upon reaching a new vantage point, he retrieved his 191 precision rifle and retaliated. Bang, bang, bang. A flurry of bullets erupted. Some struck the snow vehicle while others found their mark on various armed personnel. Soon after, 2 more shells soared toward him, accompanied by a hail of machine gun fire. As he sprinted, hands pressed against his ears, Ying reached a 4th position. This time, an entire magazine was unleashed upon the 2 armed men with recoilless rifles. One was perforated by bullets, turning the snow vehicle into a sieve, while the other, struck in the shoulder, hastily sought refuge behind a tire. With the fire team neutralized, Ying now faced 3 formidable M249 machine guns. He took aim again, noting that the enemy was approximately 700 meters away, a range well within the effective reach of the 191 precision rifle, which, while not as ferocious in firepower as the trio of light machine guns, offered superior accuracy. In the 3 months leading up to the apocalypse, Ying had diligently invested considerable resources into honing his proficiency with light weaponry, and the fruits of his labor were now manifesting. Returning to his previous shooting position, he aimed at one of the machine gunners and pulled the trigger. The shot struck the gunner's left shoulder, forcing him to cease fire and conceal himself behind the snow vehicle's tire. Just then, a new armed convoy emerged from behind, and following the demise of the 3 snipers, One of the squad commanders promptly utilized a personal radio to call the base for reinforcements. On this occasion, the snow vehicles appeared, with 4 of them astonishingly equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns atop their roofs. Additionally, 2 pickup trucks seemed to be towing multiple rocket launchers, while another 2 pickups carried dual-barreled anti-aircraft cannons. Alongside these, there were more than 10 additional snow vehicles arriving as reinforcements. Witnessing this scene, Ying let out a soft sigh. He had originally intended to eliminate the remaining individuals from a distance and then seize their equipment, particularly the ammunition from the 3 snipers, the 3 M4 recoilless rifles, and the remaining snow vehicles, all of which he yearned to acquire. However, with the arrival of the adversary's reinforcements, his aspirations of confiscating weaponry evaporated into thin air. Damn, Ying thought, bewildered by the source of such weapons. Were they intent on rebellion? Gazing through his scope at the impressive arsenal, he felt a pang of desire. It was only a matter of time before it would be his. He promptly stowed away his rifle and swiftly crawled back towards the mountain before breaking into a sprint on the opposite side. Chapter 46. The fierce firepower of reinforcements. As Ying had just retreated, the thunderous roar of multiple rocket launchers broke the silence. Boom, boom, boom. The rockets unleashed a barrage, enveloping the area where Ying had recently laid an ambush. Following this, twin-barreled anti-aircraft guns and 12 7mm mounted machine guns unleashed a relentless hail of fire, with each round of large-caliber ammunition whistling through the air, drenching the opposing hillside like a torrential downpour. The deafening explosions echoed, shrouding the mountains in smoke, as trees were uprooted and snow scattered. Ying, who had not ventured far, felt a chill run down his spine. The density of the firepower was such that had he hesitated for even a moment, he would have been reduced to mere pulp. Indeed, humanity's advancements in weaponry proved formidable. Reinforced in his resolve to acquire these weapons for himself, Ying reached an open space at the foot of the mountain, retrieved his snowmobile, and sped towards the northern suburban area. From a distance, he observed military vehicles continuously entering and exiting the main road. He opted for a less conspicuous path that had been cleared of military presence, exiting the city through a different route. Finding a secluded spot, he extracted a snow vehicle from his space and headed towards the western suburban fortress. At the northern mountain pass, the vehicle mounted multiple rocket launchers had ceased fire after 2 rounds, while the paired anti-aircraft guns and mounted machine guns continued their barrage. Since the arrival of reinforcement troops, the hidden enemy on the opposing hillside had not returned fire. "Cease fire," commanded the officer in charge of the supporting troops, ordering all fire units to halt their shooting. All personnel were to take cover and deploy drones. 2 armed personnel at the rear of the convoy retrieved 2 black boxes, extracting a quadcopter reconnaissance drone for deployment. One of the armed personnel piloted the drone to scout the opposing hillside. As the smoke from the artillery began to dissipate, the drone flew over the area ravaged by gunfire, revealing no signs of enemy presence or bodies. "Commander, no targets detected on the opposite hillside," the drone operator reported swiftly. "Expand the reconnaissance range." Once it was confirmed that there were no anomalies on the opposing hillside or its surroundings, the reinforcements medics began to conduct preliminary examinations and bandage the injured armed personnel. The remaining troops returned, leaving only 2 squads and 6 vehicles to transport the deceased and damaged snow vehicles. On Ying's journey to the underground fortress in the western suburb, in a spacious conference room on the lowest level of the northern base, over a dozen well-dressed mid-level executives from Chinching Group and Pancher Security Company sat upright. A massive electronic screen loomed at the front of the conference room. The attendees waited in silence for more than half an hour, until 2 images appeared on the screen, one on the left featuring a middle-aged man in a striped suit, his expression somber, and the other on the right showcasing a woman in a sleek black suit, her hair slicked back, lips crimson, a prominent nose, and deep, penetrating eyes devoid of humor. Upon seeing this formidable woman, the attendees instinctively straightened their posture. A deep voice resonated within the conference room. "Mr. Gao, this foolish failure is attributed to you. The headquarters has decided to temporarily revoke your authority over the security company's operations." The voice, belonging to a sharp and competent woman, conveyed no hint of emotion. The middle-aged man on the screen, his expression darkened, struggled to contain his anger, his face more sullen than before. "Fine," he uttered, and fell silent. "Your report indicates 2 types of bullets, the first being 8.6mm and the second 5.8mm. From the use of the 5.8mm ammunition, you deduce that the ambushes of the convoy are likely a sniper unit dispatched by the local military or security forces." A middle-aged man in his 40s spoke with a slight tremor in his voice. "Yes, aside from the military and security armed forces, no other factions could possibly equip themselves with 5.8mm sniper rifles or precision firearms. The competent woman refrained from drawing conclusions, contemplating for a moment before stating. Until new directives from headquarters are issued, unless under special circumstances, no personnel from the armed forces may act without prior authorization and approval from headquarters. She continued. Given the current uncertainty, focus on your designated responsibilities and report any developments to headquarters immediately. With that, her video abruptly ended, followed by the disconnection of Mr. Gao's video feed. The attendees in the conference room relaxed, leaning back in their chairs. Are we still investigating this matter? A senior security company official suddenly inquired. Others shook their heads in response. If we were to continue the investigation, arrangements would have certainly been made earlier, since no instructions were given. Let us refrain from taking action until we receive notification from headquarters. As the meeting concluded, the participants dispersed. Ying had seized a 338 caliber 22 Malawian Quatch's bolt-action sniper rifle, equivalent to the 8.6 mm caliber, with an effective range of 1,500 meters. The deliberate placement within an 800-meter distance was intended to mislead the adversary regarding the use of the 191 precision rifle. Driving the snowmobile, Ying felt a tinge of regret. With so many weapons and equipment, had the enemy support not arrived so swiftly, all those arms and ammunition would have been captured, thereby enhancing Ying's firepower once again. Upon reaching the western suburban fortress, Ying handed over two 191 assault rifles, a feather blade, and a short sword to the security personnel at the entrance, then made his way directly to Zhang's residence. Lin Jing had already prepared a meal, awaiting Ying's arrival. As soon as Ying sat down, Zhang Jishu lunged towards him, sniffing vigorously at his attire, her beautifully arched brows furrowing as she asked, "What is this strong smell of gunpowder?" 3 pairs of eyes fixed intently on Ying. "I encountered a few zombies on the way and dealt with them using my firearm." "No need to worry," Ying replied with a smile. "Xiaolu, why don't you just stay here from now on? It's quite safe here," Aunt Lin expressed her concern. Ying nodded reassuringly. "Don't worry, Aunt Lin. Once I finish my current tasks, I'll either move in here or have you come to my place. Dear child, the outside world is chaotic. You must exercise caution," Lin Jing urged, shaking her head as she presented her reasoning. Ying, however, displayed no signs of impatience. Ever since Master Lu Xuanji vanished 3 years ago, only Zhang and Aunt Lin have persistently offered their guidance to her. After finishing their meal, Zhang Jinshu intended to indulge in a brief afternoon slumber. Yet Ying insisted on dragging him along to explore the surface level of the bunker. The surface comprised 3 floors, with the topmost level featuring an upscale restaurant and scenic area designed for the affluent. At that moment, many patrons occupied the restaurant, seated by the windows, sipping afternoon tea while relishing the picturesque snowy landscape beyond the glass. After ordering 2 cups of coffee, Zhang Jinshu settled in a corner by the window with Ying, who had been meticulously surveying the layout of the 3rd floor since their arrival. Chapter 47 teased the expansive 3rd floor featured numerous round banquet tables in its central area, while a stage was erected against one wall, flanked by 2 doors. It was evident that the design had catered to the affluent residents of the bunker, who might indulge in balls or banquets to alleviate their boredom. To the left of the dining area lay a section brimming with various rooms. After finishing their coffee, the 2 meandered through these chambers. They were outfitted as makeup and resting areas, as well as changing rooms, devoid of surveillance cameras. However, the corridors and dining area were replete with monitoring devices, committing the entire layout of the 3rd floor to memory. They understood that any actions would have to take place in the resting areas, though the presence of surveillance posed a significant hindrance. Returning to a corner by the window, Ying contemplated their subsequent plans while Zhang Jinshu gazed intently at her, intrigued by her thoughts. "What are you pondering?" Zhang Jinshu playfully tugged at Ying's ear. Shaken from her reverie, Ying mischievously pinched Zhang Jinshu's delicate face. "Ah, I was considering how to navigate the days that lie ahead." Just then, an incongruous voice interrupted. "How you spend your future is inconsequential. What matters is that you remove your filthy hands." Ying, puzzled by the voice, turned to see a young man clad in a wine-red leisure suit, his long hair cascading over his shoulders and a rose pinned at the collar. His slender frame resembled that of a reed, and his sharply defined features were marred by an expression of anger. Accompanying him was a bald, middle-aged man dressed in loose athletic wear. As the young man approached, Zhang Jishu wore a look of disdain. Ying inquired, "Who is this reed-like figure?" Before Zhang Jishu could respond, a sharp sound resounded as the young man slapped Ying on the left shoulder. "Who are you calling a reed?" he retorted, his expression darkening. "Get your filthy paws off," Zhang Jinshu roared, resembling an angry little tiger. The thin young man, Lu Daong, sulked. "Shushu, my name is Stephen. You've miscalled me again." A couple of dry heaves echoed, leaving Ying speechless. Nevertheless, Stephen complied, while the burly bald man beside him covered his face with his hands. Lu Ying turned to Zhang Jishu and asked, "Your admirer?" Zhang Jishu shook her head in disdain and whispered, "No, he prefers men." Goodness. Lu Ying hastily grabbed a tissue from the table to wipe her shoulder. Yet, she felt a twinge of confusion, as this individual had initially appeared to be looking for trouble, and she had been prepared to retaliate, only to witness this unexpected scene. Soon, Stephen's somber demeanor vanished, replaced by a grin he believed to be radiant. However, to Lu Ying's eyes, his smile seemed tinged with an air of shyness. At that moment, Stephen rested one hand on the back of Lu Ying's chair while the other plucked a vibrant rose from his collar. With a nonchalant air, he brought it to his nose and inhaled gently, gazing at Lu Ying with narrowed eyes. A peculiar smile graced his lips, imbued with a hint of mischief, a trace of amusement, and a touch of indifference. His voice, tinged with provocation, declared, "My dear, you have successfully captured my attention." Lu Ying found herself momentarily flustered. Zhang Jishu clutched his stomach, laughing so heartily that tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. "Oh, I think I'm going to die from laughter, ha 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 ha." The patrons at the surrounding tables, indulging in their afternoon tea, wore faces flushed with suppressed mirth. Some, like Zhang Jishu, covered their bellies while attempting to stifle their giggles, struggling to contain themselves. "Goodness, I have been flirted with by a man." Lu Ying's mind raced in disbelief. Taking a deep breath, she retorted, "Get lost." Stephen, still brimming with confidence, extended the brilliant rose towards her. "Sweetheart, it's a delightful afternoon. I wonder if you might." "Get lost," Lu Ying exclaimed, her skin crawling with discomfort. Were it not for the fear of delivering a punch that would send him packing and embroil her in unnecessary trouble, as well as the aversion to dirtying her hands, she would have relished the opportunity to produce an M67 fragmentation grenade from her pocket, pull the pin, and silence him once and for all. The crowd erupted in laughter. The bald, muscular man beside Stephen donned a cap after changing into his tracksuit, bowing his head as his body shook with suppressed laughter. Stephen sighed lightly, reinserting the vibrant red rose into his lapel with a despondent expression. Alas, the flower has intentions, but the flowing water is indifferent. With that, he tossed his long hair back and turned away, leaving the onlookers with a melancholy silhouette. "Excuse me, do you have any alcohol?" A restaurant server approached with a bottle of alcohol-based hand sanitizer. "Ha ha ha. Little Lu, you've been flirted with. Ha ha ha." Zhang Jishu continued to chuckle uncontrollably. Lu Ying's expression darkened. "Hey, stop laughing, or you'll end up with crow's feet." Zhang Jishu took a deep breath, desperately trying to suppress his laughter. Lu Ying rolled her eyes playfully and asked, "Little fairy pig, I have a question." Zhang Jishu's big, watery eyes turned towards her. "Do you think he was in front or behind?" Zhang Jishu rolled his eyes in exasperation. "All right, I'll stop joking. Earlier, I thought he was your suitor, here for you." Zhang Jishu shook his head. That was merely his usual method of flirting with men. Who knows where he learned it? "It's certainly peculiar. Let us go, let us take a drive." After leaving the suburban bunker, Zhang Jishu occasionally burst into laughter, and Lu Ying could only shake her head in resignation. "Little Lu, now that he has set his sights on you, you must be cautious. Does he dare to be forceful?" Lu Ying was taken aback. Zhang Jishu shook his head. "Not in that way. He's quite persistent and will keep pursuing." "Are you familiar with that fellow?" Lu Ying inquired. Despite his peculiar interests, he possesses a remarkable talent for computer networking technology. "Oh, do tell me more." Upon hearing the term computer network technology, Lu Ying felt a stirring within her. Perhaps this encapsulates the lament of the gifted. Having been born into the guise of a male, Stephen possessed an extraordinary aptitude for this field from a young age. His father, recognizing this prodigious talent, deliberately nurtured it by engaging the finest educators. Subsequently, he traveled abroad to various nations to acquire knowledge and practical experience in this domain. After returning to the country a few years ago, he established a cybersecurity firm. While I am aware of his exceptional skill, the extent of his expertise remains elusive to me. Lu Ying nodded, contemplating the potential for future collaboration, albeit with the stipulation that she would not have to compromise herself. The domestic headquarters of Chinching Group is nestled within an underground city, concealed amidst encircling mountains. The capable woman who previously appeared on the electronic screen at the northern outskirts of Yun City now sat in an expansive, luxurious office, her focus intently fixed on the report in her hands. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in snow camouflage knocked and entered, standing at attention within the office. Without lifting her gaze, the competent woman instructed, "You are to travel to Yun City, assume control of the Yun City Security Company, and expedite its reorganization. The headquarters has granted authorization for you to expand the security company's operations in Yun City." With a casual wave of her hand, she dismissed him. "Understood." The middle-aged man exited the office, and the capable woman, having reviewed the report and documents in her possession, placed them upon her desk. In the upper right corner of one open page was a photograph of Lu Ying. Chapter 48. Security forces of the western suburban bunker. A sleek black snow vehicle raced across the snowy expanse on the outskirts of Yun City. Inside, the temperature was notably warm as Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu expertly navigated to avoid military convoys relocating survivors. Yet they had yet to discover a suitable location for gathering crystal cores. Zhang Jinshu, clad in 7 layers of thermal attire, had begun to perspire slightly. She shed the outer layers until only 3 remained, finally exhaling in relief. She reclined her seat, removed her boots, and rested her cozy, warmly clad feet, adorned in white long socks, upon the central console. Lu Ying's peripheral vision caught sight of Zhang Jinshu's form, her modest layers accentuating her captivating silhouette. Her toes stretched out comfortably, clearly relishing the moment. "Little Lucy," she mused, "when will this fairy begin to evolve like you?" Lu Ying shook his head, pondering, who knows? Evolution follows no discernible pattern. Reflecting on Zhang Jinshu's inquiry, Lu Ying was drawn into contemplation. In his previous life, both he and Meng Nanxing, along with other evolved beings, had awakened their powers a month after the outbreak of the ancient virus. This time, he was unaware of the reason for his rebirth. His former abilities had returned along with him, as had that enigmatic bound book and ring, both imbued with his past powers. Lu Ying speculated that his resurrection might be intricately linked to that mysterious tome. Turning to glance at Zhang Jinshu, he felt a wave of warmth and draped her discarded coat over her shoulders. "Little enchantress, you disrupt my focus," he sighed internally. In his previous life, communication with Uncle Zhang's family had ceased over a month after the virus outbreak, leaving Lu Ying uncertain whether Zhang Jinshu had awakened her abilities and begun her evolution. Upon reaching the southern suburb warehouse area of Yun City, Lu Ying halted the snow vehicle. In the distance, he observed a perimeter of barbed wire surrounding the storage zone. Inside, fully armed troops patrolled, and the snow had been meticulously cleared from the warehouse grounds, where an array of snow vehicles and transport trucks were continually moving various supplies. Even the warehouse he had previously rented, which had been entirely vacant, was now in operation. Zhang Jinshu stirred from her slumber, her eyes still heavy with sleep as she regarded Lu Ying with curiosity. "Ah, little Lucy, what brings you here?" She yawned, intrigued. "I'm here to see if I can gather some supplies, but it seems the military has taken control of the warehouse area. We shall proceed to the next location," he replied, steering towards the southern freight train station. Before they arrived, they encountered a guarded checkpoint, with makeshift sentry booths on either side and 4 fully armed soldiers stationed within. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ying felt a twinge of gratitude for his swift actions. Otherwise, he would have found it nearly impossible to access the freight station alone after the military's takeover. All the soldiers on duty were armed with 191 assault rifles. And further afield, anti-aircraft artillery and self-propelled guns caught Lu Ying's envious gaze. After escorting Zhang Jinshu back to the western bunker and sharing a meal, Lu Ying returned to his sanctuary. Taking a piece of paper, I sketched the layout I observed today within the subterranean stronghold in the western suburbs, particularly annotating several rooms in the dining area on the 3rd floor. In the forthcoming engagement ceremony of Meng Nanxing and Gao Su, these rooms might serve as one of the venues for the couple and several members of the Gao family. The Gao family resides on the 15th level of the bunker, and Lu Ying lacks the clearance to enter their living quarters. Currently, the only accessible area is the dining room on the 3rd floor. On the 2nd page, I documented the recent observations of the number of security personnel present within the bunker and their armament configuration. Typically, 4 armed guards are stationed at the outer entrance of the bunker, equipped solely with handguns, with no sight of assault rifles or similar weaponry. Upon entering the main door of the bunker, 2 large rooms flank either side, filled with security personnel, yet they remain enclosed most of the time, making it impossible for Lu Ying to ascertain their exact numbers. The 1st and 2nd floors, along with the basement and 16th level, are also populated by security and management staff. Usually, a minimum of 4 security personnel patrol each level of the living area outside the bunker. Coupled with the guards near the security doors, I estimate the total number of security personnel within the bunker exceeds 100. Currently, these individuals are only armed with handguns. But in a few days, a new management team will arrive, bringing with them weaponry and armed forces to take over the bunker. The architectural sketch of the entire bunker came to life on paper, indicating all passage locations, the 8 elevators within, and the 2 emergency stairwell routes. After assessing my current armament and considering my evolved capabilities, a resolution formed in my mind. Should a confrontation arise, I would harbor no fear. Entering the spatial realm, I sought a body of similar stature and stripped the tactical helmet and bulletproof vest from it. The vest contained ballistic inserts, which, upon inspection, appeared to be composite material. The tactical helmet seemed to be made of Kevlar, rather than the latest models I had seen online before the apocalypse. After acquiring another tactical vest and helmet from a different body, I transported these items to another room for secure placement. I retrieved a brown-painted M17 tactical handgun equipped with a red dot sight, aiming at the front and side of the helmet. Bang, bang, 2 shots were fired, causing a slight dent in the helmet, yet it completely withstood the close-range bullets. I then aimed at the tactical vest, firing another 2 rounds, with the bullets failing to penetrate the vest. With a plan forming, all that remained was to ascertain the number of armed personnel within the bunker. Reflecting on my makeshift shelter, thoughts of the facilities within the western suburb bunker filled my mind. Lu Ying's resolve strengthened. Seizing the western suburb bunker would undoubtedly enhance living conditions. Chapter 49. Uncle Zhang. Would you like to take control of the west suburban fortress? Lu Ying retrieved a Type 92 pistol, testing it once more. The tactical helmet and vest withstood the barrage. While the 191 precision rifle had already proven its efficacy in combat, it was evident that the tactical helmets and bulletproof vests worn by the armed personnel were vastly inadequate, failing to withstand rifle fire. With these 2 elements in hand, Lu Ying felt a surge of confidence. These items could be transported through his spatial pocket, and he could dismantle the 191 assault rifle without revealing his spatial capabilities. Contemplating the myriad uncertainties, Lu Ying concluded that it would be more prudent to seize the entire west suburban underground fortress directly. This notion reignited his determination, prompting him to mentally rehearse the entire plan. As a cigarette burned to its end, a shift in Lu Ying's gaze signaled a resolution forming within him. Concerning the affluent individuals to be dealt with post-capture and the subsequent management of the fortress, he entrusted those matters to General Zhang. Lu Ying was currently disinterested in such affairs. His primary objective remained the acquisition of the fortress while operating from the shadows, enhancing his own strength paramount. He extracted a 191 precision rifle along with 2 assault rifles, completely disassembling them. After some thought, he procured 3 large cardboard boxes, filling them with clothing. He then retrieved 3 identical boxes, carefully placing the disassembled rifles and 30 magazines into them, followed by 2 M17 tactical pistols and 20 magazines, all layered beneath clothing. Subsequently, he stored these items within his spatial pocket, indulged in a warm bath, and fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, Lu Ying retrieved a snowmobile from his spatial pocket, loading the 3 boxes filled with clothing into the trunk, and set off toward the west suburban fortress. Throughout the journey, he pondered how to persuade General Zhang to acquiesce to his plan. After considerable reflection, he realized that there was no need for convoluted tactics. General Zhang's family had always treated him with sincerity, never regarding him as an outsider. Ultimately, it would be General Zhang's management that would be crucial in securing the west suburban sanctuary. Upon arriving at the fortress's perimeter, 2 security personnel meticulously inspected the 3 large boxes Lu Ying had brought. He handed over his Chinching knife and short sword to the guards before entering the fortress parking lot. Carrying the boxes into the building, Zhang Jinshu expressed curiosity about their contents. Lu Ying quickly interjected, "Little Xian pig, inside are my underwear and socks. Do you really wish to see?" Zhang Jinshu grimaced slightly before scampering back to the sofa to resume watching an old Qing dynasty drama. Once back in his room, Lu Ying returned the boxes filled with clothing to his spatial pocket and retrieved the other 3 boxes containing assault rifles, handguns, and ammunition. After further consideration, he extracted 4 M67 defensive fragmentation grenades and 4 MK3A2 offensive grenades, placing them into a box. He then added 600 rounds of ammunition to the 3 boxes. "Little Xian pig, where is Uncle Zhang?" he asked as he entered the living room, gently ruffling Zhang Jinshu's hair, marveling at her docility. "Humph. Father is in the tea room." Lu Ying rose and made her way to the tea room. Upon her arrival, Mr. Zhang poured a cup of tea for her. "Uncle Zhang, do you know when the new management team will specifically arrive?" Lu Ying inquired after finishing her tea and setting down the cup. "Approximately in 3 or 4 days," he replied. "By the way, Uncle Zhang, is this new management team coming from another province?" Mr. Zhang paused mid-pour, looking up at Lu Ying. Setting the teapot down, he fixed his gaze on her and asked, "Xiao Lu, why do you ask these questions?" Just then, Zhang Jinshu entered, taking a seat beside Lu Ying. He was about to request a cup of tea, but sensed an unusual atmosphere. Noticing Zhang Jinshu's entrance, Lu Ying decided to be forthright. "Uncle Zhang, if I manage to seize this fortress, would you be willing to be its master in the future?" Upon hearing this, both Mr. Zhang and Zhang Jinshu felt a jolt of surprise. After a moment of contemplation, Mr. Zhang, astonished, asked, "Xiao Lu, are you suggesting what I think you are?" Lu Ying nodded. "Indeed, Uncle Zhang, I am confident I can take this underground fortress. Mr. Zhang shook his head. No, Xiao Lu. Do you realize how many security personnel are inside this fortress? Lu Ying shook her head but felt a stirring in her heart. A full 170 individuals, each armed with a firearm. The new management team will not only bring armed personnel but also a substantial amount of weaponry and ammunition. You cannot take this fortress alone, Mr. Zhang said urgently, hoping to dissuade Lu Ying from this perilous course. He felt that her idea was rather reckless, and a slight misstep could lead to dire consequences. Lu Ying chuckled softly. That is precisely why I inquired about the specific arrival time and route of the new management team. Before they reach the shelter, I will set an ambush and eliminate them. No, absolutely not. That is far too dangerous. How can you contend with an armed force alone? After a moment's thought, Lu Ying replied, Please wait here for a moment. I will retrieve something that will clarify my intentions. With that, she dashed back to her room, locked the door, and retrieved an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle and 3 magazines from her hidden stash, placing them into a large box. She then carried the box back to the tea room. Zhang Jinshu rushed to the box, exclaiming, Xiao Lu, where did you get these grenades? And so many bullets. Oh, this rifle is different from the one we used before. Zhang Jinshu lifted the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle, while a delicate hand clutched an M67 defensive grenade. Lu Ying took the grenade from Zhang Jinshu's hand and returned it to the box. You have never used this. It is extremely dangerous, Lu Ying cautioned. Mr. Zhang approached upon seeing the assault rifle Zhang Jinshu was holding, gazing in astonishment at the disassembled 191 rifles, bullets, and handguns within the boxes. Xiao Lu, where did you acquire these items? Mr. Zhang asked sternly. Uncle Zhang, actually, a few days ago, that manager Gao dispatched a 7-member armed team to my shelter, intending to seize it, but I managed to eliminate that team. Yesterday, I launched a surprise attack on an armed unit from the Chinching Group's security company in the northern suburbs, seizing a significant cache of weapons and ammunition. In addition to these, I also acquired 2 light machine guns, a high-precision sniper rifle, and 3 individual anti-tank guns. With such an arsenal and firepower, strategically selecting the ambush site allows me to catch them off guard. I am confident in my ability to eliminate that team and subsequently take over the entire stronghold without difficulty. Mr. Zhang was taken aback, simultaneously filled with concern and anger, worried for Lu Ying's safety and incensed that the Chinching Group would dare to lay hands on her. Shaking his head, Mr. Zhang sighed and said, Little Lu, even if you manage to eliminate the management team, the security personnel within the fortress, though armed only with handguns, are not to be underestimated. Lu Ying smiled with confidence, replying, Uncle Zhang, have you forgotten? I am already an evolved being. Recalling how Lu Ying had previously punched a hole through a wall, Mr. Zhang's furrowed brow began to ease. Chapter 50. Perfecting the action plan. Gazing earnestly at Lu Ying, Zhang Jinshu inquired, Little Lu, are you truly confident in accomplishing these 2 tasks? Lu Ying nodded solemnly. The tea room fell into a tranquil silence, with Zhang Jinshu dutifully seated beside Lu Ying, refraining from interruption. After a considerable pause, Zhang took a sip from his teacup, and as he set it down, a resolute expression crossed his face. Very well. The action plan and arrival time for the new management team will be provided to you this afternoon. Now, elucidate your entire strategy to me. I wish to know every step you intend to take. Lu Ying smiled broadly and proceeded to unveil the meticulously devised plan she had already contemplated. After more than 10 minutes, as Lu Ying concluded her exposition, Zhang occasionally nodded while at times furrowing his brow. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang stated, Your plan harbors a significant flaw. Please, Uncle Zhang, elaborate, Lu Ying replied earnestly. Little Lu, as long as you are under surveillance within the fortress, once you make your move, the control center on the 16th floor will immediately pinpoint your exact location. All security personnel inside the fortress, being more familiar with the premises, will rush to your position at the swiftest pace and can ambush you from any hidden spot. Lu Ying nodded, a hint of resignation in her demeanor. Uncle Zhang, I currently possess no countermeasure for that. According to my plan, I intend to sabotage the entire power system of the fortress and then utilize the cover of darkness to carry out the operation. Zhang pondered for a moment before responding. I will arrange for someone to take control of the fortress's security system. You should begin your endeavor by capturing the control center on the 16th floor. Lu Ying looked at Zhang in astonishment. Uncle Zhang, can the person you are recruiting be trusted? She inquired uncertainly. Rest assured, there is absolutely no issue, Zhang asserted confidently. Subsequently, the two engaged in discussions to refine the entire action plan until it was time for lunch. Zhang Jishu, with her mouth slightly agape, observed her father and Lu Ying with wide eyes, marveling at Lu Ying's audacious scheme. After their meal, The trio returned to the tea room where Lu Ying assembled 3 Model 191 rifles and placed them into a cabinet. 8 grenades were similarly secured by Zhang in a drawer. Uncle Zhang, tomorrow I will procure a set of bulletproof vests for you, Annie, and Jinshu. During the operation, you are to remain indoors and not venture outside. Zhang nodded, a glimmer of anticipation igniting in his gaze. Father, may I join little Lu in the operation? Zhang Jinshu questioned her father. Absolutely not. Lu Ying interjected sternly before Zhang could respond. Little Xianzhu, you cannot accompany me. You have a far more significant task at hand. Zhang Jinshu's eyes brightened. You must truly wield these firearms. It is your duty to protect Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lin here. Do you understand? Lu Ying earnestly instructed, upon hearing the responsibility of safeguarding her parents. Zhang Jinshu nodded gravely. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhang departed from the residence, presumably to seek information regarding the management team's specifics. However, Lu Ying chose not to delve into the matter, recognizing that everyone harbored their own secrets. Over 2 hours later, General Zhang returned with a grave expression, informing Lu Ying that the new management team would depart from the underground fortress of Chinching Group in the northern suburbs at 8 a.m. 3 days hence. Coinciding with Meng Nanxing's engagement, General Zhang unfurled a map of Yun City, marking the locations of the northern and southern underground fortresses, with a winding red line illustrating their specific route of action. I have had individuals examine the map, and there are 4 locations deemed suitable for ambush. General Zhang pointed out each of these ambush sites to Lu Ying, having marked them in red ink. The new management team comprised a total of 39 individuals, with 7 being part of the management team and the remainder armed personnel. After handing the map to Lu Ying, General Zhang poured himself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip, yet he felt Lu Ying's inquiring gaze upon him. Lu Ying's thoughts were complex. Although she had suspected General Zhang's high authority within this fortress, receiving a map detailing the opponent's specific route of action had further transformed her perception of him. Securing this map indicated that there was an insider within the mid-level ranks of the opposing team, or perhaps suggested a deeper relationship between General Zhang and Chinching Group. However, Lu Ying refrained from voicing her inquiries, as they shared a certain tacit understanding. Xiaolu, if the situation becomes untenable, withdraw immediately. Do not allow yourself to become ensnared in danger. Your safety is paramount. General Zhang instructed. Lu Ying nodded. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, I will exercise caution. Bring the radio that day. We will communicate through this channel post-operation. General Zhang produced a slip of paper for Lu Ying, inscribed with the new contact channel, alongside the numbers 001 and 002. Should the operation proceed successfully, simply repeat 001 3 times after establishing communication. If the operation falters, upon reaching a safe location, repeat 002 3 times. After a successful operation, upon receiving your message, we will sever all communications between this fortress and the outside world. Once you have secured the control center on the 16th floor, we will resume communication. Lu Ying nodded. And then she and General Zhang meticulously refined all steps and detailed plans for the day of action. Xiaolu, once this plan is successfully executed, I will elucidate the doubts that dwell in your mind, General Zhang remarked with a smile. Lu Ying responded with a smile of her own. That evening, upon returning to the sanctuary, Lu Ying retrieved 3 intact bulletproof vests from her storage, meticulously removing all traces of blood, and delivered them to General Zhang the following day. Over the next 2 days, Lu Ying thoroughly examined the 4 ambush locations, ultimately selecting the second site, which she further narrowed down to 5 shooting positions. On the eve of the operation, Lu Ying removed 2 ballistic plates and inserted them into the front and back of her bulletproof vest. She meticulously maintained her 22 Malawian Quatches sniper rifle, M249 squad automatic weapon, and 191 precision rifle, along with 2 Type 92 pistols. The 8.6mm sniper rifle had 44 rounds remaining, while the machine gun boasted a total of 524 rounds. As for the 191 precision rifle and the 92 series ammunition, there was an ample supply. With all weaponry meticulously prepared, Lu Ying succumbed to a deep slumber. The following day at 5 o'clock, Lu Ying awoke punctually and established communication with the western suburbs. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, he donned 3 layers of thermal clothing, subsequently layering a snow camouflage suit atop. He secured his tactical bulletproof vest and tactical belt, sliding 2 92 series pistols into the holsters on either side of the belt. A short sword was affixed to his waist, and after donning a thermal hood, he placed his tactical helmet upon his head. The sniper rifle and grenades remained stored within his spatial compartment. Closing the shelter's main door, he extracted a snow vehicle from his space and set off towards the predetermined ambush site. Since yesterday, the internal staff of the western suburb fortress had begun setting up the restaurant on the 3rd floor. The central stage had been arranged, adorned with two extravagant 12-tier cake towers, while an array of exquisite pastries, fruits, and beverages had been meticulously placed. In a world ravaged by apocalypse, most survivors struggled to make ends meet. Yet, everything here appeared untouched by the calamity. The upcoming engagement ceremony promised attendance from nearly all the affluent within the fortress, with the restaurant staff executing their tasks with remarkable efficiency. At that moment, Meng Nanxing and the distinguished Gao family were situated within an opulent suite on the 15th floor, where the ceremonial staff elaborated on the proceedings of the day's event. Everyone, including Gao Su's parents, wore expressions brimming with joy. Chapter 51. The operation commences. Dressed in a resplendent red gown, Meng Nanxing appeared even more delicate and fair-skinned. Sitting gracefully before the dressing mirror, she was being attended to by a stylist, and the reflection of Meng Nanxing exuded a radiant beauty, her exquisite face aglow with bliss. On the 11th floor, Mr. Zhang bore a serious expression, his demeanor heavy with contemplation. Having quit smoking years ago, he now held a slowly burning cigarette between his fingers, occasionally taking a drag and glancing at the clock on the wall. Zhang Jinshu was already clad in a bulletproof vest and tactical belt, equipped with a precision 191 rifle slung over his shoulder and a 92 pistol at his waist, exuding an air of gallant confidence. Inside the bunker, many participants of the day's ceremony were busy selecting their attire, with the ladies donning elegant gowns and applying meticulous makeup. In the northern suburbs of Yun City, a convoy of 15 snow vehicles stood ready, having completed their inspections. Flanking the snow vehicles were 3 rows of fully armed security personnel, dressed in snow camouflage, equipped with tactical belts and vests, with each individual donning a black balaclava beneath their khaki tactical helmet. Each of the 3 squads was similarly outfitted, comprising 3 fire teams. 2 fire teams wielded M249 light machine guns, while the other utilized an M4 Carl Gustav recoilless rifle. Each team also included a sniper armed with an 22 Malawian Quachas bolt-action rifle. The remaining armed personnel were equipped with 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles adorned in snow camouflage, along with M17 tactical pistols at their hips. At precisely 8 o'clock a.m., 7 men and 2 women, bundled in bulky winter gear, emerged from the bunker via the elevator. The leader nodded, and all 7 managers and 32 armed personnel boarded the vehicles. The bunker doors creaked open, and 12 vehicles filed out in succession. The lead vehicle was a large tracked pickup, fitted with a paired 23mm anti-aircraft gun, with sizable ammunition boxes affixed to either side. Following closely were 7 tracked snow off-road vehicles, succeeded by 6 large pickups brimming with green boxes. The final large pickup mirrored the first, also mounting a paired 23mm anti-aircraft gun. The convoy departed the mountain pass, heading towards the western suburban bunker of Yun City, 50 kilometers from the northern suburban bunker. Atop a low mountain, Ying surveyed the snowy expanse ahead with binoculars, positioned strategically among the western mountain range of Yun City. Ying's vantage point overlooked a town located less than 200 meters to the northeast. This town housed approximately 1,000 households, with a highway and provincial road once linking it to the western mountains. The survivors from the town had been evacuated by military forces 2 days prior. Although some zombies were eliminated during the evacuation, a significant number remained within the town. East of the town and between it and Yun City lay a network of lakes and rivers, creating a landscape that was impassable even before the apocalypse. For the townsfolk to reach Yun City, they had to traverse a lengthy detour via the provincial road. The adversary chose this route primarily to circumvent Yun City and to avoid the military, which was still struggling to relocate survivors from that area. Ying's selection of this position also took into account the presence of zombies in the nearby town. By eliminating the drivers of the lead and trailing vehicles first, any gunfire would inevitably attract the attention of the zombies within the town. At 9:20 a.m., the convoy appeared through the binoculars, with the laser rangefinder indicating a distance of 7 kilometers. In the third-floor restaurant of the west suburb bunker, prior to the commencement of the ceremony, the etiquette personnel guided Meng Nanxing and Gao Su through the proceedings, while a few guests were scattered about, engaged in idle chatter. On the 11th floor of the bunker, General Zhang glanced at the time and lit a cigarette. As moments ticked away, the distance to the convoy and the binoculars had entered the effective range of the 22 Malawian Quachas sniper rifle at 1,500 meters. Yet, Ying remained still, at 1,300 meters. Then 1,100 meters, and finally within 900 meters, he retracted the binoculars and retrieved the 22 Malawian Quachas sniper rifle. With his left eye closed, he aligned his right eye with the scope to lock onto the driver of the lead vehicle. After a steadying breath, his index finger gently caressed the trigger. Bang! 6 millimeters bullet sliced through the air, penetrating the car window and striking the driver squarely in the face. The driver's visage was obliterated, blood splattering within the vehicle as it veered left, colliding with a nearby utility pole instead of flipping over. Bang! The trigger was pulled once more, and the driver of the last large pickup truck was shot through the chest, slumping over the steering wheel as the vehicle careened uncontrollably into a transport pickup ahead. All vehicles in the convoy came to a halt, and armed personnel swiftly disembarked to seek cover, while 3 snipers searched for Lu Ying's position through their scopes. 2 others utilized binoculars to locate the shooter's exact whereabouts. Another gunshot rang out, and an armed individual carrying a personal radio was struck, the bullet piercing both him and the device. A bullet then struck one of the snipers in the head, causing him to crumple to the ground, prompting the remaining personnel to conceal themselves behind the vehicles. A commander shouted loudly, to the right, on the mountaintop, 730 meters ahead, 3 fire teams, commence fire suppression. Use the high-caliber machine guns to target that hilltop. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. With the commander's orders, 3 light machine gun fire teams unleashed a barrage toward Lu Ying's position, firing without sights at such a distance, merely raining down bullets in the general direction. Meanwhile, 4 armed personnel seized the opportunity during the fire suppression to ascend the lead and trailing vehicles, operating 2 twin-barreled 23mm anti-aircraft cannons. Bang, bang, bang. The twin anti-aircraft guns erupted in a frenzy of fire, unleashing a torrent of 23mm high-explosive tracer rounds upon Lu Ying's last known position. Following this, 3 armed personnel wielding recoilless rifles aimed and pulled the triggers, launching 384mm high-explosive shells that detonated with a thunderous roar atop the mountain. A torrent of snow and debris erupted in the air, as towering pines were severed in half. Yet, Lu Ying had already relocated to a pre-selected position, where through the scope of her 22 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle, she had locked onto one of the enemy snipers. Bang! A single shot rang out, piercing the tactical helmet of the second sniper, sending fragments of skull and helmet careening away, as crimson and ivory mingled and flowed profusely from the wound. Bang! The final sniper was eliminated, and Lu Ying swiftly directed her aim at an armed personnel operating a 23mm anti-aircraft gun. With a squeeze of the trigger, a resounding shot echoed, shattering the assailant's neck. His head drooped to the side, and hot blood gushed forth in an explosive spray. The commander, concealed behind a vehicle, witnessed the scene and immediately commanded the deputy shooter, who was taking cover behind a pickup truck, to advance. Chapter 52. The Disturbance of the Undead. The deputy marksman, his face etched with terror and indecision, found himself paralyzed by the commanding gaze of his superior. Struggling against the acrid scent of blood and the tumultuous churn in his stomach, he managed to move the primary marksman's body aside before resuming fire. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as dozens of bullets whizzed past Lu Ying's head. Moments later, an 84mm shell exploded a mere 10 meters below him, the violent detonation ringing in his ears. He swiftly crawled backward to reposition himself. Upon reaching a new vantage point, Lu Ying refrained from firing his weapon. Instead, he peered through his scope at the small town. The gunfire had drawn the attention of the undead within, and hundreds of zombies, drawn from the nearby town, surged towards the still engaged convoy. Thousands more were making their way towards the sound, converging at various intersections to form a massive horde. Most of the armed personnel took cover behind the vehicles, while a few fire teams and heavy machine guns maintained a suppressive barrage. The horde was now less than 100 meters from the convoy, prompting the armed soldiers within to open fire. The rapid staccato of a light machine gun swung toward the oncoming zombies, as another commander began to organize a defensive formation using snowmobiles. In addition to the 2 heavy machine guns and 2 light machine gun teams continuing their suppressive fire at Lu Ying's previous position, the remaining armed personnel unleashed a volley of 416 Hong Kong dollars rounds at the first wave of the advancing horde. Not a single zombie breached the dense wall of fire, while the heavy machine gun at the rear of the convoy pivoted, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the approaching mass. Rows of zombies were obliterated, their upper bodies torn apart and skulls shattered. 2 large ammunition boxes of 23mm high-explosive rounds were expended, leaving only dismembered limbs strewn across the ground. One zombie, half its body blown away, continued to drag itself forward, bloodied intestines trailing behind. A bullet swiftly pierced its remaining head. Lu Ying switched to binoculars, observing the second, even larger wave of the horde drawing closer to the convoy, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Sir, do you think the sniper on the mountain has been reduced to rubble?" inquired an armed personnel beside the commander. Since the appearance of the horde, the hidden sniper on the opposite mountain had not fired a single shot. The commander's expression turned grave as he scrutinized the mountainside through his binoculars. Another commander, tasked with repelling the horde, had now recognized the imminent threat of the approaching, more massive wave of zombies. With a commanding shout, The armed personnel on the front line opened fire. The sound of gunfire erupted, various calibers unleashed fiery tongues, a barrage of bullets raining into the encroaching horde. Masses of zombies fell, yet despite the ferocity of the convoy's firepower, the sheer number of the undead continued to surge forward, driven by an absence of fear or pain. Charging madly towards the convoy, the commander promptly issued orders, directing all but one fire team and the heavy machine gun on the lead vehicle to reinforce the defensive line against the relentless tide of the undead. The intensified firepower momentarily halted the advance of the horde. At that moment, another commander shouted, "Third brother, we must retreat. The number of corpses is overwhelming." The snipers on the opposing mountain remained vigilant, ready to eliminate anyone who dared to show themselves, while the rear was already blocked by the undead, and the expansive area ahead lay within their line of fire. The only option was to hold back the horde from the east, while devising a method to clear the rear and create a path for retreat. Ying, through the scope, locked onto the second sniper from the high machine gun position, squeezed the trigger, and with a resounding crack, the bullet pierced the sniper's face, obliterating half of his head as he collapsed at his post. Another shot followed, penetrating the neck of the last anti-aircraft gunner at the rear of the convoy. Ying swiftly relocated, as his previous position was now under a heavy barrage of bullets. The deputy gunner at the rear, undeterred, focused on firing at the advancing horde. This time, Ying retrieved the M249 light machine gun from his spatial storage, having previously replaced the ammunition box with a 200-round belt. He set up the machine gun's bipod for stability, aiming at the armed personnel defending against the horde. With a series of rapid bursts, the M249 unleashed a torrent of bullets, raining down on the enemy convoy. The dense hail of gunfire caught the armed personnel off guard, with several falling victim to the onslaught. The fire team within the convoy, also equipped with an M249, immediately directed their fire towards Ying's position. However, Ying held the high ground, and most of the incoming bullets fell short, striking the ground below him and the trunks of nearby pines. He lowered his gun, unleashing a volley of ammunition towards the fire team that had targeted him. 30 to 40 rounds later, the enemy fire team was neutralized, and he continued to rain bullets upon the convoy. The ferocious fire continued to pummel the convoy, with occasional casualties as individuals were struck down. Once the first ammunition box was expended, Ying swiftly retreated to a new ambush position, replacing it with a second box. Under the commander's orders, 3 recoilless rifle fire teams unleashed a barrage of 84mm high-explosive shells towards Ying's previous location, the resounding explosions echoing through the air. Realizing that 2 of their snipers had been eliminated, the commander ordered another armed personnel to take their place. The new combatant, eyes ablaze with rage, unleashed a torrent of fire towards the distant hill. Yet, Ying had long since changed positions, and all 23mm high-explosive rounds had been expended. He aimed at the high machine gun, pulling the trigger as a flurry of bullets erupted, striking the new sniper multiple times, who fell at the controls. Blood streaming from his wounds onto the pickup truck bed. Adjusting his aim, Ying continued to unleash fire upon the convoy. With the second ammunition box nearly half spent, the barrel began to glow red. He paused his shooting, retrieving a large bottle of water from his spatial storage to cool the barrel. A plume of steam rose as he did so, just as a shell exploded a mere 10 meters to his right. Ying was suddenly overwhelmed by a wave of shock, followed by a disorienting sensation. A piece of shrapnel struck his right arm, causing a sharp pain to surge through him. Quickly retreating behind the mountain, Ying reached for the spot where the shrapnel had hit. Discovering that only the outer layer of his clothing had been penetrated, with the fragment lodged within the fabric, surrounded by charred remnants. Discarding the piece, he grasped his light machine gun and repositioned himself, unleashing the entirety of his remaining ammunition. Down below, more than 30 armed personnel in the convoy had been decimated by the light machine gun fire, with 2 light machine gun teams rendered inoperative and a crew from a recoilless rifle unit turned into mere targets. Neither the front nor rear heavy machine gunners dared to advance any longer. The remaining firepower was woefully inadequate to withstand the advancing horde. From his new vantage point, Ying utilized the scope of his sniper rifle to systematically eliminate those armed personnel attempting to flee from the cover of the snow vehicles. Some made desperate attempts to escape by boarding their vehicles, only to be met with his 22 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle, which claimed the lives of their drivers. A handful of wounded lay behind the vehicles, wailing in agony, while fewer than 10 armed personnel continued to fire at the encroaching horde, gradually retreating towards the snow vehicles in a bid for escape. However, as soon as they abandoned the sanctuary of the snow vehicles, a bullet from the mountaintop found its mark, gunning them down mercilessly. Chapter 53, Operation Against the West Suburb Bunker. The remaining armed personnel found their firepower insufficient to deter the advancing horde of over 1,000 zombies, which gradually encircled the convoy. Noticing this, fewer than 5 armed individuals turned to flee towards the western hillside, but as they emerged from the cover of the snow vehicle, they were swiftly gunned down by Lu Ying wielding a precise 191 rifle. 2 of the armed personnel fell, pierced through the chest, collapsing into the snow, while the remaining 2 sought refuge behind the vehicle once more. However, the horde had already closed in, and the 2 armed individuals shouted in fury, firing relentlessly into the mass of undead. As their rifle ammunition ran dry, they drew their handguns, weeping and shouting as they continued to shoot at the encroaching zombies. One of the armed personnel pressed his handgun against his own chin and pulled the trigger. The bullet tore through his jaw and into his brain, leaving him slumped against the snow vehicle's tracks, lifeless. The last remaining armed individual, overwhelmed by despair, also aimed his handgun at his chin and squeezed the trigger. But no sound followed. He had exhausted all his ammunition. The zombies surged forward, and horrific, anguished cries erupted as he was consumed by the tide of corpses. The entire convoy had been utterly overwhelmed by the horde, with zombies now feasting on the bodies of the recently deceased armed personnel. The 7 management personnel who had been dispatched were either dead or injured during Lu Ying's assault with the M249 light machine gun and had now become the zombies' lunch. Witnessing this through the scope, Lu Ying lowered his weapon, contemplating whether to contact General Zhang via radio. The liaison officer from the convoy had been shot through both him and his radio by an 8.6mm bullet shortly after disembarking, rendering any communication to the North Suburb base impossible. Consequently, the North Suburb base could not warn the West Suburb fortress to prepare for an impending threat. As for the firearms and spoils within the convoy, Lu Ying had no choice but to temporarily abandon them, planning to assess the situation for potential salvage after neutralizing the West Suburb fortress. Faced with such a multitude of zombies, even with his evolved abilities, Lu Ying knew that his only option was to flee at once. Once surrounded by the horde, he would inevitably become a mere snack for the undead. He stowed his tactical belt into his space and donned a spacious, warm overcoat to conceal his bulletproof vest, accelerating towards the West Suburb bunker. Glancing at the time, it was 10:10 a.m. He mused to himself that there was still a chance to make it in time. In the vast dining hall on the 3rd floor of the West Suburb bunker, well-dressed gentlemen and ladies gathered in clusters, holding their wine glasses aloft. The men engaged in discussions about when the apocalypse might come to an end or the extent to which it might escalate, lamenting the fact that much of their wealth had evaporated overnight, particularly for those in the real estate business, whose properties had become worthless in an instant. Meanwhile, the women conversed about the day's engagement ceremony and the background of Meng Nanxing, many speculating that she hailed from a wealthy family, which would make her connection to the Gao family all the more remarkable. The youthful children clustered together, laughing and playing, while a steward kept a watchful eye over them. The atmosphere within the restaurant buzzed with vibrancy. It was the first such lively occasion since the group had relocated to the bunker. Dressed elegantly in a resplendent crimson gown, Meng Nanxing linked her arm with Gao Su's while delicately holding a goblet in her other hand. Behind them, a server adeptly balanced a tray bearing a bottle of exquisite red wine, trailing in their wake. After Gao Su had greeted several esteemed elders, he turned to Meng Nanxing with a gentle expression, softly assuring her that Uncle Zhang and her senior brother would soon arrive, urging her not to fret. Meng Nanxing nodded with a smile, albeit one tinged with reluctance. On such a significant day, she sincerely hoped that Mr. Zhang and his family would make an appearance. After all, the Zhang group was among the most formidable of the affluent present. While others may not grasp the intricacies of Meng Nanxing's circumstances, she was acutely aware of her lack of a powerful family background. The support of Mr. Zhang, and perhaps even his acknowledgement of her as a goddaughter, would bestow upon her a sense of status and identity, sparing her from the disdainful glances of others. Yet, Mr. Zhang had always refrained from agreeing to such a proposition. Eventually, as Meng Nanxing became acquainted with Gao Su in the bunker, their bond deepened, and mutual affection blossomed. She clung to Gao Su as her lifeline, while he, too, grew increasingly enamored with her. Initially, Gao Su's parents opposed their union, but his steadfast resolve ultimately swayed them to acquiesce. As for whether Lu Ying would show up, Meng Nanxing found herself indifferent. Meanwhile, Mr. Zhang sat in the tea room, his ashtray overflowing with cigarette butts, appearing somewhat haggard as he fixated on the wall clock. Beside him, a landline phone awaited news from Lu Ying. It was already 11 o'clock. Mr. Zhang murmured to himself, lighting another cigarette. Lu Ying arrived at the entrance of the bunker, where security personnel conducted a brief inspection before granting her entry. She smiled at the camera beside the door as she rang the bell. Upon the door's opening, Zhang Jingshu, fully armed and wielding a precision rifle, regarded Lu Ying and felt a wave of relief wash over him. He sighed, grasped Lu Ying's right hand, and swiftly led her to the tea room. "Dad, little Lu is back," she announced, her voice echoing before her arrival. Mr. Zhang, cigarette in hand, twitched slightly, causing ash to fall onto the tea table. He placed the remaining half of his cigarette into the ashtray, his previously taut demeanor relaxing into a smile. "It is good to have you back safely," he murmured, gazing at Lu Ying, who appeared unscathed. Before taking a seat, Lu Ying spoke up. "Uncle Zhang, the management team and the armed forces have been dealt with. How are preparations on your end?" "Everything is set here, awaiting your update." "Yet, your silence has delayed our actions," Mr. Zhang replied. Lu Ying nodded. The enemy's communications officer was neutralized as soon as he disembarked. The message should not have reached the Betrayal base yet. "Please hold on." Mr. Zhang picked up the phone and dialed a number. The call connected, and General Zhang inquired, "Is there any news?" "All right, await my message," he replied before hanging up. Nodding thoughtfully, Lu Ying removed the outer layer of cold weather gear, revealing a tactical vest equipped with 2 ballistic plates. General Zhang opened a cabinet in the tea room, from which Lu Ying retrieved a tactical belt and donned a tactical helmet. He affixed 4 magazine pouches to the front of the vest, inserting 8 fully loaded rifle magazines. While the left grenade pouch contained 2 Mk3A2 offensive grenades, and the right held 2 M67 defensive grenades. In the dual-layer magazine pouches beside the grenades, he stowed 2 additional rifle magazines. The remaining 4 grenades were tucked into the tactical belt around his waist. Subsequently, he produced 2 M17 tactical pistols, securing 1 on each side of the belt, and placed 10 fully loaded pistol magazines into the belt's magazine pouches. The cabinet also housed 3 assault rifles. Lu Ying selected one 191 assault rifle to sling across his back and another to hang in front, along with a short sword at his waist. Meanwhile, General Zhang donned a bulletproof vest and grasped a Type 92 pistol in his hand. "Uncle Zhang, you should stay inside the house," Lu Ying advised. General Zhang shook his head. "I will accompany you to the 16th floor. Once you secure the control center, I must remain there to remotely operate the public doors on each level, thus providing you with the necessary intelligence support." He then retrieved another Type 92, stowing it in his pocket while carrying 8 magazines in a bag. "Rest assured, Xiao Lu, within this bunker, there are more than 10 security personnel who are on our side. They're already prepared and currently patrolling the various levels. Once we take the control center, I will have them guard it." General Zhang then picked up the phone and dialed. "We are departing now. Disconnect the surveillance." After patting Zhang Jinshu on the shoulder, Lu Ying nodded and exited alongside General Zhang. "Be careful," Aunt Lin and Zhang Jinshu cautioned. "Don't worry," Lu Ying and General Zhang replied in unison. Chapter 54. Seizing the control center. Pushing open the door, Lu Ying immediately spotted 2 security personnel patrolling the 11th floor. Upon hearing the commotion, both guards turned their gaze towards her. Instinctively, Lu Ying reached for her firearm, but the 2 guards soon averted their eyes, seemingly oblivious to her and Mr. Zhang's presence. "Our people are here. There is no need for concern," Lu Ying affirmed with a nod. The duo then made their way to the adjacent stairwell, swiped their access cards, and descended to the 16th floor. At the entrance of the stairwell on the 16th floor stood 4 individuals. 2 were security personnel, while several black electronic devices were stationed in the corner. Among the remaining 2, one was a familiar face, Stephen, the perverse individual. Lu Ying felt a wave of exasperation upon seeing him. Fully equipped and clad in a black hood that left only her eyes visible, Stephen failed to recognize Lu Ying. The last individual was a strikingly beautiful woman with long black hair, exuding an air of cold sophistication, reminiscent of a seasoned dominatrix. "Mr. Zhang." The 4 spoke in hushed tones. "Yes, yeah. Please report on the situation on the 16th floor and at the control center," Mr. Zhang directed towards the elegant woman. "Uncle Zhang, there are currently 21 security personnel on the 16th floor, stationed at various entrances and both inside and outside the control center. Stephen has severed the surveillance. They have summoned 2 engineers who are presently troubleshooting. Should we take action, Stephen will notify one of the engineers to temporarily cut power to the 16th floor and interrupt communications between the control center and the outside world. The engineer inside the control center is one of our own. Once we commence our operation, the personnel within will secure the doors. If you knock 3 times, our people will unlock it from the inside." Lu Ying, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Won't knocking on the door alert those inside that someone is outside? How will our people open the door then?" The coldly elegant woman named Yaya replied, "He will enter armed with a handgun. We have rehearsed this numerous times before the operation today. There will be no issues." "Understood." Having memorized the structure and distribution of the rooms on the 16th floor, Lu Ying turned to Mr. Zhang and said, "We are ready to proceed, Uncle Zhang." Stephen, holding a walkie-talkie connected to an earpiece, activated it but refrained from speaking, opting instead to press the talk button and knock twice. Within less than a minute, the brightly lit 16th floor was suddenly plunged into darkness. Lu Ying disengaged the safety on her 191 assault rifle, gripping it firmly as she advanced through the door. Although the 16th floor was now enveloped in darkness, Lu Ying's night vision rendered the obscurity inconsequential. To reach the control center, she would need to navigate past 3 rooms, where 6 security personnel stood on alert. Their right hands gripping firearms while their left hands wielded powerful flashlights. Evading the beams of their flashlights, Lu Ying took aim at the nearest guard and pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed, and the guard collapsed, struck down by a single bullet. The remaining personnel swiftly pressed themselves against the walls. Lu Ying quickly shifted to the right, vacating her original position. Bang, bang, bang. The security personnel unleashed a barrage of light from their powerful flashlights, simultaneously firing their weapons at Lu Ying's last known position. Yet, Lu Ying had long since departed, and their bullets found nothing but air. Bang, bang. 2 security guards fell, and Lu Ying continued her advance. The remaining 3 guards, seeking refuge behind 3 lifeless bodies, swiftly extinguished their flashlights in an attempt to obscure their location. However, this only facilitated Lu Ying's movements. After 3 more shots rang out, all 6 security personnel in the vicinity lay dead. On the 16th floor, aside from a contingent stationed indoors, the remainder rushed towards the direction of the gunfire. To the left, 4 guards were approaching, while 6 others were on the right. Lu Ying redirected her firearm towards the approaching guards on the right, who were still over 60 meters away, and unleashed a relentless barrage. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire erupted, yet the sound did not reverberate significantly, for the bunker had been constructed with soundproofing and acoustic materials. In windowless rooms, one could hardly hear the outside gunfire. With tongues of fire spitting from the muzzle, Lu Ying emptied nearly half a magazine, and the oncoming security personnel were struck down by the incoming bullets. Meanwhile, the 4 guards on the left, upon hearing the continuous fire of the assault rifle, immediately pressed themselves against the wall, extinguishing their flashlights to avoid detection. A smile crept across Lu Ying's lips as she turned her weapon towards the 4 guards cautiously inching along the wall, emptying the remaining bullets from her magazine. Bang, bang, bang. With the final shots, the guards on the left were all eliminated. Swiftly replacing her magazine, Lu Ying pressed onward towards the control center. Inside, apart from 5 security personnel, 4 additional staff members were on duty. She grasped the control center's doorknob, only to find it locked from within. Thud, thud, thud. Lu Ying knocked on the door, stepping back 2 paces while aiming at the entrance. In less than a minute, gunfire erupted from within, and the door suddenly swung open from the inside. A middle-aged man dashed out, clutching a black handgun. "It's us, 2 more behind," he spoke rapidly, taking cover to the side. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as bullets struck the door, yet failed to penetrate it. Inside the control center, 2 security guards crouched behind the equipment table, firing relentlessly at the doorway. Lu Ying did not rush in. Instead, she quickly noted the positions of the 2 guards. When their magazine ran dry, creating a brief lull in their fire, she seized the moment. Lu Ying aimed at the guard hiding behind the desk in the left corner and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 3 bullets pierced the desk, eliminating him. Swiftly pivoting her gun, she dispatched the guard concealed in the right corner as well. At that moment, a bullet struck Lu Ying's tactical helmet, jolting her with pain. She swung her weapon towards the direction from which the shot had come and unleashed a volley. Cries of agony filled the command center as the 4 duty personnel, huddled together, were mercilessly riddled with bullets. She touched her tactical helmet, feeling a dent, yet the bullet had not penetrated the armor. Retrieve an M17 tactical pistol and deliver a final shot to the heads of the 9 deceased bodies in the control center. "Are you ready?" the engineer outside inquired cautiously. Inside, Lu Ying responded, indicating that the issue had been resolved. The engineer retrieved his walkie-talkie to contact Manager Zhang, who was still in the stairwell. Upon receiving the update, Manager Zhang and his team hurried over, enduring the pervasive stench of blood in the air. 1 engineer restored power to the 16th floor, while Steven swiftly took charge of the entire bunker's security system. The control room and the lights on the 16th floor flickered back to life. Lu Ying exited the control room and executed a precise shot to the heads of all the security personnel he had just neutralized. This was done to ensure that no wounded individuals remained alive, as well as to prevent the deceased from potentially reanimating as zombies. A shot to the head would disrupt their neural pathways, averting the transformation into the undead. Returning to the control center, Manager Zhang and Steven meticulously examined the distribution and locations of all armed security personnel within the bunker. A strikingly beautiful woman named Ye was adjusting a headset connected to a walkie-talkie. Lu Ying approached the console, where a large electronic screen displayed real-time surveillance footage from throughout the bunker. Manager Zhang, all security personnel in the public areas of the bunker have been neutralized. The remaining forces are concentrated on the basement level, the 2 upper floors, and there are still 13 on duty in the periphery, Stephen reported, systematically bringing up the surveillance feeds from the areas where the security personnel were gathered. In the basement residential area, there were more than 40 individuals, while the remaining personnel were scattered across the 2 upper floors. Chapter 55. Assault on the security personnel's living quarters in the surveillance footage. Aside from fewer than 10 security personnel stationed in the corridor of the bunker and the 3rd floor dining area, the remainder were primarily in the living quarters designated for security staff and workers. Can we control the doors to the security personnel's living area? Lu Ying inquired. The entrance to the living area can be controlled from the outside, but the individual dormitories and rooms within cannot be managed remotely. What about the stairways and the entry doors on each floor? Can they be controlled? No problem. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ying stated, once I ascend, ensure that all passage doors on each floor and the entrance to the security personnel's living area are closed. After I have dealt with those security personnel in the living quarters, we will proceed to clear them out one area at a time. The intercom has been calibrated. This is a bone conduction headset. Wear it during your operation, and we will provide you with comprehensive information about the entire fortress from the control room. Yu handed Lu Ying a powerful intercom and headset. Lu Ying looked at the stunning beauty with a hint of confusion. Can wireless signals transmit normally within the bunker? Every floor of the bunker is equipped with a relay station that covers the entire structure. Rest assured, Yu explained. Understood. Lu Ying nodded, securing the intercom to the left chest pocket of his tactical vest and donning the bone conduction headset. Yu then handed him another intercom. This is a backup. Just set it to channel 6. After clipping the spare intercom to his tactical belt, Lu Ying nodded at Zhang and departed the control center, heading towards the elevator. Prior to the operation, the signal jamming interference left the security personnel in the living area and the staff within the bunker unaware of Lu Ying and his team's impending actions. They continued their monotonous routines, oblivious to the upheaval that had already transpired and the turbulence soon to unfold at the Shijia bunker. In the 3rd floor dining area, Meng Nanxing and Gao Su awaited Zhang and his family, but they had yet to arrive, and the ceremony was about to commence. The two were now in the resting area behind the dining hall. Meng Nanxing's expression had morphed from anticipation and grievance to anger and gloom. Darling, it doesn't matter if they don't come. I won't allow you to suffer any indignity, Gao Su said, wrapping his arm around Meng Nanxing's waist and tightly grasping her delicate hand. Meng Nanxing managed a faint smile. Observing this, Gao Su softly continued. Once the new management team arrives, you can deal with the Zhang family as you wish. Meng Nanxing nodded, recalling the previous failed attempts, including the ambush faced by the armed forces sent for a second investigation. She remained unaware that the first armed contingent sent to assault Lu Ying's sanctuary had been single-handedly annihilated by him. As for the subsequently dispatched investigative forces, they too had fallen victim to Lu Ying's ambush, caught entirely off guard. They, including Gao Qi, who stood behind her, believed the armed forces had encountered rival factions, never considering that Lu Ying had returned with the capabilities from his previous life. Meng Nanxing remembered that Lu Ying had required at least another half-month to awaken his abilities in his former life. Thank you, my love, Meng Nanxing whispered in Gao Su's ear. Unbeknownst to the two individuals, the fully armed Lu Ying was nearing the restaurant. The elevator ascended floor by floor, eventually reaching the 1st level of the bunker. Upon exiting the elevator, Lu Ying pressed the communication button with her left hand, declaring, I have arrived. Proceed as planned. Received, came the voice of Zhang. Almost immediately, Lu Ying observed the red digits on the elevator button panel vanish, plunging into darkness. The sound of locking mechanisms echoed around her as doors throughout the passage secured themselves. Xiao Lu, all remotely controlled doors in the bunker have been locked. Proceed approximately 30 meters to your left, where you will reach the security personnel's living quarters. There are 3 security guards outside. Exercise caution. Understood. Armed to the teeth, Lu Ying held her weapons firmly, maintaining a stance ready to fire at any moment as she cautiously approached the security personnel's area. Navigating through a broad corridor of less than 30 meters, Lu Ying halted her advance. Ahead lay a circular area, with a large door leading into the security staff's living quarters, now remotely locked. Inside, the 3 security guards were incessantly banging on one of the doors, glancing up at the surveillance cameras, inquiring about the situation. Switching her firearm to automatic mode, Lu Ying aimed at the trio and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. 7 to 8 bullets erupted from the barrel, piercing through the 3 guards. Blood flowed freely, staining their snow camouflaged attire. Remaining vigilant and in a shooting stance, Lu Ying approached the fallen guards. 2 lay dead on the spot, while 1, shot in both the abdomen and shoulder, writhed on the ground in agony. Please, spare me. Bang. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Ying aimed and fired another shot at the man's head, instantly claiming his life. He then discharged 2 more rounds, piercing the skulls of 2 additional corpses. Inside the control room, several individuals witnessed through the surveillance monitors that Ying had dealt with the 3 assailants outside. Chairman Zhang pressed the conference microphone on the console and addressed the employees of the Pancher Security Company. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now seized control of the entire bunker. If you wish to survive, gather all your weapons and equipment without delay. Our people are just outside, and you have 3 minutes to deliberate. His message echoed through the speakers installed in the security personnel's living quarters, repeating 3 times. At that moment, the security staff in the living area wore expressions of distress, mistakenly believing this was yet another emergency drill orchestrated by the bunker management team to test their response capabilities. Such situations arose from time to time, and they had long since grown accustomed to them. In the surveillance footage, over 40 security personnel on the basement level were methodically donning various gear, swiftly assembling under the guidance of several team leaders, which left Zhang and his companions puzzled. Consequently, Chairman Zhang pressed the conference microphone button again. Ladies and gentlemen, this is not a drill. The control center has been overtaken by us. Apart from you, all other security personnel in the bunker have been eliminated. This statement was repeated 3 times, and the gathered security personnel exchanged bewildered glances. Among them, the highest-ranking middle-aged team leader quickly raised his voice, demanding, "Who are you? I am the new master of this bunker, and I now present you with 2 choices. Either lay down your arms and surrender, in which case you may continue to reside within this fortress, or, should you refuse to yield within 3 minutes, do not blame us for taking action." The captain continued to inquire, yet Mr. Zhang chose this time not to respond, instead fixating on the passage of time on his watch. Leaning against the wall, Ying lit a cigarette, also watching the clock. The more than 40 security personnel gathered in the living area displayed a variety of expressions, yet remained silent, awaiting the decision of those holding the highest ranks. The 6 squad leaders cast their gazes toward the captain, a middle-aged man whose brow furrowed in concern as he retrieved his walkie-talkie, calling out repeatedly, but receiving no response. A sudden realization struck him. He was convinced that the adversary's words were not mere bluster. Turning to his subordinates, he spoke in a low voice, "Brothers, our families are at the northern suburb base. If we lay down our arms today, what will become of them? Once the group learns of this situation, our families will be left with nowhere to go. You are all aware of the conditions outside. If our families are expelled from the base, they will not survive. Furthermore, there are over 100 of our brothers still within this bunker. The absence of alarms from outside indicates that we have not been attacked. There are no armed forces approaching. The ones controlling the bunker are likely just those wealthy merchants. If their armed forces were to enter, they would annihilate us without hesitation. There would be no need for them to demand our surrender. We, as a united front, possess the strength to reclaim this bunker." Upon hearing these words, the assembled group of over 40 men exhibited resolute determination. Their families were at the northern suburb base, leading a relatively comfortable existence amidst the harshness of this world, and coupled with the captain's analysis, their previous disarray dissipated entirely. Observing the calmness settle over his brothers, the captain felt a sense of relief. It was essential to stabilize his comrades before devising a plan to retake the bunker. "Let us breach the door and reclaim our stronghold." With over 60 individuals united, they marched determinately toward the entrance of the living area. As they proceeded, Ying heard the voice from the control center crackling through the earpiece. He exhaled the last wisp of smoke and retrieved an Mk3A2 offensive grenade. Chapter 56, Purging the Bunker. How much longer until we reach the entrance? Ying inquired through the intercom. "Just over 20 meters, Zhang replied. "Turn off the lights and open the door," Ying commanded in a grave tone. "Be extremely cautious." Once more, Ying retrieved an Mk3A2 grenade, deftly pulling the safety pins from 2 grenades, gripping the safety handles firmly. The Mk3A2, known as a stun grenade, features a black cylindrical body adorned with a pale yellow band marked in English. It primarily relies on the shockwave produced by its explosion to incapacitate foes, effectively creating a concussive effect in confined spaces, particularly against clustered groups. As the front door emitted a mechanical unlocking sound, Ying gently nudged the left door open with his knee. The sudden engulfing darkness caused the security personnel to halt abruptly, drawing their pistols in vigilance. Now less than 10 meters from the entrance. At that moment, 2 ominous sounds echoed, prompting the front ranks to illuminate the source of the noise with powerful flashlights. "Grenade!" they shouted, and the group quickly dropped to the ground. With 2 resounding explosions, the Mk3A2 grenades detonated, one at the feet of the foremost security personnel, and the other above their heads. Those closest to the blast were torn apart by the shockwave, some killed instantly, while others were left reeling from the intense ringing in their ears and disorienting shock, their minds buzzing. Blood and flesh were scattered across the vicinity. accompanied by cries of agony and despair reverberating through the corridor. Ying swiftly drew two M67 fragmentation grenades, pulled the pins, and hurled them into the air above the prone security personnel, then sought refuge behind the wall. The M67 grenades exploded overhead, showering the ground below with lethal shrapnel, claiming the lives of numerous security personnel while inflicting grievous injuries on many more. The corridor erupted with even more harrowing cries and wails. The ground stained crimson with the blood of the fallen. With a 191 assault rifle in each hand, Ying activated the fully automatic firing mode. Rat-tat-tat, rat-tat-tat. The rifle spat fire, discharging 5.8mm rounds toward the writhing, lamenting figures on the ground. After expending 2 magazines, he set aside the rifle in his left hand, replacing the magazine in his right, and continued to unleash a torrent of fire upon the crowd. Having already endured the shockwaves from 2 stun grenades, leaving most of the personnel disoriented and ringing in their ears, they were further struck by the shrapnel from the M67 grenades. The security personnel in the corridor were either slain or grievously wounded, their combat effectiveness severely diminished. Upon depleting the 3rd magazine, more than 40 security personnel lay in a gruesome state, bloodied and mutilated, with only a few remaining to emit faint cries of pain. Drawing 2 M17 tactical pistols, Ying disengaged the safety and approached the incapacitated security personnel. At that moment, the lights in the corridor flickered back to life. The surveillance footage revealed a gruesome scene, strewn with blood and dismembered bodies, the walls, ceiling, and floor all stained crimson. The personnel in the control room were overwhelmed, retching uncontrollably. Even the 4 security guards tasked with protecting the others hastily removed their masks and rushed outside to vomit. Ying, expressionless, methodically fired additional shots into the heads of the corpses. After a span of more than 10 minutes, his boots were soaked in blood, the soles smeared with bits of flesh as he departed from that level. The elevator unlocked, descending towards the ground floor. On the ground floor, 37 security personnel were stationed. Behind the bunker door, 7 individuals occupied 2 duty rooms on either side, with 6 guards stationed directly behind the door. Additionally, 4 teams of 6 patrolled the area. The bunker doors had just been remotely sealed, trapping the 4 patrol teams within their respective corridors. The security personnel in the 2 duty rooms behind the bunker door repeatedly called the command center, but received no response. Everyone tightened their grips on their firearms, remaining vigilant. Suddenly, a series of gunshots echoed near the entrance. Security personnel immediately inquired via intercom about the situation. Team 1 is fine. Team 2 is fine. Team 3 is having issues, one guard in the duty room reported anxiously. The expressions of the others varied, but trembling hands betrayed their heightened anxiety. Another round of gunfire erupted. The sound resembled that of an assault rifle. Wasn't our equipment supposed to arrive today? One guard stammered. Another team leader spoke gravely. It's already past midnight, and the personnel from the northern suburb base Haven T's shown up. Something must have gone wrong. What do we do now? A quivering voice questioned, prompting everyone to turn their gaze towards the team leader. His face darkened as he shook his head. We hold our ground. There are over 100 brothers inside the bunker. We can only rely on them. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of the assault rifle echoed once more. The team leader attempted to communicate via intercom, but this time only the voices from Team 1 and Team 4 responded. Bang, bang. After approximately 3 minutes, the gunfire ceased, leaving silence in its wake. The security personnel at the bunker entrance grew increasingly anxious, and a tense atmosphere enveloped the group. Then, a faint sound of footsteps reached their ears. 3 powerful flashlights illuminated the direction of the noise, yet no figures were discernible. Beads of sweat formed on their foreheads, their heartbeats racing. A rolling sound broke the silence. A green spherical grenade came into view. Suddenly, 2 explosions erupted in quick succession, flames illuminating the area, and several guards in the duty room were caught off guard, their bodies shredded by the shrapnel. Rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of the 191 assault rifle erupted, bullets raining down on the security personnel at the entrance. Agonizing screams filled the air. Having changed positions, Ying aimed at the group of security personnel gathered within the duty room and unleashed a barrage of gunfire. As one magazine emptied and the gunfire ceased, only faint sounds of pain echoed in the room. Switching to an M17 tactical pistol, Ying advanced towards the duty room. Bang, bang, bang. When the gunfire finally halted, the first level of the bunker was thoroughly cleared. The first floor was now devoid of life. Ying inspected the ammunition. One of the 2 M191 rifles bore a fully loaded magazine, while the other contained 10 remaining rounds. He also had 2 fully loaded magazines at his chest. Only 1 M67 grenade and 2 Mk3A2 grenades remained. Little Lou, there are only 4 on the second level, aside from the 13 outside. The rest are on the third level. Received. Lu Ying replied before entering the second level via the elevator. The 4 security personnel on the second level lay in a pool of blood, due to the soundproofing of the entire bunker and the remote-sealed passage doors. The bustling dining hall on the 3rd floor, filled with over 300 affluent guests attending the engagement ceremony of Meng Nanxing and Gao Su, along with 6 security personnel, remained oblivious to the gunfire and explosions below. As Lu Ying stepped out of the elevator on the 3rd floor, Stephen in the control center pressed the button to close all passage doors and the dining hall door on the 3rd level. The doors shut, trapping the wealthy guests within the dining hall. Since the dining hall door had been closed prior, it could only be locked remotely, rendering it inaccessible from both inside and outside. Captivated by the ceremony on stage, no one noticed that the dining hall door had been secured remotely. Before the 6 security personnel outside could react, Lu Ying squeezed the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. All 4 security personnel outside the dining hall were shot dead. Good junior sister, it's time we settled the score, Lu Ying murmured to himself, refraining from activating the intercom. Chapter 57. The engagement ceremony abruptly interrupted. Lu Ying pressed the intercom button and inquired, Uncle Zhang, could you specify the positions of the remaining security personnel outside the bunker? There are 4 sentry booths on the perimeter, 3 on the roof, and the remaining 6 are divided into 3 groups, patrolling around the fortress. After a brief pause, Zhang replied, Xiao Lu, proceed to the bomb-proof door on the 1st floor of the bunker. Once you arrive, have our team notify the outer security personnel via radio to assemble at the main entrance. You should still have 3 grenades left. The moment you open the door, throw one of the grenades to catch them off guard. What do you think? Understood, Uncle Zhang, Lu Ying responded before hastening to the bomb-proof door on the ground floor. After a moment of contemplation, she retrieved an M67 fragmentation grenade, holding it firmly in her hand. In the control center, Zhang gestured for a security personnel behind him to step forward and take another radio microphone. Following Zhang's instructions, he notified the remaining 13 security personnel outside the bunker to gather at the main entrance. Although the outer sentry booths, the roof, and the 3 patrolling groups were puzzled by the order, the familiar voice coming from the command center reassured them, and they thought little of it. Xiao Lu, the instant the door opens, throw the grenade. They will be approximately 6 meters from the entrance, and from your current angle, the grenade will land perfectly among them. Zhang instructed. Received, Lu Ying replied as she pulled the safety pin from the M67 grenade, gripping the safety lever tightly. The bomb-proof door began to open slowly, creating a slightly wider gap. Lu Ying hurled the grenade towards the feet of the security personnel diagonally across from her, and then took cover behind the wall. The 13 assembled security personnel stood tall as the bomb-proof door creaked open. Just then, the grenade landed at their feet. Grenade! Hit the deck! One of the security personnel shouted. The 13 quickly retreated, flattening themselves against the ground. An explosion erupted, sending shrapnel flying, and 4 security personnel were immediately struck. Agonizing cries of pain pierced the air. Following the explosion, Lu Ying swiftly wielded her 191 assault rifle, firing upon the still grounded security personnel who had yet to rise. The rapid gunfire echoed as those on the ground struggled to comprehend the chaos, each succumbing to her relentless assault. After expending an entire magazine, Lu Ying switched to her M17 tactical pistol, approaching the fallen individuals. She aimed and executed those still writhing in agony, then methodically delivered finishing shots. The gunfire ceased, and Lu Ying returned to the bunker, making her way directly to the 3rd floor dining area. In the control center, Zhang handed a Type 92 pistol to Ye before leading 6 of his security personnel to the elevator, heading towards the 3rd floor. The dining area was adorned with an abundance of flowers surrounding the central stage, and the opulent crystal chandelier above sparkled brilliantly, resembling stars descended to earth, radiating a dreamlike and luxurious glow. At that moment, all the tables in the restaurant were nearly filled with guests, who watched as Gao Su, clad in a formal suit, knelt on one knee to present a ring to Meng Nanxing. Meng Nanxing, her eyes glimmering with joy, slightly bent forward and lowered her head, gazing blissfully as Gao Su adorned her finger with a resplendent diamond ring. The stage was flanked by numerous boxes overflowing with luminous treasures, filled with an array of exquisite jewelry, alongside several red suitcases piled together, the 2 at the top ajar and brimming with cash. A few affluent spectators observed the soon-to-be newlyweds with a sense of nostalgia, yet their words were far from complimentary. What use is there in displaying such wealth in cash and jewels at this juncture? Lamented a portly middle-aged man. What is truly scarce now are resources and weaponry. Another middle-aged magnate echoed this sentiment, remarking that in this apocalyptic age, gold, silver, and cash held no value, despite residing within the safety of their bunker. They were well aware of the harsh realities of the outside world. gleaned from the information relayed by the bunker management team. Even the contracts signed with the bunker management group had been revised in light of the current calamity, with the rock company and its backer Chinching group adjusting terms. Their anger was palpable, yet they were powerless, lacking their own armed forces and thus at the mercy of the Chinching group. The affluent man's lament was met with a gentle tap on the arm from a nearby middle-aged socialite, who shook her head with a hint of exasperation. At an engagement ceremony, should we forego such treasures in favor of sacks of rice, or perhaps some coal? Upon hearing this, the two wealthy men exchanged a knowing smile. On stage, Gao Su and Meng Nanxing were at the moment of signing their marriage certificate, when suddenly, the grand door at the back of the restaurant swung open, and the music within came to an abrupt halt. The guests exchanged puzzled glances, and someone quickly inquired via intercom about the disturbance, but received no response. Entering with an expressionless demeanor were Ying, Mr. Zhang, and 6 security personnel, all heavily armed. Initially, Meng Nanxing and Gao Su looked towards the fully equipped Ying. But with her black hood and tactical helmet obscuring her features, they failed to recognize her. They then turned their attention to Mr. Zhang, who had just concealed his tactical vest beneath a black jacket. The assembled guests also turned to regard the newcomers. The restaurant's door had been locked and secured, and due to the soundproofing materials employed in the bunker-esque construction, combined with the music and chatter, none inside had heard the preceding gunfire or explosions. Although Meng Nanxing and Gao Su felt a sense of confusion, upon seeing the 6 security personnel, they dismissed any suspicion, smiling and nodding at Mr. Zhang. Had it not been for Gao Su's prior assurances regarding their family's dominion over the bunker, Meng Nanxing would have surely displayed a daughter's affectionate attachment to her father, thereby leading everyone to believe that she was under Mr. Zhang's protection. However, such theatrics were unnecessary at this moment. A flicker of resentment flashed in Meng Nanxing's eyes. She felt a surge of irritation towards her previous overt and covert desires for Mr. Zhang to acknowledge her as his goddaughter, compounded by the greater frustration that he had outright refused. However, with the impending arrival of the management team, all of this would soon be a thing of the past. A glimmer of amusement danced in the eyes of Zhang as he cast a glance towards him. Ying nodded at Zhang. And then 4 security personnel stationed themselves at the entrance, while Ying, Zhang, and 2 additional security guards proceeded along the carpet towards the stage. The guests seated below exhibited a myriad of expressions. Some wore looks of confusion, uncertain of the unfolding drama, while others displayed a hint of amusement, anticipating an enthralling spectacle. Yet, there were also those who appeared displeased, as the formalities of the ceremony had yet to be completed. And the audacity of these individuals approaching the stage was clearly ill-intentioned. Whispers of speculation began to ripple through the audience. Chapter 58 Interrogation Gao Ming. Gao Su's father displayed an expression of displeasure as he stood up, glaring at the approaching Mr. Zhang and his associates. With a voice laden with hostility, he inquired, "Mr. Zhang, what is the meaning of this? Today is the engagement day of my son and daughter-in-law." Suddenly, Ying drew her M17 tactical pistol from her waist and fired a shot into the ground before Gao Ming. A chorus of terrified screams erupted from the women and children present, who instinctively shielded their heads, while the men maintained a relative calm, cradling their wives and children. "What do you mean by this, Mr. Zhang?" Although Gao Ming felt a surge of panic, he managed to steady his nerves and posed the question. Mr. Zhang ignored him. Amidst the anxious and fearful expressions of Meng Nanxing, Gao Su, and Gao Ming, Mr. Zhang gestured for the host to hand him the microphone. Without hesitation, the host presented it with both hands. Addressing the gathered crowd, Mr. Zhang chuckled softly and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, please do not panic. We harbor no ill intentions. We have some grievances to settle with the Gao family today. Remain seated. We will not harm anyone." With that, he exchanged a nod with Ying. Ying handed over 2 191 assault rifles, along with remaining magazines and 2 grenades, to the security personnel behind Mr. Zhang. She then turned her gaze towards Gao Ming and his family, as well as Gao Su and Meng Nanxing. "Gao family, please accompany me," Ying commanded. Upon hearing her voice, Meng Nanxing's expression shifted, and he blurted, "Senior brother?" Ying did not respond. Instead, she pointed her pistol at the Gao family members and Meng Nanxing. One of the armed security personnel on stage began to usher the Gao family towards the exit of the restaurant. The Gao family, unwilling to resist, followed Ying into a nearby lounge. Once inside, the armed personnel exited the lounge and returned to the main dining area. Mr. Zhang continued to address the crowd through the microphone, attempting to reassure them. Ying locked the door, gestured for the others to sit down, and kept her weapon aimed at them, her gaze icy. "Now, I will ask questions, and you will respond. If you wish to avoid suffering, it is in your best interest to cooperate." Meng Nanxing spoke softly. "Senior brother, what exactly do you intend to do?" A sense of dread gripped him, wondering if Ying had uncovered his recent plans. However, he maintained an impassive facade, choosing to observe. Lu Ying cast a glance at Meng Nanxing, disregarding him. Gao Ming. I want to know why your brother, Gao Qi, one of the directors of Chinching Group, has set his sights on my sanctuary. Furrowing his brow in confusion, Gao Ming responded. I do not understand what you are talking about. Lu Ying turned her attention to Gao Su, directing her weapon at him. Gao Su, trembling on the ground, looked up at her, visibly frightened and unable. We truly have no comprehension of the sanctuary you speak of. We were entirely unfamiliar with you prior to this. So how could we possibly be interested in your refuge? Gao Ming bellowed at Lu Ying in agony. Brother, you scoundrel! Meng Nanxing shouted at Lu Ying, while one arm cradled Gao Su and the other pressed down on the hand covering his wound, his tone imbued with concern and tenderness for Gao Su. Lu Ying, undeterred, continued to fixate on Gao Su. If you do not cease your prattle, the next shot will strike at your very dignity as a man. With that, Lu Ying turned to Gao Ming, whose countenance was fraught with anger and urgency, and said, Surely you do not wish for your family's lineage to come to an abrupt end, do you? I truly do not grasp what you are saying. If it is Gao Qi who has targeted you, then you should confront him, Gao Ming exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with emotion as he supported Gao Su. Xiao Su. Xiao Su. Gao Su's mother wept, her eyes red with tears. The room had descended into chaos, and Lu Ying found himself perplexed. Could it be that this matter was indeed unrelated to this family? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ying inquired, Gao Su. I wish to understand why you disregarded your family's objections and chose to become engaged to Meng Nanxing? Amidst his convulsions, Gao Su, enduring the pain, trembled as he spoke. I love her. I simply wish to be with her forever. Lu Ying shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he replied, Confess honestly. And spare yourself further agony. A doctor will attend to you shortly. Otherwise, you may find yourself destined to become sisters with Meng Nanxing. Brother, use silence. Lu Ying shot a glance at Meng Nanxing, his eyes brimming with menace. A wave of anxiety swept through Meng Nanxing. Was it possible that Lu Ying had uncovered the arrangements made during this period? This has nothing to do with Nanxing, Gao Su interjected. It is my uncle. Perhaps out of concern for the prospect of truly becoming sisters with Meng Nanxing, or perhaps out of worry for Meng Nanxing, Gao Su spoke impulsively. It was my uncle who contacted me the day after the zombies began to appear, urging me to find a way to approach Nanxing. Subsequently, I orchestrated a chance encounter with her in the entertainment room through information from the management. My uncle promised that if I complied with his wishes, he would arrange for me to join Chinching Group and eventually groom me to take over his position. However, as I spent time with Nanxing, I realized that I could not bear to be apart from her. Meng Nanxing and Gao Su's parents regarded him with a complex expression. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow. By what right does Gao Qi intend to groom you as his successor? Gao Su shook his head. My uncle has no children, so he can only entrust everything to me. As for the reasons behind his desire for me to approach Nanxing and the subsequent plans, he has yet to disclose them to me. Regarding your assertion that my uncle has his sights set on your sanctuary, I am utterly unaware of such matters. Lu Ying's confusion deepened. His prior conjecture that Gao Su might have learned of his refuge through Gao Qi, thus leading to an attempt to seize it, was now dismantled by Gao Su's words. It was indeed Gao Qi's intention for Gao Su to be close to Meng Nanxing, and the true target was Gao Qi himself. Casting a glance at Meng Nanxing, who was tearful and aggrieved, Lu Ying speculated whether Gao Qi had also set his sights on her, or if he intended to use her against him. But what could be the rationale behind this? Lu Ying pondered, lost in bewilderment. Lu Ying pondered the possessions held by both herself and Meng Nanxing. They owned merely a commercial property, a residence, and several million Xia country coins. As for the mountain sanctuary, Lu Ying dismissed the idea outright. Gao Qi, as the helmsman of the Gao family conglomerate and a director of the Chinching Group, would hardly be interested in such trifles. Even in the face of an impending apocalypse, her humble sanctuary paled in comparison to the formidable shelters of the Chinching Group. Could it be that he was drawn to the mysterious tome and the spatial ring? This thought flickered in Lu Ying's mind, only to be swiftly dismissed. She had never revealed the existence of the mysterious tome. And although the spatial ring might have been captured on surveillance while she was collecting goods from the freight station and warehouse, she had been thoroughly bundled, her form obscured by her garments. Moreover, her chosen route had meticulously circumvented all monitoring. That day had also seen torrential rain, which persisted for a week, followed by a fortnight of blizzards, erasing all traces. In that moment, Lu Ying could not ascertain the true reason Gao Qi had fixated on her. Casting a glance at the Gao family, she contemplated whether the Gao Su family could be of use, perhaps to glean insights into Gao Qi's intentions or even to draw him out directly. Regardless, she resolved to give it a try. Chapter 59, The Blood-Red Engagement Banquet. Where does Gao Qi reside? Lu Ying inquired in a low voice. The members of the Gao family shook their heads in unison. Only Gao Qi and a select few confidants were privy to the exact location of his private sanctuary in this apocalyptic world. Lu Ying utilized the intercom to contact Ye, instructing the bunker hospital to retrieve Gao Su for medical treatment. Soon, 2 doctors clad in white coats, carrying medical kits, hurriedly arrived to assess Gao Qi's injuries and administer basic first aid. The bullet remained lodged within, necessitating surgical intervention. One doctor glanced at Lu Ying, who nodded in acknowledgement. Subsequently, 2 security personnel arrived to carry Gao Su away along with the doctors. The Gao family members followed suit, and when Meng Nanxing attempted to join them, Lu Ying's voice turned stern. "Junior sister, you need not accompany them. I have matters to discuss with you." Meng Nanxing turned back, her eyes pleading. Lu Ying met her gaze, his eyes cold and unyielding. "Very well," she replied softly. As he closed the door, Lu Ying observed the reddened eyes of Meng Nanxing and swiftly contemplated how to explain the vengeance he would soon enact to Zhang Zong's family, who remained unaware of the tragedies that had befallen him in his previous life. "Senior brother," Meng Nanxing gently called out to Lu Ying. He looked again to find the once rosy hue of her peach blossom eyes now shrouded in a delicate mist of crimson. Lu Ying found himself captivated by the shimmering allure of her gaze. A sense of foreboding washed over him. He felt himself being drawn in. "Senior brother, you still love me. You must always cherish and care for me," Meng Nanxing whispered, her words reminiscent of an incantation. The scene before Lu Ying shifted. No longer confined to the confines of the lounge, he was transported back to his childhood, where he and Meng Nanxing shared innocent moments together. At the age of 8, Master Lu Xuanji had brought home a delicate girl, informing Lu Ying that this would be his junior sister, Nanxing, whom he must protect. The little girl, shy and apprehensive, was filled with curiosity and trepidation towards her older brother, who was 3 years her senior. Lu Ying, equally unsure, gazed at the small Meng Nanxing, and the 2 children exchanged wide-eyed stares, prompting laughter from Master Lu Xuanji. In the days that followed, while Master Lu Xuanji set up a fortune-telling stall on the weekends, the 2 little ones remained by his side. When unruly thugs demanded protection money, Lu Xuanji would settle matters with his fists, always keeping the younger one shielded behind him. As Meng Nanxing reached the age for schooling, the 2 found themselves enrolled in the same institution. After classes, young Lu Ying would always hold Meng Nanxing's hand as they walked home together. As they matured, the girl began to distance herself from Lu Ying, who silently continued to guard her. After Master Lu Xuanji's mysterious disappearance, the 2 relied solely on one another. Lu Ying lavished care upon Meng Nanxing, and as they grew closer, he resolved in his heart that only she would inhabit his world. The vivid memories of their cherished moments together flickered continuously before him, completely unaware of Meng Nanxing now standing beside him. This situation is evidently a manifestation of Meng Nanxing's psychic abilities, ensnaring Lu Ying within an illusion. With hands stained in Gao Su's blood, Meng Nanxing reached towards the short sword hanging at Lu Ying's waist, slowly drawing the blade. His gaze towards Lu Ying turned chillingly cold. "Brother, prepare to die once more. Return my space ring and that book." Meng Nanxing embraced Lu Ying with his left arm, gently removing the scarf from around Lu Ying's neck, exposing his vulnerable throat. The short sword now pressed against Lu Ying's neck. In that moment, a radiant smile illuminated Meng Nanxing's face, as he finally seized the opportunity to reclaim the space ring and all it contained. His determination solidified. His arm became resolute and frigid, exerting pressure. As the visions in his mind began to fade, Lu Ying gradually regained consciousness, feeling the icy blade against his neck. Yet he remained unperturbed. The edge of the sword did not even graze his skin. Just then, the door swung open, and a fully armed Zhang Jinshu entered. Witnessing Meng Nanxing's sword poised at Lu Ying's throat, he shouted anxiously, "Stop!" With a gunshot echoing, Zhang Jinshu fired a round, but fearing he might inadvertently harm Lu Ying, he aimed higher, directing the muzzle towards Meng Nanxing. "Put down your weapon. I can't believe you intend to kill little Lu." Zhang Jinshu's voice brimmed with disbelief. Meng Nanxing did not relinquish the short sword, nor did it leave Lu Ying's neck. Instead, he turned, one hand cradling Lu Ying's forehead while the other tightened its grip on the sword. Zhang, hearing the gunfire, rushed in with the security personnel, and upon seeing the scene, his heart tightened. Meng Nanxing glared fiercely at the individuals at the door, commanding, "Do not move." At that moment, his wrist, gripping the sword, was seized by a powerful hand. The hand twisted sharply, causing the sword to slip from Meng Nanxing's grasp, which Lu Ying promptly caught with his left hand. "Ah!" Meng Nanxing cried out in pain, his eyes filled with disbelief as he beheld the awakened Lu Ying. Breaking free from Meng Nanxing's grip on his forehead, Lu Ying rose, forcefully yanking Meng Nanxing up from the sofa, his gaze icy. With one swift motion, he plunged the sword into Meng Nanxing's abdomen. The soft sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed. Blood gushed from the wound, trickling down the sword's channel, each drop staining the ground and dyeing Lu Ying's hand crimson. "Brother, I..." Meng Nanxing stammered, Unable to articulate his pain, Lu Ying fixed his cold gaze on the weeping and suffering Meng Nanxing, his voice devoid of warmth. "Uncle Zhang, please shut the door." Zhang and Zhang Jinshu stood frozen at the doorway, momentarily at a loss for words in the face of this unexpected turn of events. With a sigh, Zhang uttered a single word, "Good," and guided the still-dazed Zhang Jishu away, closing the door behind them. "Brother, I am sorry." Meng Nanxing, drained of strength, gazed at Lu Ying with a complex expression, rife with guilt, regret for his failed attempt, and nostalgia for the past. Lu Ying's expression was impassive as she held Meng Nanxing in her arms, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear, "Junior sister, you truly deserve to perish. Even in death, you must disgust me once more. Do not feign innocence." "I heard your words just now." A handgun was pressed against Meng Nanxing's temple. Meng Nanxing's breath caught in her throat. Disbelief etched on her face as she gazed at Lu Ying. A bitter smile escaped her lips as she suppressed the pain, her eyes filled with loathing, fixating fiercely on Lu Ying. "Alas, I was a moment too slow, allowing you to seize the upper hand." Her tone shifted to one laced with venomous curses. Laughter tinged with madness. "Ha! You cannot kill me. I shall cling to you eternally." Bang! The sound of a gunshot echoed as Lu Ying emotionlessly pulled the trigger. Chapter 60. Devouring extraordinary powers. Seated opposite the lifeless body of Meng Nanxing, I removed my gear and lit a cigarette, my gaze devoid of sorrow or joy. Following the gunfire, Zhang Jinshu was quite anxious to investigate the situation, but was firmly restrained by Zhang, who reassured him, "Do not worry. We are all aware of Xiao Lu's capabilities. It is best not to disturb him at this moment." Zhang patted Zhang Jinshu's shoulder and then, accompanied by security personnel, proceeded back to the restaurant. Capturing the western suburb bunker was merely the first step. The subsequent tasks of stabilizing everyone within the bunker and determining the management strategies to implement would fall upon Zhang's shoulders for meticulous planning. Beyond these immediate concerns, the pressing issue before everyone was how to respond to the forthcoming actions of the Chinching group. The swift acquisition of the western suburb bunker would undoubtedly provoke retaliation from them. Although communication with the northern suburb base had temporarily ceased, it was only a matter of time before the news of the upheaval at the western suburb bunker reached their ears. Since noon, inquiries from the northern suburb base had been incessantly flooding into the control center. Leaning against the wall by the door, Zhang Jishu pondered how best to console Lu Ying upon her emergence. Inside the room, Lu Ying had extinguished her cigarette, and her condition gradually returned to normal. Approaching Meng Nanxing's body, she gently closed his unblinking eyes. However, as her hand neared him, wisps of faint crimson mist emanated from Meng Nanxing's form, seemingly drawn to Lu Ying, enveloping her before seeping into her being. The sudden turn of events left Lu Ying momentarily stunned. Once the last vestiges of the crimson mist had penetrated her, she felt every cell within her body erupting in jubilant exultation. Gradually, a delicate halo of pale red threads emerged around her pupils, shrouding her gaze and rendering her eyes more profound, as if infused with an inexplicable force capable of captivating the hearts of those who beheld her. Reflecting on her earlier immersion in those blissful visions, she surmised that she had been influenced by this newfound power. "It seems Meng Nanxing awakened his extraordinary abilities prematurely," Lu Ying mused to herself. She had narrowly escaped a dire fate, had it not been for her two prior evolutions that had significantly enhanced her bodily defenses. She might have already succumbed to Meng Nanxing's lethal intent. This ability appeared to manipulate consciousness, but what other powers lay hidden within it could only be discovered through gradual exploration. What astonished Lu Ying the most was her unexpected capability to absorb Meng Nanxing's extraordinary power. She wondered whether other extraordinary beings could also be subjected to such absorption, or if they could mutually devour each other's powers to augment their own strength. This thought tightened her chest. If future awakened human evolvers could indeed consume one another, chaos would inevitably ensue within humanity. Lu Ying could vividly imagine the scenario. Should her hypothesis prove correct, individuals would undoubtedly target their own kind to continuously bolster their power. Now that Meng Nanxing had prematurely awakened his extraordinary abilities, Lu Ying pondered whether her own rebirth had altered the trajectory of certain events in the previous life. As per Lu Ying's understanding, humanity began to awaken and evolve a month after the outbreak of the zombie virus. At that time, humans had just commenced their evolution. Yet some zombies had already started their second transformation. Now, with Meng Nanxing awakening her extraordinary abilities ahead of schedule, Lu Ying pondered whether those zombies had also begun their evolution. Reflecting upon this, Lu Ying resolved that after the stability of the western suburbs bunker was assured in the coming days, she would journey to Yun City. The purpose of this venture was twofold. First, to ascertain whether any evolved zombies had emerged and to seize their crystal cores. Second, to procure additional weaponry and ammunition. The third page of that mysterious tome likely required the crystal cores of evolved zombies to be of any utility. In this life, Ying had firmly resolved to prioritize the enhancement of her own strength above all else. Moreover, once the western suburbs bunker was secured, it would be unwise to rely solely on her own defenses. Should the Chinching group deploy a substantial armed force in the future, it would be impossible for her to manage everything single-handedly. Thus, acquiring more weapons and equipment to fortify the bunker was imperative. As for the formation of an armed force in the western suburbs bunker, General Zhang had already made up his mind. The affluent individuals currently residing within the bunker could hardly be expected to take up arms to defend it. General Zhang intended to recruit a suitable cohort of survivors from outside to establish a formidable force. He had also devised plans concerning the wealthy individuals living in the bunker. At that moment, Ying was struck by a sudden, sharp pain in her head as memories that did not belong to her began to flash through her mind. These were the memories of the deceased Meng Nanxing. The recollections commenced from the moment Meng Nanxing was reborn, and Ying was astonished to discover that Meng Nanxing, like herself, had also undergone a rebirth. A wave of trepidation washed over her. Thankfully, she had been the first to be reborn. Ying murmured to herself, otherwise, everything she possessed would have been seized anew by Meng Nanxing. Soon, anxiety crept in as she wondered whether Meng Nanxing had disclosed the existence of the spatial ring and the mysterious tome to Gao Su. Patiently, she examined Meng Nanxing's memories, which spanned from her rebirth until she entered the bunker, a timeline Ying was largely familiar with. As vivid scenes unfolded, Ying observed Meng Nanxing forming an alliance with Gao Su within the bunker. Through Gao Su, Meng Nanxing learned that the influential Gao Qi seemed to be targeting Ying, which inadvertently aided Meng Nanxing. Previously, when Gao Qi had sent individuals to attack her, Meng Nanxing had advised Gao Su to pay attention to the silver ring she wore, stating that it was the sole remnant from her master, Lu Xuanqi. That ring was later seized by Ying, and after the success of her armed team, she instructed Gao Su to return it to Meng Nanxing. However, Meng Nanxing had not anticipated that subsequent events would exceed her expectations, particularly regarding Ying's formidable strength. Later, upon learning that a new management team was to take over the bunker, Meng Nanxing devised a plan to control General Zhang's family as leverage against Ying. She contemplated coercing Ying into surrendering the ring or luring her into a trap to eliminate her and reclaim the ring. Yet, Ying acted preemptively, obliterating the bunker's armed forces and thwarting the incoming management team. After perusing Meng Nanxing's memories, Ying felt a sense of relief. Meng Nanxing, it appeared, was not foolish. He had refrained from divulging the existence of the spatial ring and the mysterious tome to Gao Su. Moreover, Meng Nanxing had entered through an illusion, manipulating Gao Su while the latter was ensnared in a dream woven by Meng Nanxing himself each night. Ying quietly rejoiced, thankful that she had acted preemptively. Had she delayed even a moment longer, she might have found herself the lifeless body lying there today. Reflecting on Meng Nanxing's earlier words about being forever entwined with her, Ying's heart stirred. Could this be the manifestation of Meng Nanxing's extraordinary abilities? Shaking her head, she scoffed internally. How absurd. In life, I could vanquish you once. In death, what tempest could you possibly conjure? Even if you were to become a vengeful spirit, it would amount to nothing more than one more kill. She draped her outer garment over Meng Nanxing's corpse, donned her tactical vest anew, and departed the room. Outside, Zhang Jishu leaned against the wall, casting a hesitant glance at Ying as she emerged. Ying chuckled lightly, pinching Zhang Jinshu's petite face. Rest assured, I am unharmed. Zhang Jinshu nodded, offering no resistance, accepting the comfort as a small solace. Upon reaching the medical area of the bunker, Ying noted that Gao Su was still in the operating room, while his anxious parents awaited outside, accompanied by 2 security personnel. After a moment's contemplation, Ying proposed, "Little fairy pig, would you care to join me in cleaning up the battlefield?" Huh, where to? Zhang Jinshu queried, perplexed. Not far, Ying replied. The management team has brought a batch of weaponry. By now, the zombies should have feasted and departed. If fortune smiles upon us, we may recover a substantial cache of arms and ammunition. Zhang Jinshu nodded in agreement. Ying retrieved a walkie-talkie to greet Zhang and then collected a radio communication device from the control center. The two proceeded to the garage on the first floor. Exiting the bunker, Zhang Jinshu cautiously asked, "Little Lucy, are you truly all right?" Ying chuckled softly, extending her right hand. Zhang Jinshu looked at her in confusion, only to have Ying pinch her delicate face once more. So tender, so smooth, Ying mused inwardly. Oh dear, little Lucy, you, humph. Zhang Jinshu's adorably innocent demeanor elicited another laugh from Ying. Arriving at the ambush site, they found that thousands of zombies had long since vanished, with only a few stragglers lingering nearby. Ying disembarked, dispatching the remaining zombies with her short sword before assessing the condition of their convoy. She then returned to the vehicle, steering towards the rear of the caravan. Less than a kilometer from the convoy, Lu Ying noticed a circle of tank tracks in the snow. Upon inspection, it seemed that the northern suburban base had attempted to contact the convoy and the western suburban bunker, dispatching someone to investigate. However, the individual had turned back without reaching the convoy, likely deterred by the lingering horde. Retrieving binoculars from the vehicle, Lu Ying scanned the area meticulously, confirming the absence of any individuals before returning to the convoy's location. The ground was strewn with severed limbs, congealed blood, and scattered shell casings alongside various personal weapons and equipment. Zhang Jishu peered curiously into the bed of the transport truck, her eyes brightening. Little Lucy, we struck gold. Chapter 61. Seized weaponry. The transport vehicle behind was laden with crates, and Lu Ying opened a green box to reveal 2 neatly stacked layers of 10 snow-camouflaged 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles. Upon returning to the vehicle, he sought a vantage point and utilized the radio to inform Stephen of the situation, requesting that the bunker dispatch personnel to retrieve the weaponry. Meanwhile, Lu Ying scanned the northeastern horizon with binoculars, vigilant against any potential reinforcements from the north suburb base. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Jishu, her small feet clad in white socks, rested them on the dashboard, her head cradled in her hands as she gazed at Lu Ying outside the window, her mind racing with thoughts. The scene she had witnessed in the lounge continued to perplex her. Why had Meng Nanxing taken action against Lu Ying when he had clearly gained control of the situation? What audacity fueled her decision to abduct him, only for Lu Ying to respond with lethal force? Zhang Jishu was aware of Lu Ying's protective demeanor towards Meng Nanxing, leaving her unable to comprehend the intricacies of the situation. Upon returning to the vehicle, Lu Ying noticed Zhang Jishu's furrowed brow and inquired, "Little fairy pig, what occupies your thoughts?" Zhang Jishu snapped back to reality, contemplating whether to voice her concerns. "Lu Ying, why did Sister Nanxing do that?" With a gentle smile, Lu Ying candidly explained, "She aspired to become the matriarch of the Gao family. By killing me, she sought to avenge her fiancé, Gao Su. Moreover, it appears today's management team has ties to Gao Qi. She intended to delay in order to allow the management team and their armed forces to arrive and seize control of the situation. Had we not eliminated the management team and their accompanying forces in advance, we might very well have found ourselves as prisoners." Meng Nanxing's actions were straightforward. She had awakened her supernatural abilities, specifically those related to mental control, although I remain uncertain of the precise nature of her powers. Her actions indicated a considerable confidence in them. "Oh, I see," Zhang Jishu murmured softly, a hint of melancholy crossing her features. "Little fairy pig, do not dwell on it. She chose to abandon us, not the other way around," Lu Ying reassured her. As their conversation meandered, 10 snow vehicles from the west suburb bunker arrived at the scene. A total of 16 individuals disembarked from the vehicles, including the long-haired beauty, Ye, and 4 security personnel, while the rest were staff from the bunker, all capable of operating vehicles. Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu led the group to the convoy. But before they could begin inspecting the vehicles, over half of them were overwhelmed by the sight of dismembered limbs and human remains scattered throughout the convoy, along with the blood-soaked ground, prompting immediate retching. After a moment, the pale-faced group, their lips trembling, began to examine the vehicles. During the skirmish, 4 vehicles had been rendered inoperative by Lu Ying's use of the M249 light machine gun, and the lead vehicle had collided with a nearby telephone pole, its engine now defunct. However, Lu Ying was unwilling to part with the 23mm dual-barreled anti-aircraft gun mounted on the lead vehicle, opting instead to tow the entire vehicle back to the bunker. The firearms, frozen in blood upon the snow, were meticulously collected by Lu Ying, along with the backpacks and gear of the fallen combatants, all of which were to be transported. These weapons, encased in blood, would be returned to the bunker to thaw for several hours, allowing for the cleansing and maintenance necessary to restore them to functional condition. Each vehicle's trunk was filled with ammunition boxes, and all the ammunition from the scrapped vehicles was transferred into the snow-laden transport. The entire convoy, laden with weapons and ammunition, returned to the western suburbs bunker. Upon arrival, the third-floor dining hall was left solely to the staff, who busied themselves with the aftermath, as all guests had departed for their respective lodgings. Once in the garage, the team moved all ammunition boxes to the open area behind the bunker's main entrance. The bodies and blood on the first floor had been thoroughly cleared away. There were a total of 20 boxes containing 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, each box holding 10 rifles stacked in 2 layers, accompanied by matching bayonets and magazines, totaling 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles. Additionally, there were 10 6mm 22 Malawian Quatches bolt-action sniper rifles, each housed in individual boxes with complete tactical gear. The arsenal included 10 M249 light machine guns and 10 M4 Carl Gustav recoilless rifles, alongside 5.50 caliber, 12. 7mm, M2HB heavy machine guns, colloquially known as Old Dama. The remaining supplies consisted of matching caliber ammunition, including 10 boxes of M67 fragmentation grenades and 10 boxes of Mk3A2 offensive grenades, each box containing 30 grenades, summing up to 600 grenades in total. There were also 80 high-explosive rounds for the M4 recoilless rifle and various calibers of bullets, in addition to the transported weaponry and ammunition. The equipment of the 30-plus personnel was also brought back, though most of their ammunition had been expended. The two 23mm anti-aircraft ammunition boxes were nearly emptied, though each of the vehicles still held 4 boxes of reserve ammunition, each containing 50 rounds of 23mm shells. Lu Ying selected 2 boxes of M67 fragmentation grenades and 2 boxes of Mk3A2 offensive grenades. He also took one 22 Malawian Quatches bolt-action sniper rifle along with a box of 8.6mm ammunition, which contained 600 rounds. One M249 light machine gun was added, along with 2 boxes of ammunition totaling 2,000 rounds. He acquired one M4 Carl Gustav recoilless rifle with 8 rounds. As for the M2HB heavy machine gun and the 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, they were left behind for defense purposes at the western suburbs bunker. Lu Ying had previously seized several HK-416s and only transported 2 boxes of ammunition. The remaining weaponry and ammunition were sufficient to equip an armed force of 200, while the consumable ammunition would continue to rely on acquisition. Lu Ying contemplated the prospect of scouring Yun City or its neighboring locales in search of the Public Security Bureau or the recently withdrawn Internal Security Armed Forces, as well as the armories of the security system. There might be a stroke of fortune in discovering weapons and ammunition that had been hastily abandoned. This endeavor could significantly bolster Lu Ying's firepower. Upon receiving the news, General Zhang promptly arrived and ordered the relocation of all weaponry and equipment to a storage facility on the 2nd floor. Within the bunker, all of General Zhang's more than a dozen security personnel were equipped with an 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle. Chapter 62. Investigation of the northern suburb base Shaolu. We have now conclusively identified our adversary as the Chinching group. There is no need for excessive concern at this juncture. Our immediate focus should be on effectively managing the impending assault on the northern suburb base. As for the affluent residents currently inhabiting the bunker, General Zhang finds himself somewhat troubled, yet he is in the process of establishing a new management team. Presently, the bunker faces challenges in terms of resource depletion. Upon conducting an inventory today, it was determined that the supplies within the bunker, based on current living standards, are sufficient to sustain us for 3 months. This is precisely why the new management team has informed the residents that after 3 months, they must provide various resources, even if those supplies are located in the Yunqing or amidst the undead. The management team will dispatch armed forces to retrieve the necessary provisions. Without these resources, the bunker would become a grave for all its inhabitants. Uncle Zhang, if the individuals residing in the bunker are willing to supply essential survival resources. Once the armed forces are assembled, sustaining our existence should pose no issue. However, should resources run dry in the future, I suggest you, Andy, and Jinshu accompany me back to my sanctuary, Lu Ying reiterated. As for the overall management and operations of the bunker, Lu Ying had no interest in participation. His paramount concern remained the enhancement of his strength, the defense against a potential counterattack from the Chinching group, and the looming threat posed by Gao Qi. At that moment, a message arrived from Stephen at the control center, indicating the presence of 2 snow vehicles 3 kilometers from the bunker, occupied by armed personnel clad in snow camouflage. Lu Ying donned his gear, armed himself with an 22 Malawian Quatches sniper rifle and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle for M67 fragmentation grenades and ammunition, and ascended to the uppermost level of the bunker. After a meticulous observation, Lu Ying confirmed that the individuals were neither military nor official armed forces. They could only be an armed squad dispatched by the northern suburbs to assess the situation. Positioning the 22 Malawian Quatches sniper rifle, Lu Ying took aim at the driver of the lead vehicle and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot resonated, piercing the windshield of the lead vehicle over 800 meters away. The bullet striking this morning, contact was lost with the management team and 3 squads en route to the western suburb bunker. Subsequently, personnel were dispatched to follow the management team's trajectory, ultimately discovering that the convoy had become ensnared within a horde of corpses. The western suburb bunker subsequently lost communication as well, and to this day, the true nature of the events remains unclear. An armed squad had previously been dispatched to assess the situation at the western suburb, yet no reports have been received thus far. By 7 o'clock, 2 more armed squads were sent to the western suburb bunker. At a distance of 5 kilometers from the bunker, Stephen relayed a message to Zhang and Lu Ying, indicating the arrival of 5 additional snow vehicles. Lu Ying, accompanied by 6 security personnel, took a position in ambush, this time employing an M249 light machine gun. From a vantage point, Lu Ying skillfully utilized a sniper rifle to eliminate targets with precision, while 2 security personnel on the ground provided suppressive fire with light machine guns. Within 10 minutes, the skirmish concluded. In the northern suburb conference room, at 10 o'clock that night, not only had no news been returned, but the 2 dispatched squads had also lost contact. The upper echelons immediately resolved to report the matter to the group headquarters, hidden beneath the mountains. At the Chinching group headquarters, a sharp-witted woman with short hair slammed her hand on the table upon receiving news from the northern suburb base of Ying City, angrily cursing incompetence. After more than 10 minutes, the Arctic base conference room received a notification. The group headquarters expressed shock at the ineptitude of Ying City's management and demanded that they cease all operations during this period, awaiting the arrival of a management team appointed by headquarters to reorganize the Ying City branch. That night, Lu Ying did not return to her shelter but instead stayed in the adjacent room of Zhang Jishu. The following morning, after breakfast, Lu Ying drove back to the shelter alone. This time, she would return to the shelter to shut down all diesel generators, retrieve the Yinling sword, Tang sword, hornbow, over 200 arrows, 2 sets of armor, and a change of clothes, loading them into her vehicle to take back to the western suburb bunker. Glancing around the room, she noticed 2 file cabinets filled with downloaded study materials on the table. After some contemplation, Lu Ying decided to take them along, considering that her stay at the western suburb bunker might extend for some time, and these materials would serve to pass the time. She wished to keep the matter of the spatial ring undisclosed, and before departing, she harvested all the fully matured vegetables planted indoors to bring along. On the rooftop of a 35-story building in the southern suburb of Ying City, Lu Ying surveyed the current situation in Ying City through binoculars. 7 kilometers from her vantage point on the main street, dozens of snow camouflage-painted armored vehicles were parked. These vehicles had been fitted with a pointed frontal plow, presumably to breach the horde of corpses. Dense masses of corpses congested the streets ahead of the armored vehicles. Behind them, multiple fire teams were stationed on the upper floors of the surrounding buildings, each side featuring 2 heavy machine gun teams equipped with 12 7mm caliber Type 89 machine guns, alongside a team operating an automatic grenade launcher. In a distant expanse behind the armored vehicles, dozens of 60mm mortars are relentlessly firing, each shell detonating amidst the horde of corpses. The surrounding area is littered with zombies, either lifeless or severely maimed. Some have been blasted apart, reduced to mere halves. Yet they struggle to crawl through the snow, only to be trampled into mush by their relentless counterparts. Despite the overwhelming number of the undead, the military's firepower remains sufficiently formidable. Coupled with the restrictive terrain, not a single zombie has managed to breach the fiery barricade established in front of the armored vehicles. Stretching from the main street where the armored vehicles are stationed to the southern outskirts, a convoy of transport vehicles can be seen. The intersection of this main thoroughfare and the branching streets is obstructed by containers, effectively isolating the main street from the converging avenues, while the roadway behind the containers teems with zombies drawn in by the cacophony of gunfire. Chapter 63. The Hunt for Zombies in the Surrounding Area. Military combat teams continuously entered and exited the buildings, relocating a limited number of survivors. Alas, at this rate, it is estimated that it will take a month to evacuate all the survivors from Ying City, Lu Ying lamented. Most of the survivors in the city were hiding in their homes, while several ventured out in search of food, eventually gathering in one location and seeking refuge in a particular building. Despite the military's relentless use of radio communication to inform the survivors of Ying City that they were doing everything possible to provide aid, only a small fraction were able to receive these messages. The more than 7-kilometer distance was gradually cleared day and night, as the military presence around Ying City was scant. In addition to the main street in the southern suburbs, several other streets were similarly opened by the military using this method. With a permanent population of over 10 million, it is uncertain how many such streets exist, and the area of Ying City even surpasses that of many national capitals. Currently, Lu Ying found himself approximately 2 kilometers away from the southern suburbs Public Security Bureau, which was situated alongside the passageway established by the military. It appeared to have been converted into a temporary shelter. Sighing, Lu Ying realized that his plan to replenish ammunition at the southern suburbs Public Security Bureau was in vain. Moving 2 kilometers deeper into Ying City, Lu Ying meticulously observed the horde of zombies through his binoculars. Grotesque and terrifying, they swept past. Yet he found no signs of evolved zombies. With no successful findings, he was left with no choice but to return to the western suburbs base. Lu Ying was still residing at Zhang's home, next door to Zhang Jinshu. Upon seeing the 240-pound horn bow that Lu Ying had brought, the young girl attempted to draw it but struggled to pull back the string. How heavy? Little Lu, can you actually use this bow? Zhang Jinshu asked skeptically. Lu Ying chuckled lightly, took the horn bow, and effortlessly drew it back, saying, "See? Quite simple and easy." He then slowly released the bowstring. "Oh, when will I ever evolve?" Zhang Jinshu sighed. Ruffling her hair, Lu Ying reassured her, "Perhaps you will awaken your abilities tomorrow, and then you could take on 10 of me." Zhang Jinshu rolled her eyes adorably. "By the way, what about Meng Nanxing's body? Has it been dealt with?" Zhang Jinshu nodded. All the bodies from the bunker were transported to the back mountain overnight for cremation. Gao Su was still recovering in the hospital, and his father had decided to confine the Gao family members together in the ward. Lu Ying nodded, planning that once Zhang stabilized the current situation in the bunker and everything fell into place, he would find a way through the Gao family to locate Gao Qi and eliminate this problem. Lu Ying even contemplated in his heart that once his strength increased again and the armed forces in the western suburbs were properly organized, he would lead them to seize the northern suburbs base of Yun City, ensuring that the Chinching group could no longer maintain its influence in this area. The presence of such an armed force always left Lu Ying feeling uneasy. Observing Lu Ying as he organized his belongings, Zhang Jinshu wished to assist, but was turned down. Her eyes then wandered to the hard drive cabinet that Lu Ying had brought, resting on the desk in the bedroom. A sudden recollection surfaced in my mind, reminiscent of my previous visit to the Lu Ying shelter, where I opened the hard drive cabinet on Lu Ying's computer and glanced at the contents of a folder labeled study materials. Zhang Jinshu's cheeks flushed a delicate shade of crimson, and with a hint of annoyance, she inquired, "Xiao Luzi, do you really manage to endure all those things you watch every day?" Lu Ying found herself momentarily bewildered by Zhang Jinshu's unexpected question, looking back at her with a puzzled expression. "What things?" Following Zhang Jinshu's gaze towards the hard drive cabinet, an awkward sensation washed over her, prompting her to regain her composure. In that instant, a profound adage echoed in her mind. As long as one is unembarrassed, it is others who feel the embarrassment. Turning back, with a look of genuine confusion, Lu Ying earnestly asked Zhang Jinshu, "What could possibly be in there that would make me unable to endure?" Zhang Jinshu, taken aback and further flustered, gently stomped her foot before hastily retreating. Lu Ying exhaled deeply, placing the hard drive cabinet inside the desk drawer. After tidying up her bedroom, she donned a bulletproof vest, adorned her limbs with luminous armor, slung a feathered knife across her shoulder, secured a short sword at her waist, and strapped a horn bow to her back, accompanied by 100 feathered arrows. She then retrieved a sound system wrapped in insulating material from her room. Approaching Zhang Jinshu's door, she knocked softly, "Xiao Xianzhu." Inside, there was a rustling sound, and after a brief moment, a flustered Zhang Jinshu appeared at the door, her cheeks still flushed, gazing curiously at the armored Lu Ying. "What is it?" she asked, somewhat irked. "Come, let us venture out to collect crystal cores," Lu Ying replied. "Wait for me." After more than half an hour, Zhang Jinshu emerged fully equipped, her back carrying an 22 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle. Some of the firearms and grenades Lu Ying used were stored in her room, while others remained in the vehicle. For the time being, she chose not to utilize her spatial ring, transporting Zhang Jinshu to the town where they had previously gathered crystal cores. Lu Ying parked the vehicle at a vantage point before extracting her binoculars to survey the situation within the town. The survivors had been relocated, leaving behind only the zombies. Scattered along the streets were a few wandering zombies, with others likely concealed within the houses on either side. After a thorough inspection of the surroundings, with no other anomalies detected, Lu Ying drove the vehicle to a position less than 100 meters from the town and set the sound system on the snow-covered ground. Under Zhang Jinshu's inquisitive gaze, Lu Ying activated the sound system, cranking the volume to its maximum, unleashing a piercing alarm that reverberated outward. Swiftly, she returned to the vehicle, driving over 600 meters away from the sound system. "Xiao Xianzhu, I recall there was a silencer in yesterday's batch of equipment. Did you bring it for your rifle?" Lu Ying inquired. Zhang Jinshu nodded in affirmation. "Attach the silencer, we shall eliminate the zombies from a distance," Lu Ying instructed. Subsequently retrieving the case containing the 22 Malawian Quach's bolt-action sniper rifle from the back seat. Within the case lay the silencer, which Zhang Jinshu affixed to her rifle as Lu Ying set up her own sniper rifle at the rear of the vehicle. The speakers continued to emit a piercing alarm, the sound reverberating through the town, drawing a multitude of zombies towards its source. With a muffled thud, the suppressed sniper rifle discharged, its sound considerably muted, as one by one, the undead creatures that fled from the town met their demise with shots to the head or neck. Through the scope, It became evident that zombies sporadically burst forth from the windows of nearby houses or the doors of upper floors. Zhang Jishu, having honed his marksmanship through prior practice, demonstrated considerable skill. The zombies, predominantly charging in a straight line towards the sound, became easy targets for the sniper rifle's exceptional precision. A gathering of over 100 zombies had amassed at the source of the noise, presenting the two men with stationary targets. After expending 2 magazines, they had successfully dispatched more than 30 zombies. However, as Lu Ying prepared to change to a 3rd magazine, an unforeseen turn of events occurred. Chapter 64. The evolved zombie dog through the scope of the sniper rifle. A gruesome sight unfolded in the distant town. A blood-soaked dog, seemingly flayed, emerged. Its mouth, adorned with 4 prominent canine teeth, revealed a multitude of sharp and protruding incisors, stained with remnants of flesh and blood. Unlike the horde of corpses moving toward the source of sound, this zombie dog was intently sniffing the air, its crimson eyes fixated on Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu, locking onto Lu Ying with an unwavering gaze. In the next moment, the blood-red creature let out a chilling howl and charged swiftly toward their position. "Get in the car," Lu Ying shouted, hastily placing the sniper rifle in the back seat. Zhang Jishu scrambled into the passenger seat. With a press of the accelerator, they fled the scene. "Xiaoluzi, what are you afraid of? We have a sniper rifle. It's just a dog turned into a zombie, isn't it?" Zhang Jishu queried, puzzled. Lu Ying shook his head. "Take another look." Zhang Jishu rolled down the window and peered toward the rear, only to see that the pursuing zombie dog was accompanied by a throng of others, both large and small, trailing closely behind, at least 40 in total. He patted his chest, still shaken, and asked, "Xiaoluzi, how did you know there were so many following? We didn't see them earlier." Lu Ying explained, "Dogs are pack animals, typically kept by families, seldom congregating. However, in the wild, they usually travel in groups. Once transformed into zombies, both humans and animals lose their memories and emotions, reverting to their primal instincts. This town likely houses over 1,000 households, and the number of dogs raised here must be considerable." Zhang Jishu glanced at the back seat, where an M249 light machine gun and a 200-round ammunition box lay, recalling that the trunk held a recoilless rifle as well. Pointing to the back seat, he questioned, "Xiaoluzi, don't we have a machine gun and a cannon?" Lu Ying continued to shake his head. "That zombie dog differs from ordinary ones. Do you remember the second evolution of zombies I mentioned? Are you saying those zombie dogs are all second-stage evolutions?" Zhang Jishu exclaimed in astonishment. "Not necessarily. I didn't get a good look at the ones behind, but the one in front is indeed a second-stage evolved zombie dog. Newly transformed canine zombies retain their former appearance and characteristics, albeit with heightened bloodlust and aggression, without significant physical changes. In contrast, evolved zombie dogs shed their outer skin, rendering their teeth as sharp as their original canines. The capabilities of evolved zombie dogs, speed, reflexes, and self-healing, are significantly enhanced. In my previous life, while surviving in Yin City, we encountered an evolved zombie dog. Our group consisted of 13 members, 6 of whom were evolved, armed with rifles and handguns. After a fierce battle, we lost 5 lives to that evolved creature, 2 of whom were also evolved. To vanquish these once-evolved zombie hounds, one must either shatter their skulls, sever their heads, incinerate them, or obliterate them with artillery. Otherwise, even if a rifle bullet penetrates their cranium, if it does not smash apart, their wounds will soon heal." As Lu Ying recounted, these were experiences drawn from Lu Ying's previous life. After hearing Lu Ying's explanation, Zhang Jishu nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. "Little Lu, how do you know so much?" A thought crossed Lu Ying's mind, yet he maintained his composure, responding, "I must have witnessed it. Before coming to the bunker this morning, I made a trip to Yun City, where I saw the troops assaulting a zombie hound from a distance." "Oh, are we still going over there later?" Zhang Jishu inquired. After some contemplation, Lu Ying replied, "Never mind. Let us find another town or village for now instead." Driving steadily towards the southern outskirts, the two occasionally glanced through the rearview mirror. After traveling 5 kilometers into the snowy expanse, the lone zombie hound continued to trail them, though the larger group of zombie hounds behind it turned back. "Little Lu, how long will it follow us?" Zhang Jishu asked, a note of anxiety in her voice. Lu Ying shook his head. After another 2 kilometers, the zombie hound still persistently pursued them, seemingly unwilling to relinquish its prey. "Jishu, I will exit the vehicle to deal with that beast. Remain inside and do not come out," Lu Ying instructed firmly, casting a glance at Zhang Jishu. The zombie hound had become akin to an unyielding leech. "Little Lu, let us return to the bunker. It cannot outrun the vehicle," Zhang Jishu suggested, her face pale with apprehension. "Rest assured, do you not remember my capabilities? Just stay inside the car," Lu Ying asserted with unwavering resolve. Zhang Jishu could only nod. realizing that her best course of action was to avoid complicating matters for Lu Ying. As they halted the vehicle, Lu Ying unsheathed his Yinling knife. His gaze steely as he approached the rear of the car. Upon seeing Lu Ying exit, the zombie hound grew increasingly agitated, quickening its pace as it charged toward its quarry. With both hands gripping the knife, Lu Ying surged forward. The two combatants moved with remarkable swiftness. When the zombie hound was merely 10 meters away, it leaped high. As Lu Ying closed in, the two converged, and with significant force. He swung the Yinling knife down onto the right-side zombie hound. With a resounding thud, the blade struck the lunging zombie hound. Penetrating from beside its head and plunging into its abdomen, blood spilling forth, yet it did not cleave the creature in two. The hound's gaping maw, sharp and bloodied, lunged toward Lu Ying's arm. Releasing the knife's handle, Lu Ying swiftly balled his fist and delivered a powerful blow to the creature's right eye. With a resounding crack, the eye and its surrounding socket caved in, the crimson orb bursting forth, covering Lu Ying's glove in a spray of blood and viscera. With force, he withdrew the long knife, trailing a spray of blood as they passed each other. Lu Ying pivoted to face the zombie hound now on the ground, snarling at him with bared teeth. A gaping wound extended from the hound's neck to its abdomen, blood gushing from the grievous injury. Before the naked eye, the wounds around the eye sockets and abdomen of the zombie dog were gradually healing. Lu Ying let out a low growl and charged forward once more, brandishing his blade as the horde of zombies roared. Their ferocity ignited as they lunged at him, baring their sharp fangs. With a swift, upward diagonal slash, Lu Ying severed one of the zombie dog's front legs. However, he was unprepared for the vicious bite it inflicted upon his backside. Its razor-sharp fangs piercing through the layers of armor and clothing, sinking deep into his flesh. A dull pain surged through Lu Ying's hip, and a sense of dread washed over him. In that instant, bloodshot veins appeared in his eyes, and adrenaline surged within him. He plunged the Yinling knife into the ground and swiftly turned to grasp the zombie dog's jaw, exerting tremendous force. With a sharp crack, the creature's jaw was violently snapped apart. Lu Ying then gripped the Yinling knife in his right hand and delivered a decisive blow, severing the zombie dog's head cleanly. He followed up with another strike, cleaving the head in two. From within the remains, a blood-red crystal core tumbled out. Lu Ying swiftly picked up the core and dashed back to the vehicle. Chapter 65, The Past of Mr. Zhang and Chinching Group Shaoluzi. How are you feeling after being bitten? Zhang Jinshu inquired with concern. Lu Ying shook her head, removing her gloves and armor, then turned to Zhang Jinshu, saying, Perhaps you should wait in the car while I check for any injuries. It's already late. Hurry and take off your clothes, and I'll examine you. Zhang Jinshu urged anxiously. Without further hesitation, Lu Ying handed her short sword to Zhang Jinshu and reclined the driver's seat, lying down. Use the short sword to cut away the fabric where you were bitten. With her heart racing, Zhang Jinshu grasped the sword, carefully slicing through the layers of clothing. As she peeled away the fabric, she glanced at Lu Ying's skin and felt a wave of relief wash over her. Fortunately, it hasn't penetrated through. Zhang Jinshu thought to herself. Lu Ying, growing impatient, asked, What is taking so long? Zhang Jinshu, her eyes sparkling with mischief, teased, Wow. I didn't expect you to be this fair. Rolling her eyes, Lu Ying quickly sat up and fixed her gaze on the chuckling Zhang Jinshu. Pressing on with her inquiry, Xiao Stenju, what is the verdict? Rest assured, it's nothing serious, not even a teeth mark, Zhang Jinshu reassured her. With a sigh of relief, Lu Ying glanced at the still laughing Zhang Jinshu and playfully ruffled her cheeks. They then made their way back to the west suburbs bunker. Though Lu Ying's mind was heavy with thoughts, with less than a month since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the situation had already begun to shift. First, Meng Nanxing awakened his powers, and today, they encountered an evolved zombie dog. This world was already diverging from her previous life. The experiences accumulated during the apocalypse might not hold true in this new reality. Lu Ying speculated that many would likely begin to evolve in the coming days. A sidelong glance at Zhang Jinshu made her wonder if this girl would also undergo evolution and what abilities she might possess in the future. Upon returning to the bunker, Aunt Lin Jing had prepared a sumptuous meal and was waiting alongside Mr. Zhang for Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu's return. In the tea room, Mr. Zhang, feeling quite content after finishing a pot of tea, noted that his fatigue had considerably diminished. Xiao Lu, regarding the matters of Chinching Group. I have the opportunity to share everything I know with you today, Mr. Zhang said gravely, looking at Lu Ying. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lu Ying recalled that Mr. Zhang had previously provided details about the management team's actions at the northern suburbs base, and that over 10 security personnel in the west suburbs bunker were actually his trusted followers. She had been curious about these matters, suspecting that Mr. Zhang might be intricately connected with Chinching Group, beyond what I previously shared. Chinching Group has established a similar organization in every province across the country, akin to the northern suburbs base, and many foreign nations mirror this structure as well. Each provincial organization is referred to as a branch, while the location of the headquarters remains known only to a select few. Xiaolu. I was also one of the directors of Chinching Group 5 years ago, Mr. Zhang stated solemnly. Oh? Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu exclaimed in surprise. Mr. Zhang chuckled softly, shaking his head. That is all in the past. Due to various considerations, I chose to withdraw and sever all ties with the group thereafter. Were it not for the current apocalyptic circumstances, I would likely never have encountered them again, as I, along with Aunt Lin and Jean Shu, sought refuge within this fortress. The subsequent developments are quite evident. Although Mr. Zhang has withdrawn from the Chinching Group, his previous connections and relationships remain intact. The security personnel stationed within this bunker were transferred from Mr. Zhang's network at the northern suburbs base, primarily to ensure his protection. Furthermore, the management team's operational directives and other pertinent information were also provided by Mr. Zhang's associates. In a multinational corporation of such magnitude, internal factions are abundant and conflicts are incessant. Presently, the northern suburbs base of Yun City falls under the jurisdiction of Director Gao Qi. While it was once managed by Mr. Zhang 5 years prior, despite both being directors of the Chinching Group, Mr. Zhang was not well acquainted with Gao Qi during his tenure, as Gao had not yet ascended to the board. Significant shifts at the northern suburbs base have been communicated to me, indicating that the headquarters of the Chinching Group will dispatch a new team to temporarily take control of the site. This morning, a representative of the armed forces assigned to oversee the northern suburbs base arrived. This individual is tasked not only with reorganizing the armed forces, but also with expanding their ranks. Reports suggest that the scale of the armed forces at the northern suburbs base will increase to approximately 1,500 personnel. Lu Ying felt a sense of gravity settle in her heart, finding it somewhat incredulous. However, recognizing the current state of the world, she quickly reconciled with the reality. The impending expansion of the armed forces posed a considerable challenge for her ambitions to contend with Gao Qi and potentially seize the northern suburbs base. Thus, it was likely that they would refrain from aggressive actions in the short term, granting her the opportunity to begin assembling her own forces. Additionally, there was another matter at hand. A businessman, previously engaged in grain and oil trade, had informed Mr. Zhang that he possessed 2 warehouses on the outskirts of Yun City, stocked with a substantial supply of rice, flour, and oil. Little Lu, if you have time tomorrow, please retrieve those supplies, Mr. Zhang suddenly instructed. Certainly, Uncle Zhang. Where are the warehouses located? Lu Ying inquired. Mr. Zhang produced a map of Yun City and, after a brief search, indicated one warehouse is near the southern freight station, while the other is a facility I constructed in the eastern suburbs. He then marked the precise locations on the map with a pencil. Uncle Zhang, we can disregard the warehouse at the southern freight station. It has already been commandeered by the military. Tomorrow, we will only be able to inspect the warehouse in the eastern suburbs, Lu Ying responded. Oh, well, that is unfortunate. I have already arranged for personnel and transportation. You shall depart at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning after breakfast. Lu Ying nodded in agreement, noting that the eastern warehouse was fortunately located outside the city center, with merely 2 villages nearby and fields surrounding the area. Little Lu, I will accompany you tomorrow, Jean Shu said, clinging to Lu Ying's arm. Lu Ying glanced up at Mr. Zhang, who smiled and nodded in approval. That night, Lu Ying retrieved the crystal core from the zombie dog and took out the mysterious tome, flipping it open to the 3rd page. Placing the crystal core upon the book, Lu Ying gazed at the tome and the core with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. Ever since the previous incident where the crystalline tome ceased to absorb ordinary cores, Lu Ying speculated that perhaps the 3rd page required an evolved zombie crystal core to be of any significance. As Lu Ying's hopeful gaze lingered, the red crystal core emitted wisps of faint crimson mist, which gracefully merged with the 3rd page, and soon the core was entirely consumed. A sense of relief washed over Lu Ying. Although the 3rd page exhibited no substantial transformation, it was reassuring to confirm that an evolved zombie crystal core was indeed necessary. After stowing the book away, Lu Ying succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning at 8 o'clock, after the family had finished their breakfast, Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu each prepared their weaponry. Clad in a bulletproof tactical vest, Lu Ying was further adorned with armor on the limbs, a tactical belt secured around the waist, and additional tactical gear worn over the vest, which was filled with rifle magazines, 4 M67 fragmentation grenades, and 4 MK3A2 offensive grenades. Chapter 66. The evolved zombies in the grain and oil depot at his waist. 2 M17 tactical pistols rested in their holsters, accompanied by 10 fully loaded magazines. He secured a Yinling knife at his lower back and tucked a short sword at his side, donning a balaclava and tactical helmet. As he exited the room, Zhang Jishu emerged, fully equipped. The young girl was similarly clad in a tactical vest, though she had not donned the luminous armor that Lu Ying had provided her. These sets of armor, crafted from sturdy materials, were indeed weighty, while Lu Ying's enhanced physique allowed him to bear such burdens. Zhang Jishu had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, thus she could not carry an excessive amount of gear. Little piglet, you must heed my commands once we step outside. Should we encounter any troublesome situations or dangers, you must follow my instructions immediately, understood? Zhang Jishu nodded in agreement. The duo took the elevator to the bunker parking lot. Accompanying Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu were 8 fully armed security personnel. Among the 8, 4 wielded 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, one operated an M249 light machine gun. Another carried a 22 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle, and the last was equipped with a recoilless M4 cannon. 2 of the 416 Hong Kong dollars operators also bore 8 high-explosive rounds. The 10 individuals set off in 5 snow vehicles, all large pickup trucks with extended cargo beds, which housed additional firearms and ammunition. Once gathered, Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu shared a vehicle, while the 8 armed team members paired up in the remaining trucks. The convoy departed the bunker, traversing the outskirts of Yun City, passing through the southern suburbs en route to the eastern grain depot. 2 vehicles in the convoy were outfitted with radio communication devices to maintain contact with the northern base, with each vehicle equipped with a walkie-talkie for intercommunication. The vehicle driven by Lu Ying was equipped with a radio for liaising with the northern base, propped up with his feet on the dashboard of the passenger seat. Zhang Jishu grabbed the communication microphone to connect with Stephen at the base. Stephen requested that Zhang Jishu pass the microphone to Lu Ying, wishing to converse with him. Lu Ying felt a wave of nausea and unhesitatingly declined the request. Stephen, how pitiable. The flower yearns while the water flows indifferently, Zhang Jishu remarked. From the other end, Stephen's voice crackled with stifled sobs. Ugh, ugh, ugh. The first 2 sounds were from Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu, while the last dry heave resonated through the radio, presumably from a certain beauty named Yeye with long black hair. The group shared laughter and conversation, finally reaching the vicinity of the grain depot just before noon, around 11:30. With less than 700 meters to the depot, Lu Ying instructed everyone to halt the vehicles. Dismounting, Lu Ying stood atop the vehicle, using binoculars to survey the surroundings of the grain depot. Before the onset of the apocalypse, 12 staff members, including office personnel, security, and chefs, occupied the depot. It remained uncertain whether they had departed after the torrential rains, a detail unknown to the owner. Typically, trucks arrived to transport grain, sourcing labor from the nearby villages. Through the lenses of his binoculars, Lu Ying observed that nearly a third of the depot's height was buried beneath snow, with scattered around 30 or more zombies wandering aimlessly nearby. 2 villages lie approximately 1 kilometer from the granary. Lu Ying signaled to Zhang Jishu and another sniper, instructing them to equip silencers and eliminate all the zombies within the shooting range. Lu Ying himself retrieved a sniper rifle, and within 5 minutes, over 30 zombies in the designated area were eradicated. The convoy resumed its journey, and upon reaching the granary, it did not halt but rather circled around its perimeter, dispatching another 10 zombies in the process, ultimately securing 6 crystal cores. With no zombies remaining in the vicinity, the convoy came to a stop, yet the engines remained running. Lu Ying designated 2 armed personnel to accompany him into the warehouse area for reconnaissance, while the others maintained vigilance outside. 1 sniper ascended a nearby tree to survey the surroundings. The granary complex consisted of 3 storage rooms and a 2-story building. Lu Ying gestured for the 2 to draw their weapons and proceed to inspect the interior of the small building. Cautiously, the trio approached the 2nd floor, where half of the glass windows were obscured by accumulated snow. Peering inside, the room appeared to be an office space, devoid of both individuals and zombies. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ying proposed creating some noise, reasoning that any lurking zombies would be drawn out, and if they encountered zombies, they were to shoot them on sight. The 2 armed personnel nodded in agreement, disengaged their safeties, and Lu Ying kicked the glass open, aiming his weapon at the office door. After a brief silence, he fired 2 shots into the sky. The gunfire echoed, and the sound of hurried footsteps reached Lu Ying's ears. Prepare. The 2 security personnel tensed up, their eyes fixed on the door as the footsteps drew nearer. With a resounding crash, the wooden office door burst open, and a zombie, towering over 2 meters with muscles as solid as rock, bent low to enter the office. Its clothing was torn and stretched by bulging muscles, and its gaping maw was lined with sharp fangs, its body smeared with dried blood, and its crimson eyes, bloodshot and fixated on Lu Ying and his companions, glared fiercely. Open fire, Lu Ying commanded. The trio unleashed a barrage of gunfire from their 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles at the monstrous zombie at the door, bullets flying forth. Although the projectiles breached the zombie's skin, they failed to penetrate deeply, becoming lodged in its rock-like flesh. The 3 retreated while continuing to fire. Lu Ying pressed his communication device, prepared the recoilless rifle, Quickly, the armed personnel outside, alerted by the gunfire, readied their weapons. The sniper in the tree swiftly aimed his 22 Malawian Quach's sniper rifle at the towering zombie's head and squeezed the trigger. The shot rang out, and an 8.6mm bullet struck true, yet it became lodged against the zombie's skull. The two armed personnel promptly retrieved high-explosive rounds and loaded them into the M4 recoilless rifle. The artillery team rushed into the courtyard, targeting the fearsome zombie that was crawling out of the window. They pulled the trigger, and an 84mm high-explosive round was launched, striking the zombie directly. The explosive detonated, shattering the windows of the two-story building, and nearly half of the zombie's head was obliterated in the blast. Blood, flesh, and shattered bones were splattered everywhere, yet the creature, still clinging to life, relentlessly charged against the window. Its immense size exceeded the confines of the small opening, causing the entire building to tremble with each violent impact. Witnessing this, a member of the fire team, burdened with ammunition, swiftly produced another high-explosive round for loading. The cannon fired, and in the next moment, the explosive struck the zombie squarely in the face. With a resounding explosion, blood and gore erupted, obliterating half of the creature's head, its colossal form collapsing to the ground. Several armed personnel, shaken, gazed at the lifeless body of the zombie within the office. Yet none dared to approach. Ying, observing this, felt a sense of relief. This was an evolved zombie, although he had never encountered one in his previous life. He had heard tales. Once a zombie or any other organism has evolved, should its head be destroyed, there is no possibility of survival. Ying disengaged the safety on his rifle and, under the puzzled gazes of the armed personnel, leaped into the office, searching intently. He soon discovered a yellowish crystal core nestled in the corner and tucked it into his pocket. All was well. Climbing out of the window, he found several members of the convoy gathered, peering inside at the fallen zombie. This creature had indeed evolved and was likely a strength-type zombie, possessing far superior defenses to its ordinary counterparts. It was estimated that only a 12.7mm bullet could penetrate such resilience. Ying informed the group. Is there truly such a zombie? Does humanity still have a future? One armed personnel sighed. You have yet to visit Ying City. There is no telling what kinds of zombies lurk within. The local garrison has eradicated several of this type. Ying reassured them. Hearing his words, the shadows of despair began to dissipate from their hearts. Maintain your vigilance. You two will accompany me to the warehouse district. Ying signaled to the two armed personnel who had followed him into the warehouse area. Chapter 67. The gathering place of the southern suburb thermal power plant. The two individuals retrieved a telescopic ladder and a bundle of rope from the back of the pickup truck. 1/3 of the nearest warehouse was already concealed beneath a thick layer of snow, with the entrance completely buried. However, near the roof of the warehouse, there existed several operable vents that could accommodate an adult's passage. An armed team member ascended the ladder, shattering the glass to extract a powerful flashlight to inspect the interior of the warehouse. Everything appeared to be in order. The team member secured the rope to the ladder's crossbar and entered the warehouse, followed by another team member. After delivering the broad angle grinder and 2 shovels inside, Ying and the others waited outside. After a full 40 minutes, the entrance of the warehouse, obscured by snow, was excavated by the two from within, creating a sloped passage to the outside. Aside from the sniper maintaining vigilance outside, the remainder entered the warehouse. Inside, the warehouse was stocked with bags of flour, neatly arranged on shelves. According to the wealthy individual, this warehouse contained a staggering reserve of over 5,000 tons of flour. Once the group emerged from the warehouse, they employed the same method to access the remaining 2 warehouses. One held barrels of cooking oil, while the smallest warehouse contained 1,000 tons of bagged rice. The sight of such an abundance of grains and oils caused some distress among them, for with only 5 vehicles at their disposal, even if they combined all available transport within the bunker, they could not fathom how long it would take to transport all this food. Communicating the situation via radio to the bunker, a while later, a response came back indicating that all available vehicles would be dispatched for the transportation of supplies. A portion of armed personnel would remain to guard the granary, while the remainder would offer armed protection to the convoy transporting the goods. After deliberation, the 4 armed team members who accompanied them decided to stay behind, while the others filled all 4 vehicles to return to the western suburb bunker. Unbeknownst to Ying and the others, their earlier communication with the western suburb bunker had been intercepted by another group of armed forces through radio equipment. Approximately 15 kilometers away from the urban district of Ying City, a small thermal power plant served as a gathering place for survivors. A young man set down his headset and picked up a paper on the table that documented the conversation between Ying and the western suburb bunker, descending the stairs. The thermal power plant was already crowded with survivors, and the young man arrived at the doorway of a reconfigured production scheduling center. The room was warm, and a middle-aged man, appearing somewhat gaunt in his 40s, sat on a soft sofa, cradling two youthful and beautiful girls. The girls attempted to smile charmingly. Yet their lack of experience rendered their efforts somewhat forced, their delicate and attractive faces betraying a strained expression. Dressed in thin gauzy dresses, their pale arms bore several red marks. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon. Come in. The young man, clad in snow camouflage, extended the paper to the middle-aged man. Mr. Jiang, a grain and oil warehouse has been discovered at the bunker in the western outskirts. The young man relayed all the content from the conversations he intercepted over the radio to Mr. Jiang. Mr. Jiang nodded in acknowledgement, and the young man exited, securing the door behind him. After approximately 10 minutes, Mr. Jiang, clad in a deep blue striped suit with a contrasting collar, arrived at a conference room within the building. 5 individuals were already seated, awaiting his arrival. Upon seeing Mr. Jiang, they all stood in unison, respectfully greeting him. Once they resumed their seats, the young man responsible for monitoring the western outskirts bunker recounted the intercepted communications to the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, our gathering now comprises over 600 individuals. Yet the provisions of food and coal we have prepared can only sustain us for another month at most. The western outskirts bunker has now changed hands. No longer under the protection of the Chinching group's armed forces, it is now akin to a flock of sheep. As Mr. Jiang spoke, he surveyed the room, noting the fervent expressions on their faces, which filled him with satisfaction. Mr. Jiang, what course of action do you suggest? We are ready to follow your directives. Several voices chimed in unison. Their current security forces were insufficient. The first step was to neutralize the armed personnel within their supply transport and grain storage, and to capture Lu Ying and the true manager of the western outskirts bunker, Mr. Zhang's daughter, compelling them to surrender the bunker. Mr. Jiang articulated his thoughts. The assembly nodded in agreement. Mr. Jiang's gaze fell upon a stern-looking middle-aged man seated to his left. Zhui Yuan. Tonight you will lead Team A to the vicinity of the western outskirts bunker. Assess the scale of their transport fleet, the specific configuration of armed personnel, and their operational routes. Understood. You few, begin preparations immediately. Once Zhui Yuan returns with the intelligence, we shall devise a tactical plan to secure the western outskirts bunker. Indeed. They responded in unison. Satisfied, Mr. Jiang departed the conference room, followed closely by 2 fully armed personnel stationed at the entrance. Exiting the dispatch center building, Mr. Jiang proceeded to the boiler area of the thermal power plant, where fierce flames roared within the boilers, supplying electricity and heating to the entire facility. Aside from a dozen fully armed guards, the boiler area was populated solely by operational workers. Outside, on the ground, lay numerous corpses stripped to their undergarments. Each head bore a bullet hole, and some had been decapitated. 2 workers lifted a body, casting it into the flames of the reconfigured furnace. Mr. Jiang conducted a thorough inspection before moving on to the next area. It was his routine to tour the entire thermal power plant shelter twice daily. The next section was located in a different building, which, unlike the dispatch center, lacked heating and power. Every room was crammed with survivors relocated from Yin City. Their expressions were becoming somewhat numb, clad in winter clothing such as down jackets salvaged from their homes. Armed personnel were stationed on every floor, and it was now time for the last meal of the day. In this sanctuary for survivors, 2 meals are provided daily, the first at 9:30 a.m. and the second at 4 p.m. 2 armed personnel arrived at the building in a tracked pickup truck, which bore 4 large blue plastic barrels in its bed. With a call announcing mealtime, the crowd descended upon the vehicle, lifting the barrels down and arranging them. The survivors within the building all came downstairs, forming neat lines of 4, each clutching a bowl. The barrels contained today's rations. A thick porridge made of rice mixed with various meats, with each person receiving only half a bowl. Before the meal, hundreds of survivors stood orderly in front of the building, expressing their gratitude to Mr. Jiang for providing them with food security and a safe haven, acknowledging the dedication he had shown for the entire community. At the command of one of the armed personnel, the survivors devoured the porridge, offered their thanks once more, and then returned to the building. Chapter 68. Mr. Jiang in a modest room of approximately 10 square meters, 15 individuals were crammed together. A middle-aged man murmured softly. How did it come to this? Beside him, another middle-aged man shook his head with a sigh. Alas, what can be done? They wield weapons, and Mr. Jiang along with the 5 captains possess extraordinary abilities. We must endure slowly and hope that the authorities and the station troops come to our rescue. The expressions of the others in the room were grim, their spirits dulled, clearly reflecting the hardships endured in recent days. The South Suburban Thermal Power Plant had originally served as a sanctuary for survivors, established by the local military. Recently, over 1,000 survivors relocated from the southern outskirts of Yun City were settled here. The local military left an infantry company to protect these individuals. while the management of the survivor camp was overseen by a director surnamed Wang from the Yun City authorities. After the survivors were transferred here, Director Wang arranged for the entire thermal power plant to be renovated, restoring its electricity and heating systems. Previously, families had resided here, and there were also well-planned dormitories designated by gender. Survivors received 2 meals a day, sufficient to stave off hunger. Under Director Wang's guidance, the survivors and the military worked together to reconfigure the thermal power plant. Isolation barriers were erected around the facility, and according to Wang's vision, this power plant was to be transformed into a veritable paradise amidst the apocalypse. Here, they could live without fear of freezing to death, starving, or being disturbed by zombies. They had even begun researching soil-less cultivation, having gathered the necessary vegetable seeds. Having evaded the blizzards and the undead, the survivors rekindled their hopes for a better future. However, a week ago, for reasons unknown, zombies suddenly appeared within the camp, over 50 of them, right in the living quarters of the survivors. The armed personnel tasked with protecting the survivors responded immediately, yet chaos reigned in the living area, with the living and the undead mingling. The military personnel could not fire their weapons, adhering to their usual protocol of first evacuating the living before addressing the zombies. Yet, as the military worked to evacuate the survivors, a group took advantage of the turmoil, killing over 20 armed personnel and seizing their firearms. They then opened fire on the soldiers in the camp. No one had anticipated such an occurrence. But this group was relatively small compared to the over 150 armed personnel available. After a fierce battle, both sides suffered casualties. Fewer than 10 from the original group remained. What astonished everyone was that among this group, 5 possessed extraordinary abilities. One individual could momentarily manipulate the mental actions of others. This individual was none other than Mr. Jiang. He used his power to control Director Wang, ordering the military personnel to lay down their arms and negotiate with the insurgents. However, the commander of the unit refused to comply. It was imperative not to negotiate with these rebels, much less disarm. To do so would render them lambs to the slaughter. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the commander's adjutant leveled a gun at him and shot him dead. Among the armed personnel besieging Mr. Jiang and his compatriots, several turned their weapons upon their own comrades. Within the station troops, 2 individuals awakened extraordinary abilities but were swiftly restrained by their fellow soldiers, only to be overwhelmed and slain by Mr. Jiang and his allies. This sudden turmoil within the military forces provided Mr. Jiang and his companions with an opportune moment to strike. They first eliminated Director Wang, the leader of the encampment, and subsequently proceeded to annihilate the entire contingent of station troops. The ensuing zombies were also meticulously eradicated by Mr. Jiang and his group. From that day forth, the entire thermal power plant became Mr. Jiang's private domain, with the survivors relegated to the status of his subjects. Mr. Jiang and his compatriots reconstituted their armed forces, instituting a new hierarchy within the encampment. At the pinnacle of this hierarchy stood Mr. Jiang alone, who wielded absolute control over the entire settlement, possessing the power to determine the fate of all. Following him were 5 subordinates endowed with extraordinary abilities, who similarly enjoyed privileges and the sustenance of the encampment. The next tier consisted of ordinary armed personnel, who were afforded the basic comforts of food and shelter within the warm dispatch center, yet possessed no additional privileges. The remaining survivors occupied the lowest echelon, regarded merely as beasts of burden in the eyes of Mr. Jiang and the 5 empowered individuals. All resources within the survivor encampment were at the disposal of Mr. Jiang and his 5 extraordinary companions, including the more attractive young women and handsome boys, who became their playthings. After awakening their powers, Mr. Jiang and the 5 evolutionaries experienced a profound transformation in their worldview. In this apocalyptic realm, they had acquired remarkable abilities while others remained unremarkable, igniting within them a fervent ambition and insatiable greed. The encampment once again filled with armed personnel, all of whom pledged their loyalty solely to Mr. Jiang. The survivors were expelled from the dispatch center and relocated to a different building, which had previously been supplied with electricity and heating. However, in a bid to conserve coal resources, Mr. Jiang imposed restrictions on energy usage, ensuring that only the dispatch center, where he and his armed soldiers resided, received power and warmth. Even the deceased from the rebellion, including the zombies, were repurposed as fuel. After surveying his territory, Mr. Jiang returned to his opulent bedroom, where he retired to rest under the attentive care of 2 youthful and enchanting maidens. Outside the encampment is Wei Yuan, accompanied by 10 armed personnel, embarked towards the western suburbs bunker in 2 snow vehicles. Following the onset of the apocalypse, as electricity and communication faltered, various encampments resorted to radio communication. The authorities and military had already established listening posts, closely monitoring the 2 underground fortifications of the Chinching group in Yun City. However, On one hand, the evacuation of survivors from Yun City and its surrounding areas remained incomplete, while on the other, the official stance towards the Chinching group had yet to be determined. After all, the western suburbs bunker housed not only members of the Chinching group, but also citizens of the nation. Following his insurrection and the capture of the encampment, Mr. Jiang ordered continuous monitoring of all communications emanating from the western suburbs bunker. Regarding the west suburban bunker, Mr. Jiang is aware that it is a luxurious doomsday fortress crafted by the Chinching group for the affluent of the entire province, far surpassing the capabilities of this gathering place. Until now, there has been hesitance to act against the west suburban bunker, primarily due to intelligence indicating that the Chinching group has dispatched a considerable arsenal of advanced weaponry to various security firms. Although there is currently a contingent of 150 armed personnel, this force remains significantly weaker in comparison to the Chinching group. Recently, surveillance operatives discovered changes in the west suburban bunker, now under the control of General Zhang, and through their monitoring, they learned that the number of armed personnel at the bunker is quite limited. This has sparked the interest of Mr. Jiang and others in seizing that stronghold. Chapter 69. Action Plan against Lu Ying and the western suburb bunker. 4 pickup trucks, laden with bags of flour, returned to the western suburb bunker, where the bunker staff had long awaited their arrival, promptly transporting the flour to the storage area on the 5th floor. Little Lu, we have a total of 20 vehicles available for transport, with 1 driver per vehicle. However, we have only managed to recruit 15 armed personnel from the original bunker staff, none of whom have undergone systematic training. They currently only know how to handle firearms, Zhang remarked with a hint of resignation. After all, they had just seized the western suburb bunker and had yet to initiate a large-scale recruitment of armed personnel. Uncle Zhang, we cannot assign all 15 to the escort team. It's uncertain whether they can even wield their weapons if trouble arises on the road, Lu Ying replied, equally disheartened. After some contemplation, Lu Ying proposed a solution. Why not integrate the original security personnel with these recruits? Let us leave 6 security staff and 10 newly recruited armed personnel inside the bunker. Once we depart, we will seal the bunker. If any issues arise, they should notify us via radio, and we will return swiftly. Additionally, we can recruit 20 drivers from among the affluent, rotating them around the clock for transport, with the armed personnel doing the same, to expedite the retrieval of supplies from the granary. There was no other choice but to proceed with this plan. After a hurried meal, the group set off once more to the eastern suburb for grain transport, with 20 vehicles exiting the bunker. The final convoy, loaded with flour, returned late into the night. Upon their return, Lu Ying, Zhang Jishu, and several previous security personnel took a moment to rest, while the remaining security staff and drivers continued their journey. More than 10 kilometers from the western suburb bunker, dozens of individuals concealed themselves within a dense forest, observing the vehicles dispatched from the bunker through binoculars. Early the following morning, fully armed, Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu led their convoy towards the eastern suburb granary. Meanwhile, concealed in the forest, Zui Yuan and his team had yet to depart. For 2 consecutive days, they had rotated rest, maintaining a vigilant watch over the vehicles traveling to and from the western suburb bunker. Having kept vigil for 2 days, Zui Yuan's team had meticulously mapped out the specific routes of the western suburb bunker convoy and their approximate travel times. Upon returning to the thermal power plant gathering point, Zui Yuan reported the situation to Mr. Jiang. Within the conference room of the thermal power plant, Mr. Jiang and 5 senior executives convened to discuss the action plan against the western suburb bunker. Sir, there are only 4 armed personnel at the granary. Once the convoy departs, we can send a small team to eliminate them, Zui Yuan proposed. He conveyed the intelligence gathered over the past 2 days, noting that the convoy was accompanied by 10 armed personnel during the day and 8 at night, equipped with a light machine gun, a sniper rifle, and a shoulder-fired artillery piece, with the remainder armed with assault rifles. Observing the silence in the room, Zui Yuan continued, their convoy departs from the eastern suburb granary, laden with supplies, and returns to the western suburb base via the outskirts of Yun City, passing through the southern suburb. I suggest we lay an ambush along this stretch of road to catch them off guard. During the day, within the convoy, there was a girl, presumably the daughter of Mr. Zhang, the proprietor of the western bunker. She and another man consistently occupied the 3rd vehicle in the convoy. Their daily routine commenced at approximately 7 in the morning, embarking towards the eastern grain depot, a journey that typically took around 2.5 hours. Upon loading their supplies, they would return, which added another hour to their itinerary. After they departed from the western district and passed through the southern area, we established an ambush point, poised to strike as they returned laden with goods. At that moment, we would be able to easily seize the entire convoy. Upon hearing Zui Yuan's plan, the others nodded in agreement. The ambush site was strategically positioned near the southern district, closer to their route and within familiar territory for them. Noticing Mr. Jiang's ascent, Zui Yuan continued, stating that the western bunker primarily housed the affluent of the province. Even if they were to bolster their armed forces in the coming days, these wealthy individuals would likely be reluctant to be coerced. Consequently, the western bunker had minimal armed defenses. Moreover, if we were to capture the convoy and take Mr. Zhang's daughter hostage, we could leverage her from Mr. Zhang's compliance in relinquishing control of the bunker. After articulating his plan of action, Zui Yuan turned his gaze towards Mr. Jiang, who remained non-committal, neither nodding nor shaking his head, but instead observing the ongoing discussions among the other participants. Another individual in the conference room remarked, "If Mr. Zhang is ruthless enough to forsake his own daughter, would not this leverage be rendered futile? Once the bunker is sealed, our current weaponry would be insufficient to breach that formidable door." Others nodded in contemplative agreement. Zui Yuan shook his head and continued, "Even if Director Zhang possesses the resolve to deplete their armed forces, we also have an ammunition depot stocked with numerous 120mm anti-tank rocket launchers and a substantial supply of munitions. Even if we cannot destroy the entrance to the western suburbs bunker, we can harass them daily, inflicting psychological pressure. Furthermore, the resources within their bunker will likely not sustain them for long. Once their supplies are exhausted, internal discord will ensue." Another individual in the conference room interjected, "But our supplies can only last for a month." Upon hearing this, the room resonated with nods of acknowledgement. The granary still holds a considerable stockpile. Should it come down to a battle of attrition, we shall retain only our armed forces, utilizing the remaining waste as fuel. With our current resources and the granary's reserves, the nearly 200 of us should be more than adequate to endure until their internal strife unfolds. Having concluded his remarks, Zui Yuan turned to Mr. Jiang, who nodded in approval, a satisfied smile gracing his face. "Zui Yuan, you are responsible for devising a comprehensive action plan and personnel allocation for tomorrow. Aside from the guards at the gathering point, feel free to deploy the remaining personnel as you see fit. I have but one requirement. Success is the only option." Upon hearing Mr. Zhang's bestowed authority and trust, Zui Yuan's face lit up with fervor. He rose, striking his right fist heavily against his left chest, declaring, "Mr. Jiang, I assure you, the mission will be accomplished." That night, Zui Yuan mobilized 5 combat teams, comprising a total of 57 individuals, equipped with assault rifles, light machine guns, sniper rifles, and rocket launchers. At the break of dawn the following day, Zui Yuan assigned operational tasks to the captains of the 5 squads. Amidst the envious gazes of the other 4, he set off with the 5 squads aboard snow vehicles towards the ambush site. After more than 20 minutes of their departure, Mr. Jiang summoned another ability user named Lu Li. "Lu Li, are you prepared? If Mr. Zhang refuses the exchange, we must engage in a battle of attrition. So make sure to utilize those inept individuals wisely." "Yes, sir." Once Mr. Jiang completed his arrangements, he took 2 bodyguards to survey his territory once more, awaiting the return of Zui Yuan with promising news. Chapter 70, ambushed around 10 o'clock in the morning. Lu Ying and his convoy arrived at the grain and oil warehouse in the eastern suburbs. Bags of flour were loaded into the back of pickup trucks, and 2 armed personnel were accompanied by 2 newly recruited members to replace the 4 who had stood guard here overnight. By 11 o'clock, the trucks were fully loaded, and the group set off towards the bunker in the western suburbs. The convoy consisted of 20 vehicles, with Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu positioned in the 3rd truck. The heating inside the vehicle was quite strong, and Zhang Jinshu held a common zombie crystal core, curiously examining it. This crystal core was a brilliant crimson, entirely translucent. Had he not witnessed firsthand the extraction of the core from a zombie's skull, he might have mistaken it for a high-purity ruby. "Xiao Luzi, you mentioned before that evolved humans could enhance their abilities by consuming this. Just how strong are you now?" Zhang Jinshu inquired with curiosity. Lu Ying shook his head. "I have consumed a portion, but there remains a significant amount for you. If you awaken your powers in the future, these will prove invaluable." A small sigh escaped Lu Ying's lips. It was not that he was unwilling to consume the crystal cores to elevate his own abilities, but rather that the ordinary zombie cores held no benefit for him at this stage. Only the cores from evolved zombies would be effective for his consumption. Yet he needed to feed those to the mysterious tome to activate the 3rd illustration. Lu Ying eagerly anticipated the powers that the activation of the 3rd illustration would bestow upon him. Zhang Jinshu turned to Lu Ying with earnestness. "Xiao Luzi, you need not save any for us. Once we awaken our powers, we will gather our own. We cannot be a burden to you." With a smile, Lu Ying playfully pinched Zhang Jinshu's cheek but offered no reply. Just then, Lu Ying's keen hearing detected an unusual sound. As the noise grew closer, his heart raced, and he pressed the intercom to communicate with the convoy. "Be cautious. There are ambushes on both sides. Lu Ying shouted urgently. Boom. Boom. Two explosions erupted from the front and rear of the convoy. Lu Ying swiftly pressed Zhang Jinshu's head down. Don't look up. The lead truck and the last truck in the convoy were engulfed in explosions, and the drivers and armed personnel aboard were instantly killed. Flames leapt high into the sky from the wreckage. Lu Ying quickly deduced that the weapon used by the assailants resembled a recoilless rifle, if not that. Then a rocket launcher. He slammed on the brakes, but despite the front truck's timely response, it continued to slide forward uncontrollably, colliding with the blazing lead vehicle before it quickly reversed to escape the blast radius. At that moment, the sound of bullets slicing through the air reached Lu Ying's ears with a chilling whoosh. Following that came the rapid gunfire of assault rifles and machine guns. In an instant, the convoy was raked with a hail of bullets from both sides, except for Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu's vehicle. All the remaining trucks were caught in the relentless barrage. The pickup truck ahead of Lu Ying was pierced by a barrage of 12 7mm rounds, shattering the skull of the armed passenger in the front seat. Blood, flesh, and bones splattered everywhere. The driver had yet to react when several more large-caliber bullets struck. The firepower of the 12 7mm heavy machine gun was immense. A direct hit to the upper body created a gaping wound, while a side shot severed the driver in half. Inside the cabin, blood, entrails, and shattered bones flew about. The driver's innards spilling onto the ground in a gruesome display. After the initial volley, the opposing force likely needed to reload their heavy weaponry. Yet their light arms continued to maintain suppressive fire. Aside from Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu's vehicle, the remaining drivers and armed personnel in the other vehicles suffered severe casualties from the first round of gunfire. Adrenaline surged through Lu Ying, his mind racing as he contemplated strategies. Judging by the direction of the gunfire, unidentified armed personnel were firing upon the convoy from both sides, with the density of fire from the southern flank significantly surpassing that from the northern side. The intensity of the gunfire suggested there were at least 30 adversaries. Lu Ying speculated that they might be armed forces dispatched by the Chinching group. However, the sound of their weapons closely resembled the 191 assault rifle he had previously used. While the Chinching group typically equipped their security personnel with 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles, having frequently used both types of rifles and possessing superior auditory acuity, Lu Ying could distinctly differentiate the firing sounds. Furthermore, the 12 7mm heavy machine gun used by the assailants did not match the sound of the M2. Eliminating the Chinching group from suspicion, Lu Ying deduced that the ambush was evidently premeditated, targeting the front and rear, akin to his previous ambushes on the Chinching group. Unlike those instances where he operated alone, this ambush involved a larger number of adversaries, likely with flanking positions on both sides. And it was probable that further traps awaited ahead. Rapidly processing these thoughts, Lu Ying pressed the communication button, quickly turn around and find a way to break out and retreat to the granary. A response came through. Received. However, only 5 voices responded, causing a heavy weight to settle in Lu Ying's heart. There was no time to inquire about the others. He swiftly turned the vehicle around. The surroundings consisted solely of sparse woods and farmland blanketed in snow, minimizing the influence of terrain. Jishu, keep your head down, Lu Ying reiterated as Zhang Jinshu hunched low, endeavoring to conceal himself. Lu Ying pressed the accelerator, steering towards the eastern outskirts behind the convoy. Given that the attackers had premeditated the ambush and brought such a large force, it was likely they had also arranged corresponding deployments towards the western outskirts. At this moment, Lu Ying and his companions were already flanked on both sides and ahead towards the western outskirts, forming a pocket. The adversaries merely needed to swiftly seal off the eastern escape route, trapping Lu Ying and his team. Lu Ying aimed to break free from this encirclement before they fully closed in, seeking a sliver of hope for survival. In the convoy, along with Lu Ying's vehicle, the remaining 5 pickups swiftly executed a U-turn and sped towards the eastern suburbs. Lu Ying's vehicle trailed behind the 5. While the ambushers on both sides continued to unleash a barrage of gunfire, bullets whizzed past, occasionally striking the vehicles ahead, leaving Lu Ying perplexed. It seemed as though the assailants intentionally aimed to avoid his vehicle. As Lu Ying pondered this, the radio crackled to life. Captain, a convoy has appeared ahead. All painted in military green. They must belong to the local garrison. Could they be passing by? Should we seek their assistance? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Ying promptly replied, they're the ones ambushing us. Ignore them and maneuver around. We must break free from the encirclement first. Understood. A wave of dread washed over Lu Ying. The vehicles that had suddenly emerged behind the convoy seemed far from coincidental. The convoy appearing from the eastern suburbs was likely the final step in the adversaries' plan to trap them, if they found themselves cornered. With only a handful of men and a few firearms against the enemy's fully armed modern combat forces, they stood no chance of survival. As they passed the dozen or so pickups that had already been riddled with bullets, the sight was grim. The vehicles were marred by a multitude of bullet holes. Blood streamed from the bullet holes near the driver's door, and the interior was splattered with remnants of flesh and blood. Half of the armed personnel accompanying them had not even had the time to react before being mowed down by the enemy's heavy machine gun. Bags of flour, which had been in the pickup's bed, lay strewn across the ground. A heavy sense of foreboding settled over Lu Ying. It was clear that the enemy's intent was to kill, not merely to seize these supplies. Chapter 71. The way to break the deadlock at this moment. 5 military snowmobiles equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns opened fire. The rapid bursts of gunfire echoed as the machine guns unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles, sending tracer incendiary rounds whistling through the air, leaving crimson trails in their wake. The ferocious roar of the heavy machine guns resonated in Lu Ying's ears. "Captain, we cannot break through." A voice filled with despair crackled through the intercom. The enemy's encirclement had been completed, trapping Lu Ying and his companions. Quickly recalibrating his strategy, Lu Ying resolved to attempt a direct charge towards Yun City, which lay merely 2 kilometers away in the outskirts. Since the onset of the enemy's firing, not a single bullet had been aimed at their vehicle, indicating a desire to capture him and Zhang Jinshu alive. Although he could not ascertain their exact target, it was clear they aimed to take prisoners. Moreover, the intensity of fire directed towards the direction of Yun City was markedly less than that from other fronts. With this thought, Lu Ying decided to take a gamble. If they could breach Yun City, the enemy would likely hesitate to pursue them en masse. He swiftly altered their course, steering towards the city center. Pressing the intercom button, he declared loudly, "Let's go." Received, came the solitary response from the intercom. Boom. 2 explosions resonated in succession. Flames and black smoke erupted from the vehicle ahead. The 12 7mm armor-piercing incendiary tracer rounds had penetrated a pickup truck, igniting it in a fiery blaze. Lu Ying deftly maneuvered the vehicle into a sharp left turn, flooring the accelerator as they sped toward Yun City. The preceding vehicle also quickly turned, both pickups racing towards the city. At that moment, a rocket struck a nearby vehicle. Boom. The pickup truck on Lu Ying's right exploded violently. Now, of the 20 pickups Lu Ying had brought, only his vehicle remained, with only he and Zhang Jinshu still alive. Since the ambush began, Lu Ying had instructed Zhang Jinshu to keep her head down, and she complied, remaining silent and following his lead. Despite the incessant whirring of bullets zipping through the air and the close-range explosions, Zhang Jinshu maintained her silence, tears glistening in her eyes. Although gripped by fear and tension, she resolutely bit her lip. Zhang Jinshu understood that Lu Ying needed to devise a strategy, and her role was to adhere to his commands without disturbing his concentration. "Jinshu." Just then, Lu Ying's voice called out to her. Zhang Jinshu immediately looked up at him, noting his serious expression. "You say it, and I will follow your instructions," she replied, suppressing her fear, her tone resolute. Lu Ying, catching a glimpse of her forced composure, felt a wave of relief wash over him. At this moment, he feared the collapse of her emotional state the most. Seeing her terrified, yet still resilient, reassured him, affirming that his decision to expose Zhang Jinshu to the harsh realities they had witnessed together was indeed the right course of action. He promptly contacted Uncle Zhang via the vehicle's radio, instructing him to immediately secure the west suburban bunker. From this moment onward, regardless of who requested access, he was to deny them entry. Zhang Jinshu obeyed without hesitation, activating the radio and continuously calling out. Communication was swiftly established, and Stephen's voice resonated through the device. Zhang Jinshu spoke rapidly, relaying Lu Ying's words. Stephen did not respond. Within a minute, a voice filled with concern broke through Zhang's anxious tone. "What is happening? Little Lu, Jinshu, have you encountered trouble?" "Jinshu, pass me the microphone," Lu Ying urged. Just then, distant heavy machine gun fire erupted. Though the assailants did not target the vehicle directly, veering their shots slightly off course. A thunderous explosion followed as a rocket-propelled grenade detonated about 10 meters to the left of Lu Ying's vehicle. The deafening blast reached Zhang's ears, and the radio was filled with a piercing interference before clarity returned. "Little Lu, Jinshu, are you all right?" Zhang's voice trembled with urgency. Lu Ying steadied the snowmobile, speaking rapidly. "Uncle Zhang, listen carefully. We've fallen into an ambush. The enemy's identity is unknown, but they are equipped with local military weaponry. You must secure the entire shelter immediately. Under no circumstances should you open the door for anyone. As of now, they have not fired upon Jinshu and me, which leads me to believe they intend to capture us to leverage your surrender of the west suburban bunker. Our convoy now consists solely of Jinshu and me. I will bring him back safely. Trust me, Uncle Zhang." Hearing the incessant gunfire through the radio, Zhang's hand trembled around the microphone, his mind in disarray. Beside him, Stephen and Ye remained silent, the atmosphere in the control center thick with tension. Zhang steadied himself, refraining from further inquiries, and solemnly declared, "Little Lu, Jishu, you must return alive. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, we will ensure those within the bunker are contained during this time." After severing communication, Lu Ying pressed the accelerator to the floor, his muscles taut as he stabilized the vehicle. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted Zhang Jinshu's pale face. Her lips clenched tightly to suppress any sound. "Don't worry, little Xianzhu, I will bring you back alive." Lu Ying's tone was resolute. Halfway through their journey, Lu Ying spotted dozens of fully armed individuals lying in wait to the left. They wielded 191 assault rifles and 201 Type 5, 8mm light machine guns, along with a fire team operating an 89 Type 12, 7mm heavy machine gun. These figures, camouflaged in snow, concealed themselves among the trees. Remarkably, the assailants refrained from firing at Lu Ying's vehicle, while 3 nearby snowmobiles revved up and charged toward him. 5 more snowmobiles trailed behind at a distance. One of the 3 had now appeared directly ahead. Recognizing this, Lu Ying did not reduce speed, barreling forward. The opposing snowmobiles surged ahead, no longer obstructing his path. Lu Ying gambled that the adversaries would hesitate to engage recklessly, knowing he and Zhang Jinshu were of great significance to them. From the onset of the ambush until now, only the vehicle driven by Lu Ying remains out of 20. He has already ruled out the grain and oil depot, confirming that the adversaries are indeed targeting the western suburban bunker. The snow vehicle that initially obstructed Lu Ying has now converged with several others from behind, relentlessly pursuing him. The mounted heavy machine gun intermittently fires warning shots towards the sides of Lu Ying's snow vehicle. Unfazed, Lu Ying presses on, drawing closer to the urban area of Yun City, where he can now discern the entrance to the city on his right front. A handful of zombies linger near the entrance. In the back of one of the snow vehicles, Left Yuan's expression is grim. Were it not for the coercion of General Zhang's daughter from the western suburban bunker, he would have already issued an order to unleash an anti-tank rocket to obliterate the snow vehicle barreling towards Yun City. Chapter 72. Charging into Yun City, it was evident that the adversary intended to storm into Yun City, leveraging the zombies and even the station troops within to obstruct my armed forces, thereby seeking an escape. As Lu Ying piloted the snow vehicle ever closer to Yun City, the subordinates in the other vehicles were communicating via intercom with Zui Yuan, deliberating whether to open fire immediately. After considerable hesitation, Zui Yuan refrained from issuing a command to destroy the snow vehicle ahead. After all, capturing Zhang's daughter alive could serve as leverage, allowing us to achieve our objectives without bloodshed, and it would be ideal to secure the west suburb bunker without protracted efforts. With this thought, Zui Yuan resolved to have his co-pilot, equipped with a radio, contact Mr. Jiang. Once the connection was established, Zui Yuan briefed Mr. Jiang on the current situation and shared his plan. "Sir, I will personally lead a small team to follow them into Yun City. I assure you that I will bring these 2 individuals back alive to fulfill our plan." Upon hearing Zui Yuan's report, Mr. Jiang did not respond immediately, but took time to contemplate the entire scheme. Zhang Jinshu was crucial to their plan, and since Zui Yuan had already awakened his extraordinary abilities, leading a fully armed team would undoubtedly enable him to retrieve the adversaries alive. Realizing this, Mr. Jiang promptly approved Zui Yuan's plan and dispatched another subordinate, an ability user named Wakuan, to gather the armed forces sent out earlier that day and subsequently transport all supplies from the east suburb grain depot back to the power plant. Following Mr. Jiang's consent, Zui Yuan swiftly made his arrangements, taking Team C with him as they entered the urban area alongside Lu Ying's vehicle, while the other troops regrouped, awaiting Wakuan's arrival. Through the rearview mirror, Lu Ying observed the 8 pursuing snow vehicles. 6 of them slowed down and turned back, leaving only 2 stubbornly in pursuit. His suspicions were confirmed. Once they entered Yun City, the interference from the zombies would compel the pursuers to abandon their vehicles, allowing him to maneuver with Zhang Jinshu within the city. Given Lu Ying's current prowess and with a well-crafted plan, not only could they escape unscathed, but it was also conceivable to turn the tables and eliminate the pursuing foes. The nearest entry and exit routes to the southern suburbs of Yun City had previously seen the military's rescue team eliminate several zombies while relocating survivors. The snow-covered roads were littered with the corpses of the slain undead. Upon entering the city, Lu Ying slightly reduced his speed, navigating along the street while continuously scanning the buildings flanking either side. After colliding with 2 zombies that lunged at them, a sense of urgency gripped Lu Ying. It was imperative to increase the distance from the pursuing vehicles before abandoning the car to take refuge in the nearby structures and engage in a tactical maneuver against their pursuers. After all, the adversary sought only the living Zhang Jinshu and himself. They presumably would not concern themselves with potential injuries. Liu Ying's true apprehension stemmed from the heavy machine guns mounted on the two vehicles trailing them, armed with 12 7mm caliber firepower. Contemplating this, Liu Ying commanded, Xianzhu, prepare to throw a grenade towards the rear of the vehicle to see the explosion occurred just a meter or two away from the vehicle behind. Witnessing this, Zhang Jinshu pulled out another grenade and hurled it with even greater force than before. The grenade detonated once more, this time beneath the snowy terrain of the vehicle behind. Clearly, the grenade could not penetrate the modified military snow vehicle's undercarriage, inflicting no substantial harm to the vehicle or its occupants. However, it noticeably reduced the speed of the opposing vehicle. Zhang Jinshu launched a total of 4 grenades, each detonating in proximity to the vehicle behind. Inside, Zui Yuan's expression darkened as he watched grenade after grenade being thrown from the passenger window ahead. His fury boiled over, and he envisioned capturing the two individuals ahead, intending to torture them thoroughly before exchanging them with the Shijia base, thus venting his pin-up rage. Liu Ying continued to drive forward, with a cluster of over 100 zombies gathering approximately 300 meters ahead. Recognizing that he could not simply crash through them in his vehicle, he was relieved to spot a sign indicating an intersection 200 meters away from the zombie horde. Nonetheless, the roar of the snow vehicle attracted the attention of the undead, prompting Liu Ying to accelerate and make a sharp right turn onto another road before the zombies could close in. The two vehicles behind pursued relentlessly, also accelerating after making the turn. This new road was quite wide, and the vehicle behind attempted to overtake Liu Ying in a bid to force him to stop. In response, Liu Ying had no choice but to increase his speed, and soon all 3 vehicles were racing down the broad road, scattering the few wandering zombies in their path. Approximately 2 kilometers ahead lay another cluster of zombies, their numbers scattered and less imposing than the previous horde. With this realization, Liu Ying made a decisive choice. Steadying himself, he pressed the accelerator and charged towards the zombie mass, with the 2 vehicles behind closely trailing him. The distance of 2 kilometers was quickly covered, and as Liu Ying steadied the steering wheel, he barreled towards the converging horde. Bang, bang, bang. Zombies were continuously knocked down as Liu Ying maintained his speed, continuing to toss grenades. Upon hearing Liu Ying's command, Zhang Jinshu pulled the safety pin from an MK-3A2 grenade and hurled it backward. Although the grenade exploded, the speed of the 2 vehicles behind did not diminish. The number of zombies ahead of the snow vehicle was rapidly increasing. Further penetration was no longer feasible. Steadying the steering wheel, Liu Ying noticed a shop on the right side ahead, its glass shattered and devoid of any zombies. After a moment's thought, Liu Ying said, I will park the vehicle in front of that shop. You grab your gear and rush inside. All right, please bring that knife with you, Zhang Jinshu replied, clutching Liu Ying's Yingling knife to his chest. As they approached the shop, Liu Ying gradually reduced his speed. The side near the shop was clear of zombies, and the snow vehicle came to a halt. Prepared for action, Zhang Jinshu immediately opened the door, clutching the Yingling knife and 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle as he dashed through the broken glass. Liu Ying exited from the passenger seat, removing the safety from 2 grenades, one to toss into the snow vehicle he had driven, and the other aimed at the stationary snow vehicle behind. He then swiftly made his way into the second floor of the shop. With a resounding crash, 2 grenades detonated, prompting Zui Yuan and the others, who had already disembarked, to swiftly take cover. Following the explosion, the snowmobile that Liu Ying had arrived in was rendered damaged, yet remarkably, the grenades and recoilless rifle shells within did not ignite. Liu Ying felt a tinge of regret, having hoped that a chain reaction would annihilate those pursuing them. Upon reuniting with Zhang Jinshu, Liu Ying took the Yingling sword and secured it at his lower back. Then, alongside Zhang Jinshu, dashed towards the storefront. What followed was a strategic engagement within the shop, where they seized the opportunity to eliminate the pursuing adversaries. Chapter 73, Counter-Ambush, a temporary shift in offense and defense. This commercial building comprises 3 stories, nestled against a residential community. Liu Ying pushed open the door and peered inside, noting that the side adjacent to the community featured windows. A gunstock shattered one of the windows, and the 2 individuals dashed into the community, heading towards the nearest building. After dispatching several zombies along the way, they entered the apartment building through a broken window. The survivors within this community had likely been evacuated by the military, as all the windows of the surrounding buildings had been smashed. The apartment building consisted of 2 staircases serving 4 households each. They entered a middle unit on the 2nd floor, thoroughly inspecting the room, which contained only 3 decapitated zombie corpses lying in a bedroom. Returning to the room they had entered, Liu Ying moved the desk to the window and propped his 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle against it. Zhang Jinshu, witnessing this, joined Liu Ying by aiming his rifle at the window from which they had just departed. Upon entering the community, Liu Ying felt a sense of relief, As long as their adversaries lacked high-caliber weaponry, his current marksmanship and strength were more than sufficient to eliminate the pursuing squad. It was merely a matter of executing an ambush within the community. Jinshu, wait until they are all inside before we open fire. We will wipe them out in one fell swoop. Understood, Commander. Zhang Jinshu replied with resolute confidence. A slight smirk crossed Lu Ying's lips as he proceeded to assign targets. I will take care of their sniper and the one wielding the rocket launcher. You handle the others with rifles. Rest assured, Commander Lu, Zhang Jinshu affirmed, bestowing a new title upon him. Meanwhile, Zui Yuan led his 10-member squad, having narrowly evaded 2 grenade explosions while entering the shop through the windows. Although Zui Yuan had managed to avoid the brunt of the explosions, he was still struck by over a dozen shrapnel pieces, resulting in numerous small punctures in his snow camo attire, yet miraculously, not a drop of blood was shed. His squad members, observing Zui Yuan's continued vitality, felt a chill of astonishment. Zui Yuan's fury had reached its zenith. The relentless pursuit was marred by the occasional grenade, causing no substantial loss but inciting considerable irritation. He had assured Mr. Jian dressed entirely in snow camouflage. One individual brandished a QBU-201 Model 12, 7mm high-precision sniper rifle, accompanied by a fire team armed with a 120mm rocket launcher, another team equipped with a QJB-201 light machine gun, while the remaining members were all armed with 191 assault rifles. Little pig, aim for the one wielding the light machine gun. Be sure to hit your mark. Lu Ying whispered. Rest assured, Zhang Jinshu replied softly. Both Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu were equipped with 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles fitted with holographic sights. And given that the adversaries were merely 30 meters away, anyone with even a modicum of rifle training could effortlessly strike the target at such a close range. Through the scope, Lu Ying locked onto the sniper, steadied his breath, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A 5.56mm bullet pierced the adversary's visage, and the sniper was instantly dispatched. Bang! Zhang Jinshu followed suit, firing a shot that pierced the chest of the machine gunner. The opposing forces immediately dropped to the ground, with the nearest individuals to the flower bed scrambling for cover. Lu Ying swiftly redirected his aim at the rocket launcher operator sprawled on the ground and pulled the trigger. Upon firing, the helmet worn by the rocket operator proved futile against the rifle bullet at such close range, resulting in a fatal blow. The armed personnel taking refuge behind the flower bed began firing at Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu's position, yet under the orders for left capture, they could only provide suppressive fire. Feeling quite constrained, Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu promptly crouched down. What is our next move, little Lu? Zhang Jinshu inquired, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Ying smiled and replied. Next, we run. We'll ascend the stairs and let them taste the flavor of grenades. How many grenades do you have left? I've got 4 on me that I haven't used, aside from the ones in the vehicle, Zhang Jinshu responded. Good, follow me. Leaping off the table, Lu Ying led Zhang Jinshu out of the house, seeking the emergency escape stairs as they hurried toward the 3rd floor. Jinshu, you go up 1 level first. Be cautious of the zombies inside. Zhang Jinshu ascended to the 4th floor, nervously peering down after a swift check of the vicinity. Meanwhile, Lu Ying, in the stairwell of the 3rd floor, signaled Zhang Jinshu to retract his head, retrieved 2 M67 fragmentation grenades, pulled the safety pins, gripped the safety levers firmly, and listened intently for any sounds within the building. The suppressive fire from the adversaries lasted less than a minute before Zui Yuan signaled his team to cease fire. You go see what the situation is, Zui Yuan commanded, pointing to a nearby team member. The soldier hesitated, gripped by fear. Venturing forward might mean certain death should the enemy suddenly open fire. However, meeting Zui Yuan's cold gaze and recalling the incident during the thermal power plant rebellion when Zui Yuan had effortlessly decapitated an armed assailant, the soldier felt a surge of resolve, grit his teeth, and ventured forth. With his weapon raised cautiously, the soldier approached the window, his chest heaving and heart pounding. The 30 meters felt like 300 as he gingerly reached the window, peering inside to find the room empty. A weight lifted from his chest as he turned back to signal that the adversaries had departed. As Zui Yuan and the remaining armed personnel rose, one of them drew a pistol and aimed it at the lifeless body of the machine gunner, who had been shot through the chest. Delivering a fatal shot to his head, they proceeded to carry the machine gun into the building. Including Zui Yuan, the 11-member team was left with 8, and they conducted a thorough search of the 1st and 2nd floors, yet failed to locate Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu. Zui Yuan signaled for 2 team members to advance, and they carefully ascended the staircase in search of their targets. Lu Ying, clutching 2 M67 fragmentation grenades, awaited the moment when the opposing team would reach the landing between the 2nd and 3rd floors, listening intently to the sound of their footsteps. She deduced that members of the enemy had indeed ascended to the platform between the two levels, no longer willing to wait. She hurled the grenades directly onto the platform and swiftly retreated to the fourth floor, accompanied by the ominous rolling sound of the grenades. The two armed personnel at the forefront widened their eyes in alarm, shouting, "Grenade!" Chapter 74. A single blow shatters Left Yuan's confidence. The two swiftly turned, intending to flee backward, yet Left Yuan forcefully thrust them aside before rapidly retreating behind another individual. The pair was overwhelmed by an immense force, one of them collapsing directly atop a grenade, while the other fell beside it. With a resounding explosion, the two grenades detonated almost simultaneously. The armed personnel who had fallen atop the grenade exhibited a slight convulsion, his chest gruesomely mangled by the blast, while the other soldier was instantly killed in the explosion. Their blood flowed, staining the stairwell floor crimson. Left Yuan, having taken refuge behind one of the armed men, rose to his feet, shaking his head. The soldier he had used as cover was now riddled with shrapnel. The personnel behind and beside him were injured to varying degrees by the grenade fragments. Fortunately, a considerable amount of shrapnel had been intercepted by the front soldier, and their helmets had deflected some of the debris. Zui Yuan spat out in anger. With 2 grenades expended, only 5 individuals remained, including himself. His eyes widened and his face flushed with indignation. He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. He then retreated to the rear of the remaining 4. Suppressing his rage, Zui Yuan contemplated their next course of action. If the enemy were to strike again, the small team he had assembled might suffer total annihilation. He resolved to press on, determined not to return empty-handed to his superior. Zui Yuan's confidence in accomplishing this mission stemmed from the fact that he was an evolved being with awakened abilities. Among thousands, only he and 4 others, including Mr. Jiang, had awakened their powers. Even the infantry company that initially protected them had only 2 individuals with awakened abilities. After his evolution, Zui Yuan possessed formidable strength and defense. Particularly his defensive capabilities were extraordinary. During the rebellion, he had endured over 10 shots from a 191 assault rifle. The 5.8mm bullets merely broke the skin at the impact sites, lodging themselves in the outer layer of muscle without penetrating his body. As for larger caliber fire, Zui Yuan had refrained from testing, aware that failure in such experiments could lead to disastrous consequences. The 4 individuals ahead felt a mix of tension and fear. Yet they were left with no choice. Should they dare to retreat, Zui Yuan would likely be the first to eliminate them. They ascended the stairs once more. And due to the staircase's bend, Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu were out of sight from their adversaries. On the 4th floor, Lu Ying retrieved 2 M67 grenades, removed the safety pins, and handed one to Zhang Jinshu while securing another for himself. Lu Ying whispered in Zhang Jinshu's ear, instructing him to pay close attention. "If I nod, immediately throw your grenades onto the corner platform." Zhang Jinshu nodded nervously. Lu Ying listened intently as the cautious footsteps of their opponents grew nearer. At that moment, Lu Ying nodded. Both of them hurled the 4 M67 fragmentation grenades around the corner. Grabbing Zhang Jinshu, Lu Ying sprinted upstairs. The explosions erupted, with fragments from the grenades scattering in all directions, using the 4 individuals as cover. Even as the 4 individuals hastily dropped to the ground, they were still pierced by shrapnel from the grenade explosion, blood pooling around them. One armed member writhed in agony, shrieking, but within mere seconds, the cries and convulsions ceased. Zui Yuan, disheveled and covered in dirt, managed to rise, his snow camouflage riddled with numerous tears. However, he was unscathed, though he could no longer contain the fury that surged within him. At that moment, Zui Yuan's eyes reddened, consumed by a singular thought: to capture Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu and employ every conceivable method to torment them to death, thereby venting his wrath. As for the assurances given by Mr. Jiang, Zui Yuan had grown indifferent. If necessary, he could easily align himself with the military or other factions, confident that his abilities as an evolved being would ensure his survival and prosperity wherever he might go. With this thought in mind, Zui Yuan's eyes widened, and he sped towards the upper floors. Upon reaching the 4th floor, 2 grenades landed at his feet, prompting Zui Yuan to immediately throw himself to the ground. The explosions erupted with deafening roars. Among the detonated grenades was an Mk3A2 offensive grenade, also known as a concussion grenade, which left Zui Yuan momentarily dazed. Ringing in his ears, Lu Ying emerged, rifle in hand, aiming at the prostrate Zui Yuan and pulling the trigger. Having deduced from the sound of footsteps that only one opponent remained, Lu Ying believed there was no possibility of survival for the adversary after the grenades were thrown. Once the explosions subsided, Lu Ying stepped out to investigate, finding an armed figure sprawled on the ground, to which he promptly delivered 2 more shots. The figure was charred. The snow camouflage tattered, yet perplexingly, there was no blood seeping from the wounds. Lu Ying's vigilance heightened. He raised his weapon again, aiming at Zui Yuan's right cheek and firing twice more. To Lu Ying's astonishment, the bullets embedded themselves in Zhuo Yuan's face, with thin streams of blood trickling down. Remarkably, the bullets had failed to penetrate. An evolved being? Lu Ying gasped in disbelief. Zhuo Yuan shook his head, rising from the ground and extracting the bullets from his face. Discarding them as he glared at Lu Ying with a bloodied visage, a sinister grin spreading across his features. How foolish, he taunted, as Lu Ying unleashed the remaining 20 or so rounds from his magazine. 2 more bullets struck Zhuo Yuan's face, the rest hitting his thighs and waist. Little mouse, didn't he see this coming, did you? You must be the esteemed daughter of Zhang. You two must be in a romantic relationship, right? I'll start by breaking your limbs, then I'll have my fun with her right before your eyes, Zhuo Yuan declared, his voice laced with suppressed rage. Lu Ying handed his rifle, sidearm, and remaining grenades to Zhang Jinshu, instructing, "You should hide until I deal with this scum." Zhang Jinshu retreated a few paces with the weapons in hand, while Lu Ying locked his gaze onto Zhuo Yuan's crimson eyes, which mirrored his own. In unison, they charged at each other. Lu Ying leaped forward, his right leg slightly bent, aiming to strike with a knee. Zhuo Yuan, fists clenched tightly, surged ahead, and the two collided with a resounding impact. The force of Lu Ying's knee struck Zhuo Yuan's blocking arms. They both tumbled onto the 4th floor platform. And Lu Ying refrained from drawing his Yinling knife, given that his opponent had evolved. The knife might not breach Zhuo Yuan's defenses. Thus, the most prudent approach was to engage in a direct confrontation. Lu Ying was confident that after 2 evolutions, his opponent had only just awakened to theirs. With fists clenched, both combatants launched powerful strikes towards each other. The collision of their fists produced a resounding crack, echoing in Lu Ying's ears as he heard the unmistakable sound of bones fracturing. The opponent's right fist was rendered a gruesome mess, the bones shattered. A pained scream escaped from the lips of the adversary, and Lu Ying followed up with another fierce punch directed at the opponent's left shoulder. The sound of cracking bones resonated once more, accompanied by an even more anguished cry. Chapter 75. Experiment and Harvest. Zhuo Yuan was hurled against the wall by a single blow, his face contorted in excruciating pain, his crimson eyes reflecting shock and disbelief. He was astonished to discover that Lu Ying was also an evolver like himself, and incredulous that the latter possessed greater strength. That punch, had it struck an ordinary person, would have undoubtedly shattered their bones, yet it was Zhuo Yuan's own bones that had fractured. You are also an evolver. Zhuo Yuan gasped in agony. Lu Ying unsheathed his Yinling knife and brought it down forcefully upon Zhuo Yuan's right arm. With a resounding crack, the bones of the latter's arm shattered. Though the blade did not penetrate his flesh, it was merely the immense force that had broken the bone. Shaking his head, Lu Ying sheathed the Yinling knife. Zhuo Yuan's arms were now incapacitated, and he panted heavily, his expression a mask of torment. "What is your name? Which faction do you belong to?" Lu Ying inquired. Zhuo Yuan, enduring the pain, replied, "If I tell you, will you spare me?" "I might consider it," Lu Ying replied, nodding earnestly. Zhuo Yuan fixed his gaze upon Lu Ying, realizing he had no alternative but to trust that the latter would keep his word. "You may call me Zhuo Yuan. From the survivor enclave of the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant." He divulged the entirety of his and Mr. Zhang's plan. Watching Lu Ying intently as he did so, Lu Ying's mind raced with understanding. Indeed, Zhuo Yuan had come for the West Suburb bunker. Observing their equipment, he surmised it was military gear from the local garrison. "How did you acquire these items?" "1 week ago, we instigated a rebellion alongside Mr. Jiang." Lu Ying pressed further. "What are Mr. Zhang's abilities?" "Mr. Jiang possesses the power to momentarily manipulate the thoughts and actions of others, currently able to control up to 3 individuals at a time. Beyond that, I am unaware of his other abilities." Lu Ying nodded. "What about the abilities of the other 4? 2 of them share my strength and defensive capabilities. The other 2 can manipulate ice and snow, while the last has the ability to enhance metal weapons. The latter 2 are still in the rudimentary stages of their powers. The ice manipulator can only create snowstorms to induce chaos or consolidate snow into a sturdy wall capable of withstanding gunfire. The metal enhancer can fortify blades, maintaining their resilience, and augment bullet hardness for improved penetration." Zhuo Yuan laid bare all that transpired within the thermal power plant, his gaze pleading as he finished. Lu Ying absorbed this information, a playful smirk gracing his lips. "In that case, you will assist me with an experiment. If you survive it, I shall let you go." A bitter taste filled Zhuo Yuan's mouth. After his confidence had been shattered by Lu Ying's punch, his previous fury had been extinguished. Now he simply wished to survive, biding his time until he could grow stronger and seek vengeance against Lu Ying, Mr. Zhang, and Mr. Zhang's daughter. "You promised," Zhuo Yuan trembled, his voice laced with desperation. "I have revealed everything. What more do you require for this experiment?" Lu Ying smiled and reassured, "Rest assured, your bodily defenses are formidable. You shall not perish." She then guided Zhuo Yuan downstairs, while Zhang Jinshu held a gun aimed at Zui Yuan, her face etched with anxiety. Upon exiting the apartment building, Lu Ying instructed Zhang Jinshu to retrieve the Cube U-201 Model 12 7mm high-precision sniper rifle. Lu Ying incapacitated Zui Yuan by breaking his legs and discarded him against the wall of a shop. Accepting the sniper rifle from Zhang Jinshu, she inspected the magazine, discovering 2 rounds remaining, with 1 in the chamber. The bolt-action, large-caliber sniper rifle captivated Lu Ying, its sleek, black metal body adorned with a dual-chamber muzzle brake to significantly reduce recoil, a floating barrel, and a detachable bipod. The rifle measured 1.5 meters in length and weighed over 10 kilograms, featuring a hydraulic adjustable stock that further mitigated recoil, alongside a high-precision scope and a spiral-grooved rotating bolt mechanism. Lu Ying positioned herself over 30 meters away, taking aim at Zui Yuan's chest. Zui Yuan felt a profound despair at this moment. The power of the 12.7mm sniper rifle far surpassed that of a 5.8mm assault rifle. Though he could withstand the latter's fire, the former was a different matter altogether. "You bastard! You promised to let me go." Zui Yuan realized that his adversary had no intention of sparing him. Lu Ying chuckled lightly and called out, "Hey, if you can withstand a single shot, I shall grant you mercy. My word is my bond. You beast. If you spare me, will she spare me?" "Aye." Zui Yuan continued to curse vehemently. "That's a valid point," Lu Ying retorted, before taking her shot. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as Lu Ying was jolted backward by the recoil, her shoulder feeling as though struck by a heavy fist. Yet this sensation was trivial compared to her previous experiences. The 12.7mm round pierced Zui Yuan's chest, exiting through his back, tearing through flesh and bone, with the bullet embedding itself into a concrete wall. Blood seeped from Zui Yuan's clothing, staining his snow camouflage attire crimson. Lu Ying disengaged the safety, approached Zui Yuan, and examined him, gripping his shoulder to pull him upright. His back was grotesquely torn, his camouflage torn and soaked in blood. Yet, Zui Yuan did not succumb immediately. TSK. It seems even the 12.7mm bullet cannot be withstood, Lu Ying mused to herself. Within a minute, Zui Yuan breathed his last. Lu Ying removed her gloves and pressed her hands against his forehead, beginning to absorb his extraordinary abilities. A tremor coursed through her body. An indescribable sensation surged into her mind, every cell rejoicing in exhilaration, a wave of euphoria overwhelming her consciousness. Although Zui Yuan's powers were entirely consumed, Lu Ying did not acquire any new abilities. Instead, she felt her strength and defenses heightened, her entire being brimming with vigor. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lu Ying's joy was inexpressible. Despite being relentlessly pursued, the rewards of this encounter had alleviated the frustrations and grievances of her chase. "Little fairy pig has begun to clean the battlefield," Lu Ying called out, then approached the corpse of the slain sniper. After a brief search, he discovered only 25 rounds of ammunition, which, combined with the remaining 2, totaled 27. This sniper had brought only 30 rounds with him. Lu Ying felt exasperated. Why hadn't he brought more ammunition? The two gathered the firearms and ammunition from the courtyard into one place. Lu Ying then re-entered the apartment building, methodically executing the fallen and collecting all weapons and ammunition. There were still 2 rocket rounds left and 3 canvas ammunition bags for the light machine gun, containing a total of 300 rounds. 12 822 type fragmentation grenades were found. These grenades, encased in plastic, contained over 1,600 steel balls, making them devastatingly powerful upon detonation. 7 191 assault rifles were recovered, along with 28 fully loaded magazines. Additionally, there were 4 92 G5.8mm caliber handguns, with a magazine capacity of 20 rounds, totaling 12 magazines. Alas, with such an abundance of weapons and ammunition, which one should they take? Zhang Jishu felt somewhat distressed. Chapter 76. Dilemma: the burdens that cannot be carried away must be set aside for the time being. Lu Ying has no intention of revealing the matter of the spatial ring, especially the vast resources within it. If this secret were to be exposed, Lu Ying would immediately become the target of all. "Wait here, I will go and assess the situation," Lu Ying said before entering the shop and looking out at the street. The roar of the snow vehicle had attracted the nearby horde of zombies, and the snow vehicle that Lu Ying had driven was already ablaze, blocking the zombies from entering the shop through the shattered windows. Following it were 2 military all-terrain vehicles equipped with 12.7mm heavy machine guns, surrounded by zombies. The entire street was teeming with the undead. A horde of this magnitude was simply insurmountable. All the firearms and ammunition on the ground were moved to a relatively clean room on the 3rd floor. The QBU-201 bolt-action high-precision large-caliber sniper rifle was certainly a necessity. It was an essential weapon against evolved humans, zombies, and mutated creatures. The combat team was equipped with the huge B-2015 8mm caliber squad machine gun, which could utilize the 191 Type 5 8mm ammunition magazine. Lu Ying decided to hand over all the 416 Hong Kong dollars magazines to Zhang Jinshu, opting for the squad machine gun, which offered greater firepower. Strapping the QBU-201 sniper rifle onto his back and fully loading 28 magazines for the 191 assault rifle into every available pocket and tactical vest, Lu Ying was encumbered with over 30 kilograms of weaponry. However, this weight was inconsequential to him. Zhang Jinshu, now with 6 additional magazines, did not complain about the burden. Instead, she sought ways to carry more gear. "All right, that's enough for you. Too much weight will hinder your stamina," Lu Ying said, gently pinching Zhang Jinshu's cheek with a smile. "Ah, little Lu, we must find a way to bring these weapons back in the future," Zhang Jinshu lamented. "These supplies will only multiply. Let us first assess the situation from the rooftop." The building had 32 floors, and the two ascended to the top. Lu Ying removed the sniper rifle from his back and peered through the scope at the main street on either side. "It seems we cannot escape," Lu Ying remarked. "Let us head to the building behind the community and see what the situation is on that street." After crossing the community, they climbed to the rooftop of another building. The conditions on this street mirrored those of the previous one. Although the number of zombies was not as overwhelming, there were still at least 1,000 undead present. "Let us wait a moment and see if the horde disperses," Lu Ying suggested. They returned to the previous building, where they had set up their weapons. After some contemplation, Lu Ying said, "Little Xian Pig, stay here while I search the building for food." "I'll go with you," Zhang Jinshu insisted, rising to her feet. Lu Ying quickly interjected, "Your priority now is to rest and recover your strength. We do not know when the horde will dissipate. If they do not disperse, we will have to fight. And we will need your stamina then." "All right, just be careful." Zhang Jinshu nodded in agreement. Previously, an understanding had been established with Lu Ying that upon exiting the bunker, everything would be at Lu Ying's discretion. Zhang Jinshu had not yet awakened any supernatural abilities and was acutely aware of the disparity between herself and Lu Ying. She aimed to assist as much as possible without hindering Lu Ying. Ascending to the 7th floor, they searched a room and retrieved a box of compressed biscuits. Taking out 7 packets, along with 9 chocolate bars, 2 bottles of energy drinks, and 2 bottles of white liquor. "Little immortal pig, what a bounty!" Lu Ying exclaimed, pouring the contents of the plastic bag onto the bed. Zhang Jinshu's small face lit up with joy, having departed from the bunker that morning. She had not eaten anything and was already famished. "Let us eat," Lu Ying said with a smile. Zhang Jinshu picked up a chocolate bar and took a bite, asking, "Little Lu, won't these things freeze after such a long time?" "Of course not. The family hid these items beneath the blankets, and they're quite dry. The drinks are high in sugar and likely fortified with some technological enhancements," Lu Ying explained, slowly savoring a packet of compressed biscuits. Occasionally, she took a sip of the energy drink to wash it down, as it could be quite choking. After consuming 3 pieces of biscuit and 2 chocolate bars, Lu Ying opened a bottle of white liquor, gulping down 3 or 4 swigs. Zhang Jinshu took a small sip of the liquor and coughed, exclaiming, "Wow, this liquor is quite fiery." She quickly capped the bottle, wiping away her tears. Lu Ying chuckled softly. "Hold it in your mouth for a moment before swallowing." Zhang Jinshu took another 2 small sips, her face flushing slightly. "Little Lu, do you think Dad and the others are particularly anxious right now? Do you think those who are pursuing us might attack the bunker?" Zhang Jinshu murmured softly. Rubbing Zhang Jinshu's head, Lu Ying reassured her, "Not at all. They want to capture us to negotiate with Uncle Zhang for the bunker. Besides, the squad that pursued us into Yun City has already been eliminated, and they are currently awaiting news. With the defenses of the Shijia bunker and the current firepower of the thermal power plant, even if they exhausted all 120 rocket shells, they would still be unable to breach it." Zhang Jinshu nodded, her gaze slightly distant. By 7 in the evening, the two ascended to the rooftop to survey the area, observing that the zombies on the 2 streets showed no signs of dispersing. Upon returning to the room, Zhang Jinshu suddenly asked, "Little Lu, is there a way to quickly awaken supernatural abilities?" Lu Ying shook her head, recalling that in her previous life, she had learned that those who awakened their abilities fell into 2 categories. One group experienced a natural awakening without any discernible pattern, while the other group used zombie cores to awaken, but the risks were exceedingly high. 8 out of 10 who consumed the cores would perish. Lu Ying would never allow Zhang Jinshu to resort to the latter method. "If only I could awaken my abilities too, then I could fight alongside you. As long as we clear the zombies near those 2 vehicles, we could escape," Zhang Jinshu said, her spirits dampened, clearly feeling she was holding Lu Ying back. Lu Ying cupped Zhang Jinshu's face in her hands and gently rubbed it, asking, "What are you thinking about? Even if you awaken your extraordinary abilities, It is improbable that we can escape in those 2 vehicles, let alone charge through thousands of zombies. Do you think they're tanks? Speaking of extraordinary abilities, Lu Ying recalled the time she absorbed Meng Nanxing's powers, which seemed to differ from the absorption of Zhuo Yuan's abilities. It appeared that she had inherited Meng Nanxing's powers. Until now, she had not attempted to utilize this newfound ability. Zhang Jinshu's power seemed to be related to the mental realm and did not pose any harm to others. With this thought in mind, Lu Ying resolved to give it a try, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Jinshu's captivating large eyes. Initially, Zhang Jinshu was curious, but upon noticing Lu Ying's unwavering stare, her mind seemed to conjure something, causing her fair and delicate face to flush a deeper shade of red as she slightly lowered her head. It is so cold here. Zhang Jinshu's voice was as faint as a whisper. Chapter 77. The new ability. Lu Ying nearly faltered, vigorously rubbing Zhang Jinshu's cherubic face. Hey, have you watched too many idol dramas? Help me conduct an experiment. It won't harm you. After Lu Ying disclosed the matter of absorbing Meng Nanxing's ability, Zhang Jinshu nodded. Though her face flushed even deeper, gathering her courage, she gazed toward Lu Ying. As Lu Ying focused on Zhang Jinshu's large, expressive eyes, a faintly red halo encircled her pupils, emanating a delicate crimson mist. Within her eyes, a subtle red hue emerged, causing Zhang Jinshu to become entranced, her consciousness gradually blurring. The scene before her transformed. She now donned an opulent wedding gown. A red veil perched upon her head as she sat gracefully upon a bed. As the veil was lifted, a familiar visage came into view, adorned in a bridal robe. The bride was Zhang Jinshu, and the groom was Lu Ying. After partaking in a ceremonial toast, they lay together in slumber. At this moment, Zhang Jinshu's spirit was completely ensnared within the illusion. Meanwhile, Lu Ying, having activated this ability, observed Zhang Jinshu intently. Her large, glistening eyes appeared vacant, as though her very soul had been taken away. As time passed, the expressions on Zhang Jinshu's face shifted, first joy, then shyness, followed by an endearing vulnerability that evoked pity. It seemed this ability indeed had the power to ensnare individuals within a dreamlike reverie, Lu Ying mused, continuing to watch Zhang Jinshu. After a brief interval of over 10 seconds, Zhang Jinshu's pupils regained their luster, though her complexion remained flushed. Noticing Lu Ying's unwavering gaze, she immediately lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. Lu Ying pondered, curious about what this girl had witnessed within the illusion. Little Xianpig, what's the matter? He inquired. Zhang Jinshu kept her head bowed in silence. After a moment, she seemed to resurface, her gaze toward Lu Ying tinged with a hint of affection. Lu Gij. Lu Ying nearly stumbled to the ground. What is going on? What happened to you? He grasped Zhang Jinshu's shoulders, incredulous. Taking a moment to compose herself, Zhang Jinshu appeared to have fully emerged from the earlier illusion, her demeanor restored. Little Lucy, your ability is rather peculiar. Pray tell more about it. After Zhang Jinshu briefly recounted her experience, Lu Ying fell into deep contemplation. He recalled that in his past life, Meng Nanxing awakened an agility-type ability, characterized by swift speed and reflexes. Yet, in this life, the ability that had manifested was entirely different. Could it be that his rebirth had altered many events? Lu Ying pondered. However, upon grasping the potential of this ability, his heart ignited with fervor. The power to momentarily plunge someone into an illusion meant that once ensnared, they became like marionettes. Everything experienced within the illusion, including sights and sensations, felt indistinguishably real. Even if one were to escape the illusion, a certain disconnection from reality would ensue, necessitating time to reintegrate. If this ability were employed in combat, rendering an opponent ensnared in a dreamlike state would grant him unparalleled control. Currently, this ability has not undergone further evolution and can only last for a mere 10 seconds. The individual entering the illusion must fixate on their own eyes. After calculating, it appears that Zhang Jinshu was immersed in the illusion for approximately 5 to 6 seconds. This extraordinary ability comes with certain limitations, and the duration of immersion in the illusion may vary depending on the target. At present, Zhang Jinshu is merely an ordinary person and has yet to awaken any extraordinary powers. It remains uncertain what effects might manifest if an evolved individual, who has awakened their abilities, were to utilize it. Despite these limitations, Lu Ying believes that should he continue to evolve, this extraordinary ability will similarly progress, possibly allowing him to ensnare others in the illusion with just a glance. Lu Ying felt elated, considering this his second extraordinary power. As night fell, he surveyed the area once more, finding that the horde of corpses had not dispersed, and thus, they would have to spend the night there. Little Xianpig, it seems we must stay here for the night, Lu Ying remarked. Zhang Jinshu, recalling his earlier embarrassment, glanced at Lu Ying and said, Little Lu, to behave yourself tonight. Fear not, it's too cold here. Once we return, Lu Ying's sentence trailed off as Zhang Jinshu interrupted, Hey, no inappropriate thoughts. The two engaged in playful banter before Lu Ying ascended to the upstairs room, retrieving 4 sets of down comforters from his space and bringing them back. He spread one beneath him and covered himself with 3. Zhang Jishu donned 7 layers of thermal clothing, leaving behind 2, while Lu Ying, having gained some resistance to the cold after his second evolution, retained only 1 layer. The sleep that followed was deep and reassuring. In the west suburb bunker, after receiving Lu Ying's final communication yesterday, Zhang had sealed the entire bunker and provided Stephen with a radio frequency. Once the radio channel was adjusted and connected, Zhang recounted the incident of Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu being pursued by an armed faction into the southern outskirts of Yun City, hoping for assistance in rescuing them. After Zhang finished speaking, the other party did not respond but abruptly severed the communication. Until this morning, Zhang had kept vigil by the radio all night. "Uncle Zhang, you should go rest. Stephen and I will keep watch," the beautiful woman, Yaya, with long black hair, suggested. Zhang shook his head. "Let us wait a little longer." "Uncle, are you waiting for a response from that mysterious radio?" Stephen inquired curiously. Zhang did not reply, and Stephen chose not to press further. At precisely 6 in the morning, the radio finally transmitted a message. The content was simple, consisting of just one word: wait. Upon receiving this message, Zhang breathed a sigh of relief, his worries considerably alleviated. At the south suburb thermal power plant, Mr. Jiang was attired in today's outfit, assisted by 2 youthful and charming young women. Today, Mr. Jiang donned a wine-red tuxedo with a matching bow tie, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of gentlemanly elegance. After enjoying a refined breakfast, the communications personnel reported that Zhou Yuan had lost contact since pursuing into Yun City the previous day. Mr. Jiang maintained an unflinching demeanor, exuding gentlemanly grace and composure as he casually assigned his subordinate, a gifted individual named Wang Fei, to lead 2 teams in search of answers in Yun City. Wang Fei accepted the command, and 5 snow vehicles departed from the thermal power plant, heading towards the southern outskirts of Yun City. The following morning, the 2 donned their gear and consumed a modest breakfast of compressed biscuits and chocolate before ascending to assess the situation once more. The number of corpses had slightly diminished since the previous day. However, they were still unable to venture forth and access the 2 military snow vehicles. After a night had passed, it remained uncertain whether those military vehicles could be restarted. Lu Ying hesitated to take the risk. If Zhang Jishu were to enter the vehicle and it failed to ignite, their predicament would be dire indeed. A strategy was needed to divert the horde of corpses. "Shaluzi, what do you think about using that rocket launcher? We could fire it at a distance to draw the undead away from the street," proposed Zhang Jishu. Chapter 78. The military convoy's firepower. Lu Ying, through the scope of her sniper rifle, meticulously calculated the distance while observing the streets on either side. The final step of her plan involved using a rocket launcher to create a diversion, luring the zombies away. Once the rocket was launched, she hoped to either successfully start one of the snowmobiles and make her escape, or, if that proved impossible, rely on her own 2 legs to sprint down the street. The distance from this neighborhood stretched at least over a kilometer, and these zombies were not merely sluggish, they could run. If caught and surrounded by the horde, she would undoubtedly become a mere snack. As Lu Ying hesitated, a faint roar of engines reached her ears. Instantly, she turned towards the source of the sound, spotting a convoy approaching from 3 kilometers away, heading towards her neighborhood. "Little pig, we might be saved," Lu Ying exclaimed, raising her sniper rifle to observe the convoy. The convoy consisted of dozens of snow-camouflaged, tracked military vehicles, each equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns and automatic grenade launchers atop their roofs. Among them, she noticed 2 modified light armored vehicles, their turrets seemingly armed with rotary cannons, and she counted a total of 6 dart cannon muzzles. On either side of the turrets were 4 missile launchers, totaling 8 missiles. Above the roofs, a small rotating radar was mounted. "Goodness, isn't that the 625E cannon weapon system?" Lu Ying was deeply astonished. She had seen this vehicle at an airshow before the apocalypse. It featured a 6-barrel 25mm rotary cannon and 8 short-range air defense missiles. Further back, the majority were equipped with heavy-caliber machine guns. "Little pig, stay hidden," Lu Ying advised. The sudden appearance of the convoy left her uncertain about its allegiance, whether it belonged to the military, the Nanjiao thermal power plant, or some armed faction akin to the plant. As time passed, the convoy entered the street of Lu Ying's neighborhood, halting over 500 meters before the horde of zombies. Then, the 2 anti-aircraft vehicles emerged from the side of the convoy, positioning themselves side by side in front. Subsequently, 4 tracked vehicles armed with 12 7mm heavy machine guns advanced to either side of the anti-aircraft vehicles. Arranged in a line, these 6 vehicles were followed by 3 tracked vehicles equipped with grenade launchers. And behind them trailed 4 more vehicles with heavy machine guns. "Are they clearing a path?" Lu Ying conjectured. Indeed, the next moment, the 6 vehicles roared to life. their heavy-caliber weapons simultaneously unleashing a barrage of fire. The thunderous sound of gunfire erupted as the heavy artillery atop the 6 vehicles spat flames, sending a hail of large-caliber bullets screaming forth, creating a tempest of ferocious firepower. The zombies fell in droves, as if harvested like wheat, with bullets and shells severing them in half or reducing them to mere fragments. The 3 automatic grenade launchers at the rear followed suit, launching grenades that detonated among the horde, each explosion claiming numerous undead in its wake. The disturbed horde of corpses surged toward the convoy, yet they were utterly incapable of advancing a single step. In less than 10 seconds, it seemed that the 2 anti-aircraft vehicles had exhausted their initial round of ammunition, creating a brief lull in their fire. However, with 4 heavy machine guns nearby establishing a formidable fire net, the horde remained immobilized. Soon, the 6-barreled cannons atop the 2 vehicles resumed their relentless assault, as the convoy, firing as it advanced, reached the intersection of the street without any intention of halting. The tracks crushed the scattered remains beneath them as they pressed onward, under the fierce cover of the 6 vehicles' firepower. The convoy continued its advance until it came to a stop approximately 2 kilometers later. The convoy then began alternating its fire, forming a blockade to obstruct the horde's progress. Subsequently, the doors swung open, and pairs of soldiers clad in snow camouflage and fully armed disembarked. They were equipped with 191 assault rifles, 201 light machine guns, and 89 heavy machine guns, with each squad carrying a 120 rocket launcher. Over 80 personnel emerged from the 10 snow vehicles, indicating that this was likely a battalion. These armed individuals split into 2 teams. One, comprising around 30 members, moved to the flanks of the convoy to bolster defenses. The remaining soldiers drew black axes from their waistbands, dispersing to search through the heaps of scattered corpses. For others approached the 2 snow vehicles stationed near a shop to investigate. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, noting that the demeanor of these armed personnel suggested they were collecting zombie cores. Indeed, through her scope, Lu Ying observed one soldier cleave open a zombie skull, extracting a fiery red core and stowing it in a satchel at his waist. Zhang Jishu, who was hiding beside Lu Ying, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Little Lu. They seem to be military personnel. Should we ask them for help?" Lu Ying crouched against the wall, glancing down at her own gear and Zhang Jishu's. Their tactical vests and belts were clearly foreign standard equipment, and Zhang Jishu's 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle was renowned across the globe, coupled with Lu Ying's sniper rifle and light machine gun. Revealing themselves could result in being mistaken for saboteurs, possibly leading to immediate detention or even gunfire. While she could certainly provide an explanation, once questioned about the origins of their equipment, it would inevitably lead to the grain depot in the eastern suburbs and the bunker in the western suburbs that she had seized. The over 100 security personnel within that bunker had all been eliminated by her hand. At this point, the military stance, or even the relationship between Chinching Group and the military or government, remained uncertain. Considering these factors, it was prudent to remain hidden for now, especially since the armed forces appeared poised to advance further. "Little Xian Pig, let's wait a moment. When they move forward, we can look for an opportunity to leave." Lu Ying conveyed her concerns to Zhang Jishu. "All right," Zhang Jishu replied. Lu Ying continued to observe the movements of the battalion, noting that one of the armed personnel had begun to report the situation to their superiors via radio. Lu Ying listened intently, recognizing that the individual reporting was the commander of this infantry company. The conversation primarily detailed the discovery of 2 friendly snowmobiles, followed by updates on the current progress of their operations. Their superiors had mandated the complete eradication of all zombies gathered on this street today, along with the collection of all crystal cores, before proceeding to Yunming Tower to provide support. They were to leverage their mobility to divert some of the hordes congregating near Yunming Tower. However, the voice of the commander near the snowmobile struck Lu Ying as somewhat familiar, yet she could not place where she had heard it before. It was not until she caught the mention of a name, Lu Yuan, that her heart stirred. Lu Yuan? Continuing to listen, she confirmed that the reporting commander was indeed named Lu Yuan. Coupled with the familiarity of his voice, Lu Ying recalled a certain individual. Chapter 79, The Zombie Tied Yet. The company commander, clad in a thermal mask that obscured his visage, remained an enigma. The communication was abruptly severed, as he did not join the gathering of crystal cores, but instead approached a nearby armored vehicle designated for fire support. Standing atop one that had yet to unleash its firepower, and took out binoculars to survey the horde below. Lu Ying's gaze was fixated on this commander when he suddenly caught the distant roar of a military snow vehicle's engine. He swiftly adjusted his sniper rifle to observe the rear of the squad below. At least 2 kilometers away, another military convoy emerged, adorned in military green, comprising 5 vehicles, each equipped with a 12.7 mm heavy machine gun. Who could this new detachment be? Lu Ying pondered with a hint of confusion as the 5 vehicles drew closer. The armed personnel collecting the crystal cores below also became aware of the approaching convoy. One snow vehicle from the ground unit, outfitted with a self-propelled howitzer, rotated its gunner's turret to target the convoy approaching from the rear. The other 4 snow vehicles, armed with 12 7mm heavy machine guns, redirected their aim towards the incoming convoy. Upon reaching the intersection, the 5 vehicles made a right turn down another street. What is happening? Lu Ying found himself momentarily at a loss. The convoy that had turned was led by Wang Fei, dispatched by Mr. Jiang from the southern suburb thermal power plant to assess the situation of Zui Yuan and the others. He had already spotted 2 snow vehicles parked by the shop window through his binoculars. Zui Yuan might have already fallen, Wang Fei speculated. Lu Ying shook his head, returning his focus to the company commander named Lu Yuan. He was eager to ascertain whether this Lu Yuan was indeed the same person he once knew. During his high school years, apart from Lu Qianji and Li Ling, he had a close friend named Lu Yuan. After the college entrance examination, Lu Ying enrolled in Yunming University in the city, while Lu Yuan attended a military academy. Throughout their 4 years in college, whenever Lu Yuan was not engaged in training during the winter and summer breaks, he would reunite with Lu Ying and the others. Following their graduation, opportunities to gather became scarce, only occurring during Lu Yuan's annual leave. The last time they met was in the summer, when Lu Yuan mentioned he was still working as a staff officer. Despite their respective careers leading to infrequent meetings, every reunion was devoid of any sense of estrangement or distance. Now, Lu Ying felt uncertain about whether this individual was indeed his old friend Lu Yuan. 5 kilometers away, a horde of zombies, an ominous tide, advanced towards their location. Among them were over a dozen zombies that deviated from the ordinary, towering at over 3 meters, with grotesque, gaping maws lined with teeth akin to those of a shark. Their muscular bodies appeared as though they were about to burst through their skin, drenched in blood that had seemingly congealed into a dark crimson hue, resembling rocky textures. The zombies' fingers and toes bore claws reminiscent of those of large raptors, yet were even sharper and agile like human fingers. Amidst the horde of zombies, a few were still gnawing on dismembered limbs. One particularly grotesque creature, having devoured a human thigh, seized another zombie beside it, clawing out its head with a brutal twist and pull, tearing it away along with a portion of the spine. Subsequently, it crushed the skull, extracting a yellowish crystal core and swallowing it whole, before indulging in its feast with unrestrained delight. At the center of this assembly of grotesque beings stood a zombie whose head was disproportionately large compared to its body. Resembling a walnut precariously balanced atop a pair of chopsticks, the exposed brain ensconced in thick, menacing blood vessels that evoked a sense of deep discomfort. The scale of the undead horde was staggering, numbering in the tens of thousands, their rapid advance creating a cacophony that resonated for miles. As Lu Ying and his companions approached, approximately 3 kilometers away, he caught the sounds of this approaching tide. Swiftly redirecting his gaze, he peered through his rifle scope, witnessing the horde converging towards their location. Among the throng, he discerned several evolved zombies. Turning back, he noted that the number and scale of zombies charging towards the military convoy had diminished significantly. Many had already been obliterated by heavy fire, and a mass of bodies had coalesced into a wall over a meter high, approximately 500 meters from the first defensive line. Through the scope, Lu Ying observed that the number of undead still assaulting the military perimeter had been reduced by at least half. With the ferocious firepower of the rear detachment, it was evident that they could push forward and break through the remaining zombies without difficulty. However, from all directions, streets were teeming with the relentless tide of the undead, visible through the gaps in the buildings. In that moment, 2 options crystallized in Lu Ying's mind. The first was to descend immediately and locate the company commander to relay the situation, then board their armored vehicle to charge through the remaining zombies, seeking safety before finding a way to escape. The second was to remain hidden, allowing the horde to overwhelm their current position, waiting for the undead to disperse before attempting to flee. The emergence of these 2 choices prompted Lu Ying to make a swift decision. Little Xian Pig, the situation has changed. Follow me, he declared, leading Zhang Jishu downstairs. Zhang Jishu hastened to keep pace, refraining from inquiring about the sudden turn of events, placing complete trust in Lu Ying at that moment. The uncertainty of when the horde might disperse weighed heavily on them, especially in a metropolis like Yun City, with its population exceeding 10 million, where any upheaval was possible. Their steps quickened as they navigated through the shattered windows of the previous shops, emerging onto the street. Just as they crossed the threshold, 4 or 5 muzzle ends of 191 assault rifles were aimed at them. Don't misunderstand. We are survivors from Yun City, and we urgently need to speak with your commander, Lu Ying called out, raising his hands above his head. Follow the orders, shouted one of the armed personnel. Complying, Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu raised their hands, their commotion attracting the attention of Commander Lu Yuan. What is happening? Lu Yuan and a communications soldier hurried over. They claim to be survivors from Yun City and have an urgent situation to discuss with you, reported one of the armed personnel. Lu Yuan cast a scrutinizing glance at Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu, his eyes narrowing slightly, clearly suspicious of the equipment and weapons they carried. Commander. A vast horde of corpses is converging from the rear, and among them are over a dozen evolved zombies, now less than 3 kilometers from our position. Lu Ying spoke rapidly, fixing her gaze on Lu Yuan. Upon hearing her words, Lu Yuan's alertness heightened. He swiftly retrieved his binoculars to survey the street behind them. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. He then shouted, "Everyone, board the vehicles immediately. We must retreat at once." Chapter 80. Lu Yuan upon receiving the command. Both the fire suppression squad and the Crystal Core collection team swiftly gathered their weaponry and boarded the vehicles in an orderly manner. Lu Yuan then turned to Lu Ying, uncertainly inquiring, "Lu Ying? Lu Yuan?" Lu Ying echoed. Upon hearing her utter his name, Lu Yuan chuckled lightly and reassured the vigilant soldiers, "It's all right. She is my friend." The soldiers lowered their weapons and hurried towards the armored convoy. "Hurry, let's get in the vehicle and leave this place." With that, Lu Yuan led Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu to the convoy, boarding a snow vehicle equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. On board were a radio operator and 3 armed personnel wielding 191 rifles, with another armed individual stationed at the machine gun position. Lu Ying remained silent as Lu Yuan coordinated the entire convoy via the walkie-talkie. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 6th vehicle continues forward. The 9th, 10th, and 11th vehicles provide central fire support. The remaining vehicles follow in succession. Vehicle 3 acknowledged. Vehicle 4 acknowledged. As Lu Yuan's orders were executed, the 2 leading 625E anti-aircraft vehicles positioned themselves centrally, flanked by 4 snow vehicles, each armed with 12.7mm heavy machine guns. 3 snow vehicles equipped with self-propelled howitzers followed closely behind, with the remaining snow vehicles trailing afterward. The convoy advanced steadily, with the 3 artillery vehicles and 2 others carrying armed personnel with 120mm rocket launchers opening fire, blasting through the wall of corpses ahead and clearing a path for the entire convoy. The pace of the convoy quickened, and the corpses ahead collapsed in waves under the ferocious barrage, reminiscent of a tempest unleashed. Given the current intensity of the zombies, even the evolved ones Lu Ying had encountered previously in the granary could not withstand such fierce gunfire. However, the dozen or so zombies within the trailing horde differed from those seen in the granary. Lu Ying could not ascertain whether they had undergone 2 evolutions or belonged to an alternate branch of zombie evolution. Furthermore, it was likely that this unit had expended considerable ammunition during their previous cleansing and suppression efforts, leaving uncertainty about the remaining ammunition's capacity to penetrate the horde ahead. After completing his coordination, Lu Yuan reported the situation of the horde to his superiors via the vehicle's radio. The higher command issued new orders to shake off the horde and continue towards Yiming building for reinforcement. Lu Ying surveyed the snow vehicle, noting its spacious interior. Aside from the driver and co-driver, there were a total of 8 individuals in the cabin, including the armed personnel controlling the heavy machine gun. The seating arrangement consisted of back-to-back rows, with Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu seated side by side in the right interior position. Numerous heavy machine gun magazines were piled up throughout the cabin. An armed personnel positioned near the rear door opened a shooting escape hatch on the roof to survey the approaching horde with binoculars. Squad leader, the horde is still 1.7 kilometers away, he reported. Vehicle 3, how much longer until we can open the passage? Lu Yuan inquired via the walkie-talkie, report to the company commander. At the current pace, we can break through the horde and escape in no more than 2 minutes. Received. Upon hearing this news, Lu Ying and Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. With a distance of 1.7 kilometers, the rear horde would require at least 4 minutes to arrive. Once the convoy navigated through the sea of corpses and increased their speed, they would be able to distance themselves from the approaching horde. As time ticked away, the vehicles ahead unleashed a barrage of firepower, the sound of gunfire resonating deafeningly. 2 minutes later, Lu Yuan received a report from Vehicle 3 confirming that the convoy had successfully breached the horde. They would now proceed to Yangming Tower for reinforcement. The occupants of the vehicle collectively exhaled in relief. After escaping the peril of the horde, Lu Yuan removed his tactical helmet and headgear, and Lu Ying did likewise. A palpable excitement flickered in their eyes, reminiscent of an unexpected reunion in a foreign land amidst this apocalyptic world. "I can hardly believe it's really you," Lu Ying exclaimed. Lu Yuan grinned. "I didn't expect this either. Not long ago, when we were on a mission passing by your area, I specifically sought you out but couldn't find you. Who would have thought we would meet here? By the way, have you been hiding in the city all this time?" Lu Ying shook her head. "No. I'm currently in a shelter in the western suburbs. Once the mission concludes, you should accompany me back to our gathering place. We have ample supplies, robust fortifications, and formidable firepower, so there's no need to worry about those creatures. Uncle Zhang and the others are still at the shelter in the western suburbs. I'll have to inform Uncle Zhang upon my return. All right, our gathering place is also in the western suburbs. Lu Yuan produced a map of Ying City and indicated the precise location of their shelter. Yuan, telling me the exact address won't violate any regulations, will it? Lu Ying inquired. Lu Yuan shook his head. The gathering place's address is broadcasted daily via radio, and this map has been printed in numerous copies, disseminated throughout Ying City and surrounding towns, aimed at rallying the surviving populace. Who is this? Lu Yuan asked. Zhang Jishu removed his tactical helmet and thermal headgear. Brother Lu Yuan. It's me, Jishu. Lu Yuan nodded, while Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu exchanged uneasy glances. Lu Ying shook her head. She has already passed away. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yuan did not press further, letting out a sigh. Alas, Ying, Qianji, and Li Ling have also died. If only they were still alive. Lu Yuan's voice trailed off, his mood turning somber. Lu Ying felt a pang in her heart. She was the one who had killed all three, yet she was reluctant to share this truth with Lu Yuan, believing some matters should remain buried in the depths of one's soul. Yuan. Who would have thought that 6 months ago you were still in the bureau as a staff officer, and now you have become a company commander? Lu Yuan smiled wryly and shook his head. In truth, I only became a company commander after the appearance of the zombies. The sudden onslaught caught many units off guard. Although we managed to control the situation promptly, the losses were not severe, yet some personnel did perish that night. Lu Ying nodded and patted Lu Yuan on the shoulder. What is the situation with the equipment you all have? Lu Yuan inquired, recalling the moment he first encountered Lu Ying. A question arose in his mind. The tactical gear was standard issue from foreign military forces, yet the firearms Lu Ying possessed were from the domestic army. Notably the 416 Hong Kong dollars cradled in Zhang Jinshu's arms, a weapon of considerable renown. These items were seized during their ambush. Lu Ying briefly recounted the circumstances under which he had caught the attention of General Gao from Chinching Group. Lu Yuan nodded, refraining from further questioning. Yuan, are you familiar with the gathering point at the Nanjiao thermal power plant? Lu Ying asked. Upon hearing the mention of the Nanjiao thermal power plant, Lu Yuan's expression darkened. That was originally one of our assembly points. Recently, a rebellion erupted there, and a battalion of our brothers stationed there was slaughtered by those scoundrels. These firearms were confiscated from the insurgents. While we were out gathering supplies, we encountered the rebels from the Nanjiao thermal power plant. Their firepower was overwhelming, and we suffered significant losses, ultimately forcing us to retreat with Jinshu to Yun City. They won't be able to last much longer, Lu Yuan remarked, his tone laced with a murderous intent. Chapter 81. Resupplying ammunition. Repelling the zombie horde. It seems the military is already aware of the situation. The lack of action suggests other matters are at play, Lu Ying surmised. Squad leader, there are new orders from the battalion, said the soldier in the co-pilot seat. Lu Yuan took the headset handed to him and affirmed, yes, we will ensure the mission is completed. He then relayed the superior's orders through the intercom to the entire convoy, reporting a new location for ammunition resupply. Ying, circumstances have changed. We cannot send you back for the time being. You and Xiao Jinshu must accompany us for a while longer. We are to repel the horde from the rear. You and Xiao Jinshu will need to hide in the back of the vehicle when the time comes. I will return you once the mission is accomplished, Lu Yuan stated with a hint of regret. Lu Ying smiled and replied, no worries, complete your mission first. I can assist you then. My marksmanship is quite precise now. No, it's too dangerous. You and Jinshu should stay back. Lu Yuan was cut off by Lu Ying. Rest assured, I won't hold you back. I shall fight alongside you this time. Lu Ying extended her right hand, gazing at Lu Yuan with a smile. All right. The two clasped hands firmly. Just make sure to provide us with ample ammunition, Lu Yuan remarked, eyeing the QB-201 sniper rifle and QJB-201 light machine gun in Lu Ying's possession. Whatever you need. We have plenty. The convoy continued for over 20 minutes before gradually coming to a halt. Everyone disembarked. They found themselves in the western outskirts of Yun City, near a garrison of the Internal Guard. At this moment, a significant number of troops were gathered nearby. The streets and the barracks were filled with armored vehicles and snow vehicles equipped with heavy weaponry. Just the 625E air defense vehicles alone numbered around 20. And there were 4 rows of 82mm vehicle-mounted rapid-fire mortars, exceeding 40 in total, alongside 18 vehicles, each carrying a set of 2122mm rocket launchers. Moreover, numerous transport vehicles equipped with 12.7mm heavy machine guns and automatic grenade launchers were present. Deep within the garrison, there appeared to be an artillery position. Though Lu Ying felt it inappropriate to explore freely at this moment, the area once served as a training ground. now cluttered with various weapons and ammunition. Lu Yuan's unit, along with others who had arrived, was currently receiving ammunition. Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu stood by the snow vehicle, waiting. Soon, armed personnel began transporting military green boxes back to the convoy. Inside these boxes were assorted calibers of ammunition. Lu Yuan called out to Lu Ying, and they approached. He pointed at the green ammunition boxes on the ground and smiled at Lu Ying. We have plenty of bullets. The convoy still has over 20 boxes of ammunition. Lu Yuan also provided each of Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu with 2 bags of field rations. Lu Ying opened one, revealing 2 energy bars, a self-heating fried rice meal, a piece of beef, some vegetable packs, chewing gum, and more. Lu Ying beamed, and after the unit replenished their ammunition and finished their lunch, they boarded the vehicles and set off once again. However, this time the convoy was minus 2 snow transport vehicles. But it included 4 82mm rapid-fire mortar launchers and 2 6.25E anti-aircraft vehicles. The ambush position of Lu Yuan's squad was located at a crossroads 12 kilometers away. Lu Yuan handed a pristine M1911 rifle to Zhang Jishu, saying, "Take this. Your 416 Hong Kong dollars has limited ammunition supply, and we do not possess any 5.56 caliber rounds." "Thank you, brother Lu Yuan," Zhang Jishu replied as he accepted the new M1911, promptly replacing all the magazines on his person. The horde advanced from the southern suburbs towards the north, spanning 6 streets, with 2 battalions participating in this ambush mission. Each company was assigned to secure a different street, while the artillery and rocket units within the camp provided long-range fire support. The collateral damage to nearby buildings was of no concern in this apocalyptic world. On the route to the ambush site, Lu Yuan communicated the operational orders via a walkie-talkie. Lu Ying opened an ammunition box, revealing 50 12.7mm rounds, as Lu Yuan handed her a magazine for a Cube U201 sniper rifle. This magazine held 5 rounds, and with 2 magazines, reloading became more convenient. After fully loading the magazines, Lu Ying glanced at Zhang Jishu and said, "Little Xianzhu, you'll be responsible for reloading my ammunition shortly." Zhang Jishu nodded in agreement. Upon reaching the ambush location, the road, a 6-lane thoroughfare, was halted. Following Lu Yuan's combat deployment, the 4 6.25E anti-aircraft vehicles were divided into 2 groups, stationed on either side of the road, each accompanied by a snow vehicle armed with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun. These 6 vehicles formed the front line of firepower, while further back were snow vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns, their barrels angled away from the vehicle's turrets and firing positions. In the rear, 3 self-propelled howitzers and 4 82mm rapid-fire mortar launchers provided fire support. Lu Yuan's squad comprised over 150 personnel. The vehicle-mounted weapon systems were designed to minimize operational crew, leaving around 80 personnel once the armed operators were accounted for. The remaining members were mostly deployed within the buildings flanking the road, forming various fire groups, while a small contingent established a defensive line with suitable shooting positions. Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu positioned themselves at the 4th-floor window of a street-facing shop on the right side of the convoy. With the assistance of an armed comrade, Lu Ying made 2 trips carrying 8 boxes of ammunition. Lu Yuan handed a walkie-talkie to Lu Ying, instructing her to monitor messages in the status of the horde. "If the situation turns dire, you both must ascend immediately. I will dispatch a vehicle to escort you back to the camp," he earnestly conveyed. "With our firepower so formidable, holding back the horde should not be an insurmountable task." Lu Ying confidently chuckled. She had previously observed the peculiar zombies among the horde and speculated that these unique creatures were likely evolving in a different direction. With the entire battalion's firepower, even if faced with thousands of such evolved zombies, they would be unable to breach the fierce barrage of fire. After all, these zombies were merely in their first stage of evolution and not yet resilient enough to disregard heavy-caliber fire. Moreover, this battalion is equipped with 12 120mm rocket launchers, armed with armor-piercing rockets and high-explosive shells capable of targeting armored adversaries. Lu Ying's vantage point allows him to survey the entire street, and according to reports from the military encampment in the southern suburbs, it is estimated that reinforcements will arrive in approximately 30 minutes. Little Xianzhu, if the situation turns dire, follow my lead and evacuate immediately. If we can hold our ground, we shall not hesitate to gather the crystal cores later, Lu Ying instructed. Rest assured, little Luzi, Zhang Jishu replied, seated nearby with a box of sniper ammunition on the table before him. As time progressed, the horde of corpses drew nearer to the defensive line, and the voice of Lu Yuan crackled through the walkie-talkie. "Attention, all teams. The horde is now 5 kilometers away from our position." Lu Ying could already see the throng of zombies sprinting densely along the street, 5 kilometers distant. Chapter 82. Evolutionary zombies amidst the horde. Lu Ying, through the scope of her sniper rifle, had successfully locked onto an evolutionary zombie towering nearly 3 meters high amidst the tide of the undead. Seizing this moment, she proceeded to calibrate her weapon. Although Lu Ying could have remained at the military encampment with Zhang Jishu, waiting for the completion of their defensive measures before having Lu Yuan arrange for their return to the western suburban bunker, she chose instead to stay behind due to the evolutionary zombies within the horde. Since the onset of the apocalypse, several ordinary zombie cores had been acquired. Yet only 2 evolutionary cores had been discovered thus far. With the military's efforts to repel the horde, Lu Ying aimed to collect additional evolutionary zombie cores to activate the 3rd page of the enigmatic manual, thereby augmenting her own strength. Should she miss this opportunity, it might be a considerable time before she encountered such a number of evolutionary zombies again. As the horde advanced, intermittent transmissions from Lu Yuan crackled through the radio. According to their prearranged plan, once the horde entered the firing range of the 625E anti-aircraft vehicles, four vehicles would commence an initial barrage. As the horde drew within range of the heavy machine guns, both the mounted machine guns and those positioned at elevated points on either side would open fire. A total of 10 89-type heavy machine gun teams had been strategically deployed within the nearby buildings. 625E team, the horde is still 4 kilometers away. At that moment, Lu Ying was suddenly beset by a piercing whistling sound that grew increasingly closer and more jarring. What is that noise? Zhang Jishu exclaimed, covering her ears with both hands. As something swift passed overhead. It must be artillery shells, Lu Ying surmised. Almost instantly, the sharp whistling crescendoed, and a barrage of 122mm rockets, trailing flames, descended upon the horde from 5 kilometers away like a relentless downpour. Each rocket detonated among the zombies, sending plumes of smoke into the air, followed by an unyielding barrage of thunderous explosions. The areas surrounding the explosions were engulfed in chaos, with countless zombies reduced to mere remnants, while those a bit farther away were hurled skyward like tattered rags by the shockwaves. Zhang Jinshu's mouth fell agape in astonishment, unable to conceal her shock. In Lu Ying observed the scene through the scope, moistening her somewhat parched lips, before witnessing the modern firepower firsthand. She had always perceived its might as somewhat exaggerated. However, after experiencing the terrifying potency of these contemporary artillery pieces, a profound sense of shock mingled with a swell of pride within her. It is worth noting that Lu Ying was among the ranks of smokers, and perhaps today's barrage included a contribution from her own hands. Furthermore, the military's modern weaponry she beheld today was merely the tip of the iceberg, with even larger caliber artillery and missiles yet to be revealed. As the cacophony of explosions gradually subsided, orders came through the walkie-talkie, commanding the 4 625E anti-aircraft vehicles to open fire. The towers of these vehicles, equipped with 6-barrel 25mm automatic rotary cannons, began with the whirring sound of the barrels engaging. Then, a thunderous roar erupted as a deluge of 25mm shells rained down upon the horde of corpses 3 kilometers from the defensive line, shattering them into pieces. For a full minute, the 4 rotary cannons maintained their relentless barrage, unleashing nearly 20,000 rounds. Among the carnage, 2 almost 3-meter-tall evolved zombies were severed in half, their upper bodies dragging along, still clutching their spilled entrails, seemingly oblivious to their own agony. The dense tide of corpses continued its relentless advance toward the defensive line. Lu Ying gazed at the countless zombies obliterated before her, reflecting on the efficacy of ground-based anti-aircraft weapons within humanity's arsenal, such as the previously employed dual-mounted anti-aircraft guns and the current 625E system. When the barrels were leveled for direct fire, their effectiveness against carbon-based life forms was most formidable. As the 4 625E vehicles were loaded, the horde encroached within the range of the 12 7mm heavy machine guns. 4 of the 6 mounted machine guns opened fire, while 3 of the 10 machine gun fire teams stationed along the street initiated their assaults. Subsequently, 2 of the 625E vehicles joined the fray, with the remaining heavy weaponry alternating their fire to impede the advancing horde. The zombies entered the firing range of the 89 heavy machine guns, as well as that of Lu Ying's QBU-201 bolt-action precision sniper rifle. This rifle had previously been calibrated, and she expertly locked onto the cranium of an evolved zombie through her scope. With a gentle squeeze of the trigger, a dull thud reverberated as the 12 7mm round was unleashed, striking the side of the zombie's head with surgical precision. The bullet penetrated the grotesque skull of the evolved creature. Though they possessed greater resilience than their ordinary counterparts, a regular zombie would have been obliterated like a watermelon by such a shot. The zombie staggered forward a few meters before collapsing lifelessly. Lu Ying felt a pang of confusion. This zombie appeared more robust than the one at the East Suburb grain depot, yet its defense seemed inferior. The creature at the depot had endured a shot from a recoilless rifle, experiencing only a partial cranial explosion without immediate demise, whereas this one fell lifeless after a single 12 7mm bullet pierced its skull. Reloading her rifle, Lu Ying steadied her aim on the next evolved zombie's head. Bang! Once again, a resounding explosion echoed as an evolved zombie was shot through the skull, collapsing to the ground. Bang! Bang! The 5 rounds in the magazine were expended, resulting in the demise of 2 evolved zombies and 7 ordinary ones. Ahead, the density of the undead horde was substantial. A single shot from a high-caliber bullet could shatter at least 2 ordinary zombies. Lu Ying removed the spent magazine and handed it to Zhang Jishu, who promptly replaced it with a new one. Zhang Jishu meticulously loaded each bullet, which was longer than his own hand, into the magazine, within range. There were currently no evolved zombies, yet further afield, among the tide of corpses, some still awaited their fate, poised to be picked off one by one as they entered the sniper's range. Below, the first round of concentrated fire had concluded. The fire teams that had previously held their fire began to unleash a torrent of bullets upon the approaching horde. Chapter 83. Air Force and Army Aviation Brigade fire support above the tide of corpses in Yun City. More than a dozen reconnaissance drones hovered, capturing the horrifying scene below. The operators of these drones relayed the footage in real time to the military base situated in the rear. In the operations conference room, dozens of staff officers and commanding officers from various units watched in trepidation as the video revealed an ever-growing horde of zombies. In less than half an hour since the defense line opened fire, what began as a mere tens of thousands had swelled to over 100,000. Furthermore, more zombies continued to converge towards the southern suburbs. Once the horde reached the staggering number, the 6 dispersed battalions could not hold their ground. Each battalion's ammunition was finite. And upon witnessing this alarming situation, the command center promptly dispatched all available transport vehicles within the camp to supply ammunition to the 6 battalions engaged in the counteroffensive. Given the current predicament, the only recourse was to request fire support. The camp housed merely one 155mm self-propelled artillery battalion and 2 rocket artillery companies, which were far from sufficient. The nearest military bases were located on the outskirts of Yun City. Any mobilization would first require opening a passage, consuming precious time, which was not a luxury they had. Thus, the quickest means of providing fire support lay with the missile units or the Air Force. Although the entire planet was shrouded in heavy clouds affecting satellite positioning, the Air Force fighter jets and missiles employing inertial guidance could still effectively carry out their combat missions. During this time, the military had been diligently repairing or re-establishing radio and radar stations across various locations, both for radio communication and to facilitate the normal takeoff and landing of Air Force aircraft. The airbase near Yun City had been conducting snow removal operations daily during the blizzard, ensuring that the airport runways remained unobstructed. After a swift discussion among the commanders at the Joint Command Center, it was ultimately resolved to request fire support from the nearby Air Force Base and the Army Aviation Brigade. Given the circumstances in Yun City, it was deemed more suitable for Air Force fighter jets to deploy incendiary or cluster munitions from a considerable distance, targeting the zombies at the rear, while armed helicopters would work in conjunction with the ground battalions to eliminate the zombies in closer proximity. The Joint Command Center promptly reported this situation and informed the 6 battalions to hold their positions and await assistance. Soon, a message arrived from higher command. The Air Force would dispatch J-16 fighter jets armed with cluster bombs to strike the rear horde. The Army Aviation Brigade would send a formation of armed Z-10 helicopters to provide support. This news quickly transmitted via radio to the 6 battalions. As Liu Yuanqing's operational deployment reached Lu Ying and Zhang Jin's desks through their walkie-talkies. Upon hearing the escalating situation regarding the horde, Lu Ying felt a weight in her heart. Yet she found some solace in the knowledge that higher command had already requested fire support from the Air Force and Army Aviation Brigade. It was anticipated that in approximately 20 minutes, the Air Force aircraft would commence bombing the rear horde, while 3 batches of armed helicopter formations from the Army Aviation Brigade would arrive in just over 40 minutes to assist the ground battalions in annihilating the remaining zombies. Subsequent ammunition resupply from the camp is imminent. They need only to endure for another 40 minutes, after which the support of armed helicopters shall facilitate the thorough eradication of the current horde of corpses. Over 20 minutes have elapsed since the onset of the ambush, during which 2/3 of the ammunition brought by the convoy has been expended. The rumble of engines signals the arrival of 5 transport vehicles laden with various types of ammunition at the rear of the defensive line. Aside from the heavy machine gun fire team, the remaining soldiers swiftly unload all the ammunition from the 5 vehicles. A lieutenant in charge of the ammunition transport informs Lu Yuan that the next delivery will arrive in 20 minutes. After the convoy departs, Lu Ying once again hears the whistling of distant rockets. Following the continuous explosions, a series of sharp, piercing sounds from artillery shells ensues. The thunderous explosions resonate relentlessly, Lu Ying continues to aim and fire at an evolved zombie within range, the bullet piercing through its skull. In that moment, Lu Ying experiences an unsettling sensation of being watched. It is as if someone is observing him. Instinctively, he glances back, realizing that he is alone in the room with Zhang Jishu. The sensation persists, prompting Lu Ying to scan the surroundings through the scope of his sniper rifle. On the rooftop of a 20-story residential building 3 kilometers away, he spots what appears to be a watchful entity. Adjusting the magnification of his scope, he discerns that the figure is also a zombie, its brain exposed and resembling a walnut, with a disproportionately large head and a slender body, akin to a stunted individual. This zombie is indeed an evolved form, yet its evolution seems to be concentrated in its head. Could it be a psychic-type evolved zombie? Lu Ying muses. Beside him, Zhang Jishu voiced his confusion. It's nothing. I have discovered an intriguing zombie. After speaking, Lu Ying contacted Lu Yuan via the walkie-talkie, relaying the specific location and characteristics of the zombie that was fixated on him. Through his binoculars, Lu Yuan located the zombie on the rooftop that Lu Ying had mentioned, which seemed to be observing the entire battlefield, sending a shiver down his spine. Subsequently, Lu Yuan informed the crew of a 625E anti-aircraft vehicle of the exact position of the zombie. The crew members operating the firepower of the 625E locked onto the zombie on the rooftop and pressed the missile launch button beside the turret. 2 short-range missiles soared toward the rooftop of the high-rise, striking their target with precision and detonating explosively. However, a sense of unease gripped Lu Ying. As the large-headed zombie had vanished from the rooftop before the missiles arrived, it remained uncertain whether that wretched creature had been obliterated. Lu Ying pondered deeply. The zombie exuded an unsettling aura, leaving Lu Ying to wonder why it had fixated on her. Lu Ying contemplated 2 possibilities. One was that her evolution had occurred twice, and this psychic evolved zombie might have sensed it. The other was that having devoured Meng Nanxing's ability and inherited it, the opponent could be attuned to abilities of the same psychic nature. Lu Ying once again scanned the area through the scope of her sniper rifle, but the large-headed evolved zombie had vanished without a trace. 2 J-16 fighter jets soared through the skies over Yun City, forming a formation as they raced southward from the eastern direction. Each formation consisted of 4 J-16 aircraft, amounting to a total of 8, with each jet equipped with 16 Tianlai 500 cluster bombs. This marked the inaugural batch of fire support dispatched by the Yun City Air Force in the form of the J-16 formation, the precise locations of 6 ground battalions, along with the specific data regarding the horde, had previously been communicated to the Air Force base by the Yun City garrison. 2 armed helicopter formations from the Aviation Brigade, comprising 24 aircraft in total, had taken off and were heading towards Yun City at full speed. 1 Z-10 attack helicopter was armed with a 23mm cannon mounted beneath its nose, while its short wings bore a total of 4 pylons equipped with 4 19-tube rocket launchers, collectively carrying 76 70mm rockets. Chapter 84. The bombardment of cluster munitions and the assault of armed helicopters in the southern outskirts of Yun City. An overwhelming horde of over 100,000 zombies has amassed, with numbers continuing to swell. At this juncture, Lu Ying has exhausted the 8 ammunition boxes he initially brought, prompting Lu Yuan to dispatch another 8. The vehicle-mounted heavy weaponry and the flanking heavy machine gun positions relentlessly unleash a torrential barrage upon the undead masses. Approximately 1,200 meters from the defensive line, a wall of corpses has accumulated to a height exceeding 1 meter. Each time a new wall forms, the 82mm rapid-fire mortars stationed behind the line fire upon it, clearing the line of sight. All 12 heavy machine guns along the defense line have undergone a barrel change. Although the external temperature is considerably low, the continuous firing has rendered the barrels overheated. The second convoy of 5 supply trucks has now arrived, replenishing the troops' ammunition. As the supply trucks depart, the sound of fighter jets roaring past at low altitude echoes from the eastern outskirts of Yun City. Subsequently, 2 J-16 fighter jets soar overhead, releasing a cascade of bombs from their underbelly. These munitions detonate above the horde, scattering a multitude of smaller ordnance amongst the zombies. Lu Ying, peering through his scope, witnesses a widespread eruption in the distance, where innumerable small explosives burst forth, sending flames and smoke spiraling into the sky. The deafening sound of explosions reverberates through the air, overwhelming the senses, and similar chaos unfolds at other sniper points further afield. The entire southern outskirts of the defensive area has descended into a fiery inferno, where countless zombies are annihilated by the initial wave of bombardment. The Tianlai 500 cluster bomb, often dubbed the pear blossom needle of the munitions world, boasts a detonation radius of 6,000 square meters, equivalent to the size of a football field. What an astounding display! Zhang Jishu exclaims, observing the explosions through his binoculars. Lu Ying grins, moistening his parched lips. With the support of the Air Force, even if the horde were to double in size, they would merely become living targets. This operation is not a military campaign against a foreign adversary, thus the need to penetrate enemy air defenses is non-existent. Furthermore, given the dense congregation of two-thirds of the horde have been eradicated and the remaining ground forces, in conjunction with the armed helicopter formations, face no difficulty in their elimination. As the ground troops received their third ammunition supply at the base, 24 armed helicopters were nearing the defensive lines of the ground units. Following the predetermined strategy, the helicopters dispersed, forming 6 teams of 4, each directing their flight towards 6 ground company defenses. The thunderous roar of helicopter engines was soon accompanied by the sounds of cannon fire. Although Lu Ying had yet to sight the helicopter formations, the shells from the helicopter cannons rained down upon the mass of corpses below. Following this, the sound of rocket launchers ignited the air as 70mm rockets, trailing fiery tails, descended into the horde. The explosions reverberated continuously as 2Z-10 helicopters unleashed their full firepower from above, raining down an abundance of munitions that created yet another wall of corpses at the forefront. The rear's 82mm automatic mortars commenced fire, sending shells crashing into the wall of cadavers, obliterating the flesh and limbs that constituted it, thereby clearing a firing line for the ground troops. However, the sheer volume of corpses led to the repeated formation of this barrier, only to be blasted apart time and again. The accumulation of severed limbs and mangled flesh had reached nearly a meter in thickness, and the width of the street rendered it impossible for mortars and 122mm rocket launchers to reduce the remains to dust or ash. Lu Yuan reported to the command center via the vehicle radio, requesting the allocation of thermite incendiary shells launched from 122mm rocket tubes. The 2 armed helicopters quickly exhausted their ammunition and vacated the defense area, soon replaced by another pair to continue the extermination of the horde. Lu Yuan received orders from the command center to advance the convoy closer, ultimately halting approximately 100 meters from the wall of corpses. The heavy machine gun positions within the buildings on either side retracted their weaponry and ammunition, advancing with the convoy to re-establish firing points along the street. Lu Ying, accompanied by Zhang Jinshu, selected a new sniping position on the 6th floor of a nearby building, scanning the horde with the scope in search of the large-headed zombie, which seemed to have vanished amidst the throng. Had it perished in the recent bombardment? Lu Ying pondered. The first wave of armed helicopters returned, while the second wave arrived, discharging all of their ammunition. The third wave comprised 24Z-19 armed helicopters, equally ferocious in their assault. The air was filled with the cacophony of heavy machine gun fire from the southern defense line, the roaring engines of the helicopters, and the explosive detonations of various rockets. Once the third wave departed, the command center relayed the status of the horde to Lu Yuan. The scale of the horde facing Lu Yuan's unit had dwindled to less than 10,000. With the majority of the evolved zombies having been annihilated by the ferocious firepower of the helicopters and the cluster bombs dropped by the Air Force. With the final ammunition resupply completed, the remaining zombies were swiftly eradicated. This time, the base had supplied the 6 companies with a significant amount of thermite incendiary shells launched from rocket tubes. The rocket artillery cluster and self-propelled howitzers positioned at the rear unleashed another barrage of rockets and shells towards the area where the cluster bombs had detonated, with the intention of igniting the unexploded munitions. A fire team armed with 120mm rocket launchers ascended to the rooftop of a nearby building, launching thermite incendiary rounds into various zones. Following the conclusion of the more distant bombardment, the rocket artillery units within the encampment similarly employed thermite incendiary rounds to rain down rockets upon the severed limbs scattered further afield. The explosion of the incendiary projectiles ignited the mounds of flesh and blood that comprised the zombie remains, sending forth towering flames that transformed the surroundings into a relentless sea of fire. Lu Ying, Zhang Jinshu, and the soldiers of the company returned to their vehicle to recuperate. The next course of action involved patiently waiting for the remains to be incinerated before venturing forth to collect the zombie corpse. Lu Ying had already committed to memory the locations where several evolved zombies had been slain or obliterated, and this time he aimed to gather every last one of the evolved zombie cores, eagerly anticipating the power enhancement that would accompany the activation of the third page. Chapter 85, Collecting Evolved Zombie Crystals within the confines of their vehicles. The gunners manning the heavy machine guns rubbed their aching shoulders, the relentless recoil from sustained fire leaving them in discomfort. The squad paused to recuperate, yet they established several lookout posts atop nearby high-rise buildings for vigilance. As the afternoon approached, 2 transport trucks arrived from the southern garrison, one of which was a field kitchen, while the other carried prepped ingredients along with bowls and utensils. The field kitchen came to a halt at the rear of the convoy, where 3 cooks began preparing dinner for over 150 personnel. Many soldiers gathered around, peering eagerly into the vehicle as a private inquired of the cook, "What dishes do we have for this afternoon?" The cook grinned broadly. "Braised pork and braised ribs, plenty for all." A wave of dry heaving swept through the crowd as the ground before the convoy was thickly carpeted with severed limbs and bloodied flesh, still smoldering, releasing a nauseating stench into the air. The mere mention of braised pork and ribs stirred a tumultuous reaction in their stomachs. Amused by the reaction, the cook chuckled. "Don't worry, I'm aware you all have been busy exterminating zombies today. I've prepared scrambled eggs with chili and hot and sour soup instead." Lu Ying and Lu Yuan sat on small stools at the back of the vehicle, their faces breaking into smiles as they listened to the merriment from the kitchen. Exhaling a puff of smoke, Lu Ying turned to Lu Yuan. "By the way, I noticed you are also collecting zombie crystals. What do you intend to do with them?" Upon hearing the question, Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. "Lu Ying, you should collect as many zombie crystals as you can in the future. They will prove invaluable." Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "The future world will be one inhabited by evolved humans," Lu Yuan remarked with a significant tone. Lu Ying felt a stir of understanding. Indeed, the military had already begun to witness the emergence of evolved beings, and it had been discovered that the zombie crystals significantly enhanced their power. "Lu Ying, we are tasked with guarding a shelter where everyone has awakened their abilities. Higher-ups have instructed us to gather as many crystals from the zombies as possible. Humans can awaken their powers by consuming these crystals." Lu Ying nodded in acknowledgement. "However, the risks are considerable. Many have died upon consuming these crystals, and some have even transformed into zombies, with only a select few successfully undergoing the transformation. Scientists are currently investigating these substances to find ways to mitigate the risks." "Lu Yuan, is it permissible for you to share this with me?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "This information is common knowledge among those of us guarding the shelter. There are ordinary civilians who have also awakened abilities. Once scientists discover a method, the higher-ups hope to see more individuals awaken their powers. Humanity will evolve, just as the zombies will evolve, and even animals and plants may undergo transformation. Perhaps our current world will soon resemble a fantastical realm filled with formidable beings. To ensure humanity's survival in the future world, it is imperative to cultivate a greater number of evolved beings with enhanced abilities. Currently, conventional firearms prove effective against the undead. Yet one cannot ascertain whether they will remain potent against stronger variants that may emerge in the future. Within our ranks, we have begun to adopt the principles of martial arts to classify all evolved entities." Lu Ying, intrigued, inquired of Lu Yuan, "How is this classification determined?" "The categorization is based on the number of evolutions undergone. The first evolution designates a being as a stage 1 hidden element, the second as stage 2 enlightenment. The third is stage 3 radiance, the fourth is stage 4 openness, the fifth is stage 5 balance, the sixth is stage 6 authority, the seventh is stage 7 precision, the eighth is stage 8 celestial, and the ninth is stage 9 pivot." Upon hearing this delineation of evolutionary stages, Lu Ying felt a stir within. By this classification, having undergone 2 evolutions, she ought to be classified as a stage 2 enlightened mirror. However, she was soon beset by another question. "Is it truly possible to evolve to the 9th stage?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "I do not know. We are merely employing the martial arts classification system for now. Presently, both the evolved zombies and humans are predominantly at the 1st stage. To date, we have yet to encounter any beings above the 2nd stage." Lu Ying nodded. "Once the fire is extinguished, I shall not hold back." Lu Yuan flashed a grin and nodded in agreement. "During this counteroffensive in which you participate, feel free to gather as you wish. No one will object." "Mealtime," the cook sergeant announced, prompting the troops to line up in an orderly fashion to receive their utensils and rations. The meal consisted of 4 dishes and a soup, spicy and delightfully appetizing. After finishing her meal, Lu Ying enjoyed a bowl of hot and sour soup, which warmed her entire being. The blaze continued into the night. As the thick layers of corpses and dismembered limbs were consumed by the flames, those not on guard duty commenced their search in the ashes for the zombie crystals. These peculiar crystals, found within the zombies' heads, were remarkably resilient, indestructible by blades and impervious to fire. However, they could be ingested by humans or other beings, transforming into energy that suffused their bodies. Armed with a powerful flashlight, Lu Ying, accompanied by Zhang Jishu, made their way toward the location of the recently dispatched mutated zombie. After a thorough search through the ashes, Lu Ying discovered a crystal slightly larger than the ordinary ones, radiating a deep crimson hue. "This is the kind of crystal we seek," she explained. "It is marginally larger than a typical zombie crystal, yet its color is more intense. Collect all of these before concerning yourself with the ordinary ones. There are countless zombies here, and ordinary crystals are plentiful. Do you understand?" Zhang Jishu responded with an affirmative okay gesture, his face a mask of seriousness. Lu Ying chuckled softly, "Off you go, and be cautious." The two parted ways. And Lu Ying, relying on her memory, continued her search for the remaining evolved zombie crystals. Soon, she located a second crimson crystal. As time progressed, she successfully gathered all the crystals from the designated locations, during which one was fortuitously found by a soldier from the unit. Lu Ying exchanged 5 ordinary crystals for it, and both parties left satisfied. Zhang Jishu joyfully approached, carrying a camouflage bag in his hand. Shaluzi, look, I remember that I have already found those locations, he exclaimed, opening the camouflage bag to proudly show Lu Ying. Excellent. You shall receive a reward upon our return. With that, he placed the 5 crystal cores from the bag into Lu Ying's small satchel, skipping along like a little girl gathering mushrooms, eager to seek out his own spoils. Lu Ying turned off the flashlight and stepped into a nearby storefront, ensuring no one was watching, before stowing away the 12 evolved zombie crystal cores into his space. Exiting the storefront, Lu Ying discovered a few ordinary zombie crystal cores nearby and continued his journey deeper into the horde of corpses. Chapter 86. Return to the western suburbs. Preparing for evolution once more at that moment, the number of corpses behind them had increased significantly, and it was likely that some of the evolved zombies were among them. However, the rear area had been thoroughly bombarded with cluster munitions, and due to the considerable distance in the interspersed streets, Lu Ying could only discern the locations of 3 evolved zombies. After collecting the 3 crystal cores, Lu Ying continued deeper into the area. Though this time the search proved more challenging. Without a specific range, the remnants pulled from the ashes were predominantly ordinary crystal cores. Before long, the camouflage bag at Lu Ying's waist was filled to capacity. He had no choice but to request another bag from Lu Yuan and continued his quest for the evolved zombie crystal cores. As time passed, this leisurely pursuit of zombie crystal cores persisted until noon the following day. The zombie crystal cores in the area assigned to Lu Yuan's squad had been completely exhausted. The convoy set off to return to the base, with Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu each carrying 3 bulging camouflage bags at their waists. Zhang Jinshu's small face radiated excitement as she occasionally retrieved variously colored crystal cores from her bag to play with them in her hands. Others also carried 2 or 3 bags, or even more. Lu Yuan, can we really take these crystal cores back ourselves? Zhang Jinshu inquired. Lu Yuan smiled and nodded. Rest assured, since you participated in this ambush, according to our regulations, you are not considered part of our unit. Therefore, the spoils you acquired do not need to be surrendered. Upon arriving at the base, Lu Yuan led the squad to register and submit the collected zombie crystal cores before taking care of the maintenance for their firearms and vehicles. He then brought Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu to their mess hall, where he spent a certain number of military merit points to order 6 dishes and 2 bottles of white liquor. What do military merit points mean? Zhang Jishu asked curiously. Currently, the official shelters operate on a system of military merit points or contribution points, which can be exchanged for food and various survival resources. For military personnel, points are earned through task execution, as well as by killing zombies or submitting zombie crystal cores. Each zombie crystal core can earn 10 merit points, while this table of dishes costs just 1 merit point, and each bottle of liquor is worth 2 contribution points. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, although the authorities had established indoor crop cultivation, it still could not keep pace with the survivors' consumption. Alcohol, in particular, would likely cease production in the future, making each bottle consumed 1 less for the future. Ying, have you considered joining our military? You wouldn't have to worry about survival anymore, Lu Yuan asked. Lu Ying chuckled and shook his head. If I joined the military, I would have to live collectively, and I can't expose my secrets. Moreover, with the vast resources in my space, I won't ever run out, so there's no necessity for that. Yuan, you know I am a free spirit, and besides, I still need to assist Uncle Zhang at the bunker in the western suburbs. After a moment's thought, Lu Ying continued, however, if you ever conduct a purge of zombies in the future, I would be quite eager to participate. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly and said, this time, the ambush against the zombies just happened to coincide with your arrival. Under normal circumstances, it would not have been possible. We would not take ordinary civilians on such missions. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yuan continued, unless you are an evolver, in which case collaboration with our military could be possible. Intrigued, Lu Ying inquired, how might an evolver collaborate? There are 2 avenues, Lu Yuan explained. One is to join our military directly, and the other is to participate as an external member in our operations against zombies and insurgents. Although not officially enlisted, you would enjoy the same benefits as us. Each operation you partake in would earn you military merit points, and should you obtain a zombie crystal core, you may either retain it to enhance your own power or exchange it for merit points. Furthermore, all necessary weaponry, equipment, and ammunition would be provided by the military, including fire support like what we had yesterday. At this point, Lu Yuan glanced at Lu Ying and sighed, becoming an evolver is not as simple as it seems. His eyes dimmed slightly. Noticing the change in Lu Yuan's demeanor, Lu Ying understood. Lu Yuan had yet to awaken his abilities. But he harbored a deep desire to become an evolver. The future world belonged to the evolvers. Lu Ying sighed softly, intending to comfort Lu Yuan. Upon returning, she planned to activate the third page to enhance her own strength, resolve matters at the West Suburb bunker, and then seek to have Lu Yuan join the military as an external member. Becoming an external member of the military would not only allow her to leverage their formidable firepower to eliminate zombies and gather higher-tier zombie crystal cores to further bolster her strength, but she also had not forgotten about the scoundrels at the South Suburb power plant. Given the chance, she would undoubtedly eradicate them, and with the military's assistance, it would be considerably easier. Moreover, there was the Chinching group, which had acquired numerous advanced foreign individual weaponry at the onset of the apocalypse. She suspected that what she had witnessed of their strength was merely the tip of the iceberg. Yet, domestically, whether before or after the apocalypse, Lu Ying firmly believed that the military was the strongest force, without exception. If given the opportunity to accumulate military achievements, perhaps she would receive fire support akin to what they had yesterday when confronting the Chinching group. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Lu Ying felt a surge of excitement. After their meal, Lu Yuan, feeling a bit tipsy, said, "Ying, Xiao Jishu, I shall escort you back tomorrow morning. For today, rest here at the camp." "All right," they replied. Lu Yuan led them to several buildings behind the camp and found an old guest house. The camp had its own heating boiler, and the washroom provided hot water. After they had refreshed themselves, both sank into a deep slumber. By the following morning, Lu Yuan took them for breakfast before heading to the front yard of the camp. The yard was filled with various light armored vehicles and transport trucks. Lu Yuan's unit was already prepared for departure, as they too were returning to the military shelter in the West Suburb. 20 vehicles set off in succession. Arriving at the West Suburb bunker shortly after 10 o'clock, Lu Ying had already contacted General Zhang via the military radio, and the bunker gate slowly opened. General Zhang and Aunt Lin finally saw Lu Ying and Zhang Jishu, their eyes glistening with tears, as they had been quite worried during this time. "Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lin." Lu Yuan greeted with a smile. Zhang and Lin Jing warmly wished to invite Lu Yuan and his companions into the bunker for an exquisite hospitality. Yet Lu Yuan politely declined, as they needed to return to the sanctuary. Before departing, Lu Yuan instructed his men to unload 20 ammunition boxes from the two vehicles, all filled with specialized rounds for the Cube U-201 sniper rifle. "Thank you, brothers." Lu Yuan bid farewell and returned to the vehicle as the convoy set off once more. Upon arriving back at the bunker, Aunt Lin had already prepared a sumptuous feast. Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu each retreated to their rooms to freshen up and change clothes after their baths. During the meal, Aunt Lin's eyes were perpetually glistening with unshed tears. "As long as everything is well," Lu Ying reassured her. He recounted their earlier encounter to Zhang, noting the current inability to confront the marauders at the thermal power plant in the southern suburbs. It was presumed that the grains and oils at the eastern grain depot had already been relocated. Zhang sighed, fully aware that the current strength of the bunker was insufficient to challenge the bandits at the southern thermal power plant. Lu Ying chuckled lightly, saying, "Uncle Zhang, what they have consumed will eventually be regurgitated." After dinner, Lu Ying made it known that he intended to enhance his strength through the crystal core and instructed that if there were any disturbances within the house, they need not intervene or enter. Chapter 87. Invisibility and Enhancement. Upon returning to his chamber, Lu Ying securely locked the door, brimming with excitement as he retrieved the enigmatic tome from his spatial storage, alongside the collection of evolved zombie crystal nuclei gathered the previous night. In total, he had amassed 19 crystal nuclei. He placed one nucleus upon the third page of the book, and it swiftly vanished, causing the haziness on the page to diminish slightly. As each nucleus was absorbed by the tome, by the time the eighth was consumed, the entire illustration on the third page materialized vividly. The illustration depicted a zombie, its muscular form adorned with rock-like textures, shrouded in darkness, with a fearsome visage and a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp fangs. Blood-red mist emanated from the illustration, gradually coalescing into a crimson orb suspended above the book as the sanguine vapor continued to converge upon the sphere. Observing the orb, Lu Ying's heart raced with anticipation, his mind racing with thoughts of the extraordinary powers he might acquire. Could it grant him the ability to cleave through anything with spatial cutting prowess? Or perhaps, like characters in novels, the power to manipulate flying swords through telekinesis, becoming a sword immortal? Or the ability to control creatures as puppets through mental force? In an instant, Lu Ying envisioned numerous abilities, drawn from the fantastical realms of novels and television, particularly the enchanting tales of martial arts and fantasy, where powers could shake the heavens and traverse vast distances with mere thought. His anticipation swelled. The blood orb had fully coalesced, and no further mist emerged from the tome. With a mix of tension and eagerness, Ying grasped the blood orb and swallowed it whole, forgoing any chewing. Almost immediately, he felt a wave of heat surging through him, followed by a searing pain akin to being sliced by a dull blade. Clenching a towel between his teeth, his eyes widened, blood vessels straining against the whites of his eyes. He understood that enduring this agony would yield a significant enhancement in strength. As time passed, Ying lay on his bed, resembling a languid fish, drenched in sweat, relieved that the tormenting phase had concluded. A feeling of refreshment washed over him. Every cell in his body rejoiced, suffused with warmth. Rising to his feet, he moved about, feeling an unprecedented surge of power coursing through him, stronger than ever before. Extending a finger toward the nearby metallic wall, he pierced it, leaving an indentation. My physical strength is markedly enhanced, Ying mused. He then drew forth the Yinling blade and, with a mental command, directed the internal heat toward the blade. With a decisive thrust into the metallic wall, the blade embedded itself within. This internal heat was likely a form of energy capable of unleashing greater destructive force. The energy expended by that strike quickly replenished, igniting Ying's joy. He then ingested a standard crystal nucleus. As the nucleus dissolved within him, it transformed into streams of warmth coursing through his body before settling into tranquility. With a mere thought, he summoned this energy once more. It appears this energy can be replenished over time or by consuming crystal nuclei, Ying reflected. Yet, Ying harbored a sensation that the energy coursing through him was a transformation, either a result of his own body's enhancement to a certain degree or perhaps an offshoot of it. The crystal core, being a conglomerate of energy, hardly constituted an extraordinary ability. With a thought, Ying's figure became ethereal, his clothing and the geese-feathered knife in his hand likewise rendered insubstantial. In less than 5 seconds, Ying, along with the knife, vanished from the room. In the next instant, now entirely transparent and cloaked in invisibility, Ying willed himself through the wall into the adjoining room of Zhang Jishu. No sound accompanied his passage. Observing Zhang Jishu sprawled across the bed in a disheveled manner, Ying felt his cheeks flush crimson and swiftly retreated through the wall back to his own quarters. He then continued to traverse through the walls, this time emerging outside the bunker. However, a sudden wave of dizziness assailed him, and the energy within him was wholly depleted. His form reverted from invisibility, and after knocking on the door, he returned to the 11th floor, standing outside Zhang's residence, met with the perplexed expression of the security personnel. Upon knocking, Zhang Jishu appeared clad in a loose bathrobe, his eyes filled with confusion as he regarded Ying. "Little Lu, when did you go out?" Recalling the earlier scene, Ying's face flushed anew, and feeling somewhat guilty, he replied, "Oh, I felt a bit restless, so I stepped outside for some fresh air." "Has your ability evolved completely?" Zhang Jishu inquired with anticipation. "Not yet. It will take some time. I shall return now." The two retreated to their respective rooms. Upon reaching his door, Ying discovered it had been locked. After scratching his head, he requested a spare key from Aunt Lin and re-entered his abode, securing the door behind him. Attempting to invoke his invisibility once more, he found himself unable to enter that state. With a thought, he attempted to pass through the wall, but his hand met resistance. He then tried to teleport, yet that too ended in failure. It appeared that traversing walls and disregarding spatial limitations could only be executed after achieving invisibility. It remained uncertain whether he could act against others or zombies while cloaked. He would have to wait until he could summon his invisibility again to explore that possibility. Moreover, the invisibility ability bore temporal and other constraints. He was uncertain how long he could maintain that state. The powers of wall traversal and instantaneous relocation also awaited the next opportunity to be tested after regaining invisibility. Ying consumed several ordinary crystal cores, ingesting 10 in quick succession. Feeling the warmth return to his body, he retrieved a stopwatch from his space, initiated the timer, and once more embraced invisibility. This time, Ying simply sat quietly on his bed, watching the seconds tick by on the stopwatch. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. This instance of invisibility lasted a full half-hour. After replenishing his energy, he refrained from entering invisibility again, instead attempting teleportation and wall traversal, both of which ended in failure. It seemed that those abilities necessitated invisibility for execution. With a thought, he once again faded from sight. However, instead of contemplating wall traversal or teleportation, he focused on an attack. The geese-feathered knife in his grasp became infused with energy as he thrust it forward. The blade penetrated the wall, but the energy within him began to wane at an accelerated pace. Aside from disregarding terrain and teleportation, it remains uncertain whether there is any efficacy in heat source detection, Ying mused. However, there were no devices available here to conduct an experiment. This time, Ying's original abilities had been enhanced and elevated. The new power he acquired was the ability to become invisible. along with a series of capabilities that accompanied this state of invisibility. Exiting the cloaked state, Ying made his way to the bathroom, standing before the mirror to scrutinize his own pupils. In addition to the reinforcement of his inherent abilities and the emergence of a new supernatural power, Ying possessed another ability bestowed upon him by Meng Nanxing. The circle of red threads surrounding his pupils had vanished. Yet a faint red hue lingered within the entirety of his pupils. By channeling energy within himself, the subtle red shade gradually intensified, emanating waves of crimson light. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the crimson glow dissipated and his pupils returned to their original state. This particular supernatural ability was related to the mental realm and could only be tested on another individual. Contemplating this, Ying turned his gaze towards the adjacent room of Zhang Jishu. Chapter 88. The evolution of illusory abilities. Zhang Jishu lounged in a bathrobe on the soft bed, idly swinging her delicate, fair legs and petite feet while perusing a magazine from the pre-apocalyptic era. A series of knocks echoed through the door, prompting her to swiftly rise and open it. There stood Ying, serious and intently gazing at her, particularly with those eyes that emitted a faint crimson glow. Zhang Jishu felt as though Ying's penetrating gaze could see through her attire, scrutinizing her from head to toe. This thought led her to recall the prior instances of assisting Ying in testing her abilities, causing her neck and cheeks to flush with warmth as she shyly lowered her head, unable to meet Ying's eyes. Noticing the transformation of Zhang Jishu's fair neck and charming face, Ying quickly deduced that the young girl was conjuring some indescribable thoughts in her mind. With a playful ruffle of Zhang Jishu's hair, she declared, "Little fairy pig, I have completed my evolution. Help me test my abilities." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jishu's cheeks flushed even more, yet she did not refuse Ying, and together they entered the room. Seated upright on the bed, Zhang Jishu's large, expressive eyes drew Ying's attention, and the crimson glow in her own eyes intensified. As strands of red light emanated from her pupils, Zhang Jishu's gaze became momentarily vacant. In her mind, Ying envisioned a scenario where she and Zhang Jishu were besieged by a horde of undead, intently observing the changes in Zhang Jishu's face and body. Zhang Jishu's petite form began to tremble uncontrollably. The vibrant color in her cheeks and neck swiftly faded, replaced by a pallor, with tears beginning to well at the corners of her eyes. After a span of 20 seconds, her pupils regained their luster. Wiping her eyes, she tightly embraced Ying and began to softly sob. Ying gently caressed Zhang Jishu's back, offering soothing words of comfort. After some time, Zhang Jishu's emotions settled, with Ying wrapping one arm around her while the other was firmly grasped by Zhang Jishu's delicate hands. Suddenly, Zhang Jishu bit Ying's arm. Ying did not resist. After her third evolution, her physical defenses had strengthened, leaving no marks on her arm from Zhang Jishu's bite. "Humph, little Lu. You must never subject me to such terrifying scenes again," Zhang Jishu exclaimed through gritted teeth. Ying quickly nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, I won tea. Now, can you tell me what you saw in the illusion?" Zhang Jishu nodded and recounted the harrowing visions she had experienced within the illusion. As Ying had surmised, Zhang Jishu indeed witnessed both of them surrounded by a swarm of the undead, trapped in a dire situation, having exhausted all the bullets in their weapons. Ying brandished her long knife, sweeping through dozens of zombies, yet the sheer number of the horde proved overwhelming, ultimately resulting in both of them being toppled to the ground by the relentless tide of undead. Just as a ghastly zombie was about to sink its teeth into her delicate face, the illusion shattered, and she returned to reality. The terrifying and despairing scenes were vividly real, and Zhang Jishu could distinctly recall the nauseating stench emanating from the horde. Ying nodded, her heart enlightened. She realized that Meng Nanxing's abilities had also evolved. This time, Zhang Jishu entered the illusion in approximately 3 seconds, a remarkable acceleration, and she found that she could weave any scene of illusion for him. Contemplating for a moment, Ying spoke again. "Shall I create a blissful scene for you?" She looked at Zhang Jishu with anticipation. After pondering, he nodded. "It must be very happy and beautiful." "Rest assured," Ying replied, fixing her gaze into Zhang Jishu's eyes as her powers activated once more, leading him into the illusion with a vacant expression. In this instance, Zhang Jishu beheld a world where the apocalypse had ended, the heavy clouds enveloping the planet had dissipated, and all returned to reality. Subsequently, he witnessed scenes of his wedding with Ying, and as night fell, he found himself nestled in her embrace. His large, watery eyes appeared somewhat dazed, their gaze meeting Ying's, nearly brimming with tears. Yet, this time, there was a hint of astonishment in Ying's eyes, which quickly faded away. She gently rubbed her small head and pinched her little hand, expressing with a touch of sentimentality, "I can truly control my presence within the illusion." Then, playfully pinching Zhang Jishu's cheek, she added, "I cannot do such things to you." As the illusion shattered, Zhang Jishu returned to reality, bewildered. What just happened? He inquired. I can control the version of myself you see in the illusion, thus awakening you in advance, Lu Ying explained. Zhang Jinshu's expression turned complex, but soon he smiled knowingly. Returning to her room, a smile graced Lu Ying's lips, her heart brimming with excitement. She had not anticipated that her recent experiment would yield such success. When Zhang Jinshu entered the illusion, she had contemplated controlling him within it but had failed. Instead, she successfully manipulated her own presence within the illusion. The actions she had taken earlier were merely attempts to see if she could affect the illusion, hence her playful pinching of Zhang Jinshu's cheek and hand. With this trial behind her, she planned to create an illusion for an unsuspecting target, subsequently controlling her own presence within that illusion, and then, through her illusionary self, eliminate them. Moreover, following this evolution, the duration of the illusion had doubled. She pondered whether causing death within the illusion would result in actual demise in reality. A strong premonition surged within Lu Ying. If she were to strike down her opponent within the illusion she crafted, something significant would surely transpire in reality. If her conjecture proved true, the phrase to kill in a dream would indeed manifest. Locking the door, she retrieved her mystical tome along with the remaining 11 evolved zombie cores, one by one casting them into the 4th page. After inserting 10 cores, the imagery on the page remained indistinct, its contents elusive. Lu Ying speculated that perhaps 30 cores would be necessary this time. Swallowing the last core directly, she felt a rush of vitality swell within her, and upon careful attunement, she sensed that her powers had strengthened, perhaps by a fraction more than when she had first broken through. In silence, I silently lamented my plight, yet I continued to invest in the enigmatic tome, deeming it a worthwhile endeavor. Even the slightest enhancement could be regarded as a fortification of my extraordinary abilities, while simultaneously, the reservoir of energy within me experienced a significant augmentation. Within the confines of the medical ward number 3 in the fortress, Gao Su lay on the hospital bed, his expression vacant as he stared blankly at the ceiling. His parents, wearing expressions of deep sorrow, gazed at their only son, their recent experiences feeling surreal, almost dreamlike. After relocating to the bunker, Gao Su inexplicably found himself infatuated with Meng Nanxing, subsequently becoming utterly devoted, disregarding the objections of both parties. Insisting upon an engagement with Meng Nanxing. Reluctantly, his parents acquiesced, yet the events that transpired on the day of the engagement transformed them into prisoners of circumstance. Gao Su's parents could not fathom why their son was so irrevocably enamored with Meng Nanxing. Chapter 89. The true appearance of Gao Qi Lu Ying arrived at the door of the hospital room, where 2 guards nodded and pushed the door open. Upon seeing Lu Ying, the 3 members of the Gao family immediately tensed up. You 2 step outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss privately with Gao Su, Lu Ying addressed Gao Ming. The expressions of Gao Ming and his wife changed, revealing a look of desperation. Lu Ying smiled and shook her head, reassuring them. Do not worry, I will not harm your son. Nevertheless, Gao Su's parents remained reluctant to leave the room. Lu Ying gestured to the 2 guards outside. Take them to the next room and ensure they remain quiet. Without further ado, the guards escorted Gao Su's parents out of the room. Where is Nanxing? Why hasn't she come to see me? Lu Ying was taken aback. She had not anticipated that Gao Su's first question would be about Meng Nanxing. Could it be related to Meng Nanxing's abilities? Lu Ying speculated inwardly. She then focused on Gao Su, who was utilizing his powers, and Gao Su defiantly locked eyes with Lu Ying. 1, 2. Lu Ying silently counted in her mind. After approximately 3 seconds, the gaze of Gao Su became vacant as he fell into a trance. Lu Ying crafted an illusion depicting the scene of Meng Nanxing's wedding. Within this illusion, Gao Su's uncle, Gao Qi, Meng Nanxing, and Gao Su's parents were all present. Lu Ying concealed herself among the guests. However, Gao Qi's features remained indistinct, nearly devoid of any discernible outline. A consequence of Lu Ying never having seen Gao Qi before. The purpose of weaving this illusion was to glean further insights into Gao Qi. As time progressed, the wedding commenced at the western suburbs bunker, and after a series of proceedings, the event concluded. Gao Su, alongside Meng Nanxing, raised a toast. And as they approached Gao Qi, his visage began to materialize, becoming clearer. He bore a striking resemblance to Gao Ming, yet with sharper eyes, a hawkish nose, and a rugged jawline, his brow slightly pronounced, a middle-aged man. Lu Ying committed Gao Qi's features to memory. The illusion she constructed merely provided a rough outline. Everything within the illusion evolved based on the memories of the entranced individual, including the development of events and future trajectories, all shaped by their innermost aspirations. Hence, the visage of Gao Qi witnessed within the illusion was undoubtedly authentic. As the wedding drew to a close, Gao Qi and Gao Su stood by a window in a corner, surrounded by several security personnel clad in suits. Their conversation was crystal clear to Lu Ying, revealing that Gao Su was to approach Meng Nanxing as per Gao Qi's directive, with the next step being to use Meng Nanxing to get closer to Lu Ying. However, Gao Qi did not disclose the ultimate objective of having Gao Su approach Lu Ying. After giving his instructions, Gao Qi patted Gao Su on the shoulder, assuring him that everything within the Zhang group and Chinching group would be entrusted to him in the future. At this point, the illusion came to an end. Lu Ying, having observed Gao Su conjure the illusion several times without uncovering Gao Qi's intentions or current whereabouts, departed from the hospital room. Before leaving, she informed Gao Su that Meng Nanxing had passed away, only to be met with the sound of anguished weeping from within the room. Lu Ying shook her head, realizing that Gao Su had been profoundly affected by Meng Nanxing's illusion. Earlier, she had contemplated ending Gao Su's life within the illusion to observe what changes might transpire in reality, but ultimately, she spared him. Keeping the Gao family alive could prove advantageous in dealing with Gao Qi in the future. This Gao Qi truly was enigmatic. Gao Su's family only knew him to be one of the directors of Chinching Group, with no further knowledge of his background. In the 16th floor control center, General Zhang wore a troubled expression. Ever since the ambush at the Dongjiao grain and oil depot targeting the Shijia bunker, murmurs of dissent had erupted within the bunker. Although General Zhang and his associates had kept the incident under wraps, the residents of the bunker were not fools. 20 vehicles and over 30 individuals had been dispatched to transport supplies, yet not a single vehicle or person had returned that day. It was evident to all that an accident must have occurred. Even yesterday, when Lu Ying and General Zhang's daughter returned to the bunker, there was still no sign of those who had ventured out. Doubts began to circulate regarding General Zhang's leadership, and the ability of his team to protect the entire bunker was now questioned. Several group leaders had banded together to pressure General Zhang, demanding the establishment of a new management team, elected by popular vote from all the residents of the bunker. The inhabitants comprised a cadre of elite individuals from various professions, including many CEOs and executives from numerous companies. It was clear that those advocating for the vote had already allied with at least half of the bunker's residents, otherwise they would not be so confident. Lu Ying found the situation somewhat amusing. These individuals were seizing the opportunity to usurp power amidst the turmoil caused by the loss of 2/3 of the bunker's armed forces during the grain and oil transport. If their proposal were to be implemented, those few would undoubtedly be elected, leading to a collective control over the entire bunker. What left Lu Ying speechless was that despite the loss of 2/3 of their armed forces, there were still over 10 armed personnel remaining, and most importantly, all the advanced weaponry was under General Zhang's control. Did they truly believe those weapons were mere sticks? General Zhang shook his head. They are unaware of the specific changes occurring outside, hence they cling to pre-apocalyptic norms. Otherwise, they would not propose such foolishness. Uncle Zhang, are you suggesting? Lu Ying inquired. I believe we should prioritize appeasement. If we resort to violence, it will instill fear among the residents, potentially leading to further chaos in the future. General Zhang sighed softly. Lu Ying refrained from expressing her thoughts. In the current apocalyptic era, many things had altered. The residents of the bunker were merely suffering from information deprivation. They recognized that the outside world had changed, yet they remained oblivious to the extent of those changes. According to Lu Ying's perspective, identifying and intimidating the ringleaders would establish who held the real power in the bunker. Those who commanded the armed forces would possess the authority. However, General Zhang seemed to lack the resolve to take such decisive action. Lu Ying did not press the matter further. She held little interest in this bunker. In truth, she was far more inclined towards the Chinching group's internal base in the Beijiao area, which boasted a comprehensive defense system. Su Yinan had previously remarked that the security forces of that bunker were even comparable to those of the military. After such a prolonged period, given the formidable strength of Chinching group, acquiring heavy weaponry should not pose a significant challenge. It is likely that the security measures surrounding that bunker have been fortified. However, these matters must be approached with caution. The immediate course of action is to visit the military and enlist in their auxiliary organization. The rogue elements at the Nanjiao thermal power plant have not escaped Lu Ying's memory. And Lu Yuan had previously mentioned that the military would take action against the Nanjiao thermal power plant as soon as they were able to free up resources. Chapter 90. A corner of the military base. Lu Ying would not overlook the fact that within the southern suburb thermal power plant, 5 evolved beings resided, ripe for extermination to absorb their energy and enhance her own strength. Furthermore, the abundance of weaponry available promised an opportunity to acquire a substantial arsenal in collaboration with the authorities. The following morning, after discussing the military cooperation with Zhang's family, Lu Ying set off in her snow vehicle to inform Lu Yuan of her shelter's location. This military shelter was one of the outposts distributed around Yun City in her previous life. The shelter lay to the west, nestled among the mountains, approximately 60 kilometers from the western suburban bunker, nearly bordering the city to the west. Traveling northward for over 20 kilometers from the western suburban bunker, she turned westward. entering a passage flanked by mountains on both sides. After navigating several bins, she arrived at a tunnel, where 4 staggered barricades had been erected at both entrances. Flanking the tunnel were 2 camouflage-painted modular cabins, within which armed personnel stood guard. Lu Ying halted before the barricades, and 2 armed guards approached her vehicle for inquiries. "Greetings. I am looking for Lu Yuan," she stated, presenting a map to one of the guards. "Please hold on," replied one guard, who then retreated to the booth to contact the shelter via a fixed line. Approximately 2 minutes later, the guard emerged, temporarily securing the weaponry from Lu Ying's vehicle while inquiring about her name and identification number for registration. As the barricades were removed, Lu Ying nodded with a smile and proceeded through the tunnel towards the shelter's location. Upon exiting the tunnel, the snow on the road and its sides had been cleared, revealing the original asphalt surface. The military shelter was still 10 kilometers away. Along the route, Lu Ying observed numerous camouflage-painted modular cabins, likely serving as accommodations for military personnel. Midway through her journey, she spotted 2 expansive clearings on either side of the road, where several self-propelled artillery vehicles were stationed, definitely exceeding 100 in number. From that point onward, modular cabins were constructed along both sides of the road, extending down to the foothills of the mountains, while large areas featured military green removable barracks, towering 4 stories high. Additionally, there were several 1- and 2-story modular cabins or removable barracks scattered throughout the area. Along the route, orderly formations engaged in physical training, exuding an energetic fervor. Commands and the sounds of live-fire target practice occasionally rang in her ears. Lu Ying felt somewhat disoriented. It was as if she had stepped into another world after passing through the tunnel. This military shelter, established within the mountainous terrain, featured an entrance capable of accommodating 6 vehicles side by side. Each side of the tunnel housed a modular cabin, populated by numerous armed personnel on duty. One armed guard halted Lu Ying's vehicle, informing her that outside vehicles could only be parked in the designated lot outside the shelter. Subsequently, another armed personnel exited from the shelter to guide her onward. Upon reaching the tunnel entrance, a left turn leads into a narrow passage capable of accommodating only 2 vehicles side by side, burrowing into the mountainside. After traversing less than 100 meters inward, a left turn reveals a parking lot brimming with various military vehicles, including main battle tanks. After disembarking, an armed personnel ignites another 4-wheeled military off-roader, escorting Lu Ying into the main shelter corridor. The expansive main tunnel is illuminated by rows of fluorescent lights affixed to the ceiling and sides, with only the overhead lights aglow. On either side of the tunnel, glass doors are spaced every few meters, behind which armed personnel stand guard. After approximately 500 meters of travel, they finally arrive at the entrance of the shelter. The entrance is a formidable armored alloy door, standing 6 meters tall and impressively robust. Armed personnel also guard either side of this door, which is currently ajar. Upon arrival, the driver instructs Lu Ying to exit the vehicle, allowing passage through the door into the shelter area, where Lu Yuan awaits. The sights along the way have left Lu Ying in awe. This is undeniably a clandestine military base. Upon passing through the door, a vast circular area unfolds before them, featuring several second-tier protective doors positioned against the walls, each slightly smaller than the entrance door. Lu Ying counts a total of 7 doors. At that moment, the second alloy protective door on the left swings open, revealing Lu Yuan clad in snowy camouflage, who greets Lu Ying with a smile. After their exchange, Lu Yuan leads Lu Ying through the alloy door. Crossing the second alloy door, Lu Ying immediately feels a wave of warmth, indicating the presence of a heating system beyond it. After walking forward for over 10 meters, the interior opens up dramatically. The mountainside has been hollowed out in a skylight-like layout, plunging down over 100 meters, where platforms are stationed with armed helicopters and military choppers. Lu Ying counts approximately 20 platforms. Gazing upwards reveals a circular, operable alloy dome adorned with military insignia. The skylight descends straight to the bottom, surrounded by layers of buildings about 4 meters high, all brightly lit. Looking upwards from this level, one can see a series of sci-fi war-inspired structures standing tall. Both above and below where Lu Ying and Lu Yuan currently stand, there are edifices. Wow! Lu Ying exclaims inwardly, utterly astonished. So, what do you think? Impressive. Isn't it? Lu Yuan inquires with a grin. Goodness, is this your military base? By the way, did the surviving civilians reside here as well? Lu Ying asks. Curiosity piqued. Lu Yuan shakes his head. This area is exclusively inhabited by military personnel. The survivors reside in another underground fortress not far from here. Now, let us head to the dining hall, he suggests. Lu Ying nods in agreement as Lu Yuan guides him to an elevator, pressing the button for the 19th floor. Lu Ying glances at the elevator panel, which boasts 30 buttons, indicating that this establishment spans an impressive 30 stories. Upon reaching the 19th floor, I pushed open a grand door. The interior, though not as opulent as the West Suburb bunker, was imbued with a military atmosphere. The corridors were lined with rectangular frames showcasing notable figures or slogans. Flanking both sides were numerous doors, presumably leading to the quarters of military personnel. Upon reaching the end, a large door swung open, revealing a spacious room furnished with long rectangular tables connected to benches. Lu Yuan ordered 4 dishes this time, forgoing wine, likely due to the prohibition of alcohol within the base. As the dishes were served, Lu Yuan inquired, "Ying, are you here to join the military?" Lu Ying nodded, then shook her head, stating that she could not align herself with any faction, but was open to collaboration. "I am here to cooperate with you," she affirmed. Lu Yuan expressed his confusion, but his eyes soon brightened with delight. "Ying, are you saying you are now an evolved being?" Lu Ying nodded in affirmation. Chapter 91. Military cooperation with abilities excellent, splendid, marvelous. Lu Yuan exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he repeated the word thrice, yet a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed his eyes. "Ying, join our squad," Lu Yuan suggested earnestly. Lu Ying, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Do external personnel still need to be incorporated into the military structure?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "No, you need not integrate into the squad nor the military framework. Once you register as an external operative, you are presented with 2 options. The first allows you to select your missions, whether to operate independently or in conjunction with our military forces. However, the collaborating military units vary with each mission. The second option permits you to align with a combat unit for every task, and of course, during periods devoid of combat assignments, you may opt for alternative missions. Whichever choice you make, you retain your freedom, even if you select the latter. You can choose to cooperate or decline based on the mission at hand. Both options offer equal treatment, and military merits during missions are contingent upon the task's nature. Without any other distinctions, Lu Ying nodded with a smile. "If I join your squad, do not be stingy with weapons and ammunition. Use whatever you wish. Once you register, you may choose any weaponry from the armory. It's a pity we can't indulge in alcohol at the base, otherwise I would surely celebrate this day to excess," Lu Yuan lamented. "There will be plenty of opportunities ahead." Lu Ying responded, "By the way, Yuan, you mentioned that the survivors at the base are segregated from the military. How many survivors can this base accommodate?" "We have over 300,000 survivors, all distributed in another underground facility and surface area behind the mountain, with the military zone completely separate from the living quarters. Currently, there are 93 ability users in the entire base, and with you, that makes 94. Interestingly, more than half of the ability users emerged from the survivor populace, while our military personnel comprise less than half. The disparity stems from the population base, and I firmly believe you will awaken your abilities. It is merely a matter of time," Lu Yuan reassured her. After their meal, Lu Yuan escorted Lu Ying to the elevator, ascending to the first level of the base. Upon exiting the elevator, they entered a spacious office, which resembled a command center with 7 officers clad in combat uniforms. The walls were adorned with maps, and the central wall displayed footage from the recent skirmish in Yun City. A middle-aged colonel, fit and with piercing eyes, scrutinized Lu Ying standing beside Lu Yuan. "Commander." Lu Yuan saluted the colonel with a resonant voice. "Take a seat," the colonel instructed. "Yes," Lu Yuan replied, sitting upright across from the officer. "Commander, this is my brother Lu Ying. She has awakened her abilities and has come to register, intending to join our squad," Lu Yuan stated. The colonel nodded and then motioned for 2 younger officers to escort Lu Ying to another office for registration. One of the officers handed Lu Ying a form containing detailed fields for her name, age, and other pertinent information. The final aspect pertains to the awakening of extraordinary abilities. Lu Ying pondered for a moment and filled an item enhancement ability. He chose not to disclose any other abilities, particularly his ability to become invisible. After completing the form, another officer entered Lu Ying's information into the system, subsequently escorting him to a room encased entirely in armored alloy doors, save for one side, which featured reinforced bulletproof glass. This spacious chamber contained a table on the left side of the glass window, adorned with a Type 92.5 8mm caliber military handgun, a Type 191 assault rifle, a 7.62mm Cube U-203 sniper rifle, and a Cube U-201 bolt-action sniper rifle. Positioned approximately 30 and 100 meters away stood a series of chest-ring targets, their materials appearing to be of robust armored alloy. "Greetings, Mr. Lu. Please demonstrate your extraordinary ability. In addition to these firearms, what other weapons do you require? By the way, I left a Yinling knife at your security checkpoint when I entered. Could you kindly retrieve it for me? I'm currently certain that my ability is effective with cold weapons, though I am uncertain about its impact on firearms or bullets. Please prepare a piece of the hardest material available at your base for me to test the knife." Certainly, please hold on. The officer then exited the room. And after a short while, a fully armed soldier delivered Lu Ying's Yinling knife into the chamber. Two armed personnel carried in a metal cylinder, thick as a bowl, and positioned it to one side of the room, ensuring it did not obstruct the line of fire. At this moment, the brigade commander, Lu Yuan, and three officers of varying ranks arrived behind the bulletproof glass, clearly intent on observing the nature of Lu Ying's awakening and the extent of his abilities. Subsequently, one officer handed a folder to the brigade commander. Inside the folder was Lu Ying's basic information. Upon seeing the final entry reading item enhancement, the brigade commander's expression subtly shifted. He passed the folder to the others, and upon reviewing its contents, the expressions of the other officers also changed, though no discussion ensued. Noticing their reactions, Lu Yuan quietly inquired, "Chief of Staff, is Yuan's ability rather ordinary?" The Chief of Staff, of the same rank as Lu Yuan, glanced at the brigade commander and, seeing a slight nod, replied softly, "The item enhancement ability is relatively common. Nearly half of the evolved individuals in our base possess this ability. Although this ability can enhance cold weapons, it can even augment the projectile heads of bullets, increasing their penetrative power." Lu Yuan grew even more perplexed. Observing Lu Yuan's continued confusion, the Chief of Staff shook his head and remarked, "Recently, we have conducted thorough and detailed experiments. Their abilities, while remarkable, can not only strengthen the durability of firearms and projectiles, but can also fortify the gunpowder within the bullets. Bullets enhanced by individuals with the enhancement ability can deliver the same caliber of power as sniper rifles when fired from 5.8mm and 7.62mm cartridges." After a brief pause, the Chief of Staff continued, stating that even ammunition of a caliber as great as 12.7mm, when reinforced, can exhibit formidable power. However, it is imperative to recognize that no matter how powerful a bullet may be, it cannot surpass the capabilities of our various standard weaponry. At this juncture, Lu Yuan was acutely aware that firearms with calibers exceeding 12.7mm, including those of 14.5mm and artillery exceeding 20mm, are abundant. When discussing sheer power, humanity has developed an array of firearms and artillery, along with even more potent explosives, including nuclear weapons. The previous zombie tide serves as a prime example. 2 rounds of cluster bomb bombardment obliterated 2/3 of the horde. Had it not been for the consideration of collateral damage to ground forces, the hundreds of thousands of zombies could have been dealt with by merely deploying an additional squadron of aircraft, equipped with a greater number of cluster bombs. Chapter 92. Testing and acquiring firearms. Indeed, such extraordinary abilities can undoubtedly be further enhanced, and they serve a significant purpose in operations where the deployment of high-powered weaponry is impractical. However, what we truly lack are individuals endowed with more specialized powers, such as those capable of cultivating plants and crops in extreme cold. Our deficiency lies not in firepower, but in sustenance, the Chief of Staff lamented. A substantial portion of the food supply for the entire base is derived from various regional military stockpiles, with the remainder gathered from diverse locations. Although Lu Yuan understood that the resources within the military stockpiles were sufficient for the survival of several official bases in Yun City for an extended period, there would inevitably come a day when they would be depleted. In this apocalyptic era, no one knows when it will come to an end. Once the food reserves are exhausted, humanity might face extinction without the intervention of zombies. To the ears of Lu Ying, the Chief of Staff's words conveyed that these enhancement-type abilities are not as trivial as they appear. Rather, the Chief of Staff perceives these abilities from the perspective of the entire base, or even the whole nation and humanity. Moreover, Lu Ying's abilities are not of the enhancement type, but rather akin to the inner strength or vital energy depicted in novels. Not only can he channel energy to cover weapons, enhancing the power of his strikes, but he can also envelop his entire body to bolster his defenses. With a mere thought, Lu Ying attached the energy within him to the Yinling knife, gripping it firmly with both hands. He sliced downward at a metallic cylinder, the width of a bowl. The metal yielded effortlessly, cleaving in two as if it were mere tofu. This object is certainly not composed of homogeneous steel or specialized high-strength composite materials, Lu Ying mused, somewhat disappointed. Having anticipated discovering the limits of his abilities within the military's tests, behind the bulletproof glass, several observers were taken aback. For Lu Ying's abilities surpassed those of the enhancement-type ability users within the base. They had previously experimented with cold weapons enhanced by the base's ability users, which failed to even dent this metallic cylinder's shaft. A lieutenant, holding a clipboard, meticulously recorded the results of the assessment. Subsequently, Lu Ying employed a Type 92 pistol, enveloping both the firearm and ammunition with his energy. Bang! The gunshot echoed, the bullet piercing through a 1 centimeter thick homogeneous steel plate 30 meters away. Next came the Type 191 assault rifle. As Lu Ying squeezed the trigger, a bullet struck the steel target 100 meters distant, producing a neat hole. The following two sniper rifles also penetrated their corresponding steel targets. The expressions of those behind the tempered glass reflected sheer astonishment. While the officer recording the data was overwhelmed by the magnitude of his shock, they were well aware that the targets were made of homogeneous steel armor, with thicknesses of 3 centimeters and 5 centimeters respectively. Even the 12.7mm caliber sniper rifles, enhanced by those within the base, could not hope to breach the 5-centimeter thick armor. This indicated that Lu Ying surpassed the abilities of the base's users. Could he be a second-stage evolver? The colonel murmured to himself. After completing the experiment, Lu Ying exited the room, unperturbed by the inquisitive glances directed at him. "Mr. Lu, welcome to Base 076. The two individuals shook hands, and subsequently, two lieutenant officers escorted Lu Ying and Lu Yuan to the office where Lu Ying had previously registered. Inside the office, an officer presented Lu Ying with an identification badge. This badge measured approximately 2 centimeters in width and 4 centimeters in height, crafted entirely from metal. Its front bore Lu Ying's name, gender, and blood type, with a military emblem adorning the bottom. The reverse side displayed a QR code, and the badge was accompanied by a dark green passive sub-badge. "Mr. Lu, this is your identification badge. You may enter and exit the base using this badge along with facial recognition, eliminating the need for external personnel procedures. The passive sub-badge contains a chip that stores your pertinent information, and all military merits earned during missions will be recorded through this identification badge. Additionally, any expenditures within the base will also be processed via this badge, so please take care of it," the officer explained. Lu Ying promptly donned the identification badge around his neck and subsequently opted to join Lu Yuan's combat unit. After completing the necessary registration, an officer guided Lu Ying and Lu Yuan down to the 28th underground level, arriving at a blast-proof door. Flanking the door were two fully armed personnel on duty. After the officer produced a card for palm and iris recognition, the heavy blast-proof door swung open. Upon entering, they found themselves in an office where two fully armed soldiers stood guard alongside two officers. The officer accompanying Lu Ying and Lu Yuan spoke of retrieving their weapons and equipment, after which the two officers retrieved keys and entered a password to unlock the second blast-proof door. As the door opened, the lights within the armory illuminated a vast space, revealing an orderly display of various models and calibers of light weaponry neatly arranged on racks. The armory contained weapons that Lu Ying had previously utilized, such as the Type 92 pistol, Type 191 assault rifle, and Type 201 sniper rifle, all stored in designated areas. You may select any weapon from this armory, and should you encounter any issues with your firearms in the future, you can return here for replacements, the middle-aged officer stated. As Lu Ying perused the racks of weaponry, he discovered primarily the latest Type 20 series firearms, from the QSC-193 pistol to the Type 191 rifles and sniper rifles, as well as various types of machine guns. There was an abundance of options, likely numbering in the tens of thousands or more. Lu Ying ultimately chose a Cube U201 12.7mm high-precision sniper rifle and a Type 191 precision rifle. After selecting his firearms, the lieutenant officer escorted the two to an ammunition depot, which housed an array of ammunition for various calibers. Inside, a staff member placed two black boxes on a table and opened them. One box contained brass-colored 12.7mm cartridges, while the other held green casings with black projectiles, 12.7mm high-precision sniper ammunition. This box contains high-precision 12.7mm sniper bullets, the staff member indicated, pointing to the brass ammunition. The other box contained 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary rounds, each box safeguarded with cushioning materials, containing 28 rounds each. The staff introduced Lu Ying to the specifications of two types of ammunition, after which the middle-aged officer escorted the two away. The weaponry and ammunition chosen by Lu Ying would later be delivered to Lu Yuan's unit, should Lu Ying accompany the unit on future missions. He need only inform Lu Yuan or the unit personnel of the required ammunition, which would be collected collectively. In the case of undertaking a mission independently, he could also register to retrieve supplies from the ammunition depot. Subsequently, he received an array of military insignia and attire, including a tactical backpack, a bulletproof vest, a belt, and 4 sets of snow camouflage, encompassing all necessary clothing. Lu Ying and Lu Yuan each carried 2 large camouflage bags before returning to Lu Yuan's unit's camp. The camp was situated outside the base, and the two placed their belongings in a military camouflage-painted all-terrain vehicle, setting off towards the camp. Chapter 93. Preparations for Action. Goodness. Even auxiliary personnel can produce such an abundance of materials? Lu Ying remarked, holding a set of insignia that clearly differed from Lu Yuan's military rank. The shoulder and collar insignia in Lu Ying's possession bore the image of a six-petaled flower, accompanied by a flowing ribbon, while Lu Yuan's insignia featured a star and bar. Indeed, the insignia you hold originally represented a civilian rank. Given the time constraints, we have no choice but to have all auxiliary personnel don such insignia. Lu Yuan explained from the vehicle, elucidating the distinctions between the two ranks and the meanings behind the various insignia and uniforms. Before long, the two arrived at the encampment. It was 3 p.m, and all personnel were engaged in training at the training ground. Lu Yuan led Lu Ying to a slightly smaller modular camouflage cabin, which contained 2 beds on either side. The cabin was also equipped with a heating system through connected pipes. Yuan, you do not reside within the base? Lu Ying inquired, puzzled. Lu Yuan nodded. The base houses the command center and various equipment storage facilities. Our combat companies primarily reside in external modular cabins or demountable barracks. Oh, by the way, when are you planning to take action against the Nanjiao thermal power plant? Lu Ying asked. This morning. I went to the command post regarding this matter. The base has decided to launch a surprise assault on the Nanjiao thermal power plant next week. Specifically 7 days from now. During this period, we have gathered intelligence on the interior of the plant, and our plans are already in place, Lu Yuan replied. Lu Ying nodded. I will join you for that operation. By the way, are you aware that there are still at least 5 ability users within the Nanjiao thermal power plant? Lu Yuan affirmed. We have already acquired comprehensive intelligence regarding the situation inside, including details about their abilities. For the assault in 7 days, the base will dispatch several ability users to assist us. The leader of the power plant, Mr. Jiang, is a psychic ability user capable of briefly controlling human thoughts and consciousness. The others possess ice and snow abilities, as well as enhancement abilities. Lu Yuan conveyed the significance of the information he had gathered, indicating that the ability users sent by the base were specifically to counter the individuals within the power plant. Subsequently, Lu Yuan guided Lu Ying to the area where survivors were congregated. This area lay behind the base, accessible via a road that turned right at the tunnel entrance, leading directly to the rear region. The two locations were separated by more than 5 kilometers. Along the road to the survivors' gathering area, there were numerous barracks situated on either side of the open spaces. Yuan, how many troops are stationed at the entire base? Along this road, I have observed that most of the open areas are occupied by barracks, Lu Ying queried. With a hint of pride, Lu Yuan responded. A total of 3 brigades are stationed here, 1 heavy combined brigade and 2 light combined brigades. By the way, Ying, our company belongs to the 3rd Combined Brigade. 7th Battalion, 3rd Company, which is part of the light combined brigade. Lu Ying nodded, and after a while, the two arrived at the survivors' gathering area. The residences of the survivors were also modular cabins or demountable 4-story barracks, with the cabins and 4-story buildings arranged in neat rows extending to the mountainous terrain at the rear. Within the mountain, there exists an underground facility housing over 30,000 individuals, while the remaining survivors reside in temporary shelters or camps outside the mountain. Currently, the entire survivor enclave operates under a rationing system for the supply of living necessities. Each small shelter accommodates a single family, while those who have lost their loved ones in this apocalyptic world are segregated into different barracks based on gender and age. As the two wandered about, the frigid weather rendered the outdoors nearly deserted, lending an air of desolation to the expansive residential area. The base is equipped with 3 thermal power plants for heating and electricity, and there are large, high-capacity generators on standby within the underground facility. At this early stage of the apocalypse, the reserves of the base remain relatively plentiful. By the way, is it possible for the bunker in the western suburbs to recruit a suitable number of survivors to bolster the security forces at your enclave? Lu Ying inquired. With survivors from Yun City and surrounding villages being relocated by the authorities and military, only a handful of those hiding within Yun City are deemed suitable for recruitment into the bunker. However, the overwhelming number of zombies in the city poses a grave danger. Apart from the military's operations, any other attempts to enter the city would be tantamount to seeking death, leading to the western suburbs bunker failing to recruit any armed personnel thus far. After contemplating, Lu Yuan responded, "Let us wait until the operation concludes in 3 days. I will inquire then." Very well. After exploring the base, Lu Ying returned to the western suburbs bunker with the supplies and clothing distributed that day. The specific details of the raid plan would be disclosed to the participating armed personnel 2 hours prior to the operation in 3 days. Upon returning, Lu Ying refrained from mentioning this matter to Zhang and the others, as the operation needed to remain confidential. During these 3 days, aside from instructing Zhang Jinshu in martial arts, Lu Ying dedicated his time to developing his newfound abilities. He also tasked Zhang and Stephen to monitor the restless individuals within the bunker. The 3 days swiftly passed, and at noon, Lu Ying donned the standard issue uniform and gear in his quarters. This outfit included a heavy-duty cold weather jacket, but Lu Ying's resistance to the cold had significantly improved. Beneath it were 3 lightweight thermal garments, and the outer layer was a standard snow camouflage. He adorned himself with all the requisite insignia. 2 Velcro patches adorned the collar, while his left arm bore an insignia featuring 2 crossed rifles, a command knife, and a lightning bolt. His chest displayed the emblem of the army. He completed his attire with matching tactical gear and a tactical belt, topped off with a modern tactical helmet. Lu Ying carried only a Yingling knife and a short sword, leaving the rest of his firearms at the company. After exchanging greetings with Zhang and his family, Lu Ying drove the snow vehicle directly to the 3rd Company area of the base. Ying, your equipment has been retrieved. A 201 bolt-action sniper rifle, a 191 precision rifle, and 2 92G tactical handguns. The ammunition is in the vehicle, Lu Yuan announced. He then accompanied Lu Ying to inspect the firearms and ammunition, which included 2 boxes, each of 12 7mm high-precision and armor-piercing incendiary rounds, as well as 4 822 fragmentation grenades. Lu Ying nodded in acknowledgement before proceeding with Lu Yuan to meet the personnel of the company. This is our deputy company commander, Li Tao, followed by squad leader Zhang Yong and 2nd squad leader Wang Wei. As Lu Yuan introduced them, Lu Ying became acquainted with all the officers and soldiers of the 3rd Company. After a collective meal in the afternoon, the group organized their weapons, ammunition, and various equipment. A soldier approached Lu Ying, cradling a box containing a set of night vision goggles designed to be mounted on a helmet, along with a fully equipped tactical kit for the 191 precision rifle and the 201 sniper rifle. Chapter 94. The configuration of the assault team's firepower. The 12 7mm QBU-201 sniper rifle assigned to Lu Ying has undergone an upgrade, now equipped with an 8-32x adjustable scope. The 191 precision rifle includes a 38.6x optical sight, a suppressor, a flash suppressor, and a laser pointer. After calibrating all the firearms, Lu Ying returned to the camp to switch out his night vision goggles, stuffing 4 magazines for the 191 precision rifle and 4 822 fragmentation grenades into his tactical vest, along with 2 additional magazines filled with 12 7mm sniper rounds. The remaining ammunition was tucked away in the other pockets of his tactical vest. The entire 3rd Company of the 7th Battalion, comprising a total of 151 officers and soldiers, participated in this assault operation. Each member was busy organizing their respective weapons and equipment. Lu Ying surveyed the area. Within a squad, there were 2 light machine guns, a man-portable rocket launcher, and a designated sniper. The remaining armed personnel were equipped with shotguns, 191 assault rifles, and precision rifles, with 2 individuals carrying 30mm grenade launchers. In addition to this firepower configuration, some squads were equipped with heavy machine guns and automatic grenade launchers. At 7 o'clock in the evening, 2 vehicles arrived outside the camp, from which descended 7 armed individuals adorned in the same insignia as Lu Ying. These 7 were the superhumans cooperating in the operation. Among them, 1 carried a sniper rifle identical to Lu Ying's, while the others bore shotguns and 191 assault rifles. Aside from their firearms, 1 individual was equipped with 2 crossed long swords on their back, while another carried a large knife. Among those with shotguns was a remarkably tall woman, towering at nearly 2 meters. Lu Ying was taken aback. This imposing figure, with arms almost as thick as his thighs, could easily be mistaken for a man were it not for her pronounced feminine features and delicate, doll-like face. It was indeed astonishing to encounter such a remarkable woman. The abilities of these 4 were readily discernible, likely of the enhancement type. The individual wielding the 2 long swords appeared to possess agility-related powers, while the one with the large knife likely embodied strength. As for the impressively robust woman, she seemed to be a blend of defensive and strength-based abilities. The remaining 3 were harder to classify. One was a tall, cool-featured woman. Another was an ordinary-looking girl with a ponytail. And the last was a somewhat androgynous man adorned with a folding fan at his waist. Lu Ying pondered, what kind of ability necessitates the use of a fan? Upon the arrival of the 7, Lu Yuan and Deputy Company Commander Li Tao rose to greet them. Both parties exchanged military salutes, and Lu Yuan ushered the 7 into the company meeting room. After a brief interval, Lu Yuan emerged from the meeting room to introduce the 7 individuals to Lu Ying. These superhumans had all originated from the surviving populace, forming a team to undertake various tasks within the base to earn military merit. The team leader, identified as Chiao Xin, possessed the ability to manipulate flames. Fire? Could she control flames or ignite them from within? Lu Ying was intrigued. These 2 extraordinary abilities are utterly distinct. In this frigid expanse, if one can only manipulate but not unleash flames, it would indeed be rather futile. The ideal scenario would be to possess both powers. I once witnessed a remarkable display when she unleashed her abilities. With both hands, she conjured flames of varying colors and temperatures. With a mere flick of her wrist, she incinerated a horde of nearly 100 zombies into ashes. Lu Yuan remarked with a hint of nostalgia. He then proceeded to introduce the remaining individuals and their abilities. The androgynous man with a folding fan at his waist possessed wind-based powers, which, when combined with their captain's abilities, could yield even more formidable effects. The ponytail girl had the power of life restoration and was formerly a skilled surgeon. The remaining individuals exhibited abilities that were largely consistent with Lu Ying's speculations. At 7:30 p.m., Lu Ying entered the operations conference room of the brigade. The room was spacious, featuring a military multimedia sand table at its center and a large electronic screen on the opposite wall. Besides the 7 extraordinary individuals present, all squad leaders, deputy squad leaders, and various platoon leaders from the 3rd Company were also in attendance, seated on either side of the multimedia sand table. The electronic screen on the front wall was divided into 4 sections. The upper left corner displayed the Colonel Brigade Commander of the 3rd Light Composite Brigade, whom Lu Ying had seen during his last visit, along with the Chief of Staff, 2 major officers, and several staff officers. The lower left corner showed the conference room of the 3rd Company. The upper right section featured armed personnel clad in pure black combat uniforms, belonging to the city security system's armed forces, whose primary duty was to assist the Security Bureau in addressing violent incidents within the city. The lower right corner depicted a group dressed in olive green jackets, identifiable by the insignia on their chests as belonging to the Aviation Corps. Once all the units participating in the operation were assembled, the Colonel Brigade Commander commenced outlining the plan for the nighttime raid on the southern suburbs thermal power plant. At this moment, the screen transitioned to a multimedia overview of the thermal power plant from an aerial perspective. This raid plan involved the 3rd Company of Lu Yuan's 7th Battalion, the armed forces of the security system, and a helicopter squadron working in tandem. The Chief of Staff's voice resonated, stating that the operation was scheduled for 2 a.m. The Chief's plan was articulated with clarity, easily comprehensible even to those like Lu Ying, who had never partaken in military operations before. This mission would be executed by ground forces in conjunction with airborne helicopter units. Lu Yuan's 3rd Company would board the Z-20 tactical utility helicopter, escorted and supported by the armed helicopter units, the WZ-10 and WZ-19. After the armed helicopters neutralized the ground air defense systems and heavy fire points at the thermal power plant, 3 platoons from the 3rd Company would parachute into the facility to carry out the extermination plan. The 30 armed personnel from the security system and 1 remaining platoon from the 3rd Company would utilize ground snow armored vehicles to set out ahead of time, concealing themselves in 2 designated locations surrounding the thermal power plant. Upon the initiation of the helicopter assault, they would immediately advance to the power plant to coordinate their actions. The 30 armed personnel from the security system were primarily responsible for addressing any potential hostage situations involving surviving civilians that might be leveraged by armed factions within the thermal power plant. Among the 30 individuals, there are 3 tactical experts in such operations, 1 commander, and 4 marksmen wielding the CS-LR-4 Model 7, 62mm high-precision sniper rifles, while the remainder are assault team members. The primary objective of the ground forces is twofold. Firstly, to reinforce the elimination of heavy fire points that may have been overlooked by the armed helicopters from the periphery, and secondly, to coordinate an encirclement with the 2 platoons that have been airdropped into the thermal power plant. In addition to the 3rd Company, 3 other companies from the 7th Battalion are also engaged in this operation. However, these companies are stationed at the outskirts of the thermal power plant in the southern suburbs, maintaining vigilant defense towards the direction of Yun City while utilizing ground vehicles. Chapter 95, Deployment of the Assault Operation Plan on one front. Vigilance must be maintained against the horde of zombies within Yun City, while on another, supplementary forces for the assault operation are to be prepared, should the assault encounter setbacks. 3 battalions from the 7th Regiment will advance into the thermal power plant to continue the extermination plan. Furthermore, once the South Suburban Thermal Power Plant is secured, it shall serve as a refuge for the survivors from Yunming Building, thereby alleviating the pressure on the latter. Currently, Yunming Building and its surrounding areas accommodate over 130,000 survivors, with each room teeming with individuals, making the supply of resources exceedingly challenging. This situation arose due to the overwhelming number of zombies within Yun City, forcing the establishment of Yunming Building as a temporary haven for survivors. In addition to Yunming Building, various gathering spots have emerged throughout Yun City, including the barracks of the Internal Guard, the Public Security Bureau, Armed Forces encampments, as well as several shopping malls and supermarkets. The military and the Yun city authorities have resolved to establish new gathering sites beyond the city limits, systematically relocating all survivors from Yunming Building and within Yun City in phases. This operation will refrain from deploying heavy weaponry, aiming to preserve the facilities and structures of the thermal power plant as much as possible. The overall commander of this operation is Chief of Staff Chinching, who will accompany the airborne assault unit. The participating units are to execute the action plan as per the established protocol, with ground forces departing at 12 o'clock, the airborne unit at 1:30, and the operation commencing at 2 o'clock. After detailing the comprehensive action plan, Chief of Staff Chinching arrived at the combat meeting room of the 3rd Battalion within 10 minutes. All present saluted. Lu Yuan, you may commence. Chief of Staff Yin stated straightforwardly. Understood. A multimedia sand table in the meeting room displayed a three-dimensional scaled model of the entire South Suburban Thermal Power Plant. The mission of this operation is to clear the ground heavy weaponry with an armed helicopter unit before executing airdrop operations to eliminate all armed personnel within the thermal power plant. The thermal power plant houses 4 boilers, a large coal yard, 2 smokestacks, 2 cooling towers, and 2 turbine generator buildings among its facilities. Additionally, there is a 6-story production dispatch center, a 6-story comprehensive building, and an 11-story dormitory building. According to the intelligence received, the armed personnel are primarily concentrated in the production dispatch center and the comprehensive building, while the civilian survivors are gathered within the dormitory. The heavy weaponry points are situated on an inactive cooling tower, with each of the 3 buildings featuring a rooftop heavy machine gun team and a fire team armed with individual rocket launchers. The remaining heavy weaponry positions are strategically arranged both within and outside the thermal power plant, all clearly marked on the electronic sand table. The 2 buildings where armed personnel are concentrated will be the primary targets for our airborne assault team. I will lead the first squad to engage the armed personnel at TH Class 1 and Class 2 descended from the rooftop of the production scheduling center, while Class 3, Class 4, and 7 extraordinary individuals descended to the ground in front of the center. Class 4 formed a defensive line to repel the armed personnel arriving from the power plant. I, along with Class 1 and Class 2, systematically cleared each floor from above, while you, as the squad leader, guided Class 3 in an upward sweep from below. Class 2 remained on the rooftop with a heavy machine gun squad to support Class 4 in countering the incoming reinforcements. The squad and platoon leaders assigned specific tasks diligently recorded their respective duties. The 3 platoons executing the airborne assault plan consisted of a total of 9 classes. The remaining 5 classes would clear the comprehensive building, following a similar operational strategy as that of the production scheduling center. Class 5 and Class 6 would descend from the rooftop, while Class 7 and Class 8 would ascend from the ground. Class 9 remained outside to form a defensive line, collaborating with the heavy machine gun squad on the rooftop to thwart the advancing enemies. After deploying the airborne assault team with their specific tasks, Lu Yuan turned to the leader of the extraordinary team and said, "Several of you will assist Class 3 in the clearance, but your primary mission is to deal with the 5 extraordinary individuals inside the building. Reliable intelligence indicates that these 5 individuals are situated on the 3rd floor of the command center." The strikingly beautiful female leader of the extraordinary team nodded solemnly. They had memorized the heights, appearances, physiques, and unique abilities of the 5 extraordinary individuals within the thermal power plant prior to their departure. Following the assignment of the airborne team as tasks, Lu Yuan proceeded to organize the ground forces, which comprised the 4 platoons and 30 armed personnel from the Public Security Bureau. The ground forces were divided into 2 groups, one concealed in a location south of the thermal power plant and the other hidden to the east. Both groups were positioned less than a kilometer from the plant and would commence their assault from the periphery just before the armed helicopters arrived to initiate their attack. Instructor Pang Leji was responsible for commanding these 2 groups. The operational plan detailed every class and even every fire team, and once their respective tasks were assigned, the squad and platoon leaders departed the conference room to relay specific duties and combat team allocations to each member. Chief of Staff Yin remained in the conference room, continuing to listen to the operational plans of other units coordinating the mission. Around 11 o'clock at night, the sound of revving engines echoed outside the battalion camp as 30 armed personnel from the Public Security Bureau arrived to coordinate with the ground forces. All members of the Public Security Bureau were clad in black combat uniforms, armed not only with firearms but also equipped with 3 ballistic shields. This assault team was tasked with clearing armed personnel from 2 buildings, with each class similarly carrying 2 military-grade ballistic shields. At 11:40, 3 625E anti-aircraft vehicles, for snow vehicles equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns, and 2 snow vehicles mounting self-propelled howitzers convened at the camp entrance. All soldiers of the 3rd Company, along with the Public Security Bureau Armed Forces and the Extraordinary Team, gathered within the camp. This marked the arrival of the leaders, including the brigade commander and political commissar of the 3rd Light Combined Brigade, at the 3rd Company S camp. The soldiers participating in the operation stood in perfect formation, their bodies erect like towering pines. The entire unit was enveloped in silence, with only the breath of the soldiers releasing wisps of white vapor under the glow of the camp lights. Yet, a palpable sense of solemnity pervaded the barracks. Each soldier's gaze sharp and fixed upon the commander. To the right. Face. Forward. Look. The commanding voice of Lu Yuan resonated, followed by a report to Brigade Commander Yang Yunzhang. Comrades. Brigade Commander Yang Yunzhang saluted with utmost precision. At ease. Our mission to raid the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant has 2 primary objectives. First, to avenge our comrades from the brotherly unit who have suffered grievously. Second, to facilitate the relocation of the surviving citizens of Yun City who continue to endure hardship. Brigade Commander Yang Yunzhang elucidated the brutal fate of a combat company that had been ruthlessly slaughtered by the current armed forces, even using their bodies as fuel. He emphasized the significance of capturing the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant for the subsequent resettlement of the survivors in Yun City. Finally, he expressed his hope that all soldiers involved in today's operation would successfully complete their mission and return safely. Subsequently, the company instructor, Peng Leji, led the ground troops onto vehicles, heading towards the designated location of the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant. Chapter 96. Helicopter Assault. The 3 volunteer vigilance companies from the 7th Battalion, engaged in the exhilarating operation, departed from various barracks to converge at the base entrance, embarking on their grand journey towards the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant. At precisely 1 o'clock in the morning, the remaining troops participating in the aerial assault proceeded to the helicopter airport within the base. This airport is situated in a strategic area between the military bunker and the residential zone of the surviving populace. On the helicopter pad, 10Z, 20 tactical utility helicopters roared to life. Lu Ying and Lu Yuan, along with half of their squad, descended from the rooftop of the production scheduling center, boarding the first Z-20 helicopter. The team members boarded the aircraft in an organized manner, and the 10 Z-20s gradually ascended into the night sky. A formation of 4 WZ-10 attack helicopters and another formation of 4 WZ-19 helicopters took to the air, providing escort on both sides and in front of the transport helicopters. Each WZ-10 and WZ-19 was equipped with 2 rocket launchers and air-to-ground tactical missiles beneath their wings as they flew towards the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant. At that moment, within the power plant, aside from over 60 armed personnel on night duty and those stationed at heavy fire points, the rest of the armed forces and surviving civilians were mostly fast asleep. Mr. Jiang, in the opulent command center, was surrounded by 2 youthful and beautiful girls, their gentle breaths mingling with the atmosphere. Ever since seizing control of the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant and the East Suburb Granary, Mr. Jiang has indulged in a life of pleasure, finding companionship and beauty and protection in armed guards, receiving praise and gratitude from the personnel and survivors alike. Although he was aware that most of these sentiments were born from necessity, he remained indifferent, reveling daily in the comforts of his luxurious life. The 5 extraordinary individuals also thrived, basking in the sustenance provided by the power plant. This night, the ice elemental adept Lu Wei was responsible for security at the thermal plant. Since midnight, she had occasionally glanced at her watch, her demeanor growing increasingly restless in the 5th floor room of the production scheduling center. The others had succumbed to slumber, completely unaware of the impending military assault. As time progressed, by 1:40 in the morning, the ground convoy had reached its designated position. 3 combat companies from the 7th Battalion had established a defensive perimeter to the north of the power plant, utilizing various armored vehicles. The convoy from the 3rd Company split into 2, reaching the 2 specified locations near the thermal plant. Inside the first transport helicopter of the formation, Lu Ying leaned against the cabin wall while Lu Yuan sat beside him, explaining the critical aspects of the military operation. He emphasized the importance of maintaining radio silence from the moment the ground convoy and the aerial assault team departed until the onset of the operation, at which point radio communication would commence. Given the prevalent use of radio communication, the equipment within the South Suburb Thermal Power Plant was originally military-grade, equipped with various frequency bands. Upon learning that the plant had fallen into the hands of marauders, the military had promptly revised and encrypted the frequency bands to prevent any potential eavesdropping. As time elapsed, 2 formations of armed helicopters accelerated, surpassing the transport helicopter units, and swooped low towards the thermal power plant. The armed helicopter squadron eliminated heavy weaponry positions, creating conditions for our descent. What lay ahead was close-quarters combat, commonly referred to as CQB, Lu Yuan stated solemnly. The team members engaged in the indoor battle Donbone conduction tactical communication headsets, systematically clearing each room. Lu Ying had only witnessed such operations on video and was unaware of their inherent dangers and complexities. The two formations of armed helicopters, still 3 kilometers from the thermal power plant, adjusted their trajectories. Each pair of helicopters, forming a unit, launched a low-altitude assault from 4 directions, targeting the heavy firepower within the plant. At 1:55 in the morning, as the appointed time with the military drew near, Lu Wei had already arrived at the power control center of the thermal power plant, poised to cut power the moment the clock struck 2. Each tick of the second hand seemed to synchronize with her heartbeat. At exactly 2 o'clock, as the second hand moved, the roar of helicopter rotors and engines filled the air, accompanied by the cacophony of explosions and the thunderous sounds of heavy machine gun fire. Lu Wei sprang into action, swiftly using her dagger to slit the throats of 2 armed personnel, then immediately severing the power supply, plunging the entire thermal power plant into darkness. From all 4 directions, 8 armed helicopters advanced low towards their designated areas of operation. 2 WZ-10 helicopters, from a distance, locked onto 3 rooftop positions manned by heavy machine guns and rocket teams, launching 6 rockets. The rockets streaked through the dark sky, their tails illuminating the night, striking with precision at the 3 anti-aircraft fire points. The ensuing explosions obliterated the armed personnel and their weaponry. Following the first explosion, the air above the thermal power plant resonated with the whoosh of rockets and air-to-ground tactical missiles being launched, quickly followed by the sound of thunderous detonations. The initial wave of assaults on the firepower positions of the plant was entirely annihilated. This was soon succeeded by the deafening barrage from the armed helicopters' cannons. The low, rhythmic thump of cannon fire echoed as 23mm shells rained down like droplets, illuminating the pitch-black sky with crimson flashes, piercing through ground troops and vehicles alike. The impact of the shells shattered bodies, limbs, and organs, leaving a gruesome scene of bloodshed. The armed helicopters continued to clear other ground fire points, with cannon shells slicing through the night, rockets and tactical missiles exploding in brilliant displays, illuminating the entire thermal power plant. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the metallic tang of blood. Meanwhile, 2 ground convoys had arrived outside the thermal power plant, with the 625 E25mm 6-barrel rotary cannon suppressing and destroying the heavy weaponry within. The mounted 12, 7mm heavy machine guns unleashed torrents of fire, providing covering fire against the armed personnel inside the plant. The armed forces swiftly disembarked from their vehicles, adhering to the operational plan, and divided into smaller units to launch an assault on the thermal power plant. Their objective was to engage and eliminate the armed personnel scattered within the facility, thereby thwarting any reinforcements to the 2 buildings. The thunderous roar of artillery and the cacophony of heavy machine gun fire roused all those within the power plant from their slumber. The armed personnel, still somewhat disoriented in their dreams, hurriedly donned their gear at the commanding shouts of their leaders. 10 Z-20 tactical utility helicopters, carrying the assault teams, hovered at designated locations. The side doors of the Z-20s swung open, and 4 rappel lines were lowered, allowing 4 team members to descend simultaneously onto the rooftops or the ground below. Both Lu Ying and Lu Yuan landed on the ground, with Lu Ying gripping a precision 191 rifle, crouching in vigilance on the rooftop. Soon, all armed personnel from the 10 Z-20 helicopters had descended, gathering on the rooftop in preparation for the impending clearance operation. Chapter 97, Close Quarters Combat. The purge begins at this moment, for armed WZ-10 helicopters, having completed their mission of clearing ground firepower points, hovered before and behind the production scheduling center and the comprehensive building. The thudding sound of cannon fire filled the air as rounds shattered window panes and penetrated the rooms within the buildings. Except for critical areas such as the power control center, every remaining room was systematically raked by the helicopter's cannon fire before the aircraft ascended again to circle overhead, providing support to the attacking forces outside. 2 members of the heavy machine gun team from the 2nd Squad remained on the rooftop, with one acting as the primary shooter and the other as the assistant. They established a QJZ-171 heavy machine gun on the rooftop to assist the 4th Squad below in executing their sniping mission. The 12 members of the 1st Squad were divided into 3 tactical teams, each consisting of 4 individuals. 2 teams wielded ballistic shields, while the remaining group comprised a light machine gun fire team, a demolition squad, and a fire support team. The 10 members of the 2nd Squad were organized into 2 tactical teams of 5. Each of the 4 assault teams was equipped with a military-grade ballistic shield. The shield bearers were armed with pistols, followed by breachers wielding QBS-09 shotguns, and the 2 rear members utilized the 191 assault rifle, with the last member of the 5-man team employing the 191 precision rifle. The production scheduling center featured an elevator and stairwell located at its center. But with the thermal power plant experiencing a blackout, The elevator was inoperative. The 4 assault teams activated their tactical helmet night vision devices, entering the stairwell through the rooftop corridor in 2 columns. 2 shield bearers led the way, amidst the chaos within the building, where shouts and inquiries echoed continuously. Lu Ying positioned himself 4th in the 1st assault team, while Lu Yuan took the 3rd position. As they advanced in a low crouch, Lu Ying discreetly deactivated the night vision on his helmet and the laser pointer mounted on his rifle. The individual night vision devices emitted a green hue, yet their visibility paled in comparison to his evolved eyesight, which was far clearer in the dark. As the 2 assault teams entered the building, the shield bearer in the 1st position and the breacher armed with the shotgun in the 2nd position immediately opened fire. Bang, bang. The 2 armed assailants ahead were struck directly by 14 tungsten alloy projectiles from the shotgun. Blood erupted from the wounds on their faces and bodies, and they fell lifelessly to the ground. The assault team pressed forward, and as they passed the bodies on the stairs, the 3rd position breach team members fired additional shots into the skulls to prevent them from reanimating as zombies. Upon reaching the T-shaped corridor on the 6th floor, a light machine gun fire team secured the stairwell to prevent any armed personnel from descending from the 5th floor. A team member placed a self-propelled reconnaissance sphere on the ground, which traversed through the group and into the corridor on the 6th floor. Subsequently, the reconnaissance team member's voice, intentionally subdued, relayed through the earpiece, no armed personnel in the corridor. Prior to entering the building, the sustained cannon fire from the helicopters had already claimed the lives of several armed individuals within the 2 structures. The 1st and 2nd squads separated, each advancing towards 2 different rooms for a systematic clearance. 2 fire teams prepared to breach the left and right rooms, while the rear demolition team maintained vigilance in the corridor with their assault rifles. The last 2 members of the 2nd squad, armed with 191 precision rifles, guarded the opposite corridor. Lu Yuan retrieved an 822 grenade and tossed it into the room. The grenade detonated, and the team entered, discovering a gruesome scene of severed limbs scattered across the floor, clearly the remnants of armed personnel obliterated by a 23mm autocannon. 2 armed individuals were trembling beneath a window. With 2 precise shots, Lu Ying eliminated them, the bullets piercing their skulls, rendering any further shots unnecessary. The room had once served as an office, now stripped of its furniture, with a heap of bloodstained mattresses and bedding on the floor, and 6 191 assault rifles leaning in a corner. After clearing this room, the team withdrew to continue their operation in the next one. Another 822 grenade was thrown inside, and as the shield-bearing team member entered, gunfire erupted immediately. 2 shots rang out from a pistol, followed by the discharge of a .09 shotgun. The gunfire ceased, and 3 armed personnel, pierced by the shrapnel from the grenade, lay dead. The assault teams executing the raid on the 2 buildings employed this tactic. They would toss high-explosive stun grenades or 822 grenades into the rooms. And once the explosion subsided, the teams would enter to eliminate any remaining foes. According to military intelligence, Mr. Jiang from the southern suburb thermal power plant had augmented his ranks with over 60 armed personnel during this period. Aside from the 60 personnel on night duty, approximately 120 armed individuals remained within the 2 buildings. However, these individuals were not professional soldiers. Their combat skills and resolve paled in comparison to the garrison stationed in Yun City. Yet, these armed personnel, having once been ordinary survivors themselves, now relentlessly exploited others from the same survivor community. As Lu Ying and her team commenced the clearance of the 3rd room, the guards in the corridor opened fire. Several armed individuals attempted to flee the room but were swiftly gunned down as they exposed themselves, leaving the remaining assailants to retreat, too intimidated to show themselves again. This floor contained 16 rooms of varying sizes, with only 6 occupied by armed personnel. Upon clearing the 3rd room, Lu Ying's assault team was left with just one final room. Another grenade was hurled inside, resulting in the demise of all remaining armed personnel. The other teams also completed their clearances in rapid succession. Soon, the assault teams from both squads converged at the T-shaped corridor, regrouping to advance towards the 5th floor. Just after rounding the staircase corner, a volley of bullets erupted from below, prompting all team members to take cover swiftly. Lu Ying had observed 2 armed personnel from the thermal power plant wielding 191 assault rifles firing from the lower corridor towards her squad. She quietly relayed this information to Lu Yuan, who nodded in acknowledgement. The light machine gunfire team, shielded by the frontline members, initiated suppressive fire on both flanks. Subsequently, 2 team members hurled 2 822 grenades towards 2 positions. The resounding explosions echoed twice, followed by the piercing cries of agony. The light machine gunfire team cleared the passage, allowing the assault team to advance further. An autonomous reconnaissance sphere was deployed, and soon thereafter, the reports from the operatives filled the earpieces. Within the corridor, approximately 3 meters away, 4 rooms on either side harbored 2 armed personnel each, wielding 191 assault rifles, all of whom had their sights trained on the T-shaped corridor intersection. The armed individuals within the building were equipped with tactical high-intensity flashlights affixed to their rifles. Once their positions were confirmed, the 2 team members carefully retrieved concussive grenades, cautiously approached the corridor's corner, disengaged the safeties, and simultaneously tossed them before swiftly retreating. The sound of gunfire erupted as the adversaries unleashed a barrage towards the corridor's entrance. The concussive grenades detonated with a thunderous boom. The nearest armed assailant was momentarily incapacitated by the deafening noise and blinding light, experiencing a fleeting blindness accompanied by a ringing in their ears. The others instinctively sought refuge within their rooms. The 2 squads swiftly surged forth. Shield-bearing team members provided cover while those positioned behind immediately opened fire, establishing a crossfire suppression within the corridor. Chapter 98. Mr. Zhang's unwavering gentlemanly demeanor. The firepower team sealed off the corridor, and the ensuing operation mirrored previous efforts, commencing the purge of the 5th floor. Thus far, the assault teams within the 2 buildings had encountered little formidable resistance. As the armed personnel from the thermal power plant were merely hastily assembled, they were sufficient to handle ordinary individuals, yet they would stand no chance against a military force. The purge teams from the dispatch center building, operating from the 1st floor, were proceeding at an accelerated pace, reaching the 3rd floor where Mr. Jiang and the remaining 3 extraordinary individuals resided. In Mr. Jiang's opulent bedroom, 2 young women huddled closely together beneath the covers. The room, having endured the recent barrage from armed helicopters, only sustained damage to a few pieces of furniture and appliances. As the helicopters opened fire, Mr. Jiang had already awakened and was observing the situation outside from the window. The area was teeming with military personnel and heavy armaments, while armed helicopters continuously unleashed firepower from above. Mr. Jiang realized with grim certainty that he and his subordinates were unlikely to witness the dawn. A fleeting thought of escape crossed his mind, yet the sight outside revealed 4 armed helicopters fixated on the building. He understood that should he attempt to exit through the window or the door, he would immediately be targeted by heavy-caliber cannons and possibly even rocket attacks. The previous uprising, which had led to the massacre of an entire company of armed soldiers at the thermal power plant, guaranteed that the military would not let him slip away. As the helicopters swept fire across each window of the building, Mr. Jiang and the 2 girls took refuge behind a wall, narrowly avoiding disaster. At that moment, Mr. Jiang donned his elegant burgundy formal attire, meticulously adjusting his tie, pocket square, and boutonnierie. His hair was styled impeccably as he settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigar while glancing at the 2 girls. Despite the darkness enveloping the room, the girls sensed Mr. Jiang's gaze. He exhaled a puff of smoke, a soft chuckle escaping his lips as he spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Do not be afraid. They are here for me, and you need not worry." After a moment's reflection, he continued, "I am grateful for your companionship during this damned apocalypse. You have made this time a remarkable experience." At that instant, the door swung open, and 3 extraordinary individuals rushed in. "Sir," they exclaimed, holding flashlights that illuminated the ceiling before casting their light upon Mr. Jiang, who remained seated, savoring his cigar. One of the extraordinary individuals, named Wang Fei, spoke urgently. "Sir, the military has commenced the purge. A team has reached the 3rd floor, and there are several extraordinary individuals inside. What's the hurry?" Wang Fei was interrupted by Mr. Jiang's calm demeanor. "By the time they arrive here, I will control 2 of the extraordinary individuals. You will subdue a few soldiers, and we shall use them as leverage to escape." Mr. Jiang spoke with deliberate composure. As the sounds of gunfire outside gradually subsided, giving way to the throaty roar of approaching vehicles, the armed personnel within the thermal power plant had been completely eradicated. The 625E air defense vehicles and snow-covered armored vehicles, equipped with heavy weaponry, have entered the premises. Dark cannon barrels are aimed at the building, and the searchlights on the vehicles illuminate the area, scanning for remnants of the enemy within. Gunfire erupts from the 3rd floor, followed by the sound of footsteps as the 1st and 2nd squads, having completed their inquiries on the 4th floor, descend to the 3rd. The Special Abilities team and the 3rd squad have eliminated all armed personnel on the 3rd floor, save for 4 individuals with powers, leaving only Mr. Jiang's bedroom. Mr. Jiang gazes at his 3 subordinates, reflecting on the absence of Lu Wei, and recalling how the military's initial assault nearly eradicated all heavy firepower within the thermal power plant. At this moment, he comprehends Lu Wei's betrayal. Information has already been relayed to the military through her. Contemplating this, Mr. Jiang feels neither regret nor anger toward Lu Wei. Instead, a profound calm envelopes him. The team that commenced the purge from the upper floors converges at the staircase with the third squad and 7 individuals with powers. Lu Yuan turns to the female leader of the special abilities team, saying, "Captain Xiao, we are counting on you for what comes next." Xiao Xin, the leader, nods gently, affirming their withdrawal from the building. After completing the clearance of the 4th floor and learning that the 3rd squad and the special abilities team have eliminated all armed personnel on the 3rd floor, Lu Yuan informs Lu Ying of his intention to stay behind. Lu Yuan does not press further, recognizing this as a matter for those with powers. Noticing Lu Ying's decision to remain, a slender-faced man in the special abilities team, wielding a folding fan, regards her with sharp eyes. Exuding a hint of disdain, "Are you hoping to partake in this?" Lu Ying, sensing the condescension in his words, shakes her head impassively. His inquiry suggests an awareness that individuals with powers can consume one another's abilities to enhance their strength. Lu Ying, driven by the desire for revenge against Mr. Jiang and his accomplices who previously ambushed her, also harbors intentions to absorb the powers of these individuals to bolster her own abilities. If this team of special abilities can eliminate Mr. Jiang and his associates, it matters not, aside from enhancing her powers through absorption. Her evolution primarily relies on the mysterious tome. Seeing Lu Ying's silence, the slender man grows agitated, emboldened by their numerical superiority. Lu Ying fixes her gaze upon him. Her previously crossed arms now lowered. Xiao Xin quickly intervenes, addressing the slender man. "Apologies, Mr. Lu. My friend's character and emotions have been affected since her awakening." She continues, "How about this, Mr. Lu? Let us each rely on our own abilities. Whoever can eliminate the individuals with powers inside shall absorb their energy." "Agreed," Lu Ying nods. Xiao Xin offers an apologetic smile, pushing open the door to Mr. Jiang's bedroom and leading her team inside. Lu Ying retrieves a pack of cigarettes from her pocket, lighting one for herself. At this moment, the power at the thermal plant is restored, and 4 WZ-10 and Z-20 tactical helicopters return in formation. Mr. Jiang takes a final puff from his cigar, reclining on the sofa with an air of gentlemanly nonchalance, crossing his legs. Observing the individuals who entered, Mr. Jiang maintained a tranquil demeanor. His deep, resonant voice broke the silence. "Are you all so confident in securing a victory over us?" The team of extraordinary abilities offered no response, each member fixating on their designated adversary as per their prior arrangement. Mr. Jiang chuckled lightly and turned to Captain Xiao Xin, suggesting, "Shall we strike a bargain?" "Attack." Xiao Xin commanded sharply, clearly disinterested in prolonging the conversation with the peculiar Mr. Jiang. Chapter 99, The Clash of the Abilities Among the 7 Members of the Team. Aside from the Captain Xiao Xin and the young woman with a sun-kissed complexion wielding twin swords, one man hefting a broadsword lunged at Wang Fei with his crimson blade. The muscular woman of the strength category stomped her foot and charged at Lu Li, while a delicate man confronted the final ability user. Seizing the opportunity, the Team S marksman, a reinforcement-type ability user, swiftly carried the 2 trembling girls from the bed out of the room, temporarily placing them in another chamber. With each swing of his broadsword, the ability user unleashed powerful strikes imbued with a crimson glow, as if he were slicing through the very air. Wang Fei, evidently outmatched, struggled to withstand the onslaught, yet his agility allowed him to narrowly evade each strike, akin to dancing upon a tightrope. Lu Ying observed the broadsword-wielding man's every move meticulously, recognizing the fundamentals of swordsmanship he had mastered before the apocalypse. The other 2 skirmishes failed to capture Lu Ying's interest. Mr. Jiang's gaze fixated on the ponytailed healer within the team. An invisible wave emanating from his brow directed toward her. This was Mr. Jiang's mental control ability, and he quickly assessed that this ponytailed girl was the weakest among them. Just then, the female ability user with twin swords stepped protectively in front of the girl, her own mental energy countering Mr. Jiang's influence. The base had specifically sought out this team of ability users due to the presence of this dual sword wielder, a fellow psychic user. Moreover, this woman was a master of swordsmanship, having trained rigorously in the art prior to the cataclysm. Coupled with Captain Xiao Xin's prowess and the delicate man's coordination, this squad ranked among the strongest within the base. Realizing his mental control had been thwarted, Mr. Jiang's expression sharpened. He rose gracefully, fastening the first button of his suit while maintaining an air of composure. The female ability user unsheathed her twin blades, darting toward Mr. Jiang with agility. Yet, he elegantly extended his right hand, flicking his fingers, unleashing a torrent of energy that collided with the advancing attacker. With a resounding crash, the woman was sent hurtling backward into the wall, collapsing to the ground, injured. The healer rushed to her side, soft tendrils of green energy emanating from her hands to mend the wounds. Mr. Jiang turned his attention to Captain Xiao Xin. With a subtle movement of his fingers, the 2 swords in the female ability user's grasp levitated, aiming for Xiao Xin's back. Watch out. The dual sword wielder shouted. Xiao Xin's gaze sharpened. Her body enveloped in a fierce blaze, deflecting the swords controlled by Mr. Jiang. The whoosh of slicing blades pierced the air as a flurry of metallic needles, akin to embroidery needles, surged forth from a black box on Mr. Jiang's desk, hurtling towards Xiao Xin. Dongfeng Bubi, Lu Ying exclaimed involuntarily, casting a fleeting glance at Mr. Jiang's lower half. In an instant, dozens of metallic needles were manipulated by Mr. Jiang through his psychic abilities, transforming into lethal weapons. Yet, the scarlet flames enveloping Xiao Xin held firm against the barrage of needles, momentarily thwarting their attempt to penetrate her fiery defense. At that moment, Xiao Xin bellowed, "Retreat!" Immediately, the three team members engaged in combat extricated themselves, hastily dragging the injured female psychic out of the room and seeking refuge in adjacent chambers. "Quick, hide!" shouted the burly man wielding a large blade at Lu Ying, before slamming the door shut with a resounding thud. Lu Ying, though puzzled, remained rooted in place, gathering her energy to envelop herself in a protective barrier. Suddenly, a colossal explosion resonated, akin to a bomb detonating. A crimson haze engulfed Lu Ying's vision. Xiao Xin erupted in a violent blaze of scarlet flames, charging towards Mr. Jiang. The intensity of the flames surged forth like the engines of a fighter jet. The fire collided with the walls, ricocheting and engulfing the entire room, while torrents of crimson flames streamed from the door and windows. Ah! Ah! The anguish cries echoed within the room as the three psychics, unable to find shelter, were ignited by the flames, their garments ablaze, transforming them into three human torches. Screaming in agony, the fiery trio hurled themselves toward the shattered window, leaping from the third floor. Below, the alert commandos stared in shock at the cascade of crimson flames pouring from the third-floor window, as the entire corridor and several open rooms on that level erupted in a fierce inferno. From the window fell the three blazing figures. The commandos, with their powerful flashlights, illuminated the sight of the rolling figures on the ground. Three mounted 12.7mm heavy machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets upon the writhing individuals. The dull thuds of gunfire rang out, reducing the trio to mere fragments. They had witnessed the preceding chaos, noting that their comrades had already evacuated the room, leaving only the team leader using his powers, while these three were the culprits responsible for the massacre of their allied squad. At that moment, Lu Ying felt a wave of intense heat wash over her. However, due to her external energy shield, the searing flames inflicted no harm. As the blaze subsided, many wooden and leather furnishings, as well as bedding, ignited throughout the third floor. The doors of several rooms opened, and the team members who had sought refuge emerged. Evidently accustomed to such perilous situations, swiftly reacting to Xiao Xin's command to retreat. As the flames in the bedroom flickered out, the bed and several leather chairs caught fire, including the sofa behind Mr. Jiang, which also blazed. Yet, Mr. Jiang remained unscathed, his flamboyant burgundy formal attire untouched by the flames. He too can manipulate energy for defense. Lu Ying contemplated. It was clear that Mr. Jiang was no novice in the realm of evolution, having likely undergone at least 2 transformations, just as Xiao Xin had. At that moment, Mr. Jiang directed all the flying needles towards Xiao Xin. 3 elongated needles pierced through Xiao Xin's fiery defenses, striking her left shoulder, left chest, and right leg. The formidable attack she had just unleashed had nearly depleted her internal energy, leaving her defenses considerably weakened. The androgynous man and the knife-wielding brute swiftly entered the room, and with a pair of swift whooshes, 2 needles penetrated their chests. Except for Xiao Xin, the remaining members of this small team were merely first-stage evolved ability users, utterly no match for Mr. Jiang, who had undergone a second evolution. Exhaling the last wisps of smoke, Lu Ying discarded the cigarette, and unsheathed the short sword from his waist, advancing towards the bedroom. Chapter 100. You are too weak. Captain Xiao Xin of the superpower team and Mr. Jiang are both second-stage evolved beings, yet it is evident that Mr. Jiang possesses greater strength. The tumultuous incident at the thermal power plant was orchestrated entirely by him, utilizing his psychic control abilities to manipulate dozens of survivors into committing suicide. Consequently, these deceased survivors transformed into zombies, inciting chaos within the settlement, which allowed them to seize control of the thermal power plant. Subsequently, it was discovered that some of the zombies harbored cores capable of enhancing the powers of evolved beings. The armed forces under Mr. Jiang were thus tasked with hunting zombies to collect these cores. However, all the cores obtained were surrendered to Mr. Jiang, with even his evolved subordinates relegated to mere enforcers in this endeavor. As Mr. Jiang consumed these cores, his power grew exponentially. However, due to a massive zombie tide in the southern suburbs of Yun City, the military resorted to airstrikes, eliminating over 100,000 zombies, which drastically reduced the number of cores collected recently. In response, Mr. Jiang devised a plan to exploit the remaining survivors within the thermal power plant to provide him with cores. Currently, less than 100 survivors remained in the plant, and Mr. Jiang had already evolved to the second stage of enlightenment, receiving a steady supply of zombie cores, far surpassing Qiao Xin, who had only recently undergone evolution. Observing the three incapacitated evolved beings, a smirk of disdain crept across Mr. Jiang's lips. Why can't we simply engage in dialogue, negotiate terms? This world belongs to us. The esteemed evolved beings, the rules should be dictated by us, unbound by the archaic conventions of the past. His deep, magnetic voice resonated with seduction. Lu Ying scoffed with derision. Drowning daily in indulgence has clearly dulled your wit, hasn't it? Mr. Jiang's expression darkened, and he coldly retorted, vulgar. Lu Ying stepped over the fallen trio at the entrance, scrutinizing the gentlemanly yet predatory figure before her. The other evolved beings in the team exchanged puzzled glances. For the individual before them possessed formidable strength, having severely injured Qiao Xin, an evolved being of the second stage. Did she truly intend to challenge him further? The rules of this world have never changed. It has always been about strength, nations and individuals alike. The apocalypse does not alter that. Lu Ying mocked. You are Lu Ying? Mr. Jiang countered without addressing her taunt. Oh, Lu Ying raised an eyebrow. Regrettably, I allowed you to escape with Zhang's daughter last time. Your presence here confirms you are also an evolved being. You must have witnessed our earlier battle, yet you dare to provoke me? I must commend your audacity. It surpasses that of those three worthless beings. Why not join my team? Together we can eliminate these evolved beings, seize their powers, and vanquish the military outside. With weapons, ammunition, and resources, we could establish a formidable force, creating a kingdom amidst this apocalypse. Should I ascend to kingship? I promise you a position of unparalleled honor, second only to me. As Mr. Jiang spoke, a frenzied expression illuminated his face. As if his grand vision were on the brink of fruition, Lu Ying, rendered speechless, pondered the extent of madness required to utter such nonsensical words. Fool. With that, Lu Ying surged forward, intent on confronting Mr. Jiang. If you are so ungrateful, then perish. Mr. Jiang, however, maintained his composure. His fingers twitched, and the scattered long needles around him shot towards Lu Ying. Encased in a protective energy shield, Lu Ying felt the needles strike, producing a cacophony of metallic clinks, yet none managed to breach his defenses. Mr. Jiang's gaze sharpened as he unleashed his full power. The psychic energy emanating from his brow erupting forth, causing all objects in the room to levitate and hurl themselves at Lu Ying. A symphony of collisions ensued, but still, Lu Ying's exterior defense remained unscathed. In the next moment, Lu Ying closed the distance to Mr. Jiang, wielding a short sword with blinding speed. With two swift slices, Mr. Jiang's raised hands were severed at the wrists. The psychic abilities he had been channeling abruptly ceased as he gazed in disbelief at the blood flowing from his now mutilated arms. Why you are not merely a newly awakened psychic. How many times have you awakened? Gone was Mr. Jiang's earlier gentlemanly demeanor. His eyes were now filled with shock and incredulity. Lu Ying kicked the sofa behind Mr. Jiang aside, gripping his shoulder with one hand while delivering a powerful strike with his foot. With two cracking sounds, Mr. Jiang's shins were shattered. Ah! He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, Lu Ying stood before him, the bloodied short sword in hand, gazing at the now defenseless Mr. Jiang. Leaning close, he whispered, "You are far too weak, and I shall never be anyone's subordinate." With that, he drew the sword across Mr. Jiang's throat. Blood gushing forth as Mr. Jiang opened his mouth to utter something, only to be silenced by the torrent of blood that poured from him. At the doorway, three members of the severely injured psychic team looked on in astonishment at Lu Ying. Witnessing this scene, they realized that, despite Mr. Jiang's formidable power, even if all 7 of them had joined forces, they would likely have been unable to prevail. They were taken aback by how effortlessly this fellow auxiliary military officer, Lu Ying, had dispatched Mr. Jiang, rendering their once invincible abilities utterly impotent against him. As Mr. Jiang lay lifeless on the ground, Lu Ying contemplated the potential enhancements that Jiang's abilities might offer him. He pointed his finger at Mr. Jiang's brow, and a torrent of his psychic energy surged into Lu Ying's body. A tremor coursed through him, and he felt the amplification of his own powers, while the energy within him grew more formidable. Exhaling deeply, Lu Ying realized that after absorbing Mr. Jiang's abilities, his strength had increased by 10%. More importantly, it seemed that Mr. Jiang's mental powers would also enhance his current illusionary abilities. Yet, at this moment, he had no one to validate this. He could only wait until he returned to test it on the little girl later. Feeling the surging energy within her, Lu Ying contemplated whether the absorption of powers from 10 more extraordinary individuals like Mr. Jiang would lead to her continued evolution and perhaps grant her new abilities. Bang! Lu Ying drew her pistol and shot through Mr. Jiang's forehead, preventing his transformation into a zombie. The 7-member team of ability users at the door stood in stunned silence, watching as Lu Ying absorbed Mr. Jiang's powers, none daring to intervene. At that moment, the young man with delicate features felt a wave of fear wash over him as he observed Lu Ying. Chapter 101. Once again. The Chinching group, the effeminate man, was about to apologize and yield when he noticed that Lu Ying had completely disregarded him and his companions, descending the stairs without a second glance. At that moment, he felt a bitter pang, akin to a clawing ant that had been utterly overlooked by a formidable adversary. Sighing softly, Captain Chao Xian's emotions were complex. The female healer in the team swiftly stabilized the injuries of the 3 individuals and rushed to the window to seek assistance from the ground team below. Lu Yuan promptly contacted the base via radio to report the injuries sustained by the 4 ability users. The base dispatched a Z-20 helicopter accompanied by a medical team to retrieve the wounded. As Lu Ying emerged from the building, Lu Yuan experienced a mixture of shock and delight at the memory of Lu Ying dispatching Mr. Jiang moments earlier. His good brother's formidable prowess filled him with pride. The other assault team members shared similar sentiments, their eyes alight with astonishment, admiration, and even fervor. In the military, the strong command respect wherever they go, especially one who had fought alongside them against the tide of zombies and was now engaged in the mission to eradicate the power plant in the southern suburbs. This instilled a sense of exhilaration within them all. With such a powerful ability user in their ranks, future missions would not only be safer, but would also bring greater opportunities for military achievements and honors. Despite the current apocalypse, soldiers still held honor in high esteem, as military merits could be exchanged for vital supplies and even the chance to become an ability user themselves. The authorities and military were diligently researching zombie crystal cores and methods to enable humans to evolve, with the hope that one day this research might yield success. Impressive, Lu Yuan exclaimed. He then continued, "You are the primary contributor to the elimination of the power plant's insurgent leader. I have already reported the situation here. Upon our return to the base, you will not only receive military merit but also an honor medal." Noticing Lu Ying's apparent disinterest, Lu Yuan persisted, "Ying, military merit can be exchanged for zombie crystal cores. It seems the base possesses higher-tier crystal cores." Lu Ying raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are they crystal cores from evolved zombies?" Lu Yuan shook his head. "I am not an ability user, so I cannot exchange them yet. You will have to see for yourself when we return to the base." Lu Ying nodded, realizing that the enhancement of his abilities depended on that mysterious tome. Rather than seeking out 10 more individuals like Mr. Jiang, he believed that feeding the tome would yield a swifter elevation of his strength, along with new abilities and surprises. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's words, Lu Ying felt a sense of anticipation regarding the military merit he might accrue and the prospect of obtaining higher-tier zombie crystal cores at the base. A Z-20 tactical utility helicopter gently landed in the clearing outside the power plant, while the assault team carried the 4 injured ability users, along with 3 comrades who had sustained injuries during the operation, and handed them over to the medical team aboard the helicopter. After receiving the wounded, the helicopter took off for its return journey. Meanwhile, all team members involved in the raid began to wrap up their tasks, preparing to deal with the bodies and awaiting the arrival of a unit sent by the base to take over the power plant before heading back. The remaining trio of the ability users discovered the shattered remnants of 3 fellow users, their limbs cruelly severed by a heavy machine gun, downstairs. After a brief discussion, the ponytailed girl from the healing faction approached Lu Ying, her eyes filled with admiration. She softly spoke, "Mr. Lu, you have saved us all. Please accept the bodies of these 3 ability users. You should absorb their powers." Lu Ying nodded and descended to the ground floor, where the charred corpses lay, almost torn to shreds by the 12.7mm machine gun. Entrails and internal organs were strewn about, the most repugnant being the contents of the intestines scattered everywhere. Even on the severed limbs, the acrid scent of burnt flesh, mingled with the stench of blood and decay, nearly overwhelmed Lu Ying. Covering his nose, he quickly stepped back 2 paces and gestured towards the 3 corpses, saying, "Ah, I thank you, but these 3 were slain by your captain. As per our agreement, their abilities should be absorbed by your team." The ponytailed girl and the other 2 ability users attempted to insist otherwise, but Lu Ying once more declined, waving his hand as he returned to the vehicle. "Commander, this individual claims to have crucial information to report to you." Lu Wei, an insider from the thermal power plant, was brought forth by 2 team members. Upon seeing Lu Yuan and Lu Ying, Lu Wei did not immediately convey the so-called important information to Lu Yuan. Instead, she turned her gaze towards Lu Ying and inquired, "Are you Lu Ying?" Lu Ying, somewhat perplexed, nodded in response. Upon receiving his affirmation, Lu Wei continued, "Jiang Bingwen, or Mr. Jiang previously orchestrated an attack on your convoy, which was actually instigated by the Chinching group. The Chinching group? Lu Ying's eyes narrowed, fixated on Lu Wei, realizing that Jiang Bingwen had ties to this group. After Jiang Bingwen took control of the thermal power plant, the Chinching group had contacted him, engaging in ongoing transactions. During the last ambush on your convoy, the Chinching group explicitly targeted you. They promised to assist Jiang Bingwen in seizing the west suburb bunker if he could deliver you to them. Jiang Bingwen, however, prepared for both scenarios, intending to exchange a living Zhang Jishu for the bunker and conduct further dealings with you in the Chinching group. Upon hearing Lu Wei's words, Lu Ying comprehended why Wei Yuan, despite possessing overwhelming firepower, felt constrained. What else do you know? Lu Ying asked. Lu Wei shook her head. I only know this much regarding the Chinching group and you. Why are you telling me this? Lu Ying queried, puzzled. Lu Wei replied, shaking her head. Because this information was meant to be relayed to the base. Since you have now become an external member of the base, and it pertains to you. And since I will also be joining the base upon my return, I believe it prudent to foster a good relationship with you. Considering your formidable strength and the potential need for your assistance in the future. Lu Wei spoke candidly without any hesitation. Lu Ying nodded. I will assist you once. Within my capabilities. Excellent. Lu Wei beamed, then turned her attention to Lu Yuan. Commander Lu, the next matter concerns the surviving civilians of the thermal power plant and requires reporting to the brigade commander. Lu Yuan's expression turned serious as he promptly stated, I will contact the base to dispatch a helicopter immediately. After more than 20 minutes, a Z-20 helicopter arrived to transport Lu Wei away. The bodies of the armed personnel within the thermal power plant were gathered into one area and incinerated in the boiler. At 9 in the morning, a combined battalion arrived from the base to take over the Nanjiao thermal power plant. Once the handover was complete, 10 Z-20 helicopters landed outside the power plant. Just as they had arrived, Lu Ying and the others boarded the helicopter to return to the base. After a day of rest at the base, the next morning at 10 o'clock, the 3rd Light Combined Brigade held a commendation ceremony for this operation. All personnel involved in the mission entered the vast conference room of the underground fortifications belonging to the 3rd Light Combined Brigade. The conference room was also filled with staff and soldiers from the 3rd Combined Brigade, while other battalions participated in the commendation ceremony via video conference. Chapter 102, Exchange for Phase 2 Crystal Cores, Conspiracy in comparison to the award ceremony, Lu Ying harbored a greater anticipation for the number of military merits he could earn. How many merits could be exchanged for zombie crystal cores and the highest level of crystal cores at the base, which phase they belonged to? However, such revelations would only come after the conclusion of the ceremony. The conference room resonated with solemn music, and after a series of speeches and summaries of the combat situation, all officers and soldiers who participated in the raid on the southern suburb thermal power plant were recognized for their varying degrees of contribution based on their performance during the operation. Only Lu Wei and Lu Ying received individual military honors. Ascending to the high platform, Chief of Staff Chun Yin introduced the specific contributions of the two during this operation to all attending officers and soldiers. Lu Wei provided all intelligence regarding the thermal power plant, playing a crucial role in the planning and successful execution of the entire operation. Meanwhile, Lu Ying eliminated Mr. Jiang, the most formidable Phase 2 ability user within the plant, saving the ability team and preventing potential casualties from occurring subsequently. A Phase 2 psychic ability user, capable of manipulating objects from a distance, posed an overwhelming threat to ordinary individuals. After listening to the Chief of Staff's introduction, the soldiers of the 3rd Light Composite Brigade felt a surge of respect and envy for Lu Ying on the platform. In this apocalyptic world, individual combat prowess and strength would, over time, yield unimaginable significance. The successful capture of the southern suburb thermal power plant held immense importance for the future relocation of survivors in Yin City. Consequently, both Lu Ying and Lu Wei were awarded second-class military merit, while the entire 3rd Company and the armed forces of the public security system received collective 3rd-class military merit. Brigade Commander Yang Yunzhan adorned both with second-class merit medals. After the ceremony, Lu Yuan accompanied Lu Ying to collect their military merit points. As Lu Ying examined the medal, he noted that it comprised a main medal and a secondary medal. The military emblem on the main medal represented the armed forces. The symbolism of unity and glory radiated from its brilliance, while the laurel leaves signified the esteem of honor. The secondary medal's honor ribbon indicated the level of military merit, with 2 crossed rifles representing participation in combat, and the 4 second-class military merits gleamed brightly above. Upon arriving at the military merit point distribution office, the staff members noticed Lu Ying and Lu Yuan, rising with smiles on their faces. Lu Yuan informed the staff of their intent to collect the military merit points from this operation. The staff took the identification badge Lu Ying offered and located his information, stating, "Comrade Lu, you have earned a total of 100 military merits from this operation, which has already been credited to your identification badge." Subsequently, the two proceeded to the base's military merit point exchange center, where the staff handed Lu Ying a tablet computer. The screen was densely populated with various resource exchange prices, which failed to pique Lu Ying's interest. He directly navigated to the section for energy crystal cores. According to Lu Yuan's previous explanation, a standard zombie crystal core could be exchanged for 10 military merit points, and the tablet confirmed that the exchange using military merit points would similarly yield 10 points. Flipping to the second page, it displayed that a Phase 1 evolved zombie crystal core required 50 points, while the third page revealed that a Phase 2 evolved zombie core necessitated 100 points for exchange. There were only 3 crystal cores available, just enough to exchange for one. Lu Ying thought to himself. Subsequently, a choice was made to exchange for a token, handing the identification badge to the staff for deduction. The personnel escorted the two individuals to a fortified blast door at the lowest level of the base. Inside, a staff member opened the door and presented a green metallic box to Lu Ying. Upon opening the box, a fiery red spherical crystal core was revealed, emanating waves of energy that surpassed the first stage in both magnitude and purity. Every cell within Lu Ying's body thrummed with excitement, yearning for this energy. With a decisive snap, the box was closed. The crystal core was to be saved for activating the enigmatic tome later, for its potential enhancement was far greater than the immediate benefits of consumption. The duo then made their way to the base's dining hall, where Lu Yuan regarded Lu Ying with a sense of awe. This time, the base had allocated a higher military merit score and rank for both Lu Ying and Lu Wei than before. Given their contributions, a reasonable assessment would be a third-class military achievement and 100 merit points. The military standards for merit evaluation were notably stringent, especially during wartime. This decision by the base stemmed from the significant importance of the Nanjiao thermal power plant, along with the desire to avenge the losses of Allied troops, while also aiming to establish exemplary figures within the base. Lu Ying nodded, though his thoughts were more occupied with the military achievements in the remaining 2 second-stage zombie crystal cores. He had yet to encounter any zombies or mutated creatures that had undergone 2 evolutions. Perhaps the large-headed zombie seen during the defense against the zombie tide in Nanjiao was a second-stage evolution, yet it had vanished without a trace. Yuan, do you have any forthcoming operations that could yield additional military merit? Lu Ying inquired. Lu Yuan pondered before responding, currently, there are no specific arrangements. The escort mission for the survivors in Yun City has been assigned to other squads. However, there is no need for concern, as part of the rapid response unit. We are never short of opportunities to earn merit points through action. Very well. Lu Ying nodded, his mind racing with strategies to rapidly amass military merit. Aside from collaborating with allied squads, he could also undertake missions assigned by the base to garner additional merit points. Within the West Suburb bunker, 6 influential leaders from various sectors convened in a room, conspiring on how to seize control of the bunker from General Zhang. They had contemplated bribing General Zhang's armed personnel, but their efforts were met with resistance. Through their ongoing attempts, they confirmed one pivotal fact: General Zhang did not intend to wield his armed forces in a dictatorial manner, akin to a ruthless warlord. Rather, his vision was to maintain a peaceful and prosperous underground sanctuary to endure the apocalypse. After discerning General Zhang's intentions, the leading figures devised a new plan to unite and mobilize the majority of the bunker's inhabitants, facilitating a new vote to establish a management team for the bunker. During this period, they traveled extensively, making promises that, should they take over the bunker, everyone would enjoy a life far more luxurious than their current existence. They assured that even 3 months hence, there would be no need for individuals to provide resources or engage in labor for sustenance. They pledged to resolve all issues pertaining to supplies, asking merely for votes in the forthcoming election. During this period, they have successfully allied with 2/3 of the affluent individuals within the bunker. Once they infiltrate the management team, they can both diminish General Zhang's authority and employ various tactics to oust him from the management circle, thereby seizing control of the bunker's armed forces. Their intention is to gain dominion over the entire bunker through a process of peaceful evolution. Recently, spurred by their persuasion and incitement, the clamor for a re-election of the management team has grown increasingly louder within the bunker. General Zhang, glancing at the list in his hand, felt a pang of headache. Deep down, he was reluctant to resort to armed suppression, yet the circumstances had reached a point where a decisive action was imperative. At 6 p.m, Lu Ying returned to the bunker. Upon entering the living quarters, he noticed the peculiar glances directed at him by the affluent individuals he encountered along the way. Paying them no heed, he proceeded to the 11th floor, only to be met with the sounds of a heated argument emanating from within the apartment as he reached the door. Chapter 103. Unrest in the West suburban bunker. Zhang Jinshu sat on the sofa, her delicate face tinged with melancholy. Little Lu, you have finally returned. Upon seeing Lu Ying enter through the door, the cloud of sorrow that shrouded Zhang Jinshu dissipated instantly. What transpired? Lu Ying inquired with furrowed brows. Having overheard the commotion in the tea room concerning the management rights of the bunker. Those people are pressuring my father to hold a new election for the management team within the bunker. Upon hearing Zhang Jinshu's words, Lu Ying comprehended the situation. Indeed, the individuals within the bunker were poised to take action. Do not worry, they are not capable of causing much upheaval, Lu Ying remarked with a light chuckle. As Lu Ying pushed open the door to the tea room, the altercation within was abruptly interrupted. Aside from the forlorn-faced Zhang Jinshu, there were 8 individuals present, 6 men and 2 women, of considerable age. Little Lu, please take a seat, Zhang Jinshu urged, her demeanor softening somewhat. As Lu Ying pulled out a chair to sit beside Zhang Jinshu, the 8 individuals displayed evident displeasure. Among them, a middle-aged man with a sullen expression and gold-rimmed glasses spoke with irritation. Zhang, your family lacks decorum. What business do children have in an adult conversation? The other 7 cast knowing glances at Zhang Jinshu. Her expression darkened, and she was on the verge of retorting when Lu Ying interjected. Decorum? How laughable. The only reason you still reside here is due to Uncle Zhang's leniency. Otherwise, the day we seized the bunker, you would have been packing your belongings to leave. Lu Ying regarded them with an impassive countenance, resolute in her intent to deal with the disruptive elements within the bunker. Lu Ying had neither the patience nor the time for their pretenses of peaceful negotiations. After her declaration, the expressions of her adversaries turned even more sour. The right to reside in this bunker was purchased with our money. The contract is explicitly clear. Who do you think you are to evict us? Indeed, everyone here has paid to reside, and as the management team, you are obliged to serve us well. Since you are incapable of addressing our needs or resolving the supply issues, relinquish the management rights so that we may establish a new team to address these matters. At this proclamation, several individuals nodded in agreement, their objective being to coerce Zhang Jinshu into conducting a vote for a new management team. Lu Ying's unexpected arrival provided them with the perfect opportunity to act. The tea room erupted into an even louder din than before, and Lu Ying felt her irritation mounting. With a sharp clap on the table, Zhang Jinshu commanded, "Silence." Instantly, the room fell quiet. Let me make one thing unequivocally clear. This bunker was conquered by us. Your contract with the Pancher Company holds no validity here. You have 2 options. Either return to your lives in the bunker as if nothing has happened, or I will arrange for your eviction. Zhang Jinshu's tone was frosty. Humph. They scoffed in response. Zhang Jinshu's stance was resolute, and as the group departed her residence, they did not disperse but instead retreated to a room on the 9th floor to deliberate their next course of action. Sighing, Zhang Jinshu rubbed her temples, feeling the weight of the situation. Uncle Zhang, I believe we should seize this opportunity to conduct another thorough cleansing of the bunker. Lu Ying gazed at General Zhang. Little Lu, are you suggesting we eliminate them? Lu Ying nodded and continued. Perhaps this is an opportune moment to inform everyone that our supplies are dwindling rapidly, allowing them to make their own decision, to remain in the bunker or to venture forth. General Lu shared with Zhang the preparations to establish a gathering point at the southern suburbs thermal power plant, should they choose to leave the bunker. The thermal power plant and the surrounding areas of Yun City could serve as new sanctuaries for these individuals. Conversely, should they opt to stay, certain sacrifices must be made. A provision of various resources or energy would be required, and those who remain must adhere to the regulations of the western suburbs bunker. Before returning to the bunker today, Lu made a point to consult with the brigade commander, merely expressing a willingness to accept survivors from the gathering points or Yun City, with the intention of reinforcing the armed forces within the bunker once they arrived. Zhang nodded, acknowledging that the supplies would last no more than 3 more months. If there was no replenishment during this period, they would have to seek their own means of survival thereafter. Very well. I will arrange for this matter to be communicated to everyone in the bunker by tomorrow morning. It is time for a decisive resolution. From his pocket, Zhang produced a list detailing several names and corresponding floor room numbers. These individuals had been particularly disruptive recently, and he had initially intended to find an opportunity to act against them. After finalizing the plans for the following day, Lu returned to his quarters and took a hot shower. Securing the door, he retrieved the crystal core he had exchanged for 200 military merits earlier that day, along with the mysterious tome. Placing the crystal core on the 5th page of the book, Lu focused intently on the core in the book, waiting for a response. After a prolonged silence, he withdrew both the core and the book, concluding that the activation of images on each page must follow a sequential order, with no possibility of skipping ahead. Based on his previous activation experience, he estimated that activating the 4th page would require at least 30 crystal cores. Following the conclusion of the southern suburbs thermal power plant operation, Lu learned from Lu Wei that the recent ambush bore the fingerprints of the Chinching group. There was also a Chinching base in the northern suburbs, housing a considerable number of armed personnel. According to the information relayed back to Zhang from their base, the armed forces were continuing to expand. Lu was increasingly uneasy, aware that a confrontation with the Chinching group was inevitable, and the next encounter would surely be met with thorough preparation from the adversary. He resolved that waiting for them to come to him was not an option. During this time, he would not only continue to gather mutated zombie crystal cores, but also leverage the military's or official channel's robust intelligence network to ascertain details about the Chinching group, especially concerning the base in the northern suburbs. Knock, knock, Xiaoxian Pig. Open the door, Lu called from outside Zhang Jin's room. After a brief wait, the door opened, revealing a puzzled Zhang Jin. I need a favor, Lu stated. Zhang Jin glanced around, then pulled Lu inside, locking the door behind them. Lu widened his eyes, looking quizzically at Zhang Jin. What sort of favor? Zhang Jinshu widened his eyes, just as before. He nodded and sat on the bed, tilting his little head to gaze intently at Lu Ying. As the extraordinary powers awakened, Lu Ying fixated on the ticking second hand of his watch. The illusion came to an end, and Zhang Jishu regained consciousness. This time, the duration of the illusion had extended by a full second compared to before. However, this additional second pertained to the realm of reality, as the illusion was under Lu Ying's control, allowing it to persist for a more prolonged period. Suddenly, Lu Ying caught a whiff of a delicate fragrance, sweet and enchanting. Following the alluring scent, he lowered his gaze, his eyes momentarily entranced. The sight before him, an exquisite landscape, caused a phrase to instantly materialize in his mind. To embrace snow as peaks, to knead fragrance into dew, akin to twin pearls. Chapter 104. The choice. At this moment, Lu Ying felt an overwhelming heat coursing through her body, as if compelled by some unseen force. Zhang Jinshu's beautiful eyes shimmered like autumn waters, gradually growing somewhat dazed. Everything was perfectly in harmony, yet they had not yet advanced further. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed on the door, accompanied by Aunt Lin's voice from outside. Get up and come eat. Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu snapped back to reality, one gazing skyward while the other lowered her gaze to the ground. After a brief moment, the two regained their composure and made their way to the dining hall. The following morning, the bunker buzzed with commotion, resembling a pot about to boil over. Many had gathered at the entrance of the control center on the 16th underground level, while others congregated at the door of General Zhang's residence on the 11th level. The crowd demanded that General Zhang emerge to provide an explanation. Lu Ying and General Zhang watched the increasingly unruly throng through the Bunker S surveillance system. In the control center, apart from Lu Ying and General Zhang, were Yeye, Stephen, and 6 fully armed security personnel. They bore 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, their tactical vests brimming with magazines, silently awaiting orders. Lu Ying gestured for the 6 security personnel to position themselves behind the control center's entrance, aiming their weapons at the door. Stephen, open the control center door, she commanded. As Stephen complied, the heavy alloy doors gradually swung inward, prompting the irate crowd outside to surge forward. However, upon seeing the armed personnel aiming their weapons, several individuals in the front row abruptly halted, though they were still pushed forward by those behind them, toppling to the ground. Lu Ying furrowed her brow and signaled for one of the armed personnel to fire a warning shot. The guard drew an M17 tactical pistol, removing the bullets' heads from 3 cartridges to create blank rounds. 2 shots rang out. The sound of gunfire instantly quelled the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, please proceed to the dining hall on the 3rd level, General Zhang announced. Following his directive, the 6 armed personnel ushered the crowd into the elevator, while another 6 on the 11th level did the same. More than half an hour later, all individuals within the bunker, whether wealthy patrons who had purchased their residency or the bunker staff, were gathered in the dining hall. General Zhang addressed everyone, outlining the current situation within the bunker and informing them of the military survivor encampment surrounding Yun City, granting everyone an hour to make a choice. He reiterated that this bunker no longer belonged to the Panshur Corporation. Those wishing to remain must provide supplies in exchange for residency. As for the affluent engaged in finance or real estate, they would have no choice but to relocate to the military encampment. Despite having announced this over the Bunker S intercom system earlier that morning, General Zhang felt compelled to repeat it. Even though everyone had heard it once, they still struggled to accept it, and chaos erupted anew in the dining hall. At that moment, the 8 individuals who had visited General Zhang's residence the previous day exchanged knowing glances and stood in unison. One middle-aged man, distinguished by his gold-rimmed glasses and an air of refinement, turned to the crowd in the dining hall. Climbing onto a stool, he waved his arms and shouted, "Silence, please." Gradually, the furious crowd quieted, their collective gaze fixed upon the middle-aged gentleman. "Everyone, please listen to me. Ladies and gentlemen, prior to the advent of the apocalypse, each of us invested a significant sum in acquiring a residence within this bunker, all in anticipation of a time when conflict or calamity would necessitate a secure refuge. Yet today, these brigands dare to expel us from our sanctuary. Tell me, among you, who is not a social elite? Are you willing to abandon this opulent stronghold? To toil daily in exchange for meager rations, while we differ from those impoverished souls? This world belongs to us. This bunker is ours. Are you prepared to huddle with the destitute at the official gathering site? The fervor of the last statement resonated with some. Yet a faction remained unmoved by this impassioned oration. Dissent erupted. The air was charged with anger, and the speaker's incitement rekindled the flames of fury within the crowd. Their voices rising in tumult. Amongst the clamor, some merely sought to exploit the chaos, their minds clear, hoarding supplies within their own faction storages. Whether these leaders succeeded in seizing control of the bunker or whether Mr. Zhang resorted to purging them, it mattered little to their ambitions. The promises made by those at the helm were dismissed by the discerning. They recognized such tactics as mere commercial ploys. The true outcome, should they gain dominion over the bunker, remained shrouded in uncertainty. Standing aside, Ying had already drawn the tactical pistol from her belt. The bespectacled middle-aged man turned to Mr. Zhang, his voice still fervent. You cannot provide a prosperous life for us nor resolve the issue of supplies. Surrender the bunker and the weapons. We shall manage them and create a more abundant existence for all. Mr. Zhang's face darkened, his gaze fixed intently upon the man. A sardonic smile creeping across his lips. And what if I refuse? He replied in a low tone. Then you and your people shall vacate the bunker. The middle-aged man shouted defiantly. You seek death. The man chuckled derisively. What, do you intend to annihilate us all? There are over 300 of us here. I do not believe you would dare commit such a heinous act. In that moment, Ying pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot rang out. A bullet piercing the man's right eye, shattering the orb and spilling blood as he collapsed from his chair. You. The others nearby stared in disbelief at Ying. Recognizing her as one of those who had pressured Mr. Zhang for control of the bunker just the day before, gasps filled the air. And the crowd quickly stifled their voices, enveloped in silence once more. The dining hall fell into a hush. It was then that Mr. Zhang attempted to persuade once again. And many began to reflect soberly. They had previously toured the bunker's supply storage and understood that the scant resources remaining could not sustain them for long. Once those supplies were depleted, all within the bunker would have no choice but to venture to the official gathering site. Those clutching supplies were waiting for others to speak first, perhaps believing that the resources from their neighbors could resolve the current predicament, thus allowing them to conserve their own provisions. Meanwhile, those without supplies harbored a sense of luck, hoping that others would contribute, enabling them to continue indulging in a life of luxury within the bunker. However, whether it was the former management team of the Rock Company, the current General Zhang, or the few who could seize control today, they all faced the same necessity. As time passed, individuals gradually made their choices, and the staff in the dining hall began to take notes. With a leader emerging, it wasn't long before everyone followed suit, including those who had spearheaded the power struggle. By noon, when the tallies were compiled, 2/3 of the individuals opted to leave the bunker, while the remaining were willing to provide future supplies for its survival. Chapter 105, The Survivor Relocation Plan of Yun City. In the control center, Ying contacted the military base in the western suburbs via radio, informing them of the exact number of individuals. A convoy from the base would arrive to transport these people the following morning. Within the vast laboratory on the 9th underground level of the Betrayal Chinching base, 3 researchers clad in white lab coats injected a mysterious red liquid into the body of a muscular young man lying on the examination table. After completing the injection and connecting the necessary apparatus, the researchers swiftly exited the laboratory. The laboratory's 3 walls were constructed of armored alloy, with only one wall featuring transparent glass. Adjacent to this laboratory, several electronic screens displayed various data, while a group of researchers observed the subject behind the glass. With some fixated on the fluctuating data indicators on the screens, the young man, whose limbs, neck, and torso were tightly bound, began to convulse violently. Veins beneath his skin bulged like serpents, and he let out anguished screams as his skin visibly deteriorated. His teeth, nails, and hair rapidly fell away. Blood-red blisters continuously formed on his body, exploding and staining the examination table and the young man in crimson. As time progressed, he began to regrow his teeth and nails. But the new teeth emerged as sharp spikes, while his nails resembled the talons of a bird of prey. His muscle mass began to swell and expand. The researchers outside the laboratory were invigorated, gazing at the monstrous figure within, towering at nearly 3 meters, its muscles rippling like rock and radiating raw power. Its eyes gleaming with a frenzied intensity. The leader among them signaled to a nearby researcher to report the success of the experiment to headquarters. Throughout the base, from the 5th floor to the 10th, numerous laboratories of varying sizes conducted diverse experiments. Some focused on transforming humans into evolved zombies, while others experimented on different animals. The laboratories on the 10th floor were dedicated to studying the awakening of superhuman abilities and evolution. Here, too, subjects were restrained on examination tables, receiving injections of unknown substances. As time elapsed, one subject on the examination table convulsed twice before succumbing to death. The record noted, subject number 34, injected with genetic serum. Expired at 3 minutes and 24 seconds. The explosion-proof door of the laboratory opened, and 2 armed personnel wheeled in a hospital gurney. They transferred the corpse onto the gurney and entered an elevator leading to a thermal power plant behind the bunker, where they discarded the body into the raging inferno. On the 18th floor of the base, 2 armed personnel roughly dragged a middle-aged man, binding his hands and feet with zip ties before placing him onto a gurney destined for the 10th floor laboratory. The entire 18th floor had been transformed into a prison-like environment, crammed with men and women whose emaciated bodies leaned against the alloy walls, their eyes vacant, seemingly awaiting the judgment of fate. At 9 o'clock the following morning, the fortified alloy doors of the western suburbs bunker slowly creaked open, revealing a military convoy outside. Over 50 snow transport vehicles were lined up in perfect order. At the forefront was a captain, leading the unit tasked with the crucial operation of transferring more than 200 survivors from the western suburbs bunker to the southern suburbs thermal power plant. Inside the bunker, Ying and General Zhang emerged, followed by a procession of affluent bunker residents and their families, laden with luggage. After verifying their identities, they boarded the military vehicles in an orderly manner. By around 11 in the morning, all the wealthy individuals opting to leave the bunker had embarked. The grand convoy set forth towards the gathering place at the southern suburbs thermal power plant. Upon arrival, the affluent gazed upon the power plant, which had undergone extensive repairs, and a sense of regret welled within them. The entire thermal power plant complex had expanded to nearly double its original size, encircled by newly constructed blast walls. Surrounding these walls was a layer of wire mesh, and the ground was covered with canvas material, creating interconnected frames standing 2 meters high, filled with frozen earth. This formidable blast wall established a substantial protective zone centered around the thermal power plant. Beyond the outer perimeter of the blast wall, a wide trench encircled the entire base. Measuring over 500 meters from the wall, the frozen earth extracted from the trench had been transported back to the power plant to fortify the blast walls, thereby establishing 2 layers of protection for the gathering place. Within the blast wall, the area was further divided into military and residential zones, with a multitude of modular military cabins brought in and systematically arranged within the living quarters. The individuals transferred from the western suburbs bunker were assigned to the residential area. Although their living conditions were considerably inferior to those in the bunker, the thermal power plant offered a significant advantage. The residential zones were already equipped with heating pipelines and electricity. Ying and General Zhang returned to the now somewhat desolate bunker, their next task being to receive a new batch of survivors relocated from Yun City. General Zhang began to reorganize the bunker, preparing to bolster their armed forces upon the arrival of the newcomers. These arrangements would be managed by General Zhang, while Ying proceeded to the western suburbs military base. As an external personnel member of the military, Ying enjoyed a degree of freedom and did not need to adhere to the same rigid schedule as the regular soldiers. The base granted external personnel considerable autonomy, offering numerous benefits. Ying's greatest satisfaction lay in the fact that each mission he undertook was accompanied by fire support and military cooperation. Additionally, he could accumulate military merits to exchange for zombie crystal cores. On one hand, Ying could hunt zombies during these operations to collect the precious cores. On the other hand, each mission awarded him military merits, making this a far safer and more efficient endeavor than risking his life to infiltrate Yun City alone to hunt for cores. Upon reaching the 3rd Company barracks, Yuan had yet to return from a meeting at the regiment's headquarters. Ying entered the hall designated for external abilities personnel to check recent missions. Surrounded by electronic screens, the screens displayed a series of recent operational tasks carried out by the base, which primarily involved missions alongside the station troops, including the transfer of survivors, extermination of zombies within Yun City, and special operations, such as recruiting individuals with the ability to accelerate plant growth. Ying noted 3 missions to eradicate zombies in Yun City and returned to the 3rd Brigade. Yuan and his companion had already returned from their journey, bringing with them a new assignment. The facilities at the Nanjiao thermal power plant have been completed, with plans to accommodate 100,000 survivors. These survivors will be relocated from the Yunmeng building, situated in the heart of Yun City. According to the map, The distance from Yumeng building to the Nanjiao suburb is 83 kilometers, with the routes clearly marked. This operation will proceed along 3 parallel routes. The 3rd Light Composite Brigade will facilitate the establishment of a transfer corridor from Nanjiao to Yumeng building, with 3 battalions working collaboratively. Once the corridor is cleared, a defensive line will be formed to fend off the hordes of zombies surrounding the transfer route. The 7th Battalion, to which the 3rd Brigade belongs, is responsible for the easternmost corridor. However, reconnaissance by drones has revealed a vast horde of zombies in the eastern region, numbering nearly 100,000. The mission of the 3rd Brigade is to enter Yun City via an alternative route, drawing the horde away to create favorable conditions for the remaining battalions of the 7th Battalion to establish their corridor. Chapter 106. Operational Deployment. Within the operations conference room of the battalion, a 3-dimensional retime map was meticulously generated, depicting the area from the southern suburbs to the Yunming building and the southern suburban thermal power plant. Intersecting streets and digital models of buildings appeared before the assembled personnel. The route designated for the 7th Battalion to clear was marked with a crimson line, extending approximately 6 kilometers eastward. This area, rendered in varying shades of red, represented the location of the zombie horde that the 3rd Company needed to divert and contain. The darkest red area indicated the densest concentration of the undead. At this moment, a green arrowed route was displayed on the map. It outlined a path that circled from the western base around the outskirts of Yun City to the southern suburban thermal power plant for assembly, then proceeded eastward until reaching the eastern suburbs of Yun City. From there, a straight advance of 23 kilometers would reach the vicinity of the zombie horde, redirecting the horde along another route towards the eastern suburbs, approximately 15 kilometers away from the advance route of the 7th Battalion, near the eastern suburban police station. Utilizing the police station and surrounding structures, a defensive line would be established to contain the zombie horde. For this operation, the base had dispatched a team of supernatural operatives, along with 2 platoons of internal security forces to reinforce our company. In terms of equipment, in addition to the 15 armored vehicles and anti-aircraft vehicles of the 3rd Company, 3 625E anti-aircraft vehicles, 6 vehicle-mounted 82mm rapid-fire mortars, and 4 snow-armored vehicles equipped with 14 5mm 3-barrel rotary machine guns were also allocated. Beyond ground vehicles, the 3rd Company could call upon aerial and long-range artillery and rocket support at any time. The southern suburban thermal power plant was responsible for providing ammunition resupply around the clock. The 3rd Company would first establish a route from the eastern suburbs to the eastern suburban police station, clearing small-scale zombie groups in the vicinity of the station and constructing a defensive line there. Subsequently, they would proceed to the designated area to divert the horde. After conveying the operational plan, Lu Yuan observed the squad and platoon leaders in the conference room engaging in hushed discussions and offering suggestions. Since the base has pinpointed the exact location of the zombie horde, why not deploy bombers with cluster munitions to obliterate the area? Proposed a sergeant major. Others in the room nodded, albeit with some reservations about this strategy. Lu Yuan responded, while bombing this region with cluster munitions would indeed clear the zombies from the outdoor streets, intelligence from the reconnaissance helicopters indicates that many undead remain hidden within the buildings. Additionally, numerous survivors are sheltering inside these structures. By diverting the zombies from both indoors and outdoors, we can create an opportunity for their escape. Once the horde has congregated, we can then utilize airstrikes. The conference room continued to refine the details of the operation, and after more than an hour, the attendees dispersed to assign specific and detailed combat tasks. For this mission, Lu Ying would again employ the Cube U-201 sniper rifle, accompanied by a 191 precision rifle. Regarding ammunition, in addition to the combat convoy, 10 transport support vehicles would accompany them, carrying ample supplies of various calibers. Once the detailed operational plans were established, the teams began to organize their weaponry and vehicles. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the base completed the deployment of personnel and equipment for the 3rd Battalion. The internal security forces comprised 2 platoons totaling 70 individuals, while the special abilities team consisted of 9 awakened individuals from the military. Among these 9, 3 possessed enhanced abilities. 1 was a healer, 2 wielded ice and snow powers, 1 commanded fire, and 2 were psychics, with one of the latter serving as the team leader. This operation was commanded by Lu Yuan, and at 4 o'clock, 38 ground vehicles departed from the western suburb base, heading towards the southern thermal power plant. Upon reaching the entrance of the tunnel at the outskirts of the base, they encountered hundreds of various military vehicles amassed ahead. The entire 7th Battalion, along with a helicopter squadron, comprised 9 companies, except for the 3rd Battalion, which was tasked with diverting the horde of zombies. All remaining combat units were dedicated to clearing the passage. They would rest at the thermal power plant overnight and set out for the designated location at 6 o'clock the following morning. Once the 3rd Battalion successfully lured away the horde, the 7th Battalion would commence their operation. Upon arriving at the western suburb thermal power plant, the convoy was assigned resting areas, and Ying was allocated a private room. The decision made earlier proved to be prudent for this accompanying mission. The base awarded 50 merit points. Killing 2 ordinary zombies would yield 1 merit point, while submitting a common crystal core would grant 10 merit points. This calculation method applied to external personnel, while military personnel had a different system. For this mission, Ying would be accompanied by an observer whose role was twofold: to heed Ying's commands in locating evolved zombies within the horde, and to provide various design parameters and assist in tallying the kill count. Observing the completed perimeter defenses and internal construction at the thermal power plant, Ying could not help but admire the relentless pace of infrastructure development, even in the apocalypse. Since the gathering of survivors at the Yunmeng building, the guarding troops had sealed off all intersections surrounding the building and its vicinity using containers and modular cabins. Every window and passage within the buildings had been barricaded, resulting in over 130,000 survivors congregated at the Yunmeng building and its surrounding areas. During this period, the rate of resource consumption had been staggering, with transport aircraft from the Airlift Regiment continuously delivering various survival supplies. Nevertheless, these provisions were insufficient to sustain the daily needs of such a large population. The over 130,000 survivors had been reduced to a meager 1 meal per day, barely meeting their most basic survival requirements. The defense of the Yunmeng building gathering site was managed by 2 medium-sized composite battalions alongside a few internal security forces. Each day, the guarding troops faced the dual challenge of fending off external zombies while maintaining order within the encampment. Violence erupted frequently over food disputes, initially met with mere warnings. However, as supplies dwindled, the guards were reluctantly forced to execute over 60 repeat offenders to quell potential unrest. Yet, everyone understood that once the stockpiles at the Yunmeng building were depleted, relying solely on the Airlift Regiment's daily deliveries would render long-term sustainability an insurmountable challenge. If this situation persists, greater turmoil is bound to erupt within, and it is feared that before the horde breaches the defenses, the stronghold may collapse from within. In the southern suburbs, aside from the expanded thermal power plant capable of accommodating 100,000 survivors, there lies the largest storage area in the entire Yin city. This facility, with only a minimal amount of supplies remaining, has been extensively renovated, enabling it to house 300,000 survivors. Furthermore, the nearby abandoned buildings around the freight train station have also undergone transformation, now capable of sheltering over 200,000 survivors. At 6 o'clock the following morning, a convoy of 38 various ground vehicles from the 3rd Company made its way towards the eastern suburbs exit. Upon reaching the entry point of the planned route in the eastern suburbs of Yin City, they encountered a dual 6-lane road. 2 625E armored vehicles and 2 equipped with 14 5mm 3-barrel rotary machine guns, alongside 2 vehicles armed with 12 7mm heavy machine guns, formed an arrowhead formation to lead the way. Chapter 107. Diverting the horde behind 6 vehicles were 3 82mm rapid-fire mortars and 3 fire support vehicles equipped with self-propelled howitzers. The remaining vehicles followed closely behind. The East Suburban Public Security Bureau was approximately 8 kilometers from the entrance, with 2 reconnaissance drones deployed to scout the number of zombies and assess the road conditions ahead of the convoy. Near the entrance, the presence of zombies was minimal, with only a few scattered along the road. As the convoy advanced about 3 kilometers, the number of zombies on the streets gradually increased, and some emerged from nearby buildings. Drawn by the commotion of the vehicles, ahead, 2 12 7mm heavy machine guns opened fire, clearing the streets of the undead. The snow vehicles within the convoy, equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns, had gunners at the ready, tasked with eliminating any zombies that might appear on the sides. As the convoy continued its advance, the horde on the streets swelled, prompting not only the 2 12 7mm heavy machine guns to engage, but also 2 14 5mm revolving guns to join the fray. The convoy pressed forward, now just about 2 kilometers from the East Suburban Public Security Bureau, when 2 625E vehicles began firing, causing the convoy's speed to noticeably decrease. It took roughly half an hour to traverse the final 2 kilometers, ultimately arriving at the Public Security Bureau. The convoy entered the courtyard in front of the Bureau, where the 3rd and Special Abilities squads entered the building, while the 2nd Squad cleared nearby structures of zombies. The internal security forces retrieved 2 devices resembling air raid sirens from the vehicles, along with several loudspeakers. These were installed on the rooftop of the Bureau. After more than an hour, over a dozen Z-20 tactical helicopters suspended empty containers, encircling the Bureau to form a temporary encampment. The surrounding area in the interior of the Bureau had been thoroughly cleared. The distance from the Bureau to the designated location was still about 15 kilometers. An intelligence from the base indicated that this stretch required breaching for zombie hordes. 2 6.25E vehicles for 82mm rapid-fire mortars and 5 snow vehicles equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns were left at the temporary encampment, along with 10 accompanying ammunition supply vehicles. 2 internal security platoons and the 4th squad of the 3rd company remained for defense. Each of the 4 snow vehicles had been outfitted with a powerful loudspeaker on its roof to attract the zombies as they approached the designated location. With all preparations complete, the convoy departed the temporary camp, continuing toward the 15-kilometer mark. Intermittent reports from the drone operators echoed through the bone conduction headsets. Approaching the first horde, the lead vehicles opened fire, unleashing the fury of 2 25mm 6-barrel rotary cannons and 114 5mm 3-barrel rotary cannons simultaneously. The cacophony of cannon fire erupted as rounds from the large-caliber cannons screamed through the air, obliterating the zombies on the street ahead. Blood and flesh were scattered, staining the ground crimson. Even the evolved zombies could not withstand the onslaught from these formidable weapons. At that moment, the drone operator reported the presence of 2 evolved zombies within the horde. Upon the issuance of the command to fire the mortars, 2 mounted 82mm rapid-fire mortars took aim. With a resounding bang, 2 shells arched gracefully from the rear of the convoy, striking 2 mutated zombies with pinpoint accuracy. The subsequent explosion obliterated half of the creatures, sending shockwaves that decimated the surrounding horde. The area where the shells detonated was rendered clear. Shortly thereafter, the drone operator reported that the targets had been neutralized. Ahead, the number of zombies was estimated to be around 1,000, prompting the convoy to accelerate once more. Isolated zombies on the streets were systematically eliminated by the heavy machine gunners, and after progressing approximately 4 kilometers, they arrived at the second horde. The convoy opened fire again, unleashing mortars and self-propelled howitzers. They halted for less than 10 minutes before resuming their swift advance. After nearly an hour covering 15 kilometers, they reached the designated area. The drone relayed images of the scene, revealing an overwhelming multitude of zombies densely packed across every intersecting road within a kilometer's distance from the convoy. The convoy executed a U-turn, positioning 6 armored snow vehicles equipped with automated weapon platforms at the rear. Each of these vehicles was armed with 12 7mm heavy machine guns capable of a full 360-degree rotation, their ominous muzzles pointed backward. Lu Yuan reported the situation via radio, and soon the unmistakable roar of helicopters filled Lu Ying's ears. 4 WZ-10 attack helicopters and 4 Z-20 utility helicopters approached from the south. Suspended beneath each Z-20 were loudspeakers. The helicopter formation established contact with the convoy, prompting Lu Yuan to order the activation of the loudspeakers on the 4 snow vehicles, which coincided with the loudspeakers on the helicopters. Instantly, a piercing air raid siren blared, and the helicopters dispersed to 4 different sectors. The siren attracted the attention of the horde ahead. The drone operator, utilizing reconnaissance drones, observed a tide of zombies surging toward the convoy. There were nearly 100,000 zombies merely occupying the streets and vacant lots. As the alarm echoed, hordes of zombies poured from the broken windows and doorways of buildings, drawn to the source of the sound. When the horde approached within approximately 500 meters of the convoy, they set off towards the temporary encampment of the Eastern Suburban Security Bureau, located 15 kilometers away. The 3 vehicles at the rear opened fire to suppress the advancing zombies and prevent them from encroaching within the 500-meter range. Before long, the 4 helicopters carrying the air raid siren loudspeakers converged from 4 different directions, forming a parallel formation above the convoy. The relentless tide of zombies trailed closely behind them. In areas that had once been densely populated with the undead, very few could now be seen. After a while, scattered survivors cautiously peered from the windows of various buildings to assess the situation. Seizing this opportunity, some survivors hurriedly transmitted their locations to the military via radio. The sounds of gunfire continued from the rear of the convoy, as 3 of the 12 7mm heavy machine guns exhausted their ammunition. 3 others took over the fire suppression duties. The return speed has markedly improved. As the convoy arrived at the temporary encampment of the East District Public Security Bureau in less than half an hour, within the encampment, 2 6.25E vehicles and the remaining snowmobiles equipped with heavy machine guns took over the responsibility of suppressing enemy fire. The convoy systematically adjusted its positions, concentrating its primary firepower towards the direction of the corpses, while 6 heavy machine gun firing points were established at the rear. The 3 platoons that had previously remained at the encampment had already set up their respective firing positions. A total of 5 heavy machine gun firing points were established within the Public Security Bureau building, and 6 heavy machine gun positions were deployed on the upper floors of nearby structures. Lu Ying and the observer Li Ziyuan ascended to the 6th floor of the Public Security Bureau building, where an office had been prepared with 10 ammunition boxes, 8 containing high-precision clustered rounds, and 2 filled with armor-piercing incendiary shells. Chapter 108. Zombie Assassin. Lu Ying removed the Cube U-201 sniper rifle from his shoulder and took aim at the evolving zombies within the horde. Li Ziyuan, utilizing automatic photonic observation equipment, provided Lu Ying with target data, including distance and direction. Beside him lay a palm-sized notebook and a pencil. Bang! The dull roar of the large-caliber sniper rifle rang out as a 12.7mm precision round pierced the skull of an evolving zombie located 200 meters away. Lu Ying had infused the bullet with energy from within, enhancing both the projectile and the powder contained within, resulting in a power far superior to that of an ordinary 12.7mm round. The bullet obliterated the head of the bloodied, evolving zombie, causing a ghostly green crystal core to erupt from the shattered cranium and fall into the horde below. In the next moment, a scene that sent Lu Ying into a frenzy unfolded. A towering 3-meter-tall Stage 1 evolving zombie, its body encased in hardened blood-like armor, charged through the surrounding ordinary zombies, retrieved the crystal core, and swallowed it whole. Damn it, that was mine, Lu Ying exclaimed, his frustration boiling over. Startled by Lu Ying's sudden outburst, Li Ziyuan turned to him. It's nothing. Continue your work, Lu Ying reassured him, though internally he felt as if his heart was bleeding. He was still 20 or more crystal cores away from activating the 4th page of the mysterious tome. He had already memorized the precise location of the core that had just been taken, planning to wait for the Air Force to bombard the horde before collecting it afterward. Yet this unexpected turn of events had thwarted his plans. Lu Ying refrained from targeting another evolving zombie, instead keeping his scope trained on the one that had consumed his crystal core. After devouring the core, the zombie showed no immediate signs of transformation. To Lu Ying's astonishment, it turned and began to retreat towards the rear of the horde, as if sensing the imminent danger posed by the firepower ahead. Could this zombie possess the capacity for thought and the ability to perceive peril? Lu Ying pondered. He maintained his focus on the creature, not rushing to take another shot, eager to observe its subsequent actions. At that moment, another evolving zombie, approximately 800 meters away, was struck in the head by a sniper from Lu Ying's team. The opposing sniper had evidently used a large-caliber rifle, yet the bullet lacked the enhanced power of Lu Ying's, merely penetrating the zombie's skull without shattering it entirely. The wounded zombie sprang into action, closing the distance in mere strides, and with a swift motion, it twisted the head off the incapacitated creature. In the next instant, it resembled a figure savoring a freshly peeled watermelon, voraciously devouring the severed head. Juices, both red and white, erupted forth as the zombie tore into its meal. With its right claw, it rummaged inside and extracted a white crystal core, promptly swallowing it. Lu Ying then observed as the blood-red eyes of the consuming zombie darted around, and it began crawling toward the back of the horde, its gaze flitting between several other evolving zombies. What in the world? Lu Ying exclaimed, astonished. Lu Ying was astonished. This zombie undoubtedly possessed a notable level of intelligence, akin to that of a zombie assassin, fixated intently on its kind. Indeed, in the next moment, as another evolved zombie was struck down, this particular zombie swiftly dashed forward, scavenging the crystal core and swallowing it whole. Witnessing this scene, Lu Ying's ambition to continue eliminating evolved zombies dissipated. Each one he dispatched merely served to adorn this zombie. With this thought, a new plan began to take shape in Lu Ying's mind. If this zombie consumed a sufficient number of crystal cores from its evolved brethren, might it not undergo further evolution? Contemplating this, Lu Ying took aim at the head of an evolved zombie provided by Li Ziyuan and squeezed the trigger. Bang! The energy-laden bullet obliterated the zombie's skull, and in the next heartbeat, a dark red figure darted towards the shattered cranium, swiftly swallowing a fiery crystal core. Lu Ying counted. There were still 4 evolved zombies in the vicinity. Bang, bang. For precision 12.7mm sniper bullets shattered the skulls of these 4 zombies, while the assassin consumed the cores one by one. After a moment of observation, the assassin exhibited no apparent changes, yet through the scope, it was evident that it had no intention of departing. Much like Lu Ying, this zombie assassin was concealed among the horde, biding its time, behind the mass of corpses. Numerous evolved zombies lingered. As the front line came within the range of various large-caliber firepower, an increasing number of zombies were reduced to mere pulp. The ground gradually accumulated into a wall of dismembered bodies over a meter high, while rapid-fire mortars blasted through the wall, clearing a path for cannons and heavy machine guns. Above, for 20 helicopters circled incessantly, with loudspeakers beneath them blaring piercing air raid sirens. The alarms atop the Public Security Bureau and the 4 snowmobiles showed no signs of abating as time passed. Aside from the horde of over 100,000 zombies drawn in, other nearby areas and buildings were also witnessing a convergence of zombies towards the temporary encampment. Drone operators intermittently reported on the numbers and conditions of the hordes. Lu Yuan had already contacted the base command center, confirming that the hordes in the eastern sector of the 7th Brigade's operational route had been successfully diverted. Following orders from the command center, the remaining battalions mobilized to commence the cleansing of the evacuation route leading to the Yunming building. 3 primary routes from the southern suburbs to the Yunming building were under continuous fire from various large-caliber weaponry. After clearing each intersection with the evacuation route, 2 heavy machine gun teams were stationed to defend against the gathering zombies. Once the entire convoy had departed, a Z-20 tactical helicopter arrived, suspended with an empty container to temporarily block the intersection, at an Air Force base over 100 kilometers from Yun City. 8 J-16 fighters were equipped with Tianlei 500 cluster bombs, each carrying 12 bombs. These 8 J-16s would execute a concentrated bombardment on the diverted hordes. The scale of this zombie horde was not significantly different from the last, and the total payload of the 8 J-16s was entirely sufficient. 8 J-16 aircraft were arranged in pairs, taking off sequentially under the guidance of the control tower. After forming a formation in the sky, they headed towards the bombing site. Within the underground facilities of the West Suburban Base, 10 WZ-10 attack helicopters were fully loaded with munitions. The alloy armored dome atop the facility opened to the sides, and the lift platform for the helicopters began to ascend slowly. Upon reaching the aerial exit, the 10 armed helicopters took off in succession, forming a formation as they proceeded towards the position of the 3rd Company of the 7th Battalion. Following the completion of the airstrike, the group of armed helicopters coordinated with the ground troops of the 3rd Company to eliminate the remaining zombies. Chapter 109, The Evolution of the Second Stage Zombie. With a resounding bang, Lu Ying pulled the trigger, sending a 12 7mm armor-piercing incendiary round crashing into the head of the evolved zombie. A plume of smoke erupted as half of the zombie's cranium was obliterated, leaving a charred wound behind. The assassin zombie rushed forward, seizing the severed head and rummaging within, before voraciously swallowing a fiery red crystal core. This creature had already consumed its 7th evolved zombie core. Through the scope of his sniper rifle, Lu Ying observed a sinister grin spreading across the ghastly visage of the zombie. Its gaping maw stretched wide, nearly reaching its ears, before it pushed aside the ordinary zombies surrounding it and charged into a 2-story storefront nearby. The zombie emitted a terrifying roar, and through the scope, Lu Ying watched as the dried blood crust covering its body began to shed, droplets of thick, crimson blood cascading down from its form. In an instant, the ground beneath the zombie was stained a vivid red as it commenced its evolution. Lu Ying fixated on the creature, witnessing the entire transformation process for the first time. Sharp, blood-red spines erupted from the muscles along its back, swiftly multiplying, while even more diminutive spines sprouted from its shoulders, elbows, and knees. A copious flow of viscous, dark red blood seeped from the zombie's body, enveloping it entirely, and the thick liquid began to congeal, hardening into what resembled a layer of armor. The zombie writhed on the ground, its form stretching and elongating. By the time it emerged from the building, it towered over 5 meters tall, its body encased in a robust layer of black-red, armor-like skeletal structure, with countless spines protruding from every joint. This was a zombie evolved specifically for slaughter, and it was immediately detected upon its appearance. Lu Ying contacted Lu Yuan via radio, instructing him to refrain from artillery attacks for the time being to conduct some experiments. Understood, Lu Yuan replied, but he had already commanded the 82mm rapid-fire mortar team and the firepower squad armed with 120mm individual rocket launchers to stand by. The rocket launcher was loaded with a 120mm armor-piercing rocket, designed for targeting tanks and armored vehicles. Lu Ying replaced his magazine with a precision sniper round, this time refraining from utilizing his internal abilities. He aimed at the head of the now second-stage evolved zombie, adjusted his breathing, and squeezed the trigger. Bang! A dull thud resonated as the projectile struck the zombie's temple. The creature turned its head, dislodging the bullet that had become lodged within its outer defensive bone layer, and then began to retreat. However, a throng of zombies, drawn by the air raid alarms, obstructed its escape, causing its speed to diminish considerably. The impact left only a single bullet hole, yet it failed to penetrate the outer layer of defense. Subsequently, Lu Ying switched to an armor-piercing incendiary round. Bang! Another bullet was fired, and white smoke billowed from the zombie's head. This time, the bullet merely penetrated the external defense, halted by the muscle beneath the skeletal layer. its kinetic energy expended without further progress. Bang! The dull sound of gunfire reverberated as Liu Ying enveloped the bullet with the extraordinary power within him, enhancing its potency. The bullet pierced through the zombie's skull, a torrent of crimson and ivory fluid gushing forth. However, through the scope, Liu Ying soon observed the bullet that had entered the head being expelled from the wound. The bullet hole began to heal gradually, revealing an astonishing self-repairing ability, which left Liu Ying momentarily astonished. Utilizing a mere 10% of his internal energy to reinforce the bullet, the instant it was fired, the barrel of his sniper rifle shattered under the immense force. The projectile soared forth like a rocket, trailing a fiery red plume, overtaking the fleeing zombie and penetrating its neck. The tremendous kinetic energy ripped apart the zombie's throat, causing its head to roll away as the massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash. "Well," exclaimed Li Ziyuan, astonished not only by the shattered rifle barrel in Liu Ying's hands but also by the bullet's overwhelming power. Having witnessed Liu Ying fire 3 shots, Li Ziyuan had observed the distinct effects of the identical bullets through the automatic optical observation device, clearly indicating the use of extraordinary abilities. His eyes glimmered with envy. "A Yuan, the rifle is ruined. Send me another one," Liu Ying communicated via the walkie-talkie to Liu Yuan. "Received," Liu Yuan replied, setting down his binoculars, his heart racing. He had prepared to employ an anti-tank rocket but was astonished that Liu Ying had dispatched the zombie with a single bullet. In less than 2 minutes, a brand new QBU-201 high-precision sniper rifle was delivered, accompanied by 4 boxes of ammunition. Liu Ying noted the precise location of the zombie and continued to eliminate the evolved undead. The severed head of the zombie on the ground showed no signs of death, its blood-red eyes wide open, while new flesh and bone began to grow from its mangled neck. Tendrils of flesh stretched towards the severed body, resembling tentacles that reconnected the head with the torso. After approximately 10 minutes, the zombie's head and body rejoined, albeit the body had shrunk in size. The zombie did not rise, but rather crawled swiftly into a nearby shop along the street. After dispatching the last nearby evolved zombie, Liu Ying temporarily secured his weapon. Li Ziyuan retrieved a flask of water infused with white liquor from his tactical backpack and offered it to Liu Ying. Liu Ying took several swigs, then produced a pack of cigarettes, lighting one and passing the box and lighter to Li Ziyuan. "Have one." Li Ziyuan shook his head, focusing intently on assessing the horde of corpses. "Wait until the evolved zombies are within range to fire. Leave the ordinary zombies to the various firing points," Liu Ying suggested. Li Ziyuan nodded, pondering for a moment before inquiring, "Brother Liu, may I ask you a question?" Liu Ying nodded in affirmation. "Brother Liu, how did you awaken your extraordinary powers?" Li Ziyuan's voice brimmed with anticipation. With a light chuckle, Liu Ying replied, "I don't know either. I simply woke up the morning after the blizzard had ended and discovered that I had awakened my powers." Li Ziyuan sighed, noting that currently, all individuals who had awakened extraordinary abilities were unaware of the reasons behind their awakening, with no discernible pattern to follow. Seeing Li Ziyuan's sense of loss, Liu Ying remarked, "It is still the early days of the apocalypse. I believe that in due time, you will awaken as well. Scientists are already studying these phenomena, and it is possible that soon there will be genetic serums that can awaken latent abilities with just a single injection." "Indeed," Li Ziyuan nodded emphatically. "No one wishes more fervently to awaken their powers than he does, especially someone like him, a soldier in a rapid response unit. Having undertaken numerous missions, he has witnessed the extraordinary abilities of many endowed individuals. Awakening such powers would enable him to play a more significant role in future missions and potentially alter the course of battles, a thought that lingered in Li Ziyuan's mind. "The bombardment is about to commence," Liu Ying announced. "How do you know this, Brother Liu?" Chapter 110, The Resilient Evolutionary Zombies. Liu Ying pointed to his ears, indicating that his evolved hearing had significantly improved. A thunderous roar pierced through the air as 2 J-16 fighter jets arrived at the designated bombing zone. After reconfirming orders and data with the base command center, one of the 4-plane formations dispersed and accelerated towards the horde of zombies. As they neared the area above the undead, the J-16s released their TN-LI 500 cluster bombs in segments. Each cluster bomb detonated above the horde, unleashing 240 rounds of ammunition, which cascaded down like a torrential tide into the surging mass of zombies below. The explosions echoed continuously, with zombies being obliterated and the streets igniting in flames and thick smoke that spread for kilometers. After the 4 J-16s completed their bombardment and exited the area, another 4 entered, unleashing a barrage of bombs that fell like a rain of needles upon the horde. Following the terrifying crescendo of explosions, the zombies in the streets were nearly eradicated. The ground was littered with severed limbs, blood, and shattered bones, while some zombies, not yet dead, writhed with only half their bodies or heads remaining. This round of bombardment had reduced the number of attracted zombies by 3/4. Soon after, a formation of armed Wuji, 10 helicopters entered, unleashing a volley of rockets trailing flames. The aircraft's cannons rained down a dense barrage of bullets upon the horde. Once the helicopter squadron expended all their ammunition and withdrew, fewer than 10,000 zombies remained. Following Lu Yuan's order to unleash full firepower, all vehicle-mounted weaponry commenced a relentless assault. 5.625E anti-aircraft vehicles roared with their cannons, while 414 5mm rotary machine guns unleashed a torrent of fire, alongside all heavy machine gun positions from the convoy and nearby buildings. In that moment, the consideration of succession in fire was abandoned. The various large-caliber rounds fell upon the horde like rain, and within a minute, not a single standing zombie could be found on the street. The streets, strewn with dismembered limbs, held no intact corpses. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, the military had recalibrated its firepower configuration through numerous battles against the undead. Originally, heavy machine gun firepower, which was at the platoon level, had been directly delegated to the squad level. Rapid response units like the 3rd Company, in addition to their vehicles equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns, were now issued a Type 89 heavy machine gun for each combat squad. Light machine guns had also been supplemented, with each squad containing at least 1 heavy machine gun team, 2 light machine gun teams, or a combination of a light machine gun team and a self-propelled grenade launcher team. Given the differences between zombies and humans, armories had accelerated the development and production of larger caliber and more powerful automatic rifles to replace the existing 5.8mm models. After the extermination of over 100,000 zombies, Lu Yuan contacted the self-propelled artillery battalion in the rear to request fire coverage over the area where the Air Force had dropped the TN-LI 500 cluster bombs, aiming to detonate the remaining unexploded munitions. The artillery unit of the 155mm self-propelled howitzer commenced fire, the sharp, piercing sounds of shells echoing as they fell into the rear area. A triple volley enveloped the vicinity, and soon, Lu Ying heard the shrill whistling of rocket artillery shells hurtling through the air. The rear rocket artillery unit unleashed incendiary rounds, each rocket trailing flames, detonating in the air above the streets, showering the remnants of limbs below with a chemical agent that ignited into a raging inferno. The 15 120mm rocket launchers of the 3rd Platoon replaced their ammunition with incendiary shells, setting ablaze the nearby dismembered corpses of zombies. The heavy stench of blood mingled with the acrid scent of burning chemicals, inducing a wave of nausea. The flames began to spread across the entire street. At the temporary camp, aside from those stationed at the high vantage point and the drone operators, the remaining fire points withdrew to regroup at the camp. It was now past 3 in the afternoon, and the helicopter equipped with loudspeakers had already vacated the battlefield before the Air Force commenced its bombardment. The loudspeakers on rooftops and vehicles had long since been silenced. A support vehicle was boiling water, and everyone received individual self-heating meals. Lu Ying tore open his package, revealing an energy bar, a portion of chicken fried rice, and accompanying enoki mushrooms. As the camp began to dine, the 2-stage evolved zombie that had earlier hidden in a nearby shop was also having its meal. However, this zombie feasted on 4 recently dragged corpses, one of which was headless but appeared to be a Stage 1 evolved zombie. This creature tore off the arm of the evolved zombie and voraciously devoured it, dark, viscous blood oozing from between its sharp teeth. The zombie feasted with abandon, the crunching and snapping sounds of its chewing echoing as it shattered the bones of its prey. In no time, the corpse, along with its skeleton, was entirely consumed. After hastily finishing the remaining 3 corpses, the zombie seemed still hungry, cautiously peeking out. It first surveyed the reconnaissance drone hovering in the distance, then glanced towards the rooftop, where soldiers were scanning the area with binoculars. As the diligent soldiers looked in another direction, the zombie swiftly extended its claws, reaching through the pile of corpses to retrieve 4 ordinary zombie cores, quickly retreating into a blind spot. After swallowing the 4 cores, the zombie resumed its observation and rummaged out 2 more cores. Suddenly, it charged at the brick wall connecting 2 shops, crashing through to enter another room, seizing the moment while the reconnaissance soldiers were distracted and the drone had flown away. It snatched 2 more cores from the burning pile of corpses. The instant the zombie smashed through the wall, Lu Ying also heard the commotion, feeling a twinge of curiosity. He ascended to the 6th floor, retrieving his binoculars to inspect the direction from which the noise emanated. After a brief wait, he spotted the furtive evolved zombie in the binoculars, stealthily rummaging through the burning corpses for zombie cores. Damn! Lu Ying recognized this zombie as the very one he had shot to sever its neck earlier. At present, this creature has noticeably diminished in size. Lu Ying was taken aback to find that despite having its neck shattered, this zombie could still recuperate. Its reduced stature suggests that the recovery from its injuries has consumed a considerable amount of energy. Ying refrained from making any hasty movements, fixating intently on the zombie, eager to observe whether it could once again revert to its evolved form. Uncertain of how much crystal core energy this zombie had expended in its healing process, Ying contemplated the ample energy of a Stage 2 evolved zombie's crystal core. Should he choose to strike with a long-range shot now? There was no guarantee that the zombie's energy would have replenished, leaving him uncertain if the enigmatic tome would absorb it. Through the lens of his binoculars, he noted that the zombie had presumably ingested a significant number of crystal cores, its visibly expanding form now surpassing 4 meters. Ying equipped his sniper rifle, meticulously aiming through the scope at the creature, poised to take a shot as soon as it reached its full recovery. Chapter 111. Crystal Core. The offensive stalled at 6 in the evening. The second stage, evolved zombie, reappeared within Ying's scope. The zombie had reverted to its original size. After regaining its form, it continued to stealthily rummage through the piles of corpses for crystal cores, oblivious to the fact that Ying had already locked onto it from the shadows. In the span of over half an hour since the zombie regained its original size, Ying observed it consume more than 10 ordinary zombie crystal cores. Yet its size showed no signs of growth. Ying deduced that the energy from the crystal cores within this zombie was insufficient to support a third evolution. This time, the crosshairs were set on the zombie's head, employing 30% of his internal abilities to enhance the bullet. As Ying squeezed the trigger, a resounding bang echoed. The powerful residual energy within the rifle's chamber shattered the weapon. Fragments of the rifle scattered, with 2 pieces striking Ying's forehead, yet he remained unscathed. Not even a mark left behind. The earlier sound had been as thunderous as cannon fire, and the bullet, propelled with even greater kinetic energy, flew at high speed, breaking the sound barrier with a piercing crack. Bang! The bullet penetrated the zombie's skull, obliterating its entire head with formidable force. A pale golden crystal core shot forth, landing in the corner of the room. Ying, what's happening? Lu Yuan inquired through the walkie-talkie, having heard the commotion. Pressing the communication button, Ying replied, "It's nothing. I just took out a straggler with a single shot." "What was that noise?" Lu Yuan asked, puzzled. Ying sighed softly. "The sniper rifle has been rendered useless again. Make sure to replace it with several 14.5mm caliber rifles when we return." A hearty laugh came through the walkie-talkie. "No problem. We have plenty." Ying did not depart, his gaze fixed on the distant shop. This time, the zombie was unable to recover again. It appeared that only by shattering the heads of such zombies could they be completely eradicated. He pondered how many zombies in Yun City had already evolved twice and whether any had reached a higher stage of evolution. Given the defensive and regenerative capabilities of the second stage zombies, one could only imagine the terror that higher stage evolved zombies would embody. Ying reflected. Aside from the evolution of humans and zombies, since the outbreak of the ancient virus, no mutated flora or fauna had yet emerged. In his previous life, he had witnessed a mutated spider, the size of a car, with venom potent enough to corrode steel. The mountains surrounding Yun City harbored numerous species of animals. While some perished due to snowstorms and frigid temperatures, others had undoubtedly survived, particularly among the insect population. The ancient virus had altered the genetic makeup of living beings, allowing not only humans to awaken and evolve but also plants and animals. The mutated creatures would possess a heightened desire for aggression and an intensified craving for flesh and energy, targeting both humans and zombies alike. This triad would form a new food chain, with the apex of this chain possibly no longer being humanity. The blaze and thick smoke persisted until after 10 at night. Ying swiftly dashed towards the shop, collecting the pale golden crystal cores. This marked the first occasion he had encountered such hues of crystal cores. The coloration of these cores signified the various evolutionary paths of the zombies. However, to Ying, the distinction was inconsequential, as all these cores were destined to primarily nourish the enigmatic tome. After securing the cores, Ying proceeded directly to the locations of the remaining evolved zombie corpses, engaging in a thorough search until the early hours, around 1 o'clock in the morning. He managed to gather 7 first-stage evolved zombie cores, 1 second-stage evolved core, and 3 bulging bags filled with ordinary zombie cores. The temporary encampment retained 2 battalions of internal security forces, along with a 625E anti-aircraft vehicle, a snow vehicle equipped with a 14.5mm rotary machine gun, 6 snow vehicles armed with 12.7mm heavy machine guns, and 5 supply trucks. The remaining vehicles and personnel returned to the southern suburb thermal power plant. The base commanded the 3rd Company to rest, with orders to depart from the southern suburb thermal power plant by noon the next day to rendezvous with the 7th Battalion and continue clearing the evacuation route. Covering a distance of over 80 kilometers, the 7th Battalion had only managed to clear approximately 40 kilometers, with the remaining half densely populated by hordes of zombies. Along the cleared 40 kilometers, the station fire support teams faced the onslaught of zombies drawn in from other directions by the commotion. The closer they approached the center of Ying City, the greater the number and density of the zombie hordes became. Fire support units on the streets unleashed a barrage of various calibers of shells and rockets, yet a multitude of zombies continued to emerge from the buildings lining the streets. Attracted by the noises, the advancement of the 3 assault corridors encountered significant setbacks, prompting the base to dispatch a medium-sized combined battalion to reinforce the 3 light combined battalions engaged in clearing the pathways. That night, Ying resided alone in a modular cabin. After securing the doors and windows, he retrieved the mysterious tome and fed it all 7 crystal cores he had collected that day. The 7 cores transformed into a spectrum of energy, which the tome absorbed entirely. However, the 4th page remained obscured, revealing no discernible content. After a refreshing shower, he fell into a deep slumber. Before dawn, the clamor outside the cabin roused him from his sleep. Shortly thereafter, a knock resounded at the cabin door. Ying quickly donned his clothes, observing that it was his scout, Li Ziyuan, waiting outside. "Brother Liu, there's trouble. Our battalion's offensive has encountered significant resistance, facing a special zombie horde with heavy casualties. The base has ordered us to provide support," Li Ziyuan exclaimed, his tone urgent. "Special zombie horde? Let us go." The two immediately made their way to the vehicle convoy, where, apart from a battalion of guards, personnel from the newly arrived medium-sized combined battalion swiftly assembled to board the vehicles. Hundreds of various types of military armored snow vehicles surged forth from the thermal power plant. Inside the vehicle, Liu Yuan concentrated intently on the situation relayed through the radio. The 3 combined battalions responsible for clearing the evacuation routes were besieged almost simultaneously. News arrived from the 7th Battalion, indicating that they were proceeding as planned, having cleared one horde before advancing less than 3 kilometers towards another horde ahead. At that moment, from the high-rise buildings flanking the street where the convoy was situated, a multitude of evolved zombies suddenly leaped forth from the exits and rooftops. Among these abruptly appearing zombies were those with formidable defenses, others exhibiting remarkable agility, and some capable of emitting special sound waves that assaulted human mental consciousness. Almost 100 evolved zombies suddenly emerged, overwhelming the vanguard forces, whose firepower failed to stem the tide. 11 vehicles from the advance unit were overturned, and half a company of soldiers met their demise in the jaws of the undead. The rear units have now halted their advance, establishing defensive formations on the spot. However, following the sudden appearance of these evolved zombies, an even denser horde has emerged ahead, with all intersections on both sides besieged by relentless attacks from the undead. Currently, the 7th Battalion has advanced over 50 kilometers, and at each intersection cleared along this distance. A new wave of zombie assaults has emerged, creating an extremely perilous situation. The base has dispatched a fleet of Z-20 tactical helicopters to deliver ammunition to the 3 battalions, which are now encircled by a vast multitude of zombies. Chapter 112, Communication Interruption. Upon hearing the current situation of the 7th Battalion, a sense of trepidation enveloped the group. Analyzing the reports relayed from the scene, it became evident that the sudden emergence of evolved zombies from the flanking buildings appeared to be orchestrated and premeditated. Such a simultaneous appearance of numerous evolved zombies in one location was inconceivable without prior coordination. The 3 advanced battalions had been assaulted almost concurrently, and the crossroads they had opened were similarly besieged by a massive horde of zombies. These circumstances collectively suggested that an evolved zombie with superior intelligence was orchestrating the entire assault on the horde. The situation had grown increasingly complex. Instructor Peng Leji bore a heavy heart. The battle reports from the 7th Battalion's forward troops indicated that they had momentarily stabilized their defenses. The base had also mobilized armed helicopters to support the 3 advanced battalions. The Air Force Base was prepared for immediate deployment, ready to provide fire support at any moment. Hundreds of military armored vehicles were diverted approximately 5 kilometers from the southern suburbs of Ying City. 6 combat companies from the combined battalion were dispatched for this support mission, with 2 companies assigned to each advanced battalion. The 2 additional companies supporting the 7th Battalion, along with the original 3rd Company, formed a total of 3 companies rapidly heading to assist. On the armored vehicle, Liu Yuan handed a CS-LR-47 Model 14, 5mm anti-material sniper rifle to Liu Ying. The entire rifle measured 1.6 meters in length, with a barrel length of 1.2 meters, weighing 19 kilograms, and boasting an effective range of 4 kilometers. Utilizing 14 5mm armor-piercing explosive incendiary rounds, it could effortlessly penetrate the frontal armor of an American Bradley infantry fighting vehicle within 2,600 meters. In addition to the armor-piercing explosive incendiary rounds, 3 boxes of 14 5mm tungsten core armor-piercing incendiary tracer rounds were also included. The only complication was that this rifle lacked an automatic loading mechanism and could only be loaded one round at a time. However, this posed no significant issue. Besides the 14.5mm sniper rifle, there were also two 12.7mm sniper rifles secured in the rear support vehicle. Moreover, the operational support would be contingent upon the circumstances, and the continuation of the channel opening mission remained to be discussed. Nevertheless, for Lu Ying, this support operation presented an opportunity to acquire a substantial number of evolved zombie cores. And there was a possibility that even higher-tier zombies lurked within the attacking horde. Currently, collecting the evolved zombie cores was of paramount importance. As the convoy advanced and reached the first intersection, two heavy fire teams were stationed on either side to fend off the zombie onslaught. However, the zombies attacking here were all ordinary ones, devoid of any evolved variants. Among the two supporting companies arriving from the rear, a snow-armored vehicle equipped with a 12.7mm heavy machine gun halted, allowing a squad to reinforce the defensive lines on both sides. At each intersection, a vehicle would pause to assist in the defense. The base had also dispatched 3 battalions from the 4th Light Combined Brigade for support. Upon receiving this news, a heavy pall fell over everyone. The continuous reinforcements from the western suburban base to Yun City indicated that the situation at the front was deteriorating rapidly. As anticipated, new orders arrived from the 7th Battalion's command center, directing the supporting companies to cease their fire support at the flanking defensive points and to proceed at full speed to the 7th Battalion's command to assist in repelling the zombie tide. As the 7th Brigade faced an increasing horde of evolved zombies, many of which possessed the ability to unleash sonic shockwaves, the situation grew increasingly dire. Each sonic assault reverberated within the minds of the living, inducing excruciating headaches and disorientation, resulting in intermittent chaos along the perimeter defenses. In addition to these sonic zombies, there were also agile evolved zombies, possessing remarkable speed and reflexes, their physique resembling that of ordinary humans, albeit often more emaciated. These agile creatures could swiftly traverse the defensive line by scaling the outer walls of tall buildings. Fortunately, these zombies lacked the formidable defenses of their 3-meter-tall counterparts. While they inflicted some casualties, the command swiftly reorganized the defensive layout, temporarily stabilizing the situation. Moreover, towering over 5 meters were colossal zombies, which boasted terrifying defensive capabilities and regeneration. Only sustained fire from artillery with a caliber exceeding 25 millimeters, or the use of rapid-fire mortars and armor-piercing rounds aimed at their craniums, could ultimately bring them down. However, the command post observed a peculiar phenomenon. Whenever a colossal zombie was slain, nearby colossal zombies would consume its crystal core. The same held true for the 3-meter-tall evolved zombies. Each time one fell, a neighboring zombie invariably devoured its crystal core. To date, 2 of these 3-meter-tall evolved zombies had transformed into 5-meter-tall giants by consuming the cores of their kind. At that moment, Lu Ying heard a piercing sound slicing through the air, followed by subsequent waves. This sound, reminiscent of the rocket artillery's launch, had reached his ears before. Once the noise of the rocket subsided, the sharp whistling of howitzer shells filled the air. A cacophony of explosions erupted, though faint at this distance. Lu Ying could still discern the rhythmic detonations. The rocket and artillery units executed 11 rounds of concentrated fire. Following the ground bombardment, the roar of helicopter rotors echoed overhead. The sound emanated from the west, as a squadron of armed helicopters dispatched from the western suburb base surged to provide support. The vehicle's radio continuously relayed updates from the command post, and with the combined firepower from ground and air support, the pressure on the frontline troops significantly alleviated. As the convoy approached the command post, roughly 20 kilometers away, a second wave of helicopter rotors crescendoed in the air, signaling the arrival of additional reinforcements. The forward command reported precise coordinates, and the base promptly notified the Air Force. Within the airbase, 16 J-16 fighters were armed with Thunder 500 cluster bombs at each munition station. Upon receiving the coordinate data, the base issued orders for the formation to take flight. The 16 J-16s launched in pairs from 4 separate runways, swiftly forming a cohesive formation as they soared toward Yun City. Meanwhile, the 3 additional battalions dispatched by the base were nearing the southern suburb, just 10 kilometers from the command post. The vehicle's radio crackled with anxious and desperate voices. "Fall back. We are encountering." The transmission abruptly ceased. Lu Yuan and the others in the vehicle were suddenly jolted, their gazes instantly fixated on the car's radio as tension enveloped everyone inside. At that moment, the armed helicopter squadron simultaneously lost communication with the command center at the western suburbs base. Even the drones surveilling the airspace above the 3 forward camps experienced an abrupt signal disruption, their screens filled with static. 7th Camp Forward Command, please respond. Please respond. 4th Camp Forward Command, please respond. Lu Yuan repeatedly attempted to contact the 7th Camp Forward Command through the car's radio. Yet all his calls vanished into silence, receiving no replies whatsoever. Meanwhile, the officer at the Western Suburbs Base Command Center, tasked with maintaining contact with the forward units, incessantly called out to the 3 forward camp commands. Chapter 113. Fire coverage. The senior officials at the command center gazed somberly at the pitch-black electronic screens. The sudden loss of communication with the advanced troops, the supporting armed helicopter formations, and the reconnaissance drones caught everyone off guard. Orders were dispatched to the Air Force Base to halt the bombing by the J-16 squadron and to immediately deploy reconnaissance aircraft into the combat zone. The supporting troops were instructed to consolidate the defensive units of the advance camp and retreat to a distance of 20 kilometers, awaiting further commands. 6 armed reconnaissance helicopters, designated as the Z-19, took off from the base, racing towards the vicinity of the 3 advance camps. The command was relayed to the Yun building gathering site to continue launching drones for reconnaissance. In the first moments of the communication blackout, commands were swiftly issued and transmitted through the radio stations within the command center to the relevant units. Inside the command vehicle of the 3rd Company, the crackling radio reported the latest orders from the base. 3rd Company of the 7th Battalion, respond. Lu Yuan immediately pressed the transmitter. 7th Battalion, 3rd Company, received. You are ordered to consolidate the blocking units on both sides of the passage and retreat to 20 kilometers from the forward command post. Standing by. Understood. Just then, the lead vehicle reported a new situation. Commander, a massive horde of corpses has appeared 2 kilometers ahead, charging towards our unit. Commander, at the 4 intersections ahead, a large number of evolved zombies have breached the defenses, and our blocking squad has already suffered casualties. The agonized voices crackled through the radio. Grinding his teeth, Lu Yuan immediately commanded, all units, take note. The convoy will execute an immediate about-face. The rear vehicle will become the lead vehicle and retreat at full speed. Received. The drone operators in the convoy gasped at the images transmitted on their screens. At each of the 4 intersections, dozens of evolved zombies hurled themselves against the obstructive containers. The members of the blocking fire team were seized by the evolved zombies and devoured, followed closely by an uncountable number of ordinary zombies. Among the horde were several large canines, their bodies glaringly crimson as if skinned. These large dogs had evidently transformed into zombie canines, their bloodshot eyes glinting with malice, sharp fangs bared, and their bodies riddled with wounds, exposing bones and entrails through gaping holes. The mass of corpses surged forward like a flood, charging relentlessly towards the convoy. The convoy swiftly executed the about-face, racing towards the southern suburbs. Within the Air Force Base, a J-8F reconnaissance aircraft soared into the sky, speeding towards the forward command location of the 3 camps in Yun City. At the Yun building gathering site, 3 fixed-wing drones took flight, heading towards the 3 advance camps over 30 kilometers away. The 6 Z-19 armed reconnaissance helicopters formed a formation, hastening towards Yun City. In the command center of the Western Suburbs Base, aside from the updates from the mobilized troops, neither the base commander nor the senior officials responsible for the Joint Operation Command uttered a word. Everyone was awaiting news from the dispatched reconnaissance units. Given the current situation, it was evident that both the advanced troops and the supporting armed helicopter formations had encountered peril. However, what remained a mystery to all was what force could simultaneously devastate 3 advance camps and the accompanying helicopter formations. Since the communication was interrupted, the first thought that crossed the minds of the commanders was the possibility of an unidentified armed force launching a surprise attack. However, this speculation was swiftly dismissed, as the base's radar station and the KJ-2000 early warning aircraft patrolling the skies detected no ground or aerial targets other than the base's own troops. With human factors ruled out, the only remaining explanation was a new development among the zombies within Yun City. Information relayed from the forward command of the 3 battalions indicated the presence of a more advanced type of zombie directing the assault on the vanguard forces. A series of fire support operations subsequently stabilized the defensive line. Yet, during the time when reinforcements were expected, the 3 vanguard battalions and the armed helicopter units suddenly vanished. Was there a presence of another, more powerful and enigmatic creature in Yun City besides the zombies? Brigadier General Yang Yunzhuang of the 3rd Light Synthetic Brigade pondered softly. At that moment, reconnaissance images returned from the J-8F aircraft dispatched by the Air Force revealed 9 high-resolution photographs of the forward command's ground position. The assembled personnel gazed somberly at the images captured from the ground. Only a little over 20 armored vehicles remained at the forward command, while the rooftops and streets nearby were strewn with the wreckage of armed helicopters. 4 helicopters had exploded, and the images displayed the smoldering remains. The forward command site lay in ruins, with all personnel missing, and various bloodied weapons scattered across the snow, saturating the ground with crimson. Orders were issued for all subsequent troops to withdraw to the southern suburbs thermal power plant, while the J-16 formation awaited ground coordinate data. Instructions were given for the Z-19 armed reconnaissance helicopter units to swiftly collect coordinates of the zombie horde and transmit the data back to the Air Force Base. Additionally, both long-range fire battalions at the base were instructed to prepare for launch, poised to execute a long-range strike. A sequence of 6 commands emanated from the base's command center, one of which was directed to the Air Force Base to prepare for the second wave of bombardment on the zombie horde in Yun City. Upon receiving the orders, all units sprang into action. The convoy of Company 3, upon hearing the command, understood that the vanguard forces had suffered losses in Yun City. The convoy hastily retreated from the city. At the Air Force Base, teams of ground personnel transported Tianlai 500 cluster bombs to the hangar housing the J-16 fighter jets. Each aircraft was loaded with 12 Tianlai 500 cluster bombs, and various pre-flight checks were conducted swiftly and systematically. The 2 long-range fire battalions in the western suburbs received orders to load 300mm rockets, and both rocket artillery groups completed the loading. With the launch nest raised and aimed towards Yun City, the Z-19 armed reconnaissance helicopter units had already arrived in the vicinity of the zombie swarm, collecting ground coordinate data and sending it to the command center in the Yun City Air Force Base. The zombie horde extended over a stretch of more than 10 kilometers from the forward command of the 3 vanguard battalions, originally trailing behind the reinforcements. However, as the reinforcements consolidated their flanking forces, they advanced at full speed, distancing themselves from the pursuing horde. Currently, the 3 reinforcement units had created a 5-kilometer gap from the zombies. The base relayed an order to the reconnaissance helicopter units to evacuate the current area as the Air Force prepared to initiate the first round of fire strikes. The Air Force Base transmitted coordinate data to the fleet of J-16 aircraft circling above the city. Upon receiving the data command, the 16 J-16s began to disperse, each heading towards one of 3 designated corridors. Upon reaching their bombing locations, they unleashed a barrage of Tianlai 500 cluster bombs upon the swarming masses below. Each corridor was inundated with at least 60 Tianlai 500 cluster bombs, raining down upon the densely packed throngs. The cluster munitions deployed a multitude of submunitions, which accurately descended upon the targeted area. The sound of thunderous explosions resonated through the skies, accompanied by towering flames and billowing smoke, as the devastation unfolded across the 3 streets. Once the bombing was complete, the fighter jets exited the conflict zone and returned to base. Chapter 114. Mutated Beast of Yun City. The 2 artillery battalions received coordinate data, and upon the command of their leader, 24 Type 03 300mm multiple launch rocket systems unleashed a simultaneous barrage. The rockets soared forth, trailing long tails of fire. The deafening roar of the rocket artillery echoed throughout the entire western suburb base, leaving many survivors gazing in awe as over 200 rockets were launched into the distance. Their minds rife with questions, yet profoundly struck by the spectacle of the coordinated assault. The 2 artillery battalions executed a volley of 288 rockets, striking accurately into the throngs of corpses across 3 streets. As the smoke from the cluster bombs lingered in the air, another round of earth-shattering explosions commenced. The thunderous detonations shattered the glass facades of nearby buildings, causing intense vibrations throughout the structures and the ground. Countless zombies, both evolved and ordinary, were obliterated under the relentless barrage. However, prior to the J-16 aircraft's bombing run, the majority of the evolved zombies, as if responding to a command, swiftly retreated, vanishing into the adjacent streets. After 2 rounds of fire, less than a third of the undead remained on the 3 streets. The second wave of J-16 aircraft arrived at the bombing zone, unleashing the Tianlai 500 bombs upon the remaining undead. As the cacophony of explosions subsided and the smoke cleared, the zombie hordes on the 3 streets were entirely eradicated. Within 2 temporary camps in the southern outskirts of Yun City, 2 battalions of Type 1142 rocket launchers loaded incendiary munitions. A triple volley ignited the ground littered with dismembered limbs of countless zombies, a fierce blaze erupting in its wake. New orders were issued from the western suburb base. Armed reconnaissance helicopters continued their mission from the 3 forward camps, surveying the situation towards Yunmeng Tower. The troops stationed at Yunmeng Tower, alongside those in the southern temporary camps, dispatched reconnaissance teams equipped with drones to search each building within the designated area. The plan for the evacuation of survivors from Yunmeng Tower was temporarily halted, pending a thorough assessment of the fate of the 3 forward battalions. In the aftermath, the casualty report revealed that the vanguard of the 3 forward battalions had suffered a devastating loss, totaling 785 personnel, including 6 fully staffed companies, the battalion headquarters, and 3 platoons of defensive soldiers. Upon hearing the grim statistics, a heavy silence enveloped the command center, the atmosphere thick with sorrow and despair. This operation equated to the loss of an entire composite battalion, marking the most severe toll since the onset of the apocalypse. Brigadier Yang Yunzhuang of the 3rd Light Composite Brigade bore a heavy heart, his eyes reddened as he fought back tears. The 3 forward battalions were predominantly comprised of his brigade. Yet, this was not the time for mourning. Numerous matters required attention, with the primary focus being to ascertain the exact circumstances that befell the 3 forward battalions. At the Southern Thermal Power Plant, Company 3 and the subsequent support units remained on high alert, awaiting new orders from the base. Within the camp, Ying surveyed the somber expressions of the officers and soldiers from Company 3, his heart heavy with a sigh. Without disturbing anyone, Ying returned to the mobile command unit and extracted a cigarette to light. The recent turmoil experienced by the advanced troops left Ying perplexed. How could 3 modernized battalions be simultaneously vanquished? The reinforcements from the southern suburb thermal power plant awaited fresh orders until 8 o'clock the following morning. 3 battalions, including the 3rd Company, were assigned to enter 3 passages in Yun City, tasked with 2 objectives: to retrieve the weapons and belongings of the advanced troops and to collect the crystal cores from the corpses eliminated yesterday. A reconnaissance unit dispatched the previous day had discovered a peculiar body in a nearby residential area. The underground parking lot was riddled with numerous holes, approximately 3 meters in diameter, leading deep underground. The photographs relayed indicated that the body resembled that of an oversized ant. This ant corpse measured 2 meters in length, half a meter in width, and was a striking orange-yellow, with a smooth abdomen and sparse body hair. Biologists at the base determined it to be a small pharaoh ant, a species never before observed at such a size. The surface of the corpse was pockmarked with bullet holes, indicating fire from a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, and there were 3 charred entry wounds in the abdomen. Furthermore, the basement of Building 7 in the residential complex was ensnared with white cobwebs in one corner. An evolved zombie was found entirely wrapped in these webs, accompanied by 7 ordinary zombies, while the ordinary zombies were still alive. The 3-meter-tall evolved zombie had been reduced to a mere half-torso, its upper body gnawed upon, the severed edges marked by clear bite marks. The images sent back to command weighed heavily on the hearts of all. The situation in Yun City was growing increasingly dire. These photographs indicated that, in addition to humans and zombies, the city's fauna was also beginning to mutate. 2 insect species had already been identified as mutated, and further investigations by the reconnaissance team were likely to uncover additional variations. The command center convened another round of meetings regarding the new developments in Yun City, deliberating on whether to proceed with the evacuation plan for survivors congregating at Yumeng Building, and if so, how to execute it. The 3rd Company's collection mission persisted until 3 in the afternoon. By around 5 o'clock, the 3 battalions returned to the southern suburb thermal power plant. Since the last eradication of Mr. Zhang's faction of marauders, the dispatch center had been remodeled into a military command building for the power plant. The largest room on the 3rd floor had been transformed into a joint command center. Ying, Lu Yuan, and all officers of company level and above, along with those possessing special abilities, gathered in the conference room. Numerous photographs appeared on the electronic screen in the meeting room. In addition to the mutated small pharaoh ant corpse in the cobweb-covered basement, 2 new images emerged. One depicted a domestic cat, roughly the size of a tiger, playing with an undead zombie that had yet to perish. This photograph, taken from a high altitude, likely originated from a reconnaissance drone or an armed reconnaissance helicopter. Another photograph reveals a colossal serpent adorned with a distinctive black pattern resembling a royal insignia on its head, while its anterior body is embellished with yellow diagonal stripes. This serpent bears a striking resemblance to the commonly encountered cauliflower snake, also known as the king rat snake, found in Yun City and its vicinity. However, this particular specimen is extraordinarily massive, measuring over 20 meters in length and nearly 1.5 meters in girth. The serpent was seen languidly traversing a street, its abdomen swollen, indicative of having recently feasted. Upon viewing these images, the crowd gasped in astonishment. The scene then shifted on the electronic screen to reveal the interior of the command center, where a senior officer, adorned with the rank of Major General, gazed gravely at those assembled. Chapter 115. Reinforcements at the Yunming building gathering site finally emerged. Ying pondered. It was likely that the 3 advanced camps had encountered these entities. The current evolutionary zombies were insufficient to withstand or evade the military's large-caliber firepower. Though only 4 photographs depicted 4 distinct animals, it was evident to all that the mutations were not limited to these 4 species. The entirety of Yong Province, where Yun City is located, harbors tens of thousands of insect species, alongside thousands of other flora and fauna. Should these organisms undergo mutation, The survival of humanity will become increasingly arduous. The weight of sorrow hung heavily in the hearts of all who beheld these images. However, it was clear that these mutated creatures and zombies alone could not simultaneously launch a three-pronged assault on the three advanced teams. A more formidable being must be orchestrating the control and coordination of the zombies and mutated organisms. The voice of the commanding general resonated from the operations command room. These photographs are merely a selection, for of the numerous mutated beings reported back by the reconnaissance team, the Air Force, and the ground aviation units. We have currently documented 12 distinct mutated species. Upon concluding his statement, 2 images appeared on the screen. One was an aerial photograph centered around the Ying building, and the other was an electronic map screenshot highlighting numerous densely clustered red dots. These red points formed an irregular circular formation surrounding the Ying building gathering site, resembling an encirclement of the area. According to the comparisons made between the ground investigation team and aerial reconnaissance data, it was now confirmed that a significant number of mutated beings were congregating near the Ying building gathering site. Additionally, vast hordes of corpses encircled the perimeter, indicating that the gathering site had likely been targeted by these mutated entities and the undead. The base commander's expression grew somber. Within the gathering area encompassing the Ying building and its surroundings resided over 130,000 survivors. If the assessment proved accurate, the survivors within the Ying building had become prey for the mutated beings and the horde. A chilling realization washed over the assembly. The attack on the advanced camps might be connected to the targeting of the Ying building gathering site. Even more unsettling was the question of the intelligence possessed by the beings behind these mutated organisms and zombies. How astute they must be to discern the military's movements and deduce the transfer plans concerning the Ying building. Moreover, to orchestrate such a large-scale assault involving numerous zombies and mutated creatures was beyond the capacity of mere instinctual beings. The more than 100,000 survivors within the Ying building had been reduced to mere quarry in the eyes of these entities, Ying mused. On the electronic screen, the base commander addressed the officers and soldiers of the thermal power plant. Comrades, the Ying building gathering site is home to over 130,000 survivors, and their lives are under unprecedented threat. Should the mutated beings and the horde launch a full-scale assault on the Ying building gathering site, the current manpower and firepower will be utterly insufficient to withstand it. If the defenses are breached, the fate of over 130,000 survivors within the Ying building is all too grim. After the base commander elucidated the current situation at the Ying building gathering site, he pivoted the conversation. The command center has resolved to augment the defensive forces at the Ying building. All troops originally designated to reinforce the 3 advanced battalions will be transported by helicopter to assist in safeguarding the Ying building. In addition to the original garrison at the thermal power plant, a light combined battalion dispatched from the base to support the 3 advanced battalions, along with Company 3, will also be present. Following the conclusion of the meeting, the Aviation Brigade dispatched a fleet of transport helicopters to convey the combined battalion and Company 3 personnel to Ying building. Furthermore, 2 additional battalions will be reassigned from the western suburb base to bolster the defensive line at the Ying building. As for the array of psychics, there are separate arrangements. Helicopters will be deployed to return them to the base after the meeting. Upon returning to the temporary encampment of Company 3, all soldiers meticulously organized their weapons and essential supplies. Approximately half an hour later, the distant horizon echoed with the roar of helicopter engines and rotor blades. Lu Yuan handed a 14.5mm caliber sniper rifle to Lu Ying. Be cautious. Lu Ying nodded in agreement, affirming, all will be cautious. Lu Yuan boarded the helicopter. Lu Ying turned to another Z-20 tactical utility helicopter as the fleet gradually ascended into the sky. A total of 40 helicopters were en route to Ying building, making 2 trips, with Lu Ying's helicopter also carrying the psychic team that had previously collaborated with Company 3. The individuals exchanged nods, having had little interaction thus far. Upon returning to the western suburb base, everyone boarded 2 vehicles and entered the facility. In a large conference room on the 7th floor of the base, over 50 psychics were already seated. Among them, half were awakened military personnel, while the other half consisted of survivors from the gathering site. A middle-aged general adorned with the rank of Major General presided over the meeting. Once all personnel were present, the Major General succinctly articulated the purpose of gathering such a multitude of psychics. It was, after all, due to the survivors at the Ying building. In addition to the 3 battalions deployed to jointly defend the Ying building, the base has formulated a plan for the relocation of the survivors. The purpose of assembling so many psychics is to implement this plan. The base will dispatch the 1st Heavy Armored Combined Brigade to reopen the evacuation route to the Ying building. However, prior to this, it is essential for psychics to form teams to delve into Yun City, eliminate the mutated creatures, and gather intelligence regarding these aberrant beings. thus providing information to the armored forces and clearing some obstacles. As the Major General concluded his remarks, a murmur arose within the conference room, predominantly from the area occupied by external psychics. In contrast, the military personnel sat upright in their section, refraining from speaking or debating. The discussion lasted less than a minute when a female psychic stood up and inquired, "Sir, the number of corpses within Yun City is vast. Once we enter, regardless of whether we can eliminate those mutated creatures, if we disturb the horde, we may very well perish within." This psychic was recognized by Ying as Xiao, the leader of the psychic team that had previously executed the extermination mission at the southern suburb thermal power plant. Upon finishing her statement, half of the psychics nodded in agreement. The major seated on the platform gestured for silence before addressing the assembly, stating, "There is no need for concern. Our investigative team has gathered intelligence indicating that areas inhabited by mutated creatures are devoid of zombies. Conversely, locations teeming with zombies do not harbor mutated beings. The two entities are in a perpetual cycle of predation against one another." The audience nodded in understanding, reassured that a simultaneous assault from both factions was unlikely. "Sir, do we possess the capability to contend with these mutated creatures?" inquired another individual, expressing apprehension. The photograph depicts a king cobra exceeding 20 meters in length, alongside a tabby cat the size of a tiger. Additionally, there are ants of a size comparable to automobiles. Ants are typically social insects, and should the colony consist of such formidable specimens, we may find ourselves as their next meal. Chapter 116. The bountiful rewards of participation. The Major General nodded and subsequently gestured for the personnel responsible for the meeting to play a video. The footage depicted a military squad of 7 superpowered individuals encircling a mutated spider. The spider was as large as the Bath Emperor previously driven by Ying. Its body was cloaked in shades of black and gray, with a shell covered in white fur, and it possessed 4 pairs of stout, long legs adorned with numerous sharp spikes. 2 of its front legs lunged fiercely at a nearby superpowered individual, who narrowly evaded the attack, causing the spider's leg to pierce through the concrete floor. Visually, this spider appeared to be a burrowing wolf spider, with ordinary specimens measuring merely 2 centimeters in length. Despite its colossal size, this mutated spider exhibited remarkable agility and an intensified predatory instinct. However, the superpowered squad was formidable as well. Their leader was likely an evolved individual at the second stage, akin to Xiao. 3 members of the squad restrained the mutated spider while 2 others engaged in ranged attacks, and a fire-wielding superpowered individual seized the opportunity to incinerate the creature. Upon the conclusion of the video, the Major General continued, "Rest assured, these mutated beings are not as formidable as one might imagine. Most of these creatures are first-stage evolved beings, with only a few having reached the second stage. Furthermore, this operation will be conducted in the form of a superpowered squad capable of confronting these mutated organisms. For those that dwell in groups, we have prepared detailed maps to help you avoid those areas. Your primary mission is to ascertain the precise locations of the mutated beings. If conditions permit, you may engage and eliminate them before the subsequent deployment of the armored forces. We will utilize the gathered information on the locations of the mutated organisms to launch precision strikes with modern firepower. The base has decided to grant superpowered individuals participating in this mission access to various resources. You may claim a certain quantity of zombie crystal cores based on your evolution status to enhance your abilities. Moreover, every superpowered individual involved in this operation will receive 1,000 military merits. For those who provide specific locations of the mutated beings or successfully eliminate them during the mission, you will earn double the usual military merits. Now, I will give you 10 minutes to make your decision. Those willing to partake in this operation should remain, while those unwilling may exit the conference room. The base will not compel anyone to participate. Following this, the Major General turned off the conference microphone. The military evolutionaries within the meeting room remained motionless, showing no inclination to depart, while the auxiliary superpowered individuals began to converse in hushed tones. Ying had already made up his mind. The opportunity to acquire the base's stock of zombie crystal cores was enticing enough. The base currently had 2 second-stage zombie crystal cores, and it was uncertain how many first-stage crystal cores had been replenished during recent battles. Before this operation, he would undoubtedly be able to activate the 4th page of the mysterious data. Additionally, with Ying's own acquired ability of invisibility and instantaneous movement while concealed, should the situation turn dire during the mission, he would possess a crucial safeguard for his survival. As time progressed, a number of external ability users began to exit the conference room, clearly reluctant to venture into Cloud City, an entirely understandable sentiment. Soon, 10 minutes had elapsed, and 7 individuals had departed from the meeting, all of whom were external ability users. Following the conclusion of the meeting, attendees would be able to collect zombie crystal cores, with operations scheduled for the day after tomorrow at 7 in the morning. After the meeting, 6 lieutenant officers entered the conference room, each carrying a folder, and commenced the registration process. Among the remaining group of over 40, the majority were first-stage hidden element realm evolvers, with only 10 individuals classified as second-stage enlightened realm evolvers. According to the official statistics currently available, newly awakened ability users are predominantly first-stage hidden element realm, and utilizing ordinary zombie crystal cores can elevate them to the second-stage enlightened realm. A hidden element realm evolver requires at least 30 ordinary crystal cores to continue their evolution, with the inherent risk of failure. Conversely, second-stage enlightened realm evolvers must consume a minimum of 50 evolution-type zombie crystal cores to ascend to the third-stage enlightened realm, also facing the possibility of unsuccessful evolution. As for stages beyond the third, official data remains unavailable. Currently, no specific methods have been provided by the authorities to enhance the success rate of evolution. A lieutenant officer approached Lu Ying and inquired, "Hello, what is your name?" Lu Ying. The lieutenant flipped through the folder, located Lu Ying's information, and after perusing it, remarked, "According to your prior registration, you are currently a first-stage hidden element realm evolver. You may collect 30 ordinary zombie crystal cores shortly." With that, he handed Lu Ying a black card, the size of an identification card. "Wait," Lu Ying called out, halting the officer who was about to register the next evolver. The lieutenant looked at Lu Ying with curiosity. "Actually, I am now a second-stage evolver and require evolution-type zombie crystal cores to enhance my strength," Lu Ying stated. The lieutenant appeared surprised, glancing at the timestamp on Lu Ying's record, noting that it had been less than half a month since Lu Ying had last registered as an external ability user at the base. "You've advanced to the second stage so swiftly," he mused. After a moment, he continued, "I apologize, but since you have not updated your strength registration, it currently reflects a first-stage status. I will escort you to the ability testing area shortly to confirm your evolution to the second stage, after which we can issue you a new collection card." Lu Ying nodded in agreement. Once all individuals had completed their registration, Lu Ying and the lieutenant proceeded to the armored alloy chamber from their previous visit. Inside the room lay specialized alloy materials and various weapons for testing the strength of enhancement-type ability users. At the rear of the chamber stood a panel of armor plating, a full meter thick. Lu Ying prepared to use a Cube U-201 sniper rifle, aiming at the armored alloy panel. Based on the base's statistics concerning enhancement-type ability users, it was noted that even the strongest among them could barely penetrate 5 centimeters of armor using a standard 12.7 millimeters sniper rifle round after enhancement. Lu Ying activated 10% of their energy, aimed at the armored alloy panel, and pulled the trigger. Bang! A thunderous explosion reverberated as Lu Ying's sniper rifle barrel shattered, a bullet trailing a crimson plume piercing through a 10-centimeter thick alloy armor instantaneously. The formidable kinetic energy left behind a gaping hole, measuring over 10 centimeters in diameter in the once impenetrable material. Officers outside the special glass window gasped in astonishment, their hearts filled with awe. Could a Phase 2 enhancer possess such strength? This question echoed in their minds simultaneously. Within the base, there were no Phase 2 enhancers of the strengthening type, hence no means of comparison. Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lu Ying stepped out of the room. The lieutenant, his eyes reflecting reverence, presented another black card to Lu Ying. The lieutenant then led Lu Ying to collect the crystal core, while 3 other officers entered the room to examine the now-defunct sniper rifle on the table, eventually approaching the shattered alloy armor. Could this truly be the result achievable by a Phase 2 enhancer? A colonel mused to himself. Chapter 117. Activating the 4th page, handing over the card to an officer inside the blast door, he swiped it across a sensing device. The other blast door opened, revealing another officer who emerged carrying a briefcase, which he presented to Lu Ying. Inside the briefcase lay 50 evolution zombie crystal cores of various colors. Upon returning to the base, Lu Ying entered a room designated for ability users. He meticulously inspected every corner of the space to ensure there were no surveillance or listening devices before securely locking the door. He retrieved a mysterious tome and the 7 newly acquired first-stage evolution zombie crystal cores from his spatial storage. Previously, he had fed 10 evolution zombie crystal cores to the 4th page. This time, he extracted 20 from the briefcase and placed them upon the book. As the 20 cores transformed into wisps of energy and entered the tome, the 4th page displayed a clearer image, yet remained unresponsive. Is the quantity insufficient? Lu Ying pondered aloud. Subsequently, he took out another crystal core and placed it onto the 4th page, which absorbed the red energy. One by one, he continued to add crystal cores, expending another 20 in total until the image on the 4th page became vividly apparent. The background seemed vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the Yunming building. Atop the building stood a zombie with a head and body that were strikingly disproportionate, reminiscent of the large-headed zombie he had encountered during the ambush in Yun City. Once again, a bead the size of a thumb formed from the gathering crimson mist on the 4th page. Lu Ying swallowed it whole, enduring intense pain followed by a wave of pleasure and relief. As the evolution concluded, he exhaled deeply, astonished that this time, it required as many as 50 crystal cores. Feeling the abundant energy coursing through him, Lu Ying was filled with joy. The energy within him had doubled compared to before. He keenly sensed that not only had his fundamental abilities, such as strength and agility, doubled, but his 2 unique abilities, alongside the powers acquired from Meng Nanxing, had also been enhanced. His combat talent, the ability to unleash devastation in dire situations, had its duration increased to twice as long. The invisibility remained at half an hour. Yet during that time, his teleportation distance, which previously had a limit of 20 meters, had now expanded to 50 meters. Despite not awakening any new abilities this time, it seemed to be a reinforcement of all his existing powers. Lu Ying felt no disappointment. He was satisfied merely to have fortified his 2 most potent abilities. A single teleportation of 50 meters meant that in the heat of battle, he could annihilate any target within a radius of 50 meters around him in an instant. In moments of peril, he could swiftly escape the battlefield. The combination of his invisibility and his combat talent was almost purposefully designed for slaughter. With these 2 powers, alongside Lu Ying's formidable physical defenses and abundant energy, along with the ability to cast illusions to manipulate enemies' minds, he found himself nearly devoid of weaknesses. Noticing the late hour, he took a warm shower and retired for the night. The following morning, Lu Ying arrived at the Military Merit Exchange Center, where 2 second-stage zombie crystal cores remained within the base. The staff first recorded 1,000 military merits onto Lu Ying's identity card, subsequently deducting 200 points. Having received 2 second-stage zombie crystal cores, Lu Ying proceeded to the base's armory to select firearms and ammunition. This time, Lu Ying chose a CSLR-47, a 14.5mm sniper rifle, and a 191 precision rifle. In the ammunition depot, he collected 200 rounds each of 14.5mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing shells and 14.5mm explosive incendiary rounds, as well as 600 rounds for the 5.8mm 191 precision rifle and 2,822 steel ball grenades. Upon returning to his quarters, Lu Ying set aside 10 rounds of each type of 14.5mm sniper ammunition and filled 7 magazines for the 191 precision rifle, recalling the remainder into his spatial storage. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, all evolvers participating in the Yun City operation reconvened in the base's conference room. However, this time, the base had deployed 2 additional military ability user teams. With these 2 teams, the total number of evolvers involved in the operation reached 55. There were 6 military ability user teams and 4 external base teams. Among the newly added teams, Lu Ying encountered a familiar face, Lu Wei, an undercover operative from the military during the previous operation at the Nanjiao thermal power plant. Lu Wei was now the leader of a 5-member team. Clad in snow camouflage combat attire, her delicate oval face exuding an air of refined grace, the 2 exchanged nods of acknowledgement. Aside from these 10 teams, there remained 7 individuals, including Lu Ying, who had not joined any team. The base ultimately decided to temporarily assign the 7 unaffiliated evolvers to the existing 7 teams. The previous Major General announced the temporary assignments for the 7 individuals. Lu Ying was assigned to Lu Wei's 5th team. Lu Wei winked at Lu Ying, evidently having reached out to the Major General beforehand, as she was well aware of Lu Ying's capabilities. The former Mr. Jiang had already been a second-stage evolver, possessing strength that far surpassed that of ordinary second-stage evolvers. The fact that Lu Ying was able to single-handedly slay Mr. Jiang spoke volumes of his prowess. Xiao Xian had also approached the Major General, hoping to integrate Lu Ying into her team. However, her team comprised 7 evolvers. After careful consideration, it was decided to temporarily assign Lu Ying to Lu Wei's team, which only had 6 members. Following this, Lu Wei introduced Lu Ying to the other 14 members. The remaining members consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. The girl, named Lu Xiaoxiao, was a first-stage healing evolver. A middle-aged man named Li Dong served as the deputy leader of the team, wielding the ability to manipulate fire, akin to Xiao Xian. The second young man, Qi Jian, was a mental-type evolver, possessing abilities similar to Mr. Zhang's object control, yet he carried over 30 throwing knives of varying lengths. The final member, a youthful boy with an innocent face, appeared quite juvenile. His name was Yi Sun, and his ability was defense, boasting formidable protective capabilities that even a first-stage enhancement evolver wielding a 12.7mm sniper rifle could not penetrate. In addition, Ying can uphold an invisible barrier, safeguarding the entire team. As for Captain Lu Wei, she has now evolved to the second stage, possessing the ability to manipulate ice and snow. After a brief introduction among the members, Lu Ying revealed that she remains a power enhancer. Aside from Lu Wei and Lu Ying, who conceals her true strength, the remaining members are all first-stage ability users. The primary mission of the 5th Military Squad, to which Lu Ying belongs, is to explore the area within 10 kilometers east of the Yunming building, where mutated creatures reside. The specific region has been clearly marked on the map. Within this area lies a community known as Dream City, highlighted prominently with a red marker. The residential building number 7, 32 stories high, has become a den for mutated cockroaches, rendering further exploration unnecessary. Each member received a paper map. They are to organize their necessary equipment today and depart for the designated area at 7 o'clock the following morning aboard AZ-20 utility helicopter. Chapter 118 Departure. As they exited the conference room, Lu Wei called out to Lu Ying, who was preparing to return to the mobile cabin. "Hello, Mr. Lu. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lu Wei, Lieutenant and Captain of the 5th Team." Her soft voice resonated gently. Lu Ying felt a twinge of confusion but nodded in acknowledgement. "Hello, Ms. Lu. I am Lu Ying, and I do not hold a military rank." Mimicking Lu Wei's awkward self-introduction, Lu Ying chuckled lightly. Lu Wei's fair and delicate face flushed slightly, and she quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "Mr. Lu, I am aware that your true capabilities extend far beyond the second phase. I kindly ask for your guidance and support for our team during this operation." "Captain Lu, is this a form of recompense for the information you shared regarding Mr. Jiang and the Chinching group?" Lu Wei nodded without hesitation. "Very well. I will assist you to the best of my ability within my means. After this operation, we shall consider our accounts settled." Lu Ying affirmed with a nod. "Indeed," Lu Wei replied. Upon returning to the mobile cabin, Lu Ying meticulously studied the areas marked for exploration on the map and inventoried the equipment necessary for the mission. This operation differed from the previous one involving a zombie ambush, rendering the sniper rifle less effective. The zones delineated in red on the map predominantly consisted of high-rise buildings made of reinforced concrete, many nestled within commercial districts, characterized by dense architecture. Before the apocalypse, Lu Ying often frequented these areas on weekends and was quite familiar with them. For this mission, he opted for a fully equipped 191 precision rifle, 292G handguns, 6 822 steel ball grenades, a goosewing knife, and a short sword. The following morning, Lu Ying indulged in a sumptuous breakfast at the base's cafeteria, having spent a merit point to do so. The mission involved taking a helicopter to the operational zone. At precisely 6:50 a.m., they arrived at a concealed airport located at the back of the base. Several members of various ability teams had already gathered. Upon locating helipad number 5, Lu Wei and 4 team members were already aboard. Lu Wei nodded in acknowledgement as Lu Ying approached. At 7 o'clock a.m., 10Z-20 helicopters took off, escorted by a squadron of armed helicopters. Inside the helicopter, 6 ability users, including Lu Ying, remained silent, creating a somewhat oppressive atmosphere. As if unable to endure the suffocating silence any longer, a youthful man with a doll-like face cleared his throat. All eyes turned toward him. Feeling the weight of their gazes, the youth named Ying blushed slightly, clearly not the boisterous type. "Allow me to share a joke with you all," he began, but as he noticed the peculiar looks from his companions, his voice dwindled to a whisper, and he lowered his head in silence. Lu Ying chuckled softly, and the other team members wore amused expressions. Although Ying did not complete his joke, the oppressive atmosphere in the cabin dissipated. "There is no need to be overly tense. Our primary objective this time is reconnaissance, to provide the base with specific target coordinates." Lu Wei's gentle voice echoed through the headsets, reminiscent of an understanding elder sister, even though she was merely a year older than Lu Ying. While Lu Wei alleviated some of the tension among the other team members, they understood that this mission would not be as straightforward as it appeared. The Yunming building is situated at the heart of Yun City, surrounded by numerous structures within a densely populated area spanning a 10-kilometer radius. Even now, a vast horde of zombies lingers around the periphery of the Yunming building. These mutated creatures differ significantly from the zombies, based on combat footage received earlier. It is evident that these mutated beings are markedly stronger than their evolved counterparts, even preying upon them. The area they are about to explore is not only rife with zombies, but also teeming with an indeterminate variety and quantity of mutated organisms. Although the base has assured them that fire support can be summoned at any time, they remain isolated, far removed from their vehicles and the main force. Lu Ying leaned back in his seat, gazing out of the porthole at the scene below. The entire Yun City lay enveloped in a pristine blanket of snow, resembling a desolate snowy kingdom. "Mr. Lu," came the gentle voice of Lu Wei. Lu Ying turned to face Lu Wei, who was seated across from him. Once we commence our operation, please feel free to voice any opinions or thoughts you may have. We can discuss them together. Lu Ying was somewhat taken aback, offering Lu Wei a deep, appreciative glance before nodding lightly. The atmosphere within the cabin lightened considerably due to the conversation between Ying and Lu Wei. The team engaged in discussions about the tactical strategies to employ should they encounter mutated creatures. However, it was evident that no one considered Lu Ying as part of the equation, for he was merely a temporary addition to their squad, and once the mission concluded, he would not remain among them. Several team members secretly hoped that Lu Ying would not prove to be a hindrance. As long as he did not complicate matters or slow them down, they would be content. With 10 kilometers remaining to the Yunming building, the helicopter dispersed toward their designated areas. Lu Ying's team, Team 5, descended onto the rooftop of an office building named New Era Tower, located 2 kilometers east of the Yunming building. The helicopter hovered above, where a few emaciated zombies roamed the rooftop. These unfortunate creatures were evidently survivors who had fled to the rooftop following the outbreak of the ancient virus, having perished from the cold, devoid of any bloodstains. Lu Ying wielded a precision rifle, Model 191, equipped with a silencer, though he did not utilize subsonic ammunition, resulting in a sound far less exaggerated than that of cinematic or gaming portrayals. Nonetheless, it was considerably quieter compared to the unsilenced rifle fire. The sharp crack of gunfire rang out, 6 shots, each finding its mark, resulting in the collapse of the 6 ordinary zombies onto the rooftop. The 6 team members descended to the rooftop as the helicopter retreated. This building boasted 75 stories above ground and 4 below, towering at 350 meters. Calling headquarters. Team 5 has arrived at the designated location. Over, Lu Wei reported immediately upon landing. Deputy Leader Li Dong cautiously opened the rooftop access door, peering inside to ensure safety before signaling to the others. One by one, they entered the corridor in a tactical formation. The sound of their boots echoed on the stairway. According to intelligence gathered by prior reconnaissance teams, only a few zombies roamed within the building, with no mutated creatures reported. Despite this, the team remained vigilant and cautious. Meanwhile, the other 9 teams had also arrived at their designated mission areas within the west suburb base. The operation plan for this infiltration was overseen by the general whom Lu Ying had encountered earlier in the conference room. This general, named Chao Hongxuan, is one of the 2 deputy commanders of the entire west suburb base. On the 30th floor of the New Era building, Lu Ying, positioned at the rear of the team, whispered through the team's communication earpiece, "Listen, there is something below." The 5 members in front immediately halted, their guns aimed at the descending staircase. The first vice captain, Li Dong, signaled his teammates to prepare for fire cover and cautiously leaned out to glance down the staircase. In an instant, Li Dong's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 119. The mutant beetles swarm on the platform connecting to the 29th floor and the staircase, pairs of protruding, glass-shaded crimson eyes fixated intently on Li Dong. The stairwell platform extended into the corridor of the 29th floor, densely packed with black and red mutant beetles resembling heads. This sight sent chills down Li Dong's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. The swarm of insects had evidently noticed him, their wings fluttering in agitation. "Ying, collective defense, quickly!" Li Dong shouted, and in an instant, a blazing orange-red flame enveloped him. With a thunderous roar, 2 streams of fiery orange, akin to dragons of flame, surged towards the swarm. A searing heat engulfed the entire corridor. As the orange-red flames filled the staircase in the 29th floor hallway, Ying swiftly conjured an invisible barrier before the group, shielding them from the intense heat. The nearest mutant beetles ignited in the inferno, their wings ablaze, plummeting to the ground, releasing streams of a noxious, green, oily liquid that seeped from their bodies. White smoke billowed from the walls, accompanied by a hissing sound. This green, acrid liquid was the venom within the beetles, possessing a potent corrosive quality. The mutant beetles closest to Li Dong were incinerated by his fiery powers, yet the remaining swarm on the lower and 29th floors was roused, their wings buzzing with a piercing shriek as they surged toward the team. "There are too many. Retreat." Lu Wei commanded immediately, but was interrupted by Lu Ying. "We can't escape. There's a swarm behind us," Lu Ying said swiftly. The sound of wings fluttering from the 31st floor echoed down the stairwell. Lu Wei quickly devised a tactical response. "Li Dong, Ying, hold off the swarm below. Shi Jian and I will defend against the insects from above. Xiao Xiao, you provide support fire from the center. Anyone injured, treat them immediately. Mr. Lu, you join us in fending off the swarm from above." The group promptly adjusted their formation, with Lu Ying wielding a fully equipped 191 precision rifle, positioned against the corner of the stairwell, aiming upwards. The 6 members of the squad efficiently completed their tactical deployment as the mutant beetle swarm drew nearer. In the next moment, over a dozen beetles, each the size of a human head, with armored bodies of black and red, emerged. Rat-a-tat-tat. The three immediately pulled the triggers. Lu Wei and Chinching utilized 191 assault rifles, firing 5.8mm rounds at a velocity of 940 meters per second, striking the approaching swarm. The collision of bullets against the beetles' armored bodies produced a shower of sparks. These beetles possessed formidable defenses, prompting Lu Ying to channel energy around each bullet. In the next instant, bullets glowing with a hint of red pierced through the oncoming mutant beetles. Chinching and Lu Wei also recognized the strength of the beetles' defenses and began to unleash their respective powers. Chinching lowered his weapon, revealing a broad black trench coat lined with throwing knives the size of fingers. As Chinching harnessed his psychic abilities, a flurry of 20 flying daggers whistled away from his trench coat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Each dagger soared through the air like a bullet from a gun, piercing the mutated beetles above. Streams of green venom splattered forth. Chinching's daggers appeared to be forged from a unique material capable of corroding the concrete floors and walls, leaving only the faintest trace upon the blades. In contrast, Lu Wei's delicate, elongated fingers revealed translucent needles, as clear as ice. 10 icy needles shot forth, impaling the approaching mutated beetles in the corridor. At that moment, a sharp explosion echoed, followed by the sight of the beetle swarm, both above and below, recklessly charging towards the group. The sudden turn of events intensified the pressure on the 6 individuals. Lu Ying swiftly changed magazines while fending off the oncoming beetles alongside 2 others, continuously firing at the upper floors. 2 beetles, struck by bullets, approached the trio. Their orange-red abdomens glowed brightly like light bulbs before rapidly swelling. With 2 resounding bangs, droplets of green venom cascaded down like raindrops from the sky. Chinching immediately raised a psychic barrier to shield against the splattering venom. Something was orchestrating the swarm of insects. As time passed, Lu Ying's 7 magazines neared depletion, and the corridor became littered with the corpses of beetles, each the size of a human head. Yet, Lu Ying's extraordinary hearing allowed him to detect the buzzing sounds emanating from various floors within the building. This situation was untenable. You all hold your ground. I will seek out the creature commanding the swarm, Lu Ying stated swiftly. His ears captured the rapid succession of sounds, predominantly the buzzing of wings. In the next instant, the previous explosion echoed once more. Found it. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ying, who had been standing beside Lu Wei, vanished without a trace. The 2 stared wide-eyed before quickly regaining their focus to fend off the swarm. Lu Ying had entered an invisible state, locating the source of the explosion more than 20 meters away in a room on the 3rd floor. With his enhanced ability, Lu Ying could teleport up to 50 meters while invisible. Should there be any obstructions in the terrain, the duration of his invisibility would diminish accordingly. In the next moment, with a thought, he traversed through 3 floors and several concrete walls, arriving instantly at the room where the explosion originated. Inside the living room lay a mutated beetle, as large as an adult, with the floor strewn with yellow, oval-shaped eggs the size of a fist. Scattered across the ground were various bones of humans, stained with dried blood. The beetle lounged on the sofa, devouring a zombie that was missing half of its body, its head opening and closing its mouth in a ghastly manner. The stench in the room was overwhelming. Lu Ying unsheathed his Yinling knife, enveloping it with energy, and swiftly dashed to the side of the beetle while still invisible. He brought the Yinling knife down with force. The clash of metal resonated as the energy-coated blade struck the beetle's head, erupting in a shower of sparks. The blade, astonishingly, failed to cleave through the carapace of the insect. The feeding beetle abruptly sprang up, lunging towards Lu Ying's position. This time, Lu Ying harnessed a fraction of his internal energy, his gaze sharpening as he executed a diagonal slash from right to left, channeling his full strength into the strike. The blade radiated a blinding crimson light, and a crescent-shaped beam of red energy surged forth. In the next instant, the approaching beetle was bisected, from its head to its abdomen, with a single stroke, green venom gushing forth. Lu Ying swiftly evaded the onslaught. The beetle was instantly slain, and Lu Ying maneuvered to the rear of its carcass, delivering another strike that severed the creature's head. As the tip of his blade probed within, a thumb-sized emerald orb tumbled out, which Lu Ying carefully examined in his hand. This orb, in both size and energy content, bore a striking resemblance to the crystal cores found within first-stage zombies. It appeared that the mutated beetles outside, large as human heads, had yet to evolve. Lu Ying mused to himself. If mutated organisms contained energy cores, might it be possible that awakened humans harbor similar cores within them? This thought flickered through Lu Ying's mind just as a violent buzzing sound erupted in his ears. Chapter 120. Investigation. A swarm of hidden winged insects surged towards the room from within the entire building. With a mere thought, Lu Ying reappeared in the corridor, the duration of her ability having elapsed. Lu Wei and Qi Jian stared in astonishment at Lu Ying, who had suddenly materialized before them. It was indeed invisibility, and remarkably, a second type of ability. The two were taken aback. Thus far, no evolved individual within the entire base had awakened two types of abilities. Among all the ability users Lu Wei had encountered, including Mr. Jiang, who manipulated objects and exerted mental control, these were merely applications of psychic abilities. Lu Ying, however, wielded two entirely distinct powers. Quickly, I've dealt with the entity controlling this swarm of insects. The remaining ones are likely to go berserk shortly, Lu Ying urged, swiftly dashing down the stairs, with the five following closely behind. The building echoed with the sound of shattering glass as the hidden winged insects violently crashed through every floor's windows, pouring out in a dense wave towards the 27th floor. Occasionally, they encountered a dozen mutated hidden winged insects in the corridor, but these were swiftly dispatched. The six emerged from the building and immediately sprinted towards the east. In the next moment, a tumultuous cloud of hidden winged insects erupted from the 27th floor and surrounding levels of the New Era building, charging towards a nearby horde of zombies. Chaos ensued among the zombie mass as tens of thousands of hidden winged insects descended upon the several thousand undead. Within half an hour, the swarm dispersed, leaving behind a gruesome scene of bloodied and dismembered skeletal remains strewn across the street. Lu Ying and her five companions reached a shop in a nearby residential area, over 200 meters from the New Era building. Cautiously inspecting their surroundings, they confirmed that the shop was devoid of zombies and mutated creatures. Leaning against the wall, they caught their breath. Lu Wei reported the situation within the New Era building to the base via radio, prompting Major General Chao Hongxiuan to instruct a staff member to mark the location on the electronic map. The New Era building was designated as a target for heavy artillery strikes. Shortly thereafter, another radio transmission arrived from a different squad, marking yet another target for heavy artillery on Yun City's electronic map. Lu Wei retrieved a paper map, scrutinizing it, and comparing it with the surrounding structures. They decided that there was no need to investigate this residential area further, as it was a hub for mutated cockroaches. And their next point of interest lay 50 meters away at the Hanyun International Shopping Center. By the way, how much ammunition do you have left? Lu Ying inquired. Lu Wei signaled to Vice Captain Li Dong to retrieve bullets from his backpack and hand them to Lu Ying. Li Dong produced 4 green square paper bags, offering them to Lu Ying. Each bag contained 30 rounds of 5.8mm rifle ammunition, allowing Lu Ying to replenish her supplies. At that moment, she sensed two gazes upon her. Raising her eyebrows in curiosity, she glanced at Lu Wei and Qi Jian, who both smiled and nodded in silent acknowledgement, clearly having deduced that Lu Ying had invisibly ventured to the 27th floor to eliminate the leader of the hidden winged insects. Yet, as Lu Ying made her swift return in under a minute, another thought stirred within them: teleportation. Upon contemplating this, both individuals were filled with astonishment. Yet they refrained from discussing the matter with the other 3 team members. After all, Lu Ying had not previously disclosed her extraordinary abilities, evidently wishing to keep them concealed. By the way, I recall that the hidden winged insects do not appear individually, do they? How could there be so many gathered together? Yisun inquired, puzzled. The others shook their heads in response, as they too were uncertain. Either these hidden winged insects were the offspring of a swarm leader, or the virus had altered their behavior. After a brief respite, the team set out once more. In this area, the streets were nearly devoid of zombies due to the presence of mutated creatures. Lu Ying spotted a clean, quiet street 5 kilometers away. A sense of foreboding washed over her, being so close to the Yunming building. The pristine state of the street could only signify one thing: there must be a multitude of mutated beings within that 5-kilometer radius. The Hanyun International Shopping Center boasted 13 floors in total, with 11 above ground and 2 below, functioning as a modern urban shopping complex that encompassed shopping, leisure, entertainment, and dining. The team approached a shattered window on the 2nd floor. Deputy Leader Li Dong retrieved a self-propelled reconnaissance sphere from his backpack and maneuvered it into the interior. The screen of the control terminal displayed the scene within the building. The 2nd floor was designated for men's clothing, with various garments strewn about and many shops already shuttered. As the reconnaissance sphere advanced further inside, an ominous sight of dark gray creatures suddenly appeared on the screen. Li Dong continued to guide the reconnaissance sphere forward. In the next moment, the team's healer clamped a hand over her mouth as the screen revealed swarms of black-gray rats. Each rat was as large as a 4-year-old child, engaged in a gruesome struggle, gnawing and fighting one another. Blood, flesh, and severed tails were scattered across the floor in a scene of extreme carnage. In the central passage of the shopping center, green-headed flies, the size of a human head, flitted about. A few of these flies descended upon the remains of the rats on the ground, voraciously consuming the flesh. Li Dong retracted the reconnaissance sphere and the six of them quietly exited the shopping center, seeking refuge behind a wall. Lu Xiaoxiao leaned against the wall, retching uncontrollably, while Lu Wei's face turned pale. Clearly, the gruesome scene had unsettled both women physically. Lu Wei quickly composed herself and used the radio to contact the base, reporting the situation at the Hongyun shopping center. The team proceeded to scout ahead once more. Throughout that day, the 10 squads dispatched by the base periodically relayed specific building names, densely marking numerous targets on the electronic map of Yun City, centered around the Yunming building. Thus far, the 10 squads had explored less than 3 kilometers, nearly covering all the structures. Xiao Xian's team was responsible for the area north of the Yunming building, and at that moment, they stood on a wide street. Their expressions tense as they gazed at a colossal creature ahead. It was a coiled giant snake, measuring 1 meter in girth and towering 5 meters in height. Its head was white, while its body was blue-black adorned with orange stripes, and its cold, vertical pupils fixated intently on Xiao Xian and her companions. A mutated white-headed viper. Xiao Xian's voice trembled. The white-headed viper is highly venomous, and the colossal serpent ahead appears to be a mutated giant, evolved through countless generations. What should we do? The psychic woman inquired, her voice trembling. The others, pale-faced, fixed their gaze on the gigantic snake 100 meters away. Paralyzed with fear and unable to make a single move. We can only fight. The middle-aged man, bearing a large sword on his back, spoke with a strained voice, suppressing his terror. In the next moment, the coiled giant snake lunged toward the team with a fierce roar. With a thunderous sound, the doll-faced girl, her shoulders burdened by a 120mm rocket launcher, fired an armor-piercing round. Chapter 121. Annihilation. The 120mm caliber tandem armor-piercing rocket, with an initial velocity of 246 meters per second and a vertical armor penetration thickness of 800 millimeters, boasts an impressive sloped armor penetration thickness of 230 millimeters. Upon striking the oncoming giant serpent's white head, the entire squad was engulfed in despair as the colossal creature merely shook its head. Astonishingly, the outer scales of the impacted area remained utterly unscathed. A reinforcement type Esper swiftly loaded another tandem armor-piercing rocket, enhanced by their powers. Fire. The trigger was pulled, and the rocket, trailing a fiery plume, once again struck the giant serpent's head. With a thunderous roar, the serpent's head recoiled, and several white scales were blown away by the explosion. This rocket successfully breached the serpent's scale defense, causing crimson droplets of blood to fall from its head. The over 20-meter-long mutated white-headed viper was incited to ferocity, its icy vertical pupils exuding rage. The giant serpent roared once more and charged forward. The squad quickly arranged themselves into tactical formations, with the 2 fastest and most responsive Espers engaging the attacking serpent. The reinforcement-type Esper distanced themselves from the battlefield, seeking an opportunity to coordinate with the strength-type girl to launch a rocket attack on the serpent. Xiao Xian, alongside the wind-type Esper, sought to find openings, while the healing Esper remained on standby, prepared to tend to the wounded. In the blink of an eye, the mutated white-headed viper lunged forward, its gaping maw revealing razor-sharp fangs as it aimed a vicious bite at the psychic Esper wielding dual swords. The group was engulfed by a pungent, acrid odor reminiscent of chemical agents. This scent emanated from the venom secreted by the white-headed viper. The psychic Esper flickered, vanishing from their position and reappearing next to the mutated viper, their twin swords descending with tremendous force toward the serpent's body. With a resounding clang, the blades collided with the serpent's scales, producing a shower of sparks, yet failing to penetrate the tough exterior. The white-headed viper reacted with astonishing speed, narrowly missing its target, and instead, its head collided with the Esper wielding a large blade. The impact sent the Esper hurtling through the air. Alongside the sound of the collision, the others heard the sickening crack of bones fracturing within the body of the Esper, who had suffered multiple injuries from the blow. With a thunderous explosion, another enhanced 120mm tandem armor-piercing rocket, trailing flames, struck the massive body of the mutated white-headed viper. A high-temperature, high-pressure focused metal jet penetrated a section of its formidable scales, creating a charcoal black wound approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, from which crimson blood flowed. The anguished and furious roar echoed once more, followed closely by the combined abilities of Xiao Xian and the wind-type Esper. Xiao Xian summoned her fire abilities, compressing a ball of flame into a slender, spear-like fire column, while the wind-type Esper wielded their folding fan, unleashing gusts of wind to hinder the movements of the mutated white-headed viper. Although they could not completely restrain the creature, they succeeded in impeding its advance to a certain degree. Seizing the opportunity, the sharp-tipped fire column in Xiao Xian's hand shot forth, aiming for the bloodied wound created by the recently fired tandem armor-piercing rocket. The mutated white-headed viper, keenly sensing the impending threat, swiftly coiled its body, using other parts to shield the injury. Xiao Xian's attack missed its mark. In that very moment, the mutated white-headed viper lunged towards the firepower team that was in the process of loading the next enhanced tandem armor-piercing rocket. Its speed stirred the surrounding air, creating a howling wind. In the blink of an eye, the viper, with a diameter of 1 meter, opened its gaping maw and severed a reinforced ability user in half, voraciously swallowing the upper half whole. The girl with a doll-like face, who had narrowly escaped, gazed in shock at the two legs before her, which were continuously spewing blood. Her large eyes filled with a dazed expression. Li. She wiped the hot blood from her face, her voice slurring as she called out the name of her comrade who had saved her. The mutated white-headed viper launched another assault, breaking through the wind barrier set up by the wind ability user. It struck the girl who was treating the injuries of a middle-aged man wielding a large knife. The girl, dragging her severely wounded teammate, looked in terror at the approaching giant snake, tears of fear streaming down her cheeks as she turned to their leader, Xiao Xian. All Xiao Xian could see were the girl's bloodshot eyes, filled with dread and regret. The next moment, both were engulfed by the serpent's maw. I will hold it off. You must flee, Xiao Xian shouted. Her power surged violently, coalescing into a fire serpent comparable to the mutated white-headed viper. With reddened eyes, she swung her arms fiercely. The fire serpent, formed from her abilities, surged forward to collide with the viper, the two meeting with a thunderous impact. To her astonishment, the viper's steel-like scales began to show signs of melting. At that moment, the wind ability user flicked open a folding fan, summoning a fierce gust that fanned the flames, igniting the entire mutated white-headed viper in a roaring blaze. The flames conjured by the ability user were unlike ordinary fire, nearly impossible to extinguish and burning at an incredibly high temperature capable of penetrating armored alloys, further fueled by the gale. The 20-meter-long fire serpent let out agonizing roars as its body writhed in the snow. The viper thrashed desperately against the ground, attempting to extinguish the ferocious flames, but to no avail. Gradually, the mutated white-headed viper ceased its struggle. A collective sigh of relief swept over the onlookers. In this strike, Xiao Xian had expended all her powers. If this colossal serpent were not vanquished, she could only reunite with her teammates in the belly of the beast. The psychic ability user, bearing dual swords, and the wind ability user rushed to support the weakened Xiao Xian. The three approached the still-dazed doll-faced girl, offering gentle words of comfort. Just then, a disturbance in the airflow caught their attention. They hurriedly turned to look. In the next instant, Xiao Xian and the psychic ability user, both still engulfed in flames, were bitten in half by the blazing giant serpent. Blood and entrails erupted forth, splattering the two bystanders in crimson. A pulsating organ, resembling a heart, fell into the lap of the doll-faced girl, who sat paralyzed on the ground. The power-wielding individual, once formidable, now found his psyche utterly shattered. The infernal serpent coiled tightly around the effeminate wind manipulator, a sickening crunch resonating through the air, the sound of bones being mercilessly crushed. Blood streamed from the delicate features of the man. His nose and mouth stained crimson as he gazed at the doll-like girl, whose expression had turned vacant. With great difficulty, he uttered, "Hurry, flee." The girl, however, remained transfixed, her gaze fixated on the lifeless heart in her hands, devoid of emotion or movement. In the next instant, darkness enveloped her. The mutated white-headed viper consumed the remaining two individuals along with three lifeless bodies, lying quietly in the snow. The flames that once engulfed it began to dwindle. The serpent's form, charred and blackened, bore the marks of its fiery ordeal, yet astonishingly, the scorched flesh began to mend itself. Fresh tissue emerged, and tougher, blue-brown scales grew anew. As the serpent underwent this metamorphosis, it expanded from over 20 meters to 30, its girth increasing from 1 meter to 2. After devouring 7 superhumans, the beast evolved once more. The revitalized giant serpent continuously flicked its tongue, gathering scents from the air. In the next moment, the white serpent's head turned toward the east, where the Luing squad resided. Driven by its new evolutionary prowess, the white-headed viper slithered eastward. Chapter 122. Team 1. The mutated white-headed viper, measuring over 30 meters in length, has departed, leaving behind only charred remnants on the ground and a disarray of weapons and equipment. The blood-stained radio crackles to life with calls from the base. Team 9, please respond. Please respond. The repeated calls echo in vain, as the base is yet to receive any reply from Xiao Xian's team. Major General Chao Hongshuan's expression darkens, an ominous premonition gnawing at his heart. He orders a reconnaissance helicopter to be dispatched for a thorough search of Team 9's last known coordinates. The command is swiftly relayed to the base's aviation unit, and an armed reconnaissance helicopter takes flight. After more than half an hour, the operation room receives live photographs captured by the helicopter. The ground is scorched, strewn with weapons and communication devices, and blood stains mar the scene, alongside a frozen heart. Witnessing this grim tableau, the personnel in the operation room come to a somber realization. Xiao Xian's team has perished, and the nature of the entity that obliterated this group of empowered individuals remains a mystery. A wide, shallow trail in the snow leads eastward, and the helicopter follows this trace for over 2 kilometers before it disappears in front of a large building. Despite extensive searching, the helicopter fails to locate anything further. It reports back to base and returns to the site of Xiao Xian's team's demise to recover the scattered belongings. From the faint traces observed at the scene, it is surmised that a mutated giant serpent is responsible, one larger and more robust than the previously recorded king cobra. A biology PhD remarks upon viewing the transmitted images. Major General Chao Hongxuan immediately instructs the radio operator to contact Team Lu Wei, who is still conducting search operations in the eastern sector. He informs them of the potential threat posed by an even larger mutated serpent heading in their direction. The news sends a ripple of apprehension through the team. Upon hearing that Xiao Xian's team may have been entirely wiped out, Lu Ying's emotions become conflicted. Xiao Xian was an acquaintance and an evolved individual of the second stage. Adept in her abilities, the strength of that team was well known, making their downfall in this exploration mission all the more shocking. The current search radius has expanded to approximately 5 kilometers, from the site of the new era building to their present location. The map now marks several concentrations of mutated creatures. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Wei swiftly organizes their next course of action. Qi Jian, from this point forward, you will primarily be responsible for using your mental abilities to scout for any disturbances around us, to prevent surprise attacks. Xiao Xiao, you must remain at the center of the team. Should we encounter danger, your safety is paramount, for we will rely on your healing if injuries occur. The two nod in understanding, while the other team members wear serious expressions, well aware of Xiao Xian's team's formidable prowess. After a brief respite, the team advances again, with the next area requiring exploration just 300 meters ahead. The 6 approach the district cautiously, and Deputy Leader Li Dong deploys a micro-drone, maneuvering it into Building 6. As time passes, the situation within the structure becomes clear. The 32-story residential building contains only a smattering of zombies. The community comprises 21 residential buildings, each meticulously inspected to ascertain the absence of mutated life forms. A few individuals proceeded to explore further. To the north of their location lies the exploration area assigned to the military's foremost team of psychics. This elite squad consists of 6 members, 3 of whom possess abilities at the second stage of the Enlightenment realm, making them the strongest among the 10 psychic teams. Their designated area is equally among the most perilous. The squad leader, a resolute man in his 30s adorned with the rank of major, is named Chinching. Prior to the apocalypse, he served as a captain in a clandestine special forces unit, notorious for undertaking high-risk counterterrorism missions, with each member having undergone trials of blood and fire. After the world fell into chaos, Chinching was among the first to awaken his psychic abilities, which are distinct from those of most others. His power is combat proficiency. Having honed his lethal skills to perfection, his awakening elevated his capabilities to unprecedented levels. This combat talent enables Chinching to harness his strength, agility, endurance, and speed, as well as control every muscle in his body with utmost precision during combat. Each strike he delivers is meticulously aimed at his opponent's vulnerabilities, and in the heat of battle, his mind remains unervingly calm, devoid of any emotions that might hinder his performance, utterly unfamiliar with fear or pain. This ability bears a resemblance to Lu Ying's talent for slaughter, but lacks the propensity to enter a frenzied state in dire circumstances. Chinching's gaze is as frigid as it is piercing, rendering it difficult for his team members to withstand his penetrating stare, as if he might snap their necks at any moment. The predicament faced by his team mirrors that of the Xiao Xian squad earlier. An evolved mutated white-headed viper has locked onto their team. The viper, with its vertical pupils, continuously surveyed Chinching and the 2 other second-stage psychics, evidently intent on hunting them down. The team had received prior notification from the base, yet astonishingly, less than 10 minutes after the alert, the creature had appeared. Chinching's icy, sharp gaze remained fixed on the mutated white-headed viper, which lay over 200 meters ahead. His mind recalled the viper's habits and characteristics, knowledge gleaned from survival training in the remote mountainous regions. One of the second-stage mental psychics in the team, Wu Stin, began to sweat profusely. Mental psychics possess a heightened sensitivity to danger. The pressure exerted by the viper, which was incessantly flicking its tongue 200 meters ahead, was overwhelming, surpassing even that felt by Chinching in combat mode. Captain, this creature may have evolved into a third-stage radiant realm white-headed viper. Wu Xian's voice trembled slightly. Chinching nodded and promptly reported the situation over the radio. Upon receiving the message, Major General Chao Hoshiyuan's complexion turned pale. The first team was facing a possible encounter with a third-stage mutated white-headed viper, and images of Qiao Xian's squad flashed through his mind. Qiao Xian herself is a second-stage ability user, and despite the team's coordination, the outcome was still grim. Although the first team possessed the greatest strength, they comprised merely 3 second-stage Insight Realm ability users. In an instant, a multitude of plans flashed through Chao Hoshiyuan's mind. Immediate retreat was no longer an option. The Serpent's speed was formidable, and the ability user team lacked any means of transportation, rendering their legs insufficient for escape. As for the armed forces stationed at the base or within Yun City, reinforcements would arrive far too late. Suddenly, Chao Hoshiyuan recalled that before the team's departure, a lieutenant had reported to him regarding Lu Ying's second ability test. This lieutenant had expressed suspicions that Lu Ying might be a third-stage evolved being, based on comparisons with the results of other second-stage offensive ability users. Chapter 123. Reinforcements. As Lu Ying was merely collaborating with the military. Rather than being an official military esper, the base did not inquire further about him. With this thought in mind, Chao Hoshiyuan promptly checked the location of the 5th squad. They were merely a block away from the 1st squad, and at full speed, it was only a 2-kilometer distance. Furthermore, apart from Lu Ying, team leader Lu Wei was also a second-stage clear-sight esper. Contemplating this, Chao Hoshiyuan immediately contacted Lu Wei. Once the communication was established, he swiftly relayed the situation and precise location of the 1st squad. After conveying the information, he added, "The current circumstances are exceedingly perilous. Mr. Lu is not a military esper, so his willingness to participate in the rescue is entirely voluntary. Should he choose to assist, he will be awarded an additional 1,000 military merits upon successful completion of this operation. If he prefers to remain behind, we will dispatch a helicopter to retrieve him." With that, Chao Hoshiyuan and the entire squad awaited Lu Ying's response. 1,000 military merits, potentially for confronting a third-stage mutated giant serpent. Lu Ying grinned and replied, "Of course I will go." Upon hearing Lu Ying's resolute response, Chao Hoshiyuan felt a surge of energy and promptly stated, "Mr. Lu, on behalf of the 1st squad and the Shijiao base, we extend our gratitude. Please exercise caution." After concluding the call, Chao Hoshiyuan instructed the Yunjing building to deploy fixed-wing reconnaissance drones to the position of the 1st squad. It was imperative to relay the battle process against the mutated creature back to the base, as it was crucial for future relocation plans for Shijiao base and Yun City. Lu Wei nodded at Lu Ying, and the others cast appreciative glances his way. The 6 members quickly identified the nearest route on the map according to Chao Hoshiyuan's directions and set off towards the 1st squad's location. Chao Hoshiyuan immediately informed Chinching about the reinforcements from the 5th squad, urging them to hold out until the 5th squad's arrival. After swiftly organizing the reinforcements, Chao Hoshiyuan reported the situation to the base commander. The commander, along with several high-ranking officials from the combined brigade, swiftly arrived at the operations room. Accompanied by experts in serpent biology and several second-stage military espers. Receiving the news, Chinching remained unfazed, having already entered a combat state. The squad's operational deployment was complete. With the clear-sight esper Wu Xian responsible for ambushes, and the strength-type clear-sight esper Ma Yang tasked with containment, the enhancement-type esper Zhang Yi utilized long-range rocket artillery for surprise attacks, while the healing-type esper Zhang Tao and another agility-type esper Lu Jing ensured their safety, ready to assist injured comrades at a moment's notice. The mutated white-headed viper, with its vertical pupils, scanned the positions of the squad members, evidently searching for an opportunity to strike. In the next instant, the 30-meter-long viper lunged towards the squad. With 20 meters remaining, its massive jaws opened wide, and 2 streams of purple liquid erupted from its mouth, targeting the agility-type and healing-type espers. The 2 streams of purple liquid shot through the air like arrows. Lu Jing grasped Zhang Tao's arm and darted to the left, becoming a fleeting shadow. The 2 streams collided with the exterior wall of the building behind them. The sound of sizzling echoed as the exterior wall of the building was corroded, forming a deep indentation from which acrid smoke and white foam continuously seeped. These 2 liquids possessed a highly corrosive and toxic nature. The beast. The enhanced ability user tightened his grip on the trigger of the 120mm rocket launcher mounted on his shoulder. A single enhanced 120mm tandem armor-piercing round struck the mutated white-headed viper's raised abdomen with precision. A thunderous explosion resonated. A crack appeared in one of the scales on the viper's belly, yet it was not penetrated by the metal jet. "What the?" Zhang Yi exclaimed, quickly dodging to the side. 2 streams of purple venom shot forth, striking a tree behind him. Wu Xian, an ability user in the 2nd stage of the Insight Realm, summoned a swarm of sharp alloy needles behind him. These needles, forged from alloy and enhanced by the strength-type ability user Zhang Tao, boasted a hardness surpassing that of tungsten alloy. A barrage of alloy needles whistled through the air like raindrops, aimed at the mutated giant serpent. The white-headed viper swiftly coiled its massive body, and the alloy needles struck fiercely against its outer scales, sparking showers of embers. However, the needles failed to breach the viper's scale defenses. A strength-type ability user wielding an alloy baton charged towards the giant serpent's rear, bringing the baton down with great force. The sound of metal clashing echoed as the giant serpent roared, lunging its head toward Ma Yang. With no time to evade, Ma Yang retracted his alloy baton and swung it at the incoming serpent's head. The baton struck one of the serpent's fangs with a resounding thud, sending a powerful recoil through him, allowing Ma Yang to leap back. In the next instant, a thick, whip-like tail of the serpent violently struck Ma Yang's back, sending him flying. Chinching's gaze sharpened as he pushed off the ground with force, leaping towards the still descending tail of the white-headed viper. He plunged a blade towards a vulnerable area near the tail. The weapon Chinching wielded was an alloy long knife, reminiscent of a Tang horizontal sword. The blade plunged deep into the cloaca of the massive serpent, embedding nearly a hand's length within. A more terrifying roar erupted from the serpent's maw, its slit pupils reddening as its tail swept across. Chinching was sent flying by the serpent's tail, along with the alloy sword in his hand. The prior strike had allowed him to exploit the giant serpent's weakness, but although he had wounded it, he had not threatened its life. The mutated white-headed viper let out a chilling howl, perceiving this human as a threat. The giant serpent charged furiously at Chinching, who lay in the snow, blood oozing from his mouth and nose. A thunderous crash resounded as a 120mm tandem armor-piercing round struck the serpent's head. This time, the metal jet left no mark on the serpent's scaled cranium. The mutated white-headed viper's desire to attack intensified as Chinching rose from the snow, charging toward the giant serpent. At this moment, the combat prowess was ignited to its zenith. The two figures collided instantaneously. Chinching gripped his blade tightly, relentlessly hacking at the colossal serpent. His movements were agile, anticipating each of the serpent's assaults, evading the relentless strikes with deft sidesteps. In the next instant, a fiery tongue erupted from the serpent's maw. Chinching's pupils constricted, utterly unprepared for the revelation that the serpent possessed extraordinary powers. A barrier composed of mental energy enveloped him, and though the fiery tongue appeared to lack formidable strength, it failed to breach his protective shield. With a thunderous crash, Chinching was once again sent flying. This time, a cacophony of bone fracturing echoed within him, the impact laden with the serpent's wrath. Before he could touch down, a fleeting shadow caught him, hauling him to the side of a healer. Zhang Tao manifested a soft green aura in his hands, immediately administering healing to Chinching, who had already lost his combat efficacy in such a brief span. The strength-type ability user was also severely injured, leaving only the mental-type Wu Xian and the enhancement-type Zhang Yi to continue the fight. The two maneuvered skillfully, employing alloy needles and enhanced rocket projectiles to incessantly harass the serpent, buying precious time. Lu Ying and the others were now less than 500 meters away. Chapter 124. The engagement. The snow blanketing the streets had solidified into an unyielding layer due to the frigid temperatures, capable of withstanding the weight of wheeled armored vehicles and tracked main battle tanks. Nevertheless, the tail of the mutated white-headed viper struck the snow, creating a noticeable dent. While the trees lining the street were left askew from the impact, Ma Yang, an adept of the Enlightenment realm, lay amidst a heap of dry branches and accumulated snow, blood oozing from his mouth and nose as he groaned in agony. Team leader Chinching was receiving treatment, taking advantage of the momentary distraction provided by two team members who were restraining the mutated viper. An agile Esper swiftly relocated Ma Yang to the side of Zhang Tao. At that moment, Wu Xian, a psychic Esper, was gasping heavily, his mental energy severely depleted as he activated all 50 metal needles he bore, launching them from various angles towards the colossal serpent. Wu Xian directed the majority of the flying needles toward the viper's dual vertical pupils, forcing the beast to evade and become momentarily immobilized. Occasionally, a 120mm tandem armor-piercing round would soar through the air, detonating upon impact. Although it could not penetrate the viper's outer scales, the metal jet's force still inflicted considerable pain upon the creature. Particularly, the viper was agitated by the relentless agony stemming from a grievous blow it received from a burly man. As time progressed, Wu Xian could only concentrate on maneuvering 10 needles, while Zhang Yi, the enhancement Esper, found himself with merely 2 remaining rockets. Given their current state and the limited firepower at their disposal, they could not sustain the confrontation for long. Seizing the fleeting moment of Wu Xian's mental lapse, the mutated viper unleashed a torrent of flames. Its massive form lunged towards Wu Xian. Dodge! Zhang Yi shouted urgently, but it was too late. Wu Xian, overwhelmed by fatigue, could not evade in time. The white serpent's head collided violently with Wu Xian's chest, propelling him backward. A sickening crack echoed as his ribs shattered, his chest caving in upon impact with a withered tree, leaving him sprawled on the ground, unconscious and uncertain of his fate. Zhang Yi's eyes widened in horror as he unleashed a reinforced rocket, striking the viper squarely at the nape. The explosion reverberated, causing the white-headed viper to shake its colossal another path follows the route of genetic evolution. With many large gathering places and research bases across the Xian nation embarking on studies in this domain. However, regardless of the chosen path, the accumulation of time is essential. The high-ranking officials overseeing these studies, upon witnessing the videos that were transmitted back, found themselves engulfed in doubt. Can human genetic evolution truly succeed? From the recent events in Yun City, it is evident that zombies and mutated creatures are leading the charge in genetic evolution. On the electronic screen, the massive serpent surged once more, roaring as it lunged towards Zhang Yi, who had already readied an anti-tank rocket launcher. A thunderous explosion resonated, followed by a cloud of smoke, as the serpent momentarily paused before continuing its assault on Zhang Yi. The onlookers could no longer bear to watch. Among the three supernatural beings from the Dongming realm, two were gravely injured and one was in a precarious state. Zhang Yi, merely an evolver at the hidden origin realm, faced a grim fate that everyone could easily envision. At that moment, the crowd beheld a streak of red light hurtling through the air, trailing a fiery tail. As it struck the serpent's head, scales and flesh from the serpent's head were sent flying, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, staining the snow below. In the next instant, a fully armed squad emerged at the street corner, led by a figure whose 191 precision rifle had just discharged, scattering black fragments of the weapon's body across the ground. This individual was none other than Lu Ying. Previously, Lu Ying had harnessed energy from within to enhance the rifle and ammunition, but the caliber was significantly smaller than that of the previous sniper rifle. Moreover, this colossal serpent was a mutated creature of the third stage Yaoguang realm, and even with a fraction of his energy expended, he had barely managed to breach the serpent's defenses. Those who witnessed that shot were taken aback. When had the 5.8mm caliber 191 precision rifle wielded such formidable power? Block off the areas on both sides. Do not allow this beast to escape. The rest is up to me, Lu Ying commanded. Lu Wei nodded in agreement. Other team members hesitated, but seeing their captain's affirmation, they fell silent and proceeded to seal off the roads as instructed. Lu Ying discarded the grip of the rifle and drew the Yinling knife from his lower back. Intense pain coursed through the mutated serpent's nerves. Its forked tongue flicked in agitation, and its fangs dripped with viscous saliva. It was evident that the serpent sensed Lu Ying's evolutionary prowess as the strongest among the group. Should it consume Lu Ying, it could potentially evolve further, a primal instinct of the mutated white-headed viper. Its vertical pupils turned a deep crimson, radiating a voracious greed directed at Lu Ying. Two sharp fangs continuously exuded a copious amount of venom, dripping onto the ground and causing the snow to hiss with rising wisps of steam. Lu Ying, perceiving the serpent's insatiable desire for him, felt a stir within. This creature sought to devour him. A sly smile crept across his lips, while the mutated serpent yearned to consume Lu Ying for its own evolution. Lu Ying too coveted the serpent's crystalline core and its flesh. Unlike the dead who had transformed into zombies, this serpent represented a form of life evolution. Lu Ying believed that the serpent's flesh and blood were likely infused with energy, which would prove advantageous for a supernatural being. Even the scales were capable of withstanding the assault of armor-piercing rockets, making them quite suitable for crafting a suit of armor. With this thought, Lu Ying's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he summoned energy from within, causing the blade of his Yinling knife to emit a faint crimson glow. In the next instant, he forcefully pushed off the ground, transforming into a fleeting shadow that surged towards the coiled body of the colossal serpent. With a sudden, fierce downward strike of the Yinling knife, a resounding clang echoed, followed by the sensation of the blade sinking into flesh. The blade shattered in his grasp, yet the energy imbued within it breached the giant serpent's scaled defenses, plunging deep into its body. The mutated giant snake roared in a frenzy, thrashing its massive form, prompting Lu Ying to swiftly retreat. The white-headed viper continued to scream, an immense surge of energy flowing towards the gaping wound inflicted by Lu Ying. The muscles and bones on either side of the injury swiftly reconnected in a rapid healing process. Lu Ying sidestepped to stand beside Captain Chinching, immediately noticing the alloy tang horizontal knife beside him. He set down the Yinling knife and exchanged it for the sleek, black alloy long knife, as energy once again surged, enveloping the entire blade. Chapter 125. Slaying the mutant white-headed viper. The white-headed viper fixed its gaze intently on Lu Ying, suddenly launching itself forward with its gaping maw wide open. Lu Ying's eyes narrowed, showing no sign of retreat as he firmly grasped the blood-glimmering long knife. With a resounding crash, Lu Ying collided with the massive serpent. The long knife severed one of the viper's venomous fangs, becoming ensnared within its powerful jaws, sending a jolt through Lu Ying's hands. The white-headed viper thrashed its head violently, but Lu Ying's left hand clamped onto the hilt like a vice, while his other hand drew a short sword from his waist, channeling energy within him as he thrust it into the serpent's vertical pupil. With a sickening squelch, the blade sank deep into the viper's eye, blood gushing forth. The white-headed viper roared in agony, thrashing even more fiercely, its tail striking towards Lu Ying. Seizing the moment, Lu Ying forcefully withdrew the alloy long knife and propelled himself away using the serpent's body. In the next instant, the massive tail struck the serpent's head. Lu Ying surged forward once more, the long knife radiating an even more vivid crimson light as he executed a diagonal slash. This strike resembled a blood-red crescent moon, seemingly capable of cleaving through all obstacles. The blade sliced the serpent's body in two, the red glow piercing through to sever a nearby dead tree with precision. Lu Wei and the other members of the teams present stared in astonishment at Lu Ying, particularly Lu Wei, who recognized his formidable strength, having seen him effortlessly dispatch Mr. Jiang, a top-tier power user during the second stage. Yet, the current scene exceeded her expectations. She could hardly fathom Lu Ying's might in cleaving the three-stage mutant serpent in half with a single stroke. Lu Ying withdrew his knife and struck down once more. A flash of crimson erupted, akin to a knife slicing through tofu. In the next moment, the massive serpent's head was severed from its neck. An immense torrent of hot blood sprang forth as if a fire hydrant had been unleashed. The gigantic head rolled to the ground, its gaping maw wide open yet producing no sound. The members of Team 1 and Team 5 were profoundly shaken, especially the members of Team 1. They had just experienced the formidable power of this mutant serpent, with 3 top-ranking power users from the base suffering severe injuries, one of whom was in critical condition. Team 1 was the strongest overall in the western suburb base. Otherwise, General Chao would not have placed such importance on them. The fact that Lu Ying could so effortlessly slay the mutant giant python that had decimated Team 1 was astounding. And it appeared that he had not even exerted his full strength. Lying on the ground, Chinching and the others exhibited a mix of awe and bitterness. They had assumed that all human evolvers were at the second stage insight realm, yet it was clear that Lu Ying had already surpassed them by a significant margin. Gripping the knife in his right hand, Lu Ying struck down once more, cleaving the entire white serpent's head in two. A faint golden crystal core fell to the ground. He picked up the core and tucked it into his pocket. The military high-ranking officials within the western suburb base observed Lu Ying collecting the crystal core from the mutant serpent, and no one voiced any objections. In the base's operations center meeting room, everyone remained entranced by the vivid crimson blade light that Lu Ying had unleashed in cleaving the mutant serpent in two. The atmosphere in the conference room was one of shock and disbelief, with some even finding the situation somewhat absurd. The radiance of that blade was something they had only witnessed in apocalyptic films before the end of the world. Never did they imagine they would see it with their own eyes today. Could it be that in the future world, humanity might awaken extraordinary abilities akin to those portrayed in films, such as flight and the ability to move mountains and split stones? Major General Chao Hongshu sighed, expressing his astonishment at Mr. Lu's formidable strength. He remarked that, had it not been for Mr. Lu's intervention, their small team would likely have perished today. The base commander and several high-ranking officials in the conference room nodded in understanding. They comprehended the implication of Major General Chao's words. Lu Ying had slain the monstrous serpent and saved the mightiest of their small teams. Everything pertaining to this mutated serpent should rightfully be under Lu Ying's control. This statement effectively conveyed to the assembly that they should not apply the outdated paradigms of the pre-apocalyptic era to the current reality. Furthermore, it was important to note that Lu Ying's relationship with the military was merely one of collaboration. Major General Yang, the base commander, nodded and suggested inquiring whether they could engage in a trade with Lu Ying to procure the body of the mutated serpent for research purposes. Major General Chao concurred, questioning whether they should exchange military merit or resources with Mr. Lu. They could offer military accolades, supplies, or the latest research findings from the base as part of the deal. Lu Ying placed his hand upon the serpentine body of the mutated white-headed viper, feeling none of the consuming power associated with devouring one's kind. It was evident that the unique abilities and core powers of mutated creatures resided within the crystalline nucleus inside their bodies. Lu Wei approached, her beautiful eyes still reflecting the shock of the moment. Mr. Lu, I had no idea your strength was so formidable. I had anticipated yet another arduous battle. Even fearing for the lives of our entire team, she whispered. Lu Ying smiled, but did not respond. At that moment, the voice of Major General Chao resonated through the radio. He quickly conveyed the base's hope to negotiate with Lu Ying for the remains of the mutated white-headed viper. The base was prepared to offer an additional 2,000 military merits, along with a commitment to share the research findings concerning this serpent with Lu Ying. Beyond its robust scales, venomous fangs, and flesh, This serpent might hold the key to unraveling the mysteries of biological evolution, according to the experts. The scales could be fashioned into defensive gear, and the fangs might be crafted into weapons, aside from research purposes. A portion of the serpent's body could also be tested for human consumption. Lu Ying glanced at the specially forged Tang Hung Dao in his hand, realizing that his current longsword no longer matched his rising prowess. As time progressed, should he encounter other formidable evolved zombies or mutated creatures like the serpent today, the remaining 5 longswords would fail to harness his true capabilities. Upon returning from this mission, he intended to request the base to forge several specialized alloy longswords for him. Lu Ying was quite satisfied with the terms offered by the base and nodded in agreement. The healing type ability users of Team 5 assisted Team 1 in treating several injured members. The mental type ability user from the realm was still alive, albeit gravely wounded. Team 1, with 3 severely injured members, was now unable to continue with their subsequent mission. The base has dispatched 2 new squads, one to replace the annihilated Xiao Xin squad, and the other to take over from Squad 1. Lu Ying returned the alloy longsword to Squad 1, and the members expressed their gratitude. "Thank you," they all said, their hearts filled with appreciation for Lu Ying's life-saving intervention, which they would remember and repay whenever the opportunity arose. Lu Ying nodded and waited in place for the transport helicopter sent by the base to evacuate the serpent's body and the wounded. After more than half an hour, the sound of the helicopter's roar approached. Chapter 126. Once again departing, 3 Y-20 transport helicopters descended onto the broad street. As a military team of extraordinary individuals disembarked from one of the aircraft, carefully lifting 3 severely injured comrades aboard. The remaining members of the squad expressed their gratitude to Lu Ying once more before the helicopter ascended, returning to the western suburban base. A new squad promptly took over the watch from Squad 5, while the remaining helicopters transported the corpses of the mutated white-headed vipers. The colossal serpent's body had been severed by Lu Ying into 2 segments, each being hoisted by separate helicopters. The blood from the wounds was meticulously collected by researchers aboard the helicopters into jars. As the 2 helicopters made their way back, Squad 5 returned to their previous area to continue their exploratory mission. As time elapsed, both squads departed from the street where they had engaged the mutated white-headed vipers. More than an hour later, 2 figures, cloaked entirely in black, emerged at the end of the street. As they drew nearer, 2 evolutionarily advanced zombies, towering at nearly 5 meters and covered in a thick, hard carapace, came into view. On one of these evolved zombie shoulders stood a diminutive zombie, scarcely reaching 1 meter in height, with a frail body yet boasting a disproportionately large head. The head was marred by grotesque, dark blue-black veins, and its blood-red eyes fixated on the pools of congealed serpent blood scattered across the snowy street. This was the oversized headed zombie Lu Ying had encountered during the skirmish against the undead horde in Yun City. The creature closed its eyes, and the grotesque veins on its massive head began to writhe, emitting an invisible wave that radiated outward in all directions. 2 kilometers away, within the new team of extraordinary individuals, a psychic suddenly experienced a violent ocular protrusion, followed by the explosive disintegration of his entire head. His comrades were struck with terror, staring in disbelief at their headless companion's corpse. Flesh, bone, and brain matter splattered everywhere, while a fountain of blood erupted from the neck. The headless body slowly collapsed, prompting several team members to rush forward to investigate. Perplexed and without understanding, they could not fathom the cause of such a phenomenon. The team leader immediately contacted the base to report the situation. Major General Chao Hoshiwen's expression was grave. Such an enigmatic occurrence had never been witnessed before. He swiftly ordered a squad to withdraw. The events transpiring in this area were far too bizarre. After careful consideration, Major General Chao marked the entire region with a red cross, signifying that it would be subjected to comprehensive aerial bombardment. At this moment, Squad 5, led by Lu Ying, was left with a mere 2 kilometers to complete their exploration plan. Lu Ying held a 7.62mm caliber Type 191 assault rifle, recently delivered from the base. The 6 individuals found themselves within a high-rise office building, now transformed into a den of serpents, with various mutated snakes entwined together, seemingly engaged in some form of ritual. Witnessing this scene, their faces turned pale, and goosebumps prickled their skin. In the center of the building, suspended in midair, was a giant snake, smaller than the mutated white-headed viper, appearing to be at rest. This snake resembled a tiger-striped neck-banded snake, also known as the wild chicken neck, its body adorned with vibrant red and black patterns. As several individuals withdrew from the vicinity of the office building, Lu Wei, with a pallid complexion, reported the situation of the edifice. Subsequently, the group continued their search. By 8 o'clock that evening, the 5th squad had completed their exploratory mission in the designated area. The 6 individuals stood atop the 3rd building of a residential complex. Before long, A Z-20 tactical helicopter approached, and the six boarded the hovering aircraft, heading towards the western suburb base. As the helicopter flew over the gathering at Ying Tower, Lu Ying gazed downward, observing layers upon layers of zombies congregating at the periphery. The outer defensive line unleashed a barrage of firepower to fend off the onslaught of the undead. A dense hail of bullets rained down upon the encroaching horde, and the firepower within the gathering was exceptionally fierce. The entire vicinity around Ying Tower was encircled by shipping containers, which were filled with debris from various demolished buildings. These remnants had been collected from nearby structures to fill the containers, preventing them from being breached by evolved zombies. The interior of the containers was supported by stout metal pillars, and multiple heavy weaponry positions were established atop them. The sight of this grim tableau elicited sighs from the occupants of the helicopter. The situation at Ying Tower was dire. The number of zombies amassed outside exceeded 300,000, many of whom were mutated. The mutated zombies were predominantly located towards the rear of the horde, while the ordinary zombies at the forefront seemed to be a higher intelligence life form, strategically deployed to deplete the ammunition of the armed forces stationed within the gathering. It was no wonder that the previous missions of the three advanced camps had ended in failure, prompting the base to dispatch a team of supernatural beings to investigate the situation in Yun City. Farther behind the horde, numerous zombies continued to converge from various directions towards the gathering at Ying Tower. If this trend persisted, it would not be long before the horde launched an offensive. And should the defensive line be breached, the more than 130,000 survivors within the gathering would likely fall prey to the undead. In addition to the horde, there were also numerous mutated creatures in the surrounding area eyeing the gathering. The helicopter continued its journey, arriving at the western suburb base just before 9 o'clock. Aside from the 5th squad completing their exploration, an emergency withdrawal had been ordered for the supernatural team in the 1st squad's area, while 2 other teams had also concluded their exploratory missions. Currently, 6 teams of supernatural beings remained in Yun City. Upon returning to the base, the 6 promptly arranged for rest. The following morning, Lu Ying first collected his 3,000 military merits and then, under the guidance of a lieutenant officer, proceeded to another underground facility at the rear of the base. This underground installation was heavily fortified, requiring passage through layers of alloy armored doors and multiple personnel verification checks. The 2 arrived at a warehouse underground, filled with various types of cold weapons. Among them was the alloy Tang Dao that Lu Ying had previously seen, as well as Yinling knives, Miao swords, Han swords, long spears, and an array of other specially forged cold weapons made from unique alloys. Mr. Liu, you may choose freely. Shortly, we will forge a special alloy weapon tailored to your specifications, the lieutenant stated. Lu Ying nodded and selected a Yinling knife, entirely blackened and possessing a razor-sharp blade. Just then, the communication device on the lieutenant's person illuminated. Major General Chao Hongxiuan reached out to Lu Ying, informing him that yet another small team in Yun City had encountered a suspected 3rd-stage mutated creature. It was a mutated gorilla, towering at 10 meters, with a colossal physique and remarkable intelligence. The 7-member team of ability users had been entirely wiped out. Major General Chao inquired whether Lu Ying would be inclined to eliminate this mutated gorilla, offering military merits and other rewards in return. The energy core obtained from the creature would belong to Lu Ying, and the gorilla's carcass could be exchanged for military merits or various resources. Lu Ying nodded. In his eyes, it represented yet another 3rd-stage energy core. The helicopter was ready, and Lu Ying, equipped with a specially forged alloy Yinling knife and a dagger, along with a 14.5mm caliber sniper rifle, boarded the helicopter, setting off towards Yun City. Chapter 127. The mutant gorilla accompanying Lu Ying on the flight were 5 small teams dispatched by the base, tasked with supporting his operations. The 5th team was responsible for maintaining communication between the base and Lu Ying, and during the mission, they were to follow his commands without question. After witnessing Lu Ying effortlessly slay a 3-stage mutated white-headed viper, the team members had already acknowledged his formidable prowess. The target of this hunt, a mutated gorilla, was located east of the Yunming building, in an area designated for exploration by another external team, which belonged to the 7th team. Continuous updates streamed in through the bone conduction headsets from fixed-wing drones monitoring the mutated gorilla from above. Currently, the creature was feasting on the remains of the 7th team's members, who had met a grim fate. The exact location of the mutated gorilla was identified within a residential area, 19 kilometers east of the Yunming building's assembly point. Inside the helicopter, Lu Ying loaded a 14.5mm tungsten core armor-piercing round into his sniper rifle. The door of his side of the helicopter opened, revealing the mutated gorilla below. At that moment, the creature was holding a disrobed body of an ability user, tearing into it ravenously, towering over 10 meters. The gorilla's body was covered in hair as sharp as steel needles, with blood-red eyes and a gaping maw gnawing on the upper half of a human body. producing a cacophony of crunching sounds. Blood dripped from its mouth, pooling beneath as the remains of the half-eaten corpse spilled its entrails from a horrific wound. The mutated gorilla had evidently noticed the helicopter hovering above, with a human inside aiming a dark metallic tube at it. Yet, it showed no inclination to flee or hide. In its perception, humans, particularly those with abilities, were quite delectable. Sweet blood and the energy within them served as a substantial nourishment to the gorilla. The human ability users were mere insignificant insects, two of whom were merely second-stage ability users, easily crushed to a pulp with a single swipe. Lu Ying's rifle had been calibrated, with the scope locking onto the mutated gorilla. The helicopter hovered over 200 meters away from the creature, and the powerful engine noise attracted the attention of nearby mutated beings. However, upon seeing the gorilla in its feeding frenzy, they quickly retreated, aware of their territorial boundaries. Lu Wei meticulously recorded everything she observed. These records would prove vital for future plans regarding the relocation of survivors in Yun City, and even for the anticipated confrontations between humans and mutated creatures. Channeling a fraction of his ability to enhance the 14.5mm tungsten core armor-piercing round in the chamber, Lu Ying steadied his breath and gently squeezed the trigger. Boom! The loud report of the large-caliber rifle resonated, and the sniper rifle visibly cracked. The others in the helicopter looked on in astonishment as Lu Ying set down the now deformed and shattered 14.5mm sniper rifle. While they had previously witnessed him dismantle a 191 precision rifle, this was an entirely different caliber. A tungsten core armor-piercing round, accompanied by a crimson tail flame, hurtled towards the left eye of a gorilla engrossed in its meal. In the split second of the shot being fired, the gorilla, with its keen senses, detected something unusual about the helicopter piloted by Lu Ying and instinctively attempted to evade. However, the bullet was propelled at an astonishing speed, further augmented by Lu Ying's extraordinary abilities. Before the gorilla could react, the tungsten round precisely penetrated its blood-red left eye, crashing into its skull. A resounding explosion of blood and brain matter erupted from the back of the gorilla's head as the powerful kinetic energy of the bullet obliterated half of its cranium. "Stay vigilant," came the command amidst the astonished and complex gazes of the onlookers, as Lu Ying descended to the ground via a rope. Vice Captain Li Dong sighed. "I had thought that your strength, Captain, was formidable enough, but it appears that this individual you casually brought along is the true powerhouse." The baby-faced Sin, brimming with excitement, eagerly exclaimed, "Lu Gu is truly remarkable. Captain, could you possibly recruit Lu Gu into our team?" Lu Wei shook her head with a wry smile, understanding that Lu Ying had no intention of joining the official ranks, let alone her small team. Touching down on the snow, Lu Ying unsheathed the specially crafted alloy Yanling knife from his lower back and charged towards the fallen mutated gorilla. The gorilla, with half of its skull obliterated, was frantically releasing energy from its core, desperately repairing the damage inflicted by the bullet. Waves of blood-red energy invigorated the mutated creature's vitality, as new brain cells and flesh and bone tissue began to regenerate, seamlessly connecting with the existing structure. The gaping wound on the gorilla's head visibly healed before the eyes of the spectators. Suddenly, the previously closed eyes of the gorilla sprang open, revealing its blood-red gaze. It sprang up from the snow, its limbs poised on the ground, glaring fiercely at the approaching Lu Ying. Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, taken aback by the gorilla's formidable regenerative capabilities. The mutated beast bared its sharp fangs and let out a furious roar directed at Lu Ying. The gorilla, now fully revived, retained a vivid memory of the human who had shot it in the head. Simultaneously, it recognized the strength of Lu Ying, who wielded the Yanling knife with an air of menace. Standing before the gorilla, which towered over 5 meters tall, Lu Ying appeared as a mere child facing an adult. With a roar, the mutated gorilla began to retreat, eager to distance itself from the threatening human before it. Observing the gorilla's intent to flee, Lu Ying narrowed his eyes, channeling energy within him as the alloy knife gleamed with a sanguine glow. Attempting to escape? Leave the core behind first, he taunted, bending his knees slightly. He launched himself into the air, gripping the long knife tightly. In midair, Lu Ying brought the blade down, releasing a wave of blood-red light that surged towards the retreating gorilla. Despite its massive size, the mutated gorilla exhibited remarkable speed and reflexes, narrowly evading the descending crimson blade. With a thunderous crash, it barreled into the wall of a nearby shop, using all its strength to escape the confines of the community. Lu Ying transformed into a fleeting shadow, swiftly closing the distance, and plunged his blade into the gorilla's hindquarters, causing blood to spurt forth. A roar of anguish erupted from the gorilla as it suddenly pivoted, its robust right arm swinging fiercely towards Lu Ying. The onlookers aboard the helicopter held their breath, acutely aware that should the gorilla's massive paw strike, it would likely reduce him to mere pulp. The gorilla's arms, adorned with ebony hair resembling steel needles, were as thick as the waist of an adult, and its colossal hands had just gripped the body of the ability user as if it were a mere feline. Chapter 128, Decimation Without Evasion or Hesitation. Lu Ying unleashed a brilliant crimson arc with his long blade, slicing upward with ferocity. The blood-red blade gleamed, extending over 5 meters, effortlessly cleaving the enormous hand descending upon him, as if it were mere tofu. A cascade of blood poured forth, and Lu Ying deftly sidestepped, launching himself into the air to deliver another crimson slash at the howling mutated gorilla. The blade sliced through the beast's right arm at the root, rendering it severed. In quick succession, another strike followed, and the mutated gorilla's eyes widened as the massive blade split its head in twain. A smooth incision cleaved through the creature's skull from brow to crown. A somewhat dim crimson core dropped into Lu Ying's grasp. The colossal body of the mutated gorilla collapsed with a thunderous crash, crushing the 2-story shop beneath it, concrete and debris scattering around its lifeless form. Lu Ying scrutinized the blood-red core in his hand, furrowing his brow. The energy contained within was at least 2/3 less than that of the previous mutated white-headed viper's core. Alas, it seems that in the future, I must not grant these mutated beings the time to recover from their injuries, Lu Ying murmured. The energy loss within this core was evidently expended to mend the gorilla's cranial wounds. In the operational command room of the West Suburb base, the senior officials were not only shaken by the spectacle, but were also resolutely reinforced in their commitment to vigorously nurture the evolutionists. Humanity can triumph over these terrifying mutated creatures through sheer strength, exclaimed a silver-haired biologist, his voice trembling with astonishment, his aged visage reflecting profound shock. Major General Yang, the base commander, nodded solemnly. Prior to Lu Ying's decisive strikes against these two mutated beings, many had lost faith in humanity's ability to overcome both the mutated creatures and the evolved zombies. The effectiveness of humanity's firearms, once formidable, would inevitably wane over time, leaving humanity struggling for survival in this merciless apocalypse. Particularly disheartening was the realization that even a 120mm tandem armor-piercing round could not penetrate the mutated white-headed viper's scales. In that moment, despair gripped many, as they comprehended the formidable defenses and powers of these mutated beings present even in the early days of the apocalypse. As time progressed, these creatures would only grow stronger, rendering humanity's proud technological advancements and modern weaponry increasingly ineffective. Now, with Lu Ying's effortless decimation of two mutated beings, the high-ranking officials at the West Suburb base glimpsed the potential of heavily investing resources into cultivating human evolutionists. In a nearby residential area of Yun City, a multitude of evolved zombies congregated. A particularly large-headed zombie perched upon an increasing number of first-stage evolved zombies engaged in this activity. And soon the neighborhood was filled with the resounding thuds of heavy objects collapsing. Within 10 minutes, hundreds of various mutated zombies had fallen, with 2/3 of them now lying on the ground amidst a plethora of scattered evolved zombie crystal cores. The remaining fewer than 100 evolved zombies began to pick up the crystal cores from the ground and consume them. After devouring these cores, half of the remaining evolved zombies commenced another phase of evolution. The agile zombies sprouted sharper claws, while the strength-based zombies grew even larger. Additionally, over 20 zombies appeared to undergo mutations, their entire epidermis shedding as their limbs elongated and transformed into elongated appendages, adorned with tails resembling scorpion stingers. In the blink of an eye, these zombies morphed into crawling creatures, their heads grotesque and filled with sharp fangs, their bodies a vivid red with exposed muscle fibers, moving swiftly and with remarkable agility. Among the strength-based zombies, several evolved to heights exceeding 5 meters, their bodies encased in a tough carapace, exuding a fierce demeanor. These newly evolved zombies lunged at their counterparts that had failed to evolve, resulting in a cacophony of roars and gnashing sounds as the bodies strewn about became sustenance for these evolved fiends. 3 transport helicopters arrived at Lu Ying's location to transport the carcass of the mutated gorilla back to the base. Upon returning, Lu Ying first claimed his 3,000 military merits, then followed the lieutenant from earlier to the rear research facility. The underground research base was primarily focused on 3 areas of study. Firstly, the upgrading and modification of existing weaponry. A substantial quantity of 7.62mm caliber assault rifles was in production to replace the 5.8mm caliber rifles, alongside ongoing research into 12.7mm caliber assault rifles and even larger caliber individual assault weapons. Beyond firearms, the development of cold weapons was centered around the needs of ability users. For formidable melee fighters like Lu Ying, traditional materials could no longer withstand their powers nor penetrate the defenses of mutated creatures and evolved zombies. Consequently, the base sought numerous professionals in the fields of cold weaponry and materials science. collaborating with strength-based ability users to create weapons of greater resilience capable of harnessing the formidable energy of powerful ability users and breaching the defenses of higher-tier zombies and mutated beings. Should significant breakthroughs in materials be achieved, not only cold weapons would benefit, but also the production of corresponding ammunition. The second area of research pertained to evolution. Although this was classified information restricted to select personnel and high-ranking officials within the base. The third area focused on the continued development of crystal cores. Whether from zombies or mutated creatures, as these contained inherent energy. Researchers were contemplating the feasibility of utilizing these cores as substitutes for traditional energy fuels. These investigations would require time. The lieutenant guided Ying to the Cold Weapon Research Institute, where he was surprised to find a familiar face among the personnel responsible for forging cold weapons. Ying instantly recognized him as Mr. Liu, the middle-aged craftsman who had forged the 6 weapons for him in the past. The middle-aged man recognized Ying and greeted him with a smile. Hello. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the lieutenant who had brought Ying informed the middle-aged man that a longsword was being custom-made for him. The lieutenant produced a notification signed by Major General Chao Hongxuan, the deputy commander of the base. Upon confirmation from the Research Institute, the middle-aged man, named Wang Mu, took Ying on a tour of the forge. Ever since being rescued and relocated by the military, Wang Mu had been engaged in the study of cold weapons. The forge was bustling with activity, featuring both modern machine tools and traditional forging facilities, with a variety of semi-finished swords, spears, and halberds displayed nearby. Wang Mu inquired about Ying's preferences for the weapon. After a moment's contemplation, Ying responded, the hilt should allow for a two-handed grip, not too long, and retain the shape of a Yinling sword. Chapter 129, The Assault Plan of the Reinforced Troops. Wang Mu nodded in acknowledgement of Ying's request, noting that the forging would be completed within a week, at which time Ying would return to collect it. After departing from the Research Institute, Ying visited the Resource Exchange Center, only to find that there were presently no new cores from zombies or mutated creatures of Stage 2 or above. At 9 o'clock that night, the last team of abilities users returned to the base after completing their reconnaissance mission. Within the command room of the base, an electronic map centered around the Yunming building was marked with numerous red crosses. These indicated the locations of mutated creature nests, while expansive areas surrounding the Yunming building were also highlighted in red, signifying the gathering spots of the undead. Simulation damage assessment reports continuously appeared before several high-ranking officials at the base. Simultaneously, the commanders of the 4 synthetic brigades were formulating the assault plan. The 1st Heavy Armored Synthetic Brigade was designated as the main offensive force for opening the passage, following the previously established 3 routes. Each of these routes would be spearheaded by a Heavy Armored Synthetic Battalion, tasked with clearing and facilitating the transfer passage. Subsequent forces would be stationed at various intersections along the transfer passage, manned by medium synthetic battalions to guard and provide support to the heavy armored vanguard. Once the transfer passage was fully cleared, the light synthetic brigade would be responsible for relocating the survivors from the Yunming building. The vanguard tasked with opening the passage was equipped with Type 99A main battle tanks, 625E anti-air vehicles, 09 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and vehicle-mounted 02 Model 14. 5mm heavy machine guns. Behind the vanguard, self-propelled artillery units and self-propelled mortar units would provide fire support. The temporary camps in Yushur housed self-propelled artillery groups and long-range rocket artillery units for additional firepower assistance. The aerial assault force was composed of the aviation brigade and the base's helicopter units, forming an air assault team with WZ-10 and WZ-19 armed helicopters to assist the ground forces. A comprehensive operational plan, detailing the tactical strategy and equipment allocation, was submitted to the base command. In another joint operations command room, the base communicated the specific coordinate data of the mutated creature gathering zones and zombie hordes to the Air Force Base. Many of these mutated creature zones were situated within reinforced concrete structures, with some extending deep underground. Therefore, implementing precise strikes would necessitate the use of heavy ground-penetrating bombs. The Air Force Base would develop a refined strike plan based on the data relayed from the Western Suburb Base and the existing conditions of the buildings in Yushur. The following morning, Major General Chao Hongxuan, the deputy commander of the base, convened the abilities users once again in the conference room. This relocation operation required the cooperation of the abilities user teams. Following an analysis of the previous failed transfer operation, the base had determined that there were undoubtedly highly intelligent evolved zombies and mutated creatures within Yushur. The task of the abilities user teams would be to identify the remaining team of psychics coordinated with the ground's advanced units. Their primary objective being to engage any potential mutated creatures, while the Air Force and missile units executed precision strikes. The conference room accommodated nearly 200 psychics, divided into 27 teams. After arranging the tasks for each team, Major General Chao did not assign a specific mission to the 5th team, which included Lu Wei. Following the meeting, the 5th team and Mr. Lu were retained for further discussion. Mr. Lu, we request your assistance in neutralizing the solo operating stage 3 mutated creatures. The 5th team will support you and follow your command throughout the operation. Each creature you eliminate will earn you military merit and various resources in exchange for their remains. Major General Chao explained the arrangements for the 5th team, seeking Mr. Lu's consent. According to the basis plan, 10 teams were primarily tasked with locating the independently acting Stage 2 and even Stage 3 mutated creatures, while Lu Ying and the 5th team were responsible for their extermination. The base required the corpses of these mutated beings for related research. And only when multiple mutated creatures appeared simultaneously would the missile and air forces be notified to conduct precision strikes. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. To facilitate this operation, the base prepared 10 14 5mm caliber sniper rifles for him. Additionally, several temporary camps in Yun City were stocked with 14 5mm sniper rifles and ammunition, ready to replenish Lu Ying as needed. Previously, the footage of Lu Ying executing a mutated gorilla with a single shot had been viewed by everyone at the base, who were aware that his firearms would be rendered useless upon utilizing his psychic abilities. The base had informed the armory to utilize more robust materials to craft large-caliber sniper rifles for Lu Ying and other enhanced psychics. Concurrently, the materials research team was engaged in experimental development to upgrade the strength of individual weaponry. The operation was scheduled for 8 o'clock in the morning 2 days hence. After the meeting adjourned, Lu Ying drove back to the western suburban bunker. Since most had departed during the last incident, the bunker had become considerably quieter. During this period, over 60 individuals had been replenished from the western suburban base, all arriving as families, with more than 20 becoming members of the bunker's armed forces. Upon reaching the bunker entrance, Lu Ying underwent a thorough inspection before being granted access. The weaponry currently utilized by the armed personnel at the western suburban bunker was confiscated from the Chinching group. Mr. Zhang's family still resided on the 11th floor, and Lu Ying knocked on their door. Zhang Jinshu eagerly opened the door and, upon seeing Lu Ying, clung to him like a koala. Little Lu, you haven't been back in so long. Have you forgotten me? Lu Ying embraced Zhang Jinshu and ruffled her hair. How could I forget? No one can be forgotten. Especially not you, my dear Zhang Daxianzi. After a brief period of playful banter, Lu Ying shared a meal with Mr. Zhang's family, and he was pleasantly surprised to learn that Mr. Zhang had awakened his psychic abilities just a few days prior, specifically in the realm of mental powers. That same day, Lu Ying returned briefly to the western suburban base to exchange for a significant number of ordinary zombie crystal cores and Stage 1 evolved zombie crystal cores. These crystal nuclei remain at Mr. Zhang's residence, serving to enhance his capabilities. Furthermore, should others awaken their extraordinary abilities in the future, Mr. Zhang may assess the circumstances and decide whether to provide them with the crystal nuclei. Chapter 130. Reinforced troops. The tea room was filled with a fragrant aroma, and the table was adorned with calming agarwood incense. Uncle Zhang, Lu Ying began. Spiritual ability practitioners must engage in frequent training. Each session should strive to deplete mental energy, as rest will subsequently lead to growth. Furthermore, it involves utilizing mental power to manipulate various objects, achieving a form of telekinesis. Lu Ying elaborated on the training methods for spiritual ability practitioners, also mentioning the continuous evolution through zombie crystal cores. Zhang, nodding thoughtfully, inquired, Little Lu, if your collaboration with the military poses excessive danger, then you should refrain from it. Your safety is paramount. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang, I am well aware. Lu Ying replied confidently. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Jinshu puffed out his cheeks adorably, resembling a little squirrel with its mouth stuffed full of nuts. Lu Ying affectionately ruffled Zhang Jinshu's hair and softly asked, What troubles you, dear Zhang? With a dejected demeanor, Zhang Jinshu rested her chin on her hands and murmured, Little Lu, do you think I might never awaken my powers? Lu Ying enveloped Zhang Jinshu in a warm embrace, resting his shoulder against hers as he soothingly replied, Do not fret, the apocalypse has only just begun. It will come in due time. Inhaling the unique fragrance of the girl, Lu Ying momentarily lost his composure, while Zhang Jinshu's cheeks flushed with warmth, prompting her to flee the room with a soft whimper. Sighing, Lu Ying realized the timing was not yet right and decided to wait a little longer. In the west suburban bunker, matters had now fallen into a steady rhythm. Recently, a wealthy benefactor had donated a granary located on the outskirts of Yun City, and Zhang dispatched armed forces to retrieve the supplies, temporarily alleviating the food crisis within the bunker. The following afternoon, Lu Ying bid farewell to the Zhang family and returned to the west suburban base. The base had arranged a new room for him, situated in the underground facilities, fully equipped with an independent bathroom and kitchen, reminiscent of a pre-apocalypse studio apartment. This particular apartment was located on the 9th level of the 3rd underground facility, where all residents were practitioners of abilities. Captain Lu Wei of the 5th Squad resided next door, and the furnishings in her room were freshly retrieved from the warehouse. After Lu Ying finished tidying up his own quarters, a knock echoed through the door. Upon opening it, he found Lu Wei standing there in a floral-long dress. The underground facilities were well heated, prompting most residents to wear summer attire such as short-sleeved dresses. Her fair, delicate skin appeared lightly made up. With refined eyebrows and a petite nose, exuding the charm of an educated young lady from a distinguished family. "Please, come in." Lu Wei settled onto the sofa, surveying the neat and tidy arrangement of items in the room. "Have some tea," Lu Ying offered, presenting a cup of freshly brewed green tea to her. "Thank you. Is this preparation for tomorrow's operation?" Lu Wei replied with a gentle smile, her large eyes glimmering with a hint of mischief. "Is there nothing else to discuss beyond the operation?" Lu Ying rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat awkward as he was not particularly adept at conversing with girls. Lu Wei covered her mouth with a light laugh, her laughter resonating throughout her being. Lu Ying, catching a glimpse of her subtle movements, internally chastised himself, marveling at the scene before him. "Indeed, I have come specifically for tomorrow's operation," he affirmed. Lu Wei sensed Lu Ying's gaze and promptly withdrew her smile, adopting a serious demeanor. Lu Ying nodded, signaling Lu Wei to continue. "May I join you in the mission tomorrow to eliminate the mutated creatures?" Lu Ying looked at Lu Wei in surprise. "If I am to engage, it must be at least a Phase 2 mutated organism, likely a Phase 3 one. You are well aware of the strength of those two beasts. If you assist me, I may not be able to ensure your safety." Lu Ying was somewhat perplexed. The strength of mutated creatures was formidable, and Lu Wei was currently merely a Phase 2 enlightened evolutionist. Even among Phase 2 mutated beings, they generally surpassed both humans and evolutionary zombies of the same tier, let alone the Phase 3 radiant mutated organisms. A coalition of Phase 2 ability users might not even be able to contend with a mutated creature. Rest assured, you need only focus on dealing with the mutated beings. "Do not concern yourself with me. I will not be a burden," Lu Wei asserted firmly. Noting Lu Ying's continued reluctance, Lu Wei elaborated. "Human ability users enhance their strength either through further evolution or by acquiring a limited number of crystal cores. Aside from evolution, the only way to truly grow stronger is through constant practice and combat. While mental type ability users can gradually master combat techniques like object manipulation through extensive training, our abilities outside the mental spectrum cannot effectively enhance our strength through mere training." After a brief pause, Lu Wei continued. "The most efficient and rapid way to bolster one's strength is through repeated participation in battles, undergoing life and death trials. Thus, I earnestly hope to collaborate with you against the mutated creatures." Having expressed her thoughts, Lu Wei fixed her determined gaze upon Lu Ying. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. "Very well, but I make no promises to you. My priority remains the extermination of mutated beings. As for your safety, should circumstances permit, I will not intervene on your behalf. Your life and death are your own responsibility. Rest assured." Lu Wei replied resolutely, her objective achieved, and a smile graced her face. The following morning, Lu Ying donned her equipment and exited her room, finding that all members of Team 5 were already armed and equipped. A radio was in direct contact with the base, and each member carried a walkie-talkie connected to a bone conduction headset for internal communication. The 10-14 5mm caliber sniper rifles, along with tungsten core armor-piercing and incendiary rounds, were securely stowed in the helicopter's cabin. Furthermore, the squad had switched to 7.62mm caliber assault rifles for this mission, with a mental type ability user named Chinching carrying a Cube U-201, a 12.7mm caliber sniper rifle. Besides her 7.62mm caliber assault rifle, Lu Ying also bore a special alloy Yinling knife at her lower back, and her dagger had likewise been replaced with one of special alloy material. In addition to these weapons, the squad carried two 120mm individual rocket launchers. Lu Ying and the members of Team 5 traveled to the mountain airport in an all-terrain vehicle. Within the helicopter airport, over 20 Z-20 utility helicopters were stationed, each accompanied by an ability user squad. Additionally, there was a formation of armed helicopters responsible for fire support. Once everyone boarded, the helicopter formation took off, heading towards the thermal power plant in the southern suburbs of Yun City. Prior to the operations conducted by the ground reinforcement troops, the Air Force and missile units were tasked with executing precise strikes against the mutated creatures and corpses in Yun City. After more than half an hour, a fleet of helicopters arrived at the southern suburb thermal power plant, where over 40 Type 99A main battle tanks were stationed. Each main battle tank boasts a combat weight of 55 tons, enveloped in composite and reactive armor, and is equipped with a 125mm smoothbore cannon, with an ammunition capacity of 42 rounds. Before this operation, the base had conducted tests, confirming that the prolonged low temperatures had rendered the snow hard and thick enough to support the high-speed maneuvers of the 55-ton main battle tanks across the snowy terrain. Chapter 131. Air Force Bombardment. In addition to the main battle tanks, there are 12 625E air defense vehicles and 12 Type 09 self-propelled twin 35mm anti-aircraft guns. 27 Type 05 self-propelled howitzers, arranged in groups of 9, provide fire support for 3 heavy armored units. Fire support is supplemented by 24 Type 10 self-propelled mortars of 120mm caliber. Furthermore, the temporary encampment within Yun City hosts 4 artillery battalions and 4 long-range rocket artillery units, poised to offer fire support at a moment's notice. Beyond this heavy equipment, the Southern Thermal Power Plant has stationed over 100 snowmobiles equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns and 14 5mm rotating cannons, along with rapid-fire mortars. According to the base's operational plan, 3 evacuation routes will be breached, each managed by a combined battalion, with the vanguard consisting of 12 Type 99A main battle tanks for 625E vehicles and 4 Type 09 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, accompanied by snowmobiles armed with 12 7mm heavy machine guns and 14 5mm rotating cannons. Following the vanguard, 9 Type 05 self-propelled howitzers and 8 Type 10 self-propelled mortars will provide fire support. Once the vanguard and fire support units secure the intersections of the main evacuation routes, a medium combined battalion will be responsible for fire defense on both sides of the intersections. In addition to these modernized assets, a multitude of transport vehicles is neatly parked in a corner of the thermal power plant, awaiting the vanguard to clear the path to the Yunming building gathering point, where a light combined battalion will facilitate the evacuation of survivors. The aerial units consist of armed helicopters, including the WZ-10 and WZ-19, organized into fire support formations. Each route is assigned 4 WZ-10 formations and 4 WZ-19 formations, with the armed helicopters launching in 3 successive waves. After the first wave concludes its fire support, the formations will return to replenish ammunition, followed by the second wave continuing aerial bombardment. Moreover, the Yun City Air Force Base is prepared to provide fire support for the attacking forces after completing its initial targeted bombardment. Additionally, a missile unit, positioned amidst the surrounding mountains, stands ready for combat, poised to deliver long-range missile strikes. This operation has mobilized at least half of the armed forces of Yun City, in response to the increasingly formidable mutated creatures and higher-level evolved zombies, compounded by the supply issues at the Yunming building gathering point. If evacuation does not occur soon, the over 3 million survivors at the Yunming building will become prey for these mutated beings and zombies. Within the Air Force Base, 4 J-16 fighter jets have been fully equipped with various heavy ground attack bombs. Moreover, 6 H-6K bombers are armed with massive cloudburst bombs. At 7 in the morning, the Air Force's fighter jet and bomber formations took to the skies. Approximately 20 minutes later, the aerial formations began to disperse, with 2 H-6K bombers and a formation of 4 J-16s heading towards the eastern region of the Yunming building to execute bombing operations. 1 H-6K opened its bomb bay, releasing a massive cloudburst bomb from the high altitude, targeting the mutated winged insect nest identified by Lu Ying and others at the new era building. A colossal cloud explosion penetrated the rooftop of the towering edifice, detonating within, and in an instant, a searing fireball, with temperatures soaring to 2,500 degrees Celsius. An immense pressure engulfed the entire structure. A thunderous roar resonated as the intense heat and explosive shockwave obliterated the building, reducing countless mutated beetles within to mere dust. A J-16 aircraft released a massive 1,000-kilogram laser-guided deep penetration bomb, piercing through the architecture above the lair of the mutated ant swarm. Subsequently, a 3,000-kilogram heavyweight aerial bomb struck the same nest, annihilating the concealed mutated ants beneath the earth with its explosive shockwave and searing heat. From the center of the Yunming building, the air was filled with the howling sounds of heavy bombs and laser-guided munitions from all directions, followed by successive, thunderous explosions. Survivors and military personnel gathered near the Yunming building gazed into the distance, witnessing a relentless barrage of various heavy bombs descending, followed by towering flames and billowing smoke. The violent cacophony of detonations reverberated throughout the area, creating tremors akin to a minor earthquake. Above, the J-16 formation began unleashing clusters of Tianlai 500 munitions upon the hordes surrounding the Yunming building. The explosions persisted for over an hour, marking the completion of 2 waves of aerial bombardment by the Air Force. From a bird's-eye view, centered on the Yunming building's gathering point, the surrounding area within a 10-kilometer radius, save for the vicinity of 3 evacuation routes, had been reduced to desolation. Countless mutated creatures and hordes had been eradicated by the 2 waves of aerial assaults. Following the airstrikes, armed reconnaissance helicopters from the Ground Aviation Regiment ventured into the bombarded zone, while several temporary camps in Yun City deployed fixed-wing reconnaissance drones. A series of images were relayed back to the Shijia base, marking the conclusion of the aerial bombardment operation. At the command center of the base, Commander Yang issued orders for 3 heavy mechanized battalions stationed at the southern suburb thermal power plant to advance toward Yun City. Hundreds of various ground vehicles from the 3 battalions commenced their journey toward Yun City. Upon reaching within 5 kilometers of the city, the battalions began to diverge, each heavy unit entering one of the 3 evacuation routes. The vanguard forces surged into their respective pathways, maintaining their momentum as their ferocious firepower tore through the advancing hordes. Neither ordinary zombies nor evolved variants could withstand the onslaught of the vanguard's formidable artillery. The towering, over 5-meter-tall strength-type evolved zombies required only a single shot from a 99A main battle tank utilizing a 125mm fin-stabilized armor-piercing round, designed with a tungsten alloy core, capable of penetrating 680mm of homogeneous armor within 2,000 meters. Although the second-stage strength-type zombies possessed a thicker keratinous defensive layer, they remained no match for the armor-piercing projectiles fired from the main battle tanks. With no presence of third-stage or higher evolved zombies, the existing hordes were utterly incapable of halting the military's iron tide. The transport helicopters carrying Ying and his team of psychics took flight, with 10 squads heading to their designated areas. Ying and his 5th Squad S helicopter circled these regions, awaiting reconnaissance teams to locate the mutated creatures. As the helicopter squadron soared above the heavily armored troops, Ying observed a massive, 5-meter-tall brood zombie being obliterated by a single shot from a main battle tank. Its head shattered as it slowly toppled to the ground. Contemplating the current landscape of human psychics, evolved zombies, and mutated creatures, Ying reflected on her encounters thus far. Among these, she found that mutated beings of the same tier exhibited the greatest strength, particularly the larger specimens. She had yet to witness a third-stage evolved zombie, but she suspected that third-stage mutated creatures, like the previously encountered mutated white-headed viper, would withstand a round from an armor-piercing shell unleashed by a main battle tank. The ground forces, equipped with 625E anti-aircraft vehicles, Type 09 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, and mounted heavy machine guns, coordinated their firepower to unleash a torrential downpour of bullets upon the advancing horde. Countless zombies were reduced to mere fragments, the overwhelming firepower far surpassing that of the previous assault by the 3 light synthetic battalions. Chapter 132. The mutated Queen Bee 3 kilometers behind the vanguard. 2 long-range self-propelled artillery units stood ready to provide support, while armed helicopters coordinated their operations from above. The advance was remarkably swift. By noon, just 3.5 hours after the heavy armored units commenced their entry into Yun City at 8:30 in the morning, they had covered a distance of 30 kilometers. In contrast, the previous light synthetic battalion had taken nearly a full day to traverse a similar distance. The vanguard's additional 8 anti-aircraft vehicles replaced the original 8, maintaining a continuous output of firepower. The replaced vehicles began replenishing their ammunition, and for this operation, each battalion was equipped with 10 various ammunition transport vehicles. In addition to the 10 accompanying supply vehicles, 3 dedicated ammunition transport teams from the south suburb thermal power plant remained on standby. Before the ammunition transport vehicles at the front ran low, the power plant would dispatch further supplies to the frontline combat units. Over the course of 3.5 hours, 4 rounds of ammunition were delivered. Among the 10 teams of empowered individuals on the ground, 1 team discovered something peculiar 7 kilometers northwest of the Yunming building. Upon receiving the report, Ying directed a helicopter to the area, landing on a nearby construction site. Ying peered 2 kilometers into the distance. There, she beheld a creature with the upper body of a human female and a lower half resembling that of a bee, complete with a pair of semi-transparent wings. Was this a bee that had mutated into a human, or a human that had transformed into a bee? Lu Wei lowered her binoculars, visibly astonished. This creature exhibited a deep iron blue hue. Its upper body was entirely exposed, adorned with a pair of human-like arms and slender, delicate fingers. Its head was that of a youthful woman, exuding an air of allure, while the bee-like lower body bore a stinger over a meter in length. The entire monstrosity towered over 3 meters tall, its wings fluttering incessantly above a cluster of deceased mutated hornets. Within Lu Ying's perception, The creature was siphoning energy from the lifeless bodies of the hornets beneath it. "This creature is formidable," Lu Ying declared gravely. "You must not follow me into this battle. Instead, maintain vigilance over our surroundings." At that moment, the radio crackled to life with Major General Chao Hongxuan inquiring about Lu Ying's situation. "This creature is peculiar. Should we notify the artillery battalion for a long-range strike?" Lu Ying pondered before responding. "This is the first time I have encountered such a being. I wish to test my strength against it. If I find myself outmatched, I will then alert the artillery." Hearing Lu Ying's response, Major General Chao and Lu Wei attempted to dissuade her, but their efforts were met with her resolute refusal. "Rest assured, even if I prove to be no match, I can escape safely. I am well aware of my capabilities." She then severed communication with the base. Lu Wei, seeing this, ceased her protests and instructed the team members to disperse around the area. Once the others had scattered, Lu Ying cautiously approached the creature's location. At a distance of over 300 meters, she loaded a 14.5mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing round into her sniper rifle. Concentrating her energy into the projectile, Lu Ying regulated her breathing and aimed through the scope, locking onto the creature's upper body. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as Lu Ying's 14.5mm sniper rifle shattered into fragments, leaving only the grip in his hand. A tungsten alloy armor-piercing round, trailing a crimson tail flame, hurtled toward the monstrous entity 300 meters away. A resounding crash echoed as the fortified bullet struck what seemed to be an invisible, remarkably resilient barrier. The projectile detonated just a meter before the creature, which had its eyes shut. This astonishing scene left the onlookers in disbelief. They were aware of the enhanced power of Lu Ying's bullets, capable of obliterating a 3-stage mutated gorilla. Yet, this very round had failed to even approach the beast. Within the operations room of the western suburb base, the gathered personnel gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle, many beginning to assess the creature's classification. Major General Chao Hongxuan swiftly contacted the missile unit, transmitting the precise coordinates of the monster and ordering them to remain on standby for launch. Lu Ying's gaze sharpened as he discarded the grip and unsheathed the specially forged, alloyed Yinling knife from his waist. The once closed eyes of the exquisite creature slowly opened, revealing deep, purple irises. The stunning beast regarded Lu Ying with an air of regal pride and nobility. Its finely sculpted nose twitched slightly, as if attempting to discern Lu Ying's scent. After a brief moment of sensing with its closed eyes, the creature's beautiful visage turned to Lu Ying again. Its profound purple pupils now tinged with a hint of greed. Originally a queen bee, this creature had undergone a transformation following the outbreak of an ancient virus, which also mutated its hive. This queen had devoured countless human and zombie cores, resulting in a physical metamorphosis, having previously consumed a female psychic ability user. Its form now bore the upper body of this woman, while retaining the lower body of a wasp. The prior airstrike had spared the queen, shielded by a multitude of worker bees, yet all the mutated wasps, apart from the queen, perished in the bombardment, driven by an instinct to propagate her hive. The queen found herself bereft of male drones. Upon Lu Ying's arrival, the queen sensed the abundant psychic energy within him, awakening her reproductive instincts. As Lu Ying felt her gaze upon him, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. He recognized that look. It was akin to the gaze of actresses he had encountered in his studies. A tightness gripped his heart. Could it be? Lu Ying dared not dwell on the thought. An impulse to flee surging within him. Shaking his head to dispel the chill, he steeled himself, releasing a murderous intent. He would slay this creature and seize its core to further enhance his power. Channeling his psychic energy into the Yinling knife, Lu Ying sprang into action. With a blood-red glimmer emanating from the blade, he brought it down fiercely upon the queen's head. A sonic boom sliced through the air as the knife and its energy wave struck the transparent barrier surrounding the queen. A thunderous crash ensued, causing Lu Ying's arm to tingle as he leveraged the impact to retreat. At that moment, the queen bee sprang into action, her wings flapping behind her, transforming into a fleeting shadow as she charged towards the retreating Lu Ying. Chapter 133. Severe injury not good. Lu Wei exclaimed as she set down her binoculars. To her astonishment, Lu Ying's blade had failed to penetrate the defenses of the mutated queen bee, instead causing her to retreat. This was Lu Wei's first encounter with such a scenario. Previously, in battles against Mr. Jiang, the mutated white-headed viper, and the mutated gorilla, Lu Ying's combat style had been straightforward and brutal, advancing relentlessly and swiftly dispatching foes. The current predicament clearly indicated one significant truth: the mutated queen bee possessed formidable strength, at least comparable to Lu Ying's, and possibly even surpassing it. Without delay, Lu Wei contacted the base via radio. Major General Chao Hongxuan, observing the drone footage on the electronic screen along with Lu Wei's explanation, began to feel a sense of unease. Her analysis aimed to prepare him for a potential long-range strike, as conventional rocket artillery might no longer suffice to harm the mutated queen bee. It was imperative to prepare more powerful options, such as short-range tactical missiles or heavy aerial bombs carried by the Air Force. After severing the communication, Major General Chow promptly reached out to the Air Force Base, dispatching a J-16 fighter jet armed with laser-guided missiles, ready to execute a bombing order at a moment's notice. Lu Ying, having retreated several meters, was startled. The intangible barrier he had encountered seemed to be a defense conjured by a psychic ability. Turning to confront the mutated Queen Bee, who appeared behind him as if teleporting, he swung his long knife downwards. The Queen, seemingly anticipating his move, halted gracefully, her stunning visage adorned with a gentle smile, her enchanting purple eyes gazing deeply into Lu Ying's. She delicately licked her slightly parched lips with her soft, rosy tongue. A shiver coursed through Lu Ying's body. It felt as though the Queen's violet gaze emitted a psychic influence capable of ensnaring the mind. His grip on the Yinling knife nearly faltered, but he quickly invoked his illusion ability. A faint crimson aura flickered in his eyes, dispelling the Queen's psychic effect. With energy surging within him, the special alloy Yinling knife transformed into a vivid crimson hue. In an instant, Lu Ying vanished from sight, reappearing behind the Queen. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal echoed, followed by the shattering of glass. The Queen's invisible barrier shattered under Lu Ying's strike. Seizing the momentum, he swung his long knife down with renewed ferocity. The mutated Queen swiftly turned, her slender fingers flicking lightly, her fingertip colliding with the descending blade. Clang! A thunderous clash reverberated as Lu Ying felt an overwhelming force surge through his body. Bang! He was propelled backward, crashing through a dilapidated concrete wall over 20 meters away. A cloud of dust billowing around him. In the next moment, purple mist enveloped the Queen, rising around her. As the mist dissipated, the Queen, who had once appeared with a dark, iron-like complexion, transformed dramatically. Her skin became delicately fair, her long legs smooth and firm, and the transparent wings on her back morphed into energy forms radiating a purple glow. Only her private areas remained obscured, shrouded in purple mist, rendering them indistinct. Lu Ying struggled to rise from the rubble of concrete, the blade of his specialized alloy knife marred by a nick. At this moment, waves of excruciating pain coursed through his body, blood trickled from his mouth and nose, and his right hand, gripping the knife, was torn and bleeding, trembling uncontrollably. The mutated Queen Bee had evolved to a level surpassing Lu Ying's. With a single strike, he was grievously injured. The members of Team 5, who were on guard nearby, were struck with horror, a wave of fear rising within them. If even Lu Ying was no match for her, it was likely that the remaining members would become mere fodder for her evolution once she dealt with him. Witnessing this, Lu Wei immediately instructed her team to divert the Queen Bee's attention, buying time to rescue Lu Ying. The mutated Queen Bee, seemingly transformed into a different being, approached Lu Ying with a cat-like grace. Playfully, she leaned down, her exquisitely beautiful face revealing a hint of a mischievous smile. "Come with me. Your level of evolution barely qualifies you to mate with me," she said, her violet eyes shimmering with mist. In the operations room, the onlookers held their breath at the sight, and Chao Hongxiuan promptly contacted the supporting J-16 fighter jets. The aircraft would not arrive at Lu Ying's location for another 10 minutes. Yet, even if the jets could reach them in an instant, the distance between Lu Ying and the mutated Queen Bee was merely a little over 10 meters. A heavy bomb, while capable of killing the Queen, would likely take Lu Ying with it. He had to be rescued at once. As Chao Hongxiuan prepared to contact Lu Wei, the footage from the fixed-wing drone revealed Lu Wei and her team moving closer to Lu Ying and the mutated Queen Bee. Lu Ying caught a whiff of a sweet fragrance, and through the hazy purple mist, he beheld the Queen Bee's alluring form, parched with desire. He swiftly activated the psychic abilities he had learned from Meng Nanxing to counteract her mental allure. Leaning against the concrete ruins, Lu Ying felt a chill of dread. "Are you human or a mutated Queen Bee? Does it even matter?" "I have no interest in beasts," he said with a wry smile. The mutated Queen Bee, unfazed, licked her vibrant red lips with her delicate tongue and playfully lifted Lu Ying's chin with a slender finger. "Your thoughts are of no consequence." In that moment, her tone and gaze exuded a regal air reminiscent of a queen. Just then, Lu Ying's eyes sharpened, his energy surging wildly, turning blood red. A wicked grin spread across his face, madness and malevolence replacing the emotions of humanity, leaving only a thirst for blood and carnage. This was the murderous talent he had awakened. The Queen Bee's earlier assault had severely injured him, and it was only in this dire state that his ability could be unleashed. At that moment, his body was enveloped in a suffocating mist of blood, a volatile and extreme aura of slaughter emanating from him. Lu Ying roared like a beast, launching a fist imbued with crimson light that struck the mutated Queen Bee squarely in the chest. With a resounding crash, the punch unleashed a wave of blood-red energy, sending the Queen Bee hurtling backward. She clutched her chest with her delicate hand, her face paling visibly. The queen bee's dual wings trembled rapidly behind her, stabilizing her form. In the next moment, the blood-red Lu Ying surged forward once more, his long blade emanating waves of crimson light. With each swift stroke, he unleashed a flurry of blows, creating a series of afterimages, while the mutated queen bee manifested as a singular purple apparition. The clash between the blood-red and the purple phantoms echoed amidst the ruins in the air, accompanied by the resounding metallic clangor and the dull thuds of flesh colliding. Fragments of specially forged alloy feathers from the blades continuously shattered and fell. Observing Lu Ying's renewed onslaught, Lu Wei and the others halted their movements, peering through their telescopes to witness the brutal conflict between the two. Chapter 134, Mastery of Control. The geese-feathered knife in Lu Ying's hand had lost two-thirds of its blade, and his palms were stained crimson with blood. His tactical gear lay in tatters, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet, the mutated queen bee was no better off. Her once pristine shoulders and arms bore deep gashes from the blade, with streams of violet blood seeping forth. In the next moment, Lu Ying discarded the hilt of his weapon, wrapping his arms around the mutated queen bee with the ferocity of a vice. He then drove his forehead forcefully against her alabaster brow. With a resounding crash, red and purple blood splattered as their foreheads collided. Flesh and bone exposed in the violent clash. What had begun as a battle had devolved into the most primal form of combat, where every part of the body became a weapon. The brutality, savagery, and madness began to consume Lu Ying. Witnessing this harrowing scene through binoculars, Lu Wei and all those in the command center were left in stunned silence. They had not anticipated that a battle between superhumans could descend into such barbarity. Even more shocking was Lu Ying's ability to wield such ferocity despite his grave injuries. At that moment, he appeared as a bloodthirsty fiend, cloaked in a ghastly aura of crimson. The once proud violet pupils of the mutated queen bee were now clouded with fear, replaced by a mist of trepidation. In the next heartbeat, Lu Ying, with a sinister grin, prepared to use his head once more as a weapon against her forehead. The queen bee's eyes radiated an intense violet glow, with tendrils of purple light invading Lu Ying's vision. This was her unique psychic ability, a concentrated assault aimed at obliterating his mental defenses. Should it succeed, her opponent would either become a mindless fool or perish instantly. This was the queen bee's final resort. However, the ferocity of Lu Ying in his frenzied state surpassed her expectations. This savage exchange of wounds and lives, akin to a beastly struggle, instilled fear within her. Moreover, Lu Ying's remarkable regenerative abilities meant that within a short span, the injuries to his forehead had healed significantly, while the queen bee's wounds had scarcely begun to mend. If this continued, it would surely be the queen bee who met her demise. A violent mental assault surged forth like a tsunami, momentarily snapping Lu Ying back to awareness. Bloodlight surged in his eyes as he fought to withstand the queen bee's psychic onslaught. As time progressed, his consciousness gradually returned, and the intense pain in his head battered his psyche. Regaining his rationality, Lu Ying swiftly comprehended the queen bee's intentions. Their gazes locked, presenting an opportune moment to employ his illusionary powers. A delicate mist of blood swirled in his pupils as the queen bee's violet gaze began to lose its luster. The purple psychic assault fading. Immersed in the illusion Lu Ying had woven, the queen bee found herself transported to a lavishly adorned chamber. The intricately carved wooden bed was draped with violet curtains, and she, adorned in ethereal purple silks, sat regally upon the bed. Lu Ying stood before her, his tall, robust figure rising and falling with each breath. With deep affection in her eyes, Lu Ying gently caressed the queen bee's long, purple hair, the warmth of her palm transmitting soothing sensations to the queen's heart. As their gazes met, the queen felt her heart race, and the curtains on either side gradually descended. Completely enveloped in an enchanting illusion, the queen was lost in a dreamlike state. Observing her trance, Lu Ying deftly drew a special alloy dagger from her waist. Energy surged within her, and with a focused gaze, she reversed her grip on the dagger and swiftly slashed at the queen's fair neck, which remained eerily still. Yet, to Lu Ying's surprise, the strike failed to penetrate the queen's skin. Unwilling to be deterred, she attempted several more strikes at her neck, heart, and temples, but each effort was thwarted by an impenetrable barrier. Something was amiss. Lu Ying realized that it was not merely the queen's physical defenses that were formidable, rather, she was enveloped in a powerful shield composed of mental energy. The strength of this barrier was astonishing. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ying decided to retreat and informed the base to deploy air support for a heavy bombing to eliminate the mutated queen. Just then, the queen, emerging from her reverie, regained her senses. Lu Ying's heart raced as she hastily withdrew, dagger in hand, her gaze fixed intently on the queen. The queen's purple eyes met hers, brimming with tenderness and devoid of the earlier haughtiness and regality. A soft, melodic voice echoed within Lu Ying's mind. Looking around, Lu Ying saw no one else nearby and turned back to the queen, her brow furrowed in confusion. The voice resonated once more. Master, it is I. Lu Ying stared at the queen in disbelief, struggling to comprehend the situation. Suddenly, a vivid image unfolded in her mind, scenes of the queen's experiences within the illusion. A flush crept across Lu Ying's face, yet she steeled herself and continued observing without flinching. The queen had spent 7 days within this illusion. And just as she was about to awaken, Lu Ying saw another version of herself manifesting a faint mist of blood in her eyes. This mist coalesced into an irregular symbol that penetrated the queen's forehead. A mental imprint, Lu Ying murmured. The vision concluded, and she grasped the entirety of the situation. The mental abilities she had seized from Meng Nanxing not only conjured illusions, but also formed mental brands to control opponents. No wonder Gao Su was so infatuated with Meng Nanxing. The principle was clear now. In that moment, Lu Ying came to understand everything that had transpired. Gazing at the queen, now under her control through the mental imprint, Lu Ying felt a swirl of complex emotions. She was tempted to command the queen to take her own life, thereby obtaining the crystal core to enhance her own power. However, the mental imprint was not yet entirely stable. Although she had gained control over the queen, she could only issue certain commands. If she were to command the queen to commit suicide, the imprint would lose its efficacy. With a wave of her hand, the queen's purple wings fluttered, bringing her to Lu Ying's side. Once more, the mist of blood surfaced in Lu Ying's gaze, and an identical mental imprint penetrated the queen's brow, deepening the original brand. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ying inquired, "Are you human or a mutated being?" The queen bee appeared somewhat dazed, reflecting deeply before she nodded, then shook her head. "Master, I am uncertain at this moment. I possess 2 distinct memories, one belonging to the queen bee, and the other from my time as a human." Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, signaling the queen bee to elaborate further. Chapter 135. Suchani. As the queen bee recounted her tale, Lu Ying felt a profound shock within. It was revealed that this queen had previously consumed a second-stage psychic human evolutionist. Following this consumption, their consciousnesses merged, and over time, the human consciousness gradually became dominant. However, during this process, the human's consciousness was also influenced and eroded by that of the queen bee. Thus, the dominant consciousness within this body should be the amalgamation of the queen bee and the human female. The human evolutionist that the queen had devoured was named Suchani, who had previously struggled to survive with a group of companions in an underground supermarket over 20 kilometers away from the Yunming building. Eventually, Suchani awakened her abilities and discovered that zombie crystal cores could facilitate the evolution of human ability users. During this period, she relentlessly hunted zombies and mutated creatures to collect crystal cores, ultimately achieving the second stage Insight realm. By sheer misfortune, or perhaps fate. Suchani's final excursion from the underground supermarket to hunt mutated creatures led her to encounter a third stage Yao Guang realm mutated queen bee. Without a hint of struggle, Suchani was consumed by the Yao Guang realm queen, resulting in the merging of their consciousnesses. Having comprehended all of this, Lu Ying felt a headache coming on. He could neither kill her nor allow her to remain by his side. Sensing Lu Ying's distress, Suchani, with a hint of fear in her eyes, implored, "Master, please do not kill me. I am no longer that cruel, bloodthirsty queen. Moreover, I can provide you with the locations of mutated creatures and evolved zombies. Together, we can hunt them down, collect crystal cores, and enhance our strength." Upon hearing Suchani's plea, Lu Ying gazed at her in surprise, a smile slowly gracing his lips. Raising an eyebrow, he nodded with a grin. This proposal was indeed to his liking. With this queen bee guiding him to mutated creatures, he and Suchani could sufficiently confront all the mutated beings in Yun City. In that moment, a myriad of crystal cores danced before Lu Ying's eyes, akin to having an additional free ally at his disposal. Quite satisfactory indeed. He appraised Suchani before contemplating the formidable strength she possessed. Could she already be a 5th-stage mutated creature? By the way, what stage are you currently at as an evolutionist? Lu Ying inquired. Suchani pondered for a moment before responding. Based on my previous memories, I should now be a 3rd-stage evolutionist. Oh? Lu Ying expressed his skepticism. A 3rd-stage mutated creature, possessing such formidable strength? At that instant, Lu Ying began to doubt the prowess of his own 4th-stage evolution. Could it be that human evolutionists were truly so weak? With a tone of admiration, Suchani continued, "Master, as a 2nd-stage evolutionist, you were able to defeat me. That is truly impressive." Lu Ying raised an eyebrow, staring at Suchani in disbelief. "Me? A 2nd-stage evolutionist?" he questioned, pointing incredulously at himself. Suchani nodded earnestly, her gaze reflecting confusion as she wondered why her master seemed unable to accept that a 2nd-stage evolutionist could vanquish a 3rd-stage being such as herself. Should not the master feel a surge of excitement and joy? Suchani pondered. "Are you certain I am a 2nd-stage evolver?" Lu Ying inquired once more. Suchani nodded earnestly, Master, I am quite certain. I have fused with the memories of the Queen Bee and inherited her sensory perceptions and extraordinary abilities. The Queen possesses an exceptionally keen insight, which is indeed one of her unique powers. There is no doubt about it. Lu Ying was taken aback at that moment. He yearned to retrieve the mysterious tome from his space and scrutinize it closely. Activating 4 pages. Could it be that he had not undergone 4 evolutions? He then recalled his first and second evolutions, realizing that the secret tome had absorbed only ordinary zombie cores, albeit in varying quantities. The third absorption involved first-stage evolved zombie cores, and the fourth layer similarly absorbed first-stage evolved cores, differing only in quantity, yet equal in rank. Was it possible that he had undergone one additional enhancement at the same evolution stage compared to others? He had mistakenly believed it to be a new evolution. In that instant, Lu Ying grasped his situation. No wonder the first 2 absorptions were of ordinary cores, while the subsequent 2 involved cores of the same evolutionary level. Thus, it could be concluded that he was merely a second-stage evolver, yet his true prowess surpassed that of third-stage mutated beings and evolved zombies. Rather than feeling alarmed, Lu Ying was filled with elation. This meant that within a single evolution stage, he could further enhance his strength through the mysterious tome. Although the consumption of cores would be greater than that of others, his power would be superior. With a sigh of relief, Lu Ying's spirits lifted. He turned to Su Chani and instructed, "You should find a concealed place in Yun City to hide. After this operation concludes, I will seek you out to hunt the mutated beings in Yun City." Su Chani nodded and replied, "Master, if you wish to locate me, you merely need to silently recite my name 3 times while envisioning my appearance. We can establish a mental connection." Lu Ying acknowledged this, having already been aware. Though distance posed a limitation, currently, the mental link with Su Chani could not exceed 20 kilometers. Su Chani chuckled lightly, enveloped in a purple mist, and swiftly floated towards the outskirts of Yun City to conceal herself. In the distance, Lu Wei and others, along with several high-ranking officials from the base, observed this scene with expressions of confusion. They could not comprehend why it seemed that Lu Ying and the mutated being had suddenly reconciled. Originally, Lu Wei and her companions had prepared to intervene and rescue Lu Ying, but upon witnessing his renewed combat with the Queen Bee, they halted. Lu Ying noted everything. "Mr. Lu, are you all right?" Lu Wei inquired with concern. Lu Ying smiled and shook his head. "It's nothing serious, just a few minor injuries. I've already recovered. I simply need to replenish the energy consumed within me with some cores." Lu Wei contemplated but refrained from asking about the matters concerning Lu Ying and the mutated being, sensing that he was not inclined to share. 2 minutes later, the helicopter arrived, and everyone boarded. The members of the 5th team aboard the helicopter gazed at Lu Ying with astonishment, particularly Yi Sun and Lu Xiao, whose eyes glimmered with a hint of admiration. Major General Chao Hongxiuan from the base contacted Lu Ying via radio to inquire about his injuries. Upon confirming that Lu Ying was largely unharmed, a collective sigh of relief swept over the base personnel, until the communication was terminated. Neither Major General Chao nor the senior officials of the base broached the subject of what transpired between Lu Ying and the mutated Queen Bee. In the conference room, an officer holding the rank of Major General directed a glance at Major General Chao Hongxiuan and General Yang. "Shouldn't we ask about the mutated Queen Bee?" he inquired. The commander shook his head, asserting, "There is no need for such inquiries. It suffices to know that he stands with us on the same front." As Su Chani transformed into a cloud of purple mist, she cast a final glance at the helicopter that had already departed, her eyes betraying an inscrutable meaning. "Sooner or later, I shall have you." Chapter 136. The mutant bat swarm within the aircraft cabin. Lu Ying retrieved a packet of ordinary zombie crystal cores from the side pocket of his tactical belt. He consumed them one by one, the cores dissolving within him, releasing waves of warm energy that coursed through his limbs and body. After ingesting more than 20 ordinary zombie crystal cores, all the energy he had expended during battle and in the healing of his injuries was completely restored. The sounds of gunfire in Yun City had persisted since morning, and by 3 o'clock in the afternoon, 3 heavily armored battalions had advanced to within 20 kilometers of the Yunming building gathering site. Despite the Air Force deploying fighter jets and bomber formations to bombard the hordes of zombies near the gathering site earlier in the day, they refrained from delivering devastating strikes on the buildings surrounding the 3 evacuation routes to avoid disrupting them. Instead, they dropped cluster bombs to clear out the outer zombies. Once the bombing concluded, the zombies that had taken refuge within the buildings in those areas once again congregated towards the 3 main evacuation routes. In a residential area 3 kilometers south of the Yunming building gathering site, a large-headed zombie sat atop the shoulder of a 10-meter-tall powerhouse zombie. This creature's muscles were as solid as granite, with remarkably robust limbs and an impressively broad upper body, standing in the snowy courtyard like a concrete wall. Perched upon its left shoulder, the large-headed zombie's small, green bean-sized eyes were filled with a glimmer of wisdom and contemplation. Its bald, enormous head pulsated with dark, grotesque veins, and an invisible wave emanated from its hideous visage, radiating outward in all directions, wherever this wave swept. Whether it was among the wandering zombies in the streets or those hiding within buildings, both ordinary and mutated zombies turned their gazes toward the location of the large-headed zombie. At that moment, it seemed as though the horde had received some form of command. Centered around the Ying building gathering site, all zombies within a 30-kilometer radius surged forth. The hidden zombies within office buildings and residential complexes charged into the streets, an overwhelming tide of countless zombies rushing towards the 3 advanced battalions. The reconnaissance drone, which had been circling high above, immediately reported this situation back to the command center. Beep, beep, beep. A large number of zombies have appeared within 30 kilometers of the Yunmeng building gathering site. Immediately dispatch fighter jet formations. The sounds of various commands being issued from the Western military base filled the air. The sudden resurgence of the horde heightened everyone's tension. The footage relayed by the reconnaissance drone revealed that within this 30-kilometer area, there were over 500,000 zombies, including a significant number of evolved ones. Major General Chao Hongxuan, the deputy commander of the base, wore a grave expression. That entity behind the horde is preparing for a showdown with us. The other high-ranking officials nodded in agreement. I propose that all 6 battalions of the 4th Brigade proceed at full speed to Yun City for support, declared an officer of colonel rank with a serious tone. In this crucial battle, we must secure a swift victory to facilitate the relocation of the populace gathered at the Yunmeng building. Given the current circumstances, if our vanguard forces become ensnared by the horde, transitioning from offense to defense will be exceedingly detrimental to our cause. After a brief discussion, the command center reached a consensus. In addition to air support, the 6 light combined battalions responsible for subsequent evacuations from the southern suburbs would hasten to assist the vanguard. All long-range firepower from several temporary encampments within Yun City would unleash a saturation bombardment on the horde. The 3 advanced battalions were still 12 kilometers from the assembly point at the Yunmeng building. 8 vehicles, including 2 625E armored vehicles, 2 Type 09 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 2 14 5mm triple-barreled heavy machine guns, and 2 12 7mm vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns, unleashed a barrage of fire. The air was filled with the sounds of gunfire, bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat, as a dense curtain of bullets rained down upon the advancing horde. Behind them, the 99A main battle tanks elevated their gun barrels, precisely eliminating the evolved zombies among the throng. Boom! Each 125mm fin-stabilized armor-piercing round tore through the air with a deafening roar. Shells were discharged, casings falling away, as a long, slender tungsten alloy projectile penetrated the cranium of a 3-meter-tall evolved zombie. The grotesque head of the zombie shattered under the impact, and the massive, headless body collapsed slowly. Behind the tank formations, artillery units unleashed indirect fire, with 155mm howitzers and 120mm mortars booming as their shells rained down upon the horde. Zombies within the blast radius were obliterated into a mass of flesh by the violent explosions and shockwaves. The long-range fire clusters within Yun City, having set their target parameters, released a volley of mid-range rocket artillery, each rocket igniting with a fiery tail as it soared toward the horde. Liu Ying and others, seated in the helicopter, gazed through the window at the distant rocket artillery shells, which screamed past with a piercing whistle. Boom! A barrage of rockets exploded among the horde, sending colossal fireballs and thick plumes of smoke spiraling into the air. The roar of fast-moving aircraft echoed overhead as the J-16 fighter group arrived at their bombing coordinates, releasing clusters of Tiong 500 munitions like hailstones amidst the surging sea of zombies. The cacophony of explosions resonated throughout Yun City, while the smoke lingered ominously in the air. Below, a convoy of over 10 ammunition supply trucks tirelessly shuttled between the Southern Thermal Power Plant and the vanguard, delivering various weaponry and munitions to the front line. In the final stretch of over 10 kilometers, the 3 advanced battalions had been locked in a fierce stalemate with the horde for more than half an hour. Failing to advance even 100 meters, the horde seemed to surge madly from all directions. Each intersection of the 3 pathways was defended by at least 1 platoon, fending off the encroaching zombies attempting to flank them. Above, a multitude of armed helicopters coordinated with ground forces, successfully preventing any zombies from breaching the defensive line. At that moment, a group of monstrous creatures, flapping enormous fleshly wings, suddenly appeared in the air before the 3 vanguard battalions. The commander peered through his binoculars to assess the situation. The monstrous creatures, each as colossal as a main battle tank, were draped in a blood-red hue, their heads adorned with a tangle of gray fur, eyes glowing crimson, and their gaping maws filled with razor-sharp fangs. These were no ordinary beings, they were mutated bats. The enormous leathery wings of the aberrant bats were intricately connected to four formidable claws, each claw extending into wickedly sharp talons reminiscent of an eagle's grasp. Switch the anti-aircraft vehicles and the rotary machine guns. The commander ordered without delay. The four anti-aircraft vehicles stationed at the front promptly withdrew, making way for the rear's 414. 5mm rotary heavy machine guns to take their positions and resume firing to fend off the advancing horde. Despite the temporary retreat of the anti-aircraft units, the line of defense, bolstered by the 14, 5mm and 12, 7mm heavy machine guns, remained unyielding against the relentless surge of the undead. As time progressed, the sky above darkened with the increasing number of massive mutated bats hurtling towards the vanguard troops. Chapter 137. Anti-aircraft fire. The four armed helicopters unleashed a barrage from their cannons. The dull thud of gunfire resonated as a dense rain of bullets shredded 6 mutated bats ahead. However, the sheer number of these mutated bats was overwhelming. Although each bat was obliterated by the cannon fire, more than a dozen others swiftly maneuvered through the air, surging towards the helicopters. Despite their considerable size, these mutated bats exhibited remarkable speed and agility, rendering the helicopters somewhat cumbersome in comparison. The swarm of bats encircled the helicopters, their sharp, hardened claws slicing through the armored glass, dragging the pilots from their cockpits. The pilots were devoured, and the wreckage of the helicopters plummeted from the sky, trailing thick plumes of smoke. The helicopters hovered above a mass of corpses, their remains crashing into the horde of zombies, reducing them to a pulp. In that moment, everyone comprehended why the communications of the preceding forces from the 3 light composite battalions had abruptly ceased. It appeared that these mutated bats were undetectable by radar, which explained why an airborne early warning aircraft had failed to spot them. However, a fixed-wing reconnaissance drone, flying at a sufficient altitude, captured clear images of the swarm below. Viewed from above, the multitude of mutated bats created an oppressive cloud, converging on the regions surrounding the 3 vanguard forces in the Yunming building. A rough estimate revealed that the swarm numbered in the thousands. Simultaneously, Lu Wei and the helicopter pilots received orders to evacuate the combat zone immediately. Lu Ying and others also noticed the approaching swarm overhead. The helicopter pilots altered their course, unleashing the full power of their engines as they desperately fled towards the outskirts of Yun City. 10 teams of empowered individuals, tasked with search operations near the Yun City gathering point, hastily boarded their aircraft to withdraw from the area. The 3 Vanguard heavy armored units promptly adjusted their deployments, retracting the 625E gun and missile integrated close-in defense systems and the Type 09 twin-barrel 35mm self-propelled anti-aircraft guns from the front lines, allowing other heavy firepower to take their place. Since the outbreak of the zombie virus, these 2 end-range anti-aircraft weapons had remained in a horizontal position, targeting ground-based zombies. The emergence of the mutated bats on this day allowed these anti-aircraft weapons to showcase their true capabilities. Yet, as everyone gazed at the increasingly imminent swarm of mutated bats, a sense of trepidation began to settle in. Though these weapons were formidable, the overwhelming number of bats posed a significant threat. Each Vanguard force possessed only 4 625E units and 4 Type 09 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, yet even if the bats attacked the 3 forces separately, each would face at least several thousand mutated bats. Judging by the effectiveness of the 23mm cannon fire from the armed helicopters, the defensive capabilities of these mutated bats were not to be underestimated, even when compared to their mutated zombie counterparts. It was imperative to shatter the heads or torsos of the mutated bats, which would drastically escalate the required ammunition. The firepower density of the 8 anti-aircraft vehicles was evidently insufficient. The commanders of the 3 forward battalions meticulously adjusted their firepower deployment to repel the advancing horde of undead, issuing orders to all snow vehicles equipped with 12 7mm heavy machine guns to coordinate with 8 anti-aircraft vehicles in their assault against the aerial swarm of mutated bats. As the distance closed, the soldiers below discerned the grotesque forms of the mutant bats soaring towards them. Once the bat swarm entered the firing range of the anti-aircraft vehicles, 4 of the 8 vehicles opened fire. The Type 09 dual-barrel 35mm anti-aircraft gun, renowned for its high rate of fire, precision, and an extensive ammunition feed system, achieved a firing rate of 100 rounds per minute. With an effective range of 4,000 meters and a maximum altitude of 3,000 meters. It was capable of engaging multiple targets simultaneously, effectively intercepting threats such as enemy drones, helicopters, and cruise missiles. Meanwhile, the 625E 6-barrel 25mm rotary cannon boasted a staggering firing rate of 5,000 rounds per minute. Although the onboard fire control radars of both anti-aircraft systems struggled to lock onto the swarm of mutated bats, their sheer size and density rendered them vulnerable. Flames erupted from the muzzles of the 625E and Type 09 automatic anti-aircraft guns, accompanied by a deafening roar that illuminated the sky. Shells whistled through the air, creating a dense barrage of firepower aimed skyward, weaving an impenetrable net of destruction. As the first of the massive, crimson-hued mutated bats collided with this terrifying wall of fire, many were torn apart by the heavy-caliber cannons. Chunks of flesh, severed limbs, blood, and internal organs rained down from the sky, creating a gruesome spectacle. The horde below erupted in chaos, showered by the blood and remnants of their airborne prey. The evolved and ordinary zombies among them reveled in the downpour, gazing upward in a frenzy. Countless zombies raised their arms to catch the falling limbs and flesh, ravenously stuffing them into their mouths, while those who missed eagerly gulped down the cascading blood. The grotesque celebration of the horde intensified as they danced and devoured the remnants of their feast, marking a macabre banquet beneath the descending rain of flesh. Meanwhile, the pressure on the frontline defenses began to ease significantly. Soon, the first round of fire from the 4 anti-aircraft vehicles concluded, and they reloaded their ammunition, while the remaining 4 vehicles took over the assault. Despite their ferocious firepower, the initial barrage had only managed to down a mere 100 mutated bats, and the horizon remained shrouded in a dark mass of the relentless swarm. At that moment, a command from the command center at the western suburb base resonated back to the gathering at Yunming Tower. In the initial construction of this stronghold, the western suburb base had deployed 6 sets of the renowned Land Shield 3000 ground-based close-in defense artillery systems to reinforce the tower's defensive capabilities. The Land Shield 3000, an upgrade inheriting the technology of the famous 1130 close-in weapon system aboard the 055 class destroyer, had been optimized for land use. Its firing rate is exceptionally high, reaching up to 10,000 to even 12,000 rounds per minute, enabling it to deliver a concentrated and saturating strike against incoming targets in a remarkably brief span of time. 3 Land Shield 3000s, stationed at the periphery of the Cloud Dream Tower's defensive position, simultaneously unleashed their firepower from different directions. The close-in weapon systems roared forth, enveloped in thick smoke and flames, as a relentless hail of bullets surged toward the sky, targeting the swarm of mutated bats. From a distance, countless rounds of cannon fire streaked through the overcast sky, trailing crimson flames as they ascended. The aerial swarm of mutated bats was brutally torn apart by the concentrated fire from the 3 Land Shield 3000s, creating 3 gaping breaches. Meanwhile, among the 3 advanced teams below, over 20 snow vehicles armed with 12 7mm heavy machine guns remained silent, refraining from firing. Furthermore, a light synthetic battalion that had been dispatched from the southern suburb thermal power plant was now less than 30 kilometers away. At that moment, a shrill and piercing screech echoed from the swarm of bats above. Chapter 138. Destruction. Having distanced himself from the battlefield, Ying was startled by a piercing sound that cut through the air. The moment the noise reached him, a wave of nausea washed over him, a sensation mirrored by the others within the cabin. The helicopter, which had been flying steadily, suddenly jolted before regaining its balance. Could the ultrasonic waves emitted by the bats be the cause? Ying pondered aloud. No. The frequency of the ultrasonic waves produced by bats exceeds the limits of human hearing, Eason interjected. Then, as if recalling something, he continued, however, those bats have mutated. Whether their emitted sound waves have also evolved remains uncertain, but the impact we just experienced is undoubtedly connected to that shrill noise. The helicopter swiftly departed from Yun City, still more than 60 kilometers away from the southern exit of the city. That sharp, jarring sound similarly affected the armed forces within Yun City. The anti-aircraft fire momentarily faltered before returning to normal. The soldiers operating the air defense systems experienced brief bouts of dizziness and nausea, but quickly regained their composure. At that moment, thousands of mutated bats, gathered in the sky, suddenly opened their gaping maws. Their abdomens swelled, and these bats unleashed a forceful roar towards the ground, releasing sound waves that surged forth from their mouths. These shock waves coalesced beneath the swarm of bats. Rather than dissipating, their range expanded, and their power intensified. The converging sound waves distorted the air, creating a transparent ripple that spanned over 10 kilometers. The speed of these sound waves was astonishing. In the next instant, they crashed down upon the heavy armored forces on the ground like a cataclysmic deluge. A thunderous roar erupted, reminiscent of a nuclear explosion in midair, as a terrifying wave of distortion radiated from the 3 leading armored units. All ground vehicles, including snowmobiles, main battle tanks, anti-aircraft vehicles, and self-propelled howitzers, were struck as if by a nuclear detonation. Every ground vehicle, along with surrounding buildings, the heavily armed soldiers seated within, and the bodies strewn about, disintegrated under the onslaught of the dreadful shockwave. Fragments of armor, concrete debris, shards of glass, human tissue, and blackened weaponry scattered outward in the wake of the terrifying wave. The speed of the sound waves was swift, yet they rapidly diminished, extending 30 kilometers to catch up with the Z-20 utility helicopter carrying Lu Ying and his companions. Inside the cockpit, warning lights blinked incessantly, accompanied by a cacophony of piercing alarms. The pilot struggled to maintain control, the helicopter resembling a leaf tossed about in a tempest. Fortunately, Lu Ying and the others had their seatbelts fastened. Nonetheless, the violent turbulence and the sensation of free fall rendered them all uneasy. The helicopter was on the verge of crashing, and at last, someone within the cabin could no longer endure the mounting terror and let out a scream. With a resounding crash, the transport helicopter lost power, spiraling downwards before smashing into the snowy street, rolling over several times before coming to a halt. The 10 other teams of superhumans aboard their 10 versatile helicopters met the same grim fate as Lu Ying and his companions, succumbing to the terrifying shockwaves that sent them crashing down. In the command center of the West Suburb base, everyone rose, their fists clenched tightly. At that moment, the screen displayed nothing but static and darkness. They had all witnessed the earlier distortion of space caused by the shockwaves. However, shortly after the tremors struck the ground, all radio communications and signals from fixed-wing drones were severed. Yet, they could all envision the catastrophic impact that the shockwaves, spanning over 10 kilometers, would have on the ground forces and the gathering at the Cloud Dream Tower. Several high-ranking officials quickly composed themselves, issuing commands for reconnaissance aircraft to be dispatched from the airbase to assess the situation. 2 reconnaissance planes ascended swiftly, heading towards Cloud City. However, it would take another 20 minutes for them to reach their destination. Presently, the base, the forward troops in Cloud City, the gathered forces at Cloud Dream Tower, and the temporary camp in Cloud City were all cut off from communication, forced to endure a torturous wait in the command center. The dispersing shockwaves gradually subsided. Within a 10-kilometer radius beneath the swarm of mutated bats, the once diverse array of modern equipment and the hard-packed snow had vanished without a trace. Most of the ground structures in the area lay in ruins, reduced to rubble, with only a few skeletal frameworks of high-rises standing forlornly. All zombies, whether ordinary or evolved, had completely disappeared. The defensive containers of the outer perimeter surrounding the Cloud Dream Tower were twisted and deformed, crashing down to crush several low-lying buildings behind them. The glass facade of the towering Cloud Dream Tower shattered entirely, while armored vehicles, infantry fighting vehicles, and Land Shield 3000s within the vicinity were all grotesquely mangled and irreparably damaged. The surrounding walls were smeared with fragments of flesh and blood-stained clothing. Although the horde of zombies at the perimeter of the Cloud Dream Tower had vanished, the entire defensive circle of the tower had been utterly obliterated. In the high skies, amidst the swarm of mutated bats utilizing the shockwaves, at least half appeared to have drained their internal energy. At that moment, numerous large mutated bats began to plummet from the sky, many of them crashing onto the hard ground, shattering upon impact, their heads and bodies exploding like watermelons. The remaining less than half of the mutated bats turned back, trembling as they flew towards the Cloud Dream Tower. Their eyes glowed with a crimson hue, and their gaping maws dripped with translucent saliva. Having exerted a vast amount of energy moments ago, they were now in dire need of sustenance. As each mutated bat reached the Cloud Dream Tower, they quickly folded their wings and darted through the shattered glass into various rooms within the building. Many survivors had been hurled against the walls by the earlier shockwaves. Some were instantly killed as their bodies were crushed, while others lost consciousness. The mutated bats encountered no resistance upon their entry. Soon, the entire building echoed with a cacophony of frantic refusal and the gluttonous screeches of the bats feasting on flesh. At that moment, the survivors hiding in the basement of the Cloud Dream Tower did feel the effects, but not as intensely as those on the ground. In the depths of the 4th underground level, survivors listened in terror to the incessant sounds of gnawing, utterly at a loss. In the military zone of the 1st underground level, Captain Lu Yuan of the 3rd Company of the 7th Light Synthetic Brigade was tirelessly communicating with the Western Suburbs base via radio. The base had previously transmitted plans for a counteroffensive to the Yuming building. Upon receiving orders, the garrison at Yuming building had already organized survivors for evacuation. Moments ago, the base had commanded the deployment of Land Shield 3000 to engage the airborne swarm of mutated bats, followed by a terrifying roar, causing all electronic devices within the vicinity to malfunction. The 4th underground level housed a total of 2 companies of troops, with Lu Yuan's 3rd Company being one of them. The sounds of screams and hisses echoed ominously, prompting Lu Yuan to instruct the signalman to maintain contact with the base while he prepared his men to ascend to the surface and assess the situation. As the group reached the door leading to the surface, a sudden, violent banging reverberated from the entrance. Bang! Bang! The metal door buckled irregularly with each impact. Prepare! Lu Yuan commanded immediately, and everyone raised their weapons, aiming at the door. Chapter 139. The Collapse of the Yunming Tower. Bang. Bang. With each resounding strike against the metallic door, a prominent dent was left in its surface. The previous shockwave had obliterated all electronic devices, leaving the entire building devoid of power, which had previously been supplied by a large distribution center located at the rear of the edifice. Now, every facility within that center lay in ruins, plunging the entire structure into darkness. Behind the door, 150 fully armed soldiers from the Third Company, utilizing the powerful flashlights mounted on their assault rifles, anxiously observed the contorting and deforming metal barrier. Each heavy thud reverberated through their hearts, compelling the soldiers to gradually retreat and maintain a distance of 20 meters. The cacophony of repeated impacts persisted. As the frequency of the strikes increased, the metal door could bear no more. In the next moment, a thunderous crash erupted. The entire door was violently propelled away, prompting the soldiers behind it to hastily dodge aside as it flew less than 10 meters before crashing to the ground. At that instant, a faint sound of safeties disengaging echoed from the lower level, and beams of intense light converged towards the corridor's entrance, yet no entity was discerned by the onlookers. A roar akin to a howling gale erupted, swiftly followed by the sound of flapping wings as some unseen creature surged toward them. Open fire. With the command issued, the visible red dot of the laser sight illuminated the corridor. Rat-tat-tat, the 191 assault rifles unleashed a torrent of fire, tongues of flame flickering from their muzzles as 5.8mm bullets surged into the passageway. The atmosphere was thick with horrifying screams and the heavy thuds of more creatures scrambling forward. Swish, swish. Swish, the sound of bullets tearing through the air accompanied the howls of the approaching entities. In the next heartbeat, an innumerable swarm of mutated bats and grotesque monsters, their limbs scraping the ground and their features grotesquely contorted, burst into the fray. Rat-tat-tat, bullets pierced the bodies of these aberrant creatures, yet they were no match for larger caliber weaponry. These beings were evolved zombies or mutated organisms, and the 5.8mm rounds proved ineffective against them. The 12.7mm heavy machine gun roared to life, illuminating the entire corridor. Its larger caliber ammunition had some effect, but these creatures were far too agile and swift. Soon, a dozen mutated zombies breached the defensive perimeter, and with razor-sharp claws, one soldier was seized and violently torn in two, blood gushing forth and splattering onto a nearby comrade's face. In the next instant, another soldier was impaled through the chest by the tail of yet another mutated zombie, which resembled a scorpion stinger. The young soldier gazed in horror at the grotesque appendage protruding from his body, stained with his own blood. As the light in his eyes began to fade, desperately, he turned towards his commanding officer, Lu Yuan, striving to speak, but strength abandoned him. In a swift motion, the scorpion-like tail lashed out, engulfing him whole in an instant. Lu Yuan commanded his comrades to maintain their defensive formation, his eyes bloodshot as he witnessed dozens of his fellow soldiers being devoured by the monstrous foes. The agonizing cries of those still clinging to life echoed painfully, one soldier summoning his final strength to detonate a grenade. The explosion consumed both him and the beast, yet the creature merely shook its head, swallowing the remains and continuing its relentless pursuit of the main force. An increasing number of mutated bats and zombies surged forward, the flashes of gunfire illuminating faces etched with despair, only for that despair to be supplanted by a fierce determination to fight to the death. 30 kilometers south of Yuming Tower, near a street-side shop, lay the wreckage of a downed Z-20 tactical helicopter. The cabin door creaked ominously before it was violently ejected. A bloodied figure crawled from within. Lu Ying shook his head as more silhouettes emerged from the shattered remains of the helicopter. This was the craft used by Team 5, brought down by the shockwave of a sonic blast. Two pilots lay lifeless, but the members of Team 5, being evolved humans with superior physical capabilities, had miraculously survived. As the helicopter had not exploded, once outside the wreckage, the group surveyed their surroundings, relieved to find no zombies or mutated creatures nearby. Lu Wei gathered her disheveled hair and attempted to contact the Shijiao base via radio. Shijiao base, please respond. Only static filled the air, devoid of any reply. She had clutched the radio tightly during the helicopter's descent, ensuring it was undamaged. The radio is down. What should we do next? Lu Wei inquired, glancing at Lu Ying, who sat beside her, enveloped in smoke. The other members of the team turned their gazes toward him as well, the terrifying shockwave likely having obliterated 3 heavily armed units. Even at 30 kilometers away, their helicopter had succumbed to the repercussions, and the outer defenses of the Yunming Tower stronghold, 10 kilometers from their position, were likely in ruins. From the moment they crawled from the helicopter wreckage, these thoughts had occupied their minds. With communication severed, the hope of the base sending another helicopter was a distant fantasy. After their time working together, Lu Ying's formidable abilities had won the respect of several team members, and coupled with the base's orders prior to their departure. The team instinctively placed their hopes of escaping Yun City upon him. Exhaling the last wisp of smoke, Ying remained silent. He quickly reviewed the current situation in his mind and, following the method of calling upon the mutated Queen Bee Suchani, he summoned her name within his thoughts, envisioning her appearance. Yet, all that manifested in his mind was the image of Suchani, unclothed. After several attempts to call out, there was no response. Either this ability was affected by the shockwave or Suchani was beyond the range of his powers. Locate our current position on the map, Ying instructed Lu Wei. Understood. Lu Wei approached Ying, unfurling the map to search meticulously, comparing it with the nearby streets and buildings to ascertain their location. Here. We are currently 32 kilometers from the gathering point at Yunming Tower and approximately 50 kilometers from the southern suburb exit, she indicated on the map. From our present position, a westward route of 6 kilometers leads to a passage cleared by the advance camp. Let us proceed to the passage if fortune favors us. We might utilize their vehicles to evacuate from Yun City, Ying promptly decided. The group examined all their weapons and equipment, discovering 2 operational 14.5mm sniper rifles amidst the wreckage of the helicopter, while the remainder had been rendered unusable. Ying slung one rifle over her back and cradled the other in her arms, her tactical vest and belt filled to capacity with sniper ammunition. With their gear organized, the 6 of them formed a tactical formation and advanced westward. As Ying and her companions vanished around a street corner, a figure cloaked in a voluminous black robe emerged from the shadows of the eastern street. This towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height, was draped in a wide cloak. Its face obscured by a silver mask, with eyes that glimmered with a sinister crimson light. The figure took a step towards the direction where Ying and the others had disappeared. Chapter 140. Escape. A thunderous roar echoed through the skies of Yun City as fighter jets soared overhead. 2 reconnaissance aircraft sped toward the vicinity of Yunming Tower. It had been 20 minutes since the mutated bat swarm unleashed its sonic shockwaves. One reconnaissance plane was tasked with scouting the positions of 3 heavy armored units, while the other headed for the gathering site at Yunming Tower. The 2 aircraft separated as they entered the airspace above Yun City, transmitting aerial photographs back to the Shijiao base. After enduring a torturous wait of over 20 minutes, the personnel at Shijiao base grew increasingly despondent as they beheld the images. The heavy armored units that once occupied their positions had vanished entirely, along with all types of armored vehicles, main battle tanks, and armed personnel. The landscape within a 10-kilometer radius had been reduced to ruins, with only a handful of skeletal structures remaining, their concrete walls and exposed rebar standing forlornly. More than 10 kilometers away, heaps of twisted and deformed wreckage from armored vehicles and main battle tanks lay scattered together. Blood oozed from the gaps in the vehicles, staining the snow beneath a vivid crimson. The walls of the Yunming Tower gathering site were splattered with blood and gore, while the interior was overrun with zombies. The glass facade of the building had shattered completely, streams of bright red blood flowing from the rooms within. Viewed from above, the entire tower appeared drenched in a shocking hue of red, a grim testament to the survivors being devoured by mutated creatures. Within the command center, a heavy silence hung in the air, the oppressive atmosphere weighing down on everyone, making it difficult to breathe. Commander Yang's eyes reddened as he clenched his fists, the veins on the backs of his hands standing out starkly. At that moment, the electronic screen flickered to life, displaying real-time footage from a quadcopter drone deployed by the Air Force's Y-20 transport aircraft. The interior of Yunming Tower was swarming with bats and another monstrous entity, crimson all over, with a scorpion-like tail, gleefully feasting on the corpses of the survivors. Just then, 3 blood-soaked figures emerged from the first floor of the tower. They moved with lightning speed, vanishing from the drone's surveillance in an instant. The people in the command center could not discern the identities of these sudden apparitions, and curiously, the surrounding zombies appeared oblivious to their presence. Consolidate the troops and ability user teams still in Yun City. Immediate evacuation is ordered, announced Major General Yang Ming, his voice heavy with gravity. The fate of over 130,000 survivors in the Yunming Tower gathering site, along with nearly 8,000 armed guards from 6 battalions, hung in the balance, with near total losses reported. The 3 heavy armored units and the accompanying ability user teams had suffered no survivors, and the 10 scattered ability user teams in Yun City were unaccounted for, the current situation shrouded in uncertainty. The terrifying shockwave had affected a radius of 50 kilometers, and those ability user teams aboard helicopters likely faced dire fates. The members of the command center exchanged glances, their words unspoken, ultimately resigning themselves to a collective sigh of despair. The situation at the Cloud Dream building has rendered it impossible to dispatch personnel for reconnaissance. Now, we can only rely on rotary wing drones to investigate the circumstances within. Major General Yang Ming, the base commander, is eager to send troops and psychics once more. Yet the loss of over 20 psychic squads and nearly 2 brigades of armed forces weighs heavily upon him. The West Suburban base still requires manpower for its defense, making it unfeasible to divert additional troops. Moreover, the mutated bat swarm has taken residence within the Cloud Dream building, meaning that any further ground forces would merely serve to exacerbate the situation. Orders from the command center reached the Air Force Base, which promptly dispatched transport aircraft laden with numerous rotary wing drones to Yun City. One military transport plane persistently circled above Yun City, where the operator in the cabin utilized the drones to locate 3 defensive pathways manned by armed forces. They were instructed to gather their personnel and equipment and promptly evacuate to the South Suburban Thermal Power Plant for respite. Among the 3 figures who disappeared from the gathering at the Cloud Dream building was Lu Yuan, the commander of the 3rd Company. A horde of mutated zombies and bats breached their defenses, resulting in the near-total sacrifice of the 3rd Company's soldiers. Lu Yuan was grievously wounded when a mutated zombie's scorpion tail lacerated his left shoulder, leaving him on the brink of death. However, it was at that moment that Lu Yuan awakened his psychic abilities. Additionally, another soldier from the company and a lone survivor also manifested their powers in the face of despair. Lu Yuan's ability, known as velocity, allowed him to move at astonishing speeds, creating an afterimage as he escaped the basement with the 2 others. The trio now hides within a skeletal structure of a building, a mere 7 kilometers from the Cloud Dream building. Their bodies are drenched in blood, indistinguishable as to whether it belongs to the monsters, their comrades, or themselves. Lu Yuan gasps for breath, a long wound over 10 centimeters in length on his left shoulder continuously oozing blood, exposing bone. The other psychic from the 3rd Company, Li Ziyuan, who once served as an observer for Lu Ying, is currently using tactical bandages to tend to Lu Yuan's injury. Lu Yuan inhales sharply in pain. Endure it, Commander, he manages to say. The other psychic, watching the scene unfold, shifts aside, his gaze filled with tension and vigilance as he observes Lu Yuan's wound. In this apocalyptic era, it is a universally acknowledged truth that once a human is injured by a zombie, transformation into one of those abhorrent creatures is merely a matter of time. Soldier, the survivor whispers, catching the attention of Lu Yuan and Li Ziyuan. He has already been clawed by those monsters, and it is inevitable that he too will become one of them. Be quiet. The survivor's words are abruptly interrupted by Li Ziyuan's stern reprimand. However, the man, seemingly ignited by rage, suddenly stands and points at Lu Yuan, shouting, "You have already been injured by a mutated zombie. You should leave us now. If you transform later." I said, "Be quiet." Li Ziyuan glares at the survivor, his eyes filled with fury and despair. In that moment, he recalls how, throughout this time, all resources within the gathering were prioritized for the survivors at the Cloud Dream building. Meanwhile, they have been subsisting on hard, unyielding ration bars, having scarcely enjoyed a hot meal during this harrowing period. Previously, those mutated creatures and aberrant zombies surged in. Yet the soldiers of the 3 connections stood resolutely before the survivors, never retreating an inch. Eventually, only the 3 of them remained in the depths of the underground, with Lu Yuan forcibly leading the other 2 to escape from the Yuming building. "What are you staring at? You soldiers are meant to protect us. Now that he has been infected by the creature, you must take action to neutralize him. Otherwise, if he transforms into a zombie and harms us, what are we to do?" The survivor continued to shout insistently. Chapter 141. Ambush. Li Ziyuan clenched his fists tightly, his mind flooded with images of fallen comrades and scenes from their past lives, training and battles alike. He recalled that it was to protect the person before him that Captain Lu Yuan had sustained injury from a mutated zombie. Now, this very individual intended to take matters into his own hands against his captain. In an instant, Li Ziyuan's eyes turned crimson. The voice of his adversary faded into the background, replaced by a hue of blood. A faint flame flickered to life around his fists. At that moment, Lu Yuan grasped Li Ziyuan's right hand firmly. As he felt the tight grip on his wrist, Li Ziyuan regained his senses and turned to look at Lu Yuan, who was seated on the ground. Locking eyes with Li Ziyuan, Lu Yuan gently shook his head. The survivor, witnessing this exchange, immediately ceased his incessant chatter, instinctively shrinking back in fear, taking a couple of steps away while nervously watching Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan addressed the survivor, "You may leave on your own. From here on, life or death is left to fate. We are still soldiers, hence we cannot act against you." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "We are in the apocalypse now. We shall uphold our mission." Gathering his courage, the survivor shook his head defiantly. "No, I cannot possibly leave Yin City on my own. You must have your subordinate escort me to the official gathering place. I can keep silent about his intent to harm me. Otherwise." The unspoken threat was clear. This survivor had awakened his powers as well, recalling just after his moment of fear that the 3 of them had awakened their abilities one after another. With Lu Yuan having brought them this far, and given his shoulder injury, he had already lost his combat effectiveness. It was uncertain who would triumph in a confrontation between him and Li Ziyuan, but he felt assured of his advantage over them. Do you truly believe we would allow you to manipulate us? Lu Yuan's expression darkened, his voice icy. In the next moment, a figure shrouded in purple mist suddenly appeared behind the survivor. What a repugnant soul, a soft, melodic voice remarked. As they turned to look, the purple mist dissipated, revealing a figure with enchanting violet eyes, clad in a luxurious purple gown, with purple wings fluttering gracefully behind her. Adorned with delicate, long purple gloves and holding an exquisite handbag in her left hand, she seemed to emanate elegance. With a swift motion, a long blade formed from the purple mist pierced through the survivor's back. The survivor gazed down in disbelief at the blade protruding from his chest, opened his mouth, and then gradually collapsed. In the astonished gaze of Lu Yuan and Li Ziyuan, the exquisitely beautiful and regal woman extended her hand, pressing it over the fallen corpse's head. Wisps of faint red essence gathered from the corpse into her being. In the blink of an eye, the body transformed into a desiccated husk. Nothing but skin clinging to bones. This woman was Su Chani, who had entered the core area following the shockwave, seeking the opportunity to hunt mutated creatures or zombies and humans within Yunming Tower. Intrigued by the unfolding drama, she had concealed herself in the shadows to witness the scene. Originally, Su Chani intended to wait for the three individuals to engage in a fierce battle before she would strike and eliminate the three extraordinary beings, absorbing their essence to enhance her own powers. However, upon seeing the countenances of Lu Yuan and Li Ziyuan, she swiftly took action to eliminate one of the extraordinary beings. You are Lu Yuan, and you are Li Ziyuan, Su Chani remarked, her gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light as she looked at the two. The duo, their expressions grave, nodded in acknowledgement. The sudden appearance of this individual clearly signified formidable strength, seemingly indicative of some mutated creature. Su Chani smiled warmly. Do not be alarmed. I have no intention of harming you. Rather, I shall assist you. Why? Lu Yuan, is pallor evident, inquired. Because I have encountered you in my master's memories. Master? Both Lu Yuan and Li Ziyuan responded, perplexed. Travel 2 kilometers west from here, and then 20 kilometers south. Your comrades await you there. Following my directions, you will encounter neither zombies nor mutated beings along the way. Noticing the injury on Lu Yuan's shoulder, Su Chani retrieved 2 ethereal green crystal cores from her bag and offered them to the pair. Ah. The crystal cores I possess are all from at least stage 1 evolved zombies or mutated beings. Although it may be a bit of a waste since you have only just awakened your powers, they will certainly sustain you until you reach your destination. Lu Yuan and Li Ziyuan exchanged astonished glances, utterly bewildered by the current circumstances. By the way, I am Su Chani. When you see Lu Ying, tell him that I shall seek him out in a few days, and be sure to convey that it was I who rescued you. With that, Su Chani became enveloped once more in a violet mist, swiftly floating away until she vanished from sight. It was only then that the two regained their composure. So, she is a friend of Brother Lu, Li Ziyuan exclaimed with excitement. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that the master Su Chani referred to must indeed be Ying. Li Ziyuan assisted Lu Yuan as they proceeded along the route indicated by Su Chani. Panting heavily, Yi-san trailed behind the group, with Lu Ying and several other team members from the 5th squad ahead. They had reached the passage established by the forward camp, however. Despite traveling 6 kilometers along the diversion route to the south, they had yet to locate the team originally assigned to hold the line. Lu Ying and Lu Wei deduced that the blocking unit must have retreated. After such a prolonged communication blackout, the base would undoubtedly send reconnaissance aircraft to assess the situation. It was likely that the base had contacted the blocking unit through the Air Force to facilitate their withdrawal. The group halted, seeking refuge in a shop adjacent to the street. Lu Wei produced a map to ascertain their current position, revealing that they were still 43 kilometers from the southern outskirts exit. With the radio failing to reach the base, they could only rely on their own legs to escape Yin City. Here, have something to eat, Deputy Captain Li Dong said, retrieving 6 blocks of compressed biscuits from his backpack and distributing them to the group. The remainder of the journey must be undertaken by ourselves, Lu Wei remarked, her expression somber as she nibbled on the dry, hard biscuits. Alas, none anticipated the sudden emergence of such a formidable swarm of mutated bats. It seems the gathering at Yumeng building is doomed. The psychic ability user, Qi Jian, sighed deeply, though his words remained unfinished. All present comprehended the dire fate that awaited the Yunming building. An oppressive atmosphere enveloped the group in that instant. Just then, Lu Ying's ears perked up, and he immediately shouted, "Duck!" Without a moment's hesitation, the others dropped to the ground. A deafening explosion ensued, with flames and smoke engulfing the air, as a massive hole was blasted into the wall 2 meters to Lu Ying's left. Following this, The unmistakable sound of a trigger being pulled echoed, heralding yet another incoming rocket. Chapter 142. The experiment subject with a resounding explosion. A high-explosive rocket propelled itself through the breach created earlier, detonating upon impact. The gathered individuals felt a momentary disorientation, soon followed by a resonating hum in their ears as the shockwave rippled through the room. Ying, having undergone numerous evolutions, found himself impervious to ordinary bullets. Only armor-piercing rockets or direct hits from tanks and large-caliber artillery could inflict damage upon him. Fortunately, the explosion from the rocket did not harm Ying, but several others, particularly a girl named Lu Xiaoxiao from the healing faction, sustained significant injuries. A shard from the explosion struck Lu Xiaoxiao on her left shoulder, causing a torrent of blood to flow, staining her clothing and the ground beneath. The room was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, and Ying swiftly seized his sniper rifle, peering through the breach to survey the outside. 200 meters away, a towering figure, exceeding 3 meters in height and draped in a voluminous cloak, stood at a distance. In its right hand, it gripped a shoulder-mounted rocket launcher. Currently in the process of loading another round, Ying steadied his breath, aimed through the scope of his 14.5mm sniper rifle, and summoned his internal abilities to enhance the tungsten core armor-piercing round within the chamber. Bang! A thunderous roar erupted as the tungsten alloy projectile shot forth, striking the figure squarely in the head. The sound of shattering echoed as the towering figure's head was obliterated, its massive, headless body teetering before collapsing to the ground. Ying surveyed the surroundings carefully. Aside from this peculiar entity, no other threats were apparent. All right, Lu Wei, you come with me to investigate. The rest of you tend to our injured teammates, Ying commanded before exiting the shop, with Lu Wei closely following him. The pair swiftly approached the lifeless form that Ying had felt. As they removed the black cloak, the entirety of the corpse was revealed. The body was shrouded in layers of what appeared to be military-grade alloy armor, crafted into interlocking segments reminiscent of ancient armor. Its right hand was disproportionately large, capable of easily grasping an adult male's head, exhibiting a dark bluish hue and still clutching the rocket launcher. To their astonishment, a black 6-barreled Gatling gun was affixed to the back of the corpse, secured to a stand made of alloy. Nearby, a linked ammunition belt connected the gun to a large rectangular box. Upon opening the box, the duo discovered it contained 7.62mm rounds, at least 2,000 in total. An American M134 Gatling gun, Lu Wei remarked, gazing at the weapon. As they peeled away the protective armor from the corpse, its full form was unveiled, revealing a dark, bluish complexion. The musculature was grotesquely pronounced, clearly not resembling that of a normal human, yet distinct from the evolved zombies they had encountered. Could this be a military experiment? Ying inquired softly. Lu Wei shook her head, perplexed by the horrifying sight before her. The corpse was evidently that of a human, grotesquely mutated, equipped with modern weaponry, indicating the presence of a formidable force conducting inhumane experiments. Ying meticulously examined the rocket launcher in the corpse's hand, finding it oddly familiar. After a moment of contemplation, Ying exclaimed, "The M4 recoilless rifle." Lu Wei glanced at Ying, who, after further reflection, refrained from mentioning the Chinching group. The sight of the M4 recoilless rifle alongside the M134 Gatling gun raised Ying's suspicions that these artifacts might be products of the Chinching group. However, it remained merely a suspicion. Aside from the military, the only entity Ying was aware of in Yun City was indeed the Chinching group. Whether this theory held merit would be determined upon their return to the Shijia base, where they would relay the incident to the military for further investigation. The corpse's head had been shattered by a recent gunshot, and Lu Wei took the remaining shell and the recoilless rifle with her. Ying removed the weapon rack from the corpse's back, adjusting the 2 straps to fit his physique before carrying it back. Fortunately, Lu Xiaoxiao's shoulder injury was not severe. After applying a tourniquet, her mobility remained unaffected. The group hastily departed, continuing towards the southern suburb exit. At the Chinching group base in the northern suburb, a room filled with monitors displayed the departing figures of Ying and her companions, plunging the staff into silence. A middle-aged man clad in snow camouflage wore a grim expression before issuing a command. "Deploy Type 2 experimental subjects." "Understood," responded a young man seated at a desk, also dressed in snow camouflage, who promptly relayed the order through the conference microphone. The weapons, biology, and transport departments sprang into action. The weapons department retrieved 2 large metal crates from the armory, opening them to reveal a GU 1912 7mm 3-barrel Gatling gun, alongside another crate containing armor-piercing ammunition. In the biology department's alloy-constructed chamber, transparent cylindrical glass columns stood, filled with a clear liquid in which humanoid specimens floated. One of the larger glass columns had its liquid entirely drained, and the glass cover descended from below. A humanoid figure, exceeding 5 meters in height and entirely crimson, opened its eyes. Within the biology department's office, a cadre of researchers in white lab coats fixated on the data displayed on various screens. After a brief interval, one researcher pressed the conference microphone on the desk. Type 2 experimental subject 1 is functioning normally and ready for armament. Received. Subsequently, the towering giant slowly exited the chamber, making its way into another alloy room. A fully armed squad entered with palpable tension, aiming their 212 7mm caliber Gatling guns at the imposing red giant standing in the center. Another team of personnel wheeled in a GAU 1912 7mm 3-barrel Gatling gun, accompanied by an ammunition box and a portable weapon rack. On another cart lay a set of large armor crafted from composite alloy materials, designed for wear. The biological research team issued instructions for donning the gear. The giant bent down to first on the armor, subsequently fastening the weapon rack to his back. The rack held not only the Gatling gun and ammunition, but also a massive warhammer forged from a dark alloy. Meanwhile, within the transport department, a Black Hawk helicopter was undergoing pre-flight checks. Over an hour later, at the northern outskirts of the Chinching group's base, a black-painted Black Hawk helicopter ascended, soaring towards Ying City. Chapter 143. Pursuit. The Black Hawk helicopter initially circled outside Ying City, making its way to the eastern suburbs, before entering the city from that direction. The military's airborne early warning radar detected the helicopter. However, it failed to identify it, and this oversight was not reported to the military in Ying City. Simultaneously, fixed-wing drones soaring above Ying City evaded the helicopter's flight path, thus failing to notice its entry into the city. The Black Hawk skimmed low over the eastern suburbs, arriving at the location where Ying and his companions had previously eliminated a body. The helicopter descended slowly, and one side door opened, allowing a Type 1 experimental subject to crawl out. Subsequently, two heavily armed power-type psychics lifted the corpse from the ground and placed it inside the helicopter's cabin. The aircraft then began its return journey. The Type 1 experimental subject stood motionless, its crimson eyes flickering with a red sheen. The left eye, a red orb, rotated back and forth. Meanwhile, at the Chinching group base in the northern suburbs, an electronic screen in an office displayed an image of a wide road blanketed in snow, which shifted as the operator adjusted the view. Following that were various buildings, and the current scene prominently featured the site where Ying had previously dispatched the humanoid creature. Towering over 5 meters, the giant's left eye served as a high-definition camera, while a line of symbolic codes appeared in the upper left corner of the screen. Another display showed the vital statistics of the Type 1 experimental subject, including heartbeat, pulse, respiration, and body temperature, the latter registering a staggering 43 degrees. Commander, the vital signs of the Type 1 experimental subject are stable. The technician responsible for monitoring the subject issued commands, prompting it to respond accordingly. The massive hand reached behind to retrieve a GU 1912 7mm 3-barrel Gatling gun, only to return it afterward. Next, it seized a colossal alloy warhammer, brandishing it with ease. Commander, the weapon systems are fully operational. A middle-aged man clad in snow camouflage, with a rugged demeanor and piercing gaze reminiscent of an eagle, spoke in a deep voice. Proceed. Affirmative. The technician continued to relay commands. The Type 1 experimental subject turned and advanced towards the location where Ying and his companions had vanished. Its towering frame moved swiftly, leaving shallow footprints in the hardened, frozen snow. Soon, the silhouette of the experimental subject disappeared at the end of the street. Ying, Lu Wei, and the others continued along their designated escape route. The side roads they had previously traversed still bore the containers, yet no military vehicles remained. Clearly, the subsequent blocking forces had withdrawn from Ying City. Currently, the group was 37 kilometers from the southern exit of Ying City. Throughout their journey, Lu Wei repeatedly attempted to contact the base via radio, but there was no response. Although the radio appeared undamaged externally, they speculated that the internal components might have been compromised by the shockwave. Along the main thoroughfare, not a single zombie could be seen, while distant corridors echoed with the chilling growls of the undead. However, the base had fortified all intersections, preventing those zombies from breaching the transfer routes. The group took breaks every 10 kilometers, and as evening fell around 6 o'clock, darkness enveloped the surroundings. After traversing approximately 10 kilometers, they sought refuge within a nearby office building. Vice Captain Li Dong once again produced 6 pieces of compressed biscuits to distribute among the team. Should we press on or find a place to rest for the night, resuming our journey at dawn? Lu Wei inquired, nibbling on her biscuit and looking toward Ying. After a moment's contemplation, Ying reached a resolution. Let us rest for half an hour before continuing our advance. Noticing the pained expressions on Yi Sun and Lu Xiao, Ying added, this transfer route was cleared by the base during the day, and defenses were established at all intersections. Currently, zombies linger on both sides of the routes. If we pause here for the night, unforeseen circumstances may arise by morning. The area around Ying building is rife with mutated bats and evolved zombies. None can predict whether they might retaliate against the survivors in Yun City by dawn, especially given the high intelligence of the entities lurking behind the zombie horde and the mutated bats. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, and Yi-sun and Lu Xiao hastened their consumption of the biscuits. Li Dong sighed softly, pondering whether the 10 teams had managed to escape. The 10 specialized teams tasked with investigating mutated creatures within Yun City comprised military superhumans, many of whom were comrades of Li Dong. Silence enveloped the group. Over 40 kilometers west of Yunming building, 7 military superhumans were likewise taking refuge in a structure, recuperating. The team leader organized their rest for the night, planning to resume their journey at dawn. The leader felt helpless as 2 members had sustained leg injuries during the helicopter crash, although a healer had attended to them promptly. Their mobility remained compromised. Various teams of superhumans were dispersed in all directions of Yun City, each comprised of different numbers of individuals. These teams were the same 10 tasked with searching for mutated creatures. That night, they were scattered throughout Yun City. Some teams pressed on through the night, while others opted for a night of rest, waiting for dawn to continue their mission. At the Yunming building congregation site, the night was filled with the sounds of growls and screams. An increasing number of zombies congregated at the site. Following the destruction of the outer defenses, half of the survivors had already become prey for the mutated bats and zombies. Once satiated, the remaining hordes of zombies surged into the congregation area. From above, the scene revealed that over 1 million zombies had amassed around the perimeter of the Yunming building congregation site. They converged as if summoned by a singular command, drawn from all directions to partake in this gruesome feast. On the rooftop of the Yunming building, the large-headed zombie had grown significantly larger, its grotesque visage more menacing than before. 2 colossal, over 10-meter-tall evolved zombies loomed behind. The large-headed zombie appeared to be in deep contemplation, and soon, the darkened veins on its cranium began to swell. An invisible wave emanated from it, and the horde of zombies gathered outside the encampment suddenly halted their movements, as if receiving an unspoken command. 5 minutes later, the countless zombies outside the encampment began to tear into one another, devouring their own kind. These creatures resembled frenzied beasts, viciously biting into their nearby companions, blood gushing forth like a burst water pipe. The cannibalistic frenzy among the zombies persisted. After more than 10 minutes, a series of blood-red figures suddenly emerged from the windows of the Cloud Dream building. They were mutated bats, which ascended into the air and then scattered, flying outward in all directions from the heart of the Cloud Dream building. At 6:30, after a half-hour respite, Lu Ying and his companions departed from the office building, continuing their advance towards the southern outskirts. Just 20 minutes after their departure, the Type 2 Experiment 1 arrived at the location. The experiment halted, its crimson nose twitching twice before resuming its pursuit towards Lu Ying and the others. Commander, based on the current speed of Experiment 1, it is estimated that it will catch up to the target in another 20 minutes, reported the staff controlling the experiment at the Chinching group's northern suburb base. Chapter 144. Engagement. The hawk-eyed middle-aged man gazed at another staff member. Synchronize the data with headquarters. Yes. The staff member deftly manipulated the controls, and soon the electronic screen ahead displayed the image of a sharp-looking woman from the Chinching group with her short hair neatly styled. The hawk-eyed man adopted a respectful demeanor, awaiting the woman's directives. Her slender fingers, adorned with blood-red nail polish, rhythmically tapped on the solid wood table, producing a resounding thud with each strike. Each tap quickened the heartbeat of the hawk-eyed man. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, with all personnel bowing their heads, fixated on their equipment and screens. Maya Shan. The military operation in Yun City has just ended in disaster. Are you aware of the consequences of conducting experiments now? Should the military learn of this? The efficient woman in the video finally spoke, causing a collective sigh of relief among the room's occupants as the immense pressure dissipated. The middle-aged man named Maya Shan replied in a low voice, Chairman Shan. It is precisely because of the military's significant losses in Yun City that they are currently preoccupied with regrouping and investigating the situation. Their control over the city has weakened, making this an opportune moment for us to proceed with our experiments. Firstly, aside from a few temporary camps, all other armed forces have withdrawn from Yun City. Secondly, we have successfully evaded all military surveillance systems during this trial. Finally, all test subjects have been equipped with self-destruct protocols to eliminate any evidence should the military discover the remote experiments. Upon finishing his explanation, Maya Shan turned his gaze back to the woman in the video. She neither nodded in agreement nor shook her head in disapproval, but fixed her piercing gaze upon him. Under no circumstances must we expose our assets within the military. With that, the communication was severed, and her image vanished from the screen. A wave of relief washed over all present in the room. As time passed, Test Subject 1 drew ever closer to Lu Ying and Team 5. Commander, we are 2 kilometers from the target, reported the operator controlling Test Subject 1. Just as he finished, his expression shifted. Commander, it seems the target has detected us. Maya Shan leaned forward, scrutinizing the screen. 2 kilometers away, 6 red silhouettes halted under the signal of one individual. The camera on Test Subject 1, equipped with infrared thermal imaging, captured the 6 figures as they swiftly entered a nearby 3-story commercial building, their forms vanishing from view. Inside the shop, Lu Ying and the others immediately felt a surge of tension. Lu Wei turned to Lu Ying and whispered, "Can we ascertain what is behind us?" Lu Ying, his expression grave, responded, "It resembles the creature I dispatched earlier, but this one is significantly larger. If we were to compare it to an evolved zombie, that thing behind us is at least at the 2nd stage of enlightenment, and its firepower is even more formidable, at least a heavy machine gun with a caliber of 12.7 millimeters. Just moments ago, Lu Ying had caught a glimpse of several thick, dark gun barrels beside Test Subject 1, leading him to conclude that they were likely 12.7 millimeters rotary machine guns. Upon hearing Lu Ying's account, the group was taken aback. The notion of Phase 2 zombies equipped with modern heavy weaponry evoked memories of apocalyptic films from before the end of the world. They feared that what followed would be far more formidable than those depicted in the cinematic portrayals. "What shall we do now?" Yisun inquired anxiously. For apart from the unknown capabilities of Lu Ying, only Captain Lu Wei among them was a Phase 2 enlightened ability user. Yet, even other Phase 2 human evolutionists, who were not combatants, were unlikely to match the zombies in strength. Lu Ying glanced at the weapons in their hands, formulating a plan. "Qi, hand me your sniper rifle. Use this weapon system for fire suppression. Lu Wei, keep your recoilless rifle ready. Yi-sun, take Xiao Xiao and hide inside. If close combat is necessary, Li Dong, you and Lu Wei will engage in ranged harassment." Having assigned their tasks, Lu Ying accepted the QBU-201 sniper rifle from Qi and handed over the 7.62mm M134 Gatling gun in return. The group swiftly followed Lu Ying's directives, each taking up positions of advantage. Lu Ying, cradling the 201 sniper rifle, approached the window and inspected the magazine, noting 3 armor-piercing incendiary rounds remaining. The towering figure loomed just a kilometer away. He aimed at the silhouette, channeling energy to enhance an armor-piercing incendiary round. Steadying his breath, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A 12.7mm armor-piercing incendiary round, trailing a crimson plume, hurtled toward the figure. In that instant, the silhouette swiftly sidestepped to the right, the bullet whistling past its ear, missing its target. Within the north suburb base, numerous staff members monitored Lu Ying and the others' actions through the thermal imaging of the first experimental subject. Lu Ying let out a soft exclamation, discarding the remnants of his exploded firearm, and readied the recoilless rifle, drawing upon his internal abilities once more. This time, he aimed at the creature's chest. The enhanced recoilless rifle round, propelled with a fiery trail, was launched at high speed. Yet, the figure anticipated the attack again, causing the round to impact a wall 20 meters behind it, resulting in a violent explosion, yet the entity remained unscathed. Witnessing this, Lu Ying deduced that the pursuing creature was either a psychic evolution zombie or someone controlling it from a distance. He leaned towards the latter hypothesis. At that moment, the first experimental subject received orders to deploy the GU-19 12.7mm 3-barrel Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. Qi, gripping the M134, fired first, unleashing a barrage of 7.62mm rounds that traced a red trajectory. Each bullet struck the first experimental subject, sending sparks flying. The subject roared in fury, brandishing the GU-19 Gatling gun, crouching low. Boom. Boom, boom. The thunderous gunfire erupted, unleashing a more terrifying barrage directed at Qi, who was sheltered behind the window. As the experimental subject opened fire, Lu Ying shouted at Qi to take cover. However, the sound of gunfire drowned out Lu Ying's voice. Qi was caught off guard, torn to shreds by the relentless barrage of 12.7mm ammunition, leaving only his 2 legs behind, with blood and flesh splattered across the entire room. Lu Wei and Li Dong, witnessing this horrific scene, hurriedly retreated from their respective windows, seeking refuge deeper within the shop. The first experimental subject redirected its firepower towards the positions of Lu Wei and Li Dong. With a thunderous roar of gunfire, the walls at those locations were shattered, exposing the steel reinforcements within. The terrifying onslaught continued for nearly a minute, emptying the vast ammunition belt strapped to the back of the first experimental subject. Subsequently, under the command of the control personnel, the experimental subject unfastened the weapon rack behind it and retrieved a massive alloy warhammer. Chapter 145. close combat hidden in the shadows, Lu Ying halted upon hearing the gunfire, observing the movements of the first experimental subject. It became evident to him that the individuals behind the subject intended to assess its close combat capabilities. Glancing at the last remaining 5mm sniper rifle, Lu Ying relinquished any thoughts of utilizing it. The entity had been fixated on him. Either it possessed the ability to anticipate his shots, or there was some external assistance at play. The sniper rifle was rendered useless, leaving him with no choice but to engage in melee combat. The alloy long knife he had previously brought from the base had been shattered by Su Chani, prompting him to draw the specialized alloy dagger from his waist. With determination, Lu Ying advanced towards the towering figure standing 5 meters tall. As the gunfire ceased, the remaining 4 team members cautiously maneuvered to the window. Witnessing Lu Ying clutching the dagger and approaching the monstrous being, they felt a surge of anxiety for him. And Lu Wei promptly organized the other 3 team members to be ready to support Lu Ying at a moment's notice. Li Dong, if the situation escalates, use your fire abilities to distract and delay that creature while I devise a plan to rescue Lu Ying. The vice captain, Li Dong, nodded solemnly in agreement. At the Beiju base, Miao Shan observed Lu Ying's approach towards the first experimental subject on the screen, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He activated the microphone on the table, his voice tinged with excitement. Ladies and gentlemen, we have awaited this moment. Biological Department. Assess the damage sustained by the first experimental subject once the combat commences. Abilities Research Department. Be vigilant about all abilities employed by the target once it engages. Acknowledgements resounded throughout the room. As Miao Shan's orders were issued, numerous researchers from various departments at the Betrayal base converged, their faces illuminated with exhilaration, fervor, and even a hint of madness as they fixated on the high-definition screens displaying the unfolding events. As Lu Ying drew near to the creature, he channeled the energy within him. The micro-camera of the first experimental subject transmitted images back, revealing Lu Ying's energy surging, his entire being radiating a blinding red light. Akin to a resplendent sun, the towering humanoid creature before him bore an uncanny resemblance to a second-stage evolved zombie. With a deafening roar, the zombie gripped a colossal alloy warhammer, swinging it down towards Lu Ying. In a swift motion, Lu Ying evaded, propelling himself towards the creature's left flank and thrusting the shimmering red alloy dagger with force across the zombie's waist. A jarring, grating sound of metal on metal echoed as the dagger sliced through the alloy armor encasing the zombie. Sparks flew, and blood oozed from the severed area. Lu Ying swiftly maneuvered behind the zombie. The gigantic creature, in agonizing fury, whirled around, swinging its alloy warhammer down once more in Lu Ying's direction. The hard-packed snow was shattered by the impact, but Lu Ying deftly dodged the strike. Within the biological department at the Beiju base, the researchers observed the humanoid silhouette on the screen, red alerts flashing incessantly at the waist level, indicating the experimental subject had sustained 5 damage. The atmosphere turned somber as they realized that the target had effortlessly breached the protective armor of the experimental subject with a single blow, slicing through its exterior defenses with ease. Prior to the first experimental subject, there existed another entity, upon which various types of weaponry and abilities were tested to assess the extent of damage inflicted by full-force assaults on the second category of experimental subjects. Even the relentless barrage of 7mm rounds proved insufficient to breach the surface defenses of the second-class entity. Only artillery with a caliber exceeding 20mm, employing tungsten alloy armor-piercing rounds, could inflict any significant harm. Similarly, cold weapons crafted from specialized alloy materials by psychics of the Enlightenment realm struggled to penetrate the defenses of the second-class experimental subject, unless subjected to sustained attacks on a specific area. As Lu Ying deftly evaded a powerful strike from the zombie, he surmised that this controlled second-stage zombie possessed greater defensive capabilities than its wild, evolved counterparts within the horde. However, it remained uncertain whether its combat efficacy was diminished due to its artificial manipulation. Channeling the energies within, Lu Ying once again dodged the enemy's hammer, thrusting his glowing red dagger into the zombie's back with all his might. The sound of tearing flesh echoed, akin to slicing through paper, as the dagger effortlessly pierced the alloy armor, embedding itself deep within the zombie's sinews. With a forceful motion, he yanked downwards, sending sparks flying as a torrent of blood gushed forth from the nearly meter-long gash on the zombie's back. The creature let out a pained roar and, discarding its alloy hammer, spun around violently, elbow aimed at Lu Ying. Drawing his dagger, Lu Ying crouched swiftly to evade the blow, then, with a flash of crimson light, sliced through the flesh of the zombie's calf. The enormous creature stood like a wooden post as Lu Ying, agile and nimble, continued to evade while every strike from his alloy dagger inflicted fresh wounds upon the beast. In the biological department of the northern suburban base, an elderly man with graying hair and spectacles wore a grim expression. On the screen beside him, the damage to the first experimental subject had surpassed 40%, and the severity of the injuries escalated with each of Lu Ying's strikes. The second category of experimental subjects had consumed a significant portion of this elder's efforts. Should a mere second-stage psychic fail to vanquish it, or worse, be slain in return, future research would surely suffer considerable repercussions. As Lu Ying forcefully sliced open the abdomen of the first experimental subject, blood and intestines spilled forth. The damage to the first subject exceeded 60%. And at that moment, alarms blared within the biological department and the office where Miao Shan was located. Warning, biological specimen is about to go out of control. Warning, biological specimen is about to go out of control. A tremor of alarm coursed through the onlookers, as staff members promptly recorded the damage thresholds of the first subject's imminent crisis. Miao Shan's expression shifted from excitement to a grave countenance. With a resounding crash, he struck the desk, leaving an indentation. Useless. The eyes of the first experimental subject glowed fiercely red, and a thunderous roar erupted. Lu Ying witnessed a sudden transformation in the second stage evolved zombie. Another deafening roar reverberated as the zombie propelled itself forward with a powerful leap, charging directly at Lu Ying. Lu Ying's gaze sharpened as he observed the zombie, which seemed to undergo some transformation, appearing to break free from the control of those behind it. The injuries it bore had ignited a frenzy within. Swiftly sidestepping, Lu Ying fixed his eyes intently on the zombie's missed lunge, poised to seize the opportunity for a decisive blow. To his astonishment, he exclaimed, "What the hell?" expecting the creature to continue its assault. Instead, the zombie feigned an attack, turning its back and propelling itself forward with astonishing speed. Damn it, trying to escape. Lu Ying transformed into a fleeting shadow, darting into the room he had just evaded. Emerging, he had readied the 14.5mm sniper rifle, fully loaded. Through the scope, he locked onto the fleeing zombie and squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out in succession. Chapter 146, Escape from Yun City. The first dull crack of a gunshot resonated as the tungsten core armor-piercing round, enhanced by Lu Ying's twofold energy, was unleashed, trailing a blinding red light. The second sound was that of the sniper rifle, unable to withstand such formidable power. Shattering into pieces, the tungsten alloy projectile, imbued with Lu Ying's energy, struck the frenzied, fleeing zombie in an instant. With a resounding boom, the evolved zombie, which had already sprinted over 600 meters away, was obliterated. Flesh and bone erupted in a violent spray, as 2 robust thighs propelled forward. Sliding to the ground over 10 meters away, Lu Ying swiftly rushed to the remains of the zombie, locating its massive head 20 meters ahead. Despite the destruction of its body, the head remained intact. With a deft motion, Lu Ying plunged a dagger into the skull, stirring the contents within. To his surprise, he discovered that this zombie's cranium harbored no crystal nucleus, similar to the previous one. Shaking his head in silent disbelief, he turned to return. Within the northern suburbs of the Chinching group base, various departments erupted in chaos upon witnessing the outcome. An elderly man in the biological department, his hair streaked with gray, sat slumped in a chair, his weary eyes filled with disbelief. They were acutely aware of the formidable nature of the Class II experimental subject and were astonished that this target had so effortlessly dispatched the first experimental subject. Could it be that the target had already ascended to the third stage of the Yaoguang realm? The elder mused, lost in contemplation. Miao Shan's countenance was grim, yet his thoughts did not dwell on the effortless defeat of the first experimental subject. Instead, he marveled at Lu Ying's strength. Miao Shan had been dispatched from the Chinching group headquarters to oversee the entire operation in Yun City. One objective was to initiate various research projects, but a significant motive was centered on Lu Ying. Although he wondered why the headquarters placed such importance on this obscure individual, he complied with their directives. This experiment was partially intended to gauge Lu Ying's capabilities. After a moment of reflection, Miao Shan spoke gravely. The danger level of the target has escalated, elevating its strength to the third stage of the Yaoguang realm. Compile the experimental data from all departments and send it to headquarters. Once these arrangements were made, Miao Shan proceeded to the biological department, immediately spotting the dazed elder seated in the chair. Miao Shan composed himself and approached the elder, speaking softly, "Elder Ding. The research on the first experimental subject was highly successful. However, the target's evolutionary level surpasses that of the first subject. You must continue to rally and refine the Class III experimental subjects." Upon hearing this, the elder regained his composure, looking at Miao Shan, the highest authority at the base. With excitement, "Can I still proceed with the research on the Class III experimental subjects?" Elder Ding's frail hands clasped Miao Shan's firmly. Miao Shan nodded affirmatively. "All necessary resources from the headquarters and the base will continue to prioritize your research." Returning to the previously concealed shop, Lu Ying was met with the sound of muffled sobs. Li Dong and Lu Wei had gathered the remnants of Qi Jian's shattered body after confirming that the crisis had passed. Lu Ying observed this scene with a quiet sigh, patiently waiting to the side. As a few individuals gradually regained their composure, Li Dong removed his coat and draped it over the mangled remains of Qi Jian. "Let us depart," Lu Wei suggested, casting a glance at Lu Ying, who nodded in agreement. The remaining members of the group continued onward. Over an hour later, the thunderous roar of a helicopter engine drew near to the corpse of Experiment Number 1. A shadowy black helicopter descended slowly, and a squad of fully armed soldiers disembarked. Following them, four researchers clad in protective gear wheeled a cart down from the helicopter. The group worked in unison to recover the shattered body of Experiment No. 1 along with the scattered alloy armor pieces surrounding it. Two towering armed personnel hoisted the Gu-19 Gatling gun onto the helicopter. In the skies above Yun City, mutated bats swiftly caught up with the remaining squads of enhanced individuals. After a fierce skirmish, four squads, which had planned to spend the night in Yun City, were left with nothing but a heap of weaponry. The enhanced individuals were devoured entirely by the pursuing mutated bats and zombies. Apart from Lu Ying's squad, 3 others fled towards the outskirts of the city. 2 of these squads, like Lu Ying's, headed towards the southern thermal power plant, while the remaining squad retreated towards the western suburbs. The 4 squads were merely a dozen kilometers away from Yun City's various exits, having feasted upon flesh and blood. The mutated bats and zombies split into 4 groups, each racing towards the remaining 4 temporary military camps in Yun City. After a little over half an hour, the deafening sounds of large-caliber cannons erupted once more throughout Yun City, accompanied by the relentless bombardment of artillery and long-range rocket launchers. The 4 temporary camps were illuminated by the fierce gunfire. Despite the formidable firepower of the camps, they held out for less than half an hour before the sounds of gunfire and explosions gradually subsided. What followed were desperate screams and roars, along with the grisly sounds of flesh and bone being chewed. With the destruction of the last 4 temporary military camps in Yun City, only a handful of survivors remained, struggling to endure. The military's presence in Yun City dissipated completely after this night. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, the southern thermal power plant remained brilliantly illuminated. Since its last expansion, a heavy blast wall had been erected around the facility, standing 3 meters tall, with a wide trench dug out to a depth of over 10 meters. The entrances were equipped with drawbridges reminiscent of ancient designs, should a horde approach. The personnel inside could simply press a switch to raise the bridge. As Lu Ying and her companions drew near, a lookout tower within the blast wall illuminated them with a large searchlight. In an instant, the sound of weapons being readied echoed in the air. "We are the 5-member squad of enhanced individuals from the western suburbs base. I am Lu Wei, the squad leader," Lu Wei shouted towards the guards in the lookout tower. "Please hold on while we verify," came the response, as 2 snowmobiles mounted with 12 7mm heavy machine guns emerged from the thermal plant's gathering area. Their guns aimed at Lu Ying and her group. "Comrade, please present your identification," commanded a lieutenant officer who stepped down from one of the vehicles. Several individuals withdrew their identification badges. A sergeant stepped down from the vehicle, holding a scanning device, and nodded towards the lieutenant officer after verifying their identities. "Get on the vehicle," he instructed. Lu Ying and her 4 companions boarded the vehicle behind them. Without the opportunity to rest upon returning to the South Suburban Thermal Power Plant, they were summoned to the conference room of the command center. Major General Chao Hongxiuan had already arrived at the power plant, awaiting the return of the remaining troops from Yun City. Major General Chao bombarded them with numerous inquiries, to which they responded with all the information they possessed. As they departed, Major General Chao's expression was grave as he stated, "An hour ago, all 4 temporary camps in Yun City were destroyed." He then turned to Lu Ying and added, "Additionally, Lu Yuan has returned. He is eager to see you." Lu Ying felt a surge of excitement. "Where is he?" she inquired. Major General Chao's demeanor remained serious as he replied, "He was injured by a mutated zombie and is currently isolated in the medical area. His condition is quite dire." Chapter 147. The deteriorating situation of Lu Yuan upon exiting the conference room. Lu Ying, under the guidance of a captain, traversed through several modular areas until they reached a designated isolation chamber constructed from specialized armored materials. The perimeter of this isolation zone was fortified with substantial blast walls, and heavy machine guns were strategically positioned throughout. Outside the enclosure, a heavily armored company was stationed, accompanied by a dozen main battle tanks at rest. Within this expansive modular chamber, which was outfitted with comprehensive medical monitoring equipment, transparent bulletproof glass encased the facility on all sides, with curtains adorning the interior. At this moment, Lu Yuan was adorned with various diagnostic devices, reclined on a hospital bed, seemingly in slumber. He and Li Ziyuan had been fortunate to locate a unit that was consolidating troops for evacuation, enabling their return by vehicle. The captain spoke softly as they approached. Adjacent to the chamber was a connected monitoring module, replete with electronic screens displaying all of Lu Yuan's physiological data. For medical personnel and biological researchers clad in white lab coats were seated within, engaged in a discussion regarding Lu Yuan's condition. Upon the arrival of Lu Ying and the captain, their conversation paused momentarily. Professor Zhang, this is Lu Ying, a close friend of Lu Yuan. Deputy Commander Chao has instructed me to bring Comrade Lu here. The captain addressed a bespectacled middle-aged man. Professor Zhang nodded and gestured for them to take a seat. Professor Zhang, how is Yuan's condition? Lu Ying inquired anxiously. With a deep sigh, Professor Zhang organized his thoughts before glancing at Lu Ying, hesitating to speak. Noticing the determination in Lu Ying's gaze, he began, Lu Yuan's situation is quite peculiar. He awakened his supernatural abilities prior to being injured by the mutated zombie, which explains why his physiological indicators remain relatively normal, showing no significant mutations. However, the blood and biological samples extracted from his wound reveal that the injured area has been infected by a strange virus. And blood tests indicate a high concentration of this virus within his bloodstream. What are the implications of this viral infection? Lu Ying fixated on Professor Zhang with concern. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Zhang responded, this virus is considerably more potent than that carried by ordinary zombies. The situation is complex. Suffice it to say that when an average person contracts the zombie virus, they succumb to death at varying intervals, subsequently transforming into a zombie. In Lu Yuan's case, the virus not only includes that of the standard zombie but also harbors other viruses capable of inducing genetic mutations in biological organisms. This means that Lu Yuan is at a high risk of transforming into the very monstrosity that inflicted his wounds, or perhaps into another form of non-human entity. At this juncture, Professor Zhang paused before continuing. However, it is noteworthy that Lu Yuan had awakened his abilities prior to the infection, leading to alterations and enhancements in his genetic structure and cells. Currently, the original genes and cells within Lu Yuan are engaged in a process of mutual consumption and fusion with the viruses. We speculate that once this genetic integration is complete, Lu Yuan may undergo a new transformation. As it stands, our current research in Yun City regarding these viruses provides no viable treatment for Lu Yuan. After a brief pause, Professor Zhang continued, currently, Lu Yuan is in a state of coma. The base has reported this, and an expert team will arrive tomorrow. We can only place our hopes in them. Lu Ying nodded solemnly. Gazing through the blast-proof glass at Lu Yuan, she could only wish for his survival. Shortly thereafter, the lieutenant escorted Lu Ying out of the quarantine zone to a temporary facility within the military area. Comrade Lu, you have been assigned to Cabin No. 3 as your temporary accommodation. Tomorrow morning, let Li Ziyuan come to see you. They have gathered some information about you in Yun City that they wish to convey in person. Thank you. Returning to cabin number 3, Lu Ying took a warm shower, changed her clothes, and found herself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Apart from the patrolling and duty soldiers, most personnel in the thermal power plant area had already succumbed to slumber, with only the lights on the blast-proof walls illuminating the night. The following morning, Li Ziyuan arrived at Lu Ying's cabin, ready to relay the events he encountered with Su Chani in Yun City, as well as the happenings at the Yunming building. Upon hearing the name Su Chani, a flicker of intrigue stirred within Lu Ying. Was this gesture a sign of goodwill from her? Brother Lu, may I join your Team 5? Li Ziyuan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. The 3rd Company of the 7th Battalion had dwindled to just himself and the unconscious Lu Yuan. Furthermore, once they awakened their abilities, they would be detached from their original combat unit and integrated into the military's special ability teams. Rather than joining another team, he would prefer to align with Lu Ying's Team 5. After their return to the base, Deputy Commander Chao had informed him that Team 5 would be collaborating with Lu Ying in future operations. Lu Ying nodded, that is perfectly fine. However, you must consult with Lu Wei, as she is the team leader. Understood, Brother Lu. After Li Ziyuan departed, Lu Ying returned to the quarantine zone where the medical team dispatched from the Yun City base had arrived. 7 experts clad in protective gear entered Lu Yuan's isolation cabin while Lu Ying waited outside. Over an hour later, Major General Chao Hongxuan arrived. The expert team intended to transfer Lu Yuan to Base 003, which housed specialists from various fields across central China. Notably, Base 003 was at the forefront of research on the zombie virus, and perhaps they could provide a cure for Lu Yuan. Lu Ying nodded. They could only rely on official support at this point. A short while later, a fully armed squad of soldiers carried Lu Yuan, lying on a stretcher, onto the AZ-20 helicopter dispatched by the Air Force Base. The 7 experts from Base 003 boarded another helicopter, Lu Yuan and the team would fly from the Yun City Air Force Base to the nearby Base 003. Watching the helicopters fade into the distance, Lu Ying felt a heavy heart. Brother, I hope the next time I see you, you will be the same Lu Yuan as before. That afternoon, Lu Ying and the remaining 4 members of Team 5 boarded a helicopter back to the Shijiu base. This operation had resulted in significant losses for the base. In the time to come, they would focus on recuperation while simultaneously expanding their armed forces and training special ability users. Lu Ying planned to inform Chao Hongshuan about the 2 encounters with mutated zombies equipped with modern weaponry that she faced in Yun City. This situation was swiftly reported to Base 003 from the western suburb base. Within less than an hour, Base 003 responded with an order. The directive instructed the western suburb base of Yun City to establish an investigative team to delve into the matter. Lu Ying then made her solitary return to the bunker in the western suburbs. Upon arriving at the doorstep of Zhang's residence, she was taken aback by the peculiar sounds emanating from within. Using her key, she unlocked the door and approached her own room, where the sounds were originating. Upon entering with her room key, she was met with the sight of Zhang Jinshu, leaving Lu Ying in a state of astonished bewilderment. Chapter 148. The mysterious Lu Xuanji. Alas, little Lu, you return without any prior notice. With a flushed complexion, Zhang Jinshu dashed out as if fleeing. Bang! The door to Zhang Jinshu's room was slammed shut with force. Lu Ying glanced at the video playing on the computer screen and raised an eyebrow before hastily shutting it down. At that moment, the computer was connected to headphones, displaying videos previously stored in Lu Ying's study materials folder. Having changed into a different outfit, Lu Ying made her way to the control center on the 16th level of the bunker. A few individuals within the control center had already spotted her upon her entry into the 3-kilometer vicinity of the Shijia bunker. Little Lu, you're back. That esteemed Gao has sent a video through the Chinching Group's northern base, one of them remarked. Zhang Jishu then instructed Stephen, clad in a deep red suit, to play the video from Gao Qifa. In the video, a meticulously groomed middle-aged man with sharp eyes seemed to gaze directly at the onlookers beyond the screen. This man was none other than Gao Qifa, a board member of the Chinching Group. Bearing an uncanny resemblance to the Gao Qifa Lu Ying had encountered in the realm of Gao Su, Stephen pressed the play button, and a deep voice resonated as Gao Qifa spoke. Hello, Mr. Zhang, and you as well, Mr. Lu Ying. Upon finishing this greeting, Gao Qifa flashed a smile. Yet the others couldn't shake the eerie feeling emanating from his expression. Who would have thought your growth would be so rapid? Lu Xuanji has indeed nurtured a fine disciple. Lu Ying felt a stir within her heart. Why had Gao Qifa mentioned her long-lost master, Lu Xuanji? Could it be that Gao Qifa knew her master? There's no need for speculation. I am an old acquaintance of your master, Lu Xuanji. He owes me a debt, and now that he has vanished, you shall repay it. With that, the video concluded, leaving Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu engulfed in a myriad of perplexing thoughts. Little Lu, did your master ever mention what he owed him? Zhang Jinshu inquired, looking at Lu Ying, who was deep in contemplation. Shaking her head, Lu Ying shared the same sense of bewilderment. The video sent by Zhang Jinshu was perplexing. It mentioned an old acquaintance with her master, Lu Xuanji, yet failed to clarify the nature of that acquaintance or the debt owed. Did your master perhaps borrow money? Stephen turned his chair to face Lu Ying and Zhang Jinshu. Lu Ying rolled her eyes, regarding Stephen as if he were foolish. Stephen, please use your brain. If it were merely a debt of money, what use would it be in this apocalyptic world? Moreover, would it be worth deploying armed forces and resources over such an amount? The strikingly beautiful Yeye gazed at Stephen, utterly speechless. Aside from this video, did Gao send any other information? The others shook their heads in response. Lu Ying sighed. The Gao Ming and Gao Su families are of no use now. Zhang Jishu nodded in agreement. Noting that Gao Qifa's video had not mentioned the Gao Ming family at all, despite the significant upheaval in the Shijia bunker, which he surely must be aware of. The family of my younger brother has fallen into the hands of Lu Ying and Mr. Zhang, and it is evident that they are aware of this predicament. It appears that Gao Qi had no intention of fulfilling his prior promises to Gao Su. He was merely exploiting him. Uncle Zhang, did my master have any prior interactions with Gao Qi? Mr. Zhang shook his head. The video sent by Gao Qi has left me perplexed. To my recollection, old Lu has never mentioned Gao Qi, and during the time I had not yet withdrawn from Chinching Group. I am quite certain that the group had no dealings with old Lu. It seems there are many matters my master has yet to reveal to me, Lu Ying sighed. This thought led Lu Ying to reminisce about the period just before Lu Xuanji's mysterious disappearance. It was during that time that Lu Xuanji mentioned taking on a significant task, which might require several months in the south. Subsequently, he transferred ownership of his properties and businesses to Lu Ying, while the apartment was given to Meng Nanxing. As for the funds in his bank account, Lu Xuanji reserved 100,000 for himself, dividing the remainder equally between Lu Ying and Meng Nanxing. Reflecting on those events, Lu Ying noted that Lu Xuanji had not uttered any peculiar words or provided any instructions regarding his affairs before leaving Yun City. The more she pondered, the more perplexed she became. If Master Lu Xuanji had not foreseen such an extended absence, why had he allocated his assets in advance? Yet, if he anticipated trouble, why did he leave without any explanation? Confusion clouded Lu Ying's mind, leaving her uncertain about the myriad of hidden complexities. Despite the ambiguity surrounding these matters, she sighed softly, realizing she needed to join the investigative team examining Chinching Group. Originally, Lu Ying intended to rest for a while, waiting for the military to probe into Chinching Group and the Beijia base. By the time the investigation results emerged, if eradication of Chinching Group was deemed necessary, she could take part. However, after watching the video from Gao Qi, Lu Ying resolved to involve herself directly. Master Lu Xuanji was undoubtedly more complicated than she had perceived. Besides his connection with Gao Qi, there must be intricate ties with Chinching Group. Returning to the hospital room where Gao Su's family was being monitored, Lu Ying's gaze turned icy. Since Gao Su's family served no purpose for Gao Qi, there was no need to keep them alive. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out. With an expression of calm, Lu Ying exited the room. After her departure, 4 armed personnel entered, pushing a cart and cleaning equipment into the room. Upon returning to the 11th floor, Zhang Jinshu had resumed her normal state, clad in a loose nightgown, nestled on the sofa, engrossed in a tedious period drama. Upon seeing Lu Ying return, her fair and delicate face flushed slightly. Recalling the previous incident when she was watching a movie, Lu Ying had unexpectedly entered, causing her to nearly fidget out of her seat. Amused by Zhang Jinshu's flustered demeanor, Lu Ying chuckled softly. From her spatial storage, she retrieved the 3-stage evolved zombie crystal cores acquired during this period. One was from a mutated white-headed viper, and the other from a mutated gorilla. Currently, there are only 2 nuclei in the 3rd stage. Originally, Su Chani was also expected to become one of the nuclei she would harvest, but unexpectedly, she ended up being enslaved by her own psychic powers. As for the required nuclei of the 2nd stage, there are only 3 in total. One is the assassin's nucleus obtained from the zombie that Lu Ying killed during an ambush. The other 2 were exchanged through military merit at the base. Taking out the mysterious tome from the spatial dimension, Lu Ying opened it to the 5th page and placed a nucleus upon it. Soon, the nucleus transformed into streams of energy that were absorbed by the 5th page. After the 3 nuclei were consumed, the 5th page remained indistinct, with its contents still obscured. In the future, continuing the hunt for mutated creatures or zombies, the optimal choice remains Yunqing. However, the military forces in Yunqing have been entirely annihilated, and entering the city alone is tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, Su Chani can still enter and exit Yunqing freely. Over the past few days, Lu Ying has taken the opportunity to engage with Zhang Jinshu, enjoying tea together. The living conditions and facilities at the West Suburb bunker are far superior to those at his own shelter and military gathering place. Were it not for the necessity of enhancing his strength, living in this luxurious bunker would be quite delightful. Recently, the last remaining team of ability users successfully escaped Yunqing. Of the 10 teams, only 3 managed to flee the city. The remaining dozen or so teams, which coordinated with ground forces, along with the 3 advanced heavy infantry units, were completely wiped out. After the military at the West Suburb base assessed the losses of all units, the somber mood was palpable. This failure of the Yunqing evacuation operation resulted in the loss of 2/3 of the ability users. The military's armed forces, together with the 4 temporary camps and the Yundream building in Yunqing, suffered the loss of half of the West Suburb base's military strength. Mr. Lu, the 2 alloy long swords forged for you by the base are now complete. Additionally, regarding the investigation into the Chinching Group's North Suburb base, the commander has asked for your opinion on whether you wish to participate in the investigation team, said Vice Commander Chao Hongxuan via radio, contacting Lu Ying at the bunker. That afternoon, Lu Ying departed from the West Suburb bunker to the base, eagerly anticipating the 2 alloy long swords he had long awaited. Chapter 149. The enormous Chinching Group at the Cold Weapon Research Center of the West Suburban Base, the chief craftsman Wang Bu of the Yanling Hall, who once forged 6 long knives for Lu Ying, had 2 entirely black Yanling knives with blades gleaming coldly before him. These knives possessed slightly elongated handles, suitable for a 2-handed grip, and featured blood grooves along the blades, rendering them longer and heftier than the standard Yanling knives. Lu Ying picked up one of the knives, weighing it in his hand, and found it to be substantial, a result of the enhanced materials used in its construction compared to those previously crafted at the Yanling Hall. Nevertheless, this added weight did not hinder Lu Ying's ability to wield it, as close combat ability users inherently exceeded ordinary humans in strength and physical prowess. Satisfied, Lu Ying nodded in appreciation towards Wang Mu, offering a soft thank you. Additionally, there was a dagger and a short sword, which Lu Ying took back to his room, leaving only one Yinling knife and the short sword behind, while storing the rest in his spatial compartment. In the base's operational command center, the commanding and deputy commanders, alongside the leaders of the 4 composite brigades, gathered together. Most of the seats at the back were occupied by officers of battalion rank and above, as well as captains of various ability teams. Lu Wei, seated behind Major General Chao Hongxuan, the deputy commander, nodded towards Lu Ying. Once everyone was settled, Deputy Commander Chao succinctly introduced the agenda of the meeting. Firstly, it concerned the replenishment of personnel for the base's armed forces. Secondly, the training of ability users at the base. And thirdly, the investigation into the Chinching group's northern suburban base. The first 2 items had corresponding plans already established by the base. The source of armed personnel would be recruited from over 300,000 survivors within the base. Recruitment efforts had commenced over the past few days, and the announcement of the base's military expansion had reached the survivor gathering points, unexpectedly eliciting a fervent response. The number of applicants far exceeded the capacity of the base's armed forces, compelling the base to issue a further notice. This notice stated that upon joining the armed forces, in addition to the basic provisions and military honors, it was explicitly emphasized that the casualty rate during military operations against mutated creatures and zombies was significantly high. The base intended this warning to deter those solely motivated by benefits. However, to their surprise, only a small fraction withdrew, while the majority remained eager to enlist. In the official gathering points, those wishing to attain better benefits and higher standards of material allocation had to contribute. Survivors could either join the military and earn merits through service or participate in various departments within the base, making contributions in specific fields. For instance, Wang Mu, who forged the alloy combat knives for Lu Ying at the Weapon Research Center, had garnered substantial contributions due to his expertise in crafting weapons and improving the material ratios for cold weapons, ultimately producing the arms now utilized by ability users. Wang Mu had achieved considerable recognition and was now relocating his family from the living pods to a more favorable underground fortress. However, individuals like Wang Mu, possessing skills that could be effectively applied in the current apocalypse, were rare. Beyond this, one could either become an ability user or join the military armed forces, gaining military merits through successive operations. Soon, the first agenda item was concluded, and the newly recruited armed personnel were set to supplement the original 4 composite brigades. A preparatory brigade consisting of 6,000 personnel has been established to replenish the 4 composite brigades or to conduct subsequent support missions. The first aspect of this initiative is overseen by Deputy Commander Li from the base. Major General Chao Hongxuan activated the conference microphone and solemnly announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, during this operation, our base's psychics have suffered a loss of 2/3. After deliberation, we have decided that the cultivation of psychics will proceed along 2 avenues." At this juncture, Major General Chao paused to gaze at the psychics present. The first objective is to devote our efforts to nurturing the remaining psychics at the base. Over the course of recent operations, we have accumulated a considerable number of crystal nuclei, which everyone can claim according to their circumstances, hastening their ascension to higher stages. The second aspect pertains to the groundbreaking advancements made at Base 003 in the study of human evolution. In the future, it is conceivable that everyone may become a psychic. Although this is still in the experimental phase, I believe that it will not be long before we witness the successful realization of this technology. Naturally, once the psychics have utilized the crystal nuclei provided by the base to enhance their powers, we will initiate a campaign to eradicate the mutated creatures and zombies in Yun City. This endeavor serves 2 purposes. Firstly, to continue collecting various crystal nuclei, and secondly, to investigate the status of the mutated creatures and zombies in Yun City, thereby preparing for subsequent extermination missions. Upon hearing the second point, Lu Ying felt somewhat disheartened, as the highest-grade crystal nuclei currently available within the base were merely first-stage zombie nuclei, having already exchanged all the second-stage zombie nuclei. As for the higher-grade third-stage nuclei, none were available. However, it was possible to exchange for additional first-stage evolved zombie nuclei to compensate for losses during combat. The second item was swiftly concluded. At this moment, Major General Chao Hongxuan called out a few names, allowing the remaining individuals to depart. Among them were Lu Ying, Lu Wei, the base commander, and several other officers present. Major General Chao nodded, and the conference support personnel began to display a series of photographs and videos on the electronic screen in the conference room, along with an introduction to the Chinching group. The Chinching group comprises 36 directors corresponding to the 36 provincial-level administrative regions within the country. Additionally, there are 48 foreign representatives, collectively forming this vast multinational conglomerate. These 84 individuals constitute the decision-making body of the entire Chinching group. They manage their respective regions, generally wielding absolute control over all business developments and adjustments within their areas, provided such decisions do not adversely affect the overall interests and growth of the conglomerate. Above these 84 directors are 12 elders, the founding members of the Chinching group, each overseeing a specific region. Furthermore, beneath these elders are 12 regional executives. The entire Chinching group, both domestically and internationally, is segmented into 12 major regions, 7 within the country and 5 abroad. These 12 regional executives are solely accountable to the 12 elders. They are employees of the Chinching group without any shareholding, but possess the authority to mobilize all Chinching group resources within their respective regions. Each regional director is obligated to comply unconditionally, and in addition, they are responsible for overseeing all matters within the 12 major regions. The 12 executives serve as instruments wielded by the elders. Gaoqi is the director of the Ying province, where Yun City is located. In addition to the northern suburban base of Yun City, there exist 2 clandestine underground bases within Ying province. Currently, the official entities of Yun City remain oblivious to the precise locations of these 2 bases. Ladies and gentlemen, the information at our disposal is limited. Henceforth, our investigation into the Chinching group space in the northern suburbs of Yun City must be conducted discreetly. As Major General Chao Hongshuan spoke, his expression darkened. Though he did not elaborate, it was evident to all that the Chinching group was far from merely a conglomerate formed by wealthy merchants from various regions. The forces entwined behind it are likely beyond imagination. Chapter 150, Investigation Plan. After Major General Chao provided an overview of the Chinching group, the electronic screen transitioned to display information regarding the Group's operations in Ying province. Gaoqi, age 52, is one of the 36 domestic directors of the Chinching group and oversees all operations in Ying province. The screen presented all relevant details about Gaoqi. The primary business ventures of the Chinching group in Ying province can be categorized into 3 major sectors: security projects, real estate, and biomedical endeavors. In addition to these 3 main areas, the group is also involved in manufacturing, insurance, entertainment, and cutting-edge technology within the province. However, it is noteworthy that neither the Chinching group in Ying province nor its domestic counterpart engages in industries such as arms, food supply, or electricity, which are prohibited for private entities in the country. Conversely, the group's overseas operations predominantly focus on the arms trade. In addition to being one of the 36 domestic directors of the Chinching group, Gaoqi is also the true leader of the Gao family conglomerate. He has a brother, Gao Ming, who has already been dealt with by Ying. Furthermore, his 2 sons tragically perished in a car accident several years ago, and there is no available information regarding any surviving offspring. Following the introduction of Gaoqi's personal details, the screen displayed information about the Beijio base. It is currently known that the base houses a significant number of armed personnel, and the headquarters of the Chinching group has dispatched a team to take control of the Beijio base. At this juncture, Ying expressed a lingering query. Deputy Commander Chao, I have always been puzzled as to why the Chinching group is allowed to equip itself with such an extensive arsenal. Has the higher-ups tacitly lifted the restrictions on weaponry? In a nation like Xia, where gun control is stringently enforced, it is indeed astonishing that the Chinching group can maintain such a considerable armed force. Major General Chao Hongshuan nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze towards Ying and the others. Indeed, following the emergence of zombies, the authorities have relaxed the restrictions on weaponry. This applies not only to the Chinching group but also to various civilian enclaves, which are now permitted to utilize modern weaponry. However, limitations remain in place. The armed forces organized by the Chinching group in each region face constraints regarding both personnel and armament. For instance, the scale of armed forces in Yun City cannot exceed 300 personnel, nor may they possess any heavy firepower. Ying felt a sense of incredulity. Major General Chao's reference to heavy firepower encompasses main battle tanks, large-caliber howitzers, and even aircraft and missiles. The multiple rocket launchers and dual-mounted anti-aircraft guns transported by pickup trucks do not fall under this category. Based on the currently available information, it appears that the Beijio base is engaged in human experimentation. Major General Chao Hongshuan's expression darkened. Unfortunately, our personnel cannot obtain more detailed intelligence. Recently, the Beijio base established a biological division, and the specific research activities are known only to a select few senior officials and participating researchers. The formation of this investigative team is not solely directed at the Beijio base, but also targets the remaining 2 concealed bases in Ying province. The leadership of Ying province and Base 003 has made their intentions clear. Once it is confirmed that the Chinching group is indeed conducting human experiments, Base 003 will seize the opportunity to eradicate all Chinching group organizations within its jurisdiction. The assembled individuals comprehended the implications of Major General Chao's words. It was evident that within the higher echelons, two opposing sentiments existed. The 003 base unequivocally represented a stance against the existence of factions such as the Chinching group. Conversely, a more enigmatic voice remained undisclosed by Major General Chao, perhaps even unknown to him. This investigative team comprised Lu Ying, Team 5, and Team 1, with the base providing comprehensive logistical and intelligence support. All inquiries regarding the Chinching group were to be reported solely to Major General Chao. The investigation plan designated Team 1 to monitor the northern suburb base continuously for 24 hours, with the authority to create unexpected situations to probe the armed forces within, aiming to elicit further exposure. Meanwhile, Lu Ying and Team 5 were tasked with departing from Yun City to several suspected locations in Yong Province where the Chinching group might have established bases. Current intelligence indicated that Gao Qi was not at the northern suburb base and was likely hidden in two other secret locations. Nodding in agreement, Lu Ying's primary objective was to locate Gao Qi, on one hand, to clarify matters concerning her master, Lu Xuanji, and on the other, to resolve the long-standing grievances with Gao Qi. Lu Ying had not forgotten the recent assaults, particularly since Gao Qi had now set his sights on her. If Gao Qi was not dealt with promptly, subsequent troubles were inevitable. The first destination for the mission would be Jioshan City in Yong Province, situated 270 kilometers south of Yun City. The day after tomorrow, the team would depart for the Yun City Air Force Base to board a transport plane to Jioshan City. Upon arrival, the local military would collaborate with Team 5 to provide intelligence, communication, and logistical support. As the group exited the conference room, Lu Ying was intercepted by a lieutenant, informing her that a 14.5mm caliber sniper rifle, crafted from a higher grade of alloy, had been completed for her use. It was now necessary for Lu Ying to personally test this sniper rifle. Her eyes lit up in excitement as they proceeded to the testing room. On the table lay a rifle strikingly similar to the 14.5mm sniper rifle she had previously used, albeit equipped with a magazine capable of holding 5 rounds. The magazine was preloaded with 5 14.5mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds. Loading the rifle, Lu Ying augmented the bullet within the chamber with a fraction of her abilities. A resounding boom echoed as the tungsten round, trailing a crimson flame, was discharged, piercing through a 10-centimeter thick alloy plate situated 100 meters away. Lu Ying swiftly inspected the rifle. It exhibited no signs of deformation or cracking. Reloading, she now channeled a larger portion of her energy. The subsequent explosion was even more thunderous, as the bullet, brighter and more devastating, created a substantial hole in the heavy alloy plate. The sniper rifle remained intact, without any distortion or fissures. Pleased with the performance, Lu Ying decided to exert 2/5 of her energy this time. Upon firing, the barrel of the sniper rifle contorted under the immense pressure of energy. With a sigh of resignation, she acknowledged that while it could not withstand her full capacity, the results were still commendable. Currently, Lu Ying employs a 14.5mm caliber sniper rifle, utilizing 10% of his internal energy. As long as he does not encounter bizarrely evolved beings like Su Chani, the current evolved creatures are sufficiently vulnerable to be pierced through with a single shot. For this operation, the base has prepared 5 new sniper rifles for Lu Ying to take with him, while Lu Ying and his team are preparing for the mission. In a concealed luxurious underground fortress in Yong Province, Gao Qi gazes at the 6 files before him, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. This is fortuitous. These 6 files prominently feature the profiles of Lu Ying and the 6 members of Lu Wei's team. Chapter 151. The Abandoned Child at the northern suburbs base of Chinching Group in Yun City. The highest commander, Miao Shan, gazed solemnly at the documents transmitted from headquarters. These documents meticulously detail the military's current investigation progress into their operations. Miao Shan, the northern suburbs base cannot afford any mistakes. You and Director Gao are now under military scrutiny. From this moment forth, the Yun City northern suburbs base is to be sealed off. You are to concentrate solely on the research of the 3 categories of experimental subjects. Understood, Miao Shan replied, his expression serious as he regarded the image of a short-haired, competent woman on the electronic screen. This woman, known as Luoyu, was a regional executive under the 12 elders, overseeing the 6 northwestern provinces, including Yong Province. Ruthless in her methods and cold in demeanor, since assuming her role, she had revitalized all Chinching Group institutions within the 6 provinces, sweeping away the previous era of decline. Consequently, all members of the Chinching Group in those provinces, from board members to employees, held her in profound reverence. One director from a neighboring province had fallen prey to her scrutiny, prompting a board meeting among the domestic leadership of Chinching Group to deliberate his fate. Many had assumed the outcome would be a mere show of force, given the director's position at the nexus of the group's power. To everyone's astonishment, the board ultimately decided to expel him from the group. However, the matter did not conclude there. In the ensuing days, the director hired assassins to target Luo Yu. Yet not a single one succeeded, nor did any return alive. Eventually, the director and his family mysteriously succumbed to food poisoning, with the culprit being the chef they had employed. The chef was subsequently sentenced to death, bringing the incident to a close. Following this event, discontent brewed among the domestic directors regarding Luo Yu's methods, leading to another board meeting where 21 directors called for her dismissal. Yet, this proposal was swiftly vetoed by the 7 elders present at the meeting. Henceforth, Luo Yu solidified her unassailable position within Chinching Group. Miao Shan, having been personally nurtured by Luo Yu, was appointed to such a pivotal location in Ying Province, Yin City. On the screen, Luo Yu delicately massaged her temples with her slender fingers. Miao Shan, all biological research data must be transmitted back to headquarters by tomorrow. Upon hearing this, Miao Shan's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. Yes, his voice carried a hint of disbelief. Luo Yu cast a profound glance at Miao Shan, her eyes betraying no emotion, leaving him unable to discern her thoughts. Once the communication ended, Miao Shan felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his legs feeling unsteady as he returned to his seat, a medley of emotions swirling within him. At that moment, another video call came through. Miao Shan appeared on the screen, the impeccably groomed Gao Qi, dressed in a deep blue striped suit with a shawl collar. Director Gao. Miao Shan summoned his spirit. For although he was a trusted subordinate of Luo Yu, he felt it imperative to maintain a sufficient measure of respect in the presence of Director Gao from Yong Province. Steadying himself against the solid wooden table, Miao Shan rose. Observing Miao Shan's demeanor through the video, Director Gao instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Like himself, Miao Shan might have already become a pawn cast aside. Director Gao, could you discreetly provide me with several specimens of the third type? Gao Qi articulated his intent. Miao Shan's brow furrowed slightly as he gently shook his head. Director Gao, you currently lack the authority to mobilize us. Upon hearing this, Gao Qi remained impassive, gazing at Miao Shan with deep appreciation. Indeed, such loyalty is a rare virtue in these tumultuous times. He then shifted his tone. Yet, your unwavering loyalty has merely rendered you a disposable piece. Director Gao, I do not comprehend your meaning. Miao Shan's expression darkened. Have you not just communicated with Luo Yu? Could you not discern the implications of her words? Gao Qi chuckled softly. Are you monitoring me? Miao Shan's countenance shifted as he cast a glance at the several staff members within the office. They averted their eyes, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Miao Shan, having operated in Yong Province for so many years, do you truly believe that you and Luo Yu could effortlessly seize control of the North Suburb base? Before Miao Shan could respond, Gao Qi continued. You are indeed a talent. I now present you with 2 choices. First, you may carry your loyalty to its end and be obliterated alongside the entirety of the North Suburb base. Second, you may depart the North Suburb base with all research materials and Professor Ding, and I shall arrange for you a new haven where you can fully exercise your abilities without constraint. Having spoken, Gao Qi glanced at his watch. You have 1 minute to decide. As Gao Qi concluded, Miao Shan heard the hurried footsteps approaching from outside the conference room. A sense of dread washed over him as he realized that when Luo Yu instructed him to return all research materials to headquarters, preparing to abandon him, Gao Qi had already set in motion his contingency plan to reclaim the base. In an instant, Miao Shan's mind raced. He was faced with a critical decision. If he continued to follow Luo Yu, he would either fall victim to Gao Qi's machinations or face death at the hands of his hidden agents. Even with his prowess as a third-stage Yao Guang realm evolver, defeating Gao Qi's underhanded tactics would only lead to him being cast aside, ultimately perishing with the North Suburb base. With reddened eyes and a determined visage slightly contorted, Miao Shan finally lifted his gaze, fixing it on Gao Qi. Director Gao. What of my family? Gao Qi smiled. Your wife and 2 children are already aboard a private jet. You will see them once you arrive at your destination with the materials and Professor Ding. Miao Shan deeply bowed, then turned to exit the conference room. Outside, 2 fully armed squads stood in formation, comprising a total of 16 personnel, most of whom were second-stage evolvers, with one squad leader possessing strength equivalent to his own as a third-stage evolver. Commander, the private jet is prepared, and Professor Ding has already boarded. We await your arrival. Miao Shan nodded as they made their way to the helicopter landing platform. 2 black-painted Black Hawk helicopters have been activated. The silver-haired Professor Ding is already seated within the cabin. Upon the arrival of Miao Shan, the 2 exchanged nods of acknowledgement. The helicopter departed from the northern suburban base, Simultaneously, Lu Ying and others have arrived at the Yun City Air Force Base, boarding AY-20 transport aircraft. Li Ziyuan has also joined the 5th Squad, carrying 414 5mm sniper rifles belonging to Lu Ying. The transport plane ascended, heading towards Jiushan City. Outside the northern suburban base, 2 military surveillance teams swiftly documented and reported after the departure of the Black Hawk helicopters. After more than an hour, 3 gray-painted heavy helicopters took to the skies. These heavy helicopters measured over 22 meters in length and more than 5 meters in height. The leader of the infiltration team recognized the model of these helicopters. He called the base to report that 3 CH-53E Super Stallion transport helicopters had departed from the northern suburban base, heading eastward. Inside these helicopters were 3 Class 3 biological experimental subjects. Chapter 152, Jiushan City, Western Military Base. Chao Hongxuan observed a small team reporting the situation, a wave of perplexity rising within him. On the same day, 5 helicopters departed from the northern base, each heading in a distinct direction. Could this be a relocation? Chao Hongxuan's acute intuition led him to make a swift judgment. He contacted the early warning aircraft hovering above Yun City, instructing them to monitor the movements of the 3 Super Stallions. He then reached out to the Air Force Base to dispatch reconnaissance planes, keeping an eye on the trajectories of the other 2 Black Hawks. By noon, the transport plane carrying Lu Ying and his companions arrived at a small military airport in Jiushan City. 4 snow transport vehicles were stationed at the airport. 3 officers clad in snow camouflage stepped out of their vehicles to greet the arriving group. "Greetings. Are you Mr. Liu and Captain Liu?" the leading lieutenant colonel inquired with a smile. "Hello," the 2 responded with nods. "The base has issued orders. We will fully cooperate with all actions in Jiushan City. Let us return to the Jiushan base." The group boarded the vehicle and departed from the airport towards the Jiushan base. Jiushan City is a small urban area located in the southern part of Yong Province, with a resident population exceeding 2 million. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, Jiushan City established a medium-sized combined brigade along with local security forces and internal defense troops, resulting in 6 official gathering sites. The largest of these sites houses over 200,000 survivors, with the majority of the armed forces from the Jiushan combined camp dedicated to their protection. As the convoy moved forward, they traversed the snowy outskirts. Jiushan City is geographically positioned near the southern borders of Xiaogua, adjacent to Nanchuan Province, characterized by its mountainous terrain, rivers, and lakes. The largest base is situated over 40 kilometers east of Jiushan City's urban center, nestled within the Jiushan mountain range. Before your arrival, our Street 003 base received orders and has prepared the relevant materials, the lieutenant colonel informed Lu Ying and Lu Wei during the ride. This lieutenant colonel, Han Bin, serves as the commander of the Jiushan Internal Defense Forces and continues to hold that position. According to intelligence from Base 003, the underground base of the Chinching group is located in the southern district of Jiushan City. Should you choose to proceed there, be advised that the route may traverse several areas densely populated by zombies. Lu Ying and Lu Wei exchanged concerned glances. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Wei posed a question. "Commander, given the enormity of the underground base constructed by the Chinching group indoors, is it conceivable that the Jiushan authorities were completely unaware of its existence? Logically, whether establishing such a base within or outside the city, it should be reported to local official agencies." However, from Commander Han's remarks, it appeared that the Jiushan officials were entirely oblivious to this underground facility in the southern district. Commander Han sighed softly, shaking his head as he replied. "Several high-ranking officials in Jiushan City have already been apprehended and handed over to Base 003. Just yesterday, Base 003 transmitted intelligence regarding the Chinching group's base in Jiushan City, accompanied by the capture of all relevant local officials, including the mayor, who departed this morning via a private aircraft bound for Base 003. Evidently, the Chinching group has constructed an underground base in the southern district of Jiushan City, acquiring the necessary permits through certain transactions. Let us take a day to rest and familiarize ourselves with the conditions in Jiushan City's southern district before departing there tomorrow morning." The convoy arrived at the survivor gathering place in Jiushan City. This settlement, in comparison to the base in the western suburbs of Yun City, is considerably smaller. Yet it is similarly divided into military and residential zones. The residential area accommodates over 200,000 survivors, while the military zone is nestled within a mountainous terrain. The overall layout bears a striking resemblance to that of the Yun City western suburb base. Lu Ying and the others were escorted into a spacious conference room within the base, where a large electronic sand table was displayed. This electronic sand table showcased a three-dimensional imaging map of Jiushan City's southern district, with a particular building prominently marked. Upon entering the conference room, They found over 10 military personnel already present. This is Deputy Commander Lee of the base. Captain Han been introduced to the group. Deputy Commander Lee, greetings. This is Chief of Staff Yang. After a brief introduction, Captain Han Bin picked up a visual red laser pointer and directed it towards the Chinching group base. Everyone, this base comprises 2 parts, underground and above ground. According to intelligence received from Base 003, the underground section consists of 12 levels, while the above-ground section has 42 levels, reaching a height of 168 meters. The building is also named the Chinching Group. It is situated 19 kilometers from the southern entrance of the city, and based on our current understanding, there are approximately 100 armed personnel guarding it. At this point, Han Bin glanced at Lu Ying and the others. Before your arrival, Base 003 issued a new directive mandating that you change your weaponry and disguise yourselves as non-military armed forces to launch a helicopter assault on the building, as long as you uncover any evidence of illegal activities by the Chinching Group within. Base 003 will initiate a purge of all Chinching Group entities and personnel across Yang Province and the surrounding provinces. Upon hearing this, a ripple of intrigue passed among the group. Could there have been a recent development? Lu Ying pondered. Initially, the mission from Yun City was primarily investigative. Yet the orders seemed to have shifted upon reaching Jioshan City. Although perplexed, Lu Ying and the others did not delve further into the matter, speculating that perhaps it was a reflection of the discordant voices among the higher-ups. Despite their uncertainty, Lu Ying felt reassured by the military's willingness to take decisive action against the Chinching Group, hoping for a comprehensive sweep of all their establishments. Tomorrow's operation will receive full cooperation from the Jioshan City military, Captain Han Bin affirmed, subsequently detailing the specific action plan for the following day. The assault on the Chinching Group building would be conducted by 2 teams, one from the ground and another from the air. Lu Ying and their team, alongside 2 special forces squads and 2 platoons, would storm the building from the rooftop, while the ground assault, led by the Chief of Staff, would consist of a medium composite battalion and a brigade of internal security forces, entering the city from the southern suburbs in ground vehicles. After more than 2 hours, the operational meeting concluded. Han Bin acquainted himself with several members of the armed forces participating in the action scheduled for the following day. Lu Ying and her team were assigned to a spacious dormitory within the base, which contained 6 sets of snow camouflage uniforms prepared for them. The design appeared to be that of the military standard camouflage from a neighboring northern nation. The room also housed 6 weapon cases, which, upon opening, revealed 6 AK-15 Type 7, 62mm assault rifles equipped with holographic sights, along with a box of RGO fragmentation grenades and a box of RGD-5 offensive grenades. Additionally, there was a DXL-5 Type 12, 7mm sniper rifle, along with all necessary ammunition. Li Wei, do you feel something is amiss? Lu Ying lit a cigarette and surveyed her team. Li Wei pondered for a moment and nodded thoughtfully, while Yi Sun exhibited a look of confusion. I too sense something is off, yet I cannot pinpoint it, said Vice Captain Li Dong. After some contemplation, Lu Ying turned to Vice Captain Li Dong and asked, could you establish contact with the base? Li Dong shook his head. This time, communication support is the responsibility of Jioshan City. He continued, how about this? I will inquire with Han Bin and have him contact the Shiju base through Jioshan City. Do you think there is an issue? Li Wei approached Lu Ying and inquired. Lu Ying nodded, feeling an inexplicable unease about the connection between the Jioshan base and the new orders from the so-called Base 003 mentioned by the other party today. Once Li Dong establishes contact with the base, we should have clarity, Lu Ying stated. Li Dong left the room and made his way to another office where he found Han Bin, who was busy coordinating the actions for the following day. Vice Captain Li, is there something you need? Han Bin asked, regarding Li Dong with curiosity. Captain Han, we have arrived at Jioshan City, but have yet to report to the base. Could we use your communication system to update the situation? Li Dong requested. Han Bin nodded with a smile. Of course, Vice Captain Li. Please wait 10 minutes while I finalize my arrangements, and I will take you to the Communication Command Center. Xiao Lu, please prepare a cup of tea for Vice Captain Li. Han Bin called to his communications officer, ushering Li Dong to the reception area outside his office. Vice Captain Li, enjoy your tea, the guard, Xiao Lu, offered as he handed the cup to Li Dong. Thank you, Li Dong replied. In less than 10 minutes, Han Bin emerged from his office with an apologetic smile. I'm sorry for keeping you waiting, Vice Captain Li, he said. Li Dong smiled politely in return. Not at all, Captain Han, it's my pleasure. Ha ha ha, let us go, Vice Captain Li. I'll take you to the Communication Command Center, said Han Bin. The two descended in the base elevator, and the amiable demeanor of Captain Han left Li Dong feeling at ease. Although Han Bin held a respectable rank of colonel in Jioshan City, he carried no airs, greeting everyone with a warm smile. Contact the Yun City Shijiao base. Han Bin instructed upon arriving at the communication command center, patting one of the communication soldiers on the shoulder. Yes, the soldier promptly operated the remote communication system, and in less than a minute, the connection was established. Yin City Betrayal base, please respond, came the call. This is the base located in the northern suburbs of Yun City. Please proceed. Upon establishing the connection, Li Dong promptly took the receiver from the communication officer's hand. Please connect me to Deputy Commander Chow of the base. May I ask who is speaking? I am Li Dong, the Deputy Leader of the Ability Users Team 5. And I have important matters to report to Deputy Commander Chow, Li Dong replied in a grave tone. Hello, Captain Li. Please hold for a moment. After a pause of over 20 seconds, a crackling sound resonated through the receiver. Subsequently, Li Dong heard the voice of Chow Hongxuan. Li Dong, what is the matter? Deputy Commander, we have arrived in Jiushan City and are currently at the Jiushan City base. I must inquire, has there been any alteration to our mission plan? Li Dong refrained from disclosing the specific details of the mission for confidentiality reasons. You are to follow the orders of the Jiushan City base in all your actions there. Understood. With that, the communication was terminated. Han Bin smiled at Li Dong, saying, Deputy Captain Li, is there anything else? I have some free time and can assist you with any tasks now. Thank you, Captain. There is nothing else. Well then, you should return and rest. I will arrange for dinner to be delivered to your room. After Li Dong departed, the communication officer turned to Han Bin. Captain, all is well. Han Bin nodded and then returned to his office. I have confirmed with Deputy Commander Chow that we are to heed the orders of the Jiushan base in all our actions there. Li Dong recounted the details of his communication with the Western Suburbs base and Deputy Commander Chow to the others. Lu Wei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and remarked, listening to you, I find Captain Han Bin rather peculiar. Why is that? Li Dong asked, puzzled by Lu Wei's observation. Don't you think Captain Han is excessively enthusiastic? His smile often strikes me as insincere. Li Dong shook his head. It is possible that this is simply Captain Han's nature. Regardless, let us exercise caution in tomorrow's operation, Lu Ying advised. That night, the group fell asleep in a room furnished with 6 single beds, each flanked by floor-length curtains for privacy. Meanwhile, at the Communication Command Center of the Western Suburbs base, Major General Chow Hongxuan concluded the communication with the Jiushan base. The Jiushan base had just reported that Lu Ying and her team had arrived and would commence investigative operations on the Chinching group's base in Jiushan City, starting tomorrow. As dawn broke, Lu Ying and her team awakened. After a quick wash, they donned their gear. This assault mission bore similarities to their previous raid on the Southern Thermal Power Plant in Yun City, requiring little use of high-caliber sniper rifles. Lu Ying donned the snow camouflage uniform of the northern neighbors and checked her weaponry and ammunition. This time, she was equipped with an AK-15 Type 7, 62mm assault rifle fitted with a holographic sight. She carried 4 RGO-fragmentation grenades and 2 RG-5 offensive grenades, bringing the total to 8 magazines, including the one already loaded in the rifle. For sidearm, she had an MP443 Raven semi-automatic 9mm pistol with a magazine capacity of 17 rounds, and a total of 5 magazines. After equipping himself, Li Ziyuan took the DKL-5 Model 12, 7mm caliber sniper rifle along with 2 fully loaded magazines. Ziyuan, the sniper rifle's role in this operation is minimal. It's unnecessary to bring it, Lu Ying remarked, casting a glance at Li Ziyuan. With a light chuckle, Li Ziyuan replied, It's fine, Brother Lu. I am now an ability user, and this added weight won't hinder my combat effectiveness. Lu Ying nodded in agreement. Once the team was fully armed, they proceeded to the base's dining hall, where they had a brief breakfast. Under Han Bin's guidance, they then traveled by vehicle to the helicopter landing platform at Jiushan Base. For this operation, the aerial assault team would be utilizing 10 Z-20 General Tactical Helicopters, accompanied by 12 WZ-19 armed helicopters to escort and eliminate the peripheral fire points of the Chinching group. After the armed helicopters cleared the outer fire points, the aerial assault team descended from the rooftops into the Chinching group building. Meanwhile, the ground troops, led by Chief of Staff Ying from Jiushan Base, were advancing from the southern suburbs, aiming to establish a passage to the Chinching group. The ground forces were set to depart first, with an estimated arrival at the outer perimeter of the Chinching group in 2 hours. The aerial assault team was scheduled to depart for the Chinching group base 1.5 hours after the ground forces. The ground forces comprised 6 25E air defense vehicles, wheeled armored infantry fighting vehicles, and assault vehicles armed with various heavy weaponry. Having already departed an hour and a half prior, the 10 Z-20 helicopters were now activated, each accompanied by a combat team. Members from 2 companies of special forces had already boarded. Once Lu Ying and the others were all on board, the helicopter formation ascended and sped towards the southern district of Jiushan City. In less than half an hour, the formation arrived near the Chinching group in the southern district. The accompanying 12 WZ-19 helicopters detached from the formation to regroup into an offensive formation, charging towards the Chinching Group's headquarters in Jiushan City. The Chinching Group building stood prominently in the southern district, surrounded by its subsidiary industries. Through the window, Ying could clearly see that atop the Chinching Group headquarters, there were 4 linked 23mm Zu-23 anti-aircraft guns positioned at each cardinal point. Additionally, 6 other rooftops in the vicinity were equipped with 23mm anti-aircraft guns, while military tents atop the buildings seemed to house armed personnel from the Chinching Group. As the helicopters roared overhead, armed personnel clad in snow camouflage swiftly emerged from the tents, some rushing towards the anti-aircraft positions, while others retrieved shoulder-fired anti-aircraft rocket launchers from within. Chapter 153. Chinching Group's Jiushan building. 12 armed helicopters, divided into pairs, soared towards the rooftops of the Chinching Group building and the surrounding structures, targeting various fire points. Upon reaching their designated locations, the helicopters unleashed a barrage of fire. The sound of rockets whooshed through the air as fiery trails erupted from the rocket pods. Each rocket, propelled by its tail flame, hurtled towards the heavy fire positions below. The earth shook with the thunderous explosions, and plumes of smoke and flame billowed up as the fire points were obliterated. Armed personnel who had taken their positions were torn to shreds by a relentless downpour of 23mm cannon shells. The rooftops were littered with fragmented human remains and torn garments. The dull roar of cannon fire filled the air, accompanied by the sudden activation of 6 concealed anti-aircraft fire points below. The Zu-23 anti-aircraft guns opened fire, creating a lethal curtain of red tracer rounds. One armed helicopter was pierced by a barrage of 23mm armor-piercing rounds. The helicopter, engulfed in black smoke, began to spin around its nose before plummeting toward the ground. Suddenly, a sharp whistle sliced through the air as a rocket soared past the window of Ying's helicopter. He glimpsed a rocket-trailing flame as it narrowly passed their aircraft. At that moment, over a dozen armed personnel emerged below, shouldering portable anti-aircraft missile launchers. A series of anti-aircraft missiles shot forth, leaving trails of fire in their wake. Ying noticed that 3 of the fire points were deploying FIM-92 Stinger missiles. The sounds of missile launches and their piercing shrieks filled the air as 3 anti-aircraft missiles were fired. The targeted helicopters frantically altered their course, simultaneously releasing white smoke flares. The missiles adjusted their trajectory and accurately struck the 3 armed helicopters. A cacophony of explosions resounded as the helicopters detonated mid-air, their burning fuselages and debris cascading down like fiery meteors. Another round of explosions erupted as 3 fire points were annihilated by 2 additional armed helicopters. The helicopters' cannons continued to blaze, unleashing a torrent of large-caliber rounds across the rooftops, sweeping through the anti-aircraft positions. Rockets launched relentlessly from their pods, accompanied by a flurry of air-to-ground missiles. The intense combat concluded in under 10 minutes, resulting in the loss of 4 helicopters, while over 20 anti-aircraft machine gun and missile positions below were completely destroyed. The rooftops of the Chinching Group building and the surrounding high-rises were strewn with the remnants of anti-aircraft weaponry, human tissue, and blood-stained fabric. The air was thick with swirling black smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder from the explosions. At that moment, Hanbin's voice crackled through the bone conduction headset. All teams prepare for descent. 10 Z-20 utility helicopters entered the rooftop area of the Chinching Group building. 2 helicopters hovered at opposite corners of the rooftop, dropping ropes as special operations team members descended from the cabins onto the rooftop. The thunderous roar of helicopter rotors echoed continuously as armed personnel descended onto the rooftop, forming a vigilant formation. Below, Chief of Staff Yang had successfully led the ground troops to the base of the forward building. The 137th Special Forces, along with Teams 1, 2, and 3, and the 6th Squad of Superhumans, commenced a sweep from the 42nd to the 20th floor. Teams 4, 5, and 6, along with the 7th Squad of Superhumans, began their clearance from the 19th floor downward. Captain Liu, you will descend to the ground and coordinate with Chief of Staff Yang's ground forces to initiate the sweep from the 2nd floor. Understood. Subsequently, the helicopter carrying Ying and the others gradually landed in the plaza. The 6th disembarked and joined Chief of Staff Yang. The rooftop teams had completed their rappelling, and all helicopters returned for refueling, awaiting their retrieval after the completion of the clearance mission. Chief of Staff, Lu Wei turned to Yang. He nodded and then instructed, Teams 2 and 3, you will enter the bunker with Captain Lu's team. This mission involves not only clearing the armed personnel of the Chinching Group, but also gathering evidence of their human experimentation. The 3rd Company of the 4th Battalion is to clear upwards from the 2nd floor, with Chief of Staff Yang's orders issued. Two fully armed squads of superhumans disembarked from the snow vehicles and joined Liu Ying's team. The three squads entered the building through shattered windows on the second floor. Proceeding down the stairs, they found themselves halted before a heavy gray blast door. One female member of a squad retrieved a palm-sized electronic device from her tactical backpack. She affixed the device to the blast door, observing the rapidly fluctuating data on the screen. After about a minute, she turned to the others. This door is a meter thick. We must locate the connecting lines to disable their security system and open it. With such a thick blast door, the circuitry is surely embedded within the protective material. Even if we find it, how can we breach the outer layer? Another team member inquired. The imposing blast door left everyone at a loss. Given its unique composition and thickness, even Liu Ying's full powers would be insufficient to penetrate it. Just then, the group heard the sound of mechanical gears turning. As the dull noise resonated, the blast door slowly began to open inward. The team raised their rifles, stepping back a few paces, anxiously watching the door as it creaked open. Behind it lay a staircase descending into the unknown. Should we proceed? Voices from the other two squads crackled through their headsets. The leader of one squad did not respond, but instead relayed the situation to Chief of Staff Yang. He then commanded, Team 2, lead the way. Captain Liu, position your squad in the center, and Team 3, take up the rear. Advance in 2 parallel columns, maintaining combat readiness on both flanks. Understood. Received. Came the affirmations from the 3 squad leaders. The teams promptly formed into 2 columns as directed by Team 2's leader. Each member of the team was equipped with a fully customized assault rifle, adorned with an infrared indicator and a tactical flashlight. While their helmets were fitted with thermal imaging devices, the team opted not to activate the tactical flashlights, instead lowering their helmets' thermal imaging apparatus as they advanced through the passage. Liu Ying and Liu Wei stood at the forefront of the squad, flanked by 7 members of the second team, with the remaining members trailing sequentially behind. Li Ziyuan positioned himself just behind Liu Ying, while Li Dong followed Liu Wei closely. The last 2 members of the squad were Yi Sun and Liu Xiaoxiao. In the inky darkness of the passage, the only sound that resonated was the echo of boots striking the ground, accompanied by an eerie silence. The walls on either side of the staircase were composed of heavy, specially engineered alloy materials, with unlit lamps positioned every 10 meters along the ceiling. The descent was lengthy, and it took the team approximately 40 steps to reach the ground below. Upon reaching the bottom of the staircase, they found themselves facing a straight corridor. A faint sound reminiscent of a ventilation fan emanated from the end of the passage. At that moment, the lights above flickered to life, illuminating their surroundings, while the distinct sound of mechanical gears whirring echoed from behind them. Suddenly, a resounding thud reverberated through the air as the heavy alloy door slammed shut. Chapter 154. Entering the bunker. The sudden turn of events sent a wave of tension rippling through the group. Number 1, please respond. The captain of Team 2 repeatedly called out, but the communication headset fell into a profound silence, with their connection to the outside world severed. Each team proceeded with utmost caution. The members retracted the thermal imaging devices on their helmets and deactivated the laser pointers. The corridor stretched approximately 200 meters, flanked by walls constructed from a special alloy. The ground bore splatters of a viscous, dark crimson liquid, reminiscent of congealed blood, with tire tracks evident on some of the stains. The corridor was a generous 6 meters wide and exceeded 10 meters in height. At that moment, a dull thudding sound echoed in Liu Ying's ears, seemingly emanating from the corridor's end. He immediately pressed the communication button. Be cautious. Something is approaching from the end of the corridor. Just as Liu Ying finished speaking, a figure towering over 3 meters appeared at the corridor's terminus. The figure was enveloped in heavy green armored alloy, resembling a warrior clad in ancient green armor from a distance. A gruesome, centipede-like seam marked its head, stretching from its left eye socket to the right corner of its mouth. It wielded a black M134 multi-barreled machine gun in its hands. Get down. The captain of Team 2's voice crackled through the headset in alarm. A rapid whirring sound of spinning barrels followed. The M134 roared to life, its firing sound distinct from ordinary firearms, characterized by an astonishing rate of fire and ferocity. As all team members immediately dropped to the ground, a barrage of 7.62mm bullets poured from the monster's Gatling gun. The bullets whizzed past overhead with a sharp hiss. Then, 2 agonized screams pierced the air as the first 2 members of Team 2 were mercilessly riddled with bullets, their bodies reduced to a mangled mess. With the gunfire relentless, the corpses were torn apart, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The prone team members aimed at the monstrous figure at the end of the corridor and opened fire. The sound of 7.62mm rifle rounds erupted in a rapid succession. Despite the dense hail of bullets striking the monster, sparks flew upon impact. Yet the thick alloy armor it donned proved impervious to their assault. One of the psychics from Team 2 swiftly erected a psychic barrier ahead. As bullets struck the barrier, they sparked and ricocheted. However, the psychic was only at the initial stage of the hidden element realm, and the intangible barrier, akin to a mirror, began to crack under the relentless barrage of fire. "We must think of something, I can barely hold on," the psychic shouted, clearly nearing his limit. Observing this, Lu Ying raised his AK-15 assault rifle, channeling a portion of his psychic energy to enhance the 7.62mm rounds within the chamber. Through the holographic sight, he locked onto the M134 Gatling gun in the monster's right hand. The moment the barrier shattered, Lu Ying squeezed the trigger. With a resounding explosion, the AK-15 assault rifle in Lu Ying's hands shattered into fragments. The bullet within the chamber was propelled forward, its immense kinetic energy distorting the surrounding space. The projectile, trailing a crimson flame, pierced through the Gatling gun held by the bio-experimental subject, shattering the weapon into countless pieces. The ferocious firepower of the M134 Gatling ceased as the bio-experimental subject let out a furious roar, discarding the remnants of the weapon and the ammunition box strapped to its back. It then drew forth a 2-meter-long alloy battle blade and charged towards the squad with fierce determination. Lu Ying's gaze sharpened, discarding the remains of his rifle, and unsheathed a specially crafted Yinling knife from behind his waist. As he harnessed his unique abilities, the blade emanated a radiant red glow, propelling him forward past his comrades towards the bio-experimental subject. The others quickly regained their footing, the members of the Jioshan City ability user squad gazing in astonishment at Lu Ying's bold advance. Their initial strategy had been to suppress the approaching bio-experimental subject with concentrated fire before collectively devising a method to defeat it. Yet Lu Ying's direct charge disrupted their carefully laid plans. "Captain Lu, are your team members always this disorganized and undisciplined?" the captain of the second team inquired. Turning to Lu Wei could only manage a wry smile and shook her head. "Mr. Lu is not one of our squad members, nor is he affiliated with the military. Our team's mission is to unconditionally support any actions taken by Mr. Lu." The group fell silent, a sense of disbelief washing over them. As Lu Ying and the bio-experimental subject drew closer, he quickly identified the creature's vulnerability. The subject was encased in alloy armor, save for a layer of plating around its neck, with the Yinling knife radiating a blood-red brilliance. He executed a swift and decisive strike that cleaved through the alloy blade wielded by the bio-experimental subject without losing momentum. With a soft thud, Lu Ying felt the sensation of slicing through muscle tissue. In the next instant, he found himself behind the bio-experimental subject. The creature's massive head tumbled to the ground, rolling aside, while a jet of blood erupted from the clean cut of its neck. Gasping in astonishment, the captain of the second team marveled at how effortlessly Lu Ying dispatched the bio-experimental subject, based on their previous encounters with evolved zombies. This 3-meter-tall bio-experimental subject undoubtedly represented a Stage 1 evolution. Even as a Stage 2 evolver, he could not have dealt with it so decisively. The captain turned back to Lu Wei, nodding apologetically. After severing the colossal head in the corner, he discovered it contained no crystal core. The remaining members hastened over, their curiosity piqued upon finding the head hollow. The sound of the long knife being sheathed drew their attention, and the admiration in their gazes towards Lu Ying was palpable. "The military has always held respect for the strong, just like what we encountered that night in Yun City," Lu Ying remarked, looking at Lu Wei. The other two teams exchanged puzzled glances at the two. Lu Wei briefly recounted to the group the encounter with armed zombies on the night of their evacuation from Yun City. "Capture the moment," commanded the captain of the second team, as a team member produced a camera to document the grotesque corpse of the zombie alongside the mangled M134 Gatling gun. "Ladies and gentlemen, I fear there are entities ahead that may surpass this specimen," Lu Ying stated solemnly. Yet, no one exhibited signs of retreat. Their gazes reflected unwavering resolve. Two members of the second squad gathered the dismembered remains of their fallen comrades and placed them into a black shroud, setting it against the wall to retrieve later. "Let us press onward," they declared, reassembling into a battle formation. Lu Wei proceeded to narrate the incident involving a 5-meter-tall experimental entity from that fateful night. "It appears that either biochemical experiments were already underway here, or they were forewarned of our arrival and summoned these bioweapons from elsewhere," Lu Ying whispered. I leaned towards the latter. This mission was steeped in strangeness. Soon, the group exited the passage, finding themselves in a vast circular chamber, opposite which lay another pitch-black entrance. Chapter 155, Conspiracy in the Space. A multitude of alloy boxes lay stacked. Two team members pried open one of the boxes, only to find it utterly devoid of contents. At the center of the expanse stood 4 elevators leading to the lower levels of the bunker. The group circumvented the elevators and proceeded to the passage opposite. Upon entering, the lights illuminated instantaneously. The passage featured a spiral staircase that descended, presumably an escape route. Should we take the elevator or the stairs? One team member inquired. The others fell silent. Under such circumstances, opting for the stairs was undoubtedly the more prudent choice, as the master of the bunker was already aware of their intrusion. If they were to board the elevator, it was likely that all would meet a fatal end. Down the stairs, commanded the captain of the second squad. The group reformed into a combat formation and entered the stairwell. They descended until they reached a platform where the staircase intersected, revealing an already open blast door marked with level -1. Both groups entered the first level of the bunker. Within this space, walls constructed of metal surrounded them. And every few meters, a light fixture and camera were stationed overhead. The layout of the first level resembled a medical facility, with rooms labeled according to various departments. Not a soul was present on the first floor. All equipment and documents were meticulously arranged. After a thorough search of the first level, they found no valuable information. The team descended once more, arriving at the second level. As they pushed open the blast door, a series of gunshots erupted. A barrage of bullets struck the blast door, prompting the two leading team members to retreat immediately. 2 autonomous reconnaissance drones were deployed, and moments later, the reconnaissance team reported through their headsets. There are 7 armed personnel on the left and 6 on the right, armed with 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles. Prepare grenades. Upon receiving the command, for members of the second squad retrieved our geofragmentation grenades from their tactical belts. One member cautiously opened the blast door. A hail of bullets flew toward him. Yet he remained shielded behind the door as the bullets failed to penetrate it. The 4 team members each hurled 2 geofragmentation grenades toward the armed personnel on either side. Grenades. A voice boomed. Following that, the sound of explosions reverberated boom, boom. 4 grenades detonated, injuring 5 armed personnel with shrapnel as the assault team surged into the second level from both sides, with a flurry of gunfire. All 13 armed personnel on the second level were swiftly dispatched. Ying picked up 416 Hong Kong dollars, slinging it across his back, while seizing another 416 Hong Kong dollars to hang in front of him. From the fallen armed personnel, he collected 8 magazines filled with 5.56mm ammunition, replacing his own 7.62mm magazines. The squad entered the second level, dividing into 2 teams to advance through the left and right sectors. The sound of gunfire persisted. After 20 minutes, the 2 teams regrouped, having eliminated all armed personnel from the Chinching group on the second level. In total, there were 23 armed individuals on this floor. The arrangement on the second level resembles a living area for armed personnel, devoid of any illicit materials. As for these armed individuals, following the apocalypse, the authorities have relaxed restrictions on firearms, which cannot be considered compelling evidence. The team continues its descent into the depths. However, an eerie scene unfolds within the building above the bunker. Hanbin directs 2 platoons of special forces, along with 2 squads of extraordinary individuals, and over 30 armed personnel from the Chinching group as they engage in combat with the ground troops led by Chief of Staff Yang. They occupy the high-rise, continuously firing from the windows at the ground forces below. The sound of gunfire reverberates through the air. Chief of Staff Yang takes cover behind a wheeled armored vehicle, frantically shouting over the radio. Hanbin, why are you doing this? Chief of Staff, what time is it now? You still cling to that so-called sense of duty and mission, while resources within the base are prioritized for those useless survivors. Hanbin vents his dissatisfaction. Before the apocalypse, given Hanbin's credentials, he should have already been appointed as the deputy commander of the internal security forces and received a promotion. Yet, due to the suppression from the commander of the Jioshan City Brigade, he remains in the position of commander of the internal security battalion. After the apocalypse, many high-ranking members of the internal security forces perished during a mission to relocate survivors, surrounded by a horde of zombies in Jioshan City. Hanbin had thought he would progress further, but the senior officials at the military base in Jioshan City did not elevate his rank, leaving him in his original position. His pent-up frustration and indignation erupt completely. Boom, boom, boom. The 625E anti-aircraft vehicle and the wheeled armored vehicle unleashed their large-caliber cannons upon the various fire points within the building. After a barrage, over 20 armed personnel are obliterated by the cannon fire. Hanbin, lay down your weapons and surrender. With your limited numbers and weaponry, you cannot withstand this. Annihilating you is merely a matter of time. Do not continue to incur unnecessary casualties, Chief of Staff Yang continuously implores, urging Hanbin and the special forces to disarm. While the ground forces possess a firepower advantage, the troops entering the building are currently being slaughtered by the 2 squads of extraordinary individuals. The communication equipment is filled with gunfire and the agonized screams and pleas for help from the ground troops. Chief of Staff, I offer you a chance. Surrender along with your brothers below. Otherwise, those inside the building will perish because of you. Bastard. Chief of Staff Yang's eyes redden with fury. Just then, a dull thrum of helicopter blades echoes from the distance. Two CH-53 Super Stallion heavy-lift helicopters, each carrying an upright shipping container, hover behind the building. The structure shields them from the ground's anti-aircraft fire, but Chief of Staff Yang understands that these containers likely contain reinforcements from the Chinching group. Thud, thud. Two heavy sounds resonate as the containers hit the ground. The helicopters depart. Again, there are two more thuds, and the modified front of the containers unlocks and opens. From within emerge two experimental beings, towering at a height of 5 meters. The two experimental subjects were entirely encased in armored alloy, wielding GU 1912 7mm 3-barrel Gatling guns. Simultaneously, 5 CH-53E Super Stallion heavy helicopters appeared in the skies above the Jiushan base. 3 of the helicopters were hoisting containers exceeding 5 meters in height, while the remaining 2 carried blue containers towering over 10 meters. As the 5 containers descended to the ground, their lids sprang open. 3 bioengineered entities, each surpassing 5 meters in height, brandished GU 1912 7mm 3-barrel Gatling rifles. 2 colossal zombies, each standing a staggering 10 meters tall, bore an enormous ammunition box on their backs and were equipped with a mounted 20mm M61 Vulcan cannon on their arms. These 5 bioengineered entities advanced toward the Jiushan base. Prior to this, the radar within the Jiushan base had detected the 5 Super Stallion helicopters, yet the officer on duty that day had disregarded the warning, leaving the entire base unaware of the impending peril. Gao Qi, with meticulously groomed hair, sat in his opulent office, observing the figures of Lu Ying and others on the screen, as well as the gradually emerging Jiushan base, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Chapter 156, Armored Zombie Dogs. On the 6th floor of the Chinching Group's underground base in Jiushan City, one finds the Biochemical Experimentation Zone, a series of laboratories, constructed from specialized alloys and fortified glass, unfold before the eyes of the onlookers. This level boasts no fewer than a dozen laboratories of various sizes. On the operating tables within many of these labs, remnants of a certain organism's blackish-red blood, not yet fully congealed, linger. The air is thick with the acrid scent of disinfectant, mingled with an overpowering stench, causing everyone to grimace in discomfort. Be cautious. The situation here is peculiar. A muffled voice emanates from the earpiece. As soon as the group steps onto the 6th floor, they don gas masks. Yet even these fail to entirely filter the noxious fumes. The entire 6th floor remains eerily silent. But the traces of partially congealed blood on the ground suggest that biochemical experiments were still being conducted prior to their arrival. The team splits into 2 squads to thoroughly search the entire 6th floor, but they find no signs of humans or experimental subjects. Squad 3. Let us regroup at the stairwell and proceed to the next level. The voice of Squad 2's leader crackles through the earpiece. The sound of booted footsteps echoes as they press onward, undeterred in their exploration. With a smile, Gao Qi observes the figures of Lu Ying and the others on the screen, pressing the microphone switch on the solid wooden table. The target is about to reach the 7th floor. Release the Class 2 mechanical biohounds. Acknowledged. Gao Qi responds, shutting off the microphone and lifting a goblet filled with his prized red wine. Choosing this moment to uncork the bottle is a deliberate part of his meticulously devised plan. May you all enjoy the game, he murmurs before savoring a sip from the goblet. With a creak, the blast door to the 7th floor opens, and 2 reconnaissance spheres glide in to survey the area. All clear, comes the voice of the reconnaissance team 5 minutes later through the bone conduction earpiece. The group remains divided into 2 teams, entering the 7th floor through 2 circular corridors. This level 2 is a laboratory laid out similarly to the 6th. As they reach the central area of the laboratory, the sound of mechanical locks engaging reverberates through the air. Squad 3, investigate what's happening. The voice of the Squad 2 leader commands over the earpiece. Lu Ying and her companions quickly retrace their steps to the entrance, only to find the blast door has been remotely secured. Squad 2, the blast door at the stairwell entrance is locked. Lu Wei communicates through the bone conduction headset. All team members, remain cautious. Squad 3, stay in position. We will regroup immediately, she instructs before the 2nd squad turns around to return to the entrance. Just then, a sound of mechanical gears whirring emerges from the depths of the 7th floor. Stay alert, something is about to emerge. Lu Ying immediately presses the walkie-talkie switch. Received. Acknowledged. As hurried footsteps approach, 5 members of Squad 2 rapidly arrive at the entrance to join Lu Ying and the others. What is the situation? The leader of Squad 2 inquires. Upon awakening my extraordinary abilities, my auditory perception far surpassed that of an ordinary individual. In this central zone, a series of mechanical sounds echoed, reminiscent of metallic cages being unlatched. Alongside these mechanical noises, there was a heavy, labored breathing. Ying remarked. Simultaneously, a cacophony of roars pierced my ears, distinctly resembling the cries of some feral creature. Be cautious, they are approaching. Ying's voice resonated through the earpiece, causing all team members to instinctively tense up. Although the seventh layer was illuminated as brightly as day, an eerie silence enveloped the space, devoid of any sound apart from the team. Ying's countdown felt akin to the ticking of a bomb nearing detonation. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters. Ying meticulously recounted the distance. Brother, enough with the chatter, I see them. Evolved zombie hounds, open fire, bellowed the captain of the second team, promptly pulling the trigger. The air erupted with the sound of gunfire as over 10 assault rifles discharged simultaneously. From both sides of the corridor emerged a multitude of zombie hounds, each clad in metallic armor and as large as calves. These creatures were drenched in crimson, viscous black-red liquid oozing from their bodies. Their fangs were sharp, resembling deadly spikes. Some of the zombie hounds bore mechanical structures on their backs, with two M134-7, 62mm Gatling guns suspended on either side of their abdomens. Others were unarmored and devoid of any modern weaponry. As the rifle rounds struck the hounds, a cacophony of metallic clinks resonated, accompanied by showers of sparks. Numerous bullets found their mark in the flesh of the unarmored hounds. Yet instead of being obliterated or instantly killed, this only served to intensify their ferocity. A chilling roar erupted from the hounds, thick, foul liquid dripping incessantly from their maws. The enhanced ability users maintained their firepower, while those with psychic abilities erected defensive barriers to safeguard the enhanced and healing specialists. Meanwhile, the melee-oriented ability users stepped outside the protective perimeter, seeking opportunities to eliminate these fiends. Mr. Liu, please utilize your powers to take down those armored hounds equipped with formidable weaponry. In an instant, the captain of the second team assessed the dire situations. Relying solely on assault rifles would yield no success against these creatures unless everyone possessed Ying's formidable powers. In that moment, several assault rifles were positioned beside Ying, as 6 ability users from the 2 squads unsheathed their finely crafted melee weapons. The captain of the second team refrained from using a weapon, instead conjuring 2 spheres of intensely burning, ethereal green flames in his hands. The team did not immediately disperse, as Ying understood they were waiting for him to eliminate the armored hounds wielding M134s. The sound of rotating gun barrels echoed ominously, buzzing. The M134 unleashed torrents of fire, with countless bullets hurtling toward the squad. Fortunately, the hounds wielding M134s were still over 10 meters away, and the corridors were arched, providing some measure of cover. Numerous bullets struck the surrounding walls, ricocheting in all directions. However, these errant projectiles were thwarted by a psychic barrier erected by a telekinetic adept. The zombie hounds were remotely controlled. Otherwise, they would be incapable of unleashing the M134's firepower. In a chamber located on the 12th subterranean level, filled with electronic screens, 3 armed personnel donned VR headsets, each gripping 2 buttons. The recorded data indicates that a certain type of zombie hound can withstand the recoil of sustained fire from the M134. Currently, the control remains stable, and the test subjects exhibit no unusual behavior, remarked one operator wearing a VR headset. Beside him, a researcher clad in a lab coat methodically entered experimental data into a computer. Suddenly, a thunderous sound reverberated through the air, prompting several melee-type psychics to turn their attention towards Ying. Chapter 157. Betrayal. The 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifle in Ying's hands shattered into pieces, as a bullet wrapped in energy surged forth from within him. Bang! Another resounding explosion echoed through the air, as a zombie dog, fully clad in armor and armed, had its entire head and half of its body obliterated. The remaining half of the zombie dog collapsed instantly, while 2 M134 Gatling guns continued to fire relentlessly. However, this time their aim was askew, and the bullet struck 2 nearby zombie dogs, tearing them apart as they relentlessly attacked the defensive barrier. Blood and flesh splattered across the transparent shield conjured by a psychic ability user. Bang! Bang! A series of muffled yet intense booms erupted, as one assault rifle after another was rendered useless in Ying's grasp. In the blink of an eye, 6 assault rifles were destroyed, and the 6 armored zombie dogs equipped with M134 Vulcan Gatling guns were systematically eliminated. The corridor was now littered with blood, fragments of flesh and bone, and shattered alloy armor. Despite having witnessed Ying obliterate the Gatling gun held by an experimental subject, and having seen his own firearm similarly crushed by overwhelming energy, the sight of Ying rendering a rifle useless with each trigger pull, while simultaneously obliterating the bodies of the zombie dogs that they themselves could not harm, left the psychic users of Jioshan City profoundly astonished. Could a high-level enhancement ability user be this formidable? This thought surfaced in their minds, leading them to believe that Ying was at least a third-stage Yaoguang realm enhancement user. Attack! Bellowed the captain of the second team, his hands ablaze with ghostly green flames. With a powerful punch, he unleashed a fireball that engulfed a zombie dog entirely. A mournful howl erupted as the creature was consumed by the fierce green flames, its body visibly reduced to ashes. Another ability user wielding a short blade unleashed waves of blue light from the blade, striking another zombie dog. Instantly, the creature was encased in ice. The ice user then delivered a kick, shattering the icy sculpture into countless frozen fragments scattered across the ground. A third ability user, with eyes glowing crimson, emitted two beams of red light, akin to high-powered industrial cutting lasers. The beams shot forth, cleaving two zombie dogs in half, their bodies collapsing to the sides. A plume of black smoke accompanied by a foul odor wafted through the air as the innards of the zombie dogs spilled onto the ground. The 6 offensive ability users swiftly dispatched the remaining zombie dogs. Good grief, what a sight! Exclaimed Li Ziyuan, observing the laser-eyed ability user. Based on the capabilities displayed by these two teams, it was clear that their overall strength surpassed that of Lu Wei's team, of course, excluding Ying from the equation. As the battle concluded, everyone began to inspect the corpses of the zombie dogs on the ground, and like the previous mutated specimen, none bore a crystal core. A team member retrieved a camera to document the lifeless bodies of the zombie hounds strewn across the ground, particularly focusing on those few corpses equipped with modern weaponry. The exploration continued. However, the current squad, now diminished, found themselves without assault rifles. Yet, there lingered a shared apprehension that the lightweight arms would likely prove ineffectual against whatever lay ahead. Outside the Chinching group building, 2 imposing figures, towering over 5 meters and clad in heavy alloy armor, wielded Ju-19 Type 12, 7mm caliber 3-barreled Gatling guns, emerging on either side of the structure. With the whirring of the Gatling guns' barrels, a thunderous barrage erupted. The piercing sound of fire echoed as incendiary armor-piercing rounds were unleashed, striking the ground forces' 625E air defense vehicles and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles with deadly precision. Yet, the enhanced armor of these ground units proved resilient, as the 12, 7mm rounds failed to penetrate. Under the relentless assault of the Gatling guns, the ground forces swiftly repositioned their vehicle-mounted cannons, aiming at the experimental entities now concealed behind the building's flanking shadows. The rumble of cannon fire ensued as the 625E and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles unleashed a ferocious volley. However, the 2 experimental figures deftly evaded the onslaught, retreating into the building's blind spots. At that moment, the previously subdued insurgents inside the building, emboldened by the distraction, emerged wielding anti-tank rocket launchers. They occupied a vast room, all doors wide open. With a resounding thud, a volley of at-4 disposable anti-tank rockets was launched, trailing fiery tails as they accurately struck the 625E air defense vehicles and wheeled infantry fighting vehicles below. In a synchronized assault, the rockets pierced through the defenses of all targeted 625E units, igniting them in fiery explosions. It was a premeditated strategy by Han Bin. The firepower of the 2 bio-experimental entities alone could not breach the ground vehicle's armor. His intent was to draw the fire of the ground units, creating an opportunity for the insurgents within the building to deliver a decisive blow to the defensive capabilities below. Soon after, a barrage of rockets was fired from the rooftop, striking several wheeled infantry fighting vehicles with pinpoint accuracy, reducing the occupants within to mere remnants under the onslaught of the anti-tank projectiles. The air was filled with horrific roars as more than 30 grotesque creatures, over 5 meters in length, emerged from the building, their limbs crawling and flesh exposed. Sporting scorpion-like tails, they charged into the ranks of the ground forces. The echoes of gunfire and heavy machine gun fire filled the air. Accompanied by the sounds of despairing screams, the cacophony of violence began to subside within a minute. From the windows, Han Bin and his insurgent comrades gazed downwards. The ground was engulfed in smoke, littered with burning vehicles, while the monstrous entities feasted upon the flesh of fallen soldiers. The body of Chief of Staff Yang was gruesomely severed in half by a mutated zombie, its maw continuously chewing as blood flowed profusely from its gaping jaws. Only 2 legs and half of a torso lay upon the ground, accompanied by remnants of intestines and organs, with warm blood pooling all around. The ground troops and the raiding forces that had entered the building were all slain. Thud, thud, thud. A series of footsteps echoed from within the edifice as Han Bin emerged, his expression devoid of emotion. Yet the mutated zombies feasting below paid him no heed, remaining engrossed in their grisly repast. Han Bin approached the half-bodied figure of Advisor Yang. The mutated zombies, in the midst of their meal, recoiled a few steps, refraining from attacking Han Bin. Alas, advisor, you have shown some fairness. Since the establishment of the base, you have spoken on my behalf numerous times. Yet, why must you remain so obstinately resolute? Hanbin shook his head, then gestured towards one of the mutated zombies before turning to re-enter the building. The mutated zombie let out a jubilant roar and lunged at the remains of Advisor Yang, swiftly devouring the remaining carcass. At the Jioshan Survivor Enclave, 5 biochemically altered specimens were situated less than 3 kilometers from the base. The sentinel stationed in the watchtower atop the mountain, upon observing these 5 monstrosities through his telescope, initially felt puzzled. However, as he adjusted the magnification and discerned their true nature, a wave of terror surged within him, prompting him to immediately alert the base via radio. Chapter 158. Ambush at the base. 2 kilometers away, armed zombies emerged. This is a call for assistance. Please respond. The call echoed several times, but the intercom remained silent. A sense of dread enveloped the sentry's heart. He turned to his companion. There may be an issue at the base. You must return immediately and report this situation. Yet, his comrade merely stared at him, an inscrutable expression in his eyes, growing anxious at the lack of response. The sentry was about to repeat himself when a faint gunshot pierced the air. The sound was soft, judging by the report. It was likely a pistol equipped with a suppressor. Suddenly, he felt a searing pain in his chest. Another quiet shot rang out, and the sentry's pupils dilated, filled with disbelief and a hint of relief. In his final moments, he could scarcely fathom that his ally would turn against him. Yet he understood that the failure of communication with the base suggested the presence of a traitor within. However, he would never be able to report this. I'm sorry. A faint voice emerged, belonging to another sentry who had fired upon him. Such a scene unfolded simultaneously at over 20 watchtowers surrounding the base. The monitoring radar within the base had ceased operation, and the information relayed by the overhead fixed-wing drones was equally concealed. Within a camp inside the base, at least a company of troops had gathered. A grim-faced major stood before the assembled soldiers, all fully armed and clad in standard snow camouflage, but adorned with a band of blue tape around their left arms. The major glanced at his watch and then addressed his fully equipped troops. Move out. With that command, nearly 150 personnel were divided into 15 small teams, each heading in different directions. Outside the base, 5 bioexperimental entities entered without obstruction. Soon, the air was filled with the cacophony of gunfire and explosions, intermingled with incredulous shouts and cries of agony. The traitorous faction had prepared meticulously, severing all communications with the base beforehand. Many, caught off guard by the sudden incursion, were struck down before they could react. In the outer camp, some soldiers hastily boarded wheeled infantry fighting vehicles in an attempt to repel the bioexperimental entities that had breached the base. However, a tank-killing rocket soon struck the activated infantry fighting vehicle and anti-aircraft vehicle, turning their occupants into mere remnants. Chaos erupted throughout the base. As the base commander and several officers convened in the operations room, bewildered by the unfolding events, with all communications severed, they could not alert other bases nor report their dire situation to higher authorities. Ultimately, the command issued an order for full resistance. At the western outskirts of Yun City Base, communication with Jioshan Base had been cut off since the morning, stirring a wave of unease within Major General Chao Hongxuan. After deliberating, he decided to report the matter to Base 003. With a creaking sound of alloy gears turning, the bomb-proof door leading to the bunker of the Chinching group's Jioshan building slowly opened. Hanbin stood aside, gesturing for the 2 teams of psychics and a platoon of special forces members to enter the bunker. Accompanying them were also 2 bioexperimental subjects. The group arrived in a circular space within the passageway. The sound of elevators activating echoed in the vast circular chamber at the center, leading deeper into the bunker. Moments later, a large lift platform ascended to the surface. The teams of psychics, special forces, and the 2 bioexperimental subjects boarded the lift platform. As the platform began its descent once more, it sank down into the depths of the bunker. Lu Ying and the others now entered the 9th level of the bunker to commence their exploration. The 9th level housed cages for imprisoned test subjects. Everywhere were isolated spaces, each separated by doors made of steel, resembling prison bars. Additionally, there were about a dozen rooms with transparent bulletproof glass doors. The entire 9th level contained nearly 100 such independent rooms. After a thorough search, the team found that only over 20 rooms still held occupants, while the rest were entirely vacant. One psychic, responsible for photography and recording information, approached a transparent blast-proof door. Inside was a girl in her early 20s, pale and terrified, gazing at the crowd outside. A healing psychic from the 3rd team, upon witnessing this scene, immediately attempted to open the door. However, she was halted by the 2nd team leader. The female psychic looked at the 2nd team leader in confusion. Let's wait until we finish our exploration and leave before taking them. With 3 more levels unexplored, there could still be dangers lurking. Bringing these survivors along would only divert our attention to their protection. The recording psychic gazed softly at the girl inside, saying, "Do not fear. We are military psychics sent to rescue you." To their surprise, upon hearing those words, the girl began to tremble uncontrollably, as if recalling some horrific memory. Curled up on the bed with her legs hugged tightly, she buried her head deep in her arms, unwilling to face the outside world. What was happening? Confusion filled the minds of the group. Seeing the girl teetering on the brink of collapse, they inquired in several other rooms. Yet, everyone's reactions mirrored that of the girl. Lu Wei's expression turned icy as she spoke in a low voice. "It seems that someone is impersonating our military personnel. Or perhaps certain military individuals brought these people here." A heavy silence fell over the group, each harboring the same thought. "Let us explore the lower levels first, and we will take them with us afterward," the second team leader sighed. The group departed once more, heading toward the 10th level. Meanwhile, the insurgents had already reached the 12th level through the bunker-esque lift. Observing the surveillance from the 12th level, they saw Lu Ying and the others approaching the 10th level. Eliminate them on the 11th level, but make sure to capture the one named Lu Ying. A commander pointed to the screen displaying Lu Ying. Everyone nodded in agreement. Let us proceed. The Special Forces team and the team of individuals with extraordinary abilities departed from the room, heading towards the 11th floor to prepare in advance. Within the confines of the chamber, a researcher clad in a white lab coat entered a sequence of codes into a remote control terminal, subsequently activating it. He then maneuvered another device, inputting another series of commands to initiate its function. On one electronic screen, the silhouette of a humanoid figure exhibited a heart that began to beat violently. Another screen revealed a series of steel cages, within which resided numerous mutated zombies. Each on all fours, their bodies drenched in crimson and bearing menacing scorpion-like tails. The number of these abominations exceeded 20. Gradually, the gates of the steel cages creaked open. In the largest biological laboratory on the 11th floor, a bioengineered specimen, towering at an astounding height of 10 meters, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes. Chapter 159. Bunker Level 11 in the Communication Command Center of the Western Suburbs Base in Yun City, Major General Chao Hongshuan stood anxiously behind the communications personnel. Over 4 hours had elapsed since morning without establishing contact with the Jiushan City base. A sense of something unusual stirred within Chao Hongshuan. "Have there been any updates from the other bases in Jiushan City?" he inquired. "Report. Since our last transmission, we have received no communication from the other bases in Jiushan City," came the reply. "Continue the calls." With that, Chao Hongshuan departed the command center. "Commander, there may be trouble in Jiushan City," he said upon entering the office of Base Commander Yang Ming. "Still no contact?" Major General Yang Ming's expression darkened. Removing his glasses, he pondered for a moment before solemnly commanding, "Immediately reach out to the Air Force Base and request a reconnaissance flight to Jiushan City. Additionally, notify the rapid response units to be prepared for deployment at a moment's notice." Understood. Major General Chao Hongshuan quickly exited to relay the two orders. At the barracks of the 7th Battalion of the 4th Light Composite Brigade, the orders were conveyed to the unit headquarters and subsequently to all personnel. Meanwhile, at the Yun City Air Force Base, 2 J-20 fighters completed their pre-flight checks, and with a roar that distorted the air, they ascended skyward. Following them, a Y-20 transport aircraft and a KJ-500 early warning aircraft took off, forming a formation as they headed toward Jiushan City. Inside the Y-20's cargo hold were 10 large quadrotor reconnaissance drones to be deployed via aerial transport over Jiushan City and its base. The KJ-500 housed intelligence personnel tasked with operating the drones. The helicopters that had departed from the northern suburban base of Yun City the previous day had entered the neighboring province, and continuous monitoring was subsequently cancelled upon notification to the provincial authorities. In the bunker on the 10th floor of the Chinching group building in Jiushan City, this level served as a rest area for the group's employees. After a thorough search, no useful information was uncovered. The group descended to the 11th level. The height and area of the 11th floor exceeded those of the previous 10. After descending over 20 meters via the stairs, they arrived at the 11th level. The 2 blast-proof doors remained open, a silent acknowledgement among the team members. As they entered the corridor, the entrance doors closed behind them. It was clear to everyone that the owner of this base had trapped all who entered within its confines. To escape the bunker, they needed to locate the control center and operate it to reopen the heavy blast-proof doors. According to the information, there were a total of 12 levels underground in this base. The final 2 levels would undoubtedly present challenges far greater than the zombie hounds, armed forces, or the experimental subjects previously encountered. The group steeled themselves for fierce battles, perhaps multiple confrontations. As the blast-proof doors opened, darkness engulfed the 11th level. Everyone activated the thermal imaging devices on their helmets. Lu Ying held an AK-15 assault rifle in his hand, while a 12.7mm sniper rifle was slung over his back. The entire 11th floor was dominated by over a dozen massive alloy columns, amidst a plethora of alloy crates, containers, and armored vehicles. Deep within the space, 3 shadowy helicopters and 2 CH-53E Super Stallion helicopters loomed. Scattered throughout the bunker were numerous containers, seemingly filled with an array of supplies. This level appeared to function as the logistical and equipment hub of the entire bunker. However, deeper still, several large laboratories lay empty. Lu Ying could discern their stark barrenness even in the dim light. 3 teams had formed tactical units, cautiously passing through the blast doors to enter the 11th floor. Commander, the target team has entered the 11th floor. All teams, be advised, the target has accessed the 11th level via the stairwell. Proceed as planned. Over. Received. Acknowledged. The 11th floor was enveloped in silence, save for the sound of Lu Ying and his companion's footsteps. Suddenly, a faint mechanical sound reached Lu Ying's ears. Conceal, he shouted, pulling Lu Wei and Li Ziyuan with him as the 3 swiftly took cover behind a massive cylindrical pillar. Bang, bang, bang. Rat-a-tat-tat. In the instant Lu Ying's voice echoed, a hail of gunfire erupted in a fan-shaped arc towards them. Hearing his command, the others quickly darted for the nearest cover. The previous mechanical sound had been the unmistakable click of a rifle safety being disengaged. Gunfire erupted throughout the space, with the sounds of assault rifles, light machine guns, and even heavy machine guns resonating. Whizzing bullets cut through the air. The cylindrical pillar and alloy crates that provided shelter for the group were pockmarked by bullets. Their surfaces dinted. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets ricocheted off the surrounding walls, creating a cacophony of noise. The air was thick with gunfire and smoke. As tracer rounds sliced through the darkness, forming strings of red beads against the black backdrop, psychic abilities were employed to erect protective barriers. While ranged psychics sought opportunities to strike, Li Zheng, the captain of the 2nd squad, quickly devised a plan. The enemy's armed personnel were hidden behind cover, and engaging them with rifles would merely deplete their ammunition. They could not outlast the opposition in a war of attrition. As Li Zheng's voice faded, 2 psychic ability users swiftly activated their barriers, while one who could emit lasers cautiously peered out to locate the enemy's heavy machine gun position. With a sizzling sound, 2 crimson beams of laser pierced the dark space, obliterating both the gunner and the heavy machine gun. The gunner's head erupted in a plume of white smoke, his face charred by the intense heat. The laser-emitting ability user quickly retreated behind cover, leaning against it, panting heavily, his complexion paling. These psychic abilities were devastatingly powerful, yet equally taxing. The user swiftly retrieved 2 zombie crystal cores from his tactical belt and swallowed them whole. Lu Wei concentrated, summoning ice spikes the thickness of her fingers. Her hands dancing with precision. 10 translucent ice spikes shot forth like marionettes dancing at the behest of Lu Wei's fingers, constantly shifting their positions in the air. With a series of soft thuds, the armed personnel across from them fell one by one, their skulls pierced by these crystalline projectiles. Lu Ying aimed her weapon at another heavy machine gunner, her finger delicately squeezing the trigger. Bang! This shot did not utilize any supernatural ability. It obliterated the machine gun nest atop the container. The shooter's head was violently dislodged, blood and gray matter splattering in all directions. However, upon sighting that heavy machine gun, a sense of dread washed over Lu Ying. The weapon was a standard military heavy machine gun, model QJZ-171, with a caliber of 12.7mm. The rifles wielded by the adversaries were identical to those of her comrades, all AK-15s, 7.62mm assault rifles. Furthermore, the camouflage uniforms donned by the enemy mirrored those of her own team, both adorned with the standard Northern Neighbors winter camouflage, donned prior to their mission. Could it be? A suspicion began to form in Lu Ying's mind as she promptly pressed the communication button on her walkie-talkie. I suspect the armed personnel across from us are part of the military unit that came with us. She relayed her observations regarding the weaponry and camouflage to the others. Upon hearing her words, Team 2's leader, Li Zheng, paled. He too had harbored suspicions upon hearing the gunfire. Due to the thermal imaging, they could only discern the silhouettes formed by the heat signatures of the enemy personnel, obscuring the clarity of their weapons. This was a trap targeting our supernatural operatives. The thought echoed in the minds of the group. Chapter 160, Blood Battle. The cacophony of gunfire and the whistling of stray bullets continued to resonate violently, filling the 11th layer of space with the acrid scent of burnt gunpowder. A host of supernatural beings displayed their extraordinary abilities, as the number of armed personnel across from them dwindled. At that moment, a heavy footfall and the rapid sound of crawling reached Lu Ying's ears. The familiar whirring of a Gatling gun's barrel spinning at high speed emerged, followed by the thunderous roar of its discharge. Buzzing. At least 3 12.7mm caliber Gatling guns unleashed a torrential downpour of bullets, suppressing the firepower directed at the position of the supernatural beings. Those who had dared to momentarily leave their cover for ranged attacks were forced back, unable to show themselves again. Everyone, be cautious. It seems that something larger than the zombie hounds is charging towards us. Lu Ying, concealed behind a massive column, relayed his assessment to the group. In the next instant, more than 10 mutated zombies, their bodies drenched in blood and heads grotesquely adorned with cavernous jaws and sharp fangs, appeared behind the cover where they hid. Before two supernatural beings could react, they were pierced through the chest by the scorpion-like tails of the zombies. With a sickening thud, the two supernatural beings let out anguished screams. The robust and razor-sharp tails swiftly delivered them into the gaping maws of the mutated zombies. A chilling crack echoed as their skulls were crushed. Hot blood gushed forth, further staining the already crimson zombies. The headless bodies writhed momentarily before succumbing to stillness. Moments later, the sound of bones being chewed filled the air as the two mutated zombies ravenously devoured the shattered skulls. Beasts, I will fight you to the end. The eyes of two supernatural allies blazed with fury upon witnessing this horrific scene. A ghostly green flame ignited, engulfing one of the mutated zombies that was feasting on their fallen comrades' remains. In an instant, all of Lu Ying's allies found themselves encircled by these mutated creatures. Clang! The sharp sound of a blade being drawn rang out as Lu Ying's alloy Yinling knife shimmered with a crimson glow. A mutated zombie, its blood-red eyes fixed intently on Lu Ying, seemed to sense his formidable strength. It continued to roar, baring its sharp fangs in an attempt to intimidate him. While its massive scorpion tail shifted positions, adjusting its angle, Lu Ying's eyes narrowed, with a swift horizontal sweep of his alloy Yinling knife. A streak of red light shot forth. The mutated zombie roared, its powerful limbs propelling it to flee, but the blade's speed was swifter. With a sickening squelch, the creature was cleaved in two at the waist. The severed halves collapsed to the ground, spilling innards and a copious amount of blood, reminiscent of a water-filled barrel tipping over. The pungent scent of blood assaulted the senses, yet the upper half of the dismembered mutated zombie did not succumb. Instead, it continued to crawl forward, propped up by its forelimbs. With another swift slice, Lu Ying severed the creature's head, ensuring it would never rise again. Within the entire space, over 20 mutated zombies besieged the crowd. Li Ziyuan was enveloped in crimson flames, wielding a long whip formed from the very essence of fire. The fiery lash struck the mutated zombies relentlessly, accompanied by a sizzling sound. The targeted areas of the zombies blackened instantly, emitting puffs of white smoke and a charred odor. A mental-type Esper manipulated flying knives and needles, incessantly directing them towards the mutated zombies, while melee-type Espers brandished their weapons, engaging in fierce combat with the undead. The enhanced-type Espers fired their guns continuously, yet the bullets inflicted minimal damage upon the mutated zombies. Most of these creatures possessed second-stage strength, while nearly half of our Esper team consisted of first-stage Espers. "Ah, team leader, save me," cried an Esper in despair. In the next moment, two mutated zombies lunged at him, one bit into his left shoulder while the other sank its teeth into his abdomen. With a sudden, violent force, the sounds of tearing flesh and breaking bones echoed. The Esper was torn asunder, his screams abruptly silenced. In the distance, the ominous whirring of a Gatling gun could be heard, followed by the roar of 3 large-caliber Gatling machine guns unleashing torrents of fire. The rapid-fire barrage descended upon them, catching Li Dong, who was entangled with a mutated zombie, off guard. Both the mutated zombie and Li Dong were instantaneously severed in half by a barrage of 12 7mm armor-piercing rounds. Li Dong's upper body fell to the ground, his eyes wide as he glanced at Lu Ying and Lu Wei. The zombie he had been grappling with was similarly reduced to a pile of flesh. Another volley of gunfire erupted, obliterating Li Dong's upper half, leaving a gruesome scene strewn with blood and dismembered body parts. The puppeteer controlling these mutants showed no concern for the zombies. Their sole objective was to exterminate the Espers who had entered the bunker. Gunfire erupted once more, and a heavy machine gun struck a member of the enhanced-type Esper team, creating a gaping hole in his chest. The enemy's heavy machine gun resumed fire, and now, as our Espers clashed with the mutated zombies, most had become exposed to the enemy's firing positions. The current situation was dire for our Espers. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before our team was annihilated. Lu Ying severed the head of one mutated zombie and shouted to Lu Wei and Li Ziyuan beside him, "Provide cover." The two quickly moved closer to Lu Ying, restraining 2 mutated zombies. Lu Ying raised his AK-15, channeling his powers to enhance the bullets. He aimed at a heavy machine gun position and pulled the trigger. With a thunderous roar, his assault rifle shattered, and a bullet, adorned with a crimson tail flame, obliterated the enemy's heavy machine gun position and gunner into fragments. Boom, boom. 3 AK-15s were rendered useless, but the most formidable threat remained. 3 bioweapon subjects equipped with GU-19, Type 12. 7mm Gatling guns posed the greatest danger. The ominous hum of the Gatlings echoed like whispers of death as 3 espers, along with a mutated zombie, were shredded by the relentless hail of bullets. Lu Ying withdrew the black DXL-5 Destroyer 12. 7mm sniper rifle from behind. A surge of supernatural energy coursed through her body, enhancing the armor-piercing incendiary round in the chamber. Concealed behind a massive column, Lu Ying carefully aimed at the head of a mutated creature and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! The sniper rifle erupted in her hands, propelling a bullet infused with 10% of her energy, striking the mutated zombie's skull with precision. The grotesque head shattered like a watermelon, and the formidable body collapsed backward. With a mere thought, a QBU-201 sniper rifle materialized from the void, appearing in Lu Ying's grasp. Bang bang! The 2 QBU-201 rifles disintegrated into fragments. The remaining 2 bioexperimental subjects had their skulls obliterated. With the enemy's heavy firepower neutralized, Lu Ying drew her long knife once more, dispatching the mutated zombies. The scene where Lu Ying had summoned 2 sniper rifles had gone unnoticed by the others. But upon hearing 3 gunshots, the remaining supernatural beings felt a sense of relief as 3 heavy fire points were destroyed. Thus, the battle against the mutated zombies no longer required trepidation. Swish, swish, swish. The long knife danced in Lu Ying's hands, each swing releasing a crimson blade aura that severed the mutated zombies in twain. As time passed, all 20 or so mutated zombies in the vicinity were eradicated. Lu Ying promptly consumed 5 first-stage zombie crystal cores, replenishing the energy she had just expended. The group reconvened, and among the 20 supernatural beings who had entered the bunker, only 9 remained. Li Dong from Team 5 had fallen, while the other 2 teams were left with merely 2 captains and 2 healers. The losses were grievous. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder and blood, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Having fought side by side, the team had not anticipated such devastating casualties in this operation. In silence, they all consumed crystal cores to regain their strength. After a while, everyone had recovered. Li Zheng spoke hoarsely. There is only 1 layer left. If we find the control center, we can escape. With that, Li Zheng rummaged through a pile of flesh and tattered clothing, discovering the camera that documented Chinching Group's human and biochemical experiments. However, the camera was shattered. Li Zheng carefully extracted the memory card, placing it in his chest pocket. Let us go. There was no time for mourning, and they could not afford to collect the bodies of their fallen comrades. Just then, a dull thud reverberated as a heavy object fell to the ground. Thud, thud. They turned to see a colossal bioexperimental subject, towering 10 meters high and clad in thick armor, looming before them. Chapter 161. The Tri-Stage Biochemical Experimentation. Suddenly, the lights on the 11th level illuminated, revealing the towering figure of a biochemical experiment that exceeded 10 meters in height. Clad in heavy armor, this colossal entity bore a massive ammunition box on its back and wielded an M61, a 20mm Gatling gun, in one hand. The other hand grasped a 19 Malawian Quach's grenade launcher, accompanied by a chain-fed ammunition box. In addition to the ammunition, a gigantic, obsidian-hued warhammer forged from alloy rested at its side. Conceal yourselves, Li Zheng bellowed, prompting everyone to swiftly hide behind a colossal pillar. A deafening roar erupted from the biochemical experiment, followed by the rapid whir of the Gatling gun's barrel. The air filled with a thunderous cacophony as the weapon discharged. Everyone clasped their ears, seeking refuge behind the massive column. Boom, boom. The sound of the grenade launcher reverberated as 40mm high explosive shells rained toward their hiding place. Explosions erupted, sending shrapnel from the grenades flying in every direction. With a sickening thud, the shards pierced through Lu Xiaoxiao and another healer, eliciting anguished cries. Lu Ying swiftly grabbed Lu Xiaoxiao, whose body was on the verge of crumpling outside the pillar. Lu Xiaoxiao's slender neck had been punctured by 2 fragments of the grenade. Gasping in agony, she could not utter a single word as torrents of blood poured from her mouth and nose. With her neck nearly severed, survival, even with immediate medical intervention, was improbable. Xiaoxiao. Lu Wei wept uncontrollably, cradling Lu Xiaoxiao's increasingly cold body. Yisin's eyes reddened as he retrieved a first aid kit, hastily pressing bandages and gauze against the gaping wound in Lu Xiaoxiao's neck. Soon, the once pristine white bandages turned crimson. 3 minutes later, the roar of the Gatling gun ceased, its ammunition expended. With a resounding thud, the heavy body of the biochemical experiment fell to the ground. The towering entity discarded its weaponry and grasped the enormous warhammer firmly in its hand. Gently, it laid Lu Xiaoxiao's lifeless form on the ground as the others emerged from their hiding place. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed ominously as the biochemical experiment charged toward them. Clang. The sound of weaponry being drawn resonated as Lu Ying unsheathed her alloy geese-feathered blade. Ethereal green and fiery red flames danced into existence, conjured by Li Zheng and Li Ziyuan, respectively. Lu Wei summoned a cone of ice blue energy in her hand, while the captain of the third squad brandished a great machete, engulfed in black flames. They scattered, rushing toward the advancing biochemical experiment. The crimson and ethereal green flames entwined around the monstrous entity. Li Zheng's ghostly green fire ignited the thick alloy armor enveloping the biochemical creature. However, Li Ziyuan's flames proved insufficient to breach the armor, for he remained a mere Stage 1 evolver, lacking formidable strength. Boom. A resounding thud echoed as the bioexperimental entity swung its warhammer towards Li Zheng, who deftly evaded the strike. The enormous, jet-black alloy hammer, akin to a small car, crashed onto the ground, creating a vast crater marred by cracks. The alloy armor of the bioexperimental entity was scorched by ethereal green flames, leaving a gaping hole. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ying thrust a conical shard of ice into the breach with precision. In an astonishing turn of events, the thick ice spike shattered into countless fragments, dissipating into wisps of gaseous energy upon impact with the entity. The ice spike, conjured by Lu Wei, was no ordinary creation. It possessed exceptional strength and had previously shown the capability to pierce through the front armor of an armored vehicle. Yet, it proved futile against the defenses of this bioexperimental entity. An adept wielder of arcane abilities, cloaked in black flames, transformed into a fleeting shadow, delivering a powerful strike to the unprotected lower leg of the bioexperimental entity. The impact resounded, followed by the sound of the third team leader being sent flying by a kick from the entity, crashing into a nearby alloy crate. A sickening crack resonated as the leader's spine fractured, and he slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, the large blade slipping from his grasp as the black flames extinguished. With that blow, the third team leader was rendered incapacitated. In the next instant, the bioexperimental entity swiftly swung its warhammer once more. The resulting thud was accompanied by a gruesome spectacle as the team leader's body was pulverized into a gruesome pulp. Ethereal green flames coalesced into a sharp spike, piercing the gaping wound in the entity's chest. However, as the green flame spike dissipated, Lu Ying's pupils constricted in disbelief. The exposed flesh of the bioexperimental entity bore no signs of scorching. Their most potent attacks had yielded no effect, merely burning a hole in the entity's outer armor. Pale-faced, Lu Wei and Li Zheng gazed in disbelief at the advancing bioexperimental entity, despair enveloping their hearts. What do we do? Li Ziyuan trembled, straining to evade the descending alloy hammer. Run to the 12th floor, Li Zheng shouted resolutely. Racing to the blast-proof door, he pulled the handle with all his might, only to find, to his dismay, that the doors had been remotely locked. These blast-proof doors were at least 60 centimeters thick. It's over, Li Zheng's voice quaked with despair. Once more, a sense of hopelessness descended upon them. This formidable experimental entity was beyond their combined capabilities to breach its defenses. With the blast-proof door on the 11th floor sealed, there was no escape. Meanwhile, on the 12th floor, a group of researchers from the Chinching group watched the surveillance footage with eager anticipation. If evaluated by the standards of evolved zombies, this bioexperimental entity belonged to the third stage, the Yaoguang realm. However, its overall strength far surpassed that of the Yaoguang realm, a culmination of immense effort and countless resources invested by the Chinching group's Yang province branch. In an exquisitely adorned office, Gao Qi, with meticulously styled hair, gazed at the desperate figures on the screen, delicately sipping from a glass of exquisite red wine. A subtle smile began to curve upon his lips. Chapter 162, Mutation. With a resounding thud, the 10-meter-tall evolved zombie wielded its alloy warhammer, relentlessly smashing it down, creating deep craters across the ground and the massive pillars surrounding it. Lu Ying had already formed a judgment in his mind. This experimental subject possessed at least the strength of a third-tier Yaoguang realm, perhaps even more formidable. Its defenses and combat prowess far surpassed those of the third-tier mutated creatures Lu Ying had previously slain in Yun City. In certain aspects, it even eclipsed Su Chani, as this experimental subject was completely immune to Lu Ying's illusions and psychic control abilities. Earlier, while the others were entangled in combat, Lu Ying had attempted to employ his mental control and illusion powers, only to find that the creature reacted not at all. With a deep breath, Lu Ying exhaled slowly. The alloy knife in his hand surged with a crimson glow as his gaze sharpened. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ying vanished from his position, reappearing beneath the feet of the bioexperimental subject. He executed a horizontal slash with both hands gripping the blade, its surface shimmering with a blinding blood-red light. The sharp blade struck down upon the experimental subject's lower leg, but the sensation was akin to slicing through a pile of fabric. It failed to breach the creature's defenses. As the bloodlight flickered, Lu Ying found himself 5 meters behind the experimental subject. astonished that the energy capable of cleaving a third-tier mutated white-headed viper in two had barely grazed the creature's skin. The experimental subject immediately pivoted, its enormous warhammer crashing down with a thunderous impact. Another deep crater formed in the ground. "I refuse to believe that I cannot breach your defenses with half my energy," Lu Ying roared inwardly, and in that moment, the blade in his hand blazed a deep crimson. The entire knife ignited with a scarlet flame, a striking 5 meters long. In the next instant, Lu Ying reappeared over 10 meters behind the mutated entity. With a pained howl, the mutated creature's robust legs erupted with copious amounts of dark red blood, flesh tearing away to reveal bone beneath. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ying quickly retrieved a zombie crystal core and consumed it, replenishing his depleted energy. Seeing this chance, team leader Li Zhang and Lu Wei immediately unleashed their respective abilities. 5 ice spikes and 2 ghostly green fire dragons collided violently with the mutated entity's wound. The immense injury on one leg was viciously pierced by the ice spikes, which, resembling fingers in thickness, delved deeply into the flesh. Yet, the bio-experimental subject not only boasted formidable skin defenses, but also possessed resilient subcutaneous muscles. Lu Wei maneuvered the ice spikes, expending a significant amount of energy. Yet it felt as though they were attempting to penetrate specialized alloy armor. The 5 ice spikes failed to penetrate the flesh. Li Zhang's assault similarly yielded little effect. While the wound was charred black, the ghostly green flames could not extend further into the flesh. The bio-experimental subject leaped forth, seemingly undeterred by the grievous injury to its leg. With another hammer strike, it created yet another deep pit where Lu Ying had stood. "Create some trouble for this creature while I seek another opportunity to strike." Upon finishing, Lu Ying once again summoned the extraordinary powers within, bending his legs slightly before propelling himself upward with tremendous force, akin to a cannonball. He landed upon the left arm of the biochemical experiment, which had yet to retract, and leaped higher, positioning himself above the creature. Die. With a colossal blood-red blade, he struck fiercely downwards towards the creature's head. A sharp crack reverberated through the air as 1/3 of the specially forged alloy blade shattered in Lu Ying's grasp. An even more terrifying roar erupted from the creature, which discarded its warhammer and lunged at Lu Ying with both hands. The enormous hands loomed before him, threatening to crush him into a pulp if captured. Lu Ying deftly stepped onto the left shoulder of a zombie, flipping over and soaring away from the creature's grasp. With 2/3 of the blade remaining, he plunged the remaining portion into the creature's head, cleaving through its defenses. Although the strike breached the skull, it became lodged, with blood gushing from the wound. Yet it was not fatal. During his descent, Lu Ying swiftly consumed an evolved zombie crystal core to replenish his energy. The massive warhammer crashed onto the ground. And while the biochemical experiment proved somewhat cumbersome compared to Lu Ying's agility, its defenses were alarmingly formidable. Lu Wei and Li Zhang unleashed their powers once more, aiding Lu Ying in creating disturbances for the mutated entity. 2 ethereal green fire dragons ensnared the creature's neck, while the ground within a 10-meter radius began to freeze. The temperature plummeted dramatically, and sharp, thick ice spikes erupted from the ground surrounding the creature. The experiment kicked several of the spikes aside as it advanced toward Lu Ying, who was recuperating his energy. However, Li Zhang, through the fire dragons, effectively hindered the creature's approach, allowing Lu Ying a precious minute despite the icy defenses being shattered. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ying vanished from sight. The next instant, he reappeared behind the experiment, his body and the remaining segment of the blade engulfed in a blinding crimson flame. With a mighty shout, he raised the half-blade and, channeling all his strength, struck downwards. A more solid and colossal blood-red blade aura surged forth, slashing diagonally towards the creature's neck. This attack harnessed all of Lu Ying's energy, forming a nearly 10-meter-long blade aura of increased density and power. The crimson blade cleaved through the creature's right neck, slicing through its body and emerging from its lower abdomen. Blood and various entrails erupted like a fountain from the severed remains of the biochemical experiment, filling the air with a pungent metallic scent that made breathing difficult for those present. As Lu Ying landed, he immediately ingested a crystal core to restore his energy. Lu Wei and Li Zhang felt a swell of hope amidst their astonishment. This biochemical experiment was likely the strongest force within the bunker. Once Lu Ying regained his strength, they would proceed to the final control room to reactivate the bunker. The individuals within the 12th level control center gazed in astonishment at the unfolding events on the screen, their expressions betraying their disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the target had managed to eliminate the bioexperimental subject. What level of ability does he possess? A researcher murmured, trembling. Within the control center, screens displaying various data of the experimental subject incessantly flashed alarm signals. Yet, none could muster the will to pay attention any longer. What should we do? A chill swept over everyone in the control center as they realized that with Ying and the others having dealt with the experimental subject, the next step would undoubtedly be to breach the 12th level control center and access the bunker. At that moment, they feared they would be annihilated on the spot. Even if they were taken back to the Jiushan base, the human bio-experiments they had conducted would lead to their execution. Panic enveloped the control center, with some individuals even contemplating a discreet exit. Crash. A costly goblet shattered in the hands of the visibly distorted Gao Qi. He never anticipated that deploying the strongest bio-experimental subject would culminate in such a dire outcome. Regaining his composure swiftly, Gao Qi pressed the intercom button beside him. Initiate Class C drug experiments, seal the bunker exit, and evacuate immediately. With that, Gao Qi remotely adjusted the surveillance, fixating his gaze on the now severed corpse of the mutated entity displayed on the screen. Chapter 163, The Experiment Subject's Re-Evolution Outside the Edifice, Han Bin. Engaged in battlefield cleanup, received directives from Gao Qi and promptly initiated arrangements. Team 3 proceeded to the building to execute the demolition. With resolute determination, over a dozen insurgents, laden with tactical backpacks, infiltrated the structure, meticulously installing explosives at every critical load-bearing point. On the 12th floor of the bunker, researchers stationed in another office observed the real-time data of the biochemical experiment subjects before them. After inputting a series of commands, one researcher retrieved a backpack and ascended to the uppermost level of the bunker via the elevator. Upon reaching the alloy blast door, he extracted a handheld control terminal from his backpack and entered a sequence of commands. The entrance to the bunker swung open, and immediately, over 20 mutated zombies surged into the facility. In the control center on the 12th floor, personnel watched in horror through the monitors as the researcher's voice escaped their lips. Professor Liu is leaving. Instantly, a chilling realization struck everyone. The upper management intended to abandon them. A staff member responsible for controlling all blast doors in the bunker, his eyes ablaze with panic, rushed to operate the remote control terminal, attempting to seal the door to obstruct Professor Liu's exit. Yet, despite his urgent commands, the terminal was utterly ineffective in controlling the entrance. Flee. My authority has been revoked, he shouted, bolting from the control center. The remaining personnel, witnessing this, hurriedly evacuated, entering the elevator in hopes of escape. As Professor Liu stepped through the bunker's exit, he input another series of commands into the control device. The opening door began to close slowly. A mechanical locking sound echoed as the door sealed completely. On the 11th floor, as Professor Liu entered that sequence of codes in his office, the dismembered body of the experiment subject, severed in two by Ying, emitted a faint shattering sound from its abdomen. The red glass vial, pre-embedded within the subject, shattered, splattering its crimson liquid everywhere. The liquid seemed to possess a life of its own, swiftly infiltrating the subject's flesh and blood. As these red agents permeated the cadaver, they integrated into its very nerves, inciting a transformation within the subject. The revived before it completes its mutation, slay it, Ying declared, as blood flames flickered along the blade, transforming him into a crimson shadow that surged towards the corpse undergoing metamorphosis. A crimson blade of energy descended with full force along the wounds of the mutated body. At that moment, the left arm of the mutated corpse suddenly lifted and struck Ying fiercely in the chest. Bang! Ying was hurled backward like a blood-colored cannonball, crashing against a massive supporting column. He felt as if his body had been shattered, waves of excruciating pain coursing through him. Fortunately, having undergone 4 enhancements, Ying's physique was remarkably resilient. Otherwise, he might have suffered the same fate as the captain of Team 3, instantly incapacitated by broken bones. Quickly regaining his footing, Ying shook his head. Liu Wei and Li Zheng, along with others, unleashed their powers, relentlessly attacking the transforming experimental subject. Yet, their assaults inflicted no harm upon the corpse. Gathering energy once more, Ying's gaze sharpened as he charged forward. However, a gigantic whip descended upon him. Ying swiftly dodged, taking refuge to the side as the massive whip retreated. Upon closer inspection, it was the whip-like appendage sprouting from the back of the biochemical specimen. At this moment, the experimental body seemed to have completed its transformation. Its form had shrunk to 2 meters, covered in a dense layer of hard bone spines. 6 enormous, writhing appendages resembling tentacles grew from its back, each adorned with sharp bone spines, their tips reminiscent of the tails of mutated zombies, akin to scorpion stingers. The transformed specimen appeared to have escaped the control of Chinching group, its ghostly green eyes fixated on Ying and his companions, seemingly contemplating. A sense of dread filled the hearts of the onlookers. Despite its reduced size, the transformed entity exuded an aura of greater strength than before. Gao Qi had already replaced his glass with a new one, savoring the exquisite red wine with delight, observing the successfully mutated specimen before him. Gauchi felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Simultaneously, the scene on the screen in front of him mirrored that of a neighboring office. This spacious office housed over 20 researchers clad in white lab coats, one of whom was Professor Ding, who had previously departed from Chinching Group's northern suburban base in Yin City. A cold, middle-aged man in a black leather jacket was none other than Miao Shan. The researchers wore expressions of excitement, engaging in hushed discussions about the success of the mutation. In the 11th level space, despair once again enveloped everyone's hearts. Li Zheng's eyes were bloodshot, his hands trembling with burning ghostly green flames. Lu Wei's face turned pale, her slender fingers quivering incessantly. While Li Xin and Li Ziyuan wore grave expressions. In the next instant, the 6 massive tentacles of the mutated experimental body began to thrash violently. 2 of the tentacles lunged directly at Lu Ying, clearly recognizing him as the most formidable threat among the remaining group. With a clang, Lu Ying swung his short blade, deflecting the attacking tentacles. With a swift and decisive stroke, Lu Ying severed one of the tentacles, its tip resembling the stinger of a scorpion. Scarlet blood gushed forth from the point of severance. At that moment, Yi Xin let out a woeful scream as one of the tentacles pierced through his skull. Lu Ying rushed forward with great urgency, but it was too late. The massive tentacle hoisted Yi Xin aloft, retracting rapidly towards the mutated entity. In the next instant, Yi Xin's entire head was violently torn asunder by 2 grotesque hands, each covered in a hardened carapace. A gaping fissure split open in the center of the mutant's chest, resembling a cavernous maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth. Yi Xin's head was delivered to the bloodied abyss within the creature's chest. Chapter 164. State of carnage. With the sound of chewing echoing, Lu Ying halted his steps. Lu Wei's anguished cries pierced the air, as the once united team was reduced to their sole leader, Lu Wei. Suddenly, a tentacle was perilously close to Lu Wei's left cheek, creating a devastating impact on the ground. A thick ice spear, conjured from ice-based abilities, struck fiercely against the chest of the mutated experiment, shattering with a cacophony of cracking sounds, yet failing to breach the creature's defenses. At this moment, Lu Wei's powers had nearly been exhausted, and a tentacle surged towards her chest with alarming speed. A solitary tear escaped the corner of her eye as she offered a grim smile, hinting at a semblance of release. Should the tentacle connect, it would likely result in her immediate demise. In the next instant, a flash of crimson light sliced through the air, severing the attacking tentacle in 2, while a spray of bright blood stained Lu Wei's combat attire. It was in this fleeting moment that Lu Ying intervened to save her. However, 2 agonized screams resounded. Lu, brother Lu, Li Ziyuan gasped. A tentacle having pierced through his chest, blood pouring from his mouth and nose, the excruciating pain overwhelming his senses, rendering him incapable of articulating a complete thought. Beast. Lu Ying's eyes blazed with fury as he charged once more towards Li Ziyuan, but as the tentacle thrashed violently, Li Ziyuan's body was torn asunder, scattering his remains across the ground. Taking advantage of Lu Ying's distraction while saving Lu Wei, the mutated bioexperiment unleashed 4 tentacles upon Li Ziyuan and Li Zheng. The 2 managed to evade the first tentacle, yet another extended unexpectedly, launching a surprise attack from behind. The 2 tentacles pierced through their backs and emerged from their chests. The tremendous energy released during the thrashing caused their bodies to be obliterated. Only Lu Ying and Lu Wei remained on the 11th floor. This mutated bioexperiment clearly surpassed the 3rd stage of the Yaoguang realm, likely having reached the 4th stage of the Kaiyong realm. At this juncture, Lu Ying and Lu Wei found themselves in a true predicament. Lu Ying frantically summoned the energy within him and charged at the mutated experiment once more. The creature's emerald green pupils constricted as its 2-meter frame vanished from sight. In the next moment, it had evaded Lu Ying's advance. The 2 scorpion-like tails that Lu Ying had severed regenerated instantly, as if they could extend indefinitely, continuing their relentless assault. Lu Ying wielded his broken blade, creating a flurry of afterimages. The sounds of metal clashing filled the air, sparks flying from the hard hooks of the scorpion tails against his blade. Suddenly, 2 of the tentacles withdrew from the fray and extended to strike from behind Lu Ying. The remaining 4 tentacles positioned themselves to limit his evasive maneuvers. "Watch your back," Lu Wei shouted urgently, rushing forward to shield Lu Ying from the impending blow. However, with a thud, Lu Wei was flung aside by one of the tentacles, crashing against the wall. Fortunately, the force was only half of what it had been previously. A rigid tentacle, resembling a scorpion's tail, pierced through Lu Ying's back, embedding itself in the muscle beneath his skin, yet it could not penetrate any deeper. After undergoing 4 enhancements, Lu Ying's physical defenses rivaled those of this bioengineered specimen. Another tentacle attempted to strike at Lu Ying's neck, but in the next instant, he vanished from the encirclement of 6 tentacles. Moments later, Lu Ying reappeared behind the mutated specimen, wielding a short blade engulfed in crimson flames, and struck down with all his might. The blade embedded itself in the specimen's left shoulder, but it failed to penetrate its entire form. With a resounding crash, a massive surge of energy erupted from the creature's back, sending Lu Ying and the embedded blade hurtling away, creating a deep dent in a nearby shipping container. Blood gushed from the grotesque wound on the specimen's left shoulder, yet it quickly began to visibly heal, though its emerald-hued eyes dimmed slightly. A roar echoed through the air as the specimen vanished and instantaneously reappeared before Lu Ying. No. Lu Wei struggled to rise, attempting to rush forward, but was swiftly struck down by a tentacle. 10 powerful crimson fingers, akin to hawk's talons, pierced into Lu Ying's shoulders, causing blood to flow profusely. Lu Wei closed her eyes in anguish, unable to bear the sight of Lu Ying's plight. Gao Qi laughed heartily, then sighed, "What a pity. This mutated specimen is now beyond control. Capturing you alive would have proven far more beneficial." The researchers beside the office hurriedly recorded the combat data of this formidable specimen. This information would be crucial for future experiments. At that moment, the researchers were solely focused on the powerful specimen, oblivious to the fact that Lu Ying's pupils had turned a vivid crimson after sustaining his injuries. Hee at that instant, a sinister laughter resonated within the 11th level. In the next moment, Lu Ying, who had been looking down, slowly lifted his gaze, his scarlet eyes fixated on the specimen before him, which had opened its gaping maw. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted as Lu Ying's entire being ignited in crimson flames, detonating like a bomb. The mutated specimen was flung backward, crashing violently against the wall behind it. The immense force of the explosion left a 2-meter-high, half-meter-deep human-shaped imprint in the alloy wall. 6 severed tentacles writhed on the ground. Lu Ying's clothing had been completely obliterated in the blast, and even the specially forged short blade he had wielded vanished entirely, now engulfed in flames. With his eyes a fierce red and a smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Lu Ying appeared exceedingly sinister. A scarlet blur flashed as he lifted off the ground, floating toward the specimen embedded in the wall. With a sudden motion, he plunged his hands into the wall, pulling the specimen free. The bioengineered creature was charred and battered, its mouth a gruesome sight, with jagged teeth shattered. Most of its 6 tentacles had been obliterated. Yet the wounds on its body were beginning to heal, albeit slowly. Clearly, the repair of the injuries this time is far more arduous than before. Lu Ying wore a peculiar smile, gripping the left shoulder of the experimental subject tightly with one hand while unleashing a powerful punch with his right. Bang! A fist engulfed in blood flames pierced through the chest of the biochemical experiment, emerging from the back. In the next instant, his right hand retracted, the palm extending like a blade as it plunged into the subject's neck. With a forceful tug, the cervical vertebrae, thick blood vessels, and strands of muscle were all yanked out. The massive head of the severed biochemical subject was left hanging by mere scraps of muscle and skin, drooping helplessly to the side. A crack echoed as the bones shattered. Lu Ying twisted and tore the head from its body, holding the still-living head of the biochemical subject. He abruptly smashed it beneath his foot. With a resounding thud, the grotesque head shattered like a watermelon. The sound of cracking and crunching continued. And within less than a minute, the entire biochemical entity was torn into pieces by Lu Ying, who had entered a state of slaughter. Observing this scene, Lu Wei felt a wave of physiological discomfort, yet Lu Ying's successful defeat of this despair-inducing experiment reignited a flicker of hope within her. However, in the next moment, Lu Ying, engulfed in blood flames, suddenly appeared before Lu Wei, grasping her and pulling her close. Gazing into Lu Ying's malevolent eyes, Lu Wei's heart sank. At that moment, Lu Ying appeared utterly unfamiliar, his lips curling into a sinister smile, his crimson gaze fixed intently upon her. Chapter 165, Self-Destruction, Escape with a Resounding Crash. An expensive goblet was violently shattered by the furious Gao Qi. "Useless," he exclaimed, his eyes ablaze as he glared at the screen where Lu Ying continued to burn with a fiery rage. "Bastard!" After a moment of seething anger, Gao Qi quickly regained his composure and pressed another switch on the communication device. "Clear the Jiushan City base. Execute code HB139857. A cold voice responded. The person on the other end of the line, receiving Gao Qi's command, incredulously inquired, "Gao, are our people still inside?" The emotionless voice echoed again, causing the individual on the other end to tremble as if under the gaze of a ferocious tiger, repeatedly affirming their compliance. In another office on the 12th floor of the base, an armed personnel in snow camouflage nervously ended the communication. They approached a heavy blast door and entered the code provided by Gao Qi. The silver-gray blast door slid open, and after iris verification and facial recognition, the code was entered once more. The ground beneath the office emitted a mechanical whirring as a tile opened, revealing a passageway. The armed personnel leaped into the tunnel, where the roar of engines could be heard. The floor of the passage then rose and sealed shut. 5 minutes after the armed personnel's departure, The entire bunker erupted with a piercing alarm. Warning, warning, purge protocol initiated. All personnel must evacuate the base within 10 minutes. A cold, emotionless voice reverberated throughout the bunker. Researchers and staff on the 12th floor, frantically seeking refuge from Ying, along with the remaining armed personnel, momentarily froze at the sound of the alarm. After listening to the announcement, panic ensued, even more intense than before. After leaving the bunker, Professor Liu completely locked down the facility via the control terminal. All blast doors, elevators, and electronic devices within the bunker were secured. A staff member clad in a white lab coat frantically pressed the buttons beside the elevator, but the display above showed only a few red lines, unresponsive to their frantic attempts. "Bastard, you've abandoned us," an armed personnel shouted at the high-definition camera above. In a laboratory, a male and female researcher, who were married, huddled closely together, exuding a calmness absent in the others. Meanwhile, the survivors, previously imprisoned for human, the elongated neck of Ying was firmly gripped by Lu Wei, who had succumbed to a state of slaughter. One hand clutched Ying's powerful hand that was constricting her throat, while the other hand desperately beat against Ying's forearm. Lu Wei gasped, her mouth agape, yet only a hoarse and feeble cry escaped her lips. She yearned to awaken Ying, but the constriction around her neck rendered her incapable of producing coherent sounds, and waves of dizziness enveloped her vision. In Ying's mind, two figures clashed, one being the normal Ying, and the other, a version engulfed in flames of blood. The two engaged in relentless combat. The normal Ying was repeatedly vanquished by the blood-red figure, yet she continued to struggle to rise. "You are merely a manifestation of my murderous state." The fiery figure maintained an evil grin, yet uttered no words. In the next moment, the blood-burning figure slowly dissipated, and Ying's rationality returned, regaining control of her body. As her pupils normalized, she beheld Lu Wei, gasping for breath in her grasp, on the verge of asphyxiation. Ying immediately released her hold. Lu Wei collapsed to the ground, taking deep, labored breaths. Ying here." "Yes, I heard you," Ying replied. "And I see." Piercing announcement echoed through the base once more, indicating that only 5 minutes remained before the entire facility initiated its cleansing protocol. The urgency struck Ying. They needed to reach the 12th floor to open the door. With only 5 minutes to descend from the 12th floor to the first via the elevator, they would scarcely have time to escape. Ying quickly organized her thoughts. "Hold on to me." Ying's right arm encircled Lu Wei's slender waist. Complying, Lu Wei wrapped her arms around Ying's neck, pressing her form against her. Suddenly, their bodies became translucent, vanishing from the 11th floor. With a mere thought, Ying activated her teleportation ability, one that could only be employed while in a state of invisibility. In the next instant, the two appeared outside the forward group building. With another mental command, their figures disappeared once more. Gao-Qi, watching from the screen, stared in disbelief at the vanishing forms of Ying and Lu Wei on the surveillance feed. "What kind of ability is this?" Gao-Qi murmured to himself, suddenly shivering. The next moment, their figures reappeared in the lower left corner of the screen, but in an instant, they vanished again. Gao-Qi's complexion turned pale, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Invisibility and teleportation. Panic surged within him. He could not afford to expose his hiding place. As this realization dawned, Gao-Qi began to ponder whether he had left any traceable evidence in Yun City and Jiu City. If Ying discovered his exact hiding spot, she could easily locate him using her abilities, leaving him with no chance of escape. "Eradicate all traces of my presence in Yun City and Jiu City." Gao-Qi contacted an insider hidden in the western suburbs of Yun City. Understood. 5 minutes later, a deafening explosion erupted from the Chinching group building in Jiu City. A blinding flash of light flickered, and centered around the forward group building, a colossal sphere of energy radiating dazzling white light ascended into the sky. The reinforced concrete and specialized alloy materials of the edifice shattered into fragments, resembling leaves scattered by a tempest. A thunderous roar echoed once more as a colossal energy sphere expanded at an astonishing velocity, unleashing shockwaves, searing flames, and intense pressure that surged outward in all directions. The formidable shockwave leveled nearby structures to the ground, yet the extent of this explosion was relatively contained. Centered around the Chinching Group tower, the blast affected the surrounding industrial zones of the Chinching Group. The immense fireball soon dissipated, leaving only a dense cloud of smoke to gradually fade away. The site of the Chinching Group tower was reduced to mere ruins, as all evidence within the bunker was utterly obliterated, seemingly concealing the malevolence that had transpired. Chapter 166, Restoration at the Jioshan base. The air was rife with the cacophony of gunfire and explosions. Flames soared towards the heavens, while thick plumes of smoke spiraled upward, forming dark, ashen columns. The sounds of battle cries and desperate wails echoed throughout the facility. The insurgents had seized control of the command center. coercing the base commander into issuing a surrender order. Yet, none among the senior ranks of the base complied. Ultimately, the insurgents executed the high-ranking officials. The sole path to commandeering the base lay in annihilating all armed personnel within its confines, with internal infiltration and collusion aiding the insurgents. Coupled with the formidable strength of the bioengineered entities, by afternoon, only a battered remnant of insurgents remained within the base. Hanbin returned to the base with a contingent of fewer than a platoon of special forces. As dusk descended, a fleet of helicopters, comprising Black Hawks and CH-53E Super Stallions, descended upon the base. Over 30 transport vehicles rolled in, carrying armed personnel and bioresearchers from another facility of the Chinching group. They entered the survivor enclave, which had been secured, meticulously selecting individuals of suitable age and health. Those chosen were divided, with some boarding the transport helicopters, while others were loaded into vehicles to be taken to another research base. A portion of these selected survivors would bolster the armed forces, while a greater number would become subjects for bioexperimental trials. 5 kilometers from the explosion zone of the Chinching group lay a villa district in Jioshan. Lu Wei carried the unconscious Lu Ying, devoid of any clothing, into a 5-story villa. The owner had long departed, and the rooms bore no traces of blood or the undead, gently placing Lu Ying upon a soft, spacious bed. Lu Wei covered her with all the blankets she could find within the villa. After feeling Lu Ying's neck, Lu Wei sighed in relief. Prior to the explosion at the Chinching group base, Lu Ying had repeatedly utilized her teleportation ability to escape with Lu Wei. Following a fierce battle with a mutated bioengineered entity, Lu Ying had expended all her energy to ensure their escape from the blast radius. After the final teleportation, she had collapsed from exhaustion and injury. Once Lu Ying was settled, Lu Wei rummaged through the villa's kitchen for pots and dishes, gathering a substantial amount of clean snow from outside. Upon returning, she barricaded every window on each floor with movable furniture and tables, drawing the curtains tightly shut. After completing this task, Lu Wei split a solid wooden chair from the dining area to use as firewood, igniting a blaze on the expansive ground floor to boil water. The villa showed no signs of chaos. It appeared the owner had departed with a sense of calm, leaving all necessities intact. Lu Ying's relentless struggle had nearly drained her vitality, and she had succumbed to slumber. Although the bleeding from her back wound had ceased, there were no signs of healing. Given Lu Ying's extraordinary recovery capabilities, one would expect these injuries to have healed by now. Lu Wei gently cleansed Lu Ying's body with a pristine towel. In the depths of her slumber, Lu Ying sensed an unusual sensation coursing through her body, yet her exhaustion prevented her from awakening. As Lu Wei turned Lu Ying onto her side, exposing the still healing wound on her back, she retrieved a first aid kit from her tactical belt and meticulously dressed the injury. However, a wave of apprehension surged within Lu Wei. She silently hoped it was not a viral infection. Subsequently, she descended the stairs to cleanse herself. At 10 o'clock that night, Lu Ying's body began to radiate heat, seemingly due to an infection of the wound. Lu Wei persistently employed a damp towel in an effort to reduce Lu Ying's fever. For over 2 hours, the temperature gradually subsided, and upon unwrapping the bandaged wound, Lu Wei found it to be in the same condition as before. A breath of relief escaped her lips. Yet, almost immediately, Lu Ying's entire body began to tremble, and her temperature plummeted. Despite adding several layers of blankets, Lu Ying's decline in body heat remained unabated. Lu Wei's delicate hand rested on Lu Ying's forehead, feeling an unsettling chill. There was no trace of warmth. The absence of temperature in the human body typically signifies one thing: death. Yet peculiarly, Lu Ying's breathing and heartbeat remained steady. A faint blush crept upon Lu Wei's porcelain complexion as she gazed at Lu Ying, seemingly arriving at a silent resolution. Gritting her teeth, she shed her clothes and enfolded Lu Ying in her embrace to share warmth. At that moment, 2 forces clashed within Lu Ying. One was the power stemming from her own evolution, while the other was the virus injected into her body by the mutated experimental creature's scorpion tail that had breached her defenses. Each part of these bioexperimental entities harbored the zombie virus, and after such extensive evolution, the primordial virus continued to adapt as well. As time elapsed, Lu Ying's innate strength ultimately prevailed, devouring and annihilating the invading zombie virus. In the outskirts of Yun City, the base remained restless through the night. There had been no word from Jioshan City, and even the reconnaissance aircraft dispatched had failed to return with any reports. Given the operational range of the escort aircraft, if they had been airborne all day, their fuel reserves would now be depleted. This situation could only indicate one thing: a significant upheaval had transpired in Jioshan City. The situation had been reported to Base 003, yet to this moment, the outskirts of Yun City had received no response from them. The Air Force base in Yun City had prepared transport aircraft, and the quick reaction force at the outskirts was organized and ready, awaiting orders to parachute into Jioshan City for reconnaissance. "Commander, You should return and rest. I will await news here, Xiao Hongshuan said, glancing at the base commander, Yang Ming. The recent operations had been fraught with difficulty, leaving the senior officials at the base deprived of restful sleep. With the sudden turmoil in Jiushan City, the command center was enveloped in a tense atmosphere, and no one dared to leave, all awaiting further developments. The following morning at 10, Lu Ying slowly awakened. She had enjoyed a deep and satisfying slumber, her back fully healed. Suddenly, she froze, feeling the softness and warmth enveloping her. Her heart raced, turning her somewhat stiff neck. Lu Ying glanced sideways at Lu Wei, who was still lost in dreams, her eyelashes fluttering gently, as if still enveloped in slumber. However, her delicate face bore a faint blush. Lu Ying's mind momentarily faltered. Just then, Lu Wei opened her eyes, her crystal-clear gaze locking onto Lu Ying's. "Ah, you're finally awake." Lu Wei's voice was as soft as a whisper. Lu Ying nodded stiffly. "Are you healed? Are you hungry? Do you wish to eat me? What?" Lu Ying's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the mischievous Lu Wei. "Dream on. Turn around. I'm getting dressed. No peeking." Lu Ying obediently turned her back and did not look back. Soon, the sound of rustling clothing reached her ears. Lu Wei's skin was as fair as snow, tender and smooth, her figure slender and delicate, yet she moved with remarkable swiftness. The wardrobe of this residence contained numerous winter garments. Lu Wei retrieved warm clothing and a long black overcoat that reached her knees. After Lu Wei exited, Lu Ying took some intimate and warm clothing from her space and donned the black coat. "What shall we do now?" Lu Wei softly inquired. The only survivors who had entered the bunker were the two of them. The armed personnel who appeared on the 11th floor had been confirmed as members of the special forces brought by Han Bin after the battle concluded. They could not ascertain whether the higher-ups at the Jiushan base had also turned traitorous like Han Bin. Returning to the Jiushan base was certainly not an option. "It's over 200 kilometers from here to Yun City. We need to find a vehicle and sufficient fuel to drive back," Lu Ying stated. "There must be several cars in the garage of this villa area, but the snow outside was at least 2 meters thick and as hard as frozen ground. Let us search the city. We should be able to find something," Lu Wei suggested. Leaving the villa area, they oriented themselves. At present, they found themselves in the southern district of Jiushan, close to the suburbs. Avoiding the explosion at Chinching Group, they set off towards the city center of Jiushan. At the command center of the Yun City Western Suburb Base, the high-ranking officials, their eyes bloodshot, finally received orders from Base 003. Base 003 commanded Yun City to continue monitoring the Chinching Group base in Yun City, while regarding the situation in Jiushan. Base 003 would dispatch ground and air forces to investigate. Base 003, located in the adjacent Yushan province, was responsible for all military and political affairs in the 6 northwestern provinces following the onset of the Ice Age and the outbreak of the zombie virus. Yushan province alone housed a complete army group. The 6 northwestern provinces were home to 3 army groups, with Base 003 overseeing the largest area. In addition to these 3 army groups, internal security forces, and 2 military districts within the border provinces. Furthermore, there were air forces and reserve troops among the armed forces. The total strength under the command of Base 003 exceeded 400,000. The headquarters of Base 003 was situated in the mountainous region of Liang City in Yushan Province. The orders and notifications dispatched to the command center in Yun City's western suburbs did not provide detailed information regarding the current situation in Jiushan. In fact, Base 003 has already acquired the latest intelligence from Jiushan City, and it has been revealed that a high-ranking official within the outskirts of Yunqing has become an insider for the Chinching Group. Consequently, no specific intelligence has been disclosed to the outskirts of Yunqing. The airborne forces dispatched to Jiushan City have departed from Base 003, traveling via military transport aircraft to take control of the entire Jiushan City. Ground troops are mobilizing a heavy armored combined brigade from the area bordering Yang Province to enter Jiushan City. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Air Force airport constructed within Base 003 was filled with Y-20 transport aircraft. As wheeled infantry fighting vehicles and assault vehicles were driven into the cargo holds for secure transport. Additionally, armed units boarded the aircraft in an orderly fashion. A total of 22 transport planes took off from the airport, escorted by 2 formations of fighter jets. The airport on the outskirts of Jiushan City had already been seized by the armed forces of another survivor base. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the 22 transport aircraft had arrived at the airport, bringing a series of equipment and personnel from 2 combined battalions to Jiushan Base. Hiding within a tall building in Jiushan City, Lu Ying and Lu Wei observed the arrival of more than 20 transport planes from a distance. "Do you think they are from Yunqing or elsewhere?" Lu Ying inquired, glancing at Lu Wei. Lu Wei shook her head. indicating that she had only recently joined the official ranks of Chinching and was not well versed in these matters. We should head to Jiushan base, Lu Ying suggested. Lu Wei looked surprised. What if they are colluding with Han Bin? Wouldn't we be walking into our own demise? Lu Wei questioned. Lu Ying shook her head, asserting. That's impossible. Really? Deploying over 20 transport aircraft surely means they brought a significant number of troops. Given that this is the day after the upheaval in Jiushan City, the scale of this military mobilization cannot be orchestrated by Han Bin or the insiders of the Chinching group, Lu Ying explained. Lu Wei nodded in agreement, but raised her own doubts. Have you forgotten what Deputy Commander Chow mentioned about the two voices from above? Lu Ying replied, No, I haven't. If this were happening elsewhere, I would certainly hesitate to draw such a conclusion. However, the area we are in falls under the jurisdiction of Base 033. Remember what Deputy Commander Chow said? Base 003 is determined to address all unstable elements like the Chinching group. Therefore, I believe Base 003 has received accurate intelligence, prompting their entry into Jiushan City. Listening to Lu Ying's analysis, Lu Wei nodded, her gaze towards Lu Ying now tinged with curiosity. Let us proceed. The two observed the distribution of zombies from the rooftop before descending to enter a road with a less dense zombie presence, leaving the urban center of Jiushan City. The advanced forces that arrived in Jiushan City consisted of wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, assault vehicles, and various anti-aircraft vehicles. The highest-ranking commander assigned to take over Jiushan base was a major general named Zhao Xiao. The advanced force comprised over 40 wheeled infantry fighting vehicles, more than 40 assault vehicles, and over 10 anti-aircraft vehicles. Upon their arrival at Jiushan base, the scene was grim. With dismembered limbs scattered everywhere and remnants of various equipment and ruins from explosions, some armored vehicles still ablaze. The troops continued their advance into the base, with a portion establishing a camp and setting up communication equipment within the military zone. The other contingent accompanied Zhao Xiao to the survivors' gathering site. Within this locale, all structures remained unscathed, and there were no indications of large-scale massacres. Zhao Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and led his forces into the gathering site to assess the situation. There were 1,200 survivors, all of whom had been evacuated from the area between last night and this morning. All remaining personnel at the base had perished. The Vanguard unit discovered the bodies of several high-ranking officials from the Jiushan base in the command center, their corpses having undergone mutation. The Vanguard subsequently reorganized the defense and cleanup operations for Jiushan base, with some survivors voluntarily joining their efforts. Major General Zhao Xiao promptly contacted several other gathering sites to compile the information, which he reported directly to Base 003. At 10 o'clock that night, the perimeter sentry at Jiushan base spotted two unidentified individuals arriving. These individuals were Lu Ying and Lu Wei. After clarifying their identities and explaining the situation regarding the Chinching group in Jiushan City, they were soon picked up by a snow vehicle. Under the supervision of a lieutenant and 4 endowed individuals, they entered the command center of the base and met with Major General Zhao Xiao. Lu Wei produced a storage card and handed it to Zhao. This card contained evidence of the human experiments conducted by the Chinching group within their bunker. Zhao accepted the card, having already verified the identities of Lu Ying and Lu Wei with Yun City. The Chinching group had announced that all institutions in the 6 northwestern provinces had been disaffiliated from them and had reported a series of evidence to bases 001 and 003, proving that all human and biochemical experiments in Yong province were solely orchestrated by Gao Qi. The base had issued orders to cleanse all branches of the Chinching group in the 6 northwestern provinces. Chapter 167, the news brought by Su Chani upon hearing the words of Major General Zhao Xiao, a sense of absurdity surged within the hearts of the two. Could it be that the evidence gathered during this incursion into the base would not be sufficient to dismantle the entire Chinching group? At this moment, they recalled the comrades who had sacrificed themselves within the bunker, as well as the 2 teams of ability users belonging to Jiushan City. Sensing their thoughts, Major General Zhao let out a gentle sigh and continued, however, the evidence you have retrieved regarding the Chinching group's human and biochemical experiments is indeed valuable. We will report this evidence from Base 003 to Base 1. They may yet have a chance to intervene. Furthermore, following this large-scale operation across the 6 provinces of northwest China, the Chinching group will no longer exist. Tomorrow, we will send you back to Yun City, and this operation will commence in the northern suburbs of the Chinching group in Yun City. Lu Ying and Lu Wei returned to their temporary resting quarters, and early the next morning, they boarded a transport plane back to the western suburbs of Yun City. Lu Wei proceeded to the command center to meticulously report the details of this operation to Cao Hongxuan. Simultaneously, Base 003 issued an order to the Yun City authorities to eradicate the Chinching group's base in the northern suburbs. This operation would not require the deployment of ground troops into the bunker. Instead, Missile bases concealed within the deep mountains surrounding Yun City would launch DF-15C bunker-busting ballistic missiles to assault the facility. After breaching the outer defenses, further missile strikes would be employed to dismantle the upper layers, followed by heavy aerial bombs to obliterate the entire underground stronghold. Upon arriving at the base, Lu Ying felt the call of Suchani resonating within him. After a brief moment, he drove a snow vehicle away from the base. Suchani awaited him 7 kilometers away in the mountains. The snow vehicle came to a gradual stop as Lu Ying opened the door. A thick purple mist drifted from the distant mountain, dissipating as it reached him. Before Lu Ying stood Suchani, adorned in an exquisite light purple gown, her fair and delicate skin accentuating her graceful figure, smiling softly. "Master," Suchani's gentle voice rang out. Lu Ying rolled his eyes. "What is it?" With a playful pout. Suchani replied, "How heartless you are. Recently, there have been some unusual movements among the mutated creatures in Yun City and the surrounding mountains." "What kind of movements?" Suchani shook her head, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lu Ying with a hint of grievance. "I've been traveling around these days, without a fixed abode, not even a place to call home." "Oh, what are you trying to say?" Lu Ying inquired, puzzled. "Isn't there a shelter for the master? May I not stay there as well?" As soon as Suchani uttered these words, she felt a wave of murderous intent envelop her. Lu Ying's heart raced. Only the Zhang family was aware of his other shelter, and they would never divulge his secrets to anyone. "How do you know about the other shelter?" Lu Ying's tone turned icy, energy within him stirring, prepared to extinguish Suchani at any moment. Feeling a chill run down her spine, Suchani hastily explained, "Master, I saw it in that spiritual imprint." "What else did you see?" Lu Ying's gaze bore into Suchani's deep purple eyes. Suchani shivered slightly, relaying everything she had observed to Lu Ying. "Master, this is all I saw. Nothing more," Suchani whispered. Aside from the revelations of Lu Ying's rebirth, the spatial ring, and the mysterious tome, her account contained only a few characters, locations, and simple relationships. They got into the car, and Lu Ying drove Suchani back to the mountain sanctuary in the eastern suburbs. Having been away for so long, the temperature within the sanctuary had steadily declined. Yet it remained significantly warmer than the outside world. Restarting the entire power system, lights flickered to life one by one. With a mere thought, Lu Ying extracted 2 barrels of diesel from the spatial realm to refill the fuel tanks of the 2 generators. Suchani watched in astonishment as Lu Ying seemingly performed magic, pulling out the barrels of diesel, but a chill ran through her heart. The revelation of such secrets before her was daunting. If she did not handle this properly, she might very well face Lu Ying's wrath. Suchani understood that should this secret be exposed, various human factions would undoubtedly covet Lu Ying's extraordinary abilities. She pondered the extent of the space Lu Ying controlled, suspecting it contained numerous other resources. Returning to the room with Suchani, Lu Ying removed his coat and began to boil water for tea. Suchani stood quietly by, her movements and words restrained, her gaze fixed on Lu Ying's actions. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly oppressive, and fine beads of sweat appeared on Suchani's smooth forehead. Lu Ying could end her life with a mere thought, yet he posed no questions. After sipping a cup of hot tea and exhaling slowly, Lu Ying turned to Suchani. "Please sit down. Moving forward, cooperate with me. If I find your previous words to be truthful, you may continue to live. However, should you have seen anything else?" Without hesitation, Suchani seated herself on the bed, nodding vigorously. "Master, I will cooperate. I absolutely did not deceive you." Lu Ying's pupils began to swirl with a crimson mist, which enveloped Suchani's deep violet eyes. Memories flooded past Lu Ying's vision as he peered into Suchani's mind. Before being consumed and fused with the queen bee, Suchani had been an emergency room doctor in Chinching hospital. Upon the advent of the apocalypse, she awakened her psychic powers and merged with the mutated queen bee before encountering Lu Ying. After meeting him, under his psychic control, she had glimpsed fragments of his memories. Upon concluding his exploration, Lu Ying felt a sense of relief. Suchani had spoken the truth. She had indeed seen nothing regarding his rebirth, the spatial realm, or the enigmatic book. Even the memories of Lu Ying utilizing space to gather resources had eluded her sight. Having previously resolved that should Suchani have discovered anything pertaining to those matters, he would have eliminated her on the spot, Lu Ying now felt assured. The very act of exposing his secret space was predicated on his ability to determine Suchani's fate with a mere thought. With these confirmations in mind, Lu Ying decided against any violent action, recognizing that Suchani's strength surpassed his own by a fraction. In the future, one must continue to gather crystal cores to enhance their strength. With the assistance of Suchani, formidable support will be at hand to confront those troublesome mutated creatures and high-level zombies. As Suchani's eyes gradually regained clarity, she noticed Lu Ying, who was still sipping tea, and understood that she could continue to survive. Now let us discuss the unusual movements of those mutated beings. Suchani sighed in relief and relayed her observations of the mutated creatures and her analyses to Lu Ying. Most of the current mutated beings remain within the mountains surrounding Yun City. Recently, Suchani ventured into the nearby mountains to hunt high-level mutated creatures and collect crystal cores. A significant number of mutated beings in the nearby mountains are converging towards human gathering places, and I suspect that they will soon launch an assault on these locales. Suchani shared her insights with Lu Ying. No one could ascertain how many creatures existed in those mountains before the apocalypse, but there were at least thousands of species, many of which have undoubtedly mutated. Lu Ying was instantly reminded of the swarm of mutated bats that appeared in Yun City, where creatures from the ground, air, and even underground simultaneously attacked human strongholds. The mere thought of such a terrifying scene sent shivers down Lu Ying's spine. Just as Lu Ying pondered this, an uncontrollable surge of purple mist emanated from Suchani. Coming back to his senses, Lu Ying found himself enveloped in purple fog. In the next instant, the mist entered his body. He felt an unbearable heat coursing through him. His desires magnified, and his body began to sizzle with warmth. At that moment, a soft moan emerged nearby, and Suchani's gaze towards Lu Ying grew seductive. With each breath, her warm breath brushed against Lu Ying's ear, and a delicate, boneless hand slipped beneath his clothing. Chapter 168. Special abilities. At this moment, Lu Ying's mind was completely consumed by desire, and he reached out to embrace the delicate Suchani. The sound of fabric tearing echoed in the air. Gazing at the enchanting figure of Suchani, Lu Ying's rationality utterly disintegrated. With one hand, he lifted Suchani's slender hands and pressed them against her head, tearing at her already flimsy purple gown with the ferocity of a beast. As he drew closer to Suchani's neck, inhaling her intoxicating fragrance, he felt her delicate waist tense slightly. Suchani's skin was exquisite, a pale pink hue with a hint of elasticity, devoid of any excess. The purple mist emanating from her grew denser, filling the room with a thick haze. She felt as if struck by an arrow, a pain piercing her heart, and could not help but cry out in distress. Clutching a soft pillow tightly, Suchani stared at the reflection of the two figures, her sensuous, full red lips biting into the corner of the pillow, while tears shimmered in her beautiful purple eyes, cascading down her cheeks. On the tea table, the hot water in the transparent glass kettle was boiling continuously, having been heated for quite some time. Eventually, the water overflowed, and the electric stove beneath emitted a sizzling sound. As the night deepened, Lu Ying placed the unconscious Suchani onto a chair. He retrieved a mattress, blanket, and pillow from his space, returning the previous items. After a while, Suchani stirred awake, feeling the warmth of his sturdy embrace. As she attempted to move her sore body, a sharp pain coursed through her, prompting a soft whimper and a furrowed brow. "You're awake," Lu Ying's voice, rich and enigmatic, resonated. Suchani lifted her head to meet his gaze. "What is going on?" Lu Ying asked with a hint of confusion. "Humph." Suchani let out a delicate huff, feeling somewhat wronged. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ying pressed on, "That purple mist seems to strip away rationality." Hearing this, Suchani's cheeks flushed slightly. The purple mist was a power she had acquired after merging with the mutated queen bee, a trait learned from the queen after her consciousness had gained dominance. This ability could significantly amplify the desires of living beings. Since Suchani's evolutionary level surpassed Lu Ying's, it was evident that while he would prevail in a life-and-death struggle, this ability bore no relevance to actual combat. "I see now," Lu Ying remarked, a sense of understanding washing over him after Suchani's explanation. He then looked incredulously at her. "You still?" Enough said. Before Lu Ying could finish, a tender hand covered his mouth. "After merging with the mutated queen bee, our bodies have also undergone mutations, so there hasn't been an opportunity yet." Lu Ying nodded, a deep sigh escaping his lips. "Are you truly human, or does it matter?" Suchani's profound purple eyes locked onto his. "The mutation of my body is now fixed. I will always remain in this form, without further changes." Lu Ying nodded gently, gazing at the person in her arms, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance, and feeling the softness and warmth radiating from her body, causing her throat to dry up. "You, won't you?" Suchani looked at Lu Ying with a hint of trepidation, but before she could finish her sentence, her words were silenced by a soft, rosy mouth. In the latter half of the night, Lu Ying allowed Suchani to sink into a deep slumber. Suchani curled up, afraid to move even slightly, as each motion sent waves of piercing pain through her. The following day, at 11 in the morning, Lu Ying awoke, a smile gracing her lips, and continued to stir until just past 1 o'clock. Nevertheless, as a third-stage evolver, Suchani possessed remarkable recovery capabilities. Lu Ying took Suchani on a tour of the entire tunnel, teaching her how to start and switch the diesel engine. They then ventured into the plant cultivation room within the tunnel, where Suchani's eyes brightened. Before the apocalypse, she had a fondness for flowers and plants, and here, beyond vegetables, were numerous seeds of green plants and flowers. Upon exiting the tunnel, Ying handed Su Chani the key to the explosion-proof door. This door can now only be closed via a mechanical device, as the electronic system has been destroyed. I have left you enough fuel and supplies for a month. The matter with Chinching Group is not yet resolved. I must find Gao Qi to clarify some issues, Ying instructed. When will you return? Su Chani inquired. Looking at Ying pinched Su Chanyi's little face. If there are no operations, I will return every 2 days. Then, leaning close to Su Chanyi's ear, she whispered, of course, I could come back every day as well. Su Chanyi's cheeks flushed, and she thought of the frantic escape back to the tunnel. Upon returning to the west suburb base, Ying immediately relayed everything she had seen and theorized regarding the mountains surrounding Yun City to Chao Hongshuan. In less than 10 minutes, senior officials gathered at the command center of the base. So, we may be facing an attack from mutated creatures soon? Another deputy commander stared at Ying, questioning her. Ying nodded across the table. To gather us here over a mysterious mutated creature seems rather absurd, doesn't it, Deputy Commander Chao? Another deputy commander remarked darkly. Turning to General Chao Hongshuan, Ying raised an eyebrow, momentarily perplexed by the opposing deputy commander. Precisely because of this news regarding mutated creatures, we must take it seriously. I suggest we immediately initiate exploration and surveillance of all mountains surrounding Yun City, while the base consolidates its forces for defense, General Chao Hongshuan replied. Looking pointedly at the other deputy commander, what about the eradication of the Chinching Group? The two issues are not mutually exclusive. This operation will primarily involve the missile forces and the air force. We can dispatch only a company for the cleanup. The base commander, Major General Yang Ming, spoke slowly. Proceed with the eradication of the Chinching Group as planned. We must give serious attention to the potential threat of mutated creatures in the near future. After the meeting concluded, Deputy Commander Chao, please arrange for the investigation and monitoring of the mountains surrounding Yun City. Yes. Major General Chao Hongshuan and another deputy commander responded simultaneously. As the meeting dispersed, Chao Hongshuan retained Ying, and once everyone had exited, he spoke in a hushed tone. Xiao Lu, prepare yourself in the coming days. Base 003 is currently tracking down the precise location of Gao Qi. Eventually, it will be you leading the team to retrieve him. What say you? Will you accept this mission? Ying expressed her surprise. Why would I be chosen to lead? The deputy commander nodded, clearly anticipating her inquiry. Because your strength is formidable. During your recent encounter with the mutated biochemical entity in Jioshan City, it is highly likely that you will face similar threats when we locate Gao Qi. Thus, we require an ability user capable of confronting such experimental beings. And you are presently the sole individual within the jurisdiction of Base 003 who has engaged and successfully eliminated one of these entities. Furthermore, Base 003 hopes to capture Gao Qi alive to obtain more secrets regarding the Chinching Group, thereby eradicating all its branches within the country and completely dismantling the organization. Ying nodded, realizing she needed to confront Gao Qi to clarify matters concerning her master, Lu Xuanji, and the reasons behind Gao Qi's fixation on her. Is there a confirmed timeline? Chao Hongshuan pondered briefly before replying. We should ascertain Gao Qi's exact hiding spot within a week at most. Moreover, I have reassigned 4 members from Lu Wei's Team 5, including 2 Phase 2 Enlightenment ability users. They will be under your command and will assist you in all operations. At this juncture, Chao Hongshuan let out a soft sigh. Apart from Lu Wei, all of Team 5 had perished, consisting of ability users from the military. The recent large-scale operations failures had directly resulted in the loss of 2/3 of the military's ability users. Fortunately, the survivor and armed personnel count at the Shijia base remains sufficiently robust, with occasional awakenings of new abilities. With an increasing influx of recruits to the military, the base has nearly restored its original number of ability users, though its overall strength still lags behind its former capacity. What is Lu Yuan's current condition? Ying inquired. Chao Hongshuan contemplated for a moment before responding. Lu Yuan's situation is somewhat unique. He remains in a coma, showing no signs of mutation or deterioration. Yet the virus within him has not been eradicated. Experts in medicine and biology at Base 003 indicate that he will not awaken in the short term. After this operation concludes, should you wish to visit, I will arrange contact with Base 003. Thank you. In the mountains, several hundred kilometers away from Yun City, lies a missile base that existed prior to the onset of the apocalypse. This base is home to a conventional missile brigade, equipped with over 100 missiles, encompassing short, medium, and long-range ballistic missiles. 2 launch vehicles emerged from the mountain tunnel, arriving at their designated launch positions. Each of these missile launchers was fitted with a DF-15C missile. a short-range ballistic missile primarily designed for penetrating strikes against bunkers, permanent fortifications, underground installations, and command centers. The missile is capable of striking targets buried 70 meters underground. According to the various data submitted by the headquarters of Chinching Group regarding the Chinching Group's northern suburban base, along with the strength of its defenses, this penetrating missile is sufficient to breach the upper protective layers of the base. At the Ying City Air Force Base, a H-6K bomber is equipped with 2 heavy aerial bombs, each filled with a substantial amount of thermite, intended for deployment within the northern suburban base. At 10 o'clock in the morning, a DF-15C short-range missile ignited and launched from the missile base. A massive white missile, approximately 10 meters in length, soared into the sky, its tail ablaze with fierce flames. The missile whistled through the air, heading towards the northern suburban base of Chinching Group in Ying City. The remaining biological researchers and armed forces personnel at the base remain blissfully unaware of the impending catastrophe. The armed forces continue their training and duties methodically, collaborating with the research staff on biological studies. The survivors captured at the base have long since been exhausted. But since Miao Shan and Professor Ding were transferred by Gao Qi, the base received new orders to continue their current research. Although they are prohibited from capturing additional survivors for experimentation, leaving the entire facility in a state of total lockdown. Within the underground city of Chinching Group headquarters, the short-haired and composed Luo Yu sits in her office, her exquisite face etched with fury. Recently, the group convened a board meeting to announce a decision regarding her position. The northwest region for which Luo Yu is responsible has been abandoned by Chinching Group headquarters, and naturally, her role as the regional executive has been revoked. During the board meeting, the directors who had previously expressed discontent with her leadership seized the opportunity to blame Luo Yu for the betrayal of the northwest region and Gao Qi, attributing all responsibility to her as the regional executive. They argue that Luo Yu's excessive intervention in regional affairs has led to the current predicament. Consequently, the board demands her removal. Within Chinching Group, to be removed signifies death or annihilation. Fortunately, an elder supporting Luo Yu stood up to oppose the majority, preventing her execution as demanded by the directors. However, the final outcome was her dismissal from the position of regional executive, with a transfer to another underground research base, independent of the provincial regions and directly accountable only to the 12 elders, where she would serve as the highest authority. All personal belongings in her office were meticulously inspected by security personnel before being removed. Today marks her departure to that base, coinciding with the military's clearance of the 6 provinces in the northwest. Hiding in another secret base, Gao Qi received an encrypted email from one of the 12 elders of the group. After reading the email, his expression darkened considerably. With a crash, he forcefully smashed the goblet in his hand onto the ground, sending shards of transparent glass scattering everywhere. The red wine within spilled forth like vivid crimson blood. Above the northern suburban base of Chinching Group in Ying City, a piercing and shrill shriek drew closer as the DF-15C warhead, trailing a long plume of fire, accurately struck the mountainside above the base. This mountain had already been hollowed out, leaving only a rock layer over 50 meters thick. The missile penetrated the mountainside, colliding with the alloyed ground connecting the mountain to the underground foundation. A resounding thud reverberated through the air as the missile's warhead detonated, creating a gaping chasm in the alloy floor at the junction. The base was immediately engulfed in the shrill sound of alarms, the explosion startling all personnel within the bunker. Both researchers and armed personnel, after a moment of stunned silence, quickly sprang into action. Teams of armed personnel escorted the biological researchers of the base, initiating their evacuation procedures. Prior arrangements had been made for such an eventuality. In the event of a missile attack, the first course of action was to exit through the designated safe passage. The safety route of the base was located on the 9th underground level, which featured 3 expansive evacuation passages leading to distinct locations. However, upon reaching the 9th level, they discovered that all 3 passage entrances were secured and locked. The management responsible for unlocking these routes was in a state of panic, perspiration beading on their foreheads as they repeatedly entered commands to no avail. After 3 futile attempts, the realization dawned upon the senior officials. Headquarters had entirely abandoned them, revoking their administrative authority. Within a mere 10 minutes, another penetrating missile struck the bunker through the breach created earlier. This time, the warhead completely breached the structure, detonating in the lowest level. Those who had yet to escape were obliterated by the intense heat, pressure, and shockwave, as the entire bunker and its vicinity trembled as though a seismic event of 6 or 7 magnitude had occurred. Above, a bomber S-bomb bay opened, releasing 2 precision-guided heavy bombs in succession. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the 2 bombs, laden with a substantial quantity of thermite, cascaded into the base along the shattered corridor. Following the violent explosions, the bunker was inundated with thermite, igniting the alloy materials and facilities within at temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees. Most, be they human or the bioengineered specimens, perished in the preceding explosions, while the fortunate few could not escape the inferno, ultimately succumbing to the flames. From a distance, the mountain above the bunker billowed thick smoke into the sky. Upon returning to the western outskirts of the bunker, Lu Ying entered the room only to be embraced on either side by two figures clutching his arms. He glanced left and right, his expression one of astonishment. On either side stood identical twins, both bearing the name Zhang Jinshu. Chapter 169. The Doppelganger Ability of Zhang Jinshu. Little Lucy, you have finally returned. The joyous voices of Zhang Jinshu echoed from both sides. Feeling the softness and warmth on his arms, Lu Ying looked left and right, momentarily bewildered. Two Zhang Jinshus pulled Lu Ying back onto the sofa, each fixing their gaze on him from either side. What is happening? Lu Ying exclaimed in astonishment. Little Lucy, can you guess which one is the real me? The two Zhang Jinshus mischievously inquired, winking at Lu Ying simultaneously. Examining both closely, Lu Ying noticed that their appearances and attire were identical. Even the length and placement of the stray strands of hair on their smooth foreheads were the same. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ying uncertainly suggested, the one on the left? Wrong, that's not it. They chimed in unison. Could it be the one on the right? Oh dear, how foolish. At that moment, another voice emerged from Zhang Jinshu's room, just as the door creaked open. A Zhang Jinshu dressed in a flowing, pristine white gown stepped out. Goodness, there's another one. As she entered, she snapped her fingers. With a pop, the two Zhang Jinshus holding Lu Ying's arms vanished like bubbles. Little Xian Pig, is this your new ability? Lu Ying felt a surge of excitement within. Zhang Jinshu eagerly nodded, her large, endearing eyes fixed on Lu Ying as she earnestly asked, what do you think? Isn't this ability remarkable? Lu Ying contemplated for a moment. A doppelganger ability? Indeed. Zhang Jinshu affirmed. Currently, I can only create up to 2 doppelgangers at once, and they do not possess independent consciousness. They can only execute commands that I give them or speak as instructed. They can act independently, but not beyond a kilometer from my original self. Within that kilometer, they can move freely, and I can control all doppelgangers at any time, sharing their sensory experiences. Moreover, their capabilities are closely tied to my own. Whatever I can do, they can as well. What I cannot do, they also cannot. Oh, and by the way, their existence is limited to just 1 hour. If they engage in strenuous activities, their time will diminish even further. I estimate that as my strength increases, they will be able to exist for longer periods, and I could create more of them. Lu Ying nodded, recognizing that Zhang Jinshu had only just awakened her ability. Currently at the first stage of the hidden origin realm, all abilities awakened in humans initially lack overwhelming power. However, if they continue to evolve, so too will their abilities. Although Zhang Jinshu's doppelganger ability appears weak at present, if the doppelgangers could venture further from the original, persist for longer durations. And with a comprehensive enhancement plan in place for Zhang Jinshu, she could be transformed into a formidable combat expert. Imagining a future scenario where, in the midst of battle, 2 or even 20 Zhang Jinshus could suddenly appear, Lu Ying felt a twinge of envy. If this extraordinary ability were in my hands, I could have single-handedly penetrated the defenses at the Jushan base. Lu Ying gently ruffled Zhang Jinshu's little head and exclaimed, little immortal pig, your powers are formidable. Zhang Jinshu beamed with joy, then added, by the way, little Lu, besides this ability, I believe I have awakened another power. However, it can only be manifested in dire situations, and it comes with significant side effects. I'm still unclear about its specific nature. Lu Ying gazed at Zhang Jinshu, her heart swelling with delight. She had not anticipated that Zhang Jinshu had also awakened a power akin to her own desperate combat prowess. Although the exact capabilities of this newfound ability remained a mystery, Lu Ying was confident it would prove to be exceptionally powerful. In her previous 2 life-threatening encounters, it was precisely the surges of power in dire circumstances that enabled her to subdue Suchani and eliminate the mutated bioexperimental creature. Little immortal pig, from this day forth, you must dedicate yourself to mastering combat skills. Lu Ying declared earnestly. Yes, Zhang Jinshu replied with resolute determination. Following the harrowing experience of being pursued by Mr. Zhang's group, she had resolved to become stronger, ensuring she would not become a burden to Lu Ying. During this period, Lu Ying had refrained from bringing her along on perilous missions, and although she understood that Lu Ying was concerned for her safety, Zhang Jinshu yearned to assist her. By the way, where are Uncle Zhang and Aunt Lin? Since Lu Ying had entered the room, she had not seen Zhang's parents. Typically, they would have come out to greet her upon her return. Zhang Jinshu blushed slightly and whispered, Dad and Mom have moved next door. This house has been left for us. Oh? Lu Ying raised an eyebrow. When I return, I shall pay Uncle Zhang a visit. Upon entering the adjoining room, She found Mr. Zhang engrossed in a book in the tea room. Xiao Lu, come and sit. Uncle Zhang, there may soon be mutated creatures attacking the gathering area. We need to consolidate personnel and secure the shelter, maintaining daily communication with the western suburbs base. Lu Ying relayed the information she had received. Understood, Mr. Zhang replied, his expression serious, fully aware of the strength of mutated creatures. Lu Ying had previously informed him of the military's considerable losses due to these beings. After a brief conversation, Lu Ying returned to her room, where Zhang Jishu awaited her on the sofa. Opening the backpack she had brought back, Lu Ying reached inside, her thoughts focused, and a multitude of crystal cores materialized within. She extracted over 100 ordinary zombie crystal cores and handed the entire bag to Zhang Jishu. There are over 100 cores inside. Now is the time for you to evolve once more. All right, what should I do? Zhang Jishu inquired. Consume them one by one. They have been disinfected and cleaned. I will be right here with you. Zhang Jishu picked up a jade-green crystal core, maintaining her composure as she placed it into her small mouth, her throat moving as she swallowed it. Soon, waves of energy coursed through her limbs, amplifying her extraordinary abilities, as the crystalline cores were consumed one by one. By the afternoon, Zhang Jishu had ingested over 70 of them, yet there were no signs of further evolution. By 6 o'clock, after finishing an entire packet of cores, he still had not evolved. Lu Ying was profoundly astonished. Logically, it should only take about 30 to 50 cores for a stage 1 human esper to advance. Should evolution fail, one would typically suffer varying degrees of harm. At this moment, Zhang Jishu exhibited no signs of failure, nor any indications of success. What could be the reason? Lu Ying pondered. When Zhang Jishu finally opened his eyes, Lu Ying swiftly inquired, "How do you feel?" Zhang Jishu, appearing somewhat bewildered, replied, "I feel as though something is still lacking. This sensation began after I consumed the 100th core. The energy from the cores I ingested afterward merely accumulated within my body." Upon hearing this, Lu Ying's mind sparked with a thought. Could it be that a higher stage core was required? After some contemplation, Lu Ying reached into his jacket pocket and retrieved a stage 1 evolved zombie core, presenting it to Zhang Jishu. "Try this." This core was notably more translucent, and Zhang Jishu recognized it as an evolved zombie core, one he had previously helped Lu Ying collect. He took the core and swallowed it whole. After a brief moment, a look of delight spread across his face. "Little Lu, this is it. The missing element is the energy from this type of core. I believe I need to consume a few more." Lu Ying then reached into his front pocket and produced 15 stage 1 evolved zombie cores, handing them to Zhang Jishu. "Wow. Little Lu, you carry so many cores with you?" Zhang Jishu exclaimed. "Of course, these are all from this outing." As 9 of the stage 1 cores were swallowed, Zhang Jishu suddenly fell back heavily onto the sofa. Lu Ying chose not to disturb him, allowing Zhang Jishu to undergo what might be his evolution. The manifestations of human espers evolving to higher stages can vary significantly. Lu Ying himself had first experienced excruciating pain, followed by a wave of serenity. Some individuals maintain a state of excitement throughout, while others might faint on the spot. Zhang Jishu likely belonged to the latter. As time passed, beads of perspiration began to emerge from Zhang Jishu's skin, gradually soaking through her loose, thin dress. The fabric clung closely to her delicate form, and Lu Ying couldn't help but notice a remarkable curve in her figure, indeed, more astonishing than Su Chani's. Chapter 170, Zhang Jishu's advancement upon reaching this thought. Lu Ying pinched her own thigh. Hiss, her consciousness regained clarity. The influence of Su Chani's extraordinary abilities still lingered. After more than an hour, Zhang Jishu gradually awakened. At this moment, he appeared utterly drained, weakly leaning against the sofa. "Wow, Luzi, I didn't expect evolution to be so exhilarating." Lu Ying rolled her eyes, recalling the agony she endured during her own evolutions. Indeed, comparisons can be disheartening. Zhang Jishu swiftly returned to his room to wash up and changed into a fresh outfit. "Let us test your ability to create clones." "All right. Transform into myriad forms. Vanish into the void. Command with ease. Omnipotent. Clone technique. Swift." As Zhang Jishu recited an incantation, 2 identical figures appeared behind him, followed by 4 more. Covering her face, Lu Ying observed in astonishment. Within her incredulous gaze, Zhang Jishu turned to face the 6 summoned clones. They all clasped their fists in salute, chanting in unison, "Divine Maiden Shushu, Supreme of all immortals, Ruler of true saints, Bestower of grace and authority. We humbly welcome the descent of the Shushu Fairy to enlighten all beings." Lu Ying maintained an impassive expression, her toes feeling as if they might dig through the floor. Yet, Zhang Jishu, with his head held high, slowly turned around to look down at Lu Ying under the pious gaze of his 6 clones. "Luzi, why are you not bowing before this fairy?" The haughty voice lingered in Lu Ying's ear. Indeed, as long as she remained unembarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. Ha ha, Fairy Shushu, you seem to have forgotten your modesty. Zhang Jinchuan glanced down, realizing that the dress she had changed into was merely a nightgown, not extending past her knees, and she had one foot perched on the sofa, causing her skirt to billow. Oh dear, Zhang Jinchuan exclaimed, her cheeks flushing as she hurriedly sat down. The 6 voices behind echoed in unison. Oh dear. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Lu Ying burst into laughter. All right, let us discuss serious matters. Zhang Jinchuan's expression grew grave. Lu Ying gestured for her to continue. After this evolution, I can now have up to 6 clones, capable of operating up to 5 kilometers away from me, and their existence can last over 2 hours. With excitement illuminating her face, Zhang Jinchuan continued, moreover, if they master a particular skill, I will also acquire it. What I can do, they can do as well. Lu Ying, astonished, responded. So this means you effectively have 6 versions of yourself learning different abilities simultaneously, and ultimately, you will master them all. Zhang Jinchuan nodded enthusiastically. What an enviable ability. Lu Ying remarked. All right, once we finish this busy period, I will take you to the western suburban base to learn some fundamental survival skills. Luzi, I wish to learn your sword techniques. Zhang Jinchuan gazed at Lu Ying with anticipation. Very well, I shall impart them to you. By evening, Aunt Lin had prepared a lavish feast. After their meal, Zhang Jinshu summoned his doppelgangers with his extraordinary abilities, one to accompany him in learning the intricacies of business management, while the other followed his wife to master the culinary arts. Lu Ying departed from the western suburbs bunker and returned to the eastern refuge. Suchani sat at the tea table, brewing herself a pot of rose tea, when she suddenly noticed Lu Ying driving a snowmobile on the surveillance feed. A nemesis. Upon entering the refuge, Lu Ying embraced Suchani tightly, whispering softly against her ear, I have brought you some clothes. Hurry and try them on. Suchani's violet eyes sparkled with anticipation as she gazed at Lu Ying. With a flicker of thought, Lu Ying retrieved the carefully selected garments from his spatial realm and placed them on the bed. Suchani dashed over in excitement. However, upon closer inspection of the attire, a blush crept up from her neck to her ears. Is this a belly band? Why does it seem a bit small? She inquired softly. This one is. Oh dear, how naughty of you, she playfully chided. The collection largely consisted of revealing, form-fitting garments, including dozens of sheer black and white thigh-high stockings. As she examined each piece, Suchani felt her cheeks growing warmer. At that moment, Lu Ying embraced her from behind, saying, Show me. Oh, master, this is so indecent. Suchani teased, her delicate form writhing in gentle protest. Feeling her soft warmth squirming in his grasp, Lu Ying's eyes widened slightly. The sound of tearing fabric echoed as he began to shred the garments. Ultimately, Suchani donned the provocative attire, but not long after. Lu Ying admired her before tearing them to shreds once more. That night seemed interminably long. Their heartbeats resonated like the notes of a melody, rising and falling in unison, sometimes intense and fierce like a charge across a battlefield, other times soft and gentle, fluctuating in tempo and pitch. Suchani's pillow was already torn, stained with tears, prompting Lu Ying to retrieve a new pillow and replace the mattress from his spatial storage. Oh dear, master. Why are you so wicked? Suchani, leaning against his chest, traced circles with her delicate fingers. Lu Ying chuckled softly, as the saying goes. A bad man is loved by women. He then turned serious, asking, By the way, can we ascertain the precise timing of the mutated creature's attacks on human settlements? Suchani shook her head, contemplating before responding, It's unlikely to exceed half a month. Among these mutants, there seems to be a highly intelligent ruler orchestrating the lower-tier mutants. After a pause, she continued, If we are to organize a counterattack against the mutants, it would be best to locate and eliminate their ruler. Lu Ying nodded, and the two drifted into a deep slumber. By 11 in the morning, the newly sprouted plants in the greenhouse were receiving targeted nutrition and water from the automatic irrigation system. However, this time the flow rate appeared improperly adjusted, subjecting the tender sprouts to a torrential downpour. After a considerable time, the irrigation system finally ceased its operation. However, the greenhouse was still marred by water stains. Suchani had prepared 4 homely dishes in the kitchen. The flavors were delightful. Lu Ying nodded in surprise. A faint smile graced Suchani's lips as she observed Lu Ying devour the meal with great eagerness, filling her heart with satisfaction. By the way, master, would you accompany me to Yun City sometime soon? Certainly. Recently, there have been numerous third-stage mutated creatures and zombies appearing in Yun City, and even some of the fourth stage. I wish to collect crystal cores to continue my advancement. Upon hearing this, Lu Ying felt a stirring in his heart, as he shared the same intention. However, this endeavor must await the discovery of Gao Qi and the results following the mutated creature's attack. After all, a journey to Yun City is not solely for Suchani's advancement. Lu Ying equally finds himself in greater need of it. After a while, Lu Ying embraced Suchani from behind once more. Suchani let out a soft murmur, feeling Lu Ying's warm breath, and turned her head to ask helplessly, Master, are you thinking of that again? What do you think? Chapter 171. The frantic modification of firearms. After more than 2 hours, Lu Ying departed from the eastern outskirts shelter, driving a snowmobile. At 4 in the afternoon, he arrived at the western base, where a lieutenant escorted him to the research center located in the back mountains. The Weapon Research Center had developed several new 14.5mm caliber sniper rifles, boasting a structural integrity far superior to the 5 previously crafted. Within the expansive confines of the center, a large area was dedicated to testing various newly developed weapons. A nearly 2-meter-long sniper rifle, robust in appearance, was placed upon the testing table. Lu Ying lifted the sniper rifle, weighing over 30 kilograms. The entire weapon was constructed from a special metal, with its barrel and chamber reinforced with thickened materials, given that those with extraordinary abilities possessed physiques beyond the ordinary. The design of this weapon disregarded the need for the user to maneuver a 30-kilogram sniper rifle with agility. This rifle was not intended for the average individual, and its weight posed no challenge to Lu Ying. Nearby, a researcher opened a metallic box containing 10 completely black 14.5mm armor-piercing rounds. These rounds were also crafted from a special material, with a strength exceeding that of the tungsten alloy rounds Lu Ying had previously utilized. The researcher, donning white gloves, handed one bullet to Lu Ying before taking the ammunition box and exiting with all personnel present. The testing site was a long, straight underground corridor extending over 1 kilometer. At a distance of 1 kilometer stood a segment of armor made from the same material as the exterior of a main battle tank, with a thickness of 30 centimeters. Lu Ying loaded the specially designed armor-piercing round into the chamber, aimed at the armor plate 1,000 meters away, adjusted his breathing, and gently squeezed the trigger. Bang! A muffled roar resonated as the bullet, trailing a crimson tail, produced a sonic boom upon impact with the test material. Boom! A thunderous sound followed, as the bullet penetrated the 30-centimeter thick armor as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. On this occasion, Lu Ying expended merely 10% of his energy. He swiftly inspected the rifle's body and barrel, finding no signs of deformation or cracking. Outside, 3 researchers, equipped with folders and various testing instruments, hurried to the test material. At the center of the armor plate, roughly the size of a door, a gaping hole with a diameter of 10 centimeters had been blasted through. After recording the data, the researcher carrying the ammunition box handed it to Lu Ying. Once everyone had exited, he chambered another round and pulled the trigger once more. Bang! After loading another bullet, Lu Ying continued to squeeze the trigger. Bang! Bang! The deep, resonating sounds echoed within the testing room. Lu Ying had now discharged his 5th throw as a tremendous, muffled sound reverberated. Lu Ying's sniper rifle was utterly shattered. The armor-piercing round within the chamber was expelled with such velocity that it emitted a piercing crack. A resounding explosion followed, as the 1-meter-thick armored alloy was decisively penetrated from a distance of 1,000 meters. A searing flame erupted from the rear of the alloy. Lu Ying heard the door open, followed by the sharp intake of breath from the researchers, soon accompanied by their astonished exclamations. Goodness! This material is akin to that used in the external armor of main battle tanks, and its thickness matches that of the frontal armor of such tanks. One shot was sufficient to breach this formidable substance. The extraordinary abilities of high-level enhancement-type superhumans truly broaden one's horizons. After meticulously recording all data, the researchers presented another box. Inside lay a firearm resembling the 191 precision rifle, albeit with a larger caliber. The researcher extracted the assault rifle from the box and handed it to Lu Ying. Mr. Lu, this assault rifle features a 12.7mm caliber, inspired by our northern neighbor's ASH-12 model. The original weapon's ammunition had reduced gunpowder capacity, but considering the evolving capabilities of zombies and mutated creatures, we redesigned it to a 12.7mm assault rifle. Lu Ying was taken aback, genuinely surprised that such a caliber of assault rifle could be produced. The rifle's length was shorter than that of a 12.7mm heavy machine gun, yet it was significantly heavier. The overall design retained the aesthetics of the 191 assault rifle, utilizing a 20-round magazine. The ammunition was also shortened, yet the type and ratio of gunpowder had been modified. Although the bullets did not match the standard size of 12.7mm rounds, their power was comparable to that of standard ammunition. Lu Ying nodded, realizing that this weapon was likely tailored for superhumans, ensuring formidable power while also generating substantial recoil. He accepted a magazine, and once the others had departed, he switched the safety to the automatic mode. The dull sound of continuous gunfire erupted as flames belched from the muzzle. One after another, the 12.7mm rounds were unleashed, creating indentations in the armored material ahead. After concluding the tests, Lu Ying contentedly returned to his quarters at the base with 514 5mm sniper rifles and 512 7mm 191G assault rifles. He left 2 rifles in his room, storing the remainder in his space. Once again visiting the Firearms Research Institute, Lu Ying requested 500 rounds of 14 5mm special ammunition and 2,000 rounds of improved 12 7mm rifle cartridges. The Institute also provided him with 2 specially forged alloy Yinling knives and 2 daggers. With his firepower adequately replenished, Lu Ying returned to the western suburbs base, imparting his knowledge of sword techniques to Zhang Jishu. By 7 p.m., he made his way back to the eastern shelter. For 4 consecutive days, the rhythm of life unfolded in this manner. Fortunately, Lu Ying's body had been fortified through these recent trials, enabling her to withstand it all. However, Su Chani had begun to feel a sense of trepidation in recent days. By the 5th day, she wept for an extended period, repeatedly lamenting her pain. Yet, Lu Ying was aware that Su Chani's evolutionary level surpassed her own. Thus she did not indulge in sympathy. In the afternoon, upon returning to the western suburb base, Cao Hongshuan informed Lu Ying that Gao Qi's location had been discovered. "We will depart tomorrow afternoon via private aircraft, with operations commencing late at night," Cao Hongshuan stated solemnly. Chapter 172, Gao Qi's hiding place. Where exactly is Gao Qi? Lu Ying inquired. Cao Hongshuan shook his head. "I cannot disclose that before the operation begins. There is a mole in the base, and this time we will strike them all down." Lu Ying nodded, contemplating the intelligence provided by Su Chan regarding the mutated creatures in Yun City. Uncertain if the base had arranged for an investigation. "Deputy Commander, what is the progress on the investigation concerning the mutated creatures near Jioshan City?" "Currently, we have not identified any significant gatherings of mutated creatures. Should any be discovered, the base will deploy air support or missile units to neutralize them." Since Lu Ying shared this information, the base had formed an investigative team, utilizing reconnaissance helicopters and drones to monitor the mountains surrounding Yun City around the clock. However, during this period, only a few low-tier mutated creatures had been found and swiftly eradicated. Lu Ying acknowledged that this matter could only be reported to the base to prepare for potential threats. After leaving the command center, Lu Ying sought out Lu Wei. This operation would again see Lu Wei's squad collaborating with Lu Ying. The team had been fully reinforced, with 4 new members, 2 second-stage ability users, and 2 first-stage ability users. "Is that Mr. Lu? After such a long absence, have you finally remembered you have a squad?" Upon seeing Lu Wei, Lu Ying was met with a teasing voice, laced with a hint of playful resentment. Lu Ying grinned. "I've simply been overwhelmed with matters lately, neglecting a lovely lady. I've come to keep you company." With that, Lu Ying stepped forward, intending to envelop Lu Wei in a warm embrace. Lu Wei let out a soft huff and turned away. "Who needs your company?" Lu Ying sidestepped and managed to pull Lu Wei into his arms. Breathing in the fragrant aroma she exuded, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Lu Wei let out a gentle protest, beginning to struggle, but found herself unable to escape Lu Ying's strong arms and warm embrace. For reasons unknown, she felt a wave of comfort. After a brief moment of tenderness, Lu Wei led Lu Ying to the base's underground dining hall. With some military contribution points, they ordered an extravagant meal. The 4 new ability users of the squad had also gathered, 3 men and 1 woman. The girl's name was Luo Ting, a second-stage psychic ability user with the rank of lieutenant. Her weapon of choice consisted of variously sized embroidery needles. With her fair complexion and captivating smile, she bore shallow dimples that accentuated her classical oriental beauty. What caught the eye was her blood-red cloak that draped over her camouflage uniform, enveloping her completely and appearing rather voluminous. The cloak, seemingly made of cotton, was adorned with numerous flying needles of varying lengths and colors. The other second-stage ability user was named Luo Jun, a captain of modest height with a chiseled face, exuding a rugged masculinity. This ability user had awakened an absolute defense ability, ranking among the elite defensive ability users in the base. Luo Jun possesses a somewhat taciturn demeanor, yet he consistently wears a warm smile. His weapon of choice is a crimson cherry blossom saber, its blade exceeding the width of an ordinary sword by more than double. Among the remaining 2 first-stage ability users, one is a healer named Wang Yu, while the other, an agile adept, is called Lu Yao. After becoming acquainted, the 4 newly joined ability users curiously observed Lu Ying. They had previously viewed numerous recordings of Lu Ying single-handedly slaying mutated creatures, leaving an indelible impression of his formidable combat prowess in their minds. When Deputy Commander Chao summoned them to reassemble their original team into the 5th squad, the initial reluctance of the group swiftly dissipated upon learning that their future missions would entail collaboration with Lu Ying. As 2 bottles of white liquor were consumed, the atmosphere at the dining table grew increasingly lively. Unlike the discomfort of pre-apocalyptic business gatherings, each individual exuded the camaraderie and fervor characteristic of military personnel. Upon concluding the dinner, everyone felt thoroughly entertained. By the time they departed the western suburbs base, it was already 8 o'clock at night. Ying piloted a snow vehicle, racing back to the eastern mountain refuge. Chan, clad in a delicate purple veil, was seated before the computer provided by Ying, engrossed in the learning materials stored on the external hard drive. However, she was aflame with warmth, her cheeks flushed from the onset until now. As Ying's figure appeared on the surveillance screen above, she instinctively let out a soft murmur and quickly dashed out to open the door for him. The following morning at 11, Ying awoke leisurely, reflecting with a sigh on the rapid depletion of his mattress. Fortunately, he had previously acquired an ample supply of various resources. By 6 in the evening, Ying and the members of the 5th Squad arrived punctually at the Air Force base aboard a utility helicopter. On the runway, a Y-20 transport aircraft awaited their presence. Their destination remained within Yong Province, where Gao Qi concealed himself in a subterranean fortress deep within the northern mountains. The objective of this operation was to ambush Gao Qi's hideout with the intention of capturing him alive. In addition to Ying's team, Base 003 had dispatched 3 ability user squads to assist in the endeavor. The nearest city to Gao Qi's hideout was named Tongluo City. Shortly after 8 o'clock that night, Ying and his companions arrived at the Tongluo City airport. Upon disembarking the aircraft, they were escorted to the operational conference room at the Air Force Base, where the commander of the local gathering had been awaiting their arrival. The 3 ability user squads from Base 003 had already reached the venue the previous day. The conference room featured a large electronic sand table, prominently displaying a 3-dimensional image of the underground fortress where Gao Qi was concealed. This fortress extended 30 levels below ground and 2 levels above. According to intelligence gathered by Base 003, Gao Qi himself was hiding on the 27th level, which housed 4 escape routes leading in different directions. The entire fortress was guarded by 367 armed personnel, including 33 ability users, among whom were the traders from the Jeshan base. 3 teams of superpowered individuals from Base 003, each consisting of 11 members, alongside Ying and others. Total 39 superpowered operatives. Among them, 17 are in the second phase Enlightenment realm. In addition to the 4 superpowered teams, a company of special forces has been dispatched from Tongluo City to assist in the operation within the bunker. The primary mission of the superpowered teams is to eliminate the operatives inside the bunker, as well as any potential bioexperimental entities, and to capture Gao Qi alive. The remaining armed forces will be managed by the special forces, once Ying and his team commence their actions. For superpowered teams and combat units will proceed to the 4 evacuation routes to prevent Gao Qi from escaping. The operation is scheduled for 1 o'clock tonight. The assault teams will enter the bunker via helicopters. As for the access key to the bunker, Base 003 has already secured it. Upon hearing the operational plan, Ying felt a surge of insight, realizing how such intricate intelligence was acquired by Base 003. Gao Qi has become a pawn discarded by the Chinching group. The group dispersed to prepare their weapons and equipment. Ying brought 2 types of firearms developed by the Yun City Weapon Research Institute. Observing around, he found that the assault rifles wielded by the operatives from Base 003 were identical to his own, both being the 12.7mm caliber Type 191G. Among the other 3 superpowered teams, 3 individuals carried sniper rifles, which were also modified 14.5mm sniper rifles, similar to his. At midnight, the roar of helicopter engines and rotors echoed from the Tongluo City Air Force Base. Fully armed teams of superpowered individuals and special forces boarded the helicopters in an orderly fashion. 25 Z-20 General Tactical Helicopters ascended steadily into the sky, forming the armed force heading for the bunker assault. 10 minutes later, another 10 Z-20 helicopters took off, each heading in different directions. Deep within the mountains of Tongluo City, nestled in a valley surrounded by peaks, one hill stood significantly lower than the others. The surrounding mountains were covered in perpetual snow, creating a vast expanse of white. Beneath this low hill lies a 30-story underground base. The summit of this hill has been camouflaged, while the trees match the surrounding foliage. Careful observation reveals subtle differences from the neighboring terrain. Inside this underground base, there are 6 large lift platforms, and the summit of the hill can be opened to allow helicopters to take off and land on the platforms. The inhabitants of this bunker can only exit via helicopter, and supplies can only be delivered through the same means. No roads lead to this bunker. At this moment, Gao Qi lies in the largest and most luxurious chamber of the bunker, fast asleep, cradling 2 charming individuals in his arms. However, it appears that the individuals on either side possess Adam's apples. Most of the personnel within the bunker have already retired for the night. with only a few in the laboratory completing their final tasks. Each corridor on every level is guarded by the bunker's armed forces. In addition, 6 teams are responsible for patrolling the area. Centered around the bunker, there are more than 10 observation points within a 5-kilometer radius. On every mountain peak in the vicinity, small insulated cabins stand resolutely in various locations. Numerous heavy anti-aircraft weapons have also been installed nearby, with no less than 10 23mm anti-aircraft guns alone. Moreover, the armed personnel residing within these cabins are equipped with Stinger anti-air missiles. During this surprise operation, the fleet of armed helicopters did not intermingle with the assault aircraft, but took off 20 minutes ahead of them. The armed helicopter squadron, composed of 2 formations of WZ-10 and WZ-19 helicopters, totals 16 aircraft, with each formation consisting of 8 helicopters. The action team has already gained mastery over all visible and hidden observation posts surrounding the bunker, as well as various anti-aircraft fire points. The mission of the armed helicopter squadron is to obliterate all ground-based anti-aircraft fire, thereby creating conditions for the subsequent airborne troops to deploy. At 12:40 a.m., the helicopters, dispersed across different positions, gradually approached the perimeter of the bunker. Following predetermined strike coordinates, the armed helicopter squadron launched long-range air-to-ground missiles. All units, confirm target acquisition and complete locking. The voice of the commander resonated in the pilots' headsets. Team 1, target locked. Team 2, target locked. In the airborne early warning command center above, a colonel issued the command to open fire. As the order was relayed to each armed helicopter pilot, a series of modified air-to-ground missiles from the Hongjin series were launched, emitting a whistling sound as they soared through the dark night sky, striking ground targets with high precision. Boom! The area within a 5-kilometer radius of the bunker erupted in violent explosions. Fireballs shot into the sky, illuminating the surrounding darkness in a fiery glow. The anti-aircraft artillery below was thrown into disarray, with parts of the cannon shattered and blackened metal fragments scattering in all directions. Some of the artillery was deformed by the blasts. In addition to the anti-aircraft guns, several cabins on the ground were accurately struck by the following barrage of rockets, resulting in another round of deafening explosions. Many armed personnel, who had already settled in for the night, were caught off guard by the shock waves of the rocket explosions, torn asunder before they could react. Some munitions stored within the cabin's an armed helicopter, laden with 8 air-to-ground Red Arrow series missiles and 2 rocket launchers, now finds its missile and rocket stock completely depleted. The 23mm cannon beneath its nose resembles the scythe of death. Each burst of crimson fire raining down claims the lives of ground personnel. In the night sky, the dazzling red projectiles weave a net, ensnaring all armed forces below. Flames abound, and smoke billows. This aerial assault was executed with precision, having acquired accurate intelligence on the enemy's ground fire configurations and locations. The defensive fire below had no chance to unleash a single bullet or surface-to-air missile. The massacre unfolded in less than 10 minutes, with the commander aboard the early warning aircraft receiving reports of mission completion. Meanwhile, more than 20 utility helicopters had already arrived at the target zone. Inside the cabin, Lu Ying listened intently to the communications between the commander and the pilots. The ground defenses had been utterly annihilated, and teams commenced their planned descent to attack the bunker. The thundering of helicopter rotors filled the air as the utility helicopters hovered near the hillside where the bunker was situated. Fully armed figures descended silently into the darkness. Upon the last team member's landing, the helicopters ascended and returned to base. Each team conducted a personnel check. Team 1 accounted for. Team 2 accounted for. Move out. In the shroud of night, 4 teams of special abilities and 13 combat teams swiftly advanced toward the bunker. The bunker, situated atop the hill, consisted of 2 levels. Its main entrance was a massive blast door, 15 meters high and 10 meters wide, crafted from a special alloy. The door, a shade of gray, stood resilient, flanked by fire points that had been obliterated by the helicopter squadron. 17 teams arrived at the entrance, where the leader of Team 1 from Base 003 signaled for everyone to halt. Subsequently, 2 members of the team stepped forward, retrieving handheld electronic devices from their backpacks. After a brief operation, they turned to their leader. The team leader contacted the commander aboard the early warning aircraft via radio. Within 10 seconds, 2 sequences of commands were transmitted. DX16897274. The 2 team members input their respective codes. A resounding rumble echoed as massive metal gears began to turn. The bunker door slowly creaked open. Bang, 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 rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire erupted from within the bunker, bullets streaming forth from the now open door. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of bullets whizzing by filled the air, yet none struck the advancing team members, who had taken cover on either side of the entrance. Positioned in the blind spots of the bunker's fire, 4 second-stage psychics from Base 003 began to unleash their abilities. Countless alloy steel needles and finger-length blades circled around them, the cold, sharp weapons gleaming ominously. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air crackled with the sound of projectiles slicing through the dark. The diminutive weapons, manipulated by the psychically endowed individuals, infiltrated the bunker. A series of muffled thuds resonated as the cold blades pierced flesh, followed by a cacophony of anguished screams echoing within the confines of the bunker. Another wave of slicing sounds filled the air, as the bloodied instruments returned to the possession of the 4 extraordinary beings, still glistening with the warmth of freshly spilled blood. The targets have been eradicated. As the 4 extraordinary individuals concluded their discourse, a command resonated through the bone-conducting headsets, signaling the commencement of their mission. The sound of boots striking the ground echoed, thud, 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 as the assault team entered in orderly fashion. The crack of gunfire erupted once more. This time as the team members discharged their weapons at the lifeless heads of the bunker's armed personnel. The first level of the bunker was vast and circular, containing only a few scattered rooms, presumably occupied by the remaining personnel. However, these individuals had already fallen victim to the lethal prowess of the 4 psychic agents from Base 003. The entire expanse resembled a grand platform, devoid of anything but a handful of alloy crates. At its center lay an enormous pit leading downward, where 6 lift platforms awaited, each harboring a Black Hawk utility helicopter. The rotors of the helicopters began to whirl, and armed personnel alongside researchers stood atop the platforms. A special operations team, comprising 6 members armed with shoulder-mounted 120mm anti-tank rocket launchers, positioned themselves above, aiming at the helicopters now in operation below. The sound of heavy machine guns erupted in a cacophony as the troops on the lower level, now aware of their presence, redirected their firepower to thwart the team's attempts to destroy the helicopters. 2 second-stage psychic agents erected a protective barrier for the 6 Special Forces members, as 12 7mm machine gun rounds collided with the shield, sending sparks flying. Fire. A thunderous roar erupted as 6 120mm armor-piercing shells, propelled by fiery trails, hurtled towards the helicopters stationed on the descending platform below. The ground shook with a series of explosive detonations as the 6 Black Hawks were pierced by the metallic jets of the shells. 4 of the aircraft ignited into fierce flames, while armed personnel and researchers, unable to evacuate in time, were caught in the shockwave. A fragment of a helicopter rotor was ejected violently, severing 6 individuals in half, with the helicopters capable of retreat being destroyed. The 2 psychics who had previously opened the bunker doors retrieved electronic devices once more, each inputting commands. Consequently, all doors within the bunker, along with the access passages above and the escape route on the 27th floor, were irrevocably locked. The adversaries of this bunker had utterly lost control over the entire structure. These devices, along with a series of back-end commands, were supplied by the Chinching Group headquarters to Base 003. This was a direct consequence of Gao Qi's maneuvers in Ying province, coupled with the clandestine strife and contradictions within the Chinching Group. The headquarters of the Chinching Group had decisively abandoned all institutions in the 6 northwestern provinces, a strategic move aimed at severing ties for survival. Otherwise, higher authorities may target the Chinching Group, seizing upon Gao Qi's maneuvers in Ying province to grasp the group's vulnerabilities and thereby dismantle all of Chinching Group's branches and influence within Xia country. However, there are also factions within the upper echelons that lean towards supporting the Chinching Group, combined with the relinquishment of the 6 northwestern provinces, and the substantial provision of technical data and various resources to the military and official entities of Xia country. Ultimately, a consensus was reached between the 2 sides, allowing the Chinching Group to retain its domestic institutions. This time, however, the Chinching Group suffered heavy losses. Over 100 members gathered on the first floor, with 4 teams of supernatural ability users, including Lu Ying's team and half of the members from 2 other teams, preparing to separate from the main force. Among the other 2 teams, a total of 9 formidable second-stage ability users coordinated their efforts with Lu Ying's team to execute the mission of eliminating supernatural users, bioexperimental subjects, and capturing Gao Qi alive. The remaining supernatural team, along with members of the special forces, would collaborate to purge the armed personnel within the bunker while simultaneously rescuing the survivors abducted from Jushan North. The entire bunker, apart from the lift platforms, contained 10 elevators and 2 escape stairwells. According to intelligence provided by the Chinching Group headquarters, the majority of second-stage perceptive ability users were concentrated within the 7 floors below the 23rd level. 2 ability users controlled the entire bunker's systems, one of whom accompanied Lu Ying and the others. They activated 3 of the elevators, and Lu Ying's group entered the lifts, beginning their descent to clear each floor starting from the 23rd. The remaining ability users and special forces commenced their sweep from the first floor downward. At this moment, Gao Qi had already been awakened from his slumber by Miao Shan. With a sullen expression, Gao Qi sat in the opulent office on the last floor, which served as his safe haven within the bunker. He slowly uncorked a cherished bottle of fine red wine, pouring himself a glass to savor, a satisfied expression playing upon his face. Fully armed, Miao Shan stood anxiously in the office. Mr. Gao, we still have time to escape. The bunker has 4 escape routes. We can still make it if we leave now. Gao Qi sighed softly and shook his head slowly. It's too late to leave now. He then turned the monitor in front of him to face Miao Shan. The screen displayed covert surveillance of the exits of the 4 escape routes, which were now crowded with armed personnel. Judging by their weaponry, some of these individuals were military ability users. At this juncture, anyone carrying a long blade or similar cold weapon would undoubtedly be an ability user, as ordinary soldiers armed with firearms would not require such weapons. For non-ability military personnel, if firearms could not neutralize the enemy, cold weapons would be even less effective. However, in the hands of ability users, these cold weapons could unleash greater destructive power than firearms. Witnessing this scene, Miao Shan's heart sank. Miao Shan, the only way for us to survive is to eliminate all those who have entered the bunker. Gao Qi's cold voice resonated in Miao Shan's ears. Miao Shan nodded. This was indeed their only option, but the military's control over this secret bunker likely meant they possessed even more information. At the moment the bunker was under attack, Gao Qi had already realized that he had been betrayed by the headquarters. Miao Shan bowed to Gao Qi and exited the office. After a moment of contemplation, Gao Qi pressed the communication button on his desk. Activate all biological experimental subjects within the base, he commanded, including the 3 third-stage mutated specimens. After a brief pause, Gao Qi continued, activate the 4th-stage experimental subject. Chapter 173. The commencement of the purge. The elevator descended at an alarming speed, the numbers on the screen fluctuating rapidly before finally halting at the 23rd floor. The sounds of gunfire erupted from the upper levels, signaling that the purge squad had commenced their engagement. As the elevator doors opened, the team swiftly exited, while the accompanying psionics operator promptly secured the elevator's access once all members had disembarked. The 23rd floor housed one of the bunker's biochemistry research laboratories, featuring a variety of labs of different sizes. Due to the abruptness of the assault, a few researchers were still present, hastily concluding their work. A group of psionics from Base 003 seized 2 researchers and flung them before the gathered team. Where's Gao Qi? The chilling voice of the squad leader resonated. The 2 researchers trembled, exchanging fearful glances, still bewildered by the unfolding events. We don't know. Bang. The squad leader brandished a smoking 92G tactical handgun, directing its muzzle at one of the researchers. And you? I swear, we truly have no idea. The researcher's face reflected desperation, a genuine plea as Gao Qi held absolute dominion within the base. Ordinary researchers seldom encountered him. Before the quivering researcher could finish, a gunshot rang out, and a gory hole appeared in his forehead as he collapsed heavily to the ground. Lu Ying observed with surprise the squad leader and the psionics from Base 003. Their modus operandi starkly contrasted with that of the military personnel from Yun City. They resembled assassins more than soldiers. Continue the search, spare no one except for the survivors used as experimental subjects, and Gao Qi commanded the squad leader. The newly formed teams of psionics advanced, methodically inspecting each laboratory. On the upper levels, Special Forces members, in collaboration with the psionics, initiated the purge of the armed factions within the bunker affiliated with the Chinching group, as well as the insurgents that followed. The combat prowess of this Special Forces unit evidently surpassed that of the insurgents and armed personnel. The coordination among squad commanders, the teamwork of the members, and their tactical maneuvers and marksmanship were executed with remarkable precision, except for the light machine gunners providing suppressive fire. Every shot fired by the assault team resulted in an armed adversary being struck down. Each member of this Special Forces unit had previously engaged in numerous urban combat missions before the apocalypse. They were like reapers, relentlessly harvesting lives within the bunker. Only when confronted by evolved adversaries did the accompanying psionics team engage to eliminate enemy psionics. The pace of the purge on the upper levels was rapid. Within half an hour, over 50 armed personnel and more than 60 bunker staff on the first floor lay lifeless in pools of blood. Remarkably, not a single member of the Special Forces or the psionics sustained any injuries. As footsteps echoed from the stairwell, the armed personnel on the second floor felt a jolt of dread. They had not anticipated that the 50-plus armed members on the first floor would fail to hold off the purge squad for even an hour. Bang! 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 The echoes of gunfire resonated throughout the bunker, as individuals on the second level fell, succumbing to gunshots, their cries of agony reverberating within the confines. 30 levels below. Within the office, Gao Qi and Miao Shan, situated in the control center, beheld this grim spectacle through the surveillance monitors, their expressions laden with gravity. Their only hope now rested upon the extraordinary abilities of the psychics and the bio-experimental subjects within the bunker, reliant on them to alter the tide of battle and secure their escape. On the 23rd level, merely a handful of researchers and fewer than 10 ordinary psychics remained. They were oblivious to Gao Qi's precise whereabouts. Yet, from one psychic, it was discerned that the most formidable team of psychics in the entire bunker had congregated on the lowest 3 levels. Aside from the research on third-stage biocorpses and mutated zombies, it appeared that 2 clandestine studies were also underway, though access to these secretive projects was beyond their reach. When a team leader inquired about the location of the survivors transferred from Jiushan City, the researchers and psychics exhibited evident confusion. Since their arrival in this bunker amidst the apocalypse, they had not encountered such a significant number of survivors being brought in. After addressing these individuals, the team continued their descent to eliminate threats. The bunker was rife with the sounds of gunfire and cries of despair. Numerous researchers fled in panic, seeking refuge. Yet all were swiftly located by the elimination squad. Regardless of gender or age, every individual within the bunker faced execution. The moment they consented to partake in human experimentation for the Chinching group, their fate was sealed. Many researchers fell to their knees, pleading for a chance to redeem themselves. However, the squad harbored no compassion for these individuals. Prior to this operation, the evidence, photographs, and videos of the human experiments conducted by the Chinching group had been thoroughly reviewed by the team. Innocent survivors, ranging from as young as 8 to those in their 30s, even including research on pregnant women and their fetuses, were subjected to these horrors. The harrowing images were unbearable for anyone possessing a conscience. On the 26th level, over 30 researchers and more than 20 psychics were confined within a large laboratory alongside armed personnel. Among them were defectors from Jiushan City and armed individuals recruited by the Chinching group after the onset of the apocalypse. Some of the researchers had entered the Chinching group's biomedical company before the catastrophe to develop new medications, while others were eminent figures in the field, brought in at great expense by the Chinching group after the world changed. Within this assembly were 2 venerable scholars, both in their 70s, renowned in the biomedical domain. One was named Li Shansong, and the other, Fan Jinwen. Both held the esteemed title of academician and had previously occupied significant positions at the Summer Kingdom's Biological Research Institute. Before the apocalypse, they had been recognized on television and social media for their contributions, with Yang Province having lauded their efforts. It was unimaginable that, in the aftermath of the world's collapse, these two would engage in the abhorrent human experiments orchestrated by the Chinching group. Professor Li, Professor Fan, it is truly astonishing that you refused the official invitation and instead joined the Chinching group, committing these heinous acts that have incited public outrage. The voice of the squad leader resonated with anger as he fixed his gaze intently upon the 2 individuals, his right hand gripping the 92G tactical pistol trembling slightly. At that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of complexity. He had never anticipated that these 2 titans of their field would conspire with the Chinching group. The 2 professors sat in their chairs, expressions somber and filled with regret, tinged with an underlying fear of death, yet their eyes betrayed no sign of remorse. Professor Li cast a sidelong glance at the assembly, a faint smile escaping his lips as if he had come to terms with the inevitable demise that awaited him today. The authorities, do they truly believe they will allow us to conduct human experiments? After the catastrophe, all living beings are undergoing evolution. If we continue to adhere to the traditional methods, conducting experiments in a systematic manner while espousing humanitarian principles, humanity's evolutionary progress will invariably lag behind that of other species. If we were to engage in human experimentation, it would significantly accelerate this progress, allowing humanity to maintain its position at the apex of the food chain in the face of evolved creatures and zombies, just as we did before the apocalypse. Professor Li paused for a moment before continuing. Furthermore, what purpose do those so-called survivors serve before they awaken their latent abilities and embark on the path of evolution, continuing to deplete the increasingly precious resources for survival in the wake of the catastrophe? Rather than this, it would be more prudent to employ it for human experimentation, thereby contributing to humanity's continued supremacy at the pinnacle of the food chain. Upon uttering these words, all the military psychics displayed expressions of indignation. Professor Li had clearly lost his mind. Observing his demeanor, Professor Fan harbored sentiments that mirrored those of Professor Li. The captain of the squad shook his head. Opting not to delve further into this matter, what is the strength of the biochemical experiment subjects within this bunker? Commander, I am aware. A young researcher raised his hand and stood up, trembling. Currently, in addition to 5 third-stage experimental subjects, there are 3 third-stage mutated specimens, as well as over 50 second-stage mutated zombies. A squad leader nodded and then turned to the 2 professors. The 2 appeared resolute, as if they had resolved to accompany Gao Qi to his demise, showing no intention of divulging any information about the bunker. Take action. A squad leader issued a command. Subsequently, a group of individuals with extraordinary abilities drew their pistols. Bang, bang, bang. The echoes of gunfire reverberated throughout the laboratory. After the departure of the group, the laboratory was left with nothing but the lifeless bodies of those with shattered skulls. On the 27th floor, within a vast laboratory, 3 mutated third-stage biochemical specimens lay, their bodies riddled with a multitude of tubes, through which streams of vivid red liquid were infused into their forms. In a matter of moments, the 3 transformed third-stage biochemical specimens opened their blood-red eyes. Chapter 174. The Lightning Ability User with a Resounding Explosion. An ability user readjusted the 120mm anti-tank rocket launcher on his shoulder. The bunker's spacious interior allowed for the shoulder-mounted rocket launcher to be fired without the risk of the crew being harmed by the intense backblast. The rocket, equipped with a high-explosive warhead, accurately struck the armed personnel within the opposing laboratory, resulting in a cataclysmic detonation. The thunderous roar reverberated as over a dozen armed personnel were obliterated within the laboratory. As the smoke and flames dissipated, the floor and walls were splattered with mangled flesh and blood, resembling a child's careless use of red dye on a pristine white canvas. The 26th level had been purged. As they ascended to the 27th level, the team prepared to confront not only the second-stage ability users and more formidable firepower within the bunker, but also the biozombies painstakingly cultivated by the researchers through considerable effort and resources. The ability user's squad traversed the stairway to the 27th level. Upon the opening of the blast door, a cacophony of terrifying howls emerged from within. As they crossed the threshold, they were met with a haunting sight. The space was littered with blood-red limbs from mutated zombies, alongside mutated zombie dogs. Upon hearing the commotion from the blast door, hundreds of crimson eyes turned in unison towards the intruders. "Attack with all your might," commanded the team leader succinctly. Subsequently, 6 ability users stepped forward. Among them were 4 men and 1 woman, emanating powerful waves of psychic energy. Surrounding them were a flurry of long needles, flying knives, and short swords. The 6 psychic ability users deftly manipulated their hands, launching a barrage of specially crafted alloy weapons that zipped through the air like bullets. The sound of piercing air filled the chamber as hundreds of tiny, psychically controlled weapons hurtled towards the oncoming mutated zombies and zombie dogs. The sharp, puncturing sounds echoed as the charging horde was transformed into a mass of shredded flesh by the flying needles and knives. Numerous zombie dogs were dismembered by the razor-sharp short swords. Hot blood gushed from the bodies of the mutated zombies and dogs, creating arcs of crimson that splattered the surrounding walls and bulletproof glass. The ground was strewn with dismembered limbs, and the Koar ambition is to reach great heights. "If they can swiftly eliminate these trivial foes, it would certainly ease our burdens," Lu Ying murmured. "HM?" Although Lu Ying's voice was barely audible, it caught the attention of the numerous psychics at Base 003, who cast sidelong glances at Lu Ying and her companions, their hearts brimming with disdain. These individuals had witnessed Lu Ying's fierce battles against mutated creatures in Yun City. While her combat prowess was formidable, they too belonged to the elite few with exceptional strength within Base 003, naturally harboring their own sense of pride. As the initial wave of psychic attacks concluded, the remaining psychics displayed their unique abilities. A robust man, wielding a geese-feathered sword akin to Lu Ying's, unsheathed his blade and lunged forward, plunging into the horde of mutated zombies. Golden sword energy flickered with each strike, cleaving through the zombies with precision, leaving them severed in twain. The mutated zombie's blood gushed forth like a fountain, drenching the adept in crimson, rendering him a veritable harbinger of death. The leader of the psychic squad, commanding the group, leapt into the air, hovering above the 27th level. Golden lightning crackled around him, the sound of thunder resonating with each pulse. His eyes glimmered with a golden radiance as he spread his arms wide, resembling a deity of thunder. In the next instant, a resounding boom echoed. Thick bolts of golden lightning cascaded from his hands, striking down upon more than 20 mutated zombies below. The creatures convulsed violently upon impact, followed by a series of explosive detonations. In the blink of an eye, over 30 mutated zombies were obliterated by these golden strikes. "Brother Lu, this individual is astonishing." Lu Yao, a speed-oriented psychic, gasped in awe. This was their first encounter with a psychic wielding the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ying felt a complex swirl of emotions, not fear, but rather envy. The destructive potential of thunder, when combined with her sword energy, would exponentially enhance her combat effectiveness and the force of each strike. As two fire element psychics joined the fray, the intense flames threatened to ignite the entire level, annihilating all mutated zombies and zombie dogs on the 27th floor. The squad leader cast a sidelong glance at Lu Ying before leading the group toward the next level. Lu Ying rolled her eyes and followed closely behind with Lu Wei and the others. Gao Qi, observing this spectacle, felt a sense of numbness wash over him as he switched the surveillance feed on the screen. In the largest laboratory of the base, a colossal bio-experimental subject was being continuously infused with a peculiar serum. The research platform beneath the creature measured an impressive 20 meters in length and 10 meters in width. Alarms blared throughout the laboratory as the bio-experimental subject suddenly opened its eyes. In the next moment, 3 mutated third-tier specimens in this fourth-tier entity surged into the bunker's 30th level. The height of the 30th level exceeded 30 meters, offering ample space as psychic individuals cleared away all metallic crates to make room. This was the chosen burial ground for Gao Qi's assault team as they prepared to enter the fortress. In the 28th and 29th levels, the group searched diligently. Yet they found neither armed personnel nor individuals with special abilities. Likewise, there were no bio-experimental entities present on these two levels. Captain, could it be that they have relocated everyone to the final level? Inquired an ability user from base 003, casting a glance towards the squad leader. A sense of unease washed over the group. The current situation was evidently amiss. Speculations arose among them, as they feared that the final level would confront the most formidable ability users and the most resilient bio-experimental entities within the entire bunker. Everyone, let's rest for 20 minutes, commanded the leader. Each member retrieved a zombie crystal core, ingesting it to restore all the energy they had expended. The upper-tier special forces had already cleared half of the bunker. By this point, more than 10 team members had sustained varying degrees of injuries, with the most severe being a shoulder pierced by a 5.56mm rifle round. After 20 minutes, the group approached the final level, as the ability user controlling the bunker's entire system activated the blast door to the 30th level. All the humans and mutated beings within turned their attention towards the entrance, gazing at the newcomers. Chapter 175. The flickering blade light. Lu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly as he surveyed the last layer of space, where over 20 second-tier ability users and more than 50 armed personnel clad in the standard camouflage uniforms of Jioshan City were concealed behind support columns. Their dark gun barrels were aimed menacingly at the doorway where the team of ability users stood. Additionally, 3 grotesque creatures, identical to the mutated experiment he had previously encountered at the Jioshan City base, lurked nearby. 2 more mutated zombies, each exceeding 10 meters in length, crouched on all fours, their tails resembling scorpion stingers. These 2 were unmistakably third-stage mutated zombies. In total, there were 5 third-stage bio-experimental entities and zombies present. In the distance, through a transparent blast-proof window, Lu Ying spotted Han Bin, the captain of the already defected internal guard of Jioshan City. As if sensing Lu Ying's gaze, Han Bin locked eyes with him, making a gesture across his throat with a smirk, conveying an air of dominance over the situation. Beside him stood a middle-aged man dressed in foreign military winter attire, his chiseled features and piercing gaze reminiscent of an eagle, fixated intently on Lu Ying. This man was Miao Shan, brought here by Gao Qi to oversee the security of the entire base. In the room where Gao Qi resided, the heavy alloy blast-proof door had been secured. His expression darkened as he focused on the screen displaying Lu Ying, his left hand unconsciously gripping a cigar tightly, distorting the expensive stogie. Alongside his anger, a glimmer of greed flickered in Gao Qi's eyes, with a thunderous roar reverberating through the air. The 2 third-stage mutated zombies exerted their strength, creating 4 deep craters in the ground beneath them. 2 colossal crimson figures charged towards the crowd. In response, the heavy firepower concealed behind cover erupted into action. The dull thump of heavy machine guns filled the air as over 20.50 caliber machine guns commenced firing, sending a hail of 12.7mm rounds whistling towards the assembled group. Simultaneously, 6 psychic ability users within the base manipulated small flying knives and short swords, their speed and power rivaling the bullets propelled by the 50 caliber machine guns. The sharp whistling of projectiles pierced the air, creating a chaotic ballet of weaponry throughout the 30th level. The 6 psychic ability users erected defensive barriers, and as sparks flew from the impacts, the bullets and flying blades collided violently against their shield, yet failed to penetrate the protection established by the psychic users. In an instant, the captain of a small squad ascended into the air, surrounded by a terrifying aura of thunderous power, golden arcs of lightning crackling around him. Annihilate, he bellowed, unleashing an even more concentrated barrage of lightning that shot forth from him. Hundreds of golden bolts of lightning surged towards the armed forces and ability users of the opposing side. With a resounding explosion, chaos erupted. accompanied by the anguished cries of the wounded. The armed personnel at all heavy firepower points were utterly obliterated by the strike, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. The captain of a small team returned to his squad, retrieving 2 evolved zombie crystal cores, which he swiftly consumed to replenish his internal energy. Engage, with the captain's command. The team members flickered into motion, rushing towards each opposing ability user. 6 of their own psychic ability users controlled their respective weapons, seeking opportunities to aid their comrades in attacking the enemy. The ability users dispatched from Base 003 were notably stronger than those of the same caliber from Yun City and Jiu City. The captain glanced at Lu Ying and Lu Wei. The remaining members will assist you in dealing with those mutated experimental subjects. They are in your hands. Lu Ying nodded, recalling that Xiao Hongxuan had informed her beforehand that she would take the lead if mutated experimental subjects appeared. At that moment, the 3 mutated experimental subjects remained still, their crimson eyes scanning the team. In the next instant, all 3 turned their gaze toward Lu Ying, as if receiving some sort of command. The 3 experimental subjects transformed into black shadows, vanishing from sight. Fall back, Lu Ying shouted. Lu Wei and the remaining 4 ability users from Base 003 swiftly retreated. The 3 mutated biochemical experimental subjects formed a triangular formation, encircling Lu Ying. They are coming for me, Lu Ying thought. The next moment, she drew her long knife from her waist, her figure flashing as she charged towards the nearest mutated experimental subject. A flash of blood-red blade light sliced through, severing the subject's left arm at the root. A torrent of hot blood gushed forth, yet the subject emitted no roar. Instead, 6 sturdy tentacles behind it lunged towards Lu Ying with remarkable agility. Meanwhile, the other 2 mutated experimental subjects were being held at bay by Lu Wei and 2 second-tier ability users within the team, while another was engaged by the 4 second-tier ability users from Base 003. Lu Ying wielded her long knife with astonishing speed, each swing cleaving through the tentacles as blood rained down from above. Taking advantage of the experimental subject's retreat, she evaded a downward strike aimed at its neck and quickly assessed the situation of Lu Wei's battle and the other team's engagement with the mutated subjects. Each team of ability users employed their strategies, with the 2 mutated experimental subjects momentarily unable to extricate themselves, joining the assault against Lu Ying. The combat prowess of these 3 mutated experimental subjects was inferior to that of the one encountered in Jiu City. Could it be that the northern Chinching group is controlling these 3 subjects from behind the scenes? A sense of doubt arose within Lu Ying, based on previous experiences. Any experimental subjects controlled by the Chinching group typically exhibited about 30% less combat effectiveness compared to those free from such control. It seemed that due to the Chinching group's influence, these subjects were unable to fully unleash their inherent power. With this conjecture in mind, Lu Ying frantically mobilized her internal energy, her entire being engulfed in a crimson blood flame as her potential surged once more. Ever since she had entered a berserk state last time, Lu Ying had carefully observed her attacking techniques while consciously withdrawing from that state. Furthermore, he learned to integrate his skills into daily combat, striving to minimize the frequency of entering a frenzied state. The blood flames surged forth, and Lu Ying appeared as a deity of death, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood. The speed with which he wielded his long knife intensified, his strikes more forceful and precise. His entire being seemed to move with greater swiftness, his innate talent for slaughter operating with remarkable efficiency. Each downward slash accurately targeted the vulnerable points of the mutated experimental entity before him. The sound of the long knife slicing into flesh echoed repeatedly, as the mutated creature found itself utterly defenseless. Within less than a minute, the experimental entity was cleaved into over a dozen dismembered parts. With a swift arc of his Yinling knife, Lu Ying split the creature's head in 2. Subsequently, a flurry of crimson blade flashes was witnessed as the head was ruthlessly severed into dozens of fragments. The mutated zombie fell silent, devoid of movement. Captain, it seems Brother Lu is even more ferocious. Lu Yao gasped, his eyes wide with shock as he beheld Lu Ying, who resembled a god of slaughter. The members of Base 003 were filled with excitement. The pressure exerted by these 3 mutated entities was immense, yet they posed no threat against Lu Ying. A few of them suddenly recalled the footage of Lu Ying battling those mutated creatures, and a thought simultaneously crossed their minds. Could it be that Lu Ying was a 4th-tier practitioner of the Kaiyong realm? Having dispatched the mutated being, Lu Ying transformed into a crimson shadow, swiftly arriving before the mutated experimental entity that Lu Wei and the others were restraining. Step back, he commanded. The group complied, retreating to assist the psychics of Base 003 in confronting another mutated entity. The blood-red blade light flickered continuously. Within a mere minute, Lu Ying wielded the Yinling knife hundreds of times. As the final blow fell, scarcely a piece of flesh larger than a palm remained of the experimental body. Once the last mutated entity was effortlessly dispatched by Lu Ying, Han Bin, sheltered behind the blast-proof glass, struck the surface with a heavy fist. "Damn it! Useless!" he exclaimed. Miao Shan glanced sideways at Han Bin, but remained silent. He understood well that had it not been for the 3 mutated biological entities being controlled by the base, their combat effectiveness diminished by at least 30%, they would have undoubtedly annihilated everyone on the 30th floor. However, if the control over these 3 experimental entities were to be lifted, it was likely that they would immediately slaughter all personnel within the base, both researchers and armed forces alike. As Lu Ying felled the 3 mutated entities, the remaining 4 psychics from Base 003 joined the fray against the base's psychics, tipping the scales of victory in their favor. Gao Qi snorted coldly, continuing to fixate on the screen. In the next moment, a heavy thud resonated through the 30th floor, accompanied by a tremor that shook the ground beneath. Chapter 176, the biochemical experiment of the Kyong realm swallowing more than a dozen crystal cores, akin to sugary confections. The energy that had been depleted within Lu Ying began to be replenished. The heavy footsteps from the 30th layer grew increasingly imminent. Meanwhile, the battle among the array of supernatural beings raged on. With the addition of Lu Wei and her 5 small teams, alongside the remaining 4 supernatural beings from Base 003, the adversary's second-tier abilities faced relentless defeat. Half of the supernatural beings from the Chinching group had either lost their heads or been cleaved in twain. One particular supernatural being, wielding a goose feather knife like Lu Ying, exhibited formidable close combat prowess. His long blade unleashed a torrent of golden blade energy as he deftly maneuvered into the fray, confronting 4 enemy second-tier supernatural beings. With swift and decisive strikes, the golden blade glimmered, and 4 severed heads rolled across the ground, bloodied and still bearing expressions of disbelief. As fellow second-tier supernatural beings, they could not fathom why they were no match for this individual. Lu Ying's gaze shifted toward the 6 enemy mental-type supernatural beings, his eyes narrowing. In front of them stood 4 second-tier beings, serving as guardians. In the chaos of battle, the influence of mental-type abilities was substantial. They could provide defensive barriers for their allies and manipulate small weapons like flying knives and short swords to exploit vulnerabilities, often catching their opponents off guard. Engulfed in flames of crimson fury, Lu Ying transformed into a scarlet specter, charging towards the 6 mental-type supernatural beings. With a swift motion, his knife descended, the crimson blade energy slicing through the 4 second-tier guardians like a crescent moon. Their upper bodies separated from their lower halves, intestines spilling forth in a gruesome display. A cacophony of clattering sounded as a barrage of flying needles and short swords rained down upon Lu Ying. However, he deftly wielded his long knife, parrying the tiny weapons with remarkable speed. Realizing their impending defeat, the 6 mental-type supernatural beings sought to retreat. Yet Lu Ying leaped forth, covering the distance of over 10 meters to intercept them. "Die!" he bellowed, his goose feather knife sweeping horizontally. The blade energy surged forth, a crimson arc slicing through the necks of the 6 adversaries. With a hiss, 6 jets of blood erupted from the severed necks, soaring 3 meters high, resembling a rain of crimson upon the ground. The decapitated bodies continued their forward momentum for several meters before crashing to the earth with a resounding thud. The supernatural beings from Base 003, having witnessed Lu Ying's formidable actions, were taken aback in astonishment. They had not anticipated his ferocity after just 2 strikes. He had dispatched 10 second-tier adversaries. In that moment, the members of Base 003 shed their previous disdain for the other Base's supernatural beings. They had assumed that the strongest abilities resided within the Northwest Base 003, only to encounter such a powerful being in Yong Province. A fellow supernatural being from Base 003, who also wielded a goose feather knife, fixed his gaze on Lu Ying, a flicker of combat fervor igniting within his eyes. Yet, considering the current circumstances, he stifled that urge and remained focused on confronting the enemy supernatural beings. The 2 third-stage mutated zombies, under the relentless assault of the crowd, were reduced to mere fragments, their massive heads cleaved in twain, and their colossal bodies severed into more than a dozen segments. As the sound of heavy footsteps drew closer, the bomb-proof glass door, situated 20 meters below where Miao Shan and Han Bin stood, was shattered by a gigantic foot. Shards of glass flew through the air like bullets, creating a cacophony of shattering that resonated in everyone's ears. The opposing superhumans instinctively retreated, their gazes fixated on the fragmented glass door. Soon, a foot the size of an adult emerged, encased in a layer of black alloy armor. Following it were calves resembling the structural pillars of a building. Next came the thighs, the upper body, and a massive head, entirely enveloped in black and gold armor. This behemoth, responsible for the tremors that rippled through the 30th floor, had finally made its appearance. The atmosphere was charged with collective gasps as many stood agape, their pupils dilated, gazing upwards at the towering monstrosity. Standing an imposing 20 meters tall. From within the room, Han Bin, taken aback, exclaimed, "What is this?" Miao Shan, casting a sidelong glance at Han Bin, emotionlessly replied, "A fourth-stage biochemical experiment equivalent to the Kyong realm." "Why, you madman?" Han Bin was astounded, never having anticipated that while humanity was still grappling with first and second stages, the Chinching Group's biochemical research department had already succeeded in creating a fourth-stage experimental entity. However, Miao Shan silently noted to himself that this entity appeared rather unstable. In the next moment, Miao Shan stepped back, distancing himself slightly from the window. Han Bin, noticing Miao Shan's movement, felt a surge of understanding, following suit despite not comprehending Miao Shan's reasoning. "Attention, this entity is likely a fourth-stage biochemical experiment. The ensuing battle will be led by Lu Ying. Everyone is to cooperate fully with him while being prepared for a swift retreat." The voice of the squad leader echoed through their bone-conducting headsets. Lu Ying glanced at the squad leader in surprise, not expecting him to issue the command to complete the mission at all costs. Meanwhile, Gao Qi, concealed within his office, observed the fourth-stage biochemical experiment on his screen, a smirk playing on his lips. He lightly tapped his wine glass against the screen, savoring its contents in one swift motion. The show is about to begin. Far away, deep within the mountainous province, lies one of the Chinching Group's extensive underground cities. In one of the offices here, an identical scene to Gao Qi's was being displayed, albeit with a slight delay. 12 figures occupied the room, their features obscured by shadows, illuminated only by the glow of the electronic screen mounted on the wall. An ancient voice reverberated within the office, addressing Gao Qi, who appeared to be in his 50s, with a paternal tone, as if considering him a child. As the voice fell, the other 11 individuals nodded in agreement, yet none spoke up. What should they do? Retreat or fight? Lu Wei looked towards Lu Ying, awaiting her response. After numerous collaborative missions, coupled with the subtle romantic tension between them, Lu Wei instinctively sought Lu Ying's guidance in this uncertain situation. Should Lu Ying suggest retreating, Lu Wei would unhesitatingly follow her lead. Conversely, if Lu Ying advocated for staying, Lu Wei would exert every effort to assist her. Lu Ying rapidly contemplated strategies in her mind. Gao Qi was right before them. If they were to abandon the fourth-tier experimental subject now, locating Gao Qi again would prove significantly more challenging. Moreover, it was certain that Gao Qi had contingencies in Yong province. If he were to escape, even if they managed to track him down later, would there still be a fourth-tier experimental subject, or even a fifth-tier one, by then? With these thoughts weighing on her, Lu Ying resolved to press the communication button. "Coordinate with me," she instructed. "Psychic abilities users, find a way to distract this mutated entity while the rest swiftly eliminate the remaining enemy abilities users." Commands were issued. And regardless of whether they were members of the 5th team or abilities users from Base 003, all acted according to Lu Ying's directives. In the next moment, researchers within the bunker control center entered commands to sever remote control of the 4th-tier experimental subject. The experimental subject's crimson eyes quivered. Then it twisted its neck to survey everyone on the 30th floor.